You were supposed to be a little brat who doesn't wipe after pooping, but on the battlefield, you shoulder missiles to bombard tanks. MacArthur even said you are the last person he wants to encounter on the battlefield. When you were appointed as a young general, your peers and even elementary school students had not graduated. Just because in the previous life as the king of special forces, you used your body to block a hand grenade to save your comrades. When you opened your eyes again, you unexpectedly reincarnated as a 10-year-old kid. The first task of the system was to enlist me as a soldier. Looking at my thin arms and legs, I could only leave a letter and go to the battlefield alone. Looking at everything strange in front of him, Chun Haonan felt ridiculous. He used to be a 7-foot man and a special forces soldier in the army, but now he has become a little kid. Just when he felt hopeless about the future. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the young soldier king system. The system issues the main task, to enter the army as a soldier within a month. Otherwise the host will mature early, mainly manifested in the sexual characteristics of females. Without waiting for Chen Haonan to react, ding! Get the novice reward for invincible shooting. Your sister. I'm only 10 years old now. Haven't even graduated from elementary school? How can I join the army and become the king of soldiers? Chun Haonan in anger was suddenly grabbed by a big hand on his arm, pushed out by someone. Hurry! Go home and breastfeed your mother. Oh, still carrying this gun. Looks quite real. Do you know how to play? Come on. This is not where you should be. Wang Tai mocked while pushing Chen Hao. Instructor Fan Tianlei was already unhappy, and seeing a little kid appear on the shooting range made him even more dissatisfied. Wang Tai, quickly get the little guy out. It's your turn to shoot. Wang Tai hurriedly shouted. Yes, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb me from shooting. Chun Haonan suddenly shook off Wang Tai's hand, ran towards Fan Tianlei, and said coldly, Leader, shoot a few shots for me to satisfy my craving. Then I'll leave. Otherwise, I'll lie here, which is not good for anyone. Fan Tianlei saw a little kid speaking like an adult, and then looked at his chubby face, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wang Tai, who was shaken off, felt embarrassed on his face, grabbed Chun Haonan again and wanted to throw him out. However, who would have thought that this kid suddenly stretched his leg forward, just stuck on Wang Tai's left leg, and suddenly twisted his hand back. His body followed suit and fell back. With a thud, Wang Tai fell down like a dog eating shit. Fan Tianlei's face showed a hint of surprise. Such a small kid can actually lift a heavy weight with ease. With interest, he said, Little brat, not bad, let me shoot a few shots at you. At this time, Chun Haonan pointed at Wang Tai and said, Let him go first. You want to challenge me, right? I'll give him a chance. I will teach him how to behave. Fan Tianlei laughed loudly and said, Little guy, you have a big attitude. Why do I feel that you are very powerful? If I go first, he doesn't need to fight. It will be a crushing blow. Fan Tianlei laughed loudly and turned to Wang Tai, saying, Wang Tai, did you hear that? Do you dare to compete? Wang Tai looked disdainful and said, Humph, just a little kid. Don't wet your pants if you lose. Wang Tai took the Type 95 rifle, stepped forward, went prone, raised the gun, aimed, and all the movements were very precise. Although there are still many flaws, it's already very good for a 16-year-old child to master it to this extent. Bang, 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 Wang Tai fired 10 bullets in a row, and the scorer held up a sign with 90 rings. 10 shots, 90 rings, truly worthy of being the captain. Surprisingly, I scored 90 rings. If I could score 70 rings, I would be grinning from ear to ear. The young men in the team admired Wang Tai's shooting score very much. Hearing the praise from the teammates, Wang Tai showed a bit of pride on his face, and glanced provocatively at Chun Haonan. Little brat, it's your turn. Dare to compete? Fan Tianlei took the rifle and checked it again. Although they were all blank cartridges, he didn't dare to let a little brat shoot casually. 90 rings? Just a scum. You wait. Chen Haonan threw out a sentence, then reached out to Fan Tianlei for the gun. Fan Tianlei handed the rifle to Chun Haonan, but did not relax his vigilance. Once he found Chun Haonan's abnormality, he would immediately stop him. Curiosity aside, this is not a joke. As soon as the rifle was in hand, Chun Haonan's momentum suddenly changed. One step, crawl, pull the gun, raise the gun, aiming, the whole action was extremely smooth. At this moment, Fan Tianlei seemed to see a veteran who had been through many battles preparing to shoot. Fan Tianlei blinked, thinking he was seeing things. Bang, 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 Fan Tianlei frowned. The speed of shooting was so fast, with intervals of less than 3 seconds. Such shooting speed had exceeded that of ordinary soldiers. Is it random shooting? After 10 shots, the scorer announced the results again. 10 shots, 100 points. The surrounding students were stunned. The parents in the stands were also stunned. Even Fan Tianlei looked at Chun Haonan with a puzzled expression. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the opponent and winning the light of the little hero. Rewarding 1 body strengthening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining ant strengthening once. Chen Haonan was slightly stunned. There are still such good things? Stand up straight and put away your gun. Throw it to Fan Tianlei coldly. Look down on people. I will train with you. Challenge all of you. Come on. What else do you have? Those players who came back to their senses from shock couldn't help but burst into laughter when they heard such arrogant words coming from a child's mouth. Did you hear what he said? Train with us and challenge all of us. It's so funny. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. This is going against the natural order. Wang Tai gritted his teeth in hatred, glared at you fiercely. Fan Tianlei said. Next is the adult's 5-kilometer cross-country with a load of 24 kilograms. Fan Tianlei originally wanted to torture these kids severely, make them suffer, and end this boring military training early. Who knows? Chen Haonan nodded. No problem. I challenge all of you students. But let me go to the bathroom first. More than 30 teenagers in the audience laughed again after hearing it. Scared to pee their pants. Dare to challenge us. Wait a moment. He must have run away while peeing. Chen Haonan is not going to slip away. He is going to take this opportunity to comprehend the power of ants. Otherwise, according to his current physique, he can't even carry 5 caddies. Make sure no one is around. Merge. Suddenly feel countless ants crawling on the body. Every nerve in the body is being pulled. Muscles begin to undergo subtle changes. An indescribable subtle feeling. Sense is complete. Chen Haonan only felt like he had infinite power. His clenched fists filled with majestic strength. Swinging a fist, it surprisingly made a whirring sound. His right foot slammed into the ground with a dull thud, and a spider-like crack appeared in one of the tiles on the floor. Chen Haonan couldn't say it was cool. Immediately view personal attributes. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, primary school student. Level, 0. Root bone, 1. Mental, 1. Strength, 10. Speed, 1. Skill, invincible shooting. Experience value, 0. System, the host is only 10 years old. Originally there is still a great distance from adults. After strengthening, the root bones, spirit, and speed have all reached the level of a normal adult. But the power is 10 times that of an adult year. This is the horror of ant enhancers. 10 times the strength of an adult. Chen Haonan couldn't help but get excited. This was a world-class weightlifting champion. Host, this is your first ant enhancement. Subsequent strengths will reach 100 as long as the host meets the conditions. So horrible? 100 times the strength of an adult. Chen Haonan's mind conjured up an astonishing image. An elementary school student could easily lift a car. Or even a house? How horrible must this be? Feeling the strong power within his body filled Chen Haonan with confidence. After all, Chen Haonan was also a soldier in his last life. It's good to be a soldier after crossing over. But if he's caught as a schoolboy, it's just going to kill him. Be a soldier. You must be a soldier. Ding dong. The Junior Soldier King randomly releases a mission where the host gets first place in cross-country. Popping eyes and winning points. What does winning points mean? Chen Haonan was puzzled. Host, points can open the Junior Soldier King skill. The host wants to be a soldier. And the more skills he has on him, the better. Considering that the host is still a child and has an incomplete mind, the system removes the ability to choose as well as draw. And each time the points accumulate to a certain amount, it will automatically give invincible skills based on the host's situation, tailored to the situation, to most effectively help the host become a Junior Soldier King. Chen Haonan was stunned. Mentally incompetent? Fuck you. Doesn't the system know that I've traveled across the world, and I was a soldier? Give invincible skills for local conditions? This one's good. Chen Haonan's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that if one encounters a problem that can't be solved for the time being, as long as one has enough points, the system will provide the corresponding skills according to the environment and so on? As if you were just about to have a shooting competition, and you're not a very good shot, and you immediately jumped out with an invincible shooting technique? How many points can be redeemed? Junior King of Soldiers points. First rank 100 experience. Second rank 200 experience. Third rank 300 experience. And so on and so forth. The system will give the corresponding experience value based on the host's completion of the mission. Considering that the host is still a child, there will be some care in the reward of experience value. In short, it's a great deal. Chen Haonan ran back to the venue with a face of excitement after figuring out the general details of the rules. Those high school students were busy loading their packs with items for rapid marching, such as water bottles filled with water, sleeping bags, and so on. Wang Tai raised his head just in time to see Chen Haonan running back again. His face sank, then scoffed, saying, "Little brat, back again after peeing? Did you pee your pants?" Thought he ran away and didn't come back. Thought not. This brat has some balls. The cadets around them laughed. Chun Haonan raised a middle finger towards Wang Tai and said, "Humph, prepare yourself to be abused. Next, I'm going to burst everyone's eyeballs. I'm going to." Wang Tai was shaken to pieces by such overbearing language. "You, don't tease. Still want to abuse me? Go home and eat more milk. Come back to compete with me when you grow up." Wang Tai snorted coldly. Having been provoked by the little kid 3 times, he was already angry. "Little friend, you're back again?" Fan Tianlei was overjoyed to see Chun Haonan. Deep down, Fan Tianlei remembered his dead child. If nothing had happened, he would probably be this big. "Little one, go away. This is a training that only grown-ups play. Come back to play when you're older," Fan Tianlei softly said, his eyes slightly red. As a result, before Fan Tianlei's words were said to play, he saw Chun Haonan running to a pile of equipment, sharply loading up the equipment, and his movements were quite fast. First, he carried 2 satchels, then stuffed 2 cement blocks into the satchels, and hanging on was a green canteen full of water, then began to fill his marching bag. Next came the firearms and armament category, a steel helmet, arming belt, loaded cartridge belt with empty magazines, and a 3.5 kilogram Type 82 rifle, with 4 trainer grenades pinned to the left and right shoulders, 2 on each side. All other gear is stuffed into a large duffel bag and weighed, and if it's not enough for 24 kilograms, it's replaced with barbell pieces, or rocks, bricks, etc. All in all, the final load must be more than 24 kilograms. This stunned Fan Tianlei. Wicked. Aren't these objects and steps of placing them the quickest and most scientific method of placing them that their special forces have researched? Where did he learn that? It is important to realize that a marching bag has a limited amount of space, and if you place the objects in the wrong order, you won't be able to fit all of them. The little guy's good. This made Fan Tianlei a bit impressed. Just this hand alone was on the level of a veteran. Chun Haonan zipped up the zipper, then turned his back to the marching bag, and with 2 small hands, he reached through the straps and carried it over his shoulder. Boy, the long marching bag was almost as tall as him, and carrying it on his back, Chun Haonan only had 2 legs left when viewed from behind. Fan Tianlei turned his head to look and was shocked. How did he finish loading so fast? 2 minutes? 1 minute? He just observed towards the other trainees, only to turn his head and come back. Chun Haonan was already loaded. This speed is no less than Special Forces. Where did you learn that? Watching too many Special Forces TV shows? Suddenly seeing Chun Haonan actually carrying a tall marching bag, Fan Tianlei was again shocked and hurriedly stopped. Nonsense! Put the marching bag down. Fan Tianlei is not confused. If the little kid is crushed, his parents looking to find the door to the theory, he has to bear the heavy burden. Who knows what the brat's parents are? What if it's the grandson of one of the military leaders? Fan Tianlei didn't dare to take the risk and ordered the other children to start running, while reaching out and pulling Chun Haonan's small hand, saying, "If you're fooling around, I'll really spank you." At any moment, Chun Haonan threw his hand with force, and Fan Tianlei only felt a massive force coming from his wrist, shaking off his palm at once. Where did you get that much strength? Although he said that he did not use 1/3 of his strength, but the other party's fling, even if he used 10% of his strength, he could not hold it. Who is Fan Tianlei? The chief of staff of the Wolverine Special Brigade of the military district. The force will be small? The next scene made Fan Tianlei's jaw drop even more. Chun Haonan shook off Fan Tianlei's palm before turning around and running wildly forward. From the back, if you don't look closely at the legs, it's as if you see a marching bag running in mid-air. What's the situation? Fan Tianlei's heart turned over a huge wave. The little kid actually didn't fall down and kept overtaking the people in front of him. This kid, I'd like to see how strong you really are. The parents in the stands, seeing that Chun Haonan was actually able to run all the way with a heavy load on his back, all of them widened their eyes and couldn't help but stand up in shock. Awesome! Whose kid is this? Amazing! So powerful at such a young age. Definitely a good piece of soldier material in the future. Look, he passed another one. 4th one. The stands kept erupting in applause and were all on their feet. Is this Iron Arm Astro Boy? As soon as Wang Tai turned back, he suddenly saw Chun Haonan catching up, still running wildly all the way, taller than him in his traveling bag, as if he was floating up. Holy shit, where did the little monster come from? You want to come and abuse me again? A lot of people are watching you. How could I lose to an elementary school student? Wang Tai gritted his teeth and began to speed up, but a gust of wind blew by him, and he saw only a marching bag floating by him, and only 2 legs underneath. Wang Tai was dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? Just a 10-year-old kid? Surpassing Wang Tai, Chun Haonan took the lead and became the leader of the 30 or so senior kids. 1 kilometer. 2 kilometers. The people in the back were getting fewer and fewer, with only a handful of not 10 people left. By the time he reached 3 kilometers, only Wang Tai was left behind Chen Haonan, struggling to hold on. Snap! Wang Tai finally couldn't bear it. Fainted head first on the ground. He fainted before the last glance. Saw the front. Chen Haonan is still all the way forward. 30 minutes. It was a wild ride for 30 minutes. When Fan Tianlei announced the results, everyone was dumbfounded. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the Junior Soldier King randomized mission again. Rewarded with 100 combat experience. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the Junior Soldier King randomized mission again. Rewarding a second Ant Gene enhancement. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for reaching level 1 and obtaining 1 skill extraction opportunity. Considering that the host is still a toddler, the system extracts the skill on behalf of the host. Ding dong! The host has gained the invincible fighting technique and has become the king of dueling. With a series of dinging prompts, Chen Haonan was almost knocked unconscious by the sudden and fruitful rewards. This system was very bad at this, and didn't consider whether his little heart could withstand the joy brought by so many rewards. Ant genetic enhancement. Invincible fighting technique. Another ant genetic enhancement. 10 times the strength in one enhancement. How much must it be in one enhancement? Is it possible to lift a small car in one breath? King power. How long does it take to sense the invincible fighting technique? Time. Between breaths. Good. Sense the invincible fighting technique. Chen Haonan didn't even think about it. A white light did not enter Chen Haonan's mind, and at once all kinds of fighting scenes came rushing in, like a movie screen. Flashing and flashing. How to punch. How to kick. How to hand knife. All sorts of fighting techniques. All sorts of things. How to adapt when facing the enemy. How to judge the opponent's killing moves. How to defuse. And so on. I don't know how much more than the fighting I had learned before in the army. And it was simpler, more direct, and more effective. In 5 words, simple brutal explosion. Not bad for an unbeatable fighting technique. Of course Chen Haonan's body strengthened. Invincible fighting techniques can only be played out. Otherwise he is a 10-year-old kid. Ding point strength. Empty skills, but also cannot try out. Chen Haonan hurriedly checked his personal attributes. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, primary school student. Level, 1. Root bone, 1. Mental, 1. Strength, 10. Speed, 1. Skills, invincible shooting. Invincible fighting. Experience value, 0 out of 200. 200 experience points are needed until the next upgrade. Doesn't seem like much. Completing a random mission at random has 100 points. It's really enough to take care of the miners. How nice it would be if there were a few more missions. Chen Haonan was calculating in his mind. The benefits of upgrading are obvious. Improving physical fitness. Invincibility skills. These two are essential to become a king of soldiers. In the past, his own talent in the military was not considered good, and he was considered to be at the middle level among the special forces, and he was even farther away from the king of soldiers. Now that he finally had the chance to become a first-class soldier king, how could Chen Haonan give up? Keep getting stronger yourself. Become the top soldier king and realize your previously unachievable dreams. Can this one send out more random quests? That way, I'll advance faster. Chen Haonan said. Host, your current mainline mission is to become a soldier. Once completed, you will be upgraded unconditionally. As for the random mission, this needs to be triggered and is not controlled by the system. The system explained. Chen Haonan finally made it clear that after all was said and done, this little brat of his must go to the army and complete the mainline mission given by the system. Of course Chen Haonan only wanted to be a soldier. Otherwise he'd have to be taken to elementary school. How boring would that be? Clearly aware of this, Chen Haonan ran towards Fan Tianlei with his little legs, passing in front of that Wang Tai, who was still lying on the ground and couldn't get up, reporting to the chief. Am I allowed to become a special soldier of your military region? Chen Haonan asked directly, obviously a child, but talking like an adult, but also particularly arrogant. A mouth directly into the special forces? What a big mouth. Fan Tianlei hadn't returned to his senses. 24 kilograms of weight-bearing cross-country running for 30 minutes. The speed is no different from that of an adult. The physical quality of the little kid is absolutely first class, which can be described as once in 100 years. No more was found again than him. It was only when Chen Haonan stood in front of his eyes again inquiring that he came back to his senses and asked, You want to be a special forces soldier? Yes. Come back to me when you're older. I'll definitely approve. Fan Tianlei smiled, looking at Chen Haonan in a much smoother way. Although the age is small, but the physical strength, endurance, strength is not bad at all. In addition to the great marksmanship, Fan Tianlei, the veteran king of soldiers, cannot help but like but unfortunately too young. Chief, I said now, not when I grow up. Fan Tianlei almost didn't laugh and sprayed, saying, You're really good, little guy, but you're still too young now. Go back and study first. Where are your parents? They will definitely be worried if you run around like this. Chen Haonan said casually. My cousin brought me here. She was still at the door. I sneaked in. Chen Haonan searched his mind for memories. He also has a cousin named Yi Tsuanshin, now studying at Tsinghua University, only graduated next year. As for whether he will become a soldier in the future, Chen Haonan can't say right now. After all, after crossing over himself, he found that this Special Forces world was very different from the Special Forces world he knew. For example, when did Van Thiele now give military training to a bunch of kids? Yi Tsuanshin had long been a Fire Phoenix female Special Forces sniper, not a student at Tsinghua University. Chief, you must be a soldier now, and it is my ambition to be a soldier. Please give me a letter of introduction for enlistment. Chen Haonan said solemnly. You little guy, you even know about the enlistment introduction letter. However, I am not going to write you this letter of introduction. Go back and study hard, and when you are over 16, you can come back to me. After saying this, Fan Tianlei ignored Chen Haonan and ordered the team to gather, preparing to end today's training. How could Chen Haonan give up so easily? He was wondering if he should kidnap Fan Tianlei and put a dagger to his neck to make him write a letter of introduction. Suddenly, it felt like the right ear was being twisted. Chen Haonan smoothly backed up, not even looking behind him, followed by a sweep of his calf back and a wrench of his calf. Yikes! The woman's surprised exclamation of surprise. Yi Tsuanshin, who was wearing a skirt, stumbled and fell backward to the ground. Eyes to fall hard to the ground. Fan Tianlei's face changed slightly, and he wanted to reach out to help but it was already too late. But see the girl ready to fall to the ground when originally stood still Chen Haonan, slipped out a step forward, reached out and gently grabbed Yi Tsuanshin's wrist, violently pulled back, originally to fall to the ground. Yi Tsuanshin, harangue stabilized his body shape, and re-stood straight. Yi Tsuanshin was annoyed, lightly grunted, once again twisted Chen Haonan's small ear, softly, let you go and take a look. Why did you go for so long? Still dare to backstab cousin? Is your ass itchy? She originally brought Chen Haonan over for a stroll, but she didn't think that the doorman wouldn't let her in, so Chen Haonan sneaked in on his own, causing her to wait blindly outside. It was only when military training was well and truly over that he hurried in to find Chen Haonan. That's what led to the one move just now. Fan Tianlei was shocked in his heart. He was a first-class expert in fighting. Laymen watch the fun. Insiders look at the doorway. Yi Tsuanshin does not seem to feel anything, but in Fan Tianlei seems to be completely different. First turned around and swept back, as if a lion swinging its tail. The action is swift and powerful, but also with a dexterity, obviously judging the identity of the other party. The power is just right. Did not put a heavy foot. In accordance with Chen Haonan just carried 24 kilograms of weight, all the way to run wildly for 30 minutes of the little guy. The power will be small? So the purpose of this leg sweep was to make the opponent fall, not to hurt him. The last move, a last-minute shot to pull it off, would be the word quick. Moves like lightning. It's not for the faint of heart. Chen Haonan this sweeping and pulling, as if it were flowing clouds and water, all in one go. Obviously a practitioner, and the attainment is not bad. Did you start practicing martial arts from your mother's womb? Fan Tianlei became more and more speechless at the little kid in front of him who was going to become a Special Forces soldier, and he once again thought of his own child who died at the hands of mercenaries. Yi Tsuanshin still wanted to nag a few sentences, but the result was that Chen Haonan's small hand gently slapped and sent flying, revealing a face of surprise, thinking, not right. In the past he didn't have the guts to do this. How did he watch the military training for a time? The guts are so big, and also dare to fight? However, Yi Tsuanshin didn't think too much about it, and turned to Fan Tianlei in embarrassment, saying, I'm sorry to bother you guys. I'll take him back. Saying that, he took Chen Haonan's small hand in feigned anger. Come out for so long. Go home and eat. Then do your homework. Then he stiffly pulled Chen Haonan toward the outside. Standing not far away has not left Wang Tai staring at the back of Chen Haonan. Hate his gnashing teeth. The more I think the more angry. Today was even a 10-year-old child lost so much face. Not to pack him a good meal. Just let him go. After their own in the compound how to mix? Saying hello to a dozen or so of his usual playmates. A dozen people very tacit understanding. They these military second generation usually in a group of people in the school afraid of who? Usually they were the only ones who bullied others. When had they been ridden by others? Today, the boss was actually lost face by a little kid, and they weren't happy about it. Just waiting for Wang Tai's greeting, a dozen people trailed behind Wang Taisheng and walked out together. Fan Tianlei pretended not to know anything and waited for them all to walk out before quietly following behind, intending to see how that little brat would cope. Just after walking out of the gate, Chen Haonan shook off Yi Tsuanshin's hand with one hand and said, no need to hold hands, I can walk on my own. Aya, why are you so cold? Even the small hand is not allowed to pull law. Good bullish elementary school student. Yi Tsuanshin laughed softly. Thinking you're a small adult, not even listening to your cousin's words? I've grown up, Chen Haonan said. Chen Haonan is actually not averse to this cheap cousin. With a good figure, handsome appearance, and an aura. If the Chen Haonan of the past definitely didn't feel anything. But now Chen Haonan was no longer the Chen Haonan of the past. Mature men who are already in their 20s at heart. Of course he wasn't happy about having his ears twisted and walking hand in hand by a girl younger than himself. Our Chen Haonan has grown up, Yi Tsuanshin said in a good-natured and amused manner. Just at this time, Wang Tai and the others who were catching up behind them, stopped Yi Tsuanshin and the others in their path at once. Yi Tsuanshin hurriedly protected Chen Haonan and looked at the group of youngsters vigilantly. Wang Tai took a look also. Yi Tsuanshin was quite pretty, and looked at Chen Haonan behind him, smiled and said, "Pretty sister, where are you going to go? Do you want we send you off?" "No need," Yi Tsuanshin said in a cold voice. "Beautiful women usually talk backwards. We're on our way. We have something to talk about with your brother. But for your sake, it's fine for me to talk to you alone," Wang Tai said. "What's a little kid hiding behind a woman? Wasn't he arrogant just now? Why don't you say anything now?" The youngsters around him were sarcastic. With a glance from Wang Tai, the two youths reached out and grabbed Chen Haonan. "Humph." Chen Haonan coldly grunted, saw that the young man reached out and smoothly grabbed his wrist, violently pulled. At the same time, his shoulder slammed forward, snapped. This 100 pounds of young man, knocked out several meters, fell over. Chen Haonan followed by a leg sweep, ruthlessly swept in another youth calf. Snap a sound. The other party screamed miserably, squatting on the ground in pain holding legs. The voice that miserable. The stance is really right. Just a single glance and he took down the opponent. Fan Tianlei, who was not far away, was shocked in his heart. You're actually going to take on a dozen of them one by one? This kid is amazing. It's just a blink of an eye. Dry humping too. Fan Tianlei was curious, and he didn't want anything to happen to the other party, so he followed him over. Chen Haonan was then seen rushing towards the crowd, his small size zipping towards the crowd and out of sight. A horrifying scene took place. The small youths who had originally formed a group, fell out several people in a flash, all of them tumbling over and falling into a dog's feces. The arrogant youngsters started to run around, only to see Chen Haonan catch up with a youngster, violently lifting his foot and kicking the other party in the buttocks. The other party rolled and crawled, rolling out 5 or 6 meters away. "Whoever dares to run, break your dog legs," Chen Haonan shouted. "Don't run away if you have the guts." The aura immediately overpowered everyone. The other youngsters who originally wanted to run away swallowed hard and didn't dare to run. Wang Tai was a bit dumbfounded. How could this little guy be so capable of fighting? Immediately beat a retreat and tried to sneak away, only to have Chen Haonan pounce towards himself with a milky ferocity. Wang Tai knew that he couldn't avoid it, and he hardened his head and charged head-on. He had practiced military boxing and attacked Chen Haonan's small body with a punch. Chen Haonan sidestepped and easily avoided the fist. His hands fiercely grabbed the wrist, and pulled forward with the trend. Wang Tai immediately couldn't stand up and flung himself to the ground. Chen Haonan's calf followed with a tease, and Wang Tai fell to the ground with a loud bang. The belly snapped to the ground. Wang Tai felt like his belly was going to explode. His stomach turned over, and he almost vomited out all the gastric juices. Fan Tianlei stared at Chen Haonan in surprise. That's a beautiful move. Before 2,000 kilogram, this kind of subtle combat art was not something that anyone could comprehend. Terrific! Chen Haonan tripped Wang Tai down and rolled over to ride on him. Her small fist smashed violently on his back, and said fiercely, "Small sample, this ability still want to molest a good woman?" Wang Tai wailed in pain. Why are this little guy's fists so hard, smashing into his back and hurting him so much that tears are coming out of his eyes? Chen Haonan hadn't gotten over the fight yet, when he was suddenly stood up by Yi Tsuanshin lifting his ears again, only to hear her softly saying, "Revolting, who are you calling a good woman? Also, where did you learn it from? Is this the way to hit someone? Molesting a virtuous girl should be hit like this." Only to see Yi Tsuanshin lifting up a kick to the middle of Wang Tai's legs. Wang Tai immediately ghostly cried and covered his crotch with both hands, his tears spiking out, and cried out in agony, "Sister, I don't dare to do it anymore. I don't dare to do it anymore." Chen Haonan was slightly stunned. "So fierce? Say, did you do it before?" Yi Tsuanshin snapped. A companion next to him swallowed his saliva and spread his legs to run, only to be stared over by a cold stare from Chen Haonan, who hurriedly said, "I'm reporting Wang Tai, who once committed violence against a female student in his class." A black line emerged from Yi Tsuanshin's forehead, violently kicked at the brain door of Wang Tai who was crawling up, and with a click, He fell head over heels and fainted on the ground. However, it didn't work. This student then added, "Get out." Yi Tsuanshin coldly said, "Where did this group of young people expect such a beautiful cousin to strike so hard? And that little kid? They ran away. How dare they stay?" Yi Tsuanshin turned her head to stare at Chen Haonan. Her mouth wrinkled, and she said softly, "Little guy, come and compete with me." Chen Haonan was a bit stunned. Yi Tsuanshin's 2 kicks just now were bullish. The power could be said to be just right. And the first kick would be a big problem if it was too strong and burst Wang Tai's balls. But it was just enough to make Wang Tai die of pain, but not so much that he would be ruined by kicking him. A hard kick in the back just stuns. Seems easy, in fact, is not simple at all. The power to pinpoint very precise. Overweight did not live kicked into a concussion or cerebral hemorrhage. The same will be out of life. Yi Tsuanshin is so powerful? In Fire Phoenix she specializes in sniping and fights very well, so it seems kinda similar to the plot. Yi Tsuanshin is more surprised than Chen Haonan. Just now Chen Haonan one person to single-handedly challenge more than a dozen young people. If he is on his own, certainly easy to deal with. But Chen Haonan is only a 10-year-old kid. This makes people cannot figure out. And before I did not see Chen Haonan practice martial arts. How suddenly become so powerful? Yi Tsuanshin could see very clearly that when Chen Haonan was fighting against the enemy, his entire attack routine was skillful, and he already had the style of a great man. That's why I wanted to go out and compete to make sure. Ding dong! The Junior Soldier King system releases the accompanying mission, Robbery Examination. Completing it rewards 100 experience value. A crisp voice came from Chen Haonan's ears. Where's the robbery? Raising his eyes, he saw Fan Tianlei walking towards them with his briefcase clutched. Chen Haonan's small eyes lit up. Isn't that something? Chen Haonan scattered his legs and ran towards Fan Tianlei. Yi Tsuanshin shouted behind him. Chen Haonan, what are you doing? Who knows that the next scene? Yi Tsuanshin dumbfounded, only to see Chen Haonan ran past Fan Tianlei's side, quick as a flash. A hand pulled Fan Tianlei's briefcase, turned and ran. Fan Tianlei was stunned. What was this? Robbery. Robbing to the head of my titular Special Brigade Chief of Staff. Fan Tianlei's face sank as he shouted. Rabbit brat. Don't run. Eat the bear's heart and leopard's gall. Fan Tianlei chased after Chen Haonan. It's finally catching up. Chen Haonan also glanced back at Fan Tianlei. Start sprinting at full speed. Fan Tianlei was an expert. His physique was much stronger than the average person. Chen Haonan didn't dare to be careless. However, Chen Haonan was now proficient in fighting arts, and with his small size, he was much more agile than Fan Tianlei when running down the street. Just see Chen Haonan vertical leap, hands down a light pressure. The figure gently floating over the road railings, rushed to the opposite side of the road, on the face of a small car, looked to hit Chen Haonan, the other side of the rapid braking. Chen Haonan is the foot of a pedal. The small hand is bracing the front of the car and turned over, lightly landed on the opposite side of the road, dazzled the beautiful woman driving the car. Whose bear is this? In a blink of an eye, he saw a uniformed soldier, also in front of him, rushing across the room. What's the situation? Sticking his head up, he saw the officer in direct pursuit of the kid from earlier. The street soon showed such an image. Only a child was seen running nimbly in front, followed by a chasing officer. The officer couldn't catch up with the kid no matter how hard he tried. What's going on? Such a big man, or a soldier, how come he can't even catch up with a kid? Are soldiers that bad now? But they were taking a closer look at the kid, wide-eyed. How do you run so fast? Is this still a child? Yi Tsuanshin desperately chased after him and broke out in a cold sweat when she saw Chen Haonan crossing the road. If you know that Chen Haonan's identity is not trivial, if there is really an accident, the consequences. Fan Tianlei ran wildly all the way, running in a particularly suffocating manner, almost running to the outskirts of the countryside under the flyover. Panting and sweating, he raised his eyes, only to see that little brat, sitting under the bridge abutment, leisurely crossing his legs, and with a touch of sarcasm, he said, "You're really running slowly enough. Here, take it." Chen Haonan casually tossed the briefcase to Fan Tianlei. Fan Tianlei took the briefcase, almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. His own Hall of Wolf Teeth Special Brigade Chief of Staff let a brat despise. If word of this gets out to the boys in the army, they'll laugh their asses off. Can I be a Special Forces soldier now? Chen Haonan raised his eyebrows, exuding an arrogant energy that was extremely inconsistent with his age. Fan Tianlei was slightly startled by this kid. Fan Tianlei's run was indeed suffocating. In terms of speed with the other party much worse, but the other party's small size, and extremely flexible, through the crowd, like a small fish in the water, smooth as hell. One is at a great disadvantage in this regard. Plus this kid, too good to use the advantages of their own bodies, all run to the more cluttered places, a variety of obstacles. He used the advantages of the body. Can easily cross? The speed is not affected in the slightest. They had to spare a little. The speed of a slowdown. It was not easy to catch up with a large, and then fell back. It's the more you run, the more depressed you get and the more the distance increases. But this little kid is not simple. Fast speed not to mention. The body is very flexible. And endurance is amazing. The two of them this front and back, at least ran nearly 10 kilometers. This was nothing to Fan Tianlei, but to a child, it was quite terrifying. And just about halfway through, there are all sorts of obstacles to get around. The more Fan Tianlei looked, the more surprised he was. How in the world did this kid practice? Elementary school robbery. What's wrong with that? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the robbery test and shocking Fan Tianlei, rewarded with an experience value of 100. This crisp voice sounded in Chen Haonan's ears, characteristically moving. Only 100 points short of another upgrade. Upgrading gives you new skills. OMG. Fan Tianlei is really a milk delivery nanny. With the invincible fighting technique obtained from previous upgrades, Chen Haonan knocked over more than a dozen youngsters by himself, a feeling that was particularly refreshing. In the past, he was also a special forces soldier, in the area of fighting arts, not particularly outstanding. Single combat fighting arts a pair of 3 he was sure to dry down 5 or 6 first-class soldiers, but if he faced more than 5 people, he only lost the part. In addition, after mastering the invincible fighting technique, during the running process just now, one could easily play it out, jumping, rolling, sliding and so on, smoothly and incomparably, which was also one of the reasons why one was able to easily throw Fan Tianlei away by a large margin. That's why Chen Haonan's one mind is now on upgrading. Have more skills. The future achievement of the strongest teenage soldier king. Fan Tianlei thought of Chen Haonan's amazing shooting performance from the beginning, then to the weighted cross-country running, and then to dry over a dozen then nearly 10 years older than his youth, and then to the present all the way to run 10 kilometers of performance. Whether it is from the physical quality or the basic skills of the special forces, undoubtedly is a first class. Elementary school kids in the military? Fan Tianlei just laughed. This joke is indeed a bit big, even if he agrees. The brigade commander's level certainly does not agree. When Fan Tianlei saw Yi Cunxin catching up without taking a breath, her face just flushed with a hint of redness. He couldn't help but show a look of approval, thinking, this girl is good, perfect for a soldier. Looking at Chen Haonan again, he asked softly, did your brother start practicing martial arts from a young age? Yi Cunxin didn't have a good voice and said, I don't even know what's going on. She really wasn't sure. It felt like her entire being had changed since this little cousin of hers had watched the military training. Temperament, fighting skills, temperament. A completely different person. Fan Tianlei smiled faintly and introduced himself. I'm Fan Tianlei, the Chief of Staff of the Wolf-Tooth Commando Team of the Wolf-Tooth Special Operations Brigade of the East China Military Region. Not a bad person. Yi Cunxin's eyes lit up and said, hello. She grew up with a special admiration for the military, especially the special forces. The military district has started recruiting female soldiers and is preparing to form a women's special brigade. Your physical quality is good. I'll give you a letter of introduction, so you can give it a try. Fan Tianlei continued. Yi Cunxin was delighted in his heart and said, thank you, Chief of Staff. I will definitely go and sign up. She had long dreamed of filling the army, and now that she had such a great opportunity and a chance to become a special forces soldier, she certainly wouldn't miss it. Chen Haonan on one side couldn't sit still, jogged over, pushed Yi Cunxin away, and said, cousin, it's not nice of you to steal the show? Turning that wizened little face, she crossed her little legs and split her head and scolded, can't you see that I'm much better than her? Ha ha. Fan Tianlei was amused, laughed aloud, and did not get angry. He is indeed right, but unfortunately the age is there. So when it, Yi Cunxin looked embarrassed and pulled Chen Haonan with a hand, saying, stop it, what kind of soldier are you? A little kid? If you really want to be a soldier, wait until you grow up. Chen Haonan was not happy. How can I upgrade quickly if I can't complete the main quests without being a soldier? How do you become a soldier king? You want me to go back to being a schoolboy? No way. Chen Haonan shook off Yi Cunxin's palm and said aloud to Fan Tianlei, playing with me, right? Let's have a match. Either promise me or you must give me a letter of introduction. You want to fight me? Fan Tianlei was stunned. What? You don't dare? Still have the nerve to say you're a special forces soldier? You don't even have this bit of hairy guts. Chen Haonan's small nose wrinkled. I despise you. Fan Tianlei laughed out loud. Not a small mouth. Okay, I'll have some fun with you, but no crying if you fall and hurt yourself later. I thought you didn't have any eggs. Come on. The fact that this was said by a little brat made Fan Tianlei cry and laugh. Don't be ridiculous. Come back with me and do your homework. Although Yi Tsuanshin said on her lips that Chun Haonan shouldn't fool around, she didn't really stop. She was also curious. I'll let you have 3 moves first. Come on. Fan Tianlei set up his horse stance and stood steadily. Chun Haonan's mouth curled slightly and said softly, "Don't feel ashamed of your face when you're knocked down." As he spoke, his small feet violently kicked towards the ground. His legs slightly bent, his body bowed like a half-moon, and he suddenly exerted his strength, rushing towards Fan Tianlei. Fan Tianlei didn't even care when he saw Chen Haonan's pink punch coming. Without flickering or avoiding, he intended to fight hard against Chen Haonan's punch. The corner of Chen Haonan's mouth revealed a hint of a smile as he thought, "What do you mean by guttering?" Although his current physique was only that of an adult, his strength was 10 times that of an adult. That's pretty scary. Fan Tianlei's physical attributes were around 5 or 6 times that of a normal person, which equated to 5 or 6 times the strength of a normal person. There was a big difference between this and when Chen Haonan exploded at full strength. It's no wonder Fan Tianlei was careless. A former king of soldiers, being that it was him, even an ordinary adult, if a child threw a punch, would dodge it? Not at all. Fan Tianlei just slightly zipped his horse stance and put up a stance, knowing that this kid's attacks were skillful and his strength should be about the same as an adult's. So this punch, even if he let him hit him hard on his body, it wouldn't have much of an effect on himself. This will make the little brat know what he's doing. Snap. Who knows? Fan Tianlei's face was still with a bit of a smile on his face, but when Chen Haonan struck his abdomen with a punch, he only felt a majestic force coming from his small fist. The stomach felt as if it was turning over. Who knows? Chen Haonan followed the small shoulders, and then ruthlessly hit. The two forces superimposed. Snapped. Fan Tianlei only felt that he was subjected to 1,000 pounds of force. He could not control himself. His chrysanthemums loosened. His feet left the ground, and he fell fiercely on the ground, rolling out 2 or 3 meters before he stabilized his body. This caused Yi Tsuanshin, who was watching from the side, to be dumbfounded and stunned. Seeing that Chen Haonan still wanted to rush over to beat up Fan Tianlei, he rushed up, twisted Chen Haonan's small ear with one hand, and said sternly, "Stop, you've got a lot of guts, even the adults dare to hit. Hurry up and apologize to the chief of staff. We were in a competition." Chen Haonan had a bellyful of dissatisfaction. Fan Tianlei was hit by Chen Haonan. His eyes were starry-eyed, and his heart was appalled. How is this little guy's strength so great? If he knew that Chen Haonan had only exerted 7 points of his strength, wouldn't he be scared out of his wits? Lumbering to his feet, he rose up and patted the dust off his body, revealing a look of embarrassment. "Chief of staff, I'm sorry, my cousin is too naughty. When I go back, I will teach him a good lesson." Yi Tsuanshin hurriedly apologized. "He lost," Chen Haonan emphasized. "Lose to meet my demands." Yi Tsuanshin glared fiercely at Chen Haonan and said, "Shut up, the chief of staff was letting you off the hook, not getting to know you as a brat, okay?" Fan Tianlei's ears were red. Hurriedly from the briefcase, took out the introduction letter to Yi Tsuanshin, said, "This little cousin of yours, marvelous, when he grows up you can consider letting him go to be a soldier. In addition, this letter is my recommendation for you to go to the military district." "For me? Great." Yamura Xin was so excited looking at the introduction letter that she almost didn't cheer. "Great, I finally have a chance to be a soldier." Chen Haonan skimmed his mouth, very dissatisfied. Fan Tianlei gave the letter of introduction and immediately slipped away. The excited Yi Tsuanshin, completely ignoring Chen Haonan's protests, directly pulled him home. A bellyful. Letting Fan Tianlei go caused his plan to go down the drain, but he couldn't beat her up severely. So along the way, Yi Tsuanshin was excited and Chen Haonan was depressed. The two of them one after the other. Chen Haonan walks and stomps like a little adult. Yi Tsuanshin was in a good mood as she followed behind, not paying any attention to this little guy who seemed to be very angry. "Back home. Uncle, aunt, we're back," Yi Tsuanshin shouted as soon as she entered the door. Chen Haonan muffled his voice, came in, sat directly on the sofa and clicked on the TV, tuned to the military channel. "Why are you back so late? Hurry up and wash your hands and get ready to eat." Chen Haonan's mother came out from the kitchen and said. His father, Chen Haodong, heard the sound from downstairs and came down from his study. The second old man saw Chen Haonan looking like he was really pissed off, and was watching TV, or a military program, which was a bit strange. It's still all because of Chen Haonan. Yi Tsuanshin frothed at the mouth about Chen Haonan fighting with the group of boys in the military district. "Uncle, aunt, do you know how ferociously he fights? A dozen kids older than him, he dared to rush up and fight with them. Pissed me off," Yi Tsuanshin complained. "Really? Of course it's true," Yi Tsuanshin said. Yi Tsuanshin was still thinking about seeing who gets spanked this time. But who knows? Uncle and aunt ran to Chen Haonan's front. looked left and right, and also grabbed a few of Chen Hanan's small hands, small legs, and there were no injuries to be seen on his face. Before Uncle said excitedly, "Son, you're finally fattening up your guts. Not bad, worthy of being my seed." This dazzled Yi Tsuanshin. "And encouraging your little cousin to fight people?" Chen Hanan didn't bother with them either, watching the military program on his own. This caused the two oldest to look at each other a little bit in disbelief, confused as to what was going on, hurriedly pulling Yi Tsuanshin to the side. "Tsuanshin, what happened to Chen Hanan?" Chen Hanan's mother, Xiao Shu, asked softly. "What else could it be? Didn't I take him to see the military training today?" As a result, he said he wanted to be a soldier, but also to be a special forces soldier, and happened to meet the chief of staff of the military region, and had to pester people to be a soldier. As a result, people didn't fancy him, but on the contrary, they fancy me, and only gave me the enlistment introduction letter, not him, so they got angry. Yi Tsuanshin said, "Being a soldier? This is good." Chen Haodong praised from the side, turned and ran over to Chen Haonan, said encouragingly, "Good boy, have ambition. It's a man who grows up to be a soldier as long as he has the opportunity to do so. However, you are now only 10 years old. How to become a soldier? Don't be angry. Study hard first, and then join the army when you grow up. I'll give you $20,000 of pocket money this month." Seeing that Chen Haonan didn't say anything, his father Chen Haodong smiled and said, 30,000? 30,000 isn't enough. Then 50,000? Worthy of being my son. Okay, 100,000 a month. Chen Haonan finally reached out his small hand. "I want it now." "No problem." After less than 3 minutes, Chen Haodong took out a small stack of brand new huaxia coins from the safe and put them into Chen Haonan's hands. One stack of 10,000. Exactly 10 stacks. Chen Haonan carried a bag of money and went back to his room to play. Yi Tsuanshin was stunned. This is giving 100,000 pocket money? This? How old is he? Uncle, you're pampering him too much like this. You'll spoil him, and then he'll become a fearless troublemaker. What should we do? Yi Tsuanshin said. Chen Haodong said in disbelief. This child has always been timid. It's not like you don't know. Today it's rare to be so brave. And uncle isn't short of money. He's only short of a man. So if he becomes brave, $1 million of pocket money isn't even a problem. Ha ha, my son has finally become brave. Good job. Yi Tsuanshin was completely speechless. Chen Haonan returned to his room and brought up the Ant Gene potion. Take a deep breath, then swallow it in one gulp. The whole body once again felt like it was being bitten by ants all over, and the pain was incomparable. But this time the level of pain seemed to be slightly weaker than last time. Think about this as normal. Chen Haonan's physique has now reached the adult physique. Resistance of course the first time to be much stronger. The pain will correspond to a few points less. 5 minutes over. It was only when the pain in Chen Haonan's body faded away completely. With it came an indescribable refreshment. Hurriedly check one's attributes. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, primary school student. Level, 2. Root bone, 2. Mental, 2. Strength, 20. Speed, 2. Skills, invincible shooting. Invincible fighting. Experience value, 100 out of 200. Chen Haonan couldn't help his joy. In addition to the strength increasing to 20 times, other attributes are also doubled. Gently clenching the palm of his hand, he immediately felt a majestic strength coming from his arm. The power of the whole body swarmed up. Chen Haonan gently leaped and braced his hands on the ground, doing push-ups. It doesn't feel like you're using a bit of force at all, and then it's very easy to switch to 2 fingers. 20 times the strength of a normal human. It's truly terrifying. Hundreds of them in a row, without taking a breath, without a single sweat coming out of his forehead. After trying continuous bouncing and moving, speed was really twice as fast as before, only to see Chen Haonan violently take a step or two forward, followed by a fist strike, surprisingly emitting a whistling sound. Rigid and fierce, the dull punch gave an extremely heavy feeling. Fantastic. This kind of pleasure brought about by rapidly raising his power made Chen Haonan feel extremely good. It's a little painful to take, but it's worth it. We must accelerate our upgrades, obtain more Ant Gene potions, and continuously strengthen our bodies. Chen Haonan clenched his small fists and felt taut all over, so he took off the clothes on his body and stood by the mirror, and his eyes lit up again. Arms, upper chest, abdomen, all of them are muscles, and they look extremely smooth and perfectly flowing. It looks and feels like a rigid force. The changes brought about by the Ant Gene potion. If this body is going to participate in bodybuilding, who can match it? Chen Haonan was contentedly admiring his perfect physique when suddenly the door pushed open. Yi Tsuanshin's eyes widened when she saw Chen Haonan at a glance. Is this the little cousin you know? When did he get in such good shape? Although he was still small, His body was covered with assembly line muscles, and he looked over to make people feel comfortable with a visually shocking but manly texture. Tough guy. No wonder it was able to knock Fan Tian Lei off in one go. What are you doing here? I haven't promised to forgive you. Chen Haonan turned around and said. Yi Tsuanshin frowned. Always feel Chen Haonan with the previous very different. Temperament also changed a kind. Completely not that all day will only follow their own buttocks behind the brat. Often say, cousin I give you pocket money, you help me. More of an adult now. Well, I was wrong about what happened during the day, and I apologize. Chen Haonan snorted coldly, not even lifting his head for a moment. If apologizing is useful, what do we need the police for? Yi Tsuanshin was stunned. How did this little guy say such profound words? The following days, Chen Haonan lived an uneventful life, training himself every day. I started getting up at the crack of dawn to run, and back in the back garden to do various fitness applications and practice various fighting techniques. The parents were so happy to see such a big change in Chen Haonan that they immediately ordered the nanny to prepare the most sumptuous food every day. What made Chen Haonan a bit strange was that Yi Tsuanshin hadn't even gone there, and had stayed at home, secretly observing him. Perhaps it was because of a woman's curiosity at work, seeing Chen Haonan skyrocketing changes, starting to be extremely curious. He also followed Chen Haonan and ran together, only to find that he couldn't even outrun Chen Haonan. The last time he had seen Chen Haonan running wildly down the street, even Fan Tian Lei couldn't catch up with him, thinking that it was because Chen Haonan's body was small and his movements were so sensitive that he could easily avoid all sorts of obstacles. But now it seemed that this was definitely not the case. Even if there were no obstacles, one could not run past Chen Haonan even if one ran with all one's might. This appalled Yi Tsuanshin. In the courtyard to see Chen Haonan boxing. Have a board, said the smooth, cannot help but want to spar with him, but in the end cannot put face. Fan Tian Lei in front of him have suffered. Their own with him to fight can be dipped into the cheap, just forcing down the intense curiosity and piquing. Chen Haonan also ignored. She liked to see it, anyway, if she asked. He said that he was uneducated. No one can examine. During these 7 days, Chen Haonan had also been to the summer camp, which was strangely disbanded. Chen Haonan guessed that it was 80% that Wang Tai and the others had been beaten and lost at the hands of a child, and didn't have the face to continue. Early morning sunlight once again shines on the earth. Chen Haonan just came back from exercising and found that on his small desk, there was a small report of apology. Glancing at it, the meaning on it was that she had gone a bit overboard with the last time, and asked little comrade Chen Haonan to forgive her. She is going to report to the barracks tomorrow, and will be a soldier in the future, and will seldom see each other. So I hope Chen Haonan will study well and grow up quickly. Leaving tomorrow? Time flies. To complete the system's main quest, we have to get out of here and enter the barracks before we say, whatever, and start running away from home. Chen Haonan said to do it, secretly stuffed his small bag full of 100,000 cash, and then found an excuse to run to the mall. Give me 2 sets of these uniforms, 2 pairs of military shoes, 1 green backpack. Chen Haonan entered a military high-fashion specialty store. Small fingers need their own line. Eyes do not blink. Buy. Not bad money. Prepare everything into the newly purchased green marching backpack. Back at home reason to write a big pen. Wrote a letter to leave home. The child is determined to break through the many passes. Learning not to become famous, vow not to return. Burying the bones of Winnie to Mulberry Outlet, where life is not the green hills. The next morning, it was the same as usual, but this time it was different. Chen Haonan changed into a brand new military uniform and sneaked out of the house with his luggage on his back. Of course, before he left, he didn't forget to steal Yi Tsuanshin's introduction letter and train ticket. Come to the curb, take a cab, go straight to the train station. Little friend, why are you alone? The ticket inspector's aunt asked suspiciously. Where's your adult? Where are you going? My mom is in the back. She told me to go in first and wait. She'll come in later. Chen Haonan said calmly. Your mom is really hard on you here, sparing you to carry so many things. But little friend, you're really good, carrying so many things like it's a game. The ticket inspector's aunt felt sorry for Chen Haonan and let him go in first. Who made Chen Haonan so handsome and cute? Chen Haonan had just walked into the train when a crisp beep suddenly came from his ears. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for entering the Junior Soldier King's main mission and preparing to join the Special Forces. Rewarded with 100 experience points. Ha, didn't you not complete the mission yet? How come the rewards have started? There won't be no rewards behind it, right? No, there's a reward behind it. It's a reward for the host for finally starting the quest process. That good? Looks like it's time for an upgrade. Sure enough. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 2 and obtaining 1 skill extraction opportunity. Considering that the host is still a young child, the system extracts the skill on behalf of the host. Ding dong. The host has gained invincible vision and has become a 10-mile eagle's eye. Chen Haonan was slightly stunned. 10-mile eagle eye? Eagles can indeed see things clearly for 10 kilometers. And so can he? Chen Haonan ignored it for the time being and followed the location of the train ticket, looking for his own compartment and location. Excuse me. Chen Haonan carrying is a large green duffel bag. Walking through the aisle, not paying attention to people, only see the backpack is moving. Cannot see the person. This kid is awesome. Being such a big backpack, it's packed with a lot of stuff, isn't it? Awesome. I think he is still an elementary school student. So small, and his strength is so big. What if he grows up in the future? Travelers in the carriage gave Chen Haonan a thumbs up when they saw him. When Chen Haonan came to his position, a middle-aged man with a gentleman's name stood up and smiled. Little friend, let me help you. Then he prepared to help Chen Haonan unload the backpack on his back. As a result, Chen Haonan's arm twisted, his right hand twisted, and the large green backpack put under his feet. It can be. The strength is not small. The middle-aged man praised. Uncle, put it up for me. No problem. The middle-aged man wanted to lift the backpack with one hand. Can be a right-handed grab. Good guy, heavy as hell. Even one hand cannot lift. Rushed too. Held his breath, which put the backpack on the luggage rack. It's estimated to be 100 pounds. This stunned the middle-aged man. This strength is not inferior to that of an adult in any way. How old is he? Are all elementary school kids this scary now? Suddenly thinking of his own baby at home who was also his age, but still playing with Play-Doh, the middle-aged man had an urge to go back to the same room in his heart. Thank you, uncle, Chen Haonan politely said. Chen Haonan's strength is great, but not tall enough. Thought of throwing up directly, but so it looks too shocking, or a little low-key. You're welcome. The two sat down. The middle-aged man surveyed this little Hercules, a green military uniform, like a small soldier. More curious, little friend, where are you going? Chen Haonan smiled slightly and said, go and become a soldier. Being a soldier? Kids, you're so funny. Chen Haonan didn't argue and said softly, Uncle, I'm a bit tired. Take a rest. Okay, you rest first. Being forehead by such a heavy thing, if I were me I would be tired enough too. The middle-aged man smiled. Where was Chen Haonan resting? He was preparing to extract invincible vision. Fusion. In a flash a white light flashed into Chen Haonan's mind, and in an instant Chen Haonan felt that his eyes suddenly felt a cool, indescribable comfort. Opening his eyes, he looked across the room. Can't see through. Chen Haonan was slightly very disappointed, then turned his head towards the window. 10 meters a pretty woman with delicate little studs hidden under her hair. 50 meters an old grandpa with a deep wrinkle on his face. 100 meters a middle-aged woman with a few gray hairs in her hair. Chen Haonan's vision is still so clear the further away he looks. 500 meters. 600 meters. 1000 meters. It was still stretching forward, as if there was no head in sight. After seeing a skyscraper whose farthest distance from the line of sight was estimated to be 3,000 meters away, a young white-collar worker could be seen through the transparent glass, standing on the balcony with a delicate coffee cup, enjoying the view in the distance. Bull. More awesome than a high-powered telescope. The importance of unrivaled vision in marching cannot be overstated. Wouldn't it be like a fish out of water in the future when combined with your own invincible gun skills? Chen Haonan was excited just thinking about it. Chen Haonan gradually retracted his gaze. His eyes brightened slightly, and he saw that not far away, 3 young people were carrying their luggage over. If it isn't He Changwang, Wang Ribing, and Li Erniu, they've come to join the army as well? Chen Haonan revealed a hint of doubt as he was looking back. I'll go. Isn't that Yi Tsunshin? How did you get here so fast? Chen Haonan got up and hurriedly said to the middle-aged man. My mom is coming up. I'm going down to school. Goodbye, uncle. The middle-aged man then looked back and smiled. See you later. He had just been surprised at how this child had gone out on his own, but it turned out to be the case. This kid is amazing. He knows what he's doing. At the entrance of the entry point, Yi Tsunshin looked around for Chen Haonan's figure. In the morning, she woke up how could not find her ticket. Even the letter of introduction is missing. Finally went to look for Chen Haonan. Found Chen Haonan left behind the report of running away from home. Almost did not gasp. This guy is getting lawless. Such a ridiculous thing to do. May I ask if you've seen a young boy about this tall and relatively handsome looking, around 10 years old? Yi Tsunshin inquired to the ticket inspector. See, you're his parent, aren't you? You're really relieved to let such a small child carry so much stuff and leave him alone. He's already inside, so go find him quickly, the ticket inspector said softly. Thanks. Yi Tsunshin hurriedly entered the station, looking for his position with his previous memory. Find the compartment and go up. Erniu, you see that chick is pretty, right? Wang Rippling Bing's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Tsunshin who was walking towards him and laughed softly. It's indeed pretty, but I think that it's still our village's Tsuehua who's prettier. Li Ernio cracked his big mouth and laughed. Talking about your Tsuehua again, you look at the girl. What a good figure. Curvy in front and back. Handsome in appearance. How nice it would be if she could be my girlfriend. Wang Bing's eyes kept rolling. He Changwang, do you think she's going to be a soldier too? How am I supposed to know? It's not like the word join the army is written on her face. He Changwang said indifferently, but she would definitely look good in a military uniform as well. Ernio, listen, do you hear me? Wang Bing sked. Brother, are you saying that my sister is pretty? Wang Ribbing turned his head to see a 10-year-old child standing beside him and said, she's my sister. She just said to me that she feels that you're quite good, and asked me to pass on a sentence to you, wanting to get to know you, thinking that you're particularly handsome. Chen Haonan softly said, really? Wang Ribbing was so excited that his eyes were round. I've told you that I'm handsome, right? No wonder the magpies kept calling in the yard this morning, so it's my peach blossom luck. Wang Rippling Bing said excitedly, big brother, I'm watching you. Chen Haonan turned and walked away from the other side. Ha ha. Wang Ribbing was so excited that he almost didn't jump up, hastily shaking the clothes on his body. He said to Li Ernia, little kids don't lie. Wait and see how I'm going to teach you to pick up girls. Yi Tsuanqin finally found her place and said suspiciously, where is everyone? The middle-aged man sitting next to him said, are you the little boy's mother? So young. He looked at Yi Tsuanqin as only in his early 20s. Right. Little boy already. The age is not right. Ah. Is it well maintained? A black line rose from Yi Tsuanqin's forehead. The middle-aged man explained. He went back to school on his own. And you, as a mom, let a child run around? Yi Tsuanqin almost didn't smoke through her 7 orifices and said fiercely, nonsense again. I'll beat you up. The middle-aged man's face sank as he said, why are you like this? I am kindly reminding you. Your child is still young. Let him carry such a heavy thing. It is not good for his growth, either. Yi Tsuanqin couldn't bear it and said angrily, I don't even have a boyfriend. Where did I get a child? If you talk any more nonsense, don't think that I won't dare to beat you up just because you are a man. Has been paying attention to Yi Tsuanqin movements of Wang Yanbing heard, eyes bright. See that the Mediterranean middle-aged man, obviously is to see people beautiful, deliberately looking for such a lame excuse to accost. The opportunity to save the beauty of the hero came. Besides, didn't your brother say she had a crush on him and thought he was handsome? If we don't show it now, when will we show it? Wang Yanbing came and smiled dashingly at Yi Tsuanqin. Then a big hand pressed the middle-aged man's shoulder without any explanation, saying, buddy, you're old. Why are you still using this kind of rustic method to get close to a pretty girl? You can almost be someone's uncle, like an old cow eating young grass? The middle-aged man was first inexplicably threatened by Yi Tsuanqin, and now a small punk appeared to press himself. His heart was furious. Who old ox eats young grass? Don't spit blood. Loosen your hand. Wang Yanbing was afraid that the other party would not be angry, and said, how is it that you have been exposed as a trick and have become annoyed? Scoundrel, let go. Wang Yanbing itself is a small gangster, fighting and a good hand. See, the middle-aged man violently stood up. Seems to want to fight. Ah. Hands sharp, back a buckle. Press the middleman. Said, you this skill, still want to pretend in front of me? In a curse, believe it or not, I throw you out of the carriage. The middle-aged man couldn't lift his head from the pressure, and his heart was burning. Wang Yanbing had a smug face, then said to Yi Tsuanqin, hello, my name is Wang Yanbing. To deal with this kind of old hooligan, you have to be a bit tough, otherwise you won't remember. Yi Tsuanqin stared at Wang Yanbing and cut, let go of that, uncle. We're just having a misunderstanding. It's not right for you to think you're right and strike out at someone. This script isn't right. Didn't that kid say her sister had a crush on me? Fake? Wang Yanbing was a bit turned around, but he let go of the middle-aged man. As a result, this beautiful girl didn't even look at him and directly left the carriage. Have I been tricked by a child? Wang Yanbing was puzzled in his heart. Didn't he say he had a good feeling about me? How come it's such an attitude? Chen Haonan saw everything that happened in the carriage clearly. For the first time, Chen Haonan felt the wonders of the invincible 1,000-mile eagle eye. It's as if you can pull the character in close and see the shape of the other person's mouth, the expression on their face, the subtle movements on their body, and so on. Seeing Yi Tsuanqin's face full of displeasure, she got down from the train. After getting off the bus, looking around, still did not see Chen Haonan figure, and indeed went to find the previous ticket inspector, and finally left with an ugly face. Chen Haonan watched Yi Tsuanqin leave and returned to the carriage with a whimper, still sitting in his original position with a calm face. What? With a stunned look on his face, the middle-aged man asked, you're not going to school? My mom said she's taking a leave of absence for me, so I won't go to school first. Chen Haonan had a calm face. The middle-aged man was a bit speechless. Did he just get the wrong person? Thinking about it, he should have gotten the wrong person. How can there be such a young mom, having a baby at 10 years old? The center shook his head in self-deprecation. When Wang Yanbing saw that little brat running back again, a black line popped up on his forehead. He got up and ran over, questioning, "What was that just now? Even big brother you dare to cheat. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up." Wang Yanbing put on a fierce look. "You little brat. Speak clearly, what's going on? Otherwise, there's going to be trouble for you." Just now, he had been lost face by Yi Tsuanshin, and going back and letting Li Ernia tell jokes was particularly unpleasant. Was looking for the little bastard who started it all. No sign of him. Now it's popping up again. And what do you want? People are still a child. The middle-aged man couldn't sit still and spoke out when he saw Wang Yanbing bullying people 3 times. "You shut up, believe it or not. I'll beat you up again?" Wang Yanbing threatened. "Stay honestly to the side. No one will take you as dumb." Chen Haonan unhurriedly pulled out a Terrence from his bag and slowly inhaled it, not rushing to answer. "Hey, you kid. You've got some balls." Wang Yanbing raised his cross eyebrows and his fire got even bigger. Chen Haonan also ignored it and continued to pull out something. An Apple X, or the latest model. Burying his head in the game, he didn't even bother with him. Treat Wang Yanbing like air. Holy shit, to heyo ah. Wang Yanbing was completely ignored by a 1 elementary school student. His lungs were about to explode and his hands were shaking with anger. "Little brat, pretending to be a bully. Are you? Say clearly what's going on." Suddenly striking out and reaching for the back of Chen Haonan's neck. But in the flash of lightning, Chen Haonan's action is faster than Wang Yanbing. Backhandedly grabbed his wrist. A pull, while the other small hand, backhandedly grabbed, just pinched the back of Wang Yanbing's neck, aptly pressed on the countertop. Wang Yanbing's brain was blinded for a moment, and he struggled, but his small hands were pressed against the back of his head, and he couldn't move. Even the strength of his milk was used, but the other's small hands were like iron clamps. Wang Yanbing couldn't get up from being pressed by a small hand, as if 1,000 pounds. That's a lot of strength for a kid? Took the power pill? He Changwon, who was squinting and sleeping in the front position, saw Wang Yanbing squatting on the ground with a twisted look on his face, his body leaning forward a bit, seeming to make a lot of effort to go up, but he couldn't get up from being pressed by a heavy object. At the sight of a little kid's small hand pressed on Wang Yanbing's shoulder, a little pink face, red, but the expression on his face was a bit cold. At this time, Wang Yanbing was squatting, with a complex expression on his face, a bit pained. At first, I didn't feel anything, but the more I looked at it, the stranger it got, and Wang Yanbing seemed to be holding his face red. "What's wrong with you?" He Changwang shouted at him. "It's okay, fooling around." Wang Yanbing was a very facetious person. If he said that he couldn't get up being pressed by a little kid, wouldn't he make people laugh their asses off? He answered with a hard head. "You can play like this even with a kid?" He Changwang despised. Wang Yanbing whispered, "Little brat, hurry up and let go, or I'll fight back." Chen Haonan, with a pair of big, watery eyes, skimmed a glance, and the strength in his hand immediately increased by 1 point. Wang Yanbing only felt that the strength on his shoulders had increased by another point, and his feet began to tremble. "You can say that if you can stand up." He Changwon looked at Wang Yanbing 2 more times towards Wang Yanbing, who was obviously suffering, but still wanted to save face, and estimated to press his legs, and also smiled towards He Changwon with a pretense of ease. "I'll relax and loosen up. First, Mimiha." He Changwon shook his head, then squinted his little eyes to sleep. "Little brat, when the hell are you going to let go?" Wang Yanbing held on strongly and bitterly. His whole body's strength was all used on his legs, and he couldn't free his hands to reach out and grab Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan skimmed his small mouth with a disdainful expression and whispered, "Apologize and admit your mistake first." The little hand gained a little more strength. Wang Yanbing barely collapsed and sat on his butt. Why does he still have strength in his hands? Did he practice on milk when he was a child? Wang Yanbing cursed in his heart. How could he meet such a perverted brat? How old is he? His strength is so appalling. What's going to happen when he grows up? Chen Haonan to this little hooligan Wang Yanbing does not have much good feelings. All the hooligan strength. The old man is to beat this kind of people. Next to the middle-aged man to see very clearly. Wang Yanbing this is by this child to pressure cannot move. Awesome. Before being pressed by Wang Yanbing to intimidate him repeatedly, he had long been dissatisfied with this young man who looked like a hooligan, and was still being suppressed by him single-handedly, and now it was finally the other party's turn to suffer, not to mention how much it hurt. Also appalled by the power of Chen Haonan, a small child. Looking at the child's tender and cute little face, it was even more admirable when you couldn't see that it was very hard. Terrific. If the children in his own family could be half as strong as he is, he would be happy in his own dreams. and he could be allowed to do all the housework. The middle-aged man couldn't help but sneakily turn his face and laugh softly as he looked at Wang Yanbing's stifled appearance. The surrounding travelers looked at Wang Yanbing, who was squatting on the ground, with puzzled faces and whispered low, "Is he sick? Such a big man, squatting when he has a seat instead of sitting. It looks pretty normal, too. Young people these days are behaving a bit oddly." Wang Yanbing bit her turtle to the extreme. He also wanted to get up but he was pressed to get up One can only pretend to be relaxed. A minute passed. 5 minutes passed. 15 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. Wang Yanbing is still squatting like this. His legs are numb. Bean-sized beads of sweat began to fall down from his forehead. Suffering. Chen Haonan, who was sitting on the side, was still pressing on Wang Yanbing's shoulder with one small hand, and playing with his cell phone with the other hand, reading the news. Chen Wang yawned and raised his eyes to see that Wang Yanbing was still squatting in place. Strange. Carefully measuring the expression on Wang Yanbing's face. It is not easy at all. Tense teeth. Beads of sweat dripping down from his chin. The strangest thing was that the little kid's little hand was still pressed on Wang Yanbing's shoulder, and the kid was calm and playing with his cell phone, not taking Wang Yanbing under his little hand seriously at all. Could it be that Wang Yanbing couldn't get up from his one-handed pressure? Chen Wang was puzzled. If that's the case, this kid's too strong, isn't he? In the novel Li Yuanba 10 years old can lift the double hammer 800 pounds. In front of this child one-handed pressure Wang Yanbing, at least 200 pounds, right? It looks like it hasn't used its full power yet. Isn't this even better than the fictional Li Yuanba? Ernie, you go over and call Wang Yanbing over. Squatting isn't tiring. What a joke with a kid. Chen Wang said. Li Ernie was the strongest of the three of them. With the strength of his arms, he could lift more than 200 pounds of rice packets. Li Ernie was kowtowing melon seeds. Early to see Wang Yanbing has been squatting. A dead brain, he did not think much. Thought Wang Yanbing happy to do it. Center. Li Ernie got up and walked towards Wang Yanbing, with a big grin on his face, walked up to the two of them, reached out and grabbed Wang Yanbing's arm while saying, "Wang Yanbing, what's so good about being with a child?" When he reached out he was met by a small hand grabbing his wrist. "What the heck? Little waif, want to compare strength with your brother?" Li Ernie laughed. Chen Haonan didn't say anything and crooked his neck, knowing that this douchebag had a lot of strength. But at the moment, Chen Haonan was even stronger than him. Li Ernie casually flung his hand, trying to shake off Chen Haonan's small hand, but he actually couldn't move it. Another 3 points of added force and still couldn't move. He had already exerted 7 points of strength. If it were an ordinary adult, he would have been thrown out by himself. Li Ernie added another point of force, or stable and immobile. He almost blurted out, "My mother, what do you eat? This child grew up. How come your strength is so big?" Wang Yanbing had thought that Li Ernie had come to help him, but when he heard Li Ernie burst out with such a sentence, he suddenly felt a sense of despair. Even Li Ernie is no match for him? You should know that Li Ernie's strength is as big as a brute bull. If he can't do anything about it, then I'll have to squat like this. Li Ernie violently another fling. Do not believe in this evil. Waved out 10% of the power. This time should always be the other side of the hand to throw away, right? But it still doesn't move. This really scared Li Ernie. His wrist felt like it was caught in an iron clamp, and his chi and blood were starting to go numb. In looking at this child, a handsome and cute little face, but heroic and arrogant. Whose kid is this? It's awesome. Li Ernie didn't dare to test the waters and said bluntly, "I'm convinced that I'm not as strong as you." Li Ernie's straightforward nature. Chen Haonan is still quite likable, unlike Wang Yanbing a little slick. With that, he let go of Li Ernie. Li Ernie retracted his hand, rubbed the person to rub, and found that small handprints appeared on his wrist. This child's strength is really big enough. What's your name? Whose kid are you? Li Ernie got curious and looked at Chen Haonan wearing a small military uniform, small arms and legs, but godly, a little bit of a small soldier. You go. Chen Haonan waved his hand and told him to go away and not to get in my way. Wang Yanbing then watched Li Ernie walk away, or not have the face to ask for Li Ernie touched his wrist and walked back to Chen Wang with a big grin, saying, "That kid is like he ate a big bull's pill, and has more strength than me." Chen Wang was speechless. This bastard brain how to lack a tendon. Can't you see at all that Wang Yanbing is being pressed to get up? However, Li Ernie tried the force cannot be spelled. He went over and cannot fight with him openly. Otherwise others do not take themselves as a hooligan who bullies children? Little friend, what's your name? Chen Wang shouted with a smile. Chen Haonan glanced at Chen Wang with wide eyes. This guy was one of the piggybacks of the Special Forces world, but Chen Haonan didn't like it. Although it wasn't as slick as Wang Yanbing, but that arrogance, Chen Haonan looked unhappy. A cool-looking little face just glanced at it and ignored it. Chen Wang saw that Chen Haonan was a small man, but his temper was not small, and he even put on a face. He was a little bit unable to laugh and cry, and he gave Chen Haonan a thumbs up and said softly, "You're a cow. I'll see how long your tricks can last." Wang Yanbing looked up and realized that he Changwon didn't mean to step in to help either, and his heart twitched. "Playing with me? You want me to just squat to the end of the line?" Wang Yanbing was frantic in his heart, but there was no room for resistance. At this time, the beautiful female ticket inspector on the aisle came over to check the condition of the carriages, and just as she approached, she saw Chen Haonan at a glance. "Isn't this the kid the young girl was looking for? What's going on here? Don't you say you can't find it?" Chen Haonan also saw this ticket inspector's sister, the very ticket inspector that Yi Tsuanshin had asked about, and looking at the expression on her face she must have recognized herself as well. What to do? It would be a problem if she contacted her family and forced herself off at the next stop. Chen Haonan's small nervous eyes suddenly bright. See, the pretty sister walked over, not waiting for the other party to open their mouths to ask. Chen Haonan slightly smiled up, a mouthful of childish voice, said, "Sister, look at this big brother squatting on the ground. He intends to peep at you." The ticket inspector wore a black professional skirt. The ticket inspector only noticed Chen Haonan just now and didn't pay attention to Wang Yanbing, who had been squatting all the time. And when he looked down, Wang Yanbing's obscene posture. What was it if he wasn't trying to peep? The eyes of the surrounding passengers flicked to Wang Yanbing. Is that what this young man was trying to do after squatting on the floor for so long? He's a good-looking guy, but he's got such dirty thoughts in his head. People's hearts are in the wrong place. The surrounding aunties and uncles began to mutter, and there were even a few beautiful mushrooms around, staring at Wang Yanbing vigilantly. A black line popped up on Wang Yanbing's forehead. Heaven and earth are kind. This little son of a bitch is still a dark man. He had already hacked himself once before because of Yi Tsuanshin, and now he was doing it again. Wang Yanbing put out, be laughed at, better than being treated as a peeping Tom. If the misunderstanding spread to the troops, he enlisted in the army is not a failure? Thinking about it doesn't take into account any face-saving issues. Don't you listen to this little bastard. I was pressed by him and couldn't get up, Wang Yanbing said. The ticket inspector's face sank. Being pressed up against a child? Are you 3 years old? How can you come up with such a lame excuse? The surrounding passengers all looked contemptuous. As soon as Chen Haonan let go of his hand, he waved his two small hands and said, I didn't press him. Shady again. At this moment, Wang Yanbing couldn't get up at all. He had already lost all his strength and his hands and legs were numb. Seeing that Wang Yanbing still wanted to look down, the ticket inspector became irritated and said, what else do you have to say now? Shameless. Wang Yanbing was Chen Haonan itself held a bellyful of fire. Was the ticket inspector this did not say? Plus the surrounding aunt and uncle and so on a different look, as if identified himself as a peeping Tom. The lungs are going to be gashed. Miss, can you be more clear? Who is shameless? Which eye of yours saw me spying on you? Wang Yanbing was originally a punk's molesting girls was his strong suit. You do look good, and your body is okay, but if you want me to spy on you, you haven't gotten that far yet, Wang Yanbing said lazily. When had the pretty ticket inspector ever been molested in such frivolous language, and in front of so many people? Her eyes reddened, her voice choked up, and covering her small mouth, she turned and ran away. This one is shameless enough. Chen Haonan compared a middle finger. Wang Yanbing suffered a big loss, a belly full of pent-up frustration. He has been mixing outside for so many years, or for the first time, to eat such a big boring loss. Even when he was fighting with a dozen punks one-on-one, he did not suffer such a big crime. It took a full half hour before he slowed down and limped back to his spot, being pressed into service as a peeping Tom for no reason. Wang Yanbing hate and fear of Chen Haonan, would like to go over and beat up the brat, but around so many eyes staring, and embarrassed to do it, and then fall into a child abuse charges, when the soldiers did not as, first to go to the bureau squatting, it can only be held back. Chen Haonan acted as if nothing had happened and played with his cell phone, not to mention how cozy he was, and so it was, all the way to peace and quiet. 2 hours later, the train finally arrived at the station. Chen Haonan stepped off the train with his little legs, carrying his duffel bag, and saw a soldier at the exit holding a sign for the Southeast Military Region's newcomer enlistment check-in point, and another soldier holding a loudhailer in his hand, shouting, newcomers heading to the Southeast Military Region, please gather over here. Newcomers traveling to the Southeastern Military District, please gather this way. He Changwon, Wang Yanbing, Li Erniu, and the other three excitedly rushed over to sign up. Wang Yanbing heard small steps behind him and looked back to see that little kid taking small steps, following them all the way. Wang Yanbing hated Chen Haonan to the teeth, really want to fold back to beat him a few slaps. Back then, he had dozens of punks under his hand, bullying whoever he wanted to. When was he bullied by a little kid to shit and piss on his head? However, it was also evil. Since encountering this little thing, it was like encountering a calamity. Always no good. Fiercely glaring at Chun Haonan, saying, "Little brat, what are you following us for?" Chun Haonan pouted and stretched out his small fists, saying, "The road isn't driven by your house. If you want to fight, say it directly. I'll accompany you to the end. Otherwise don't say anything in front of me." Wang Yanbing was immediately choked up. The kid's breath is paralyzing as hell. Wang Yanbing was a bit scared now. Where would he dare to make a move with Chun Haonan? This kid was even stronger than Li Erniu. He didn't want to lose face once more. "Count on you. Adults don't bother with children," Wang Yanbing put in a voice. Cut. Chun Haonan glanced at Wang Yanbing and continued to follow Wang Yanbing and the others. Report. He Changwang and the others excitedly greeted the soldiers who greeted them. After the introduction and registration, the other party pointed to the military vehicle next to him and said, "Just a few more of you. Get in and prepare to return to the military area." Yes, there was a green military truck parked on the road by the side of the road, and He Changwang and the others rushed towards the vehicle with happy faces. Chun Haonan took small broken steps, moving very fast, just avoiding the eyes of those few soldiers, following behind Wang Yanbing and the others, and when he was close to the truck, he made a small flip to get inside the truck. There were already a number of newcomers ready to enlist seated inside. The sight of a small, handsome child in military uniform jumping into a car was all but astonishing. He Changwang, Wang Yanbing and Li Erniu looked puzzled. Wang Yanbing, why did he run up here too? Li Erniu said. What the hell does this little guy want? He's a ghost, isn't he? He's on a collision course with me? A black line appeared on Wang Yanbing's forehead. The other recruits laughed and laughed as they watched the little brat jump onto the military vehicle. Kid, are you in the wrong place? This is a military vehicle for the army. It's going to be a soldier, understand? A tall newcomer said with a smile. Are you lost? Remember your parents' cell phone number? This little kid in a military doctor belt pulled taut, straight back, looked past the spirited. In looking at his small flat head, at first glance quite like that, especially his handsome itself with childish face. I'm here to be a soldier. Chen Haonan frowned and shrugged his shoulders, giving off the air of an adult, yet he was a brat. When the crowd heard this, their faces froze slightly, and then they laughed out loud. You want to be a soldier? Come back when you're older. Stop teasing and get down there. This is no place for you. Chen Haonan stuck one hand in his waist and pointed at Wang Yanbing, with a bit of a childish accent, saying, if you don't believe me, ask him. He can't even beat me. He can be a soldier. Why can't I? At that moment, everyone's eyes looked at Wang Yanbing in unison. Bro, really or not, you can't even beat a kid, can you? A black line sprouted from Wang Yanbing's forehead, sidestepping his face to the side, pretending not to see anything, muttering in his stomach, saying, little bastard, come to tear me down. Every time I meet you, nothing good happens. Li Erniu, who was sitting on the side, gave a thumbs up, cracked his big mouth, and said, this kid is indeed bullish. I'm not even as strong as him. All eyes were once again on Chen Haonan. Li Erniu looks quite thick, but he's not as strong as this little kid? Dude, you're not kidding us, are you? You're such a big guy. You must have a lot of strength. How much strength can he have with his little arms and legs? Li Erniu patted his chest and said sharply, Li Erniu, never tell lies. I had a match with him on the train, and I was no match for him. The crowd looked at Li Erniu's naive face, not like he was joking, and became more and more puzzled. Was this little kid born with natural powers? But even so, he's too young to be a soldier at his age. How is that possible? But this train is going to the military district. He came up and was so righteous. Is he really going to be a soldier? He Changwang, who was the calmest of all, and not as stubborn as Li Erniu, and not as facetious as Wang Yanbing, pulled out a packet of dried potatoes from his bag, and came over to Chen Haonan's side, saying, eat some potato chips. It's very tasty. Tell your brother, are you really here to be a soldier? Chen Haonan skimmed his eyes at He Changwang and said, you look like a big-tailed wolf? He Changwang's smile face suddenly solidified, a face of embarrassment. This little kid, really, dares to dislike anyone. He Changwang looked embarrassed and said with a smile on his face, yes, kids really know how to joke. I think it's quite similar. Chen Haonan's little butt leaned back, sitting steadily in his seat, speaking like a young adult. The crowd roared with laughter again. This kid talks funny. They all glanced towards He Changwang. It's kinda like that. The more you look at it, the more it looks like. The crowd whispered and muttered. This little kid really has the guts to say anything. Childish talk? On the side of Li Erniu carefully measured a long time. He Changwang cracked his mouth and said, really a bit like, before I how did not see out. A black line rose from He Changwang's forehead. He Changwang had sort of seen how powerful this little brat was, having fooled Wang Yanbing before. Is this the kind of mind a little kid has? Against all odds. Forget it for now. There must be a secret on this little kid. Wait until the military district will surely have a parent to pick up. Should be the child of a certain leader of the military district. When the time comes to inquire will not be clear? The crowd was talking and laughing in the car, getting to know each other and getting to know each other. If you ride in the same car, if you pass the test, you'll be comrades in arms and help each other out. He Changwan on the one side also thought to test Chen Haonan and set him on the small secret, but this little guy mouth strict very, holding a small hand, closed eyes to sleep. This made He Changwan feel like he had hit the south wall. As for Wang Yanbing, the farther away from Chen Haonan the better. Where else would he dare to come over and talk? All in all, the journey was a bit weird in its hilarious atmosphere. They were all thinking about what this little kid was really here for. Being a soldier was definitely out of the question. Who's ever seen such a small soldier? Not even a Boy Scout. So many people's thoughts were the same as He Changwang's. It must be the child of one of the leaders in the army. Taking a ride. After more than 3 hours of traveling, we finally reached the military boot camp. Entering the barracks for the first time, many people were excited and thrilled. Looking around to survey their surroundings, only Chen Haonan stood to the side with a calm face and a small hand. Assemble! All the newcomers quickly assemble and line up in several rows in order from highest to lowest. It was only when the assembly was complete that the crowd realized there was an elementary school student in the group. Because he was the smallest, he stood in the last row, at the very back. This has left many newcomers confused and bewildered. What's going on? How come even a little kid is joining the army? Didn't we go through the most rigorous scrubbing to get here? What's that play again? Could it be the son of one of the leaders of the military region, getting an early taste of army life? I think it's 80% like that. Otherwise, how can a little kid qualify to come to the barracks later? After assembling, a tall veteran walked to the front of the group, and with a sweep of his eyes, he surprisingly did not see Chen Haonan. It couldn't be helped. Who let Chen Haonan stand in the queue was too small. Without paying attention, it was really hard to find out. A serious-faced veteran's powerful voice shouted, "Welcome to the Iron Fist Regiment. I am the instructor in charge of this examination. You may call me Old Black Squad Leader." Chen Haonan carefully surveyed this old black. The same as what he looks like on TV. Thick eyebrows and big eyes. With a square face. Very majestic. Registration is now open. Starting from the right, Old Black ordered. "Report, my name is He Changwang." He Changwang, who stood in the first position of the first row, said aloud. "Wrong," Old Black exclaimed. "From the moment you set foot in the barracks, you are vermin and have no name. You are all vermin. Say, I am vermin," Old Black roared. He Changwang straightened his back and shouted, "Report, I'm a pest. Report, I'm a pest." The barracks resounded with a loud and clear pest. Suddenly, a milky, but loud and clear voice, shouted, "Report, I am Chen Haonan. Not a pest." Old Black frowned and snapped, "Who is Chen Haonan? Looking at the sound just now, I only saw that in the last of the back row." The figure of a small kid appeared, looking down to get a clear view. Elementary school students? The Old Black two eyebrows raised a V shape. Thought he saw the eyes. In a closer look, really is a little kid, with a small military uniform, a straight back, and a stalwart look on his face. He seemed quite godlike. What's going on? Where are the kids from? Come out. Old Black's face sank. Who's being so nonsensical? The barracks is a serious place. How did a schoolboy get mixed in? Who made a mess? Chen Haonan did not slow down, stepping with a small positive step with an eye, and walked to Old Black's heel. His voice childish, "Report, my name is Chen Haonan." The crowd wanted to laugh but didn't dare. It was only then that Old Black saw Chen Haonan clearly, about 1 meter. His body seemed quite sturdy when he looked at the past. His eyebrows were clear and very cute, but his eyes carried a sense of arrogance. "Whose kid are you and how did you get here?" Old Black said with a stern face. "Report, I'm here as a soldier." "Being a soldier? You can be a soldier if you want to. Who told you to come here?" Chen Haonan pulled out the introduction letter from his pocket and handed it to Old Black with his small hand, saying, "Instructor Fan Tianlei asked me to come." "Chief of Staff?" Old Black suspiciously took the letter of introduction. "Is indeed a letter of introduction to the military region. Look carefully at a few eyes. It is written, the comrade qualification, physical quality and other aspects of excellent, recommended to participate in the enlistment assessment awards." The inscription is exactly Fan Tianlei's big name. Old Black recognized Van Thierry's writing, because when Fan Tianlei wrote the recommendation letter, he didn't put his name on it, which gave Chen Haonan the opportunity to exploit the loophole. Old Black read and reread the recommendation letter, and then looked at Chen Haonan's tender little face. Has the chief of staff been drinking? What's wrong with you? How can you recommend a brat for the army? The chief of staff is so full of shit. Old Black has been a soldier for 10 years, but it is the first time he has encountered such a thing. Or the chief of staff personally recommended. Fan Tianlei's ability to select people. The soldiers selected ended up being every one of the top soldiers. And the king of soldiers has produced several. But this time, why are you confused? Isn't it a joke to put a schoolboy in the army? Being a soldier is a family affair. Lao He cursed Fan Tianlei in his stomach. This chief of staff will really give himself a problem. Could it be that they went to train high school students, were disgruntled, and pulled a stunt like this? This is not nonsense. My letter of introduction is correct, isn't it? It's all been said that it was Fan Tianlei who begged me to become a soldier. Chen Haonan straightened his shoulders. In the eyes of outsiders trying to make others feel taller. Without answering, Old Black called out to the newcomers. Do any of you know this child? And who brought him? He Chengwan looked surprised. This kid really came to be a soldier? He may be young, but he's not small. The strength is even greater than Li Erniu. Surprisingly, there is also a letter of introduction. It is true that the little guy in the backstage later. No wonder he is so bullish. Li Erniu's eyes widened as he sighed in his heart. Holy cow! To come to be a soldier at such a young age? Awesome! It's much stronger than my childhood ambition. Wang Yanbing laughed bitterly in his heart. He came to be a soldier? It seems like there is a backstage in the future troops. I will not be a joke. The crowd then remembered that when he was in the car he said he was here to be a soldier. And they were all unimpressed at the time. Fa Chen Haonan was the child of one of the leaders of the military district and came to the barracks to experience life. But who would have thought that people are really here to be soldiers? Even the references. Each of them stared curiously at Chen Haonan. I guess he's only 7 or 10 years old. If he really becomes a soldier, he should be the youngest soldier in the Chinese army, right? A precedent has been set. But letting a child come to be a soldier is the first time in history that I've ever met one. Everyone was shaking their heads, and no one said they didn't recognize it. Old Black's head was suddenly as big as a bucket, and he said in a deep voice, rest in place for 10 minutes. Then staring at Chen Haonan, he said, you stand, don't go anywhere. Old Black hurriedly walked to the side, took out his cell phone, dialed Fan Tianlei's cell phone, and said, Chief of Staff, did you open a letter of introduction and recommend a child to join the army in our Iron Fist regiment? At this moment, Fan Tianlei rummaged through the box to find a piece of material, and did not think much about it, saying, yes, what is it? He assumed that the kid Old Black was talking about was Yi Tsuanshin, since he had only opened one letter of introduction. Old Black, I'm telling you, she's not simply quite physically fit, but she's also very good with her hands, and she'll have no problem fighting several of them alone. This is something I found out with great difficulty. You must let her enlist. Fan Tianlei said heavily. Moreover, she's from Qing University, get it? Much more promising than you. A big Old Black with no diploma. Several black lines appeared on Old Black's forehead again, thinking that the chief of staff was really fooling around. Was he gambling with the brigade commander? I told you to give military training to a bunch of kids. Why did you bring a kid to the barracks? You don't want to mess with the brigade commander? You're only 10 years old. And you're still studying at Qingdao University? I don't believe it. It's such a gamble. The joke's on you. Isn't it a joke to have a brat in the army? No way. Can't let anyone see this joke. Chief of Staff, I don't have the skills. I don't want the kid, Old Black said in a hard voice. Old Black, say that again. This soldier, I don't want, Old Black repeated heavily. Fan Tianlei's face sank. These 2 days he was not in a good mood. How come at this time Old Black also added to his own difficulties? Right in the middle of Fan Tianlei's gun. The Old Black man has eaten the leopard's guts. He's questioning his choice of people. How could Yi Tsuanshin be worse? Old Black, I'm ordering you as chief of staff to give this child a try first. I've seen her ability. If you don't believe me, you personally test her, Fan Tianlei ordered. In the military region, it's preparing to set up a special warfare team. It's currently in the planning stage. It's not easy for me to find a seedling. Man, I'll leave it with you for now. Chief of Staff, what are you so confused about? He's a kid. How powerful can he be? I know you can't save face by going to give a little kid military training, but you can't get a kid to come to the barracks. Old Black roared in a deep voice. Why can't she? What's wrong with kids? How big could you have been when you entered the army? Don't talk such nonsense to me. You must let her pass. Fan Tianlei ordered again. That's an order. Doh! Fan Tianlei wanted to emphasize a few more sentences, but Old Black hung up. This Old Black man, den nose on the eyes? Wait for me to go over. Ha. At this moment, Old Black's lungs were about to explode with anger. Lowering his head, he walked back and forth on the ground. Old Fan, you son of a bitch, holding status over me. Such a ridiculous thing to do. You're just trying to take it out on me, aren't you? And you're talking about one man taking down several? Him, a kid? Old Black turned back to look at Chun Haonan, and the more he looked, the more angry he became. Son of a bitch. Old Black's little universe finally erupted, and with a snap, he slammed his cell phone so hard that the battery flew out a long way. Passing veterans, aghast, hastily avoided far away. They had never seen the Old Black so angry. Wait and see. Get a little kid to fool me. He walked towards Chun Haonan with a heavy face. This Old Black, how did his temper become so hot? Fan Tianlei scratched his scalp. How come nothing goes well these days? Whatever. Fan Tianlei's mind floated back to Yicunxin. This niece, a good seedling. Suddenly, he thought of that little kid who was clamoring to be a soldier, with his physical fitness and knowledge of kung fu, who had actually defeated himself twice in a row. In terms of physical fitness he was indeed better than Yicunxin, but he was small. How could he be a soldier? When I grow up, I'll be sure to send for him. Fan Tianlei retrieved his thoughts. His head was now big. That Wang Tai who was severely beaten by Chun Haonan. His parents had sued themselves, causing him to be anxious now. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. That little kid is a fucking troublemaker. Old Black tried to suppress the fire in his heart and shouted toward Chun Haonan. Little dot. Come here. Report. My name is Chun Haonan. Not little bit. Chun Haonan straightened his back and shouted at Old Black. Old Black was slightly stunned. Little dot. Quite a backbone. Good. Chun Haonan. Come here. Chun Haonan crossed his small steps, trotted towards Old Black, came to Old Black's heel, and even made a decent standing posture, standing straight in front of Old Black. Old Black looked carefully at Chun Haonan, just a little more than the span of the abdomen, small arms and legs, a tender little face. In the sunlight, through a redness. What a schoolboy. Just now he had flashed a thought that the other party was not a midget, but now that he took a closer look, it was definitely not a midget. It was indeed a child. Couldn't help but reach out and rub his little face. Who knew that Chun Haonan coldly saluted, his childish voice, saying, report, please instructor pay attention to your words and behavior. The Old Black wide-eyed, cannot help but want to laugh. Dare to think that they want to eat his tofu on whispered, a little interesting. Okay, let you first into the team. Training to see if you can pass the enlistment test. In advance, although you have a letter of recommendation, but if your assessment does not meet the standard, I will not agree to your enlistment. Of course he had his own little scheme. Didn't Old Fan have to ask him to enter the army test? Fine. I'll let you take the test. But how good can a little kid be? A cross-country down. Absolutely crying his nose and yelling for his mom. When the time comes, he has to go by himself and can't blame anyone else. Report, instructor. I will definitely complete all the tests with the best grades and become a qualified soldier. Chun Haonan drummed up his voice, although some childish, but gave people a breath of confidence. Aspirational. Very good. Old Black was getting to think there was something interesting about this little bitty guy. All hands on deck. Old Black ordered. Soon the team was assembled. Chun Haonan, enter the ranks. Old Black ordered. Yes. Chun Haonan's petite body, with small broken steps, ran back to his original position. It made everyone giggle. Did they really make him take the enlistment test? Just now they saw Old Black all but drop his cell phone. Couldn't bear the pressure from the higher-ups to have to make this brat a soldier? You don't think so? How come a proper test for joining the army looks like a summer camp for elementary school kids? What an international joke. Wang Yanbing finally couldn't help himself and shouted. Report. Speak. I protest. How can a child take the enlistment test? Wang Yanbing said. Chun Haonan skimmed his small mouth. Report. Speak. I challenge the newcomer who protested just now. If he beats me, I'll leave immediately. Chun Haonan's milky voice. At the same time his eyes squinted at Wang Yanbing. This little guy wants to challenge Wang Yanbing? Although everyone is a newcomer, but seeing Wang Yanbing's stout and robust body, his volume looks almost twice as big as Chun Haonan's in the past. Little guy with a brain fart? Wang Yanbing didn't think that Chun Haonan would immediately counterattack so crisply. This little guy couldn't get himself up with one hand on the train. After half an hour, even Li Ernie admitted that his strength was not as great as his. Could this kid have other skills? One might not really be able to fight him himself. Thinking of this he was a little impulsive. He is an adult. He is a child. No matter whether he wins or loses in the end, the one who loses face is himself. Before turning his head to look at Chun Haonan's confident face, he seemed to be assured of victory. If you lose the fight, you'll be a big joke to yourself and the army. Report. I'm protesting. Isn't the army training suspected of child abuse? He's so confident. I have nothing to say. Wang Yanbing immediately changed his words. Old Black is also this thieving smart person. How can he not see that Wang Yanbing suddenly changed his mind? Chen Haonan skimmed his small mouth and whispered, "Soft egg." It wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it clearly in the quiet training ground. Wang Yanbing's ears felt like pins and needles all of a sudden. How come Little Bit's mouth is so poisonous? Wang Yanbing had a bitter laugh in his heart. How to stick to this kid? Across the board it would cause a mess. If I had known just now, I would not change my mouth. Directly beat this kid severely, then at most think that he is bullying the small. It is better than a soft egg to listen to. The other newcomers could barely hold back their laughter. This little bitty is really not afraid of the sky. But Wang Yanbing is also too wimpy to be scared by a sentence from a little kid? Now, whether he accepts the challenge or not, Wang Yanbing is labeled as a softie. Li Ernia secretly gave Chen Haonan a thumbs up. The old black a little laugh and cry. Now a small age are so prickly. And so in the grown up a little. Prick into a hedgehog? The first item of the test. Cross country 5 kilometers. 20 minutes. Pass. Old black snapped. Do you hear me? Clear. Old black deliberately paused for a moment. Did not immediately announce the immediate start, but stared at Chen Haonan. The little guy's legs are short. Physical strength and endurance. Speed is certainly not. Is waiting for him to take the initiative to announce the abandonment of it. Started waiting for 10 seconds and didn't see him report giving up. Little guy. Quite the face. Old black whispered. Begin. As soon as old black's words fell, he only saw a human figure flash out from the crowd and be the first to rush at the front. That little bitty. Old black was shocked when he saw it clearly. So awesome? When the other newcomers just reacted. Chen Haonan had already run out more than 10 meters. That kind of reaction time. It's okay. Old black immediately showed a hint of approval. But next old black was completely stunned. 1 kilometer. 2 kilometers. Chen Haonan was still the leader. Everyone was eating dust behind him. And the gap was getting farther and farther apart. Boy, this elementary school student is too scary, isn't he? It's even better than those adults. But Lao Fan, this guy is also too bold. Right, even if gifted. Get to the military district. Not afraid of people's parents to come over to look for people? At this time Chen Haonan's home was rioting because he had run away from home. The child is determined to break through many passes, and will not return until he has learned to be famous. Why should he bury his bones in the mulberry and catalpa fields? And where in life are there not green hills? After Chen Haodong read the letter left by Chen Haonan to run away from home, he was originally worried, but all of a sudden he was just crying and laughing. Where is he going? Xiao Shu looked puzzled. Yi Tsuanxin, who was on one side, hesitated for a moment and said, "Not very sure. He took away my letter of introduction, and may have gone to become a soldier." How? Chen Haodong was only a little anxious at this time. He had just thought that Chen Haonan was joking with them when he wrote this sentence. Only then did Ji Tsuanxin tell the story of Chen Haonan's fight with Fan Tianlei. Chen Haodong this just remembered that last week Chen Haonan swore that he would go to the army. At that time did not think. The child's memory can be good to wear, most likely on the spur of the moment. And now the letter of introduction to steel. Is it really run to become a soldier? A 10-year-old going into the military? How can people take it? If Chen Haonan really went to the army, I guess he went to the East China military region, and he took all my train tickets. But when I went to the train station to look for him, I didn't find him again. Yi Tsuanxin said worriedly. How is it difficult for this child to be bold? This can be how to do. Old Chen, you think of a way. This is your seed. With you a mold out of your young. Hey, over the wall. Xiao Shu said anxiously. Chen Haodong, after all, was a person who had gone through great storms and said, "It's not like I have any friends with the side regarding the military region, so it's not good to confirm." Xiao Yi, do you have the contact information of that staff sergeant Fan? Yi Tsuanxin shook her head and said, "No. Let's report to the police and have them publish a missing person notice. If Chen Haonan really goes to the military area and gets there safely, people from the military area will definitely contact us. I'm just worried that it's not safe on the road. What if we meet bad people?" Chen Haodong immediately made a decision. Hurry up, Xiao Shu urged. A missing person notice is now playing. Name, Chen Haonan. Male, 10 years old. This morning left home to play. Do not know where to go. I hope that those in the know to contact us quickly. Heavy thanks. Contact number. The news was also endowed with a handsome little photo of Chen Haonan. A middle-aged man sitting in the waiting room. Suddenly saw this missing person notice. Was not very concerned, but when he saw the child's photo, a puzzled face. Is not it that force of the child? Run away from home? Also in the ticket hall of the train station, the pretty lady who checked the tickets before, also saw the missing person notice. The little boy ran away from home? This ticket inspector was too impressed with Chen Haonan to think much about it and immediately dialed the number left on it. Chen Haonan how to know in order to find him. His parents are anxious crazy. At the moment, Chun Haonan was running at full speed. Ding dong, the host has fully absorbed the essence of the ant gene potion. +1 to the 3 major attributes. A crisp prompt suddenly came to the ears of Chun Haonan, who was in the midst of running at full speed. What the hell? Fully absorb the essence of ant gene potion. +1 to 3 major attributes? Yes, host. Ant gene potion taken directly will enhance the host's strength, but it will also store some of the ant gene reinforcement essence in your body. Without being able to safely absorb it, the host will stimulate the body's potential by constantly challenging their own limits during training, speeding up the body's absorption of the ant gene reinforcement essence, thus improving the body's attributes. The system explained. Is there such a good thing? Chen Haonan hurriedly checked his personal attributes. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, primary school student. Level, 2. Root bone, 3. Mental, 3. Strength, 20. Speed, 3. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, invincible vision. Experience value, 0/300. All 3 major attributes except strength are increased by 1. 1 point is equal to a normal attribute point, which is equivalent to increasing a regular person's attributes by 1x. Such a benefit is tantamount to picking up a great deal. Don't underestimate this 1 point. Together Chen Haonan is now 3 points of attributes, equal to 3 times the attributes of a normal person. Speed 3x. Spirit 3x. Root and bone 3x. In running full outburst is equal to ordinary people 3 times the speed. Others run 10 meters. He has been 30 meters of huge difference. This ant genetic enhancement potion is just so much better than the bonus body enhancement. The subsequent potential of the ant genetic strengthening potion needs to be combined with exercise in order to be fully realized. The host works hard. The body continued to strengthen. And Chen Haonan once again underwent a huge change, especially with the system's hint that one needed to keep strengthening their workouts and break through their body's limits in order to continue to utilize the potential of the ant gene potion. So what were they waiting for? Run! Chen Haonan picks up speed. All of a sudden, the crowd saw Chen Haonan, who had originally rushed to the front, striding his 2 little legs and running forward sharply like a small rabbit, running faster than a rabbit. Each one was dumbfounded. I'm going, this little nub is against the odds. It's still picking up speed after 3 kilometers. Against all odds. Old Black was more and more surprised the more he looked at it, and such a shocking image appeared in the scene. A little bitty man leads the way, followed by a bunch of big old men. It wasn't that the big old boys weren't running fast enough, it was that Dot was running too fast. 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 5 kilometers. Chen Haonan's speed did not see the slightest slowdown. His calves were short, but he took many steps, brushed a few times and ran out of sight. At the back, only He Changwang was still able to catch up behind him, while the others had long been thrown out by a large distance. 24 shocking off-road. You can't even beat a kid, and you still have the nerve to stop? The assessment has changed. 10 kilometers of cross-country. Whoever can't complete it will directly have no food. Old Black suddenly commanded. The crowd began to run again. For normal people, running 5 kilometers is really nothing, but rapid cross-country 10 kilometers is not the same. Before, in order to pursue the speed of 20 minutes, many of them put up a small fight, and now suddenly add 5 kilometers. Wouldn't it kill them even more? But seeing Chen Haonan still running in front of them, they felt snapped in the face. This little bitty anti-human individual stiffened up behind them and continued to eat dust. Old Black followed behind in his military vehicle, becoming more and more interested in Chen Haonan. He now wanted to see if He Changwang was stronger, or if this elementary school student was more powerful. But even if He Changwang won in the end, Chen Haonan, this little bitty man, could be described as going against the grain. Old Black had been a soldier for so many years, but it was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Watching Chen Haonan's small arms and short legs running in front of him, running like a gust of wind, was so exciting. Old Black wanted to go down and compete with Chen Haonan. Ha! Old Black frowned. He Changwang is catching up? Seeing the distance between He Changwang and Chen Haonan getting closer and closer, all running up to Chen Haonan's heels, Little Bit finally ran out of strength? When Old Black saw the situation clearly, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Chen Haonan ran backwards. What do you mean? Isn't that just plain bullying? This kid, too evil. The more Old Black looked at him, the more alarmed he became. What exactly did he grow up eating? He Changwang's physical quality was quite good, running all the way down, showing strength, already more than 2 years of enlisted veterans. But Chen Haonan a comparison. The light was instantly masked. No wonder Old Van gave him a letter of introduction. It does have the potential to be a great soldier. At this moment, He Changwang's heart was like a bottle of 5 flavors. Sweet and sour, bitter and spicy, everything. 2 words that sum up the situation are suffocating. His own sizable ambition was to become a soldier and be the best soldier he could be. So he has been training himself since he was 7 years old, and for more than a decade, he has never stopped, rain or shine, until last year when he competed in the National Youth Martial Arts Championships and won first place. So outstanding, so much beyond his peers, but now he couldn't actually outrun a little kid, watching the other party's small arms and short legs waving in front of him, and himself eating dust behind him. How could he stand it when his bones had always been high and proud? If the natural divine power, they can't compare with just, how even running, can't compare with others. Such a blow is also too big. Clenching his teeth, he scrambled forward in pursuit, eyes lit up, finally catching up with Chun Haonan. It seemed that his physical strength should not be able to hold on, and he was about to make a move, wanting to leave Chen Haonan far behind, when Chen Haonan's voice came from his ears. Your physical quality can be it should be about 2 times that of a normal person. Very good. A black line rose from Yi Chengwang's forehead. What did he mean by very good? How does it sound so much like this little bitty guy is the victor on high and then encourages the loser in an approving tone? After watching Chen Haonan wobbling and striding his little legs like a little adult, he almost didn't backhand the lesson. However, compared to me, you're still much worse. I'm at least 3 times as much. Chen Haonan skimmed his lips as he pondered a little. Yi Chengwang, who was still trying to hold his breath, finally couldn't help himself and said fiercely, "Little brat, go back and eat your milk. What's the point of blowing? That I'm bragging?" Chen Haonan glared at his eyes for a moment, shook his head, sighed a bit and said, "I'll show you what it means to be desperate. Keep blowing." Yi Chengwang silently counted at least 6 kilometers, because the full force of the chase has broken out of their maximum speed. The same reason Chen Haonan, a little kid, can adhere to the present has been against the sky. What else does he want? Wasn't he caught up with himself? Yi Chengwang was only focused on running forward, so he didn't notice that Chen Haonan was running backwards just now, which allowed him to catch up with him. Yi Chengwang still wants to hold a mouth. Dead carry also want to leave Chen Haonan behind a long way, but just as he was about to raise his last breath, Chen Haonan accelerated. Originally, they were neck and neck, but with a brush, Chen Haonan rushed ahead of himself. Holy shit! As if on purpose, Chen Haonan hit several S-shapes in front of him, causing dust to fly. Honestly, eat ass dust behind me. Chen Haonan threw down a sentence. Splashes of dust enveloped Yi Chengwang. Yi Chengwang was on fire. Deception. The greatly stimulated Yi Chengwang's small universe finally erupted, and his legs suddenly sprang into action. Sprinting, vow to catch up with Chen Haonan and be sure to grab him and spank him. The old black in the back stared wide-eyed. His mouth opened into an O shape, unable to close. It's getting interesting. Where did Fan Tianlei find such a rebellious kid? It really has the potential to be a teenage soldier king. Wang Yanbing stumbled, and said in shock, "I'll go. Is the kid a little Iron Man? In this situation, he can still pick up speed?" Li Ernie shook off his bladder as if he was going to have a big fight and grinned. "People do have skills, great strength and endurance. No, I have to work hard. I can't be made to look at jokes by a kid. It's so evil. How old is this? The speed before wasn't even his strongest speed? Anti-human. Compared to him, I just feel like I've been living on a dog all these years. Run. I just hope, now, that I don't lose in disgrace. We're humiliated now." A whole bunch of newcomers in the back, who had been hit in the face, clenched their teeth and all started to rush forward. The atmosphere of the scene became heated. Old Black looked back and thought, these newbies finally got excited? It's kind of fun to put him here. Old Black taught face, a bit of a smile. What is the best atmosphere in the military region? Is the strong stimulate the weak? We are strong together. And this Chen Haonan has this potential. People an elementary school student have run first. Let these adult soldiers face on there? Chen Haonan's small figure was still rushing in the first place, leaving the gang of big old men far behind. Yi Chengwang was completely out of temper, and he had already increased his speed to his fastest. Originally, he thought that Chen Haonan wouldn't be able to hold out for long, but the result greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. He was like a small perpetual motion machine, a tiny figure, constantly running ahead, looking back at them from time to time. Everyone was dumbfounded. 10 kilometers. Chen Haonan was the first to cross the finish line. When Yi Chengwang sprinted to the finish line, he saw Chen Haonan holding a dog's tail grass in his mouth, crossing his legs, and cooling off under a tree, saying, "Finally, I was almost asleep." Yi Chengwang came up for air and almost missed a breath. The newcomers who caught up behind them all cried out when they took a look at Chen Haonan's appearance. How can there be such a perverted elementary school student? Old Black was also speechless. The old black man was irritated, and all the tests were again under the influence of the drug. There was only one purpose, and that was to see just how capable Chen Haonan was. Now the other newcomers followed suit. from morning to afternoon. All newcomers trained except for a 15-minute lunch. This is an unprecedented test. By the end of the day, though, the old black man was completely unable to do anything about it. Dismissed. Old Black looked at a group of almost half-crippled newcomers. Only Chen Haonan small, proud and full of spirit, holding up his small shoulders. Instructor, your training is too simple. You'll have to make it more difficult next time. Chen Haonan shouted. Simple? Don't fucking brag about it, okay? Everyone had a bitter look on their faces. Old Black had a bitter smile on his face. We must find the head of the regiment to report before we can do so. Fan Tianlei has given my old man a big problem. Old Black announced the dismissal and went straight to the office of the headmaster. Calmly, Chen Haonan's performance really let the old black from the bottom of the heart admiration. If his age to reach the age of enlistment, no two words, absolutely as the king of the soldiers of superior soldiers to focus on training. But the key is that he is still a child. Hearing that the chief had returned from a meeting, Old Black hurried to the office of the chief. Con Lei. Report. Come in. Old Black pushed his way into the office. Seeing that it was Old Black, Kong Lei smiled. Aren't you a newcomer assessment? Why do you have time to come to me at this time? Chief, I need to brief you. Say it. Conley put down the pen in his hand and closed the file. Chief, today's newcomer assessment, but a kid around 10 years old came. Recommended by Staff Officer Fan. Old Black Road. Nonsense. Conley's face sank. Old Black had guessed that Conley would look like this. Fan Tianlei, what does he want? Are you kidding me? You don't need to pay attention to him. Just send the kid back. Conley said angrily, mentally muttering this Fan Tianlei ate the wrong drug. Usually come over to dig people even if, actually sent a child over to let them military training. Really think that the old man drunk? Chief, don't you want to hear how the kids are training? Old Black asked tentatively. You got him to train with you? Con Donut was surprised. I can't disobey Staff Sergeant Fan's orders. But Chief, this child is not to be trifled with. Old Black said hurriedly. Oh, tell me about it. Old Black had been in charge of the annual newcomer assessment and training, and over the years, he had selected quite a number of outstanding soldiers, which was something that Kong Tuan recognized very much. Only then did Old Black take out the newcomer assessment training record book and handed it to Kong Tuan, saying, you should take a look at it first. His name is Chen Haonan. Conley glanced at Old Black with slight suspicion, took the transcript, and said softly, it's just a 10-year-old kid. Don't fool me. How dare I? Old Black hemmed and hawed. Conley flipped open the record book. First in the 10-kilometer cross-country rookie test in 35 minutes, Chen Haonan? Kong Tuan froze. Yes, Chief, you weren't there at the time. If you had been, you would have been shocked as well. That little dot is simply heaven-defying. In our military region's newcomer assessment, the fastest speed was once 40 minutes, which was created by the current king of soldiers, Lei Battle, and now it's broken for the little brat. Old Black said with a bit of excitement. That good? Cross-country 10 kilometers in 35 minutes is already up to the standard of testing special forces. How can that happen to a little kid? Conley, who had been sitting down, couldn't sit still and slowly stood up, looking down as he continued to read. 500 push-ups for an hour? Conley raised his head in shock to see staring at Old Black. This achievement was even more impressive than the special forces. Yes, Chief. At that time, all the newcomers were present, and all the other newcomers were sprawled out. Only Chen Haonan, this little bitty man, was still not at all bothered. If he was allowed to continue, he would probably still be able to do it. Old Black continued to explain. Con Mission froze for a moment, not even knowing what to say. 100 one-handed pull-ups? Chief, he can finish with 2 fingers. Old Black laughed bitterly. Wasn't Conley's current expression exactly the same as his own at that time? Old Black, no joking with me. Conley said seriously. If this examination result was true, then this kid was more than just described as a pervert? Demon is not even an exaggeration. Chief, do I look like I'm joking with you? Today, all the newcomers gave this Chen Haonan a dry run. From running to push-ups to pull-ups, none of them were his match. Not even He Changwang, whom you favor, was a match. Where did Old Black know that Chen Haonan had also intentionally hidden a bit of his strength? His strength attribute reached 20 points, equivalent to 20 times the strength of a normal person. If he got more ant gene essence later, it could grow to 400 times. That could really lift an elephant. So powerful. What did you say his name was? Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan? Conley mumbled a few times, as if he had heard it somewhere, and his brows suddenly furrowed. Today at lunchtime in the dining hall, I saw a news seems to have a child wanted to go to the army, but suddenly disappeared. But also on the headlines, damn suicide note is also written very interesting. Did you see the news in the lunch hall at noon? There's a missing kid also named Chen Haonan who said he wanted to come to the army. He seems to be 10 years old as well. It was only then that Kong Lei completely remembered. Old Black slapped his thigh and said, yes, that's the kid. Old Black was just skimming at that time, coupled with the meal and more hurried. How to put in mind. And now by Kong Lei so said. Immediately think of it. This little bitty, running away from home, running into the military district, still holding Fan Tianlei's letter of introduction. It can't be that old Fan induced this kid to run away from home, right? Old Black revealed a bitter smile. Old Fan, you are really giving me a big problem. No word on the kid. Even the kid's parents don't know. They've put out a missing persons bulletin. Even if this little bitty guy does have something going for him. But, well, he has to let the parents know, right? A black line sprouted from Conley's forehead, and with a snap, the teacup on the countertop gave way. Not even a child. What's he up to? Do you have to poke a hole in the sky to be satisfied? With an angry face, Conley walked over to the phone and quickly dialed Fan Tianlei's cell phone number. Beep, the number you have dialed is turned off. Please dial again later. Nonsense. Conley had both hands on his hips, and his lungs were bursting with anger. Fan Tianlei, what the hell are you up to? It was the first time Old Black had ever seen Kong Tuan so angry, but this time Old Fan had overplayed his hand. And now you're turning off your cell phone. Is that intentional? Where's the kid now? Dormitory. Go. Conley hurried out of the office. It's a missing child. Conley and Lao Hei rushed to the dormitory to look for Chen Haonan. A ticking time bomb. If it's not handled well, it could lead to big trouble. At this moment, outside the dormitory, it was bustling with a bunch of newcomers surrounding Chen Haonan, asking questions. Chen Haonan is now a celebrity among the newcomers. Who among all the newcomers is as awesome as him? Sprint pace for 10 kilometers. First place. 500 push-ups in one breath. First place in one-handed pull-ups. These are said to break military records. What's more, Chen Haonan is still a little bit, look past only about 10 years old. At first some people still doubt whether he is a midget. Carefully observe. His tender little face, clearly is a child. Little dot. What's your name? Did you learn this skill from your mother's womb? A big tall newcomer inquired with a smile. Look at your small arms and legs. How can you run so fast? Let brother have a good check. These big brothers couldn't help but touch Chen Haonan's little arms and legs, and some even wanted to pinch Chen Haonan's little face, finding it particularly amusing. It's a rarity when school children can come to the military, the real deal Boy Scouts. Tell brother how you usually train. Someday, brother will learn from you. And amazing. Chen Haonan's small face sank, clapping his hands to slap away a large hand that reached out, lifting his voice and shouting, a bunch of underlings, all of them get out of my way, otherwise, swinging his little fists in a murderous rage. The group of people looked at each other in dismay, staring at Chen Haonan's annoyed appearance, and being stabbed so verbally by Chen Haonan. Their faces all showed a few moments of embarrassment. Who says it's not embarrassing? A bunch of big old men. Running cannot run than others. Push-ups than others. Even the pull-ups cannot compare with others. Bullish. All suspect that this little bit is not from Mars? I wanted to make a few jokes, but I didn't realize that the other party had such a big temper. Straight up called them losers. He was crying and laughing. This bear is not to be messed with. Elementary school students can participate in the enlistment test. Must be the son or grandson of a leader of the military region. Special status. May be similar to the prince of such characters. Automatically dodging out of the way. Not daring to make fun of him again. Chen Haonan tiptoed on his small feet and walked into the dormitory, looking for his bed. In the dormitory He Changwang, Wang Yanbing, and Li Ernio came in beforehand. Chen Haonan took out his bed number, which was written as No. 5, and pointed at it, counting as he walked. No. 1. No. 2. No. 5. Walk to bed 5. This position was on the bottom bunk, and I ended up seeing someone tripping over their bunk and huffing and puffing. On closer inspection, who else could it be if not Wang Yanbing? Wang Yanbing lay on his side and slept. Chen Haonan walked to Wang Yanbing's side, crossed his arms, pursed his lips, stretched out his small hand, poked and prodded the back, and said, "Get up, this is my bed." Wang Yanbing pretended to be asleep, and also deliberately made snoring sounds, just not getting up. Newcomers came in one after another in the back and saw Wang Yanbing, a big old man, hogging the beds of small children and letting people climb up the bunks, which is too unkind, isn't it? Hey, this brother, wake up, you're sleeping in the wrong spot. The newcomer in the next bunk couldn't look away to help remind him. However, Wang Yanbing just moved his butt, pretending that he didn't hear anything and continued to pretend to be asleep. Hey, what's with this guy? There's no quality at all. Is it fun for you to mess with a little kid? The newcomers around them all spoke up, but Wang Yanbing did not listen to either ear, pretending to continue to sleep. He just did not allow it. Wang Yanbing's temperament is not so open-minded, and he was cheated by Chen Haonan when he was on the train, causing him to lose face in front of a beautiful woman. How wrong it is to deliberately set yourself up and be misunderstood as a peeping Tom afterward. Today this kid made all the noise on the training ground. It was divine. Come on, I won't let this bed. Let's see what you can do. Wang Yanbing iron heart with Chen Haonan. Other people love how to say. Anyway, this bed is not allowed. At the scene, except for He Changwon and Li Ernia who didn't say anything, the others were pointing their fingers at Wang Yanbing, and of course there were quite a few who were intent on watching the fun. Wasn't Chen Haonan a bully on the training ground? Let's see how bullish he still is. Does he still dare to fight Wang Yanbing alone? Li Ernia felt that it was not fair for Wang Yanbing to do so, but for the sake of face, he could not say anything more. He was still quite impressed with Chen Haonan, especially the one-handed pull-ups. 2 fingers, juggled really beautifully, and did 10 in one breath, much better than himself. Chen Haonan is not a fool. Sort of see out. Wang Yanbing this is to give himself a horse threat. With a slight glance at the corner of his mouth, he didn't say much, ripped off his pants, pulled out his birdshot, and aimed it at the side of Wang Yanbing's face. The crowd was dumbfounded. This kid wouldn't really pee, would he? It doesn't look like a joke to me, with my snow white ass cheeks showing. God damn it. Several were afraid of children's urine, splashing themselves, and hastily dodged to the side. Li Ernia hurriedly surrounded his mouth and almost didn't laugh out loud. He was too bold. Right? He wants to give Wang Yanbing a drink of child's urine? I was thinking about whether or not to remind Wang Yanbing about this, but just as I wanted to open my mouth, it was already too late. I'll let you take my bed. Chen Haonan had been holding back for a long time, and this would find a place. A small crystal clear column of water shot towards Wang Yanbing, who was pretending to sleep on his side. Wang Yanbing was still a bit confused. What were they shouting about? Suddenly my face felt hot and smelled like urine. Brushing, he opened his eyes, wiped the urine off his face with both hands, and rolled out of bed as if electrified. Blah blah blah. Squinting, he saw Chen Haonan taking off his pants and peeing on his face. Crap. Wang Yanbing heart that fire rushed into the bathroom. Immediately came, vomiting sound. The crowd laughed at the situation. It's just easier to do things as an elementary school student. Chen Haonan pulled back his pants. Doesn't seem to be taking it seriously. After a few minutes, Wang Yanbing angrily rushed out of the bathroom and went straight to Chen Haonan, angrily saying, "You little son of a bitch. Let's see how I can clean you up. You little son of a bitch. See how I'll clean you up." Wang Yanbing's furious voice reached outside. What's going on? At this moment, Kong Lei and Old Black happened to come to the door of the dormitory, heard the chaos inside, and looked inside, just in time to see Wang Yanbing furious, rushing towards Chen Haonan, meant to fight. Kong Lei's face changed and he was about to open his mouth to stop it, only to be stopped by Old Black, who whispered, "Chief, this kid has some skills. You can take a look first." Oh, Kong Lei showed a hint of doubt. Just now on the road, Kong Lei inquired about Chen Haonan's assessment again, and Old Black replied matter-of-factly that it was indeed the case. This caused Kong Lei to become more curious about Chen Haoying. What kind of kid was it that had such a skill? This kind of physical quality is more than enough to be a special forces soldier. Then he patiently watched from the doorway. Kong Lei saw Chen Haonan for the first time, about 1 meter, not too short, but the face is childish, the arms are slender, plus 2 black and white eyes. Immediately let his heart thump. Really is an elementary school student. Wang Yanbing, taller than Chen Haonan more than a head, big arms and legs, between the eyebrows through a evil. Kong Lei, who has seen countless people, can see that before Wang Yanbing didn't come to the barracks, he must have been a punk, and he usually didn't fight a lot. Chen Haonan, this kid dared to fight Wang Yanbing, who was so much older than him. Gutsy indeed. That courage alone makes a good soldier. Because the eyes of the crowd were focused on Chen Haonan and Wang Yanbing, none of them paid attention to Kong Lei and Old Black at the door. Looking at Wang Yanbing rushing towards Chen Haonan with a furious face, and seeing that Chen Haonan was going to be violently beaten, a tall man next to him was a bit intolerant and hurriedly stopped. "Brother, don't be so general with the children. Forget about it. Wang Yanbing has been holding back for a long time, and if he doesn't teach this brat a hard lesson today, he won't be able to get rid of this bad breath. You get out of the way." Wang Yanbing wanted to push away, but he did not think that the other party's strength was not small, and he did not push away at once. "Brother, get serious with a kid. How humiliating is it to spread the word? If he pisses in your face, try to see if you can stand it. If I don't teach this little bastard a lesson, I won't be called Wang Yanbing." Wang Yanbing said angrily. You want to lose face? Draw a path and let's compare notes. Chen Haonan pulled away the tall man who was blocking his way, shrugged his small shoulders, and stood in front of Wang Yanbing, shouting with a childish voice. Have guts. Wang Yanbing said in a deep voice. Today, I'll teach your parents a lesson on behalf of you. A little waif who doesn't know how to be polite. You stole my bed and pretended to be asleep on purpose. You were wrong in the first place. You want to teach me a lesson? Let's see if you have that ability. What happened on the train is forgotten again. Being good and forgetting the pain. Chen Haonan stretched out 2 fingers. If I want to teach you a lesson, 2 fingers will be enough to make you unable to get up. If you can get up, count yourself as a hero. Fart. Who is Wang Yanbing? A punk. I've been fighting since I was a kid, and I'm going to lose to this little kid? So what if you're strong? Fight with me and beat the shit out of you. Wang Yanbing didn't talk nonsense and rushed towards Chen Haonan, grabbing both of his small shoulders with both hands, wanting to wrestle him to the ground and use the advantage of his large body to press him down and not let go, and then take off his pants and spank him when the time comes. Unexpectedly, Chen Haonan's body was extremely flexible. With a sidestep, his small body slipped through Wang Yanbing's hands, and at the same time, his feet teased and pushed his backhand towards Wang Yanbing's back. Other people looked at Chen Haonan's small hand lightly pushing, but it was surprisingly powerful. Wang Yanbing only felt a mountain of power pushing in, while his feet were unsteady. Snap! Great meaning! Fell solidly to the ground. Before Wang Yanbing could get up, Chen Haonan's small figure leaped to Wang Yanbing's side. 2 small fingers just pressed on his back, saying, say yes to 2 fingers. Just 2 fingers. Wang Yanbing only felt a huge pressure coming from his back, as if he had pressed 1,000 pounds, and his hands violently exerted themselves, struggling to get up, but his face turned red, and he couldn't get up. The people around them looked dumbfounded. Some rubbed their eyes. Were they blinded? It just felt like in the blink of an eye, the aggressive Wang Yanbing was pressed to the ground like a 4-legged Wangbang. What is even more amazing is that Chen Haonan really used only 2 fingers to press Wang Yanbing to death on the ground and couldn't get up. Let go of me. Just now I wasn't paying attention. Wang Yanbing shouted. Oh, Chen Haonan loosened his fingers, and Wang Yanbing just got up, but he saw Chen Haonan's calf sweeping toward Wang Yanbing's lower plate, and snapped, and with a bang, he knocked Wang Yanbing down again. 2 small hands pressed again. One more chance. Chen Haonan let go again. As a result, Wang Yanbing's suffocated red face just stood up. The lower plate is suddenly empty again. They have been very careful, but like being haunted by ghosts, inexplicably was knocked down again, and pressed on the floor. What do you have to say this time? Chen Haonan pressed 2 fingers against Wang Yanbing. Wang Yanbing braced his hands on the ground and exerted all his strength, only to feel that the 2 little fingers pressing on his back were getting stronger and stronger, and he was sinking down little by little. I didn't lie when I said 2 fingers, did I? When in a while, I'll be able to crush you with 1 finger. Chen Haonan skimmed his lips and squatted to the side, looking very relaxed. Wang Yanbing's eyes spewed fire. Kong Lei at the door was stunned. 2 fingers pressed, the tall Wang Yanbing could not get up. How much strength does this need? Not to mention that he was a kid of about 10 years old. Even if he was in his place, he couldn't do it himself. Are you thinking of Li Yuanba from the Tang dynasty? Lifting a 400-pound hammer with both hands at age 10? Or maybe Wang Yanbing looks strong on the outside? But it doesn't look like it. Kong Lei's mind was suddenly confused, unable to understand Chen Haonan, a 10-year-old kid, really ready to go in and inquire. But in the end, don't old black hit a look, said, Chief, you are waiting. There will be a surprise in a while. This surprise from Chen Haonan was big enough. How? In a moment, you'll see. Go Wang Yanbing, you can get up. Make an effort. The people who had been waiting to see what was going on did not expect such a result and were busy pouring out cheers. Wang Yanbing, the salty fish has turned around. We believe in you. We all saw that Wang Yanbing's face was reddened with a gnashing of teeth expression. His forehead began to emerge drops of sweat. His supporting hands were shaking, more and more downward, and his nose was about to stick to the floor. Look at this. How can you get up? He Changwang shot a look at Li Ernio and said, Go over and help. Li Ernio touched his wrist, thought of the time on the train, cracked a big smile, and said, I can't do him, so going up to help would be useless. Wang Yanbing is not right in the first place, and it is not fair to do it at this time. Li Ernio muttered in his heart. The people next to him heard this and swallowed with a surprised look on their faces. Li Ernio used to be stronger than Wang Yanbing, right? He even said he's no match for Chen Haonan? How did they know about Chen Haonan's entanglements with Wang Yanbing? Li Ernio, and He Changwang? He Changwang frowned away his eyebrows in a low voice, saying, You strike head on. I'll sneak attack from the side. There's a good chance. Okay. Li Ernio had always listened to He Changwang, but but it's not right to charge at a kid like that. What will others think? The key is what can be won. When he was on the train, Chen Haonan's strength was too great. He was no match for him, and now if he loses again, how humiliating would it be? I can't make a fool of myself in public. I must just surpass him. Li Erniu, who has a tendon, is full of thoughts of surpassing Chen Haonan, and he will definitely not be able to compete with Chen Haonan in terms of wrist strength, so he will compete with him in terms of bumping strength. Li Erniu's feet violently stepped on the ground, his body slightly leaned forward, and his huge body rushed towards Chen Haonan as if he was a bulldozer, the floor emitting a thumping sound. In looking at Li Erniu's stance, it looked like he wanted to fight Chen Haonan to the death. I'll go. Is this big brute bull as desperate as this? He's still a little kid. Doesn't that bump send the little bitty one flying? Li Erniu looked strong like a brute bull in the past, even thicker than Wang Yanbing, and with such a full force impact over. He was trying to hit Chen Haonan with his shoulder. How can Chen Haonan resist with that body? It's like a boat in the middle of a storm, floating 1 second, but the next second it's going to be smashed to smithereens. As Li Erniu rushed towards Chen Haonan with all his might, He Changwang had more than a few moves up his sleeve. The two of them teamed up against Chen Haonan. After a day of training, the newcomers knew that the trio of He Changwang, Wang Yanbing, and Li Erniu were a group. Judging from today's performance, if it wasn't for the emergence of Chen Haonan, an alternative, who had blocked out everyone's light, then the brightest star today would have been He Changwang. Even he made a move? It stunned everyone. Li Erniu was already appalling enough. Now there was another He Changwang, and Chen Haonan's other two fingers were still pressing Wang Yanbing. Chen Haonan won't lose? Chen Haonan's eyes see 6 ways and ears hear all directions. Plus the dormitory space was not big. He Changwang's a little careful. How to hide Chen Haonan's ears and eyes? Li Erniu was like a brute bull charging across the street, blinking as he crashed into Chen Haonan's heels. Chen Haonan didn't even seem to notice, and the crowd thought that Chen Haonan would probably have to fly out of the doorway with this collision. A brute of a bull crashing into a child would surely have a sad end. However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. When Li Erniu was about to crash into Chen Haonan, in a flash of lightning, Chen Haonan stretched out his left hand, pulled Li Erniu's left palm that he pushed over, and fiercely pressed downward. Li Erniu only felt that his left hand was like 1,000 pounds of pressure, and his body followed with a violent fall, and with a snap, he slumped to the ground. Chen Haonan's calf pressed towards his back. 20 times the power burst. Li Erniu was appalled in his heart, as if his back was bearing the weight of millions. He couldn't even move. Holy shit, that's a lot of strength. Li Erniu was dumbfounded. His whole body seemed to fall apart. Chen Haonan stepped on Li Erniu with his left foot and pressed Wang Yanbing with 2 fingers of his right hand. A cool pose. Is this still a child? It's even better than that 10-year-old Li Yuanba. Li Erniu was pressed. He Changwang ran to Chen Haonan's left side. A straight punch attacked Chen Haonan's careful mouth. Only punches are high. He Changwang stood tall and struck out with no weakness and speed. Chen Haonan's left foot controls Li Erniu. His right hand also has to press Wang Yanbing. Both sides have to be taken into account, which just reveals the weak center area. He can only use his left hand if he wants to resist. The left hand is much weaker than the right, and He Changwang chose a time that happened to be when Chen Haonan's posture was not yet fully stabilized. Seeing that this punch was going to smash on Chen Haonan's body, seeing Chen Haonan striking out his left fist at this time, he chose to go hard with He Changwang. A small fist a little bigger than an egg against He Changwang's big fist? Chen Hao male small arm. Really want a pair. Small bones constantly only strange. But Chen Haonan did just that. The corner of He Changwang's eyes showed a hint of a smile. He was bound to lose. But the next second, all that was heard was, well, a snap. It wasn't the sound of bones breaking, but He Changwang's body was like a violent impact, and he stepped back and ruthlessly smashed into the iron bed next to him. The whole iron bed shook in an instant, as if it was going to fall apart, and the newcomer sitting on the top bunk, still waiting to see a good show, didn't grab the railing next to him, and fell off the bed with a cry of surprise. The surrounding newcomers, dodging in all directions, fearing that if they didn't pay attention, they would be affected by the fish. The entire dormitory chickens flew and dogs jumped, and it was a mess. Where did they think that Chen Haonan would be so bullish? One punch finished He Changwang. How much force does it take to knock a big living man over 150 pounds off his feet? The scene suddenly became silent and the air seemed to freeze. Everyone looked at Chen Haonan in unison. Chen Haonan was still stepping on Li Erniu with his little foot, 2 fingers pressed against Wang Yanbing, and his figure didn't even shake a bit as his left hand hooked a finger at the frothing He Changwang. He Changwang stabilized his stance and stood frozen in place, his entire arm tingling, unable to exert any strength. In that instant just now, from the other party's small fists came a steady stream of majestic power. and he himself was like a small boat in the midst of a shocking wave. 1 against 3. This guy is Li Yuanba reborn. A wave of consternation rolled through Conley's mind as he stood in the doorway, doubting that it wasn't a child standing in front of him, but an adult. This little nub is going against the grain. 3 tall adults, all of them were knocked down between their hands, so powerful at such a young age. What would happen when they grow up? He now finally and completely believed what Old Black had said earlier. Letting out a deep breath, he shot a look at Old Black. Old Black seemed to have guessed this would be the case. However, he was also stunned by Chen Haonan's tactics that were extremely inconsistent with his age. Where is this something a 10-year-old could do, even if he was a veteran soldier? In this situation, it was basically impossible for him to single out Li Ernio and the other 3 in one breath with light tolerance. Li Ernio's strength. Among the newcomers except for Chen Haonan, he was number 1. He Changwon was a martial arts champion and ranked 2nd among the newcomers in terms of overall physical qualities, just short of giving it to Chen Haonan. With the addition of Wang Yanbing, the punk, in the blink of an eye, he was fucked over by Chen Haonan. This child, the Old Black man, looks like he loves it. It's definitely a once-in-a-century good candidate for soldiering. He Changwon exhaled. He had still underestimated Chen Haonan's strength, especially with his power. Strongly pressing Li Ernio and Wang Yanbing, it was clear that it had already consumed a great deal of his strength. So how was the power still so great? He himself had been practicing for 10 years as one day, practicing in summer and winter, and the arm strength of one fist could break a fist-sized steak under a fierce attack. And just now, although he had not used his full strength, he had already made 7 points of strength. Instead, he was jolted back by his opponent's punch, a breath still coming from the impact on his chest. What a domineering power! He Changwon finally believed why Li Ernio kept saying that he wasn't his opponent. With this kind of power, Ernio really wasn't a match. He Changwon really wanted to launch a second attack. Only a low growl could be heard. Conley's face sank and he roared towards the inner room. What are you guys up to? A mass brawl? It's not like that. Conley strides in with his hands behind his back. Everyone's eyes looked at Conley in unison. What was this man's origin? But the eyes fell on Conley's shoulders, and each one sucked in a breath. Holy shit! At the sight of Old Black following behind him with the same gloomy face, everyone was instantly silenced and hurriedly stood to the side. Chen Haonan loosened his little legs and hands and stood aside. In fact, when Kong Lei and Old Black stood in the doorway, Chen Haonan had already discovered it. Wide eyes surveyed the hefty Iron Fist regiment leader. With regard to Kong Lei's impression, Chen Haonan was still very good, not as curmudgeonly as the other chiefs. Whether or not he himself would end up in the successful army still depended on whether or not he nodded his head. So just now, he deliberately made a little bit more noise, just to make Conley pay more attention to himself and think that he was a talented person, so that he would nod his head. Otherwise, if you kick yourself out of the barracks, I'm afraid you won't have a chance if you want to mix in the barracks in the future. Li Ernio, Wang Yanbing hurriedly climbed up, forced down the bitter water in his stomach, and stood fixedly on the side, not daring to move at all. Brigadier General level. In this acre of ground, stomping a foot have to shake 3 times the big man. Conley's gaze swept and finally landed on He Changwang and the others as he snapped. What's wrong with you three? 3 adults bullying a child. What kind of skill is that? Is that what all the strength is used for? When He Changwang, Wang Yanbing, and Li Ernio heard this, they had a bitter look on their faces, especially Wang Yanbing and Li Ernio. Who was bullying who? We are clearly being bullied by children. Will the chief also talk about blindness with his eyes open? After Kong Lei finished his ruthless reprimand, only then did Old Black open his mouth and said, "You guys are really in good spirits. You don't sleep in the middle of the night. It seems that the intensity of training during the day is not enough." Very good. Except for Chen Haonan. Everyone else go out and run 10 kilometers around the training ground. If you can't finish, you're not allowed to sleep. Everyone's face twitched. I was already exhausted from training during the day, and I was thinking of coming back and getting a good night's sleep. It's all because of Chen Haonan. At that moment, each of them glared fiercely at Chen Haonan and walked out of the dormitory with their heads hanging down. Chen Haonan skimmed his small mouth and didn't take it seriously at all. So what if he was the public enemy of the whole nation? I'm going to be the king of soldiers in the future. Waiting for everyone to walk out, Kong Lei's gaze once again surveyed on Chen Haonan. Small arms and legs, a childish face, but such a childish face was permeated with an incomparable confidence. What's your name? Report. My name is Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan replied with a childish voice. How old are you? 10. Conley almost didn't yell out. So he was really a schoolboy. As fake. Kong Lei an old face. Sword eyebrow frowned. Fan Tian Lei really gave himself a heavenly problem. How'd you get this whole thing? Conley asked. What's the answer? Kong Lei, however, could see very clearly that Wang Yanbing's movements were fast, with a strong instantaneous explosive power, especially in fighting kung fu, although it wasn't the right way, but he was quite experienced. But being dropped by Chen Haonan 3 times in a row, it wasn't that simple. The average person simply can't do it. Li Ernia's strength was great, like a brute bull, charging across the street. Even if he didn't use his dexterity, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. And Chen Haonan's pull, just the right amount of use of the 2,000 kilograms of the wonderful, this without more than 3 years of kung fu base, simply cannot be done. As for He Changwang, his body was flexible, the angle of his attack was tricky and unexpected, and he knew how to grasp the fire even better. And at a glance, he knew that he was a practiced person. However, 3 people like this could not deal with Chen Haonan when they joined forces. What does that mean? Conley isn't one of those newbies who just looks the other way. Chen Haonan looked serious as he said, I am a disciple of a martial arts family, and I came here to enter the world. Pust. The serious-faced Conley couldn't help but laugh out loud, and if he hadn't watched the news and known that this little brat had snuck out, he would have really believed it. Don't come and fool me, tell the truth. Conley boarded up his face. Chen Haonan stood up his small frame, his childish but resonant voice, report, I'm here to become a soldier. This was my childhood ambition, not a small mouth. Know what being a soldier is for? Conley said seriously. In his heart he laughed, but also as a child's ambition. Make it look like he is now a grown-up. Protect the family and defend the country, Chen Haonan said in a milky voice. Thoughtful enough, Conley said in a loud voice, but it sounded pretty weird. A little 10-year-old talking about defending his country? Chief, you're supposed to be the biggest here, so if I beat you, do I get to stay? Say, which one do you pick, shooting or fighting? Chen Haonan looked serious, but his childish little face made people cry and laugh when they looked at it. Old Black's face sank, a black line sprouted from his forehead, and he snapped, nonsense. The result was pressed by Conley's raised hand. The Old Black, this is not down to reprimand. Their child really is not big and small. Conley softly said, call home first and tell your family you're okay. Your parents must be in a hurry. Saying that, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and handed it to Chen Haonan. If he hadn't met Chen Haonan before, Conley's first thought was to immediately get rid of this child, but the contact found Chen Haonan quite interesting and very much to his liking. A small man with a small heart. On top of his surprising fighting ability, it's not simple. With the previous training results, an idea suddenly sprang up in his mind that if his family agreed, it would not be impossible to let him stay in the army for a year and a half of exercise. During this period of time he felt that the entire barracks was dead and lacked a breath of life. It's not likely that Chen Haonan is here, so he can liven up the barracks. Chen Haonan took the phone. His little finger quickly dialed the number, smooth as can be, and when the phone was connected, only to hear Chen Haonan, in an adult tone, say, old man, it's me, Chen Haonan. Conley and Old Black, who were next to him, were slightly stunned. Is this how he usually talks to his old man? Chen Haonan's parents at home are anxious crazy. This time Chen Haonan's cell phone suddenly rang. C is an unfamiliar number. Connect. A small male voice hastened to say, small man, where did you run away? Anxious us. Xiao Shu was beside her. As soon as she heard that it was Chen Haonan's call, she snatched the phone and choked on her voice, saying, Xiaonan, where are you now? You've worried mom to death. You know, where are you now? I'll go pick you up immediately. Chen Haonan strained his little face and said seriously, Mom, why are you crying? Grow up, will you? When Conley and Old Black heard this from the side, their eyes widened and they looked at each other with an odd expression on their faces. Who's the adult and who's the child? Anyway, don't cry. Didn't I leave a letter for you? You put the old man on the phone. I have something to discuss with him. Chen Haonan's small hand grasped the cell phone while pacing his small steps. Kid, where are you now? In the military district. I'm going to be a soldier. Being a soldier? How old are you? Don't be ridiculous. Which military district are you in? I will immediately arrange for someone to pick you up. You are still young. The main energy is to go to school. Reading no? The matter of becoming a soldier. When you grow up, Dad will absolutely support you. Besides, you're so small. The military district definitely won't agree to you enlisting. Chen Haonan persuaded bitterly. Dad, how do you know that the military district won't accept me? I may be a bit younger, but my skills are not bad at all. So why can't I be a soldier? It's not the right time. Stop it. Just name the place and I'll pick you up. Chen Haonan pouted, crossed his arms, and said, it doesn't make sense, does it? Let's make a bet. Let's make a bet. Don't you always think that I am timid and afraid of things? Not a little man? It's just right. The military district has already accepted me as a soldier. Let me serve for a year and I'll give you honor and fame. Chen Haodong at one end was in tears. How could even the military district be so nonsensical? I'll be famous in a year? The two of them, Kong Lei and Old Black, who were on the side, almost didn't burst out laughing. Where is this 10-year-old kid? But Chen Haonan said is indeed right. Chen Haonan knows so little things to start. On the performance of the timid and afraid of things, in kindergarten when often bullied by the little girl, in elementary school, or often bullied by the classmates, have not dared to fight back, like a stuffy gourd. This to the too old man to anxious thought of all kinds of ways, such as let him go to learn taekwondo, to practice boxing, etc. But still the timid and fearful Chen Haonan. Therefore, to be honest, Chen Haonan was actually able to leave home this time and run off to the military region alone. Chen Haodong was actually very happy within. A little man. Isn't that what he always wanted? Now that his son was mouthing such grandiose words about shining the luster of their Chen family, it was certainly a good thing. The original idea of not forcing Chen Haonan to come back began to loosen, saying, "How do I know you're in the military area?" "That's easy. I'll let the chief talk to you," Chen Haonan said, lifting his small hand and handing his cell phone to Kong Lei, saying, "Leader, my father wants to confirm with you." When Kong Lei heard the shout, he turned around, took the cell phone, and said aloud, "I'm the head of the Iron Fist Regiment, Kong Lei. Hello, your son, Chen Haonan is indeed in our military region right now. You can rest assured of that," Chen Haodong said in a deep voice. "Naturally, if you agree that he should stay in the military region, and that your military region must ensure his safety, I will agree to my son becoming a soldier. At the same time, I will donate 1 billion to the Iron Fist Regiment in my personal name to support national defense construction. 1 billion. Crap. Mr. Chen, the military and civilians are one family. You can have this heart, but the donation is even. As for Chen Haonan's personal safety, I can only say that I will do my best." Kong Lei politely refused. Dodo. As soon as Kong Lei's words fell, the other side hung up. What's that supposed to mean? Kong Lei frowned. Why was this Chen Haodong the same as Chen Haonan? On the other end of the phone, Chen Haodong pro-heart surprised. The military district even agreed to his son as a soldier? What's going on? How's it going? When is your son coming back? Xiao Shu looked at Chen Haodong with concern. Chen Haodong thought about it and said, "I have just confirmed with the military district. My son is indeed in the military district and has also passed the assessment for enlistment. My son made a bet with me to let him be a soldier for a year." Listening to my son's tone was unusually firm. "Old Chen, what do you mean?" Xiao Shu choked. "I mean let the kid try. It's only a year anyway. Time flies. You're really letting your son go into the army? He's still so young." Xiao Shu's eyes were red. It is said that a child is a piece of flesh on the mother's body. And how can a mother not be heartbroken when she goes to suffer in the army at such a young age? My child's mother. You know our child's temperament. Do you think he can change by continuing to follow us? I don't think so. Look at our big family business. Tens of billions of dollars of assets. If he can't hold up in the future, what will he do on his own after we're 100 years old? It's rare that he has this ambition. Let him give it a try. Maybe his temperament can be changed and he can become a real man. Chen Haodong comforted his wife. Xiao Shu finally couldn't help herself. Tears streaming down her face as she said, "It's fine if it's just military training, but what if it's a mission? You're thinking too much. How old is Chen Haonan? Just going to the army for exercise. What kind of mission is he on as a kid? Besides, Suanxin has already gone home to get ready and will soon be going to the military region, so there shouldn't be any problems with her helping to keep an eye on him then." Chen Haodong continued to comfort. "But, you don't have to worry too much. Haven't you noticed that our son has started to change a lot lately? He's getting bolder and bolder. And he wasn't even much of an athlete before, but last week he wasn't exercising every day at home?" Even Suanxin said Chen Haonan has changed. The guts are indeed getting bigger and bigger, all drawing a man out of his home and running off to the barracks. Chen Haodong was doing his wife's ideological work, while on the other side of the barracks, Chen Haonan struck the iron while it was hot, stimulating Kong Lei, saying leisurely, "I say leader, do you have some ambition? I'm a child who has traveled a long way to join the army. People's little 8-year-old enlisted at the age of 7. I'm not a 7 or 8-year-old child anymore. What else do you have to worry about?" Conradon laughed bitterly. "How? Does this child speak in a tone of voice? So let me ask you, how do you wash your clothes and take care of other aspects of your life? Do you know how?" Chen Haonan waved his little hand and said, "I started washing clothes at the age of 3, and I've been doing all my parents' laundry since I was 4. As for the various chores in life, think about it. I'm a kid who can take the train from Donghai City to the military region by myself. You're saying I won't take care of myself?" Kong Lei was dumbfounded and finally said, "You've offended everyone in the dormitory. Aren't you afraid they'll gang up and bully you together? As for the big soldier heads, forget it. The few of them, If they dare to mess with me, I'll piss on them once I see them. Chen Haonan skimmed his lips and said with disdain. Kong Lei and Old Black looked at each other in disbelief, and both couldn't help but laugh. Alright then, let's let you try it out first. 1 month trial period. If you can stick it out, I'll let you stay in the army. Kong Lei finally clapped his hands. Yes. Chen Haonan pulled up his small fists and said excitedly. You get some rest. Conley and Old Black walked out of the dormitory. Chief, are you really going to keep him? Old Black smiled. It's the first time I've seen such a special kid. Let him stay. Let him have some fun. Maybe he can bring out some fun things. Kong Lei smiled. However, Old Black, you must keep a close eye on him. Absolutely nothing can go wrong during training. Understand? Rest assured. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Haonan had already been in the military camp for a month, training non-stop every day like normal recruits. But Chen Haonan's big name had spread thoroughly in the recruit camp. Why? Because he's awesome. At the moment, the blazing sun in the sky, 10 kilometers 10 kilograms of weight mountain cross-country. Chen Haonan took the lead and ran in the forefront, becoming the leader of all the new recruits. A large group of people behind him to eat dust. It's been 30 times in a row this month. Every time, Chen Haonan was first. Old Black sat on the military vehicle, looking at the lead Chen Haonan. His heart was again a burst of emotion. The physical quality of this little biddy is too scary. The first of the new recruits, even He Changwang, who was previously considered the best newcomer, is not good enough in front of him. Holy shit, it's speeding up again. Only to see the front leader Chen Haonan began to accelerate violently again, followed by a large group, each with red eyes. This is dragging us down. Chen Haonan glanced back at He Changwang and the others behind him, and shouted in a childish voice, you guys didn't eat breakfast? Running so slow. You guys can't even compare to a breastfed child. After a month of hard training, Chen Haonan finally absorbed all of the ant essence in his body, and the strength in his body remained unchanged, though other aspects had changed greatly. Chen Haonan's size has not changed much. His skin is still white and tender. Unlike the soldiers, when he is serious, he looks milky and fierce, but if he takes off his clothes, his muscles bulge, just like Sun Wuhan, which is something that Old Black is aware of. This was thanks to the influence of the ant genes on his body, causing Chen Haonan to grow much faster than his peers, but for some reason, his height didn't change much. In this regard, Chen Haonan is more satisfied. Concentrated is the essence. Leaving the gang behind him several hundred meters behind, Chen Haonan was distracted to check his personal attributes. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, primary school student. Level, 2. Root bone, 5. Mental, 5. Strength, 20. Speed, 5. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, invincible vision. Experience value, 0/300. Increased by 2 points. Chen Haonan was so excited that he jumped up a little, making the Old Black man, who was following in the car behind him, laugh and cry. Perverted physique. I'm envious. A month of frantic training would at best raise about 0.1. Even He Changwang would be 0.3 at most. Chen Haonan's 2 points is almost 10 times as much as him. 5 points of attributes equal to 5 times the physical fitness of a regular person. What do the guys back there have to compare themselves to? The only regret is that the experience value is still 0 eggs. How can I trigger the mission without any suspense? Chen Haonan was the first to run across the finish line and came under the shade of a tree, sitting with his little butt on the lawn, holding a dog's tail grass in his mouth, with a despondent look on his face. System, it's been a month. How about triggering a quest? There are many kinds of triggering tasks, such as being bullied, competitions, examinations and so on all have the chance to randomly trigger a task, but as the Junior Soldier King system, the main thing is to carry out tasks to kill the enemy in order to obtain more experience value. The system said a whole bunch of relevant related information about obtaining experience value. Chen Haonan was very dissatisfied. A kill mission? Where am I going to find ghosts to kill now? Don't get too far ahead of yourself. Speaking of assessments, how come I don't have experience value when I'm not first in every training competition? Host, because these low-level physical training are not stressful for you, and your current strength surpasses the crowd too much to be the least bit challenging. There is no task, this or that. What's going to work? Host, this is something you need to figure out for yourself. Being bullied? To put it another way, is it possible that if I'm arrogant enough to draw confrontation, I'll be able to trigger the mission as well? Chen Haonan simply lay down on the lawn, his eyes staring at the clear blue sky. No chance this will work. Chen Haonan's eyes lit up and he sat up violently. Do this. At this time, He Changwang and the others ran to the finish line one after another, and saw Chen Haonan under the shade of a tree, lying down and sleeping again, sleeping and sitting down again. with a look of impatient waiting. All of them were red in the face. It's so arrogant. But each one of them had a bitter smile on his face. This kid was simply not human. Over the past 30 days, everyone had worked out very hard, and their physical fitness had improved by a large margin, and their running speed continued to accelerate, and everyone wanted to overtake Chen Haonan, but every time they increased their speed, they found that the other party was even faster. It's almost like one lift a day. In the end, it made everyone lose their temper, and all they could do was eat dust in the back with their eyes. Assemble. Rest less than 10 minutes. The old black instructor and instructor Gong Arrow, out of the jeep. The old black ordered everyone to gather. Moving quickly, the team assembled in a matter of a few dozen seconds. After a month of rigorous training, these newcomers are starting to look like soldiers. Instructor Gong Arrow looked past than the old black to be much more quiet, but a sturdy and upright body. Eyes have God. Face through a soldier on the body of the unique fortitude. A glance at the crowd. Did not speak, but the body naturally exudes a feeling of oppression of the majesty of the people. Old Black took a step forward and said aloud, 1 month of basic physical training ends here today. Next, we will begin to learn the fighting arts. And now I will first show you the most basic fighting art in the army. The military physical fist. Everyone's eyes glazed over at once. Having waited a month to finally learn the art of fighting, each face is showing an excited expression. Even Wang Yanbing, such as the former often fight punks, are full of anticipation. Li Erniu is even more excited. Even He Changwang are a few curious. Although the military boxing is also a martial arts routine, but after all, this is in the army, is in the fighting with the enemy in the evolution of the fighting skills. Chen Haonan's eyes, however, held a look of disdain. Military boxing? Can it be compared to my invincible fighting art? Chen Haonan slightly bristled with disdain. Military boxing is a boxing art that consists of a combination of fighting movements such as punching, kicking, wrestling, grabbing knives, grabbing guns and so on. It is of great significance to the cultivation of the soldier's fighting style of perseverance, bravery and tenacity. In the future war, we are facing a vicious enemy, not a lamb with its hands tied. In the implementation of reconnaissance, anti-submarine, sentry, camouflage and other special tasks, as well as in the protection of the legitimate interests of the people from infringement of the courageous action, we often have to unarmed against the enemy. You all watch, Old Black exclaimed. The body turns slightly to the right. At the same time the right foot withdraws one step forward to the right. Both feet slightly form a figure of 8. Most of the weight falls on the right foot. Both hands make a fist. Pull back and forth. Bend the elbows. The left fist and the shoulder with the same fist eye inward upward. The right fist is placed in front of the small abdomen at about 10 centimeters. The fist eye upward naturally lifts up the chest, and the eyes look forward. Old Black slowed down his movements while explaining, but every movement exuded a powerful killing intent. He Changwang and the others watched with a surging mood. They had also seen military boxing performances on TV, but seeing Old Black fight out of the military boxing was even more lethal. However, in Chen Haonan's eyes, it was child's play anyhow, and he almost didn't fall asleep. Old Black demonstrated the essentials of the movements of military boxing in depth. After waiting for the demonstration, Old Black said, the practice of military physical fist requires accumulation and hard work over time in order to bring out its essence in the battlefield. Next, start the actual battle, one-on-one. Show your skills, don't hide. The crowd was buzzing with excitement, each wanting to show off and express themselves. Who's a man in the army who doesn't want to fight? Isn't there such a saying? Soldiers who don't want to fight in the army are bare soldiers. Li Erniu, Zhou Shan, step forward, Old Black ordered. Li Erniu and Zhou Shan stepped out, and the two of them took up positions. Begin! Li Erniu stomped the ground with one foot, his body bent forward slightly, and violently rushed towards Zhou Shan, precisely his most skillful Iron Mountain leaning. Zhou Shan saw Li Erniu slamming headlong into him, and before he could avoid it, he was sent flying 5 or 6 meters. A loud cheer went up around them. Good job Erniu, 2 brute bulls aren't as strong as you. Zhou Shan weighs at least 170 pounds, and it is really quite scary to be knocked away 5 or 6 meters at once. Next, He Changwang, Zhang He. Old Black continued to name names. Begin! Zhang He was the first to attack, rushing up to He Changwang and slamming his fist into his chest, which He Changwang sidestepped with a stroke and managed to avoid. The opponent obediently swept his right elbow across to the back of He Changwang. He Changwang back like a long eye, sharp bending. At the same time the lower calf sweep, snapped, kicked in the opponent's calf. The opponent directly fell to the ground. 3 moves. Another cheer exploded around them. Defense and attack, all in one go, probably less than 10 seconds. He Changwang reached out to help the other party up, then walked back to his original position in style. Gong Arrow revealed an approving look and said softly, "Not bad. Worthy of being the national youth wushu champion. Flexible movements and decisive strikes." Old Black nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. He Chang Wang was indeed capable. The last time he fought with Chen Haonan, he didn't use his full strength. After all, Chen Haonan was just a child, just trying to teach a lesson. The remaining light of his eyes looked at Chen Haonan, not thinking that Chen Haonan was squinting his eyes as if he was asleep. The bouts continued next, all one-on-one singles. It was Wang Yanbing's turn to get the win, drawing out the pair in 5 or 6 rounds as well. In this way, soon after a lap, down only Chen Haonan was left alone, without an opponent. Chen Haonan was originally added in from the back, and when everyone looked at him, he was a kid and didn't want to get into a fight with him. There's no face in winning or losing a fight. Chen Haonan didn't care. These little tricks, one finger can single out 3 or 4 at the same time. Old Black knew Chen Haonan's ability to fight, and deliberately didn't say anything. After taking a turn, he said aloud, "Do you still want to continue? Are you enjoying yourselves? I'll tell you. Fighting arts is to keep crawling and fighting in real battles in order to have constant progress. It doesn't matter if you get knocked down for the first time in training. You can get up again and keep fighting. But if you're on the battlefield, getting down once is likely to cost you your little life. Sweat more and bleed more during training, in order for you to have a better chance of surviving on the battlefield in the future." He said in a resounding voice. "Shall we continue? Go on." The crowd, all lifted up in enthusiasm by Old Black's words, shouted, "Great!" Old Black raised his hand and pressed down, letting the crowd be quiet, sweeping the circle, and finally his eyes fell on Chen Haonan, saying, "Chen Haonan, Li Erniu, step forward." Li Erniu was slightly stunned, and then, his eyes radiated an intense battle intent. During this time, he had been practicing hard, and his level of desperation was even higher than Chen Haonan's, and the strength in his body had increased by a large margin, which filled Li Erniu with a bottom line once again, and he should be able to call Chen Haonan's bluff. "Let's shake hands first." "What the hell?" Li Erniu said. "Could be." Li Erniu's broad palm made contact with Chen Haonan's small hand and exerted a fierce force. Li Erniu's palm felt like it was grasping an iron clamp. How was he to know that Chen Haonan's attributes had increased by 2 points, and his strength was even stronger than before? Only to see Chen Haonan's small hand slightly forcefully cursed, Li Erniu immediately wailed in pain. "Let go! Let go!" The soldiers all around laughed. "Cut!" Chen Haonan slammed his little hands away and shook his little head as if to say, "You can't." Li Erniu retracted his palm and found that his fingers were about to be pinched and burst, a blue and purple piece. The pain was so painful that tears were coming out of his eyes, and he had raised a little bit of courage, but now he was afraid. "Chen Haonan, your strength is greater than mine. I admit defeat. I won't fight anymore." A wild laugh went up from the recruits around them. Just shaking hands and admitting defeat on the spot? Has this Li Erniu got it wrong? It's too funny. A black line sprouted from Yi Changwang's forehead as he scolded Li Erniu. "Li Erniu, can you still act like a man? Don't be a shrinking violet all the time." Who knows that Li Erniu still shook his head. How he didn't dare to compete with Chen Haonan. The crowd laughed again. Old Black also had a helpless look on his face. Li Erniu was born afraid of death. In the boot camp is notorious for fear of death. In the first tank crushed over the body training. See the rumbling tanks pressed over. Scared almost pissed his pants. Climbed up and turned around to run. If not in the critical moment, Chen Haomen small, drilled in and dragged him out. Flung to the tank frame. Otherwise, he was crushed to death. The shocking scene at that time, watching the surrounding people were scared out of their wits. At the same time also marveled at Chen Haoman small but flexible, bold and big. The key is his strength. Really raw. More than 170 pounds of living people. 2 small hands lift. Hard to throw on the tank. It was a sight to behold. One of the new recruits was tall and lanky, not weaker than Li Erniu in any way from his size. Striding out of the team, he came in front of Chen Haonan and laughed. Brother won't show any mercy. Your running endurance is indeed very strong, but fighting is not about endurance. When you really fight, don't cry if it hurts." Chen Haonan skimmed him and said, "What a lot of nonsense. I'll finish you off with 1 punch, believe it or not." The recruit barely got a stomachache from the anger and laughed. "Not a bad breath. You'll have time to cry later." At this time, Kong Lei walked over from afar. He had been very concerned about Chen Haonan's performance during this period of time, and hadn't thought that Chen Haonan would persevere and give him the title of Rookie King. "It's exactly 1 month today, so I came by to see how it's going." Just as he approached, his eyes froze and he saw Chen Haonan jumping up violently, his small fist smashing on the bridge of the nose of the stout soldier opposite him, and the other party let out a scream, covering his nose with one hand, with blood flowing out, and wailing and shouting, I concede defeat. Cut. You want to call my bluff even with this much skill? Go back and practice for another 10 years. Chun Haonan skimmed his small mouth and snorted coldly. His own invincible fighting technique was not a cover. And with his physical attributes reaching 5, he was too much tougher than the average adult. And it was not challenging at all to take on such a big man who was strong on the outside. The crowd stared at each other in disbelief. This little bitty guy was so mean. No wonder Lee Ernie screamed so miserably, and thought that he was pretending for the most part, just grateful that Chun Haonan had saved him. This kid, his strikes are fast and accurate, and his strength isn't small either. The people all muttered in their hearts, while considering themselves and what percentage of certainty they had of not being abused if they went up against him. Is there anyone else? Who wants to challenge Chun Haonan? Old Black shouted. No. I'll start the roll call. Next Chen Tao. I concede. Old Black frowned. Why are all these people bare bags? Learn from Lee Ernie? Admit defeat directly without even fighting. They also all had concerns. Sparring with a child. Hard and dishonorable. Losing is even more humiliating. Forewarned. Solely all admit defeat. He Changwon. Old Black finally called out to He Changwon. The others had all conceded defeat and only he was left. At this time Conley walked up to Old Black and said, "Let the two of them fight." Yes. Old Black's face sank as he said, "All those who admit defeat, carry 20 kilograms of weight and cross-country for 10 kilometers. Don't even dare to fight. Are they all being shrunken turtles? Old me is ashamed." He Changwon's eyes exploded with a bright light and he walked without any hesitation. Old Black's frown loosened a little. "Chief, what do you mean by that?" Old Black was a bit puzzled. "Don't you think it would be interesting for the two of them to fight? Which one do you think would win?" Conley smiled. "I think He Changwon's chances of winning will be greater. He has won the National Youth Wushu Championship and has a deep kung fu background. In a real fight, Chun Haonan should not be an opponent." Old Black analyzed. "Did you forget? When they were in the dormitory?" Conley said softly. "The situation was different. At that time, it was in the dormitory. The space was relatively small. It was not good to let go. And at that time, He Changwon definitely didn't put in his best effort. Now it's different. He Changwon should know more about Chun Haonan's bottom line, and his strikes will be more steady." "Oh, so it seems like you think He Changwon is bound to win." Kong Lei. "Yes. Gong Arrow. What do you think?" Kong Lei turned to Gong Arrow. "I also think that He Changwon will have more chances of winning. How to say He Changwon Kung Fu base is where it is. And during this period of time and crazy training, as far as I know He Changwon gets up every day at the crack of dawn to practice Kung Fu, and does not fall behind for a single day." Gong Arrow said softly. "Then we'll see who's better." Kong Lei said. "Ding dong, Junior Soldier King is a randomized mission issued by the system. The host defeats He Changwon and is rewarded with 100 points. Chen Haonan originally couldn't raise any spirits, but when he heard the crisp voice, his eyes suddenly lit up. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. With a different person, stepping with small steps, he walked headlong towards He Changwon. He Changwon immediately felt Chun Haonan's strong battle intent. He thinks he's going to win? Humph. He Changwon bone-proud strength. Never give in. Begin. The two were old rivals and started fighting straight away without saying a word. He Changwon knew Chun Haonan's strength well, and this time, without any care, he let go of his hands and feet. With his feet powered up, he utilized his height advantage to make a chop directly to Chun Haonan's small shoulder. A very harsh move. The crowd gasped. If this kick had hit Chun Haonan, would his small shoulder have been broken? However, he saw Chun Haonan turn his body around, while clasping his right hand and smashing his small fist against the incoming kick. There was a snap. He Changwon only felt a raw pain in his calf. Why was the guy's fist so hard? A foot popped off, just landed, followed by a sweeping leg, sweeping to Chun Haonan's calf. The whole action is smooth and unrivaled. The first is the upper plate, the smooth trend to the lower plate, all in one go. It is pleasing to watch. From time to time, people couldn't help but shout. However, Chen Haonan's small arms and legs, and his movements are not slow, but he was able to see the moves, and his small fists hit with a tiger's wind. In the blink of an eye the two had exchanged about 20 moves. He Changwon had more moves, but Chen Haonan's strikes were all on sight and very concise, and the strikes are extremely efficient. Sometimes, a cold retort dissolved He Changwon's harsh attack in an instant. Old Black's eyebrows kept surfacing in different ways, finally revealing a stunned look. What's going on? He Changwon lost. Old Black whispered softly at last. Only at this moment, Chen Haonan's small feet stepped on. His small body seemed to transform into the simplest weapon, slamming headlong into He Changwon's arms. With a snap, He Changwon flew out as if he was swinging on a swing, flying out a long way, and falling heavily to the ground. He Changwon did a carp flip and stood back up on the ground, his face full of rage. and wanted to launch another attack, but he heard Old Black shout from the side, "He Changwon, you lost. I still have a lot of moves left to use." "I haven't lost," He Changwon said unwillingly. "He Changwon, although your moves are numerous, they are too complicated. Many of them are redundant and carry a great deal of showmanship. As long as these are improved upon, your future achievements won't be any worse than Chen Haonan's," Old Black said in a deep voice. "Although Chen Haonan doesn't have as many moves as you, he strikes concisely and never drags his feet. This is where his strength lies." Old Black continued, unexpectedly. You, this little bitty guy, let me look away again. I now declare Chen Haonan as the new recruit invincible in close combat." Ding dong, the host completes the Junior Soldier King system's randomized mission and gains 100 experience points. Chen Haonan's heart stirred, revealing a hint of excited eyes. Finally, Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, primary school student. Level, 2. Root bone, 5. Mental, 5. Strength, 20. Speed, 5. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle eye. Experience value, 100 out of 300. Only 200 short of an upgrade. The benefits of upgrading naturally went without saying. One could obtain new skills as well as reinforcers. These were all things that were very desirable for Chen Haonan to obtain. Only by obtaining these could one become more powerful and be one step closer to becoming the strongest soldier king. This time, triggering the system random task, so that Chen Haonan accidentally obtained a road. That is, not afraid of your arrogance, is afraid that you are not arrogant enough. It's good to understand that. After the Old Black announced, those recruits who admitted defeat all cross-country 10 kilometers, He Changwon himself applied to join the cross-country team. It is very simple. He wants to train himself to become stronger. Chen Haonan, on the other hand, was lying comfortably at the bottom of the shade of a tree, crossing his calves and holding a dog's tail grass in his mouth, thinking about how he could trigger a randomized quest and gain more points, or at least gain another 200 points. Now a month has gone by and one level hasn't even gone up. It's so slow. If it wasn't for the Ant Gene reinforcement liquid that hadn't been digested yet and boosted by 2 points, otherwise this month wouldn't have amounted to, well, a standstill? Thinking about this greatly stimulated Chen Haonan's desire to level up. The night was starry and the barracks were quiet. Wang Yanbing got up to pee, and as he passed Li Ernia's bed, he rubbed his eyes and realized that Li Ernia wasn't in bed. Where did he go? Couldn't have been a deserter. Could he? Wang Yanbing winced, suddenly sleepy, pushed open the door, looked into the corridor, did not see the shadow of Li Erniu. Where could he go in the middle of the night? Could he really be a deserter? Wang Yanbing retreated and ran to He Changwon's bed, waking him up. What do you want to do in the middle of the night when you're not sleeping? The second cow is gone. What? He Changwon was also sleepy when he heard that and said, when was it? I don't know. I got up to pee and found no one there, and outside the hallway, I looked, too, and didn't see anything. This stupid second cow. Could it be? He Changwon thought of the same thing as Wang Yanbing, hurriedly waking up a few of the dormitory's roommates. He said, Erniu occasionally has the habit of sleepwalking. I don't know where he's run off to, so let's help find him. He Changwon didn't dare to call Chen Haonan, but with so much commotion in the dormitory, Chen Haonan woke up early. Sleepwalking? Chen Haonan was a bit puzzled. This Li Erniu hadn't heard of the habit of sleepwalking. Thinking that this Li Erniu was not bad at all, Chen Haonan also got up to look for it. He Changwang and the others immediately quietly walked out of the dormitory, looking around for Li Erniu. I searched everywhere around the barracks, but in the middle of the night, the surrounding lights were dim and dark. How could I find it? After searching for more than 10 minutes, I couldn't find it. Wang Yanbing muttered, thinking, bad. Li Erniu won't be deadhead and really become a deserter, right? Well, no. Several people came together and said they didn't find it. At this time, Chen Haonan yawned and said, come with me. I know where this guy is. Where? Chen Haonan didn't say anything either, and with his hands behind his back, he walked in the direction of the super training ground. He had long ago discovered Li Erniu. His invincible eyesight is not blowing, despite the surrounding darkness up, but almost no effect on Chen Haonan. A sweep of the eyes, immediately found. The crowd came to the training ground, only to see the blurred figure of Li Erniu, who was practicing at night, doing pull-ups, exhaling and inhaling, emitting heavy gasping sounds. Chen Haonan carried his small hands behind his back and walked next to Li Erniu, skinning his lips. Big stupid cow. Is it fun for you to run here to train in the middle of the night when you're not sleeping? Let me tell you, you're going to waste your body by forcing yourself to work out like this against your body's functions. Li Erniu exhaled a mouthful of muddy air and said, being stimulated by you. If I don't find a way to surpass it, I'll be wasted as well. This was all forced out by Chen Haonan, How many people have been stimulated by Chun Haonan's anticlimactic performance? How many people train like crazy during the day? However, no matter in which program, it was still no match for Chun Haonan, the 10-year-old kid. That's why Li Ernia thought of training the method in the middle of the night to catch up a little. You can continue if you don't want to die. I'm too lazy to care about you, stupid cow. Chun Haonan threw down this sentence, turned around, wiped his feet, and ran back to the dormitory to sleep. Li Ernia ended up being dragged back to the dormitory to sleep by He Changwang and the others. The growth of people is to have a course. Chun Haonan also cannot evaluate Li Ernia what? Anyway, not everyone seems to be like him. An ant genetic enhancement is 10 attributes of the power enhancement. Don't be too horrible. It's not unusual for the crowd to be irritated. But Chun Haonan do not know enough. This is the era of cold weapons. A bullet over. He cannot avoid the same death. Must get stronger. The early morning sunlight once again shone on the earth, and after completing the regular 5 kilometers of cross-country, Old Black said, "Today, everyone will start training on firearms." The crowd's eyes became blazing with excitement. There isn't a man who doesn't like to play with guns. People have been waiting for more than a month, and they finally have a chance to touch a gun. So how can they not be excited? Great, finally we can play something exciting. I used to play chicken all the time, but now I can finally play with the real thing. I wonder what kind of gun it is. Sniper rifle? Submachine gun? It would be best with a Desert Eagle. The group of newcomers couldn't help but whisper excitedly. Chun Haonan's big eyes showed a hint of disdain. Not just playing with a gun. What's so exciting about it? If it were in the past, Chun Haonan might have been excited. But Chun Haonan, who possessed invincible shooting skills, was basically not interested in firearms anymore. But there would be an opportunity to earn experience value. Turn right. Shooting range. Run for it. Old Black led the crowd to the shooting range. Came to be the shooting range. Firearms have been prepared. Assembled the team. The Old Black resounding voice said, "Today's training program is firearms training." Old Black casually took out the prepared pistol. Said, "This is the 92 Type pistol. 5.8mm caliber. Using steel core cartridges. The external dimensions and internal ballistics are the same as para pistol rounds, and the new pistol can use both the newly developed steel core rounds and para lead core pistol rounds." After the introduction, only to see the Old Black click, sharp 92 pistol, disassembled, and then said, "This is the magazine." As he said that, he did it, and had the pistol assembled. After that, and the semi-automatic rifle, sniper rifle, one by one, from each part to say, and so on. The introduction is complete. The Old Black said, "Who wants to show a little disassembly?" Assembly? As soon as Old Black's words fell, Chun Haonan immediately raised his small hand, and He Changwang quickly raised his hand as well. The crowd immediately looked at Chun Haonan with puzzled gazes. It's just that He Changwang raised his hand. But why would a kid like Chun Haonan raise his hand? Isn't that nonsense? It's playing with guns. Race running. Two different concepts altogether. Old Black was puzzled and turned to Chun Haonan, saying, "Chun Haonan, you would?" Chun Haonan rolled his eyes and said, "I'm a soldier. How come soldiers don't play with guns?" Everyone was speechless. Naturally, you'll compete with He Changwang to see who has faster hands. Old Black smiled. Only think of Chun Haonan as a competitive little guy. He Changwang, you first. Old Black rode. Yes. He Changwang came to the specialized table and directly grabbed at the sniper rifle with the most complicated structure. Sniper rifle? Many people cannot help but exclaim. Sniper rifle. Just now the Old Black did also explain. Disassemble. Assembled. But the sniper rifle's mechanism is so complex, nearly twice as many parts than a 92 Type pistol. Many people recalled. Cannot remember from which step. He Changwang chose the most difficult one at once. Had he practiced before? The Old Black is also a little surprised. According to the general human choice of people, in the initial training, from the simple to start, and then to the complex, step by step. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the year's Thunder War. When he first practiced assembling a firearm, he chose a sniper rifle as well, and he moved so quickly that he couldn't tell that he was a novice at all. This is what requires a strong memory and talent. Could it be that He Changwang is one of these gifted people? Of course does not exclude that he has practiced before. Now the market simulation airsoft gun. The structure is actually with the sniper rifle not much. He has to often practice disassembly, in addition to their own demonstration just now. Indeed also be able to complete the assembly. Begin. Old Black started the clock. Only saw He Changwang sharply remove the looking glass muffler. The crowd was shocked to find that his movements were very smooth and skillful. And the recruits with good memories realized that He Changwang disassembled the works in the same order as Old Black. Awesome! If it's your first time disassembling, It's marvelous to be able to do it like that. A new recruit said admiringly. He's starting to assemble. Did you guys notice that he didn't make a mistake every time he took the parts? It's like he knows the order from the beginning of the placement to the order of assembly from new. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Haonan in admiration. Old Black also couldn't help but show a look of approval. It was very good for a human recruit to be able to do this. Total time 50 seconds. When He Changwang finished his report, Old Black announced the time. Wow, with a speed like that, I don't think I can do it even after practicing for 10 days. I don't remember any of the steps. I think he's practiced before, right? The crowd was envious all the way. Li Ernia and Wang Yanbing gave a thumbs up towards He Changwang. With such a fast speed, let's see how that kid, Chen Haonan, can still chase after him. Wang Yanbing muttered. Old Black looked toward Chen Haonan and said softly, Chen Haonan, are you good to continue? Chen Haonan stepped on his little feet, and without noticing, had already walked to the front of the stage, skimming his lips and saying, isn't it just a sniper rifle? I know it too. This one, Chen Haonan said to Old Hey. Old Black froze. The little guy saw that He Changwang disassembled and assembled all so quickly. Did he think it was easy? He chose a sniper rifle too? There's no mistake. 80% thought it was easy. Kids are just kids. They watch adults play easy and find it easy too. Wait for the joke. Everyone is not optimistic about this little kid Chen Haonan, but it is just a fun heart doing strange things. Playing 2 times must have been deflated. He Changwang sneered when he saw that Chen Haonan also chose a sniper rifle. Chen Haonan, are you sure it's this one? Okay. Start the clock. Begin. Old Black wasn't talking much, where they knew that Chen Haonan 5 times the normal human roots and mental strength. This simple disassembly and assembly, for him is child's play. Take a look at it and he will. Not to mention that the Old Black also assembled so slowly. Just as Old Black's voice fell, Chen Haonan picked up the sniper rifle and carried out both of his little hands at the same time, firing left and right. His hand speed was surprisingly faster than He Changwang's. Those 2 small hands, swaying from side to side, were dazzling, and all that could be heard was the parts of the sniper rifle, making a crisp thumping sound. Everyone looked dumbfounded. What's going on here? Hand speed is obviously much faster than He Changwang, and the whole process is like flowing water. The sniper rifle had been disassembled in the blink of an eye. Holy shit, that's the speed of a god. How many seconds? There was no count. But I blinked a couple times and he had disassembled the sniper rifle. If they knew that Chen Haonan had also intentionally slowed down his hand speed and only used 3 times the speed, if they had exploded all the way out, it was estimated that they would have seen the residual shadows. He Changwang froze and trembled in his heart, but he managed to keep his composure. Disassembling the gun was easy, but assembling it was much harder. Old Black was also a bit stunned. He wouldn't have played it before, would he? And that's at the speed of a first-class sniper. Hell no. But the next scene made people's eyes widen even more. Click, click. Chen Haonan's speed of assembly was no slower than that of disassembly. 1 part, 2 parts. The order wasn't messed up in the slightest, just now when he placed it in a completely disorganized manner. Many people thought that he had placed it randomly for the sake of pursuing speed, but it didn't seem to be that way at all now. He memorized all of it. Over. A childish voice shouted. Everyone came back to their senses then. Old Black was really startled and said, "You've touched a gun before?" Chen Haonan waved his small hand and said meaninglessly, "I used to take it apart and play with it when I was a kid, and there's no difference between this thing and a toy gun." The people around them froze for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You played with toy guns when you were a kid, right? Instructor, quickly tell me how much time I used." Chen Haonan pursued. 47 seconds. Hey, slow. Chen Haonan sighed as he shook his little brain. Everyone's drunk. It's 3 seconds less than He Changwang, and he said it was slow. Is this still human? Old Black was stunned. How could a professional firearm be compared to a toy gun? But how does that explain it? If we are talking about disassembly, a haphazard pass may also be able to take down the sniper rifle, but to reassemble it back, it requires professionalism. A wrong step, the sniper rifle will not be assembled. Moreover, Chen Haonan's speed like this had already reached the standard of a special forces soldier, which was a hand speed that could only be maintained by a special forces soldier who had been trained every day. The skill of disassembling and assembling must be trained hard every day, and if you slack off, you will slow down. Old Black couldn't figure it out anyway. Looking at Chen Haonan, that little bitty man, lifting the barrel of the gun almost higher than him, such a child was actually an expert in the assembly of firearms. Old Black felt as if he had lived all these years as a dog. With a helpless expression on his face, he thought to himself, maybe it's Chen Haonan's natural strong learning ability and hands-on ability to take a look at it, and then seriously said to the crowd, "Do you want to be even more than a kid? Don't want to be looked down upon? All cheer up. The assembly competition continues to begin. Next, Wang Yanbing, sniper rifle. He Changwang could not figure it out even more. His speed just now was still 2 seconds faster than usual. How did he end up 3 seconds slower than Chen Haonan? As full of doubt as Old Black. Sniper rifle disassembly competition. New people see Chen Haonan and He Changwang too so easy to assemble. But when it really comes to their own turn, only to find that do not want to see so simple, cannot remember the steps, touched half a day to disassemble the sniper rifle is complete, but then loaded up, fumbled with the majority of the day, are not loaded up. A lot of people hang their heads, when really, you can't even compare to a child. The last place took 30 minutes, and the difference between the 47 seconds of the first place winner, Chen Haonan, was, dozens of times. Sniper rifles can be a bit difficult. Now match 92 pistols. Old Black ordered the match to continue. This time it was Wang Yanbing who was the first one on the field. Although his movements were rusty, but the whole process did not have any mistakes, and the speed was much faster than assembling the sniper rifle. Picked up was Li Erniu. Li Erniu was much dumber, and when he assembled it, the parts fell out of his hands several times, and the crowd laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt, and he was the last one in the sniper rifle competition just now. However, everyone is still most looking forward to another match between Chen Haonan and He Changwang. He Changwang began to show the kind of sophistication, chastity, obviously is practiced in front of the eyes, and the results are not bad. Chen Haonan let more people think of his appalling ability to learn, before the age of 10 years old to play with real guns, almost a possible thing, instead the domestic ban on guns. Of course, there are rich people secretly go abroad to play with guns, but after all, it is a minority. Having said that, even if they did, surely the parents wouldn't approve of a little kid playing with a gun. He Changwang. It was He Changwang's turn to take the stage again, only to see He Changwang come to the stage, take a deep breath, and then quickly grabbed the pistol, unloaded the magazine, the insurance, plug in insurance, try the gun. The whole process seemed to be done in just one breath. Bravo! The crowd exclaimed again as they came back to their senses. This time, He Changwang gave his full attention and exerted his fastest speed. He shouldn't be as fast as himself this time. He Changwang couldn't help but look at Chen Haonan, but he saw that the other party was again squinting his small eyes as if he was asleep, just like before. I don't believe it. Old Black nodded with great satisfaction. Next, Chen Haonan. Everyone's eyes once again looked at Chen Haonan in unison, only to see Chen Haonan open his eyes, just now as if he had fallen asleep while standing. He didn't even look at He Changwang's performance just now. Does he think he's a sure thing? Ignore all opponents? It's too bullying. This time, He Changwang was super fast, and it was impossible for Chen Haonan to win. Begin! Chen Haonan's small hands began to move quickly again, brushing, disassembling, assembling. It doesn't seem to be any slower than He Changwang's. Wicked! Has he played with every gun? The scene became quiet all of a sudden, with only Chen Haonan's small hands, moving quickly from side to side, and slight banging sounds coming from the pistol's parts. Click! Chen Haonan placed the pistol neatly on the countertop. It took everyone a moment, in shock, to come back to their senses. Next, Old Black shouted. A strange look came over his face. The races went on one after another, with Old Black silently recording each one's score on the side until the last one was recorded. Now I'll announce the results. Wang Yanbing 1 minute 20 seconds. He Changwang 40 seconds. When he said He Changwang, Old Black paused for a moment, and a gasp rang out around him. Such a short moment, he must have practiced before. Didn't see how skillfully he held the gun. First place this time, definitely him. Chen Haonan, time 39 seconds. Damn it, how come it's 1 second less than He Changwang? Shit against the odds. He Changwang heard this achievement, also froze for a moment, just now also full of confidence. But, clenching his fists slightly, he wasn't happy about it. He himself had started practicing firearms since he was a child, participated in various firearms clubs, and had never lost when assembling in a competition. And today he had lost twice in a row, both to the same person. Still a brat. How could He Changwang not be infuriated by this? Chen Haonan felt a wave of strange eyes from the crowd, cocked his mouth and said, I've told you all. I've been playing with guns since I was a kid. You guys can't compare. The collective was struck. Old Black was similarly injured. Playing with a toy pistol before the age of 10 can be taken as a real gun. And the crowd is drunk. But that's what's in front of us. Without further ado, the Old Black man continued. Now we begin training for shooting. This gun is called the 56 type semi-automatic rifle. 1025 millimeters long. 10 rounds of ammunition. Empty gun. 105 kilograms. Old Black carefully described, and then rehearsed some of the creeping action, as well as the main points of shooting, etc. The crowd began to get excited. The people started to get excited. It's finally time to start shooting. Right at this time Old Black said to Chen Haonan, "Chen Haonan, this is a live-fire shooting. The recoil of this gun is very strong. Plus you're not much taller than the gun. I'm afraid that you'll accidentally point your gun at your own comrade. So for this shooting, you'll just have to watch from the side. Also, even if you can shoot, the sharpshooter 4th company won't want you. And after this summer vacation, it's almost time for you to go back to school." When Old Black said that, the surrounding recruits became much more comfortable and almost didn't laugh out loud. Finally got hit for once. I guess, shooting is not the same thing as disassembling and assembling a firearm. Chun how male assembly and how powerful. That is also hands-on ability. Shooting is absolutely technical work, especially live ammunition shooting. Shooting bullets a moment recoil amazing. Aiming, shooting, etc. relies on great skill and is not comparable to being able to shoot an airsoft gun. But the crowd immediately heard a very important message. Sharpshooter Company 4 is to be selected among the newcomers. Although they were new recruits, the great name of the 4th company of sharpshooters had already been heard. This is a heroic company with a glorious history, fine revolutionary traditions and outstanding war achievements. Through the Anti-Korean War, Liberation War, and the War of Resistance against rice and aid to North Korea, a large number of heroes have emerged. It is well known in the East China military region, and even in all major military regions of the country. When you mention the East China military region, you will definitely talk about the 4 companies of sharpshooters, and you will definitely give a thumbs up. So as a new recruit, if you can get into a company like this, it will be very beneficial to your future growth. It's just like the college entrance examination. The difference between getting into a first-class prestigious school and an ordinary institution is almost like a carp leaping into the Dragon Gate. I can't imagine that I have a chance. Old Black continued. Here's a piece of information to reveal to you. In 10 days, Marksman Company 4 will begin selecting the best recruits to join Marksman Company 4. The crowd's faces perked up at the news. Each and every one of you has a chance. Of course, the conditions for the selection of Marksman Company 4 are quite harsh, and one of them is shooting. Put it to you this way, every soldier in the 4th company of sharpshooters is a sharpshooter. Lao He began to introduce how excellent the soldiers of the 4th company of marksmen were, how accurate their shots were, and how if you have the opportunity to enter the 4th company of marksmen in the future you will receive the best training and become the best soldiers. Said every newcomer was excited, and He Chengwang and the others' eyes blazed. Chen Haonan jogged over with his little legs, grabbed the rifle, snorted coldly, and said, "Instructor," looking down on elementary school students, "Are you? I challenge everyone here. If I lose, I'll immediately go back to school." Put the butt of the gun on the ground and it was really about his height. Everyone roared with laughter when they saw this look. Chen Haonan, can you shoot? This isn't a toy gun from your home. A recruit couldn't help but shout with laughter. Chen Haonan snorted coldly and said, "Who dares to compare with me? It's no fun to fight with words." A bunch of people were stumped by the question. They've never shot a real gun before either. Airsoft quite a few people have played. Report, He Chengwang shouted. Speak, I can match him. Old Black looked at He Chengwang and then at Chen Haonan, the little bitty man, and said, "Granted." He Chengwang quickly stepped out of the camp. The opportunity to raise your own eyebrows has finally come. This month's physical training had been pressed to death by Chen Haonan, and now it finally came to a strong point. He Chengwang is not only proficient in martial arts, but also has a very high talent for shooting. As soon as he has time to participate in various shooting clubs, and have achieved good results, the circle called the Little Shooting God. Because of his military and martial arts family background, he had been exposed to real firearms since he was a child, and often had the opportunity to go to special places to shoot. And because of this he was so familiar with real firearms. 1,000-meter color flag. One shot. Let's see who can interrupt. He Chengwang said. 1,000 meters? A colorful flagpole? The crowd looked toward the colorful flagpole on the shooting range. At 800 meters. I saw the colorful flags waving, but the thin flagpole was just a little shadow that could be seen vaguely. That's a hit? No kidding? Everyone looked at He Chengwang suspiciously. Me first. Just see He Chengwang. Take the gun. Pounce. Aim. The whole action was done in one go. Where does he look like a new recruit? It is clearly a veteran. The Old Black is also showing a face of surprise. The layman to see the scene. The insider to see the doorway. He Chengwang show this hand. Really have the ability. Maybe he can really hit the 1,000 meters of the color flagpole. Bump! The 1,000 meter color flag fell at the sound. If it were me, I might not be able to hit 100 meters. Not to mention 1,000 meters, hitting the color flag would be more or less the same. The crowd cheered. Not many of them here could shoot, and even if they could, it was a wild goose chase. When Chen Haonan proposed the challenge just now, everyone was thinking, Chen Haonan, this kid is really good at exploiting the loopholes. Knowing that all of us are new recruits and none of us know how to shoot, and proposing a challenge at this time, isn't it bullying? Now He Changwang stepped up to take a shot and interrupt the 1,000-meter flagpole, which was like taking a breath of fresh air out of them. The brat is finally leaving. Chen Haonan, little boy Boots, it's your turn now. Try it? Shall I go and move the colored flags a little closer? Let's make you hit it a little better. Chen Haonan glanced at them and said, you guys watch, so you'll know what it means to be a marksman. 1,000 meters away? Chen Haonan's 10-mile eagle eyes. A glance. The thin colored flagpole became clear. Put the gun up. Not even prone position. The collimator did not even aim. Then pulled the trigger. Bump! The 1,000-meter color flag should fall to the ground. The recruits who had been waiting to see the joke, the smile on their mouths, which hadn't dissipated, immediately turned into a stunned expression for a second, rubbing their eyes. What's the deal? The crowd looked at Chen Haonan with odd faces. The other guy wasn't even aiming and was shooting with his head up and his gun. I'll go. I can't believe I gave it a hit. The distance of 1,000 meters was really trivial for Chen Haonan. His body attributes reached 5, which was a lot tougher than ordinary people, and he could completely withstand the recoil of the gun, but not like the first time I shot before when my arm was still raw. In addition, Chen Haonan had the invincible shooting technique, coupled with the 10-mile eagle eye, and with such a short distance of 1,000 meters, if he couldn't even hit it, there was no heavenly reason. Old Black was also waiting to see the joke and was also startled by Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan, how did you do it? Chen Haonan put down his rifle. A face that was still slightly tender, said in a milky voice, I used to play balloons in the park when I was a kid, and practiced, and at a distance of 1,000 meters. It's sloppy. Old Black was astonished. Practicing hitting balloons is comparable to playing with real guns? Old Black was speechless. Old Black originally thought of letting Chen Haonan know the difficulties and casually suppress his arrogance, but who would have thought that his gunplay at a young age would be so bizarre? Out of everyone's expectation, Chen Haonan's curiosity is getting heavier and heavier. Would like to ask a question in the end, but Chen Haonan answered watertight, but also cannot be examined, cannot ask a reason, and finally can only say, well, you practice yourself, aloud. It can't be helped. Who made Chen Haonan a sharpshooter at such a young age? Natural-born little sniper. Roger that. Chen Haonan walked back to the line. The crowd was speechless for a moment. How does this little kid know everything? He Changwon's face was undulating, and he was thinking of getting back into the game. But it turned out that Chen Haonan raised his hand and fired a shot without even aiming, interrupting the colorful flag, completely out of the running for another contest. However, not letting this discourage him, entering the 4th company of marksmen was his goal. During this period of time, train hard on shooting, and hopefully, in 10 days' time for the selection test, I hope some of you will stand out and successfully join the Sharpshooter 4th Company. Old Black concluded. Then schedule training. Joining the Sharpshooters 4th Company was the top priority in everyone's mind. And as for Chen Haonan, the little bitty man, no one was soon paying attention. Yan Bing, Aaron Yo, you two are pretty good. Joining the 4th Company of Marksmen is the first stepping stone before entering the Special Forces. So buck up. I want all 3 of us to enter together. He Changwon then said to the 2 as they rested. Definitely will work hard. I was born for my Special Forces. Wang Yanbing said with confidence. He was also very talented with firearms. Only half a day of training, he found the right tips for himself, and was the first one to make the fastest progress among all. Li Ernia then didn't have much of a backbone and said, I'm rather stupid. Dead cow head. You want to give up now? You want to lose even the shooting to that little punk Chen Haonan? Wang Yanbing pried Li Ernia's brain and saw Chen Haonan on one side. The corner of his mouth smiled slightly as he got up and walked over. With a smug face, he squatted down and said to Chen Haonan, little brat, envious, aren't you? Several of us are going to the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, and we will be the strongest special forces in the future. As for you, it's useless even if you're a strong shooter. People won't want you. Wait until you grow up. Ding dong. The Junior Soldier King system releases the main mission. The host finds a way to join the 4 companies of sharpshooters, and will be rewarded with experience value, and intermediate genetic modification. Failure of the mission will only develop JJ. Chen Haonan was about to counterattack with a bite, but he didn't think that this time a crisp prompt came from his ears. Finally, the mission has been triggered, but then the little face sank. What the hell? It's normal to gain experience value. But how come there's still an intermediate level for ant genes? The point is that mission failure only develops JJ. What does ant intermediate genetic modification mean? Host, all you've taken before are ant primary genes, which will enhance your physique. mainly improving your strength. The intermediate gene will be even more powerful. It will not only make the host stronger, but also make the host grow up quickly, especially for JJ. Chun Hanan's little head immediately conjured up an image of an elementary school student dragging a Big Mac with his entire crotch stuffed. Chun Hanan's hair stood up in sweat at the thought of this. It's horrible. One must join the 4 companies of sharpshooters. But this is indeed a bit difficult. He has gone through a lot of trouble, tossed out so many things, and with a large element of luck in it. This is how he entered the military region into the Iron Fist Regiment's boot camp, and now he wants to change to a more powerful part. The difficulty is extraordinary. Wang Yanbing looked at Chun Hanan froze, like he was struck, and became more and more pleased, finally able to see this kid suffocating for a while. Just as he was about to make a sarcastic remark, Chun Hanan suddenly patted his little butt and stood up, skimming his lips softly, saying, "Is it another fight?" Wang Yanbing was so scared that he hurried away. "Not just the 4th company of sharpshooters. I really don't believe that I can't get in." Wang Yanbing vaguely heard Chun Hanan pop up this sentence behind him. "Old man?" Wang Yanbing was speechless. What kind of kid is this? His tone is even more bullish than himself. The next part of the training was focused on shooting training. After 1 or 2 hours of weighted cross-country in the morning, He Changwon put in hard work. Of course, he also has a great talent for shooting. The old black in the guidance can be a little bit of understanding, which makes the old black are praised, is indeed a very good seedling, on the lookout for Wang Yanbing, also drummed up the energy. The hard work, not the slightest bit worse than He Changwon. As for Li Erniu is a bit stupid, but has a stubbornness, recognize things, even if it hits the south wall will not turn back. When others were resting, he was still training, harder than anyone else. Old Black couldn't look away and told him to go rest, but he ended up wiping the sweat off his face as he cracked his big mouth and said, "I, for one, am going to get into the 4th company of sharpshooters, so I can't let a little kid underestimate us." Old Black had a bitter smile on his face. While looking at Chun Hanan, he found that the kid was lying under the shade of a tree, squinting and sleeping, glancing towards himself from time to time. These new recruits have been hit hard by Chun Hanan. The blazing sun, He Changwang and others topped the scorching sun, prostrate on the ground to practice aiming, each sweating like rain. The old black stood under the shade of the tree, at this time to see Chun Hanan striding his little legs, fart jogging over. "Report. What is it?" Chun Hanan showed a rare boyish smile and said, "Instructor, to join the 4th company of sharpshooters." "Who says what?" Old Black raised his eyes to look at Chun Hanan and said suspiciously, "Captain Kong. What's wrong? What's his preference?" Old Black grinned and said, "His hobby is drinking." "Salute, thank you." Chun Hanan's small hands a standard military posture, then turned around with small legs, ran away. It made the old black man feel a little puzzled. What does this little guy want? However, no matter what he wants, the sharpshooter 4th company, he definitely won't be able to enter. Old Black pondered, not bothering with Chun Hanan, but concentrating on training the new recruits, trying to get a few more people to join the sharpshooters 4th company. The early morning sunlight once again shines on the entire barracks, and at this moment on the shooting range, the new recruits are unusually excited. Today was the time for the marksman's 4-company test, and each one of them was fully refreshed to give their best when the time came. He Changwang adjusted his state to his best. He believed that he had enough certainty to pass the examination today. This frantic training over the past 10 days had improved his own shooting ability a great deal more than he had been able to do before. The rest of his eyes peeked at Chen Hanan and the team, thinking, "Today, let's show you what real sniping is." The team was assembled, and it wasn't long before a military jeep drove up from the distance. The car stopped and the head of the regiment, Conley, jumped out of the car in full military attire. Old Black's standard running posture, salute, and resounding voice, said, "Reporting to the head of the regiment, the boot battalion is assembled. Please instruct the head of the regiment." Captain Kong finished his simple military salute, then walked to the front of the group with a sturdy stride, his eyes scanning the crowd. With an upright figure, soared eyebrows, and a pair of gleaming eyes, he said sternly in a slightly hoarse voice, "Comrades, have you all heard of the 4 companies of marksmen?" "Heard that. Very well. Naturally, if you know the 4th company of marksmen, then you should know what kind of team the 4th company of marksmen is. It is a team with an honorable tradition, just a team that can fight, and it's can win. You should take pride in joining the 4th company of sharpshooters, and likewise, for the sake of this pride, go and uphold the honor of the 4th company of sharpshooters. However, not everyone can get into marksman company 4, but one of you has a chance. See there, 10 shots. If you can break 9 colored flags, you're part of marksman company 4. We all looked into the distance in unison, only to see rows of colorful flags planted about 1,200 places. fluttering in the wind. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. It's too difficult to break 9 of them with 10 rounds at such a distance. We're still new recruits. We've only been training for 10 days. A lot of people are desperate. It was too difficult to make such an entry test. No wonder every member of the Divine Gun 4th Company was so powerful. Chun Haonan glanced at the colorful flag 1200 meters away and whispered, "That's simple?" After Mr. Kang's speech, the examination officially began. "Zhang Yishan, step forward," Old Black shouted. Zhang Yishan nervously walked out of the team. Everyone wants to enter the 4 companies of sharpshooters, but not everyone is a sharpshooter. Plus there's only one chance. Bumper. 10 shots in a row and not a single colored flag fell. Next, a dozen or so in a row. The best one. Luck broke one. All the others didn't hit a single one. He Changwon. It was finally He Changwon's turn to take the stage, and Old Black expected the most from He Changwon. Bump! The first shot breaks a colored flag, which makes a waiting con leader finally raise a little interest. Bump! Another one interrupts. Then 8 shots in a row, all of which broke the colored flags. Captain Kong nodded, finally finding a good seedling. Report, He Changwon said aloud. Speak. 1,200 meters is too easy. I want to challenge 1,600 meters, He Changwon said. There was an uproar all around. A distance of 1,200 meters already made people shy away, and He Changwon actually proposed 1,600 meters. They are not rookies who know nothing after 10 days of training. Don't look at the fact that 1,600 meters and 1,200 meters are only 400 meters apart, but there are so many things to consider when it comes to hitting your target. The humidity of the air, the direction of the wind and so on have to be taken into account. And at a distance of 1,600 meters, you can't even see clearly, let alone hit the pole. He Changwon is so sure? I suppose so, seeing as he's so confident. It seems a bit up in the air to me. It doesn't matter anyway, he's already completed the test and now he's letting go. Probably because he wants to make a good impression on the headmaster. Standing to the side, the head of the group, Kong Lei, and Old Black were astonished. They were old birds, and of course they were well aware of the difficulty of sniping at a distance of 1,600 meters. It's a bit interesting. Captain Kong nodded. Old Black, let him try. I like soldiers who dare to fight, whether or not you can do it in the end. But you tried yourself. That's a kind of boldness. After He Changwon got the permission, he plopped back to his original position. 1,600 meters of colorful flags had already been placed. The air humidity is about 25. The wind is from the southeast. Force 4. He Changwon kept observing, judging the wind force, wind speed and so on, all of which he took into consideration. The scene was suddenly silent, and all eyes were focused on He Changwon. If it had hit, it might have set the best record in boot camp. Chun Haonan squinted his eyes and was about to fall asleep. Wasn't it just a distance of 1,600 meters? As for taking so long to aim? As the seconds ticked by, many people stretched their necks. After a minute, He Changwon's eyes revealed a hint of determined light. The naked eye, the center of gravity, and the target were connected in a line. This very moment, He Changwon viciously pulled the trigger, and in that instant, he slightly raised the muzzle of the gun. Bump! 1,600 meters of colorful flags, sniffing and breaking. Everyone was silent. People were quick, and the crowd couldn't help but erupt in applause. Holy shit, that's even a hit. Worthy of a natural sniper. I could have seen that coming. An afterthought recruit exclaimed. Finally a fight for our boot camp. Captain Kong finally revealed a long-lost smile and said happily, not bad, finally found a good seedling. Has the potential to be an excellent sniper. Old Black, I'll take this soldier. Before Old Black could reply, a childish voice was suddenly heard, shouting, report, I have something to say. Chief Kong looked at the voice, only to see a heavily armed schoolboy standing out, and all of a sudden, a little dumbfounded, said, Old Black, what's going on here? Old Black said with an embarrassed face, Chief, have you forgotten him? That little student from a month ago. You personally gave the order that you could keep him to try. Kong Tuan froze for a moment and patted his head, as if, I forgot. That fact aside, elementary school students can't take the test, and the 4th company of sharpshooters isn't a boot camp. It's no joke. Old Black had an old face that he didn't know where to put, thinking, he's been fooling around for over a month. Have you conceded? Don't even dare to let me finish. Chun Haonan's milky voice shouted. This was a big matter concerning whether or not he could complete the systems mission, and he didn't want to drag a big crotch-stuffed JJ around. What's He Changwon's 1,600-meter sniping? The surrounding recruits couldn't help but laugh. For the first time they thought this little guy was so cute. They didn't need to think that he must have come out to cause trouble again. Before, He had lifted his hand and broken an 800-meter color flagpole with a single shot. Easily. But 1200 or even 1600 meters is not so simple. He wants to try it too? He Changwon's face sank as he said in his heart. Nonsense. Kong leader was interrupted by the milky voice. His heart was dissatisfied. There is no rule at all. If it were a new recruit, there would definitely be no shortage of a reprimand. But the other party is a child. And looking at old Black's embarrassed face, as if the little recruit had come from a good place, he said aloud. Speak. Chen Haonan lifted his small shoulders and raised his voice to say loudly. He Changwon, he's been aiming for too long. The enemy isn't a fly. Such a big person. In addition, they aren't rocks, standing fixedly still where they are. How could they let you aim for so long? The surrounding recruits looked at each other with odd expressions on their faces. What was this little guy trying to say? Aiming for a minute and hitting a 1600-meter color flagpole is fast enough for that kind of shooting. And he actually said it was slow. He Changwon are a bit unsettled. Long-distance shooting needs to consider a variety of external factors to find the best time to shoot. Not that you want to shoot immediately. So what would you say is fast? Well, within 10 seconds of sloppy. Chief Kong laughed and said, you little waif, your breath is not small. 10 seconds? Do you know the factors that need to be taken into account for long-range shooting from 1600 meters away? Little guy, go back. Just take a look from the side. Don't get involved. Chen Haonan were willing to give up, raised his voice, said, you look down on elementary school students. So, if I play 2000 meters color flagpole, if the fight is not broken, I admit defeat. Not into the sharpshooter 4 companies. A black line sprang out of Captain Kang's forehead. This waif's mouth was not small, as if he had already entered the 4th company of sharpshooters. And 2,000 meters away? Does he think 2000 meters is 2 meters? Just kidding. The surrounding recruits wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. Captain Zhou's face was ugly, and old Black was unnatural on the side. This little bitty guy could really cause trouble. Headmaster Kang's face sank as he said, nonsense, don't get in the way of us continuing this election. Chen Haonan said unforgivingly, Chief, you're not a wimp, so let me try. When has Mr. Kong ever been squeezed like this? A little kid, who didn't know the heights of heaven, got angry and said, fine, if you can really hit the flagpole 2,000 meters away, I'll let you join the 4th company of sharpshooters. If you can't hit it, I'll have someone beat your ass. It's a deal. A wry smile appeared at the corner of Chen Haonan's mouth. Old Black was really crying and laughing on the side. Chen Haonan was being disruptive, and the head of the group even agreed to him participating in the examination. But how do you fight at a distance of 2,000 meters? The recorder was ordered to move the color flag to 2000 meters, and from a distance, not to mention the flagpole, even the color flag could not be seen clearly. A smirk appeared at the corners of the mouths of the surrounding recruits. How can you possibly hit it? How can a child's words be taken seriously? A distance of 1,600 meters is already the limit of the naked eyesight, right? Now at 2,000 meters, I'll be damned if I can hit it. The recruits muttered in whispers. He Changwon glanced at Chen Haonan. In the crowd of puzzled faces, Chen Haonan gripped his rifle tightly and ran towards the shooting point with small steps. A sharp prone, pulling out the rifle in a smooth manner and racking it on the sandbag. The whole process was extremely smooth. The Kong leader was slightly stunned and said, what a standard action. If he hadn't seen that little body of Chen Haonan's moving around, he would have thought that he was a veteran of 100 battles. Old Black had long since become accustomed to Chen Haonan's behavior and was not surprised, saying to himself, Chief, if you spend more time with him, you'll find to more strange things. Chen Haonan adjusted his breathing. His right index finger held the trigger. His left eye aimed, quickly adjusting the angle and controlling the rhythm of his breathing to reach a realm of human gun unity. That's the magic of godly shooting skills. At the same time, Chen Haonan's pupils contracted dramatically, and the clarity of his vision range continued to expand. 500 meters, 1000 meters, 1500 meters, 2000 meters. The advantage of god-level eyesight was fully utilized, and even a flagpole the size of an index finger was clear as day in Chen Haonan's eyes. Gust 3, humidity 25. A series of data flashed through Chen Haonan's mind. The entire process seemed long, but in fact, in Chen Haonan's mind, it was just a blink of an eye. Fit to shoot. In this instant, Chen Haonan's little finger pulled the trigger hard. Bump! Everyone let out a gasp. Shooting so soon? The whole process before and after was only 3 seconds tops. Did he get a good look at the target or not? Everyone was in a daze. But the next second, everyone is dumbfounded. 2000 meters of colorful flags fall to the ground. What's going on here? The recruits were dumbfounded. He Changwon locked his brows in a look of incomprehension. Even Old Black showed a wave of puzzled expression. Even the head of the group, Kong Lei, was stunned. You can even hit this? The luck is too good. Kong Lei shook his head. This could definitely be called a miracle. Old Black was really taken aback. The last time 800 meters stunning shot. He had already judged Chen Haonan's appalling sniping ability, which allowed him to practice alone, but did not expect his sniping ability to reach such a horrible point. 2,000 meters distance, aiming time of 3 seconds, such an anticlimactic speed. First to He Changwang 1600 meters, time 1 minute. He Changwang is not good. No wonder Chen Haonan jumped out and said He Changwang was so slow. People are really good at this. He Changwang rolled his eyes, not knowing what to say for a moment. A distance of 2,000 meters was indeed something he didn't dare to think about. The point was that he couldn't even see clearly, so how could he fight? Wang Yanbing muttered a sentence on the side. Boy, this little bitty one. Against all odds? Chen Haonan put away his gun, carrying a rifle that was almost as tall as his body, and jogged over to Captain Kong, saluting. Captain, I've won, and I can enter the 4th company of sharpshooters. What? Conley reacted at this time. Chief, you're not trying to cheat, are you? Chen Haonan stared straight at Kong Lei with big eyes. Kong Lei avoided Chen Haonan's eyes and said, your situation is rather special. It's fine to exercise in other departments. Going to Marksman Company 4 is not appropriate. Where did Kong Lei expect Chen Haonan to be so good at shooting? It felt like he was drilling into his designed pocket. Definitely can't let this little brat into the sharpshooters 4th company. Sharpshooter Company 4 can all be veterans of hundreds of battles. In the new military species to break the selection of people, they have long had complaints. If then they get a small child in, how do they think? You're not talking about the back door? Maybe he even said that Chen Haonan was his illegitimate son. Never let Chen Haonan go to Marksman Company 4. Having made up his mind, no matter what Chen Haonan said on the side, he was determined in one breath that Chen Haonan was not suitable. Don't you fool around. I'm telling you, Marksman Company 4 is not a place for a brat. Wait until you grow up. Troop leader Kong bit the bullet, letting Chen Haonan say whatever he wanted. Old Black was speechless on the sidelines. Anyone who messed with a rebellious child would attract a lot of trouble. Chief, you don't mean what you say. Chen Haonan exasperatedly threw his rifle to the ground, sharply took off a military uniform, threw it to the ground with a small hand, glaring at Kong Lei, said, a mouthful of spittle. Military men don't count when they speak. I look down on you. Throwing this down, he turned and ran away, taking small steps. All of them immediately looked at each other. The little guy really has a personality. Said to run is to run. Even a military uniform is lost. However, he is right. Just now the chief did say that if he hit the 2,000 meters of the color flagpole, let him join the sharpshooter 4 companies, and now said no, is indeed a trick. If it were up to you, you'd be pissed off too. Not to mention an elementary school student who says he'll flip out? Kong Lei had a bitter smile on his face, looking at Chen Haonan's small back as he ran away. His heart was a little embarrassed. But what can be done? The 4th company of marksmen is a veteran company. How can they let a little bitty guy join them? Old Black also sighed with an embarrassed look on his face on the side. Chen Haonan's counterintuitive performance is too good for the military, but his age is there. Kong understood the mood of the Old Black, also can see that the little bitty very bully, grow up is certainly an excellent soldier. Sighed, said, Old Black, if he grows up a little bit, I will certainly let him join the sharpshooter 4 company, but now when it is really not appropriate. Old Black smiled helplessly and said, Chief, it's not even appropriate for him to enlist at this age. Chen Haonan was just an episode in the examination, which continued to begin, but a dozen or so in a row behind, not to mention 2,000 meters, 1,200 meters, not even a single hit. When it came to Wang Yanbing, it was always a bit of a surprise for the Kong leader, and the distance of 1,200 meters knocked out 9 routes in one breath, and the last shot was missed. That's kind of a good score. Chief Kong looked at these new recruits. The shadow of Chen Haonan, that little bitty man, always surfaced in his mind, and in carefully recalling the time when he shot, the movements of his shooting, and his keen judgment of the surroundings. When it's really remarkable. He had been a soldier for decades, but it was the first time that he had met such a child who was so fond of being a soldier. You're only a schoolboy and you dare to barge into the barracks. He couldn't help but ask Old Black some more about his personal situation, but he didn't think that Old Black would say that he was the king of newcomers. It piqued the curiosity of the Kong leader. Rookie cross-country first, fighting first, courage training first. The title of the rookie training program all fell on this little bitty man, so it was no wonder that Old Black had agreed to him taking the test for the marksman's 4th company. At the end, Old Black added, if he had grown up a little, I would have begged him on my knees to be the soldier I wanted him to be. A mouthful of spit and a mouthful of nails. How can a soldier's word not count? Thinking of that one sentence made Chief Kong uncomfortable. No one has said anything about themselves yet. In the afternoon, after the assessment was completed, and for the sake of his bad mood, the Kong leader returned directly to the dormitory. Isn't this that Chen Haonan? On the way back, Kong Lei saw on the roadside lawn Chen Haonan, that small body, small hands grasping a bottle of 49 degrees of superior erguotu, from time to time violently into their mouths. Good guy. Stop the car. Chief Kong jumped out of the car and walked quickly towards Chen Haonan. At the moment is already near dusk. The sun is setting. The golden sunset, shining on the lawn. Chen Haonan, this 10-year-old child, a hand holding erguotu, tilting the sky, drinking. There are 7 or 8 bottles around it. This scene, it can only be described in one word: bull. What's going on? Kong Duan was so shocked that his eyes fell out. Headmaster Kong walked over and inquired. At this moment, Chen Haonan was already covered in the smell of alcohol. You don't have to pay attention to me. I want to get drunk alone. Chen Haonan said, the erguotu in the small hand to the small mouth, another big mouth, as if 49 degrees of erguotu is plain water. Headmaster Kong burst into tears. Nonsense. You're a schoolboy. What are you drinking? Kong was about to give a righteous reprimand, but when he saw Chen Haonan's disoriented appearance and thought of what happened during the day, he felt a little guilty, and stopped when he reached the edge of his mouth. This kid is really good, but it's a pity that he's too young. Otherwise, I'm sure he'll be allowed to join the 4th company of sharpshooters. Chen Haonan's small eyes glared. His small hand grabbed the nearby erguotu and threw it to Kong Lei. Drink. I don't blame you for what happened during the day. I'll admit it if you drink me down. Captain Kong received the erguotu with one hand and burst into tears, then said with a serious face, soldiers have 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention, one of which is that you can't drink. Who knows? That Chen Haonan's small hand gently twisted. Chanting will be 2 pots of head of the lid unscrewed, stretched to Kong Lei's heel, said, nonsense so much. Is a soldier then dry a little? Do not mother-in-law, like a woman. This kid, it's toxic. With this sniff, Kong Lei immediately smelled a strong aroma of wine with a pure flavor. Always good wine, Kong Lei. A smell to know that this is the right Red Star erguotu. Absolutely not out of the imposter products. Gulping, he kind of forgot about Chen Haonan's status as a child. You can't do this. Come to my office. I have to give you a good political education lesson. Kong Lei pulled Chen Haonan to his office, bringing the wine with him at the same time. Chief Kong put his wine down on the coffee table and said, tell me properly what's going on. Chen Haonan shook his little brain and stood up his little body. Chief, let me talk to you. I really don't want to study, and I won't study for the rest of my life. I just want to be a soldier. I feel that only in the barracks can I find a place to utilize my strengths, so I want to become a soldier. Chief, I won't hide it from you. My family is very rich, tens of billions of dollars, but I don't want to go back and inherit it like this. There's no challenge at all. What's the point? Don't look at me as young, but my ideals are not small. Kong Lei heard to freeze. Dare this little guy or a gold master? Tens of billions of family property. A few lifetimes are not worried about food and drink, but also on what is the school? Thinking of yourself. Didn't you enlist in the military because you didn't want to study? This kid is a lot like himself in that respect, but this kid tens of billions of dollars. His own family background is not as rich as him. No wonder he can get such a pure erguotu. Touch 1. Chen Haonan's 2 small hands simultaneously grabbed the bottle of wine. A bottle stretched out in front of Kong Lei, and did not wait for Kong Lei to agree or not. The bottle in his own hand gently touched, and poured a mouthful into his own small mouth. Kong Lei hesitated a little, but finally couldn't help his mouth. Took the bottle and took a sip. The flavor is pure enough. A few mouthfuls of spirits down his stomach. Kong Lei gradually let go and became more and more curious about Chen Haonan. This kid was also getting more and more to his liking. Asked, how did you practice your sniping skills? Chen Haonan said, seemingly in pain, while drinking hard liquor, Chief, I truly love being a soldier. I'm not lying to you at all. Do you know to what extent I am obsessed? In order to practice my marksmanship, I was using all my pocket money, going to the park every day to shoot balloons, and hitting out of hand. Hey, Chief, dry up. Kong Lei was half convinced, but it didn't look like Chen Haonan was telling lies. The so-called children's words, I guess it cannot be false. Really want to be a soldier. Looking at Chen Haonan's chagrin, even clink glasses with Chen Haonan. 2 little bites, 3 big bites. Kong Lei drank that comfortable. Originally he likes to drink. Iran encountered so and his appetite. Gradually, drink high. Chen Haonan, old brother. Let me tell you, when I was a kid, I also loved being a soldier. To liking being a soldier. Cheers. Chen Haonan and Kong Lei walked another one. At this moment, Kong Lei was already in a drunken daze, and Chen Haonan appeared to be drunk as well. but his mind was actually very clear. 5 points of physical attributes, a few bottles of 52-degree ergotu, and you can get drunk? Open for fun. Chen Haonan looked at the drunken Conley. The corner of his small mouth smiled slightly and asked, Chief, actually I know your difficulties. Let's not say so. Dry. Another few big mouthfuls in a row. Chen Haonan saw that it was almost time, so he took out a recorder from his pocket. He had brought this thing secretly from home, not realizing that it would come in handy this time. Press the button gently to start recording. Captain Conley, my new recruit Chen Haonan wants to join the 4th company of sharpshooters. If you agree, we'll do it. At this moment, where did Conley hear clearly what Chen Haonan was saying? Without saying a word, dry up. Whoever regrets is a grandson. Captain Kong is a man of his word. He would never lie to a brat like me. So here's to it. Fuck it. Chen Haonan finished recording, and then secretly ran to the bathroom. Playback once, after confirming the clarity of the clear and unparalleled, which is satisfied to put back in the pocket, upside down small feet out, and Conley continued to drink. The early morning sunlight, extraordinarily soft, shone through the window and into Conley's office. Conley murmured in a deep voice, opened his eyes and eyelids, shook his brain to make himself a little clearer, and raised his eyes to see Chen Haonan lying on his office chair, and himself, lying on the ground, as if he was kneeling to Chen Haonan. This pose, Conley winced, completely awake, slapping his head. He whispered, greedy cups lead to wrong things, greedy drinking is a mistake. What if Chen Haonan gets drunk? Chen Haonan, boy, wake up, wake up. Chen Haonan had actually woken up a long time ago, deliberately pretending to be asleep, pretending to slowly open his small eyelids, saying, Chief, you're awake? Are you okay? Conley looked at the pile of empty bottles on the floor, not realizing that he had drunk so much yesterday without realizing it. Chen Haonan jumped up and patted his small chest with his small hand, saying, it's fine. I'm in high spirits. Feel free to report to the 4th company of sharpshooters at any time. Wait, what did you just say about the 4 companies of sharpshooters? Conley queried. Yeah, I only drank with you after you promised me that you would let me enter the 4th company of sharpshooters, Chen Haonan said. Conley couldn't remember a thing and waved his hand. Nonsense. When did I say that? Chen Haonan's small hand felt into his pocket, pulled out the recorder, and opened it. Chen Haonan, Captain Conley. My recruit Chen Haonan wants to join the 4th company of marksmanship. If you agree, we'll do it. Conley, bottoms up. Whoever regrets it is a grandson. Conley. A black line sprouted from Conley's forehead and he tapped his head. There's no such thing. It's not my voice in there, Conley said and raised his hand to grab the recorder. But as a result, Chen Haonan was quick on his feet and rested it in his hand, saying, Chief, you don't admit it, do you? I'll go back and play it once for each and every person in the military region, so they can hear if it's your voice or not. Conley, where to think of this kid so heavy-hearted, clearly has dug a good pit, so that I jumped into it, said the words are not important. The important thing is that in the military zone with a kid inside the fight wine, this thing to pass to the ears of the upper, not to peel their own skin? A bitter smile, said, this matter, okay, you go back first and wait for the notice. Yes. Chen Haonan straightened his back and saluted Conley. Then with neat little steps, he walked out of the office. Conley was chagrined. How did he fall into the hands of a little kid? Still trying to figure out what to tell those veterans. At this moment, the boot camp dormitory. Ernie, don't be chagrined. Look how lucky we are. In a boot camp of more than 300 men, just the 3 of us were selected to join. How can you say it's 1 in 100? Even though you're in the cooking class, you're still in the 4th company of sharpshooters. Much better than the others. Wang Yanbing comforted the depressed Li Erniu on one side. The selection test was over. And although there was no official announcement, the results were probably already known. He Changwang, Wang Yanbing, and Li Erniu were selected. Li Erniu had a great deal of luck in his shooting, and was surprisingly superb on the field. And lucky as hell that the 9th broken flagpole was strictly blown down by the wind. The bullet pierced half of the bamboo pole, after which a gust of wind blew through and brought down the flagpole. And if it had been announced a few seconds later in the evening, the 4 companies of sharpshooters would have had nothing to do with Li Erniu. Finally, considering Li Erniu's achievements in the past month, Li Erniu was allowed to enter the cooking class of the 4th company of sharpshooters. To put it bluntly, it's just a fireman. What can you get out of it? Li Erniu said depressingly. You're wrong to think so, Erniu. I've heard that every one of the 4 companies of sharpshooters is a bull. And there are quite a few in the cooking class who are also sharpshooters. All the same, the only difference is that your training time might be a bit shorter compared to ours. He Changwan also encouraged. A lot of people envy it, but they can't envy it yet. Right. 3 pints in front of the Prime Minister's door. Even worse, It's not comparable to other companies. Ernie, cheer up. I'm optimistic about you, Wang Yanbing said. It was also at this time that Chen Haonan's small body appeared in the doorway, walking in with small, godly steps. Wang Yanbing took a look and said with a smile, Goo, who did I say it was? So it's our little soldier king who has come back. How come you're not pissed off and don't intend to come back? Where did you go last night? Last night, Chen Haonan did not return for the night. Wang Yanbing and others thought that Chen Haonan was angry and left the barracks. Chen Haonan sat his little butt on the bed, grunted, and said, got a little wine and went to drink with the commander of the 4th company of sharpshooters. And then I got in, too. Can you believe it? Who believes? Wang Yanbing skimmed his lips and laughed. You're a little bitty man and you're looking for a drink from the headmaster. Do you think the headmaster has as much time on his hands as you do to have an egg on your face? Believe it or not, Chen Haonan didn't explain much. Dao was next to Li Erniu, whose sensitive nose sniffed and yelled in surprise. Yeah, he really smells of alcohol. Chen Haonan, have you been drinking? Chen Haonan didn't bother with this stupid head of cattle, picked up his own basin, towel, and brush, and hummed a little song to take a bath. Strange, did he really go to drink with the chief? Li Erniu muttered at a loss for words. Bullshit, how can you take the words of a kid seriously? I was going to say that I drank with the commander of the military region. Do you believe me? Wang Yanbing laughed and scolded. But he's really drinking. Who knows what he got up to? Ignore him for now. When the official announcement is made today, won't it be clear? Wang Yanbing said. It should be unlikely. The headmaster made it clear in front of so many people that he wouldn't accept Chen Haonan. He Chengwan also said. He Chengwan was hit hard by Chen Haonan. And not only him, but the entire boot camp was hit. Especially in the line of events for shooting. 2,000 meters away. Who else but Chen Haonan could have broken the colorful flag with one shot? It's just that it's not enough for them, these big old men, to run and not be able to outrun others. But in the end, they can't even outrun others when they play with guns. Each one feels like they've been living on a dog all these years. Chen Haonan came back from the shower, went to bed, and didn't talk to anyone. That tape recorder, he put away well. Hope Kong Lei keep his promise. Otherwise, I go to find a radio, broadcast it 100 times. See who is anxious. A night without words. As usual, after the regular 5 kilometers cross-country was completed, Old Black ordered everyone to gather, then took out a piece of white paper and said, the results of the final assessment of the Sharpshooter 4th Company have come out. Comrades whose names are called, go to the Sharpshooter 4th Company to report. In fact, we all knew it long ago. How could we not know whether or not we had been selected? Prepare for it well in advance. He Changwan, Wang Yanbing, Li Erniu. When the crowd heard these 3 names, they all revealed envious eyes. They had basically guessed it during the test yesterday. The 3 of them had always been at the top of the list in boot camp. He Chengwan's marksmanship is accurate and his hands are powerful. Li Ernia's strength is strong and his physical quality is excellent. And Wang Yanbing's movements are fast and his brain is flexible. These 3 people have their own advantages. Can be selected by the Sharpshooter 4 Company? Dao is also a real name. Wang Yanbing looked at Chen Haonan with a smug face and muttered, showing your face, and saying you're drinking with the headmaster. Dying to save face. It wasn't surprising that the crowd couldn't hear Chen Haonan's name. After all, the head of the group had clearly said yesterday that Chen Haonan was too young to be suitable. However, everyone originally thought that the end of the announcement, the Old Black suddenly like eating flies, said, Chen Haonan, the drinking class of the Sharpshooter Company? Everyone froze when Old Black's words fell. Wang Yanbing's mouth was even wider, and his fist could be stuffed inside. Didn't you say you weren't old enough? How come it's okay again? Everyone looked at Old Black in unison, waiting for Old Black's explanation. You know it was the chief himself who said that day. The crowd was looking at me. I was looking at you, and finally looked at Chen Haonan and Old Black again. Chen Haonan said in his heart, it is considered that Kong Lei is sensible. When the crowd was puzzled, Old Black added, the cooking class of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Cooking class? The originally silent team burst into laughter. A cook is a fireman. What's the point of being a fireman in the army? Originally, he had envied Chen Haonan for being able to enter the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, but now he didn't envy it at all. Awesome. Fireheads. I suddenly thought of Xuerengui in the Tang Dynasty, who also came from the Firehead Army, and eventually became a marquis and a marshal. Little boy Chen Haonan, I'm optimistic about you. You'll be fine. All shut up. Old Black roared. Don't look down on each and every soldier of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, even the cooks. They are all sharpshooters. Any one of them would be enough to kill each and every one of you in seconds. The Old Black man sternly reprimanded. Well, cheers to our finest comrade. Salute. Old Black took the lead in saluting Chen Haonan and the others, and the recruits behind him followed suit. Just as Old Black had said, there were no weaklings in the Sharpshooter 4th Company. Old Black looked at Chun Haonan's small body. The heart is actually a little reluctant to give up. But look at Chun Haonan seems to be very upset. What's going on? Didn't we already let him join the 4th Company of Marksmen as we had hoped? Why do you still look so upset? Could it be resentment of entering the cooking class? Old Black had a bitter smile in his heart. And after annoying Chun Haonan, he could only pray for the godly gunners 4 consecutive. He also muttered in his heart, what does the chief mean? If you don't want it, you don't want it. But if you do want it, you throw it into the cooking class. What's the point? The 4 returned to their dormitories to pack their bags and then reported to the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Chen Haonan and Li Erniu went to the cooking class. He Changwang and Wang Yanbing went to the 3rd class. And several people went their separate ways. Wang Yanbing feet are light. Sharpshooter 4 Company say out how dignified. A company that only the elite can enter. That kid Chun Haonan. I can't imagine that he can also blend in. But fortunately the one who entered was the cooking class. Before long, he definitely couldn't stand it and ran away on his own. Wang Yanbing said proudly. He Changwang, however, was unimpressed. And seeing Wang Yanbing's somewhat complacent expression, he reminded, Yanbing, the 2 of us elites put together may not necessarily be able to outdo the kids in the cooking class. Wang Yanbing froze, and his face twitched a few times. Indeed, from the train fight with Chen Haonan, to the recruit training, to the Sharpshooter 4 Company assessment, there really wasn't a single time that he had won against Chen Haonan. You're still proud of yourself. When I enter the company, I will definitely train hard. I don't believe I can't beat a little kid, Wang Yanbing said fiercely. Chen Haonan and Li Erniu came to the door of the cooking class. The back kitchen is filled with a heavy smell of fumes. In the yard is also stacked with a variety of fresh vegetables. Chen Haonan's small face was taut, and he had scolded Con Lei for I don't know how many times along the way. Report! Li Erniu shouted from the yard, only to see the medium-sized old Ma, coming out of the kitchen with a white apron hanging from his body and a naive look on his face. Seeing Li Erniu, he said, I'm the squad leader of the cooking class. Everyone calls me Old Ma. New here? Squad leader. Li Erniu is here to report. Okay, put your bags away and come over here to help with the dishes. The cooking class are all sharpshooters, but the dishwashing work is just as godlike. It's called 2 for 1. Hey, didn't you say there were 2 people? How come I only see you one? The old horse wondered. Li Erniu is also a tall man. The old horse is a little bit shorter than him, so he is tilting his head to talk, and did not notice the small body next to Li Erniu. Chen Haonan, reporting to squad leader. Chen Haonan has come to report for duty. A milky voice sounded under the old horse's nose. Only then did the old horse lower his head and look down, and saw a schoolboy-looking new book, standing to one side, stunned for a moment, and then laughed. How did you get to be in the 4th Company of Sharpshooters? Is there a mistake? The name seems right though. Little friend. You. Forget it, put your bags away first and hurry up to help. From now on, this is your battlefield. You must move fast, just like a sharpshooter. Not only not fast, but also accurate. The old horse chattered on and on. 3 days passed in a flash of time. Old Ma walked out of the kitchen, saw only Li Erniu washing vegetables again. Dissatisfied voice said, Little Biddy, and where have you gone? Small people also work. All day can not see the shadow. Want to rebel? Li Erniu was peeling potatoes and said, he runs into the grove behind him every day. Who knows what he's doing in there? The old horse winced. Wouldn't. A black line sprouted from old Ma's forehead as he said, outside the grove is the women's dormitory. What does he want? A little kid learning the hard way? Women's quarters? Li Erniu was surprised. Peel your potatoes. The old horse hastily took off his apron and walked in a hurry in the direction of the lower grove. He said, what do you want to do if you don't want to do any serious work? How old are you? And you want a woman? Li Erniu is so big, but he is not as bold as you. Old Ma has long been dissatisfied with Chen Haonan. The first day to report, the work did not do at all. The results do not know where to run. Dinner time to see the shadow of the people. The next day was the same. Old Ma asked for an immediate replacement. Went to react to the situation with the higher-ups. This kid is great. Prickly soldiers, small people with big tempers, do not work all day, or running around. However, 2 days had passed and there was still no news. Is this going against the grain? The old horse is harboring a fire. Now we finally know where this little miscreant has gone. We'll catch him in the act and report him to the chief of the regiment. And then, we'll go back to where we came from. A clearing in the dense grove. Chen Haonan forehead back to a bole thick pine tree gently leaning. Rustling, the pine tree shook violently. Dry pine leaves have fallen. Follow closely. Chen Hanan's small feet fiercely stomped backward. His small body slightly bowed forward. His feet suddenly launched. His body was like an arrow off the string, catapulted out. and in mid-air, Chun Haonan struck a chopping leg downward. It's overwhelming. Her blew out a whirlwind. When he landed on the ground, his figure then spun around, clasped his hands together, and struck out violently with his right fist. It looked like a small fist, but it felt like it contained the power of 1,000 pounds. After that, punches, kicks, leg sweeps, hand knives, all kinds of subtle and domineering fighting techniques were presented in Chun Haonan's small hands and feet. Little by little, more flexible and versatile, exhaling a mouthful of muddy air, Chun Haonan believed that according to his current strength, if he fought with He Changwang again, the other party would definitely not be able to last more than 10 moves. With that, he checked his personal attributes. Soldier, Chun Haonan. Occupation, primary school student. Level, 2. Root bone, 5. Mental, 5. Strength, 20. Speed, 5. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle eye. Experience value, 200 out of 300. Still 5 points unchanged, but the experience value increased to 200. Although his attributes hadn't increased, Chun Haonan was even more skillful in his use of power. Don't look at Chun Haonan or small arms and legs, but in the case of sudden force and surprise, enough to make many people who look down on it eat all the pain. It didn't help that Chun Haonan had been meditating and exercising for the past few days, and by doing so, he was able to vent his dissatisfaction with Kong Lei. Otherwise, according to Chun Haonan's temper, he would have gone to trouble that despicable fellow long ago. As soon as Chun Haonan thought of Kong Lei throwing himself into the cooking class, that fire in his heart started to rise to the top of his head again. Open! Chun Haonan thuds his shin into the pines of bucket. Snap! 10 times the power of an ant. Bucket-thick pines, with a crash, were kicked halfway out of the woodwork. Immediately following, Chun Haonan's small body slammed into it. Boom! The pine tree, whose trunk was as thick as a bucket, finally couldn't withstand the violent impact as expected and fell to the ground with a crash. Chun Haonan laughed. The reason why he didn't go after the Kong group was that he wanted to hold his breath and turn it into motivation. It seems that the cultivation effect is still possible. The surrounding trees all suffered. All of them were broken by inches, falling branches and leaves, and the ground was full of mess. The old horse had walked to the edge of the forest before stepping into it, and with a frown, he slowed his pace. The forest ahead simply exploded. It was as if a shell had landed in the forest during a maneuver, and there was a constant roar. What the hell is going on? Deforestation? Old Ma picked up his pace. He almost screamed when he saw what was happening in front of him. It was none other than Chun Haonan in the forest. Under Old Ma's horrified gaze, Chun Haonan leaned in, just like that carelessly, and fluttering, the trees behind him snapped. These are trees as thick as an adult's arm. Following that, Chun Haonan punched out, and the bark of the other thick pine tree was uncovered in its entirety, and the broken wood splashed up along with it. Within moments, the forest was as if it had been bombarded by artillery shells, and there was an endless stream of beeping and popping of forest trees. Broken timber is horizontally eternal, and branches and leaves are scattered. Old Ma. The whole thing was a bit of a giggle. Up, rumble. After seeing that Chun Haonan had actually uprooted a bull-sized shrub, Old Ma's mouth almost opened in a long O shape. This is simply an invincible small steel gun. What happens when it hits a person? Fortunately for himself in the past few days, did not scold this kid too fierce? Otherwise he had taken annoyed. Give himself a foot or a punch. He is not dead but also seriously injured. It's the same as having a time bomb planted in one side that could go off at any time. No, we must get rid of this time bomb. Old Ma turned around and immediately left, not daring to stay a second longer, trotting out of the woods to find Chief Kong. Report. Old Ma rushed to the door of Chief Kang's office. Come in. Old Ma pushed his way into the room. So it's Old Ma. Something wrong? Chief Kong smiled. Old Ma swallowed hard and said, reporting to the head of the regiment. In the past few days a young student came to our class. He doesn't even help out with the work every day, but he runs into the grove every day. Saying that and still not listening. Just now I couldn't help but go to the grove to look for him, and found out that he's just a little pervert. Little feet, little fists that can break tree trunks, and a body so strong it can even pull up trees. Regimental commander. Such a child. Our back kitchen temple is too small. You should hurry up and get rid of him. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Head Kang's face. Chun Haonan was not letting anyone worry about him wherever he went. Khan Mission was a little embarrassed. But his own handle fell into his hands, which made him join the Sharpshooter 4 company. He was kind of shady and threw him into the cooking class to save the other veterans from looking at the joke. Old Ma, I'll tell you what. From now on you just ignore him and do whatever he likes. Not to mention you. The 2 recruits before I came here were among the best in the boot camp, but they were still beaten up by him every day. They took turns washing his clothes for over a month. When he came to where you are, He just ran into the grove to fight and didn't mess with you. You have to burn high incense, Captain Kong said heavily. Old Ma sucked in a breath of cool air and said, so powerful? Indeed powerful. Otherwise, at such a young age, how could he be allowed to join the Sharpshooter 4th Company? However, this kid is a troublemaker. Don't mess with him, just keep an eye on him. Captain Kong gave the old horse another dose of medicine. Let him loose. Understand? No wonder I didn't see any follow-up when I brought the situation to the company's attention. So that's what happened. Kong Lei saw that the old horse was scared, and softly said, but the little kid, also good to coax, just don't disobey his nature. Let him stay at your place for a while first. I'll find a way to transfer him. That's got to hurry, Old Ma said. It's already being coordinated. Also, there will be a soldier assault training in 3 days. Remember to find a random excuse and don't let him participate. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Got it, Captain Kong ordered. Promise to finish the job. Remember that this is a rather daunting task. Make sure you get it done. Alright, you can go back first, and you can always report to me if there are any special circumstances. Captain Kong concluded. Yes. Walking out of the Kong leader's office, the old horse's back does not know not in. Out of a cold sweat. What exactly is the origin of this young student? It seems that even the headmaster is afraid of him. Old Ma muttered secretly, but it shouldn't be hard to coax a kid, right? Old Ma came up with the idea. Old Ma's attitude towards Chen Haonan after he came back was surprisingly good, and he didn't mention the matter of him sneaking away during dinner. This makes Li Erniu a little puzzled. He clearly saw the old horse in the afternoon with a face of anger running in the direction of the grove to find Chen Haonan. How come he did not see any movement inside the forest? Phew. Chen Haonan fought freely, indescribably comfortable. Although it didn't increase the attributes of the body, such crazy training could improve the body's ability to control the power, and both fists and feet gradually reached the ability to send and receive freely. Phew! Chen Haonan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His body was covered in sweat, and his little face was all red and very pink. Woohoo! A faint alarm sounded in the distance, the warning of a soldier's raid. As a rule, when this warning sound is heard, all return to camp and await orders from their superiors. Didn't the old horse say it was fine today? Chen Haonan hurriedly ran back, ran halfway, and found Li Erniu running over in a hurry. Finally got to you. Soldier assault training. All in, Li Erniu said. Why didn't the old horse tell me this morning? I don't know. Good buddy. The two jogged back to the base together, and when they arrived, they found that the barracks were already empty. What with the armored vehicles, tanks, helicopters, and so on, all of which had departed. Playing tricks on me, huh? That's what I'm saying. How come old Kong was so nice to me today, with candies and cookies, letting me feel free to go and play? He must have known about the soldiers' raid in advance, and purposely sidetracked me from attending it. Chen Haonan clenched his small fists and flared up, inexplicably thrown into this cooking class. So that Chen Haonan is enough to Nestle, and now it is not easy to have a chance to perform, and want to leave the old man aside. Surely Kong Lei's attention. Where else would old Ma, a firehead squad leader, where would he get the guts? You don't want me to participate, right? I'm going to make trouble out of it. With his small eyes glaring, he turned to Li Erniu's childish voice and said, Erniu, you follow me. We'll go and break into the barracks together, and no matter what we see, we'll take out the first one. Li Erniu stared wide-eyed. His guts were not as big as Chen Haonan's. Swallowing hard, he said, Chen Haonan, even though it's a military exercise, blanks hurt when they hit your body. Bullets don't grow eyes. We'd better stay honestly in the barracks. It's safer. Li Erniu, don't be such a wimp, okay? What are you doing with so much meat on your body? If you're afraid of war, what kind of soldier are you? Chen Haonan reprimanded. I've never thought there would be a war when I was a soldier. It's a peaceful time now. Where would there be a war? Li Erniu said awkwardly. Goonish, do you still want to be a big official and go back to marry your Tsuehua? Dream on. Thinking is useless. You can only be promoted after winning a battle. Do you understand? What would someone think if they saw an elementary school student reprimanding a burly man who was several heads taller than him at the moment? The point is that the strong lad couldn't stop nodding his head. Center, I'll do it with you, but I'm still a bit scared. If there's danger, I'll definitely run. Li Erniu said. Chen Haonan was speechless. Why was this stupid cow so timid? Also without so much nonsense. Took Li Erniu to the ammunition depot, each carrying a 95, and 2 boxes of blanks, and then ran in the direction of the large troop to start. At this moment, a green military jeep quickly traveled through the mountain road, dust flying around it. Chief Kong was sitting in the co-pilot's seat in his military uniform, and behind him sat Instructor Gong Arrow, as well as 2 guards. Chief, I wonder if the red side will make any big moves during this military exercise? Gong Arrow asked. Big action? No idea. This military exercise is for our company to fight against the Thunderbolt commandos of the military region as well as the Wolf Fong Special Brigade to see who can be the first to complete the decapitation mission amongst the thousands of troops. Last time, we already lost to this old fox, Fan Tian Lei, and we definitely can't lose again this time. Leader Kong said heavily. Yes, Gong Arrow replied in a stiff voice, then said softly, Chief, I heard that this time, Lei Battle came back from training in a foreign country and put the most advanced combat techniques in the team. I wonder if it's true? Who cares if he's domestic or foreign? The only way to fight me is to see the truth underhand. You wimped out? Captain Kong said aloud. Gong Arrow said in a loud voice, Our Iron Fist regiment only has soldiers who die in battle, not those who admit defeat. That's more or less the same. However, this is something Yu Dao reminded me of. The Thunderbolt commandos will be a much tougher nut to crack under the leadership of Thunderbolt Battle. And it will indeed be difficult to beat them. Snap! Head Kong only saw countless boulders flying over in front of him, touching and smashing on the ground. Bump! A large stone smashed right on the hood of the car, making a loud ringing noise that shook Chief Kang's ears. The driver applied the emergency brake. The wheels made a sharp grinding sound, and several stones, flying from an unknown direction, blocked the road in front of them, surrounded by dust and shaking ground. The sudden change puzzled Chief Kong and the others. Meteorites falling from the sky? What an international joke. What the hell? Captain Kong cursed with a grimace. Who's up to mischief? A few black lines emerged from Captain Kang's forehead. This was his territory, where the command headquarters was located, and the maneuvers had only just begun. How could there be an enemy raid? If it did, it wouldn't be a rock. It would be a bullet, taking a rock to a car. Thanks for thinking of it. Chief Kong roared angrily. Gong Arrow was a puzzled man. Who in the world had the guts to be so bold as to even joke about the headmaster? At this point, suddenly feel the body to lean back. See the front end of the car a little rise. This scene can be the driver stunned. Couldn't see anyone else, but the front end of the car was lifted. What's going on? Chief Kang's face changed, and not caring just that much, he pushed open the car door and was the first to jump out, followed closely by Gong Arrow and the others jumped out. The crowd was puzzled as to how a good car could flip backwards, but when they looked back towards the front of the car, they saw an image that I'm afraid they will never forget in this lifetime. A small child carrying a 95 rifle almost as long as himself, with a pair of small hands, stood up in a horse stance. His little face reddened, and stiffened the front of the car. Chen Haonan also said with broken words under his breath, still talking about 20 times attribute strength, not just lifting a broken military vehicle. How come it's not so easy? Captain Kong finally got a good look at who it was. 3 or 4 black lines stood up on his forehead, and said, What's wrong with old Black? Didn't I say he wouldn't be allowed to take part in the maneuvers? Why is he here? Khan Regiment Chief dared to be angry. He himself put Chen Haonan in a hand thrown into the cooking class. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as he stayed obediently in the cooking class, he stayed as long as he stayed. I haven't seen him come to trouble himself in the past few days, just sulking with the old horse, and I thought it was over. Didn't want to add to the mess. Stopped the chief halfway. But, Chen Hanan's strength is also too big. Right. This military vehicle at least 2,000 pounds. He can actually two-handed lift up? Against all odds. Gong Arrow was really startled when he saw that it was actually Chen Haonan, and hurriedly reprimanded. Chen Haonan, what are you doing? Chen Haonan was arranged to enter the 4th Company of Sharpshooters. Gong Arrow was clear about it, and he had previously understood about Chen Haonan's strength, but he was too young to enter the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, and it would not be a good influence. But the head of Kong insisted on figuring it out on his own, and as a result, he made a suggestion to the head of Kong that if he had to go into the 4th Company of Sharpshooters, he could only arrange to go into the cooking class, which was relatively easy on the one hand, and not so dangerous on the other, so that nothing would go wrong. Chief Kong slapped his thigh. This is a good idea. So the culprit for Chen Haonan ending up in the cooking class of the 4th Company of Marksmen was actually Gong Arrow. Before the Kong class leader to Gong Arrow to reflect the situation of Chen Haonan, Gong Arrow has nothing to know. Just did not expect today so bold. Even the head of the military vehicles dare to stop. This is to rebel? Gong Arrow angrily rebuked, saying, Chen Haonan, put the car down. Do you know what you're doing? Gong Arrow saw Li Ernia standing on the side of the giggling, even more annoyed. This kid a mess is enough, but also find accomplices. Li Ernia, what are you giggling about? Gong Arrow reprimanded. When head Kong saw the two, especially Chen Haonan, his lungs were about to explode with anger. Li Ernia swallowed and said, Report, I don't know what I'm laughing at. Bang! The military vehicle was thrown heavily to the ground with a heavy, dusty sound. Chen Haonan puffed up his little cheeks, and with an angry face, yelled to Kong Lei, "It's cool to avoid me and deliberately throw me into the cooking class, isn't it?" Kong Lei had an embarrassed look on his face. This matter was indeed his own fault, thinking that it was all the fault of the greedy cup. Now that he saw Chen Haonan's annoyed and fierce look, he knew that it would be difficult to end it. As the saying goes, a clay bodhisattva still has 3 points of fire. Chen Haonan, in front of so many people, called himself Kong Lei, and his heart's anger bubbled up. When Gong Arrow saw Chen Haonan call Captain Kong by his first name, his face sank and he said angrily, "Chen Haonan, this is the chief, don't fool around. You shut up, you're no good either. It's not likely that this idea was still your idea." Chen Haonan glared at Gong Arrow, then stared straight at Kong Lei as he continued, "Even the soldier assault won't let me take part in it now. Is that it? You think I'm a sick cat if the tiger doesn't give out?" Chen Haonan's small mouth looked like it was spitting fire, pouring out his heart's dissatisfaction. Bamboo tube and beans in general. Kong Lei really didn't want Chen Haonan to participate. What's the point of appearing on the exercise field at such a young age? Suddenly, rumble, loud explosions continued to come, including Chief Kong, Gong Arrow, and the few soldiers that were covered by the explosions. And instantly, a cloud of blue smoke came out from the crowd. Guardsmen, instructors to regimental commanders, all killed in action. Headmaster Kong was almost out of breath, paralyzed. Surely the special forces did it. And call fire positioning, unlimited fire coverage. Which who can top it? Old Kong, I lift your car, is to let you hurry to get off, or slow. You have been the other side of the positioning, as well as, the last time you drink, when the grandson does not recognize, deserved Kong Lei and other people on fire, but it seems that Chen Haonan's fire, but also bigger pointing at Kong Lei continued, "I good one is Hercules, sharpshooter, the first person in the boot camp. You TMD throw me into the cooking class. Just now if you believe in me, all of you will not be killed in action." Stormy Chen Haonan once again rushed toward the military vehicle. 2 small hands pressed against the sidewall of the jeep. Small hands violently force. At the same time heard Chen Haonan shouted, "Fall!" Boom! There was a loud crash and the jeep was overturned. Dusty. Everyone was dumbfounded. A schoolboy was so strong that he overturned the military vehicle. How much strength does it take? Li Erniu was dumbfounded. Gong Arrow was angry and shocked, and said to Captain Kong, "Captain, what are you doing?" Chen Haonan. Captain Kong finally calmed down, glared at Gong Arrow, and said, "Have you seen anyone who can lift a jeep with 2 hands? If you can, I'll authorize you to go over." This is because our car was positioned right. He directly destroyed the car's locator. This kid is bullish. Gong Arrow is not a fool, and connecting back and forth and inferring, he also probably knows what that kid is doing. That is, he still couldn't figure out what kind of relationship Chen Haonan had with the head of the group, as if the two were spiteful husbands who hated their wives. "What with you failing me and not trusting me, you became a grandson." In a few moments, Chen Haonan turned and walked back, patted his 2 small hands and said faintly, Positioning a paralyzing Those special forces have already locked your car in advance when you just set out. Now blind." A few of the Khan group, with awkward anti-smiles. "This kid is awesome." Chen Haonan stepped on his little legs and walked towards those few guards, with a cold little face, saying, "Walk faster." "No use at all. How can you protect the chief? Come and shoot. Come and see if the blanks can kill me. If not, I'll smash you guys like a car." These several guards stared at Chen Haonan vigilantly. Their fingers tightened on the trigger. Although the blanks couldn't kill anyone, but hitting the vital parts, they could also form great damage. This kid was unusually agitated. It was hard to guarantee whether he would make an overly aggressive behavior or not. This, coupled with the opponent's incredible physical strength, would most likely jeopardize the chief's safety. They were surprised by Chen Haonan's amazing arm strength. As for fear, it didn't count. However, at this moment, the palms of the hands did pinch a sweat. If the other party was smashed like a jeep, there is still a chance to live? Head Kong laughed. "Alright, what he said is true. What's the point of being so nervous? Little guy, you seem to know everything. We at least drank together. You go and avenge your old man's death. In the future, I'll give you whatever you want to do." It was like this every time there was a drill, and he himself, the head of the Steel Fist Regiment, ended up being decapitated by Old Fan and the others just as the military drill had begun. It gets out and is laughed at every year. If Chen Haonan could avenge him, he wouldn't mind giving in. Revenge? Chen Haonan suddenly bristled and said, "I'm in a hurry to pee. I'll come back and think about this when I'm done. And also, hurry up and tell them to put their guns down, or else I'll pee directly on them." Chen Haonan threw down this sentence, turned around, jogged towards the side of the tree, and pulled open his crotch in preparation for peeing. It made everyone cry. Head Kong had a bitter smile on his face, and Gong Arrow's mouth was crooked with anger. It was also at this time high in the sky that a buzzing sound rang out as a drone circled above them. Captain Kong said in a deep voice, "It's really them. Fan Tianlei is doing this trick again. Last time he relied on drones to accomplish the decapitation mission. He's relying on high technology. We're just suffering from losses in this area." "That's not true. The drone is at a high altitude, small and flexible in its movement, so there's no way to shoot it down," Gong Arrow said from the side. "It's just exasperating to say the least. How did you manage to be the instructor of the 4th company of sharpshooters? How come you don't have a decent soldier to blow it away with a single shot? Let that old guy, Fan Tianlei, shit and piss on our heads." Chief Kang's heart nestled in his chest. Gong Arrow, who was also shot while lying down, said with a bitter look on his face, "Captain, aren't you making it difficult for me? I'm afraid no one in the entire army has done it." Captain Kong glared for a moment. How could he not be clear? Such a long distance, but also in the high air. Want to snipe. Need to consider the air convection, humidity and so on. Too much. Can only be a burst of shooting at the sky. All depends on luck. Every time. I suffer from such a wimpy situation. Captain Kong cursed. Because they were helpless against the drone's detection, their movements were easily exposed to the other side's line of sight. And last time they were discovered by the drones, and were sneak attacked by Fan Tianlei, who decapitated them. Bang! Chief Kong suddenly heard gunshots and said, "Who fired those shots?" Turning his head, he could only see that under the tree, Chen Haonan was holding his pants in one hand and raising that Type 95 rifle in the other, aiming it at the drone high in the air. "There's no use." Gong Arrow couldn't help but curse. But the next second, a boom, high in the air drone, burst in the air, like a brilliant fireworks in mid-air. Extremely eye-catching. Kong Lei swallowed and stared blankly at Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan sharply put the gun back into his back and shook his crotch, holding the dick while bringing down the high-flying airplane. This is no one else. The crowd's expression of seeing a ghost looked at where Chen Haonan was shaking. 1,200 meters high altitude. The slash distance is more than 1,500 meters. Because it is high altitude, the air is very prone to air convection, which has a great shadow on the flying bullets, and it is easy to change the trajectory of the bullets. In addition, the UAV high-speed circling movement, ultra-long distance shooting, even if only a difference of 0.1 seconds of time spacing, the bullet will fall short. Therefore, before shooting, you must prejudge the flight path of the drone, and shoot at the precise time known to have the greatest certainty of hitting a shot. This one again requires a precise judgment of the flight time of the bullet. Chief Kong was a former king of guns, and now although his shooting ability had greatly declined, he still had the theoretical knowledge. "Evil," Chief Kong said finally. "I'm afraid that no one in the entire army has done more than that." But Chen Haonan, a brat, casually shot the drone when he was taking a piss. Who would believe it? Don't believe it yourself. How would Fan Tianlei feel if he knew that the drone he was so proud of had been shot down so easily by a little brat? "Chief, he can't be blindfolded, right?" Gong Arrow rubbed his eyes. "You blindfolded once to try?" Captain Kong said excitedly. "That day when you weren't around for the Divine Gun 4th Company selection test, this little guy broke the 2,000-meter color flagpole with a single shot." Kong Regimental Chief said. "That good? The aiming time is only 3 seconds. Chief Kong added. Gong Arrow stared wide-eyed. 2,000 meters to interrupt the color flag, which is the same for the top snipers can do, but in 3 seconds to complete the shooting, and accurately top hit the target. It is not so simple. Chief, we've picked up a treasure? This kid is capable, but he's also a time bomb. A little prickly soldier. Against us he dared to shoot. What else would he not dare to do?" Captain Kong said with dissatisfaction. Gong Arrow said in his heart, "This is not your old man to cause things. Said that this little kid so bull, directly into the training force is not on the line? Put him in the cooking class." According to the little kid's nature of mind, it's good to be able to endure until now, and it's not good to say it in front of the chief, so he couldn't help but look at Chen Haonan a few more times, thinking, so powerful at such a young age. What's going to happen when he grows up? No, when this competition is over, we must transfer him back to the training unit to stimulate those old men. Gong Arrow's eyes immediately turned snowy. What's a bullshitter with the invincible shot skill to shoot down a drone? When he kept advancing in the future, his mental strength, physical strength and other aspects were strong enough to bring out the more powerful power of the invincible shooting ability, and airplanes could be shot up. Now you can only shoot up tiny drones. I want experience points. Now it's what Chen Haonan wants most. Ding dong, the host starts military maneuver mode, smashes the unmanned aircraft and gains 100 experience points. Crap, how come it's only starting now? I've already completed the decapitation. 100 experience points? Can you upgrade? Chun Haonan's heart burst with ecstasy. Sure enough, ding dong, the host has reached level 3. Detected that the host industry is still a young child. The system draws on behalf of the host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host on obtaining the invincible sneak technique. Invincible sneak? The invincible stalking technique is a perfect combination of the agility of a coyote, the movement speed of a cheetah, and the host's 10-mile eagle's eye, all three of which bring the host's sneaking ability to the limits of the creature. The system is described in detail. Chun Haonan's eyes gradually snowed up. Infiltration skills are essential for a good Special Forces soldier. As a Special Forces soldier later in the mission, especially when going deep behind enemy lines, infiltration skills are especially important. What kind of concept is it to be able to sneak through camouflage and be able to retreat calmly in the face of thousands or even tens of thousands of people in pursuit? Before Chun Haonan had crossed over, his old squad leader was such a legend, once going on a secret mission to the Delta, sneaking hundreds of kilometers by himself, bypassing heavily guarded checkpoints, send important information back to the military headquarters. That's what's so great about lurking, how the enemy can't find you. Chun Haonan was naturally ecstatic in his heart when he thought that he would also possess such an awesome present lurking skill. Hurriedly checking personal attributes. Soldier, Chun Haonan. Occupation, primary school student. Level, 3. Root bone, 5. Mental, 5. Strength, 20. Speed, 5. Skills, invincible shooting. Invincible fighting. 10-mile eagle eye. Invincible sneaking. Experience value, 0 out of 400. Sure enough, there was more invincible sneaking technique in the skills column, but he didn't obtain Ant Gene Enhancer or Body Enhancer, which caused Chun Haonan to be greatly disappointed, especially the Ant Intermediate Genetic Enhancer, which would allow one to grow up. This was what Chun Haonan wanted the most. Otherwise it was very unpleasant to be labeled as a brat everywhere he went. With a few moments of dissatisfaction, Chun Haonan walked towards Captain Kong and the others, and the few soldiers who had originally aimed their guns at Chun Haonan had already lowered their muzzles under Captain Kang's orders. Very curious to survey this kid. How can you shoot a drone at 2,000 meters with one shot? Old Kong. Don't worry and wait. I'll go behead the other side for you. Chun Haonan popped out a sentence, turned around and walked out a few steps, then walked back. Do you have a marching map? And who is the enemy? Gong Arrow, who was so angry and amused on the side, hurriedly shut his mouth when Kong Lei, who was next to him, gave him a hard stare. You explain it to him, Chief Kong said in a deep voice. This little guy really isn't simple. Wasn't he the first in running during recruit training? Didn't fighting fuck up a bunch of rookies? Even his marksmanship was a match for every one of them, and even the hairiest of them all, He Changwon, had a hard time keeping up with him. There's no chance a little bully like that could work some miracles. Gong Arrow said to this on the egg pane. So many times down the exercise. This is the most suffocating one. The exercise only just now was killed by their own soldiers. What's going on? Definitely going to be laughed off by Fan Tian Lei's gang. Li Ernia next to here. This is to fight with the special forces. Big white teeth all exposed. Big mouth into AO shape. Gong Arrow shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, Chen Haonan, do you still want to go to the beheading now? Who knows? Gong Arrow just finished talking. Chen Haonan pulled the dumbfounded Li Ernia ran. Faster than Li Ernia's, even faster. As if a small cheetah running in the grassland. Whoosh slipped a shadow. This made Gong Arrow's jaw drop. How can this kid run faster than a rabbit? How did you practice? Gong Arrow said curiously. I also want to know how he practiced. Just now you also saw that he could overturn the jeep with his two small hands. You go and try? Captain Kong laughed. Give me 3 more and I can't even do it. Regimental Commander. You seem to be familiar with this Chun Haonan. I remember that you arranged for him to come into our marksman company right? Troop leader Kong glared and said, it wasn't even your bad idea. Headmaster, you're the one who explained this, so how can you blame me now? Gong Arrow squeezed out an awkward smile. Not against you. Against me? Gong Arrow was speechless. Just now you said so fast. Did he hear you clearly? Gong Arrow suddenly said. Gong Arrow was even more speechless, saying, Chief, do you really expect him to toss something out? Don't believe it? Gong Arrow smiled and shook his head, saying, do you think it's possible? He could take down a drone with a piss. Do you think it's possible? That one could be a coincidence. Gong Arrow said, pull back. You coincide once to show me. Captain Kong laughed bitterly, then shook his head, saying, shame on you. In the end, you still expect a child to perform a miracle. Gong Arrow, confused, turned to Captain Kong, and said, Captain, what do you tell me about this boy? Headmaster Kong raised his eyes and laughed, saying, that's a bit of a long story. You're curious, aren't you? In fact, I'm more curious than you are. There's no telling if he can really bring us a big surprise. Chen Haonan was crossing over. Of course he had to make full use of the drama. So that's why he just threw a stone halfway to intercept the military vehicle of the Khan leader. Otherwise the whole exercise base was so big. How did he know that Khan Lei took that route? After viciously disgusting Chief Kong, the mouthful of sulkiness in Chen Haonan's heart only smoothed some. Looking back, Li Ernia was more than 30 meters behind him and shouted, "Why are you running so slowly? Didn't eat breakfast, did you?" Li Ernia's face turned red. He had exerted all his strength, but he still couldn't catch up with Chen Haonan. "Who's going to act like you're acting like a little monster?" Li Ernia said in a depressed voice. Chen Haonan looked at the slow Li Ernia really cannot look at the eye. Jogging back, small body to Li Ernia's side a lean, slightly bent small waist, two hands a flip. Sharp Li Ernia resisted to the small shoulders. Li Ernia didn't even figure out what was going on before he was picked up by Chen Haonan and dashed away. "Put me down," Li Ernia wailed. He was resisted by a child to run. How humiliating, running so slow, and you still have the nerve to scream. "Don't move, or I'll break your ass," Chen Haonan threatened. Chen Haonan's strength is 20 times that of a normal person. What's the point of resisting a Li Ernia of about 180 pounds? Just now, under his own full strength, he was able to lift the cart. Li Ernia's weight is nothing. Li Ernia had a bitter face. Ah! Li Ernia was screaming at the top of his lungs. On another mountain road, smoke and dust rolled. A cross-country fast Mercedes-Benz on the mountain road. Driving is precisely the director of the Game Development Office of the military region, Tang Xini. Sub. She was ordered by Conley to go to the Red Army Command Center to conduct a field test of her newly developed heat detection equipment. Is driving the car. Suddenly heard a strange scream in the mountains and forests. While driving, while following the sound to see, and so see clearly, shocked, only to see a strong body of soldiers, horizontal in mid-air, as if floating, issued a ghostly howling general scream. This scared Tang Xini, an expert in military theory, stopped the car, took a closer look, and stared wide-eyed, only to see a small child, running through the mountains with his hands in the air with an adult, because the other person was so small, it looked like the adult was floating in mid-air. "I thought I saw a ghost in broad daylight." Tang Xini slowly breathed a sigh of relief, but with that, she was filled with curiosity about this child, probably only about 10 years old? How is the strength so big? Judging from the size of the soldier, at least 170 pounds, the weight of the child is about 80 pounds. According to the relationship of ordinary human physiological function is proportional to the child can lift 80 pounds is already very good. It was now fully more than twice her weight, which made Tang Xini curious. Since when is there such a little Hercules in the military district? With a few moments of curiosity, Tang Xini started the car and drove in the direction of the children. Just on the way, Chen Haonan was far away in the mountains when he saw the beautiful woman in the military car. So he ran wildly in spite of everything, and Li Ernia, who was too timid, actually gave a fright and wailed. Chen Haonan threw Li Ernia to the side of the road, then with both hands crossed, stopped in the middle of the road and waited for the military vehicle to come over. Z, the sound made by the brakes of the wheels. Tang Xini jumped down from the car and stared at Chen Haonan with a curious face, thinking that this kid was not only strong, but also bold. "Are you lost?" Tang Xini only thought of him as a child of a nearby villager who had accidentally run in and gotten lost. Chen Haonan sized up the short-haired female officer and said in an old-fashioned manner, "Is your name Tang Xini?" Tang Xini froze slightly, wondering, "How do you know my name? Did Brigadier he tell you to get a set of thermal detection instruments over for live operation, tracking the Blue Army?" Chen Haonan continued. Tang Xini's heart was shaken. This matter she had never said to anyone else. The heat detection instrument was still in the research and development stage. It was classified, but the reasoning was that Khan Lei shouldn't have told this child. Is this kid a soldier in the military district? Tang Xini nodded doubtfully and asked curiously, "How did you know?" Chen Haonan smiled heartily and said, "Then you're in trouble. I'm the Blue Army, so don't go to the Red Army." Blues? Tang Xini became even more curious and smiled. "You're only too old, and you still say you're a soldier. Don't mess with your sister. Get out of the way. I'm still in a hurry." Chen Haonan shook his little brain and said, "You still don't understand. You are captured." Saying that, Chen Haonan took the lead, rushing towards Tang Xini with his little legs, his little hands grabbing at Tang Xini's wrists. Tang Xini children suddenly came to the raging, grabbed at their own grappling hand with style, more and more curious, backhand to grab at Chen Haonan's small shoulders, did not think that the other side of the action is very sensitive, the small body down a slide, to avoid their own hands. Nice body. Knowing that Tang Xini was not only an expert in military theory, but also an expert in fighting arts, she didn't think that the other party would gently avoid her attack, but I did not think the other side followed to their body. Only feel the blood turn over. Not yet slowed down. the other side of a sweeping leg. Their center of gravity is unsteady, tilted forward. The other side of the small hand in the trend of backward buckle. Another small hand to their back pressure. Only feel the weight of thousands of kilograms. Cannot move. Sister, you're no match for me. Tang Xinyi was pressed so hard that she couldn't move. Her heart was horrified. Why was his strength so great? To think it was just a few moments ago that he lifted an adult and was still able to walk. You are captured. Ernie, go find a rope and tie her up. Chen Haonan said to the dazed Li Ernie on the side. Tied up? Li Ernie looked back and swallowed and said, nonsense. She was there to help the Red Army. Now she's our enemy. Who do we kidnap if not her? Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Chen Haonan said. Oh. Li Ernie quickly found a hemp rope from the car. Offended. Li Ernie nodded to Tang Xinyi and said. Soon tied Tang Xinyi into a dumpling and threw it to the side of the car. Chen Haonan patted his small hand and said, stay here. When the maneuver is over, I'll be notifying people to come rescue you. Saying that, he patted the dust on his little butt and pulled Li Ernie to run into the mountains. It messed with Tang Xinyi's head. What's going on here? Chen Haonan dragged Li Ernie into the woods, and Li Ernie said worriedly, Chen Haonan, we left the female officer there. Will it be alright? What if we meet a bad guy? There's no such thing. Do you see that the female officer is pretty and want to take her as your daughter-in-law? Chen Haonan said in a bad mood. It does look good. Silly. Li Ernie followed behind Chen Haonan's small buttocks as he made 7 turns to weave through the forest, not knowing where Chen Haonan was taking himself. So he asked, Chen Haonan, where are we going? Just follow. Chen Haonan's invincible sneaking skill contains tracking and counter-tracking. Don't look at Chen Haonan running randomly in the forest. If you observe carefully, you will find that there is a pattern to follow. Just that Li Ernie, the newbie, couldn't see it and thought that he was just running around. After running nearly 5 or 6 kilometers in one breath, the two came to a mountain forest. Chen Haonan suddenly stopped his little feet, pointed at the forest in front of him with one hand, and said to Li Ernie, He Changwang is inside. Go over and greet him. He Changwang? Where is it? How come I didn't see it? Li Ernie followed Chen Haonan's little finger and looked. Where in the dense forest could he see what was going on inside? Just tell you to run inside. What's with all the nonsense? Li Ernie half-heartedly rushed into the forest and quickly turned back toward Chen Haonan, waving his hand excitedly in greeting, saying, Chen Haonan, come on, they're really here. Small sample. Only then did Chen Haonan jog and rush in. He Changwang smiled at Chen Haonan with a flowery face full of black, white, and green inlaid in 3 colors, and said, Aya, cook, come to deliver food to us? The soldiers of the 4th Company of Sharpshooters were lurking in this forest to rest and replenish their strength. While checking out the terrain and choosing a route to march, seeing a small doll carrying a rifle almost as tall as him appear, they were all very curious, and when they heard He Changwang say that he was the newest soldier of the cooking class, they couldn't help but laugh in a snickering way. A tall man reached out to scratch Chen Haonan's head, only to be slapped away by Chen Haonan's small hand and said, I'm here to take part in the maneuvers, not to bring you food. The soldiers of the forest laughed again. You're still an elementary school student, aren't you? Don't mess around here. Hurry back to the kitchen and eat more, and come back when you're a little taller. When Wang Yanbing saw Chen Haonan, he wanted to beat him severely to vent his previous dissatisfaction with him, while coldly grunting, Cook, this is a place of war. Don't come here to fool around. Hurry back to cook your meal. For the record, I'm here for the maneuvers, and I'm a soldier just like you. Little guy, quite stubborn. You can follow if you like. Don't drag your feet. He Changwang put away his smile and said, It's almost time. Let's hurry up and leave. It's easy to be exposed if we stay here for too long. Turning to Chen Haonan again, he said, You follow me. Don't run around. This time Chen Haonan, like he had turned his temper, didn't say anything and followed behind He Changwang with his head down. A group of people were marching at a rapid pace, and they realized that the child who was following He Changwang was actually able to keep up, and his speed was not slower than theirs, which made them a bit curious, and they thought to themselves, the child's physique is not bad. Wang Yanbing was surprised. The child has changed his temper? They used to wail out of the limelight and half-ass it, so how could they bow down today? The group passed through a wooded area before coming to a swampy area. At a glance, the swamp had to be an estimated 5 or 6 kilometers wide, and choosing a detour would take too long. With the addition of the fact that they had been trained to cross the swamp in previous training, it wasn't difficult to cross. I poked around earlier and found out that the red side is preparing to have Director Tang, who seems to be from the military region's game office, come over to install a high-tech apparatus that can track others through heat. If this news is confirmed, all of us will have to be exposed. He Changwang said softly, What about this? Once our whereabouts are exposed, how can we still accomplish the decapitation mission? The crowd's brows locked. Their operation was to sneak deeper, behind the red side, to find their command headquarters and complete the decapitation mission. I just thought of an idea. This heat detection probe is supposed to judge the location by monitoring the heat emitted from the human body. As long as we find a way to control the heat from our own body from leaking out, her instrument will lose its effect. He Changwon pointed at the swamp and said confidently, as long as we apply the mud from the swamp to our bodies, we can effectively insulate our bodies from heat emission, and she won't be able to find us. Wang Yanbing's eyes lit up and said, that makes sense. When the others heard this, they also felt that this approach would work, and they praised He Changwon for his flexible brain, worthy of being the newcomer who had made the fastest progress since entering the 4 companies of sharpshooters. Everyone was about to apply mud to their bodies and cross the swamp when Chen Haonan revealed a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth and turned to run, preparing to bypass the swamp. Chen Haonan, what are you doing? Come back. When He Changwon saw Chen Haonan turn around and run away, a black line popped up on his forehead. However, his eyes fell towards his 2 calves and realized that his feet were treading lightly, and surprisingly, he couldn't hear the slightest sound of landing. Tiny figure, through the dense middle forest, left and right tumbling, a small foot stride, surprisingly more than a meter, small body gently tilted, forward a jump, agile over the trunk of the tree spanning across the front more than a meter high. Coyote? He Changwon was appalled in his heart, as if he saw Chen Haonan's figure more like a wild wolf running through the woods. Who the hell did he learn from? I can't even compare to such a sneaky movement technique. He Changwon let out a low sigh. Struck down again. Li Ernio hesitated for a moment and turned to He Changwon. I'm the one he led to the pole. I have to go with him, said catching up with Chen Haonan. Ernio, you. Another black line appeared on He Changwon's forehead. In the past, Li Ernio used to listen to himself. How come he didn't listen to himself after only 1 week? Leave him alone. He Changwon and the others ignored Chen Haonan, grabbing the mud in the swamp and preparing to apply it to their bodies. Suddenly, a childish voice was heard in the distance. A bunch of eggless losers. That Director Tang is tied up by me. Fooling around. Fart. Don't listen to a little kid. Wang Yanbing scolded. Come on. We've been delayed quite a bit. No one would believe a little kid with such a ridiculous remark. Kidnapped Director Tang? Who the hell knows what this Director Tang looks like? After He Changwon was the first to cross into the swamp, the others began to enter the swamp as well. The swamp was filled with a putrid odor, and the rotten mud on which he stepped was constantly bubbling up, with half of his thighs sunk into it. Fortunately, they had enough stamina and physical strength, and through careful observation, they were still able to find a suitable walking route, just at a much slower speed. But what made them suffer the most was that their bodies were coated with rotten mud, and the mud carried a strange odor that attracted many mosquitoes and flies that buzzed around them. The crowd ventriloquized in their minds that if this method didn't work, they really wanted to fuck He Changwon's balls. It took more than half an hour of hard walking before the group crossed the swamp. Once on the shore, each lying on the ground breathing heavily, which is more tired than the rapid march of 10 kilometers. I should have known that the Detour Mercedes-Benz, the speed is also faster. Wang Yanbing sat on his butt on the ground, and his lips were starting to dry out. Suddenly, bust! There was a series of sweeping sounds, and before Wang Yanbing could react, a cloud of blue smoke rose from his body. Killed in action. Crap! There's an ambush! Seeing only bullets fired in all directions, and being in their most exhausted state, they had no time to organize a counterattack. At the edge of the swamp, a cloud of green smoke rose, and He Changwon was not spared. Fan Tianlei led his Wolf Fang Special Brigade and swaggered over to Yi Chengguang and the others who had been taken in a pot. How about that? Convinced? You bunch of idiots. There are really people who believe. Painted all over like a ghost. It was me who had someone put out the word to hear that Director Tang had an instrument that specialized in detecting through heat, and then ambushed this place, waiting for you bunch of rash people. Sure enough, didn't let me guess wrong. There must be someone who's smart enough to be smart. The leader, Fan Tianlei, said aloud. I'll go. The crowd suffocated for a moment. They should have listened to that little brat and gotten exhausted in the swamp, then ran into Red's encirclement. He Changwang ma He Changwang. The crowd had a bellyful of grievances, bubbling up with an urge to beat up He Changwang. He Changwang face like ashes. The face of Fan Tianlei, this head of the old fox. They are still tender, really ginger or old hot. Wang Yanbing heard Fan Tianlei mention Director Tang, and thought violently about Chen Haonan's last sentence just now, and popped out a sentence without any reason. Don't be complacent. You're what Director Tang must not have come, right? Tell you what, he was kidnapped by our people. Don't be so proud. Your Director Tang must not have come. I told you, he was kidnapped by our people. Fan Tianlei froze. This sneak attack did have a large component of luck. They had not been able to wait for Tang Sini to come with the equipment, according to their original plan. It was to detect their location through the equipment and then launch a pursuit. But waiting left and right was to not see Tang Sini. That's why he thought of setting up a temporary ambush in the neighborhood to see if he could fish for a few small fishes. Not seeing the luck so good, the newest members of the 4 companies of sharpshooters formed by He Changwang and the others, all of them crashed into the muzzle of the gun. Once the crowd saw the strange expression on Fan Tianlei's face, they all looked at me. I looked at you. It's not possible that that little kid is telling the truth, right? Wang Yanbing was just talking casually, but he didn't think that the expression on Fan Tianlei's face clearly told him that their director Tang really hadn't arrived. Evil. Wang Yanbing muttered, Chen Haonan's luck is also good, right? Such a remote thing he can meet. According to his ability, if he really met Director Tang, really have the ability to capture her. Sharpshooter Company 4's newest squad was wiped out, accompanied by a loud radio. A helicopter gunship sped over the exercise base, in order to create an atmosphere of mutual competition. Once one of the detachments on both the red and blue sides is completely annihilated, there will be another briefing all over the place so that everyone involved in the maneuver is aware of it. Li Erniu suddenly stopped and looked up at the helicopters in the sky. Surprised, He Changwang and the others were completely wiped out? Only half an hour or so had passed since he had been separated from them, and Li Erniu scowled. Who were the people who exterminated them? He Changwang and the others are so powerful. How did they get killed so quickly? Chen Haonan made a sudden U-turn and said to Li Erniu, let's go back to those people and avenge the new rising squad. Li Erniu was stunned. Found that Chen Haonan was not the same as before. When they used to train together, Chen Haonan had pressed He Changwang them, privately competed for an unknown number of times, and also did a fight together in the boot camp dormitory. How could he think of giving He Changwang them revenge? Don't believe it? Kind of. I'm telling you, I'm serious. Competing with the same troop that's competing with each other. But now that we're fighting with another troop, then we have to be united in our fight. And having fucked our comrades, there's no reason why we shouldn't take revenge. Chen Haonan pouted and said in an unusually firm manner. Li Erniu gave a thumbs up and said, serious men are the most handsome, including children. Chen Haonan rolled his eyes. However, at the thought of having to fight, Li Erniu was a bit abashed again and said, how can just the 2 of us help them take revenge? The other side was able to take out the entire squad. There must be quite a few of them. It's not the number of soldiers that counts. Why can't the 2 of us do it? The ancients took a general's head from 1,000,000 soldiers. If we don't have the guts to do it, why are we soldiers? Erniu, your guts are too small. You admit defeat at the critical moment. Do you still want to marry Tsuihua in the future? Chen Haonan lectured. These are 2 different things. I'm indeed a bit scared, but I'm absolutely dry for my brother's 2 ribs. But I'm also not tender to run to my death. Li Erniu sophistically said, you're just admitting defeat. I'm not afraid of a child. What are you afraid of? This. Li Erniu was dumbfounded by the revelation. Do you want to stay in the cooking class as a fireman for the rest of your life? Show some guts. Those people also have 1 brain and 1 shoulder. Trust me and I guarantee that I can finish them off. Chen Haonan patted his small chest and said. Li Erniu gritted his teeth and said, yes, if there was a god's perspective, one could see a small ding-dong, constantly lecturing the bullish Li Erniu, a scene that was as bizarre as it was said to be. Follow me. Chen Haonan finally convinced Li Erniu, turned around and ran backwards with his starting calves. Li Erniu followed, and the 2 of them hurriedly marched towards the positioning that He Changwang had sent over before his death. He Changwang reacted quite quickly and immediately thought of Chen Haonan in the first instance. And of course, it was also a form of trust in Chen Haonan. Li Erniu spelled full speed this time. Chen Haonan's words just now really stimulated him. Can't be such a bear. You can't be a bear soldier. You must train your gallblaster. Li Erniu kept cheering himself up as he ran. Chen Haonan is not afraid of a 10-year-old kid. What is he afraid of as a big man? Li Erniu ran all the way behind him, only to find out how he couldn't catch up with Chen Haonan. My grandparents, how can I run so fast with such short legs? The more Li Erniu ran, the more surprised he became, almost wondering if his legs had gotten shorter. Chen Haonan's invincible sneaking skill breaks through the human body's limit. Don't look at his short legs, but the frequency of his steps is 3 times faster than Li Erniu's, so it's normal that Li Erniu can't catch up. Of course, crossing the feet at such a high frequency consumes a great deal of physical strength, and would certainly not last long on the average person. Chen Haonan broke through the extreme body attributes and could withstand it, and if not for the fact that Li Erniu was still following behind, Chen Haonan could have run even faster. What the hell is this body of yours made of? How can you run so fast? My usual training is no less than yours. Li Erniu finally couldn't help but crack his mouth and ask. I was born to run fast. There's no comparison. It's as if a chicken can't fly as fast as an eagle no matter how hard it tries. It's the same thing, Chen Haonan said with a look of profound learning. Turning his little brain, Li Erniu looked depressed and muttered. How can a chicken be compared to me? I'm one of the fastest runners in the village. I'm a human being. In a dense forest in the mountains, Fan Tianlei led the Wolfang warriors to rest in full gear. The total annihilation of the upstart team made them more or less excited, talking and laughing with each other, and whoever had won the battle was in a happier mood. That He Chengwang, who was rumored to be the most powerful in the recruit delivery, doesn't look too good either. I originally thought that dealing with him wouldn't be as easy as dealing with a bunch of rookies, but I didn't realize that it's still not that far off from rookies. A rookie is a rookie. If he can even handle us. Haven't we been living on dogs all these years? That's true. How can a rookie compete with us? Fan Tianlei said heatedly. He Chengwang is indeed a good seedling, and he's still a bit short on experience. However, you guys can't underestimate him either. You guys weren't as good as him when you were his age, right? When the people thought about it, what Fan Tianlei said was indeed correct. Most of them had just joined the army. Although their performance was considered very good, but compared to Yi Chengwang there was indeed still a bit of a gap. I was right, wasn't I? As long as we give him some time to grow, there's no chance he'll be ahead of you guys, Fan Tianlei said. I'll be the first to disagree with that. Fan Tianlei also did not argue. Suddenly thought of the military training when that little waif Chen Haonan said, He Chengwang can barely be called a genius. But when I went to the summer camp to engage in military training, I came across a genius, who was born to be a soldier's good material. Not many can boast from the head's mouth. Naturally he's so good. Why don't you special recruit him in? I'd like to, but people are only 10 years old. Fan Tianlei laughed helplessly. Really? When did I, Golden Eagle, ever tell a lie? That little kid is truly remarkable. At the summer camp, none of the gang of 15 or 16-year-olds could outrun him. And competition shooting, 10 consecutive shots with 100 rings. Fan Tianlei said admiringly. Is that so awesome? And that's not all. A dozen teenagers were displeased that he stole the show. After the military training was over, they wanted to beat up a kid. So guess what happened in the end? Fan Tianlei intentionally sold out and laughed. What else? Must have been beaten up and gone back to mommy? That's half a good guess. There are indeed people who will go to their parents to complain after being beaten up, but it's not the little kids, it's the teenagers, Fan Tianlei said. A feat of one man taking on a dozen alone? You didn't mean to make up stories to wear us down. Can I lie to you guys for food? At that time, I was not far away and saw very clearly that those dozen or so teenagers were beaten up to the point where they had no room to fight back. Fan Tianlei said. Bullshit, would love to meet this little kid. Unfortunately, he was too young. And at that time he was clamoring to come to be a soldier, and a special forces soldier at that. It was rejected by me, and I didn't think that he would even start a fight with me. Fan Tianlei said. That's a lot of guts. No. Fan Tianlei snorted coldly. Chen Hanan's small figure couldn't help but appear in his mind. Skimming his lips, the little guy is indeed interesting. Why do you think that Director Tang is not coming now? Where did he go? It's not really caught, is it? Fan Tianlei raised his hand and looked at the terminal at his wrist. It was indeed quite strange how he hadn't been notified until now. According to Brigade Commander Kong Lei's arrangement, Tang Xini was temporarily drawn over to lead the Wolf Teeth team in conjunction with the Thunderbolt Commandos to decapitate a few of the chiefs of the Sharpshooter Company together. And as a result, Tang Xini was delayed in coming. So much for not seeing it. When the system was monitoring the blue terminals, it was discovered that their terminals were off all the time. This made Fan Tianlei, a battle-hardened old fox, even more puzzled. Having conducted so many maneuvers, and it wasn't the first time they had fought, could it be that the blue side was going to fight on their own? It's not in Conley's usual style of fighting. Where did Fan Tianlei know that they were bent on beheading Kong Lei? Gong Arrow, and the others, had already been beheaded by Chen Haonan, and as for Tang Xini, she had also been kidnapped by Chen Haonan. Chief, we haven't been able to monitor the signal on the blue side. What do we do now? And is that Director Tang still waiting? Fan Tianlei raised his eyes to look at the sky. It was already upper noon at this moment. No waiting. Let's follow the original plan. Meet up with Thunderbolt and the others, and search for Chief Blue Fong together. Fan Tianlei said. Teaming up with Lei War again this time? This guy, Lei Battle, is usually arrogant as hell, and during the last exercise, when I beat him to the punch and took out Kong Tuan from a distance of more than 200 meters, Lei Battle has always been very unconvinced. This time, he definitely wants to move back in. Meow Wolf wiped the sniper rifle of his and said softly, to each his own. This time, you'll put him on the spot again, and he'll definitely be honest in the future. Fan Tianlei joked. The crowd laughed. You didn't see the rich expression on his face when he took out Kong Tuan with one shot back then. Take him out once more this time. I guess he'll have to find you to fight for his life. Meow Wolf laughed. Who cares about that much on the battlefield? Fan Tianlei said. I've heard that Kong Regiment has personally set up the new Rising Sharpshooter Regiment this time in order to take revenge, and the most bullish Yi Chengwang has been undermined by the conspiracy spread by the Golden Eagles in one go. Do you think Kong Regiment will spit blood when they know about this news? Ha ha, what do you mean? Ginger is still old and hot. Golden Eagle is worthy of being an old fox among our wolf teeth. A rookie is a rookie, and you have to simmer down to become an old bird. There's not much on the Kong Regiment's side either. Now we just have to wait for them to turn on their terminals, determine their location, and take them out in one bite. It's kind of evil. Their terminals keep shutting down. Did they sense it? I don't think so. This is the latest high-tech developed by the military region. It's still in a state of secrecy. How would Kong Tuan and the others know about it? Fan Tianlei retorted. Contact the drones for reconnaissance. Yes. Wolfsbane 3 Special Forces contacted the drone in the sky and found that the signal was interrupted and could not be contacted, and hurriedly checked the signaling device. What's wrong? Fan Tianlei was watching. Report, drone down. Fan Tianlei was shocked and said, what's going on? Didn't it fly at an altitude of over 1,800 meters? How did it fall down? It may have been suddenly subjected to strong convection in the air, causing the flight to become unstable and fall off. Fan Tianlei's face sank as he said, could there be another possibility that it was let down? No way. Right? The drone is at 1,800 meters in the air and in flight. A sniper rifle trying to hit it is basically impossible. The blue side doesn't have someone that capable, right? Meow Wolf, you can do it? At an altitude of over 1,800 meters, there are too many factors to take into consideration. To hit, I only have a 10% chance of hitting, and that's if I'm in my best condition, Meow Wolf said after thinking for a while. Maybe I'm being paranoid. Go! Fan Tianlei faithfully said. The drone had been acting as their eye in the sky, playing a huge role in the last exercise, and now that it had fallen off, it did cause a lot of trouble. Hasty march. Li Ernio couldn't run anymore, so Chen Haonan could only slow down his pace and wait for Li Ernio to slow down, almost sprinting all the way. Li Ernio, a strong brute of a bull, couldn't carry it. Li Ernio once again saw the power of Chen Haonan. The little robot did not see him show a little state of fatigue. Walking, Chen Haonan suddenly stopped and waved his little hand, telling Li Ernio to hide. Li Ernio was startled and hurriedly lurked in a pile of grass nearby. He's just timid. What's the situation? Li Ernio asked in a low voice. Chen Haonan gazed at the forest ahead and said, there is an enemy about 2,000 meters ahead. Li Ernio froze for a moment and said with a confused face, 2,000 meters? It's in the jungle again. You can spot an enemy? Your eyes are binoculars. Even if they were binoculars, they wouldn't be able to see. How can you see with such dense trees? Li Ernio climbed out of the grass. Chen Haonan did see a silhouette swaying 2,000 meters away just now. It was just a bit fuzzy. His 10-mile eagle eye was very sure about the observation of 1,800 meters, and the distance of 2,000 meters was indeed a bit fuzzy. Unless all of his physical attributes reached 10 points, he would not be able to clearly observe a distance of 2,000 meters away. Chen Hanan's showy brows were slightly furrowed. Actually being despised by this big stupid cow was very unpleasant. You doubt my judgment. Wait. Chen Haonan lifted the sniper rifle that was originally hanging on his body into his hand and ran forward with a whoosh. Li Ernio hurriedly ran up after him. Where does Chen Haonan know that even the top Special Forces king can see a distance of about 1,200 meters in this kind of dense forest? And Su Xian can see 1,800 meters, which is a very remarkable existence. Therefore, when Li Ernio heard Chen Haonan actually say that he could see 2,000 meters away, it was normal for him to think that Chen Haonan was blindly talking shit. Chen Haonan Mercedes all the way. Soon previously ran out 200 meters, and then lurked next to a boulder, set up a sniper rifle, and used the sniper rifle's telescope to observe. Li Ernio also ran over, leaned to one side, and gasped. To shoot? He saw nothing but a forest. Watch well and doubt my judgment. Chen Haonan was dissatisfied. Chen Haonan concentrates and keeps pushing the distance forward. 1,500 meters, 1,600 meters, 1,700 meters, 1,800 meters. Here we go. Chen Haonan saw a man in the team, carrying a sniper rifle, marching with a smile on his face, chatting and farting with the people next to him. However, despite this, Chen Haonan suddenly felt an unprecedented danger when he gazed at the soldier. Intuition told himself this guy was not easy. This person who was talking happily was no other than the sniper hand of the War Wolf Special Operations Brigade, Meow Wolf. In the last military exercise check over 1,200 meters, one shot to take out the Kong Regiment. Decapitation success. It became one of the most iconic snipes in the entire army. The whole army mentioned Meow Wolf all thumbs up and admired him so much that he had a great reputation in the military region. Finish this guy. Chen Haonan's first thought. Adjusting the angle of the muzzle. Judging the direction and speed of the surrounding wind by feeling. Li Ernia didn't see a single bird shadow. Turned his head to look at Chen Haonan, but he was bashful. Ready to shoot. And touched his scalp in doubt. Is there really an enemy? Li Ernia knew that Chen Haonan's marksmanship was very powerful. And looking at his grave little face, he didn't know whether to believe it or not. While he was still wondering, touch, gunshots rang out. Startlingly Erniu. Shot. Meow Wolf was talking energetically, describing Lei Zhuan's depressed expression when he was robbed of the limelight, and dressing up as Lei Zhuan. But in the next second, he only felt a slight stabbing pain in his heart, and a puff of blue smoke came out of his back. I got shot? Meow Wolf was dumbfounded. 1 second he was spirited. The next he was killed in action. This is the great irony of the world. Take cover. Almost at that instant, Fan Tianlei and the others immediately lurked. Hell no. Ding dong. The host completes a stunning shot that breaks through the limits of the human body, gaining 100 experience points. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, primary school student. Level, 3. Root bone, 5. Mental, 5. Strength, 20. Speed, 5. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle eye, invincible sneaking. Experience value, 100 out of 400. Chen Haonan was delighted in his heart. 1,800 meters is pushing the limits of the human body? Fuck it. Being a little more than 1,800 meters away, one is said to be invincible. Can take them out with impunity, and how they can't hit themselves. Li Ernia suddenly watched a cloud of blue smoke rise in the distance, and immediately widened his eyes and muttered, holy shit, there really is an enemy. One shot? How far away must this be? 2 kilometers? Very far. Li Ernia's eyes changed as he looked at Chen Haonan, rushed to lie down next to Chen Haonan, swallowed his saliva, and blearily wanted to talk to Chen Haonan, but he heard Chen Haonan say, don't talk to me, I want to kill the enemy. Li Ernia immediately held back his words. A black line emerged from Fan Tianlei's forehead. He had fought eagles all his life, but he didn't think that he would end up being scratched and blinded by an eagle. I can't believe I was attacked. Isn't that what he does most often? It was a sudden shot. They didn't react at all. Meow Wolf, the sniper, didn't even notice anything. But next, before Fan Tianlei could give the order, bang bang, 5 consecutive gunshots rang out, and a cloud of blue smoke emerged from the 5 Wolfang special forces lurking around themselves at almost the same time. Hell no! Fan Tianlei forehead dark clouds. Judging from the sound of the gun just now, it is clearly a sniper rifle shot. How to shoot continuously to hit the effect of the submachine gun. Not to mention Fan Tianlei, even Meow Wolf, a top-notch sniper, was startled. When did such a powerful sniper appear in the Iron Fist Regiment? Meow Wolf headed in the direction where the gunshots rang out. Fan Tianlei's balls hurt. The other party had fired 6 shots, and he still couldn't tell where the other party was. From the sound of the gunshots it should be a southeast position, but I can't find anyone. He Changwon walked through the mountains and forests with the crowd hanging their heads, their front bodies covered in blackened mud, as if to remind them of how funny they were. How humiliating to have the newest regiment, formed by the Kong Regiment, get killed shortly after the maneuvers begin. Especially the main person in charge of this operation. He Changwon heart that taste. Do not mention how difficult. How can one fall so easily into a trap designed by others, and be worse than a child? Bumper! Continuous gunfire suddenly came from the front, in the direction Wolfram and Hart were running to. What's with the gunshots? Could it be Chen Haonan? Wang Yanbing said suddenly as his eyes lit up. Who is Chen Haonan? The kid you guys just saw. Wang Yanbing skimmed his lips and said, although he didn't really want it to be Chen Haonan, but at this time, who else could it be but him? Li Ernia? How can that be? That guy is scared when it comes to war. He probably hides like a plagued chicken when he hears gunshots. Wang Yanbing looked to He Changwang. What do you think? It should be him, He Changwang said. Although Chen Haonan was small, his sniper skills were even better than his own, and it wasn't possible to use a sneak attack. But why did he circle back? He Changwang hadn't held out much hope when he transmitted his location to Chen Haonan while he was dying. I didn't think he'd actually come. The kid? Everyone was surprised. Don't you guys, he's a kid. His ability is not small at all. When the new recruits were training, one shot broke 1,600 meters of color flagpoles. 10 in a row. Wang Yanbing said. That good? Genius marksman? Indeed you can say that. Wang Yanbing said. Wang Yanbing also does not hide greatly generous to say Chen Haonan in the recruit training time things. Cross-country first, shooting first, fighting first, physical fitness first. The young age, but swept the entire boot camp. So that's him. Many people suddenly remembered. Front-end time made a fuss about the most bullish Boy Scouts, just recently suddenly disappeared without him. Many people thought that Home 3 School. He Changwon's face showed a bitter smile, and his heart was a mixture of indescribable flavors. Originally, he should have been the one who got the most attention, but in the end, Chun Haonan stole all the limelight. After practicing kung fu for more than 10 years, he couldn't even beat a kid. How could he feel good in his heart? But could he be surrounded? With such intense gunfire, the battle must have been fierce. Check it out. Wang Yanbing was so excited that he rushed ahead for the first time to see the fun, and the others followed in droves. They had been taken out in one fell swoop by the Battle Wolf's men, and they were already carrying deep resentment, and now they couldn't wait for someone to show up to finish them all off. Everyone pulled back, stay close to the ground and retreat into the forest. Fan Tianlei reacted quickly. They couldn't find where the sniper was and kept retreating against the ground. But despite this, Fan Tianlei and the others were under tremendous pressure, keenly aware that the sniper on the other side there was pressing down on them like a shadow, and as long as they showed their heads a little bit, they could all be killed with a single shot. Fan Tianlei and Chen Shan Ming had never felt like this before. The other party was sniping 6 people at a time, and now only Fan Tianlei, Chen Shan Ming and 8, a total of 4 people remained. They finally retreated to the woods behind them, and at this time, He Changwan and the others just happened to run over and saw Fan Tianlei, who was left with only 4 people, crawling on the ground like a dog. Wang Yanbing and the others were greatly pleased, and several people sat on their asses on the ground. They had thought that it was Chen Haonan who was being chased and beaten, but now it was Chen Haonan who was being killed in seconds. Took out 6 people at once. This is the famous Wolverines? Gu. I think the Wolf Teeth team should be renamed the Dog Teeth team. This name seems more apt to me. Wang Yanbing started sarcastically. That's aptly named. Laying on his back like a dog, not even daring to pop his head out. Poor thing. Gu. Who's this? Didn't you just proudly call us rookies? How come an old bird like you was also killed? Fan Tianlei's face sank as he said, "Shut up, remember, you're corpses, don't break the rules." Everyone then kept quiet. Those fallen Wolverine members, all red in the face. No. 8, you guys feel your way over from the left and right sides. Prepare more small stones and throw them, Fan Tianlei ordered. Yes, no, 5 and no. 6 lurked like earthworms, from the left and right, respectively, slowly moving forward. As they did so, they threw stones like in front of them from time to time, causing vibrations in the grass or branches of the trees. This is what they call casting stones. Don't underestimate this small gesture. It is very effective on the battlefield, especially when fighting in the jungle. In a situation where the opposing sides are not quite sure of their personnel, the nerves of the personnel on both sides pop so close together that anything that blows can touch them, sometimes even instinctively launching shots. Once shooting, it's easy to expose the sniper's position. In the past, they had used this trick to take out many snipers, and it had never failed them. The two of them, Fan Tianlei and Chen Shanming, stared, mobilizing every nerve in their bodies. They were quite certain that they would be able to determine where the other party was located as long as they heard the gunshots once more. As long as the location of the other party is determined. With the mutual cooperation of their 2 old birds, even the new generation of the King of Soldiers, Lei Zhuan, will have to bear a grudge on the spot. He Chengwang and the others couldn't help but admire the 2 Battle Wolf Special Forces for such an old-fashioned testing technique. This kind of combat experience should have been summarized after countless battles. At the same time, he was also worried that Chun Haonan would be too inexperienced and fall for their tricks. On the other side, at a distance of 1,800 meters away, Chen Haonan had long since seen the 2 Special Forces soldiers clearly under his 10-mile eagle eyes. The 2 crawled on the ground like earthworms, and Chen Haonan felt tired for them. The steward is tired and that's all. It has no effect on Chen Haonan at all, and he keeps throwing stones, intending to scare the snakes. Who are you throwing it at? Chen Haonan looked at it and felt ridiculous. Li Erniu was completely dumbfounded, seeing Chen Haonan playing the sniper rifle like a submachine gun, bursting and bursting. I can't believe I took out 6 of them in one sitting. There's smoke coming out of the mountain. Li Erniu cracked his mouth wide open and couldn't close it for half a day. At this moment, he admired Chen Haonan to the extreme. Genius. Absolute genius. In the past, Li Erniu always thought that He Changwan was the most bullish one, proficient in everything, but compared to Chen Haonan, he was far too poor. Li Ernest turned pink. Chen Haonan suddenly turned to Li Erniu, and said, "Brother Erniu, you go through the forest on the side, and try to make as much noise as possible. The bigger the better." Li Erniu froze, then excitedly said, "What did you just say? You called me Brother Erniu?" Li Erniu opened his cow mouth wide, his eyes wide, as if he had heard the most impossible thing in the world. Li Ernia heard Chen Haonan call him brother for the first time. The whole thing was so excited that he was on the verge of tears. Okay, wait, Li Ernia said fiercely. Chen Haonan's small eyebrows frowned slightly, and seeing how excited Li Ernia was, he muttered in his heart, that excited? Li Ernia, his mouth full of smiles as if he had been beaten with chicken blood, took his dagger and cut off a thick and dense branch to block himself, then ran in the direction Chen Haonan had pointed out earlier, while shouting and screaming, like a maddened wild bull. Ah, oh, drink, ta-da. Chen Haonan looked at Li Ernia speechlessly. Was this guy irritated? When it comes to making noise, it's really making a big noise. Li Ernia waved the huge tree branch. Suddenly the surrounding was dusty, heavy and rolling, and scared the surrounding birds while Chen Haonan raised his muzzle quietly waiting for his prey to jump up. And sure enough, in the other western direction, Wolverine 5 and 6, after continuously throwing stones and confirming that there was no danger, immediately climbed up and quickly searched earlier. No, 5 and no. 6 are very careful, moving from side to side, running in S-shaped routes, with the help of large trees to hide, as far as possible not to let his figure completely exposed in the air. From this point on, it's worthy of being a special forces soldier. It's just not the same as a company soldier. No, 5 and no. 6, left and right from different directions. The two of them worked together so well that when they moved the two moved almost together, and when they lurked they did so at the same time. The two flashed into the back of a large pine tree at once. No, 5 took a deep breath while in throwing a rock forward, and realizing that there was no movement, he put his foot down and lurched forward, on the other side of the room. No, 6 and no, 5 made almost the same move. Whoosh! Suddenly 2 shots rang out in quick succession, and a cloud of blue smoke rose from the backs of number 5 and number 6. Killed in action. The two of them were a bit dumbfounded. You can get hit with that? Where's the enemy? Is the opponent a shadow? 5 and 6 are in their left and right different 2 directions. Both were shot almost at the same time. Is there more than one sniper on the other side? But it's not right. Where did the Tekken regiment get so many sharpshooters? After all was said and done about his lurking, the movement wasn't quite perfect, but it wasn't easy to get a shot off. Chagrined, the two men looked from side to side, but where did they find a shadow? Not to mention that the two of them were chagrined and baffled. Fan Tianlei and Chen Shanming were equally confused. Fan Tianlei utilized his binoculars and quickly searched, only to see a soldier in the northeast dragging a large tree branch in a ghostly manner, constantly running, not knowing what he was blindly doing. What the hell? Fan Tianlei frowned. Just now, although he heard the sound of gunshots, the bullets were not coming from his direction. Head, have you found it? Chen Shanming called out. He had just been distracted for a moment and the other party had fired. Hell no, not found. Neither have I. The other party is very cunning and actually used another person to interfere with our line of sight. Also, judging by the sound propagation time, the other party's shooting snipes beyond our line of sight. Fan Tianlei said in shock. Over 1,800 meters of sight limit distance? How is this possible? When did such a powerful expert appear in the Iron Fist Regiment? Chen Shanming was surprised. Over 1,800 meters of extreme vision? Chen Shanming sucked in a breath. Such an extreme distance. Continuous precision strikes on the target. Unless the other party was using a Barrett M95 sniper rifle. The effective range of this sniper rifle is 1,800 meters, with a maximum range of 6,000 meters. However, they are equipped with Type 85-7, 62mm sniper rifles in this exercise, with a range of 1,000 meters, which is also one of the most commonly used sniper rifles in the country at present. How can he hit an accurate blow at a distance of 1,800 meters? What's even more terrifying is the continuous shooting. The previous 5-shot streak was surprisingly like a submachine gun. Old Kong is actually hiding such a powerful expert. I underestimated him, Fan Tianlei said rather chagrined. Head, we still have a chance. Chen Shanming didn't give up. The more he encountered such a sniper expert, the more it inspired his fighting spirit. First, we'll take out the brat that's affecting our attention, Fan Tianlei said. Good. Fan Tianlei and Chen Shanming concentrated, their eyes once again focusing on the guy in the distance who was dragging a branch and ghosting through the woods. This guy is truly hilarious. It's like taking a stimulant, running back and forth non-stop. He Cheng Wang and the others also saw Li Ernio and had a puzzled look on their faces, unable to figure out what Li Ernio was trying to do. However, when they saw Li Ernio, they naturally thought of Chen Haonan and guessed that 2 consecutive shots had just taken out 2 Wolfang special forces. It was so unspeakably painful that he almost didn't let out a cheer. At the same time, he also admired Chen Haonan's talent for shooting and sneaking around. Actually making such a bullish Special Forces soldier of the Wolfang Special Brigade suffer such a big loss. Compare that to yourself, who for so many years felt like you were living on a dog, not even a child. Fan Tianlei, who was lurking in the grass, pressed close to the ground and slowly extended the muzzle of his gun a little bit, turned on the safety, adjusted the angle of the muzzle, and aimed it at Li Erniu, who was roughly 800 meters away. Lock on Li Erniu. Bang! The sudden sound of a gunshot startled Fan Tianlei, who was about to pull the trigger. With that, he looked down and smiled bitterly. Chagrined, he sat up, clutching his sniper rifle, blue smoke still billowing from it. He was a bit baffled. I can't believe I got sniped myself. It doesn't make sense. He was lurking so well, just showing a little bit of his muzzle, and the other side could find out? This is too much, isn't it? Now it seems that the other side must have deliberately arranged the platoon of that funny soldier to lure themselves and then snipe. He did move fast enough. Just that 1 second away. Fan Tianlei pulled the trigger. Who in the Tekken Corps has such awesome marksmanship? Old 9 of Marksman Company 4? Or Old K? Fan Tianlei had thought over all the possible people, and still hadn't figured out who exactly was so capable. As for the newly emerged He Changwang, he might have the ability to do so, judging from his performance in shooting training, but he had already been taken out. Fan Tianlei had a bitter smile on his face. This was the first time he had been sniped at since he became chief of staff. Fan Tianlei had a helpless look on his face, taking great interest in the sniper who had taken out almost his entire Wolfang Special Forces team. Make sure you find out who he is. This, He Changwang and the others saw Fan Tianlei sitting up with blue smoke coming out of his body, each with a surprised look. That's too soon, isn't it? How did Chen Haonan find out about Fan Tianlei? A few of them had just seen Fan Tianlei lurking in front of them, and they were soon out of shadow, and when they were looking carefully, they couldn't find them. The gunshot just now was thought to be fired by Fan Tianlei, who thought he was actually shot and taken out. How long did it take from the time he started lurking until he was taken out now? That brat is too anticlimactic, isn't he? Even Staff Sergeant Fan was killed by him. Tell me about him. Veteran number 5 of God Snatcher Company 4 asked with great interest. Tell us his story. Such a heaven-defying kid. Not to mention our South China military region. I'm afraid there won't be a second one in any major military region in the country. Another veteran exclaimed. That's a long story. Wang Yanbing revealed a few awkward expressions. From the beginning of the boot camp he was abused all the way. It was simply a history of blood and tears. Chen Shanming finally found the location of the sniper. The other party is really cunning, has been lurking in the back of the that big stone, just 2 stones in the middle. There is a gap, just enough for sniping, an excellent sniping position. The other party's sniping ability was indeed first-rate, and at a distance of more than 1,800 meters, he was still able to judge Fan Tianlei's lurking position and shoot accurately. 2 words to describe it: bull. After Chen Shanming finally discovered Chen Haonan's position, Fan Tianlei being sniped didn't affect his judgment, quickly lurking forward, moving at high speed, like a wild wolf weaving through the mountains and forests, and evasive maneuvers were very much in place, directly pouncing on Chen Haonan's lurking point. Chen Shan clearly has his superiority, even if the enemy found. In this kind of dense jungle high-speed Mercedes, it is also very difficult to snipe. He found Chen Haonan's location? He Changwang suddenly tensed up. The other party was moving quickly in a Mercedes, while ready to shoot at any time on the offensive. It was obvious that they had found their prey. Fan Tianlei's gaze became sharp once again. It wasn't as if he had been taken out without a little effect. At least Chen Shanming had discovered the other party. Now, as long as Chen Shanming was close to the other party, with his skills, even against Lei Zhuan, he had a 50% chance. Are there any fighters in the Tekken Corps? Fighting is not like marksmanship, which requires talent, and those with good talent can improve dramatically in a short period of time with intensive training. However, fighting skills need to be honed diligently over time in order to make it to the top. Finally, we can find out who the other side is. Chen Shanming's sneaky movement was so fast that he seemed to have circled around the back of the boulder without God's knowledge. Where did the brat come from? Chen Shanming a little frowned. The other party is clearly a child. Mistaken? The moment he hesitated slightly, Chen Haonan raised his sniper rifle with both of his small hands and aimed it at Chen Shanming, saying in a thin voice, "You're very good, but I knew you were coming." Chen Shanming froze for a moment, and when he heard the other party's mouthful of children, his face burst into tears. What's going on here? It was the first time he'd spotted a child in a drill, and by the looks of the other guy he must still be a grade schooler, right? The sniper rifle, raised, looked to be almost as tall as he was. How old are you? Chen Shanming asked softly. This is not something you should consider right now. Do you believe it or not? As soon as you raise your hand, you'll be killed in battle. Chen Haonan's small eyes skimmed Chen Shanming and said in a calm tone, "Did you do all the shooting before? Is there anyone else here?" Chen Haonan despised a glance at Chen Shanming. "Fan Tianlei has lost twice in my hands. Are you good or is Fan Tianlei good?" Chen Shanming frowned and finally put away his small vision. "Drop the sniper rifle," Chen Haonan ordered. Chen Shanming dropped the sniper rifle to the side and carefully surveyed Chen Haonan. Filled with curiosity about this child, the opponent wore indeed a red uniform, a small body, small arms, and a small face that looked past the childishness, and should not be an adult suffering from dwarfism. When did Conley recruit a Boy Scout? Although he was still unsure of the person who had just consecutively taken them out, from the other party's tastes and still being able to name Fan Tianlei, Chen Shanming had already believed 8 or 9 points. Chen Shanming had great marksmanship and fighting skills, and was not far away from Chen Haonan, figuring out how to tackle the other party. "I'm curious. How come I didn't see you when I went to the Iron Fist Regiment?" Chen Shanming began to get close. "You want to arrest me, don't you?" Chen Haonan tossed the sniper rifle to the side, patted his small hands, and said, "Been lying down for too long, so I can have some fun with you." Chen Shanming cried and laughed. The little kid actually wanted to fight with himself one-on-one? "Kid, you're trusting a little too much." Chen Shanming didn't care about that much. His foot slammed down. His body lunged downward toward Chen Haonan, grabbing at Chen Haonan's right hand with one hand, precisely the most commonly used grappling hand in the military. In a flash of lightning, he had already grabbed Chen Haonan's small hand. Chen Shanming had wanted to tackle Chen Haonan in turn, but who knew that he heard Chen Haonan pop out a word, "Get out." His arm flung out, and Chen Shanming's palm that had originally grabbed Chen Haonan immediately transmitted a shocking wave of power. Chen Shanming palm's grasp is not stable. At the same time, the huge impact of the force through the other side of the arm violently impact to their own shoulders. Huge power Chen Shanming body cannot resist. All of a sudden was dropped flying out. How could Chen Shanming have expected that the other party would actually erupt this powerful force between strikes? Although the power of his grasp just now was not used to full strength, but has been used to 60% of the grip, usually, then enough to 100 pounds of heavy objects, firmly grasp. This kid's strength is against the odds. What did you grow up eating? The legendary Li Yuanba of the Great Tang Dynasty lifted 800 pounds with his hands at the age of 10. Was he the reincarnation of Li Yuanba? The sudden fling of his hand made Chen Shanming take a fright, but he was, after all, an old bird who had fought in 100 battles. The moment his feet could barely land, his right foot slid backward, his body bent forward, and his feet shrunk slightly, immediately dissolving most of his body's strength. That's how he stabilized his body and didn't fall. Also in the moment Chen Shanming stabilized his body, Chen Haonan's small figure had already rushed to Chen Shanming's front, and his small foot violently kicked a side kick, attacking his heart at 75 degrees. The movement is truly lightning fast. At the same time, it was accompanied by a strong wind that blew Chen Haonan's pant legs tightly against his calves. Chen Shanming hurriedly crossed his arms to block it. Snap! The small foot kicked heavily at the cross of the wrists. Chen Shanming's hands were raw and painful. At the same time, he felt a force that was even more massive than just open. The power in his body actually couldn't carry it. His feet rubbed against the ground as he kept retreating backward, exiting a dozen meters in one breath before he stabilized himself. Chen Shanming's left and right wrists were in fiery pain, and at the same time, he felt a terrifying dark force. At a young age, he actually struck a dark force. Chen Shanming was appalled. He hadn't even hit with such ferocious effect after practicing for 10 years. Just looking at stepping into the door, the other guy looked like he was only about 10 years old. Even if you start practicing in your mother's womb, you won't be able to practice with this kind of power. Where did Chen Shanming know that Chen Haonan would be able to instantly focus his body's strength into his legs and instantly explode, producing several times the power? And after Chen Haonan's body was transformed by the ant Gnat, his body functions were even more terrifying, bursting out with 10 times the strength of a normal person. With the combination of the two, it was normal for a kick to send Chen Shanming tens of meters away. Chen Shanming's lower plate was unsteady, and he finally couldn't withstand this overbearing impact and fell backwards, rolling out several times before stabilizing himself. Just raising his eyes, he saw Chen Haonan's small body, like a small cheetah, pouncing on himself in the blink of an eye, but to sit on himself, not knowing when he pulled out a sharp dagger, sticking it to Chen Shanming's throat, and said, "Comrade, you have sacrificed yourself. This process is only a split second away." Chen Shanming lost convincingly. His opponent's explosive power, strength, speed, and reflexes were all above his own, and he did not lose unjustly. "You cow!" Chen Shanming gave a thumbs up while pulling on the rope head at his back, and a cloud of blue smoke emerged from his body. Only then did Chen Haonan get up from the other side. At this time, Li Ernia ran over with a gray head. just in time to see a cloud of blue smoke coming out of Chen Shanming's body, clapped his hands fiercely, cracked his big mouth, and said, "Good job." Chen Shanming had a bitter smile on his face, never imagining that he had been defeated by a little kid. I'm curious, what makes you so strong, can you tell me? Chen Shanming asked. Chen Haonan rolled his eyes and said in a thin voice, "Comrade, you've been killed in action now, and dead people can't talk." Chen Shanming had a face of capitalized embarrassment. At this moment, after Fan Tianlei saw Chen Haonan clearly, his heart turned upside down and he almost blurted out, "How come it's you? Isn't this the schoolboy who screwed himself so many times?" The moment Fan Tianlei saw Chen Haonan, his stomach turned up the bottle of 5 flavors, sweet and sour, bitter and spicy. A brain came out, and the expression on his face became complicated. Thinking of Chen Haonan, this little nub of a man, Fan Tianlei had a stomach full of grievances. At the summer camp, Chen Haonan beat up the kids in the military area. He beat up the people, but the black pot was taken by himself, making himself anxious. How did he turn into a soldier? How to think cannot figure out. Now emerged again to take out all of their own wolves and teeth team. Is it their own disaster star? He Chengwang and the others couldn't help but cheer when they saw the scene. Ouch! Too fierce. Chen Haonan took out the entire Wolf Fang Special Brigade by himself. This is a feat that has never been seen before in the South China military region. This is the first time ever for our Iron Fist Corps. In the past military exercises, as long as against the Wolf Teeth Special Brigade are their defeat, this stifling has been pressed them in front of the Wolf Teeth Special Brigade cannot raise their heads. Now it's finally back in the game. Can you not be excited? In their excitement, their eyes looked in unison at Chen Haonan, the child who had created a miracle. They had dreamed of getting a child who would be so powerful as this. He Chengwang and Wang Yanbing both coincidentally revealed a bitter smile relative to each other. Compared to He Chengwang and the others, everyone on the Wolf Fang Special Brigade side had a bitter face, not realizing that the one who took them out was a child. Slap in the face. How does that make these old birds feel? Each one feels like they've been living on a dog all these years. Wolfsbane Special Forces. Anyone who heard this name had to give a thumbs up and show admiration. But this moment, they let a child knock them off their pedestal. What exactly is this kid's origin? Even if he started practicing from his mother's womb, he's not this powerful, is he? You didn't see when he kicked the Sky Wolf just now. The Sky Wolf retreated a full dozen meters. How much power does that take? Crushing Sky Wolf in fighting arts. Even Lei Zhuan couldn't do it. This kid is too amazing. How did he practice? Each of the Wolf Fang Special Brigade's curious eyes surveyed the child who had put them at a great disadvantage. A small, slightly childish, icy face, with clean-looking eyebrows, though there was an unmistakable arrogance in his small eyes. Looking horizontally and vertically, he couldn't see how this kid could burst out with such strong strength and such exquisite sniping ability. Fan Tianlei finally regained his composure and waved his hand at Chen Haonan to come over, ready to inquire about the situation. At this time the walkie-talkie on his left shoulder rang, and was reaching out and was about to connect. Who thought Chen Haonan came over with a big stride, pulled over the walkie-talkie with a hand, and said in a calm tone, "You're already dead, and all the equipment on your body belongs to me from this moment on." Fan Tianlei's mouth twitched. Why did this kid's speech make people clog up? But according to the rules of the maneuver, and he was right, it was impossible to argue for a while. Chen Haonan connected the walkie-talkie, and with a slight frequency, He Jijun's voice was heard. "This is He Jijun. The temporary base of the Red Army has been set up, in the direction of the northeastern corner. Golden Eagle. The people you bring immediately return to the base immediately. Do not fight alone. Received, please reply." Chen Haonan casually turned off the walkie-talkie. This information comes at the right time. At the other end of the walkie-talkie, He Jijun suddenly heard the sound of beeping and hanging up, frowned and turned his head to the correspondent, saying, "What's going on?" Reporting to the chief. It's possible that the signal is unstable at the location the other party is at and has interrupted the message. Keep calling for Van Tiren to return to the temporary base immediately. Yes, He Jijun muttered to himself. Where did this Fan Tianlei run off with his troops? He certainly hadn't thought that the Wolf Fang Special Brigade led by Fan Tianlei had already been killed by Chen Haonan. It was no wonder that the Wolf Fang Special Brigade was a sharp blade in the military region, and in past military exercises, they were the ones who abused others. He Jijun couldn't contact Fan Tianlei for the time being, so he turned to another correspondent soldier and said, "Any news from Director Tang?" "Still no contact. Confirmed with the staff of the game office. Director Tang has left the studio 3 hours ago, and according to the time estimation should have arrived an hour ago." He Jijun frowned again and ordered, "Send someone to find it." Yes, He Jijun is depressed. It's just that Fan Tianlei can't be contacted. But why has Director Tang disappeared as well? Chen Haonan didn't expect to get the location of the Red Side's temporary command post so easily. Now there's something to play for. Explain to me. How did you enlist as a schoolboy? Who authorized you? Fan Tianlei stood forward, his tall and straight body in front of Chen Haonan, assuming a posture of a chief. During the summer camp, Fan Tianlei had made it clear that Chen Haonan was too young to be a soldier. How? In a flash, he became a soldier and participated in such an important maneuver. That's odd. The other surrounding Wolf Fang special forces immediately pricked up their ears, listening to the Golden Eagle's tone. It seemed that they had long recognized this child. According to the regulations of the army, minors are not allowed to enlist in the army. The fact that this child was obviously a minor and was able to enlist did create a great deal of curiosity. Is it the grandson of one of the military district chiefs? At that moment, everyone's eyes looked at Chen Haonan in unison. Chen Haonan glanced at Fan Tianlei and said in a cold voice, "Too lazy for you to pay attention to this corpse of yours. I'll go ahead and end your headquarters and play a big game." The Wolf Fang Special Brigade was a bit dumbfounded that he wanted to go and end the headquarters. The first thing that happened was that you looked at me and I looked at you, and they didn't know what to say. He Cheng Wang and the others felt that Chen Haonan was too crazy, right? Man-child, Chen Haonan greeted Li Erniu. "Brother Erniu, let's go mess with the Red Army's command." All eyes widened at the words. Such an oxymoron, in the mouth of a child. They cried and laughed. Several black lines sprouted from Fan Tianlei's forehead. What exactly is this child's origin? Chen Shanming couldn't help but ask. Nothing comes to mind. Fan Tianlei had a belly full of fire. How did he become a soldier? How'd he get into the company? What's wrong with Conley? Fan Tianlei make hard to think. Suddenly what I hit a few days ago the old black gave himself a phone call. Said that there is a child enlisted in the army. As if he also quarreled with the old black. Could this child be Chen Haonan, not Yi Tsuanshin? Fan Tianlei had a bit of egg on his face. But even if that's the case, Chief Kong he can't mess around. What kind of talk is it when the military district leaves an elementary school student behind to enlist in the army? Chen Shanming didn't dare to touch Fan Tianlei's mold, so he turned around and went to find He Chengwang and the others to understand the situation. At this moment, Chen Haonan, full speed forward running, two small legs whooshing forward, the body shape of the left flickering right to easily avoid, tree branches, thorns. For one thing, he was small and particularly nimble in weaving through the jungle. A flipping jump just in time to dart through the tree branches. In addition, invincible lurking art is really awesome. In the process of lurking, Mercedes-Benz contains running, jumping, sliding, turning, hiding, observing and so on, a series of top action to do the method. So that Chen Haonan is even more like a fish out of water. Chen Haonan moves like a cheetah running in the forest. Jump, land, roll, rise, lurk. The whole process comes, almost can't hear any sound of landing. Especially when sneaking. The figure shifted to stick behind the tree, as if disappearing in thin air. Li Erniu could not find the trace of Chen Haonan at once, staring at the bull's eye, obviously still in front. How to turn a blind eye disappeared. After chasing, Chen Haonan appeared again, as if he was afraid that Li Erniu had lost him, and deliberately showed up for a while, so that Li Erniu would not be so panicked. "Little Che, how come your sneaking is so awesome, disappearing in front of my eyes in the blink of an eye? It's different from when I was training in the company. Can you teach me?" Li Erniu's eyes were excited when he saw the reappearing Chen Haonan, staring at him with anticipation. "Born. You can't learn." Li Erniu grew his mouth. Speechless, the two of them quickly ran, and Li Erniu also exerted his utmost effort, which barely managed to keep up with Chen Haonan's pace. Where did he know that Chen Haonan had deliberately slowed down his speed? Or else he would have thrown Li Erniu out of the street a few blocks ago. Military tents were improvised in the dense forest, and antennas were set up outside the tents, surrounded by soldiers' handles and a group of patrolling soldiers. This should be Red's temporary command post. Chen Haonan lay down behind a small mound of dirt and carefully observed to finalize it. Li Erniu was also quite excited. "What are you going to do?" Li Erniu no longer treated Chen Haonan as a child. Chen Haonan whispered, "There are many of them. Find a place to hide first and wait for darkness before making a move." "Really planning to do it?" Li Erniu swallowed. "Why don't you dare? You recognize a bear again?" Chen Haonan scolded in a small voice. "No, but there's only two of us. What are you afraid of? The biggest thing is to be killed by them. If you take out their chief, the headmaster will definitely look at you favorably and won't have to stay in the cooking class." Center. Being encouraged by Chen Haonan's 3 words, Li Erniu's whole body was full of energy again like chicken blood. "At Red's temporary command. Still haven't contacted Fan Tianlei?" He Jijun asked in a deep voice. "Report, chief." "Not yet." "What the hell? It's been an hour and there's still no sign." He Ji-jun was holding his fire a bit. The Wolverine Special Brigade led by Fan Tianlei is a sharp weapon, playing a vital role in this decapitation mission. And now that it can't be contacted, how can it be commanded? Has Fan Tianlei eaten his guts? He Ji-jun's opinion of Fan Tianlei is getting bigger and bigger. Just stabbed himself in the basket, just subsided for a while, and now he is making such a mess. Of course He Ji-jun wouldn't have thought that the Wolfang Special Brigade would be taken out in one fell swoop. After all, the Wolverine Teeth Special Operations Team led by Fan Tianlei had carried out countless missions, and almost every time, they had annihilated the other side in a regiment, never missed a beat in 100 battles. Whether it's a military exercise or a foreign mission, it's never been like a sharp dagger plunged into the heart of the enemy. This time they were only facing some new recruits from the Iron Fist Regiment. There was no reason why they couldn't handle it. Is there another special mission? He Ji-jun was puzzled for a moment. Then he didn't think much about it and ordered the Thunderbolt Commandos to move according to the plan. Let's wait until we contact Fan Tianlei and then let him go over there. The sun was setting in the west, and the golden evening sunlight spilled down into the woods, like a layer of golden color to the dense woods. Extraordinarily beautiful. Chen Haonan and Li Erniu continued to wait for their chance in the mountains. At this time, Fan Tianlei walked out of the forest with his helpers hanging their heads, like a group of defeated roosters, each unable to raise their heads. A jeep drove over, and when Fan Tianlei's eyes looked at it, it wasn't Kong Lei from the blue team. Fan Tianlei's stomach caught fire and stopped the car. Chief Kong was also holding his fire, and when he saw Fan Tianlei stop the car, he stopped and jumped out of the car. Old Kong, what's gotten into you? How did the Sharpshooter 4th Company let an elementary school student in? Fan Tianlei snorted coldly. Not to mention this is good. Just touching Kong Lei's scar. Immediately fire. Split his head and scolded, Fan Tianlei. You are not very complacent. The student soldier is not you let the old black hard stuffed into our company. Now turn around and question me? Fan Tianlei. I didn't see it before. You're so good at playing with your heart. You played a trick on me and let a student soldier behead me. Aren't you very proud of yourself? Old Kong. You were also beheaded by Chen Haonan? Fan Tianlei was shocked. That Chen Haonan kid. He's got too much guts. A two-headed kill. Captain Kong looked at Fan Tianlei, and then toward the team members behind him, each with a bitter face. Total annihilation? Captain Kong asked in horror. Coo. The hooting of owls came from the mountains, which seemed to grow more and more peaceful. The moon is bright tonight, but in the mountains it's pitch black. Li Erniu began to get nervous. Brother Erniu, you'll follow me when we move in a bit, and you'll be responsible for proving it to me when I take one out. Otherwise, I'm worried that they won't believe me. Chen Haonan whispered. Okay. Li Erniu's mouth parted in a hefty grin. Now close to the early hours of the morning, ready to the time of changing the guard. Observed in afternoon. Chen Haonan basically figure out their change of guard. About 1 or 2 hours to change a set. The original patrol is responsible for guard. Guard is responsible for patrol. Basically switched over. It's now exactly 2 hours. According to experienced Chen Haonan's previous experience judgment, the minutes after the change of defense is the most lax defense time. He can take advantage of this time period to start. Chen Haonan was very clear about the power of these guards. The combat power should not be much different from the Wolfang Special Forces, in addition to their large numbers. Once the sneak attack was detected by them and the snakes were spooked, it would be difficult to take out their chief. Action. Chen Haonan's first targets the 4 soldiers standing guard. Then the patrol team. The patrol was a group of 5, and the other officers went to rest, supposedly waiting for the middle of the night to change the guard. This is indeed a considerable challenge, and even the slightest slip in the middle can lead to a lost cause. Chen Haonan chose to start from the east. In order to prevent the swing from exposing the target at night, there were no lights around the barracks, and only a vague moonlight shone down overhead. Chen Haonan's figure was like a ghost in the darkness, his 2 small feet leaping into the air before skimming over a large tree next to him, and when he landed, no ringing sound could be heard. The combination of invincible sneaking skills and 6 times the speed of a normal human. Chen Haonan was able to achieve such swiftness, knowing that it was almost a blink of an eye in the jungle, and his figure immediately disappeared. The guard soldier's vigilant eyes swept around. Suddenly his lower body received a violent impact. He could not stand steadily, and flopped down on the ground, immediately sensing a hostile attack, and was about to cry out, when a sharp dagger pressed against his neck, and the other man whispered, "Comrade, you've been killed in action." The other man took a closer look at a child and barely cried out. Li Erniu trotted across at this time, pointing to the clothes he was wearing, which confirmed that he had been wiped out by the blues. But how could it be a child? Li Erniu gave Chen Haonan a thumbs up. His palms pinched with sweat just now. His heart was about to pop out of his chest with nervousness, afraid that Chen Haonan would miss. Chen Haonan finished off the first one and immediately ran to the next target. Chen Haonan took out the other three in one breath as he did. Li Ernia was all but acting as a proof on the side. Otherwise, none of them would have believed that Chen Haonan was a soldier from the blue side. Successfully finished off the peripheral personnel, Chen Haonan asked Li Ernia to hurry up and hide himself. He went straight to the head of the army tent. Must rush to the soldiers on patrol. Found out that something is wrong before. Make all the preparations. Li Ernia didn't quite understand, but still followed Chen Haonan's instructions and lurked on the periphery. While those corpses watched Chen Haonan rush straight to the command center tent, Chen Haonan quickly came to the tent outside. Vaguely inside the light, and a variety of instruments issued a drip sound. You can't go wrong with a temporary command point for the Red Army Command Center. Chen Haonan came to a foot of the tent. Two small hands, crossed up and down, and exerted horrible power to break out. 20x power all out. The steel pipe supporting the tent was hard folded by Chen Haonan, twisted out of shape, and then violently pulled left and right. The square pipe was actually broken. Chen Haonan gently put it down to keep it balanced for the time being, then quickly ran to the other side. As he did, breaking the other two supporting square tubes, and when he was on the last one, Chen Haonan slammed his foot, and snapped. The square tube twisted. The tent, with no support, collapsed all at once. What's going on? No good. The tent's coming down. The people inside were in a state of disarray. Boom! The tent knots down and every person inside can run out early. Firstly, it was too sudden. No one expected the good old army tent to suddenly collapse. The second process was too fast. Plus it was in the middle of the night, and after a busy day, many people were a bit mentally exhausted. The moment the tent fell to the ground, Chen Haonan climbed up the big tree next to it in a sharp manner, and lifted his sniper rifle, standing tall and aiming it at the tent below. No matter which direction they climbed out from, they could not hide from Chen Haonan's eyes. Whoosh! A special forces soldier who had just climbed out had smoke coming out of his back before he could understand what was going on. Killed in action. Then the second, third, blue smoke rolls in. None of those who crawled out escaped and were shot down one by one. The 5 soldiers on patrol reacted and looked for Chen Haonan's position, but Chen Haonan had already counted them in, firing 5 consecutive bursts. The sniper rifle in his hand was more like a submachine gun. 5 people blinking blue smoke. Chen Haonan quickly replaced the magazine and took aim again. The whole process taking place in the blink of an eye. Li Erniu, who was hiding nearby, looked a bit dumbfounded by the continuous shooting. Bursts and bursts, like a war. There was constant blue smoke rising, and although it wasn't particularly clear to see, you could still tell that quite a few of the blues were killed in action. Not a single one of them could get away. And holy shit, I really screwed the blues command. Inside the He Jijun finally cannot hold out. Struggling to climb out of the tent, just climbed out. Bang! A gunshot. A cloud of blue smoke came out of his body. Killed in action. He Jijun looked at the fallen soldiers around him and a black line rose from his forehead. I'm He Jijun, the commander of the Blue Army, and I'm curious as to what kind of person ended my command, He Jijun said aloud. Chen Haonan confirmed that all the soldiers around him were killed before he put away his sniper rifle and jumped down from the tree. Reporting to the chief, you have been killed in action. I'm the cooking class, Chen Haonan, 4th Company, Iron Fist Regiment Marksman. Li Ernia ran over at this time and saluted. Reporting to the chief, I can prove it. You, what? A black question mark popped up on He Jijun's brain, only to see in front of him, is not at all what the killing spirit of the king of soldiers. Damn, just a height of 1 meter 4 or so children. It seems to be heavily armed, but thin legs and arms, coupled with a face full of childishness, so that He Jijun inside the emergence of a strange identity. Of elementary school students? Is this a child? I was decapitated by a schoolboy? You fart boy. You don't joke. Did you just do the beheading? In fact, after 3 months of the recruiting period, Chen Haonan had already sprung up from about 5'3" to about 5'4", and he looked at He Jijun, his face full of seriousness. Chief, firstly, I'm not a brat, and secondly, the beheading was done by me. Do you have a problem with that? Ha, long knowledge, ha. In the past 7 years old little 8 road, now there are actually elementary school students to join the army. But, you really are the Iron Fist Regiment? How did you mix in? He Jijun is not angry, but a master was amused look. Chief, you're wrong again. Am I wrong again? He Jijun wasn't angry anymore. He squatted in front of Chen Haonan, keeping his balance and piling on the smiles. Little guy, tell me the reasoning, and also, how did you do it? You actually managed to run here. In the front, there were 2 commando teams, Wolfang and Thunderbolt. How did you break in? Run, just run in. As for how to become a soldier, I was to participate in the summer camp. And then Fan Tianlei chief of staff, write a letter of introduction to me to join the army. And again, there is a will not be high. There is no will. And salted fish is not much different. Why can't I become a soldier? Chen Haonan looked like an old man. Once again amusing Moncler outlet store He Ji-jun. Well said. Little one. It's not easy nah. You wait. After telling Chen Haonan not to move, He Ji-jun then turned around and reprimanded. What are you all doing? Usually, you are so bullish about how powerful you are. But now what? A kid fucked you all down. Each of these soldiers who were taken out had an embarrassed look on their faces. Still have the nerve to say you're special forces. Old man's face is lost to you all. Where's Fan Tianlei? Why hasn't he come back yet? He Ji-jun was furious. Believe it or not, I'll shoot you all one by one. A bunch of wastes, wasting national food. If they were here this would never have happened. When it's really a disgrace. If word of this gets out, where will he put his old face? It was destroyed by a child. Shame on you. Chen Haonan said on the side, reporting to the chief. You don't need to look for Fan Tianlei. They've already been killed in action. He Ji-jun looked embarrassed. You're saying that the Wolverine Special Forces Brigade was taken out by Cap? Reporting to the chief. Yes, Chen Haonan said. He Ji-jun dropped his gaze on Li Erniu and said. You say. Report, chief. During the daytime, Chen Haonan killed them all by himself. Li Erniu gathered his courage and shouted. He was really afraid that the brigade commander would get angry and shoot them all. He took it seriously. At that moment, everyone's eyes swarmed towards Chen Haonan. The Wolf's Teeth Special Brigade of the Wolf's Teeth Special Brigade of the South China Military Region was wiped out by a kid? There's no mistaking it. Is Fan Tianlei a relative of this kid? Each of them stared at Chen Haonan with a curious expression. No wonder, how could I not get in touch? So it was taken out. He Ji-jun shook his head, accepting this reality, although he was not quite willing to believe it, but the fact that it was so could not be disbelieved. Even Fan Tianlei's Wolf Fang Special Brigade was taken out. What's so strange about these people around him being taken out? He Ji-jun was curious about how Chen Haonan became so powerful at such a young age. Even the special forces are not his match. Now he's so powerful. What's going to happen when he grows up in the future? He Ji-jun exhaled a breath, smiled, and said, Little guy, don't be too happy. Just now I've already notified the Thunderbolt commandos. They've already locked down this place. You won't be able to run away. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the decapitation mission. Rewarded with 300 experience value. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for advancing. Considering that the host king is still underage, the system draws on his behalf. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the invincible disguise technique. A series of beeps rang in Chen Haonan's ears. Invincible camouflage? Invincible camouflage, the highest level of camouflage. It can change according to the environment. It's 1,000 times more powerful than the chameleon of the animal kingdom. The only flaw of this invincible camouflage art is that the host must strip off his clothes and sneak around with his gentlemanly swinging balls. After all, clothing cannot change color. Stripped naked? Understandable. The disguise is awesome. Camouflage Chen Haonan clear. In the special forces inside the most basic escape skills, especially snipers, the most commonly used is the ghillie suit, a jacket adorned with sacks, many strips made of cloth, cords, which cuts the contours of the human body very effectively, making the body blend naturally into the natural environment. However, it merely makes you appear to blend into the environment, and is still very obvious when closely recognized up close, especially without much cover from obstacles, which makes it easier to reveal your target. This and the invincible camouflage mastered by Chen Haonan were really worlds apart, even though the principles were the same. Chen Haonan mastered this invincible camouflage, greatly reducing the likelihood of being discovered during his sneak. What a great tool for 100 different things. With the invincible disguise technique, Lei War still wants to catch me? Chen Haonan bristled. Wait until he catches me. Chen Haonan said softly, then turned to Li Erniu. Brother Erniu, let's go and meet that Lei battle. But please be the clothes-holding boy. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm not a casual person. And you're taking it off? Li Erniu looked at Chen Haonan in a daze. Stripped himself clean. The whole body is left with a large pile looks very bright and dazzling, as if the whip strolling back and forth. Crap. This kid just stripped naked? Chen Haonan shoved all the clothes to Li Erniu, impatiently opened his mouth. Nonsense screaming what? Let you take the clothes. I'm so convenient to camouflage, or else I can't play with those special forces. Do you think I'm a gay ah? Li Erniu ended up with a full set of children's clothes, still in a state of confusion. And the next moment, he was even more shocked. Crap, a chameleon? Li Erniu didn't forget to salute He Ji-jun before he turned away and chased after Chen Haonan. he saw Chen Haonan's entire body begin to change, even the color of his body changing with the surroundings. It's amazing. Like a magician on TV. Even the crotch follows the change. Strip naked and go to war? That's really kid stuff. Ouch. Can you still be invisible? He Ji-jun, who was on the side, was also a bit confused as he watched Chen Haonan walk around and slowly become transparent. No, he went hidden into the environment. Suspecting he was mistaken, he made a point of rubbing his eyes. He Ji-jun's eyes blinked, and he was shocked to find Chen Haonan's back becoming more and more blurred, and finally as if it had disappeared. He ended up only seeing Li Erniu alone. He had an incredulous expression on his face and finally revealed a bitter smile. This maneuver becomes hilarious if the Thunderbolt commandos are also exterminated by this little imp. Chen Haonan, where are we going now? Didn't the brigade commander say that the raiders are locked down here? Let's find a place to lurk and finish them off as well. Chen Haonan said, I don't need much help from you. Just take my clothes and don't get them dirty. I have to dress up after finishing them off. Going back naked like this will get me caught by the picketers. Li Erniu's jaw dropped, unable to say a word for half a day, and finally, gave a forceful thumbs up. Bingo! Chen Haonan brought Li Erniu towards the east and ran out a kilometer before lurking down and waiting quietly. Taking advantage of this time, Chen Haonan checked his personal attributes. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, primary school student. Level, 4. Root bone, 6. Mental, 6. Strength, 20. Speed, 6. Skills, invincible shooting. Invincible fighting. 10-mile eagle eye. Invincible sneaking. Invincible camouflage. Experience value, 0 out of 500. With this promotion, all the physical attributes had +1 except for the strength attribute, which remains unchanged. This kind of physical enhancement is quite terrifying. 1 point of attribute was equal to 1 normal attribute point now. So for every point that was raised, Chen Haonan's spirit, speed, and roots and bones would be drastically increased. No wonder after tossing and turning all day, by now Chen Haonan had been in such high spirits. The Thunderbolt Commando is another sharp dagger in the South China military region. And the captain, Lei War, is a new generation of soldier king, codenamed Thunder God. It's a loud and clear figure in the southeast military region. After receiving the order from He Ji-jun, Lei Zhuan turned back with fire and marched all the way. Stop! 2 kilometers from the temporary command point, Lei War suddenly ordered everyone to stop. Thunder God, is there a situation? Vice Captain Chen Engtian asked in a deep voice. In danger. Lei War concealed under a pine tree, took out his binoculars and scouted into the distance. Just now there was a strong premonition in his mind that there were enemies lurking nearby. Take cover. Thunder War issued the order almost instantly. This strong intuition tells itself that there must be enemies nearby. Everyone heard Lei Zhuan's order and quickly camouflaged themselves. Their movements were very sharp, and it was clear at a glance that they were a well-trained team. Chen Haonan, on the other hand, spotted Lei Zhuan, but saw that Lei Zhuan immediately ordered his team to camouflage, seemingly sensing the danger. About 1,000 meters from the command camp, Lei Zhuan surprisingly sensed something. It should be the legendary sixth sense, worthy of the king of soldiers. Brother Erniu, take cover. The enemy has arrived. Arrived? Li Erniu didn't notice it in the slightest, but he didn't have the slightest doubt in Chen Haonan's words, and lay on the ground without moving. Then look around with suspicion. Lei Zhuan's sixth sense was never wrong. This was the soldier king's innate sense of the existence of danger. He quickly found a tree hole that was extremely suitable for hiding, retreated into it, and then used his Swiss dagger to dig a small opening bit by bit, which he used to observe the situation outside. The other 7 also each found a suitable lurking position. The 8 of them formed an irregular polygonal formation, though they formed, with each other, a mutual defensive-offensive formation. So the men stayed still and quiet, their alert eyes scanning the surroundings, the safeties on their firearms already on, ready to fire at a moment's notice. The air was suddenly filled with an invisible murderous aura. Although the battle has not yet officially begun, the competition has already begun. A battle of disguises. Chen Haonan's pupils contracted dramatically, and under the 10-mile eagle's eye, it was like scanning within 2 kilometers in front of him. Chen Haonan was slightly puzzled. After the first round of observation, only 4 special forces were spotted. It was important to know that Chen Haonan's 10-mile eagle eye observation power had reached the peak, and within 1800 meters, he could observe even a tree wearing a small bird, worthy of being an ace special forces soldier. The camouflage is indeed unique. Chen Haonan found 4 special forces. One is camouflaged in the shrubs from the body of the ghillie suit, just right camouflage, and the surrounding shrubs into one. If not, Chen Haonan just happened to see the other party's eyes suddenly turned a little, but also let on he gave a dodge. The other 2 were lurking next to a large pine tree, using the weeds as a cover. making it extremely difficult to detect them. The other man simply burrowed into the dead leaves and buried himself. Hard to spot from the outside unless the leaves were lifted all the way up. Chen Haonan's 10 miles of eagle eyes in the first round of observation failed to find. If the observation of the past team, early to pull them out one by one, not much effort at all. However, their camouflage techniques were indeed very skillful for others. But relative to Chen Haonan's invincible camouflage techniques, it was child's play. Chen Haonan's invincible camouflage technique did not use any external objects as a disguise, and itself regulated external changes, and could even affect things in close proximity, making it the topmost camouflage technique among camouflage techniques. Moreover, the camouflage was extremely fast, anytime and anywhere. Li Erniu was in a hurry, anxious and sweating. He hid under the rocks and couldn't find Chen Haonan no matter how he looked. I saw it in front just now. Why is it gone now? It really scared Li Erniu. Why is a good man gone? Did it run off somewhere else? Li Erniu carefully searched and searched, looked and looked, and still did not find Chen Haonan's shadow. Chen Haonan was actually right next to Li Erniu, and he didn't move a muscle. Chen Haonan only found 4 people and the remaining 4 were not found, which is a very dangerous situation for a sniper. Thunderbolt Commando team including Thunder War should be 8 people, right? Vice Captain Tian Lang, Demolitionist Old Fox, Sniper Yan Wang, Assaulting Hand Harley, Fire Support Hand Din Yo, Observation Hand Yuan Bao, Communication Officer B. Each of these 8 had their own characteristics, with Lei Battle being the most well-rounded. Yan Wan's sniping ability was not below that of Lei Zhuan. As for the others, Chen Haonan's memory was not particularly impressive. They weren't like ordinary soldiers, so Chen Haonan wouldn't easily launch an attack without determining the location of all of them. This area chosen by Chen Haonan was relatively sparsely wooded and not well concealed. He himself could use the great advantage of his 10-mile eagle's eye to spot them, but they wouldn't have the ability to do so. As long as they moved a little, Chen Haonan could basically detect it, and this was the power of the 10-mile eagle eye. Of course, if the other party could remain motionless for several hours, Chen Haonan would admire it to the extreme. Time passes by. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, while Chen Haonan was searching for his prey. Lei Zhuan and the others were likewise searching for Chen Haonan. Within these 30 minutes, Chen Haonan found 3 more people, but he was still 1 short. This person should be Lei Zhuan. I guess the other side is also waiting to see who can finally sink their teeth in. Worthy of the king of soldiers. However, Chen Haonan played with disguises, and I'm afraid that Lei Zhuan is still far from it. With the combination of invincible disguise and 10-mile eagle eye, Chen Haonan had an absolute advantage. As long as he didn't move around, there was no chance for Lei Zhuan to discover himself. Don't move! Chen Haonan reached out and pressed Li Erniu's back and whispered. Li Erniu was a bit dumbfounded when he heard Chen Haonan's voice. Why are you next to me? I thought you had run away. Li Erniu insisted on more than half an hour, or did not find Chen Haonan. Almost every inch of the nearby land were looking for a hole, but there is no discovery. Thought Chen Haonan escaped. They continue to stay here is waiting for death. Is ready to get up and move backward. Did not think that Chen Haonan appeared. Turned his head to see. Chen Haonan is not beside himself? Just. Li Erniu stared at the bull's eye. This is completely see clearly. Chen Haonan the whole person. From the head to the whole body with the surrounding environment into one. Quietly lying where? How to have a glance over the past there is no notice. If it is not Chen Haonan is only a small hand pressure on their own. Their own has been in the dark. My god. What kind of camouflage is this? So powerful. Li Erniu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It was even more bullish than the chameleon he saw as a child. Stay down and don't move. Chen Haonan whispered. Center. When Li Erniu saw Chen Haonan, it was as if he had eaten a pill of peace of mind, finally getting down to earth. From time to time, he looked down at Chen Haonan, surprised beyond words. I just looked at this position so many times myself, how can I not notice it? Black under the lights. Another half hour passed, and the back and forth added up to well over an hour. Watcher Genpo scouted over and over and still found no enemies, confirming that the surrounding area should be safe. Is Thor's feeling wrong this time? Yuan Bao was an observer. His observation ability was not below that of Lei Battle, and he was now in a position where his field of vision was relatively open, and he couldn't hide his eyes from any windy movements around him. If it was an ambush, everyone could be patient and wait for a day or two without any problem, but this time it was a fight for reinforcements. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to spend too much time here in case there was no enemy? The others also waited a little sullen. They are a good hand whether it is attacking or scouting. There are not many people who can fight with them in the whole military region. What kind of powerful characters can there be in the Iron Fist Regiment? They are so many first-class scouting experts. Spent more than an hour have not found each other. Can only mean a problem? There is really no one around. Yuan Bao finally couldn't hold back and quietly gestured to where Lei Zhuan was, asking Lei Zhuan for instructions on what to do next. In addition to telling him that the neighborhood was safe, Chen Haonan's mouth showed a hint of an innocent sneer, waiting for this moment. It's not bad to be the king of soldiers, disguised in such a stealthy way. Locking down all targets, Chen Haonan had nothing to worry about anymore. Left eye, center of sight, target, 3 points in a line. Chen Haonan no longer has any distractions in his mind. His finger quietly placed on the trigger. Yuan Bao had just finished gesturing and waited for Lei Battle's instructions. Suddenly, bang! A shot rang out in the jungle, and Zhenpu jumped in surprise. A cloud of blue smoke rising from his back. Killed in action. There really are enemies. The others were a bit baffled, completely out of their element. Everyone, including Lei Zhuan, was a bit confused. Thunder War, who was lurking in the tree hole, did not let up for a whole hour, searching over and over again, always feeling that something was wrong, but couldn't tell. Is it possible that one's intuition is faulty? They totaled 8 people, 8 pairs of eyes, have been staring at the neighborhood. The eyesight can reach the place. A little bit of carpet search, spent more than an hour. Froze a root hair did not find. What kind of person could have escaped such a high density of their search? In the entire military region, the only ones who could have the strength to call the shots with the Thunderbolt commando clip were the Wolf-Tooth commandos. Wicked. 9 o'clock. Everyone followed the sound of gunfire to find the lurking enemy. No. Yan Wang reacted the fastest. Sniper rifle on the high-powered binoculars, the muzzle adjusted to the 9 o'clock direction. Puzzled to find out where there is no movement. The others are very cooperative. Altogether towards the location of the gunshot observation, constantly expanding the range. 100 meters to expand 500 meters, to 1,000 meters. But no discovery. Hell, what's he hiding in? Burrowed in the dirt or something? A steady stream of blue smoke rose from Yuan Bao's back, and he locked his brows. How he hadn't expected that the first one to die in battle would be himself. What's even more facepalming is that he himself had just given Thor the sign for safety, and the next thing he knows, he's being taken out. His face was on fire. He jerked to his feet, picked up his binoculars, and headed in the direction of the gunfire. A not-so-dense forest. Rocks. Weeds. Nobody. Zhenpu lowered the binoculars with both hands, shook his head a bit, picked them up again, and continued to watch. Still nothing. Hell no. He couldn't have gotten away that fast. He must be camouflaged somewhere. Such an ability to lurk in camouflage is simply the highest level of camouflage. Every one of them here was a first-rate expert in disguise, as well as an expert in counter-surveillance, and the fact that they couldn't find the other party even though they knew of their existence showed to what extent the other party's camouflage skills were superior. Bang, bang, bang. Communicator B, Fire Support Officer Bull, and Assault Officer Harley. All 3 of them had their bodies shaking almost simultaneously, and blue smoke came out of their bodies. Damn, there's more than one of them. We're exposed. The old fox shouted. Thunder War very decisively threw out 3 smoke bombs in a row. Transfer. Thunder War shouted. The other party took out the other bee and the others in one breath. And it was obvious that the location they were lurking in was exposed. A cloud of smoke rose up around them, filling the mountains and forests. Lei Zhan, Chen Yingtian, Yan Wang, and Old Fox quickly shifted with the help of smoke. Chen Haonan took out 4 people in one breath, and also immediately shifted his position. With the strength of Lei Zhuan and the others, they would definitely be able to discover this place. You stay down here and don't move. I'll attract them. Chen Haonan climbed up, carrying the sniper rifle, striding on his 2 little legs, quickly running forward, and from the back, just in the blink of an eye, he actually merged with his surroundings, and the whole person seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Li Erniel looked dumbfounded. What's going on? Smoke rose, and with the cover of the smoke, both sides immediately shifted, pulling away to lurk from a new position. However, the smoke bombs were thrown by Thunder Battle's side, and they bypassed the area shrouded in smoke after lurking from a new position. Where are the people? The old fox moved skillfully as a raider in a lurking burst, bowing through the low undergrowth, the dense forest trees heavily shaded in front of his vision. Where's Chen Haonan? Chen Yingtian replaced the observer to cooperate with the sniper Yan Wang action, lurking behind a tree, poking out half of his head, using binoculars in the search. In the binoculars, he seemed to see an animal as a shadow move, skimming by at high speed, with only a hint of a remnant. Based on this residual shadow alone, the watcher could not be sure if it was the other party. After all, they were engaged in the middle of the jungle, and the sound of gunfire was going to startle other critters, fighting in the middle of the jungle, with both sides lurking. This time of the year it's constantly whichever side shoots first that will reveal their position. If it was determined to be an enemy it was fine, The pressure of fire passed over and the opponent could not counterattack. But if it was a startled critter, once the shot was fired and the position exposed, the enemy's lethal bullets would ensue. That was why Chen Tian substitution would not arbitrarily issue an attack command without 100% confirmation of the enemy's location. The sniper, Yan Wang, he had opened his aiming eyepiece, and half of the dark sniper barrel poked out from among the bushes. Through the aiming eyepiece is searching for the enemy. This process is a little slow, after all, by the aiming eyepiece of the field of vision range limitations, but the aiming eyepiece then looking glasses to see more clearly, as long as the enemy is found, immediately can snipe. It was as if the other party had sunk like a stone into the sea and had actually lost track of it. Yan Wang's heart skipped a beat. This kind of enemy was the most terrifying because the moment he bared his fangs was the beginning of death. Captain, we can't locate the enemy. Unable to do so, they all reported the news to Thunder War. Advance slowly. Watch out for lurking. This man is not simple. A master of jungle warfare. Lei Zhuan also didn't find any trace of the other party, and his heart was no less horrified than his teammates. Knowing that they were all special forces, jungle warfare was the kind of combat map they were most familiar with and best at. The fact that they were actually overpowered by their opponents in an area they were familiar with shows that their opponents also had extensive experience in jungle combat. Lei Zhuan and the others all mistakenly thought that Chen Haonan was a special forces soldier with strength equal to theirs, and one by one, they were all in high spirits and on guard. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Haonan is just a 10-year-old kid. Of course, Chen Haonan's strength should not be underestimated. He possessed an invincible camouflage, like a chameleon, the most masterful master of disguise in the jungle, with his body's color changing with his surroundings. It was almost impossible to detect his presence with the naked eye, with only a hint of shaking of the bushes triggered by Chen Haonan's movement and the residual shadow left behind, which was one of the few traces. It was just that Chen Haonan's speed combined with the invincible camouflage that had reached the highest level of camouflage made him instantly become the jungle's most fearsome hunter. At this time, Chen Haonan had already pulled away to a distance of 1,600 meters through the cover of his invincible camouflage. This distance is the best sniping distance for the invincible shooting technique. At this distance, even if the opponent has a sniper rifle in hand, not everyone can be 1,600 meters away and kill the enemy with a single shot. Chen Haonan had thought about this distance, and the only person he needed to consider was Lei Zhuan, who was a strong person with this ability. However, Chen Haonan believed that the first to shoot would inevitably be himself, because one has 10 miles of eagle eyes. The Thunder Warriors were advancing, and after several of their companions were taken out by Chen Haonan, they had to take out the enemy, to wipe out their former shame and do justice to the Thunder Raiders. Raider Old Fox was at the front of the group, becoming the tip of a triangular assault, like a sharp dagger, stabbing straight ahead. But he had forgotten one thing: the opponent they were facing was even more terrifying than they had imagined. The figure was briefly exposed just as the old fox leapt over a bush and tried to sneak into a bush ahead. Bang! Gunshots rang out immediately. The raider was locked by Chen Haonan, who then decisively pulled the trigger. The bullets whistled, creating a trajectory in mid-air. The old fox felt that he should be exposed the moment the gunshot rang out, and made the first move to dodge. But the bullet came instantly, and one shot hit the top of the steel helmet, followed by smoke all over his body. He was shot. The old fox froze in place. He didn't even know where the enemy was. He was killed by the enemy, suffocated while being marveled at the horror of the unknown enemy. The three lay warriors shuddered in unison. Neither of them had realized where the enemy was lurking, and they had not expected the cold shot to be so vicious as to kill their companion with a single blow. However, they were all special forces, and with the trajectory of the bullets coming in, Lei Zhuan used his binoculars to finally spot Chen Haonan 600 meters away, locked on to the other side. A touch of ruthlessness surfaced within Lei Zhuan's pupils, and his mind immediately formulated the latest battle tactics. Be careful. The other party's clothes seem to change color. I've spotted the opponent's position. 1,600 meters. 1 o'clock. All of you immediately utilize high-speed movement to crush the other side with more than you can handle. Strike! At Lei Zhuan's command, the three of them gave up their lurking and rushed towards the place where Chen Haonan was lurking at top speed. These people were all special forces, and after bursting into full speed, they were terrifying, like wild wolves in the middle of the jungle, their silhouettes swishing through the trees. High-speed movement is the most difficult to snipe, and the most test of sniper strength, because in the midst of high-speed movement, locking onto the opponent's position wasn't enough. The moment the bullet was fired, the opponent had already moved to another position, so the sniper will have to make a prediction in advance, fully taking into account the amount of movement of the other side, so that it is possible to hit the other side. Bang! In the midst of high-speed movement, Yen was also trying a little mobile sniping, but he had just taken aim and hadn't yet had time to hook the trigger. The bullet that came at a high speed drew a straight trajectory in midair like a stream of fireflies, and crashed into his steel helmet with a single shot. Nima. Indignant Yama flung his sniper rifle in the air with a flourish and stopped in his tracks, a disheveled look on his face. Bang bang! 2 bullets were immediately fired at Chun Haonan. Chun Haonan was secretly surprised by the other party's quick reaction, and immediately rolled and leaped to the bushes on the side. So close. The bullet almost hit Chun Haonan and grazed his skin. He didn't dare to stay where he was and immediately shifted. A large number of bullets then came tilting in, and the place where they had just been was dusted by the blanks from Lei Zhuan and the others. It seems that they have learned my sneaking characteristics, as expected of Raiden. He counterattacked very quickly and had a lot of experience against the enemy, immediately making adjustments according to the situation on the battlefield. This guy's combat suit is very magical, changing colors like a chameleon. It's the first time I've encountered such an opponent. Lei Zhuan reminded again in the communicator. Weird. How can there be such amazing combat suits? Has our country's technology advanced to this point? If it's just the combat clothing that's weird. This guy is also well versed in the art of mobile shooting. Take note, in that this is a very well-rounded and formidable enemy among those we've encountered. Lei Zhuan didn't want to put the other party at such a high level either, but he had to remind Tian Lang so that he wouldn't take it lightly, or else the next moment the bullets would hit them. Looks like we've met a formidable foe. This time, it's just me and you left, so I can't say anything to bring shame to the Thunderbolt Commandos, Skywolf said with a heavy face. Good, make sure to take back the game and finish off the other side, letting them know how powerful the Thunderbolt Commandos are. Thunder battle picked up. No doubt. This is a mysterious big brother. Be careful. You make a frontal assault. I'll flank the side door and combine my efforts to finish off the other side, Skywolf proposed. The two of them worked together skillfully. This was a tacit cooperation that had been honed after many battles. This kind of huddle tactic seems simple, but it works very well, and they had taken out a first-class sniper in a foreign battlefield. Action! Thunderwar left his steel helmet in place as a camouflage to paralyze his opponent, and his entire body had already utilized the low bushes and shifted to the side, quickly detouring from the side to encircle towards Chen Haonan in front. Such tactics, very sophisticated and disorienting, often achieve unanticipated results on the battlefield. In the meantime, Tian Lang burst forward head-on, but he was also a veteran in the middle. Just now in the middle of high-speed movement, Yan Wang was killed by the other side of a shot. One thing was certain, and that was that the other party's ability to move and shoot was indeed very strong, and was obviously a veteran of a not-so-young age, or else his experience could not have been so rich. With Yama as an example, the Skywolves didn't dare to utilize their speed to charge across the room again, and chose to surge forward in an unorganized manner. The so-called disordered sudden progress is not in accordance with a certain rule of action forward, such as S-type, Z-type, are a form of disordered sudden progress. This type of march is designed to specifically restrain powerful snipers. Scared of his opponent's strength, Skywolf was very good at utilizing his surroundings as he surged forward, and every tree became his natural cover. One bright and one dark, both of them were rapidly closing the distance with Chun Haonan. Although the system gave Chun Haonan the skill of invincible camouflage, just this technique, but also rely on his constant use to perfect, day tend to mature. The invincible camouflage technique was difficult to detect with the naked eye when at rest, though it was impossible to do so without leaving any traces in the process of moving. For example, if the body is moving through a bush, or a low, bushy branch, and is touched, the branch will sway. Based on the swaying of the branches and leaves, the other party would be able to judge his movement trajectory. Chen Haonan didn't notice this detail at first either, but he saw that the enemy that was bursting through the front, seemingly able to see himself, kept approaching from the direction of 1,600 meters and had broken through to the 800-meter mark. Consciously beginning to notice his own camouflage and lurking, Chen Haonan discovered how the other party was judging his position. Shifted position 3 times. The first time, the second time it wasn't very successful, and it was still found out by the other side. But for the third time, Chen Haonan managed to sneak in, making use of his masterful and invincible camouflage technique to stand in front of a large tree, his body's color turning out to be exactly the same as the tree's. Not a single movement. Sure enough, the opponent, who was advancing in an unorganized manner, lost his target as he advanced, and his eyes began to search for his position. Let's take this guy out first. Chen Haonan, if a jungle predator, disguises himself and waits for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent. I can't see the opponent's position. Tian Lang Ming hid behind a tree to connect with Lei Battle. I can already roughly guess his location from my side. I'm no more than 50 meters away from him, Lei Zhuan said with confidence and an affirmative tone. Then I'll create an opportunity for you. In this situation, Skywolf planned to use himself as bait to lure the other party into shooting. Alright, I will never waste this opportunity, Lei Zhuan said firmly. Make sure you finish the other side. After the Skywolf finished speaking, he ended the call and dodged out from among the trunks of the trees. Because he had conversed with Lei Zhuan and hid behind this big tree for a bit too long, this gave Chen Haonan plenty of time to prepare. Left, or right, people flashed out from behind the big tree in only two directions, either left or right. This time you need to judge in advance. Otherwise the other party flashed out. And then shoot. The bullet will not be able to keep up with the speed of the other party flashed out. Chen Haonan decided to take a gamble, betting that the other party is cautious enough. Old hands, this move on the novice that is not useful at all. I believe the other party should take this approach. Chen Haonan's face raised a confident smile. Sure enough, Skywolf dodged halfway out to the right first. Bang! Gunshots were fired. Skywolf immediately retracted, followed by a flash from the left. What? Skywolf was confused, just as he dodged out of the way and ran head-on into a furious hail of bullets. Nima. He was a direct hit bullet, and the other party was not aiming at the right side, but was waiting for a rabbit, and hit the left side of the position directly. Nothing at all would have happened if he had rushed out headlong from the right, but his cautious self chose to burst in on the left. Cunning guy. This is an old bird. Tian Lang originally thought that he was old and lazy enough to be cunning, did not think that the other party was more cunning and old than him, and even guessed the opposite of him in advance. Even his thoughts were guessed by the other party. What else did Skywolf have to say and lost? Only that he was more and more shocked by this unknown opponent, possessing great strength and being good at grasping people's hearts. This is the most terrifying jungle hunter. But Chen Haonan's shooting also revealed his position. Lei Zhuan was waiting for this moment. He had long ago taken the opportunity to touch Chen Haonan's vicinity, and had already locked on to the target 6 meters in front of him after Chen Haonan fired his gun. This distance. It's enough. Thunder War stormed up to full speed. The whole person rushed over, but with a distance of 6 meters, he still needed at least 2 seconds. And 2 seconds is enough for an opponent to make a move to strain. While storming up, his hand violently flung out, and a dagger flew directly towards Chen Haonan's chest. After all, it was a drill, and Lei Zhuan's ability was so strong that he actually made the dagger shoot at Chen Haonan with a handle. Chen Haonan was startled and revealed his formation, rolling on the ground to avoid the flying daggers. There was a fluffy sound as the dagger hit the top of the tree trunk. Lei Zhuan fixed his eyes and saw that it was actually a child, fucking naked. It's worth mentioning that in a fighting state, Chen Haonan is unable to maintain a state of camouflage. His eyes instantly bulged out. You're the one who killed us? Lei Zhuan shocked. He guessed that the strong enemy must be other military regions over the special forces experts, but never thought that it was actually a small child. Too shocked, too surprised. After half a day's fighting, they were actually taken out by a small child who had taken out so many people from the Thunderbolt commandos. Why a little child? Lei Zhuan was so surprised that he even forgot that they were dueling, and as long as Chen Haonan was willing, he could immediately shoot and finish off the shocked Lei Zhuan. Chen Haonan did not choose to shoot. This last enemy, with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, said, "Let's have a fight. One fight to split the difference." A small child actually wanted to fight himself. If the other party hadn't taken out so many people from the Thunderbolt commandos, Thunderbolt would have laughed his ass off. But right now, he didn't dare to laugh, and he didn't have the means to do so. Depressed, suffocating, it was amazing that a little kid with a bare ass had almost fucked over the entire Thunderbolt commando team. And if he was losing, he would have no fucking face. He had even imagined that in the future, when Fan Tianlei and the others saw him, the first thing they would say would be, "Hey, Lei Zhuan, I heard that you lost to a small child with a bare ass." Thinking about this, Lei Zhuan felt a vicious chill, saying nothing cannot lose, cannot afford to lose this old face. Lei War launched a ruthless, straight to the hands of the gun thrown on the ground. With a clap of his hands, he assumed his stance and said coldly, "Come on, kid. Let me teach you what fighting arts are. Teach me fighting arts. Just you guys?" The corners of Chen Haonan's mouth were the same, revealing a touch of contemptuous smile as he said, "You're the only captain left in the Thunderbolt commando team, and you still have the nerve to say that you're teaching me." Lei Zhuan was so ashamed that his old face turned red and he held his tongue. "I admit that your ability to sneak and shoot is very strong, but fighting, with this small body of yours, I'm still qualified to teach you. It's still uncertain who will teach who. Let's start the fight." Chen Haonan also wanted to fight Lei Zhuan, with invincible fighting technique in hand. He was also a bit itchy. As long as we take out Thunder War, the mission of soldier assault will be accomplished. Chen Haonan was looking forward to how much experience value he would be rewarded with. After all, the system had given him 300 experience value for completing consecutive beheadings. "You make the first move," so that people don't say that I bully the small with the big. Lei Zhuan was really embarrassed to make the first move. Oh, death to face. Chun Haonan snorted and struck out decisively. As soon as he struck, he used the invincible fighting technique, and his entire body was like a small male lion as he rushed towards Lei Battle. The so-called invincible fighting technique is a fighting technique that blends various national arts together, with no fixed moves, but as soon as the enemy makes a move, he or she can immediately find the opponent's breaks. Pervasive is exactly the word that best describes the art of invincible fighting. This kid, his speed isn't bad. Lei Zhuan secretly praised and used his grappling hand. His palm transformed into an eagle's claw the moment he grabbed out, ruthlessly grabbing at Chun Haonan's wrist. Chun Haonan was just a small child. Naturally he couldn't be held by the other party's wrist. Seeing the big hand as if it was grasping through the air and attacking like lightning, he flicked sideways and avoided Lei Zhuan's big hand. Chun Haonan's physical attributes were 6 times that of a normal person, and his strength was 20 times that of a normal person. And the invincible fighting technique that combined the strengths of 100 schools of thought was instantly sent out. It really wasn't hard to dodge a strike from Thunder War. Boy, there's something to it. Lei War sneer. Bullying and up. Not in the conservative, grappling hand repeatedly make. He does not believe that this cannot catch Chun Haonan. The military grappling hand. Removed the fancy and useless. Combined the Shaolin grappling and Taiji grappling art. After several generations of improvement, before evolving into the most suitable for the military fighting grappling. Tackling is further categorized into small and large tackles. The big takedown is usually a wrestling action, with the body to take, head, shoulder, elbow, hand, leg, crotch to tackle each other. More simple, easy to learn. The small grappling movements are almost exceptionally small and very practical, and the points of action are mostly used for acupuncture points, tendons, and bones, making it very difficult to learn. Lei Zhuan used a small grappling hand, specifically attacking Chun Haonan's wrists, elbows, and shoulders. Just Lei War underestimated Chun Haonan. Although the body plate is small, but the body wins in the flexible, moving and dodging between. With a slippery loach, Lei War Eagle Claw has not been deducted. Others flashed to the side. 10 moves. Without realizing it, 10 moves had passed. Lei War's old face a bit shelved. Their own close-up grappling surprisingly 10 strokes cannot clean up this kid. This kid's fighting base is too solid. Lei Zhuan was getting more and more frightened the more he fought, and all the fighting experience he had accumulated seemed to be useless. It takes a change in whipping to do that. Lei War clenched his teeth. The other person was small and weak. This was his Achilles heel. He just had to hold on to this point. Then, Lei Zhan gave up his stance and directly acted like an eagle pouncing on a rabbit, opening his hands and pouncing on Chun Haonan, wanting to hold him in a hug. This sudden change of stance had an effect, and the open hands restricted Chun Haonan's dodging. He could only retreat now, but the other party suddenly attacked. In wanting to retreat, time was already too late. If you want to hug me, let's see if you've got what it takes. Chun Haonan gave up dodging and allowed Lei Zhuan to hold himself in a hug. A smug look surfaced on Lei Zhuan's face as he laughed. Kid, how else are you going to run? Admit defeat. Be decent. We don't know who's losing yet. Chun Haonan's power suddenly erupted. 20 times the strength of a normal person exploded. A majestic and huge force was like an erupting volcano that instantly threw Lei Zhuan out. Boo! Lei Battle slammed down hard on the ground, and smoke came out. Seeing the smoke coming out of his body, Lei Battle's head buzzed and his head went blank. I lost. I fucking lost to a little kid. Losing to a special forces expert. That loss is lost to blame their own skills are not as good as others. But losing to a little kid, Lei wore old face shame. Suffocated to the extreme. He grabbed his short hair with both hands, his eyes twitching at the corners of his eyes as he stared deathly at Chun Haonan. Thinking back to the fight, his brain was a bit short-circuited. Obviously he had already hugged the other party. But the other party's body suddenly erupted with a terrifyingly huge force. Is this kid a monster? Lei Zhuan couldn't imagine how such a small body could explode into such a terrifying distance. As if what he was holding wasn't a person, but an angry brown bear. You know, when he hugs you like that, it's the special forces that can't even break free. Chun Haonan didn't have time to pay attention to Lei Zhuan as a series of system prompts came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations on beheading Wolfsbane Soldier King Lei Battle. Experience value added 100. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission of Soldier Assault, rewarding you with 400 points. Your points have reached the 4th level, and the Junior Soldier King skill is on. Ding! The system considers the host's lack of mental maturity and draws on behalf of the host. Congratulations on acquiring the Invincible Weapon skill. Ding! The host's full attributes have been improved. You're the one who's mentally immature. Chun Haonan despised the system fiercely, but upon hearing the Invincible Weapon skill, it immediately caught all of his attention. Invincible weapons? Chun Haonan looked puzzled. Invincible weapon skills. Excitement began to surface on Chen Haonan's face, rubbing his hands together fiercely. Couldn't it be that normal weapons become super weapons on my watch, meaning that assault rifles can hit with the power of a grenade? At the thought of this, how could Chen Haonan not be excited? One shot, no matter who he is, he's guaranteed to be blown away. This skill is really unbeatable. System, tell me, is it just like what I thought? Ordinary weapons become super weapons in my hands, Chen Haonan said excitedly. Stop. The host stops your uninhibited thoughts. The invincible weapon skill does not turn an ordinary weapon into a super weapon. Rather, having this skill allows you to familiarize yourself with the attributes of every weapon, and as long as you have enough power, you can kill people by flying flowers and picking leaves. Invincible weapon skill is a brilliant technique for killing, not limited to weapons, in which the beauty lies in the heart. Chen Haonan was still a bit upset, but after hearing the system's description of the invincible weapon skill down the line, his heart shook again. According to the system's expression, with the invincible weapon skill, he knew how to use all weapons and even non-weapons. That's a counterintuitive skill. That's a lot of money. Flying flowers and picking leaves can hurt. It's pretty cool. I like it. As the system's words landed, the invincible weapon skill transformed into a stream of light and transferred into Chen Haonan's body at once. Ha? You don't feel anything? Chen Haonan was surprised, thinking that he had opened it the wrong way, and then began to try to sense the invincible weapon skill. No feelings at all? What happened to the promised invincible weapon skill, where anything can be transformed into a murderous weapon? System, is this skill of yours pirated? Is it not activated? Chen Haonan spat out in dissatisfaction. The invincible weapon skill has to touch the weapon, to go and use it, before the relevant information comes over. It's just an auxiliary cultivation, the system explained. So it is. Chen Haonan understood, then opened his personal attribute panel. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, primary school student. Level, 5. Root bone, 7. Mental, 7. Strength, 21. Speed, 7. Skills, invincible marksmanship, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle's eye, invincible sneaking, invincible camouflage, invincible weapon skills. Experience value, 0 out of 600. Chen Haonan looked at the full attributes, including strength, which had increased by 1. Got the invincible weapon skill, plus an increase of 1 in all attributes. Chen Haonan couldn't help but feel great pleasure. Smiling that joyful smile. He couldn't change this small body, so the most urgent thing was to improve his physical quality. Just like just now when he was dueling with Lei Battle, he could not attack for a long time, so his opponent took advantage of his small child's weakness and adopted a rogue fighting style, coming forward and hugging himself. If he hadn't been strong enough to instantly wrestle his opponent away, he would have been the one to lose in that moment just now. This was just a drill. If you were to face off with the enemy, a fight between life and death, the other side would use any means. Physical fitness to bridge the gap between yourself and adults will widen further as your attributes improve. Whoever thinks they are a child in the future will be doomed to suffer greatly. We actually lost to a little kid? No. No kidding? Is this for real? Oh my god. What is this? Shame on you. Shame on me. Why do I find this joke cold when the Thunderbolts heard that they were given an end by a little kid? The crowd of Thunderbolt commandos saw Chen Haonan walking out with Thunderbolt, and there was smoke coming out of Thunderbolt's body. The group was petrified for half a second before they wailed all over the place. They all wondered who this expert was, but would never have guessed that it was a young kid with 10,000 points of bludgeoning damage. Shut up. As soon as Lei War arrived immediately there was a roar. He had suspiciously forced himself not to think about Chen Haonan's identity problem. This group of people gibbering. The fire immediately went to the head. Being yelled at by Lei Zhan, everyone obediently shut up. Chen Haonan was enjoying this horrified expression of theirs, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Scared shitless, losing to a small child. Which company are you from? Lei Zhan suddenly asked in a loud voice. The cooking class of the Divine Gun Company. Raising pigs, Chen Haonan said indifferently, while putting on his clothes. What? Lei Zhan had a puzzled look on his face, looking at Chen Haonan suspiciously. He almost suspected that Chen Haonan was a brat that ran out of some lab. Even the people from the Divine Gun Company couldn't just all crush them, so how could they possibly cultivate experts who could crush their Thunderbolt commandos? This kid is definitely not from the Sharpshooter Company. Can't figure it out. That's right, the Divine Gun Company can't produce such an expert. I guess it's some top-tier special forces. Secretly trained guy? Started practicing martial arts in his mother's womb? Hey, wherever it is, we've lost a lot of face. Not only was Lei Battle skeptical, but the other members of the Thunderbolt Commandos were also unconvinced. It only made sense that this guy should have come out of the Monster Battalion. A group of people traveled to meet up with He Ji-jun, only that all of them had incomparably heavy footsteps. It's appalling enough to think that a group of people can't beat their one little kid. What a shame. Shame was one aspect, but in serious retrospect, it was horrifying to realize that Chun Haonan had crushed them in every aspect. In terms of sneaking around, the other party possesses camouflage combat suits that are as good as changing colors, and kills without even noticing it. Shooting-wise, a mobile shooting duel wiped out half of them, and that sharp marksmanship is now chilling in his heart when he thinks about it. And Kong Lei, who was in front of him, saw the smoke coming out of all the people in the Thunderbolt Commando team. But Chen Haonan was fine. You're telling me that everyone in the Raiders got blitzed by that little kid? After hearing Lei Jijun's report, He Jijun himself was stunned for a moment and didn't seem to scold Lei Jijun as he usually did. In the old days, the word would have been to shoot him, mostly because it's so bizarre. He was still thinking that the Thunderbolt Commandos had finished off Chen Haonan. Where did he think that the end result would be Chen Haonan killing them back? After the dismay, a look of guilt passed over He Jijun's face. Thunderbolt Commandos were all decapitated by a little kid. Depressing. How do you write this report? It was reported directly that the Thunderbolt Commandos had lost to a small child, and the uninformed higher-ups must not be thunderstruck. If you can't even beat a child, is there any point in having such a special force? If you don't report it that way, you're violating the rules of confrontation again, and you can't fake it. It was the first time He Jijun had encountered such a tricky problem. As soon as he saw the members of the Thunderbolt Commando team, with their drooping faces, he was even more furious and his face grimaced. Everyone from Thunderbolt, come here. He Jijun was very dissatisfied and droned in a cold voice. Losing to Chen Haonan, the Thunderbolt Commando crowd had long been prepared. It would be strange if He Jijun wasn't angry, or as long as they weren't watching their duel with Chen Haonan with their own eyes. No matter which leader it was, they would be thunderstruck. Good. You people are so good that I don't even know how to praise you. He Jijun sneered angrily. How do you usually train? Playing in the mud? As the strongest combat unit in the military region, it was destroyed by a small fart. Elementary school student, it must not be laughed off when it is passed out. I am ashamed for you. Being harshly criticized by He Jijun to his face, the crowd became more and more stifled. They also didn't want to lose to the elementary school student, but this elementary school student couldn't be speculated on by common sense at all. Such a practical ability was a good hand wherever it was placed. Brigadier, he is not an elementary school student. Someone said hesitantly. I've seen him naked. Elementary school students are not that huge down there. Right, he stammered and hesitated. How is it possible that schoolboys can outfox a special forces unit? Bird University isn't a schoolboy anymore, is still a college student. He Jijun sneered back and said, you are small, but also complained about the elementary school students below the big ah. I tell you, I asked his age, but also personally verified, he is an elementary school student. This guy is evil. We don't know what to say. Anyway, they just feel that Chen Haonan is weird. Where is such a powerful elementary school student? He Jijun grunted out heavily through his nostrils, looking towards Li Erniu, who was beside Chen Haonan with a naive smile on his face, and shook his head and smiled bitterly. Thunder and Lightning's people really lost their face, even letting Li Erniu, a simpleton, hitch a ride and lie down to win. He also couldn't figure out how Chen Haonan had finished off the Thunderbolt crowd. Had they stood in a row one by one and let Chen Haonan shoot and sweep them? On top of that, can't figure out how a schoolboy is in a jungle setting, takes out a special forces unit, one by one. You guys explain and express your feelings. He Jijun didn't have the heart to say. Being taken out by elementary school students. How did you guys do it? I was killed while lurking in disguise. I was still in disguise and I don't know how the other side found me. A special forces soldier said in wonder. I was on the move. 200 meters from the other side, and was shot down in one shot. I was in the middle of a breakthrough when I was hit by a cold shot from the other side. The members of Thunderbolt were all talking about how they were taken out by Chen Haonan, leaving only Skywolf and Thunder Warrior. He Jijun's gaze swept in, as if charged with electricity, blaring fiercely, and both Tian Lang and Lei Zhuan winced. Skywolf bitterly smiled and reported. I separated from Lei Battle to outflank the other side. I chose to frontally raid. This kid's judgment is amazing. I hid behind a big tree. The other side locked my figure. Out of the judgment of the enemy, I first flashed out from the right side, and immediately shifted to the left side. Who knows that the other party has a shot directly to the left? A head-on collision with a bullet. If in another scenario, he would have said stupid as a pig. But this approach is a common tactic used by special forces as a way to confuse opposing snipers. It wasn't that Chen Shanming was stupid, but just as he said, Chen Haonan's judgment was amazing, and he made the most correct judgment in an instant. He Jijun frowned. Chen Haonan was still young, Shooting these aspects could be understood as talent. Experience, however, is not just a matter of having talent, it requires a lot of accumulation later in life to develop. The source of judgment is precisely out of experience, and it is with a wealth of combat experience that one can make the most sound judgments. But the problem came. Chen Haonan was a little kid. Where did he get the experience? What about you? How did you do it again? He Ji-jun couldn't figure out this question, so he put it aside for now and asked about Lei Zhuan. For Thunder War, He Ji-jun has high hopes. All of them, the veterans of Wolf Fong, had already retired from the stage of history, and with the replacement of the old and the new, Lei Zhuan was the best candidate for the younger generation to inherit Wolf Fong. But it was this captain of the special forces who had high hopes, but lost to an elementary school student. He Ji-jun's psyche was instantly incomparably complicated. Lei Zhuan opened his mouth, seemingly at a loss for words all of a sudden, and pondered for a moment before saying, "I was killed in combat." What? Sparing He Ji-jun's calmness, he also lost his voice and roared. Lei Zhuan's fighting strength in terms of the military region, that is one of the best. That is, in the all-army competition, Lei Zhuan also killed the top 10. How could there be any reason for such a fighting master to lose to a little kid? Chen Haonan has small arms and legs, how can he fight? The image is comical to think about. An adult reaching out and pressing his head in and the other person is incapable of fighting back. This kid is very agile. I couldn't hold him for 10 moves with my grappling hand. Lei War's explanation. Let the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. 10 strokes of the grappling hand cannot be taken. Is indeed flexible. It is simply slippery loach one. In the end, when I hugged him with both hands, who knew that he was surprisingly strong and dropped me in a flash? Lei Zhuan said in a depressed manner. Lei Zhuan was actually sent flying by the fall. How much strength did it take? The crowd stared at Chen Haonan. They really couldn't imagine how this small body contained a terrifying force inside it. In He Ji-jun's opinion, Chen Haonan's ability to defeat Lei Battle was inevitably a result of making full use of the environment and winning with his wits. However, it was never expected that it would be the frontal hard tough link that would defeat Lei Battle. This little kid is against the odds. He Ji-jun couldn't help it, and gave a thumbs up towards Chen Haonan, not even admiring him. He Ji-jun's actions left the Thunderbolt crowd with no place to go. The group then walked back to the base. Lei Zhan had been observing Chen Haonan along the way, and he realized that although Chen Haonan was young, his boyish face had a coldness that didn't match that of a young man. He even took the initiative to climb into conversation with the other party. But Chen Haonan didn't pay much attention at all. This made Lei Zhuan TSK, a rich family's son, at such a young age, possessed the calm character of a special forces soldier. This kid can't be born to be a special forces material. Next time don't be so stupid. Learn to be smarter. To be a good special forces soldier you don't just have to train hard. You also have to learn to use your brain to solve problems. Fan Tianlei was lecturing He Chun Guang, and was in the middle of his lecture, when he saw Chen Haonan and Li Erniu appearing with serious looks. He stopped his lecture. The entire army was wiped out? Fan Tianlei asked after seeing Chen Haonan's serious expression on their faces. His tone was flat. After all, losing to the raiders that was normal. It was good to get this far. Aha. Chen Haonan nodded and said, the Thunderbolt commandos are all wiped out. Ahem. Fan Tianlei choked and coughed hard. Then his entire body was confused. Fan Tianlei's pupils were dead wide open. He still couldn't believe that Chen Haonan had taken out the Thunderbolt commandos. Confirming and asking, did you really take them out? If you don't believe me, you can ask Thunder Battle and the others. Chen Haonan endeavored to nudge his mouth towards the Thunderbolt crowd. As a result, when Fan Tianlei looked over, each of the Thunderbolt crowd's gazes dodged, and no one dared to look directly at him in silence. None of the Thunder Warrior crowd made a sound to refute this. It couldn't be false. Teenage hero. Fan Tianlei couldn't figure out how Chen Haonan had finished them off, and secretly praised them in his heart. He Chengwang heard that Chen Haonan had taken out the Thunderbolt commandos and was shocked beyond belief. It was unbelievable that this elementary school student was also too strong. Even Thunderbolt and the others could be taken out. Shocked, he realized that he was even more than an elementary school student in the past. His self-confidence was shaken, and his face turned pale. He Chengwang was a strong and belligerent man, and was proud in his heart. But to be inferior to even an elementary school student, such a heavy blow, made him unable to accept it at once. As if his proud head was being trampled by the other party on the ground. Seeing He Chengwan's expression, how could Fan Tianlei not know what was going on, and stepped forward to pat his shoulder and comfort him. You're still young, train hard and you'll surpass him. What? Fan Tianlei's words of relief. He Chengwan was even more speechless, and Lei Zhuan even shook his head and smiled bitterly. Young? Who dares to be younger than Chen Haonan here? Younger than young would have to be drilled into the ground. He Changwon basically had no chance of surpassing Chun Haonan, who possessed an appallingly strong strength at such a young age, as long as he grows all the way up. Who was his match? But in the end, it was He Changwon who quickly recovered, clenching his fists and letting out a burst of fried bean-like pops as he walked over to Chun Haonan. I will follow your example and then surpass you. He Changwon was saying this to Chun Haonan, as well as to himself, and this was the goal he had set. Ha ha. Using Chun Haonan as a role model, the scene was a bit comical. Knowing that Chun Haonan was only an elementary school student, and was actually taken as a role model by an adult, this sense of incongruity caused the crowd to laugh. He Changwon was depressed. He felt that they were mocking him in general. His face held a reddish color. Eventually, though, he snapped out of it, realized what the crowd was laughing at, and laughed along with them. Indeed, the fact that I modeled myself after an elementary school student is comically hilarious to think about at the moment. After learning that Chun Haonan had decapitated the Red Army headquarters, Chief Kong took the initiative to run forward now that he had seen Chen Haonan's figure from a great distance. It was the most exciting and cheerful day he'd had since he'd been chief. He walked to Chen Haonan's front, slightly bending his body. He gently patted Chun Haonan's shoulder and said excitedly, "Chen Haonan, good job. Well-deserved Junior Soldier King. You are the best soldier my old Kong has ever encountered." Nima. Sharpshooter Company can finally raise its eyebrows. Captain Kong was so secretly happy that he almost suffered internal injuries. This was an unprecedentedly good result achieved by the Sharpshooter Company. Chun Haonan didn't modestly say something polite. Instead he directly said, "Captain, remember to help me receive the Soldier Assault Medal." This, Chief Kong smiled awkwardly. He didn't pat himself on the back and answer positively. Chen Haonan was too young. Would there be a medal? He didn't dare to guarantee it either. If Chen Haonan is a little older, this beheading of the Red Army's merit to come, how to say, will not be less than a medal reward. Headmaster, you guys won't deny me a medal just because I'm young, right? Chun Haonan asked as he looked up at Captain Kong. How is this? This, treating everyone the same. The military is treating everyone the same. Captain Kong was ambiguous and somewhat embarrassed, and immediately changed the subject and droned toward the crowd. Prepare to gather. The chief will have important instructions later. It didn't take long for He Ji-jun to show up, and the instructor blew his whistle and bellowed, "Everyone gather." The men of the Sharpshooter Company stood in a square formation, separated by a line of half a meter, and the Thunderbolt Commandos and the others also lined up neatly. He Ji-jun stepped forward, his eyes looking at the group of young soldiers, and finally his gaze landed on Chun Haonan, who was the smallest figure amongst the group of soldiers. He was still very shocked, unable to digest what had happened before. All of Chun Haonan's performances, which he had been informed of, could be called a classic Special Forces duel. He Ji-jun didn't speak first, but let Chief Kong say a few words first. Captain Kong cleared his throat and said aloud, "This exercise can be said to have fully achieved the purpose of the exercise. Everyone's performance was good, and there are quite a lot of redeeming qualities." Chen Haonan, end of the Red Army headquarters, Kong, leader of the happy and excited, spoke with a strong voice. "Comrades, it is often said that there is a will not be high, no will to grow 100 years empty. Everyone is the subject of miracles, but the prerequisite is usually hard training. Set a big ambition. In order to play in the battle to impress people and create miracles." Everyone knew that Chief Kong was talking about Chun Haonan. Chen Haonan stood with them. The small body is obviously a chicken. According to reason should be the existence of soy sauce. Did not think. Soy sauce replaced them. Chen Haonan is the key to win this time. A hit, so that people can no longer belittle his age. Next was He Ji-jun's speech. Having been patted out so much by Chief Kong, he could only praise Chen Haonan first. "I won't say much about Chun Haonan's performance. He's the best fighter I've ever seen, bar none. Now please ask Chen Haonan to come forward. I'm going to present him with the Soldier's Assault Second-Class Medal. It's an honor he deserves." He Ji-jun finished. The warm applause sounded, which Li Erniu applauded the hardest. Both palms are clapping red. No way he is lying when. Cannot appreciate Chen Haonan it. Chen Haonan stood out from the middle of the group and walked towards He Ji-jun. This should be the youngest medalist ever in the entire army. But seeing Chun Haonan's young appearance, the crowd underneath wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. A group of adults giving an award to an elementary school student was quite funny, but they all knew Chun Haonan's battle record. The fierce man who had ended the Red Army headquarters. Who dared to laugh? Li Erniu. He Ji-jun named Li Erniu. Li Erniu froze for a moment. He really did not think that the head of the public will point to his name. Very excited to stand out, holding his neck red before popping out a word. In light of Li Erniu's performance in this maneuver, I announce the Soldier Assault Third-Class Medal Award. He Ji-jun said. Li Erniu giggled happily and laughed so hard that he couldn't even close his mouth. After He Ji-jun awarded Li Erniu He looked at Chen Haonan and said, "Chen Haonan, come forward and say a few words about your award." Hearing this, all the soldiers below stood slightly on their tiptoes and stretched their necks. Their faces showed thick anticipation. Everyone wanted to know how Chen Haonan managed to do it, taking out the Thunderbolt Commandos head-on and ending the Red Army's headquarters. But instead of saying his acceptance speech, Chen Haonan said, "I'm young. You won't believe me even if I say it. How about this? I'll let my partner, Li Ernyu, say a few words for you. Let me do the talking?" Li Ernyu couldn't believe what his ears were hearing. Chen Haonan not only let himself to win the soldier's assault third-class medal by lying down, but also gave himself this opportunity to make a name for himself. Li Ernyu was touched to the core. The corners of his eyes were moist. If it wasn't in public, he was afraid that he would be moved to tears. No, Chen Haonan, it's better for you to say it. I can't speak well." Li Ernyu quickly waved his hand. "All the honors are Chen Haonan's." He just dipped his hand. "Speak when I tell you to speak. This is an order." Although Chen Haonan was young, he still had a few moments of momentum when he put on a stern face and disciplined people. Then I'll say it." Just as Li Ernyu was about to begin his speech, the lowers were already murmuring, but they were all hard words. What is this kid's virtue and ability? Not a single bit of effort has been put forth, and he really needs to stand on the stage and speak. His face is really thick. That's not true. It's simply a lay-down win. Nima, if I had met Chen Haonan, this soldier assault third-class medal would have been mine. Li Ernyu is a dog beside this brat Chen Haonan. What qualifications does someone who lies to win have to make a statement? In exchange for a dog following Chen Haonan, he can also win medals. What is Li Ernyu? Without Chen Haonan, he would have been killed long ago. Come down. This is not the place for you to stand. Let Chen Haonan speak. Who has time to listen to someone who is lying down to win? The soldiers at the bottom were also a bit agitated. The speech became more and more nonchalant. Li Ernyu's face a burst of white, a burst of red, angry and ashamed, coupled with the lack of bottom, where still dare to speak. Rescue liked to look at Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan, however, rewarded Li Ernyu with a smile of encouragement, gently jawing, signaling him to speak boldly and forcefully. In the next moment, Chen Haonan moved his gaze away and swept towards the soldiers at the bottom who were talking the most vehemently. He knew very well that these people were jealous of Li Ernyu's good fortune, lying down to win all the medals. Whoever sleeps in his place has to wake up laughing, but when it falls on someone else's head, it's a different matter. And it's genuinely not easy to get the soldier's assault medal, because it's a raider commando you're up against. This was the strongest special forces unit in the military region. Everyone was strong among soldiers, and it was impossible to take them out. So it was normal for these people to be jealous of Li Ernyu. However, when Chen Haonan swept his gaze over, those people subconsciously closed their mouths when they came into contact with his gaze. Ji Jun noticed the scene and immediately praised. Son of a tiger and leopard, although not yet a rider, already has the breath of an ox-eater. Li Ernyu coughed under Chen Haonan's encouragement and said somewhat nervously, My name is Li Ernyu, come from the countryside. Before Li Ernyu could finish his sentence, there was a burst of wanton laughter underneath. Originally, Li Ernyu was quite timid, but when he heard this burst of laughter, his heart held his breath. He stood here to speak, not for himself, but to make those who questioned Chen Haonan shut up obediently. Those laughs, Li Ernyu ignored them and said aloud, I heard someone discussing that I am a dog beside Chen Haonan, and I'm here to say it. Li Ernyu paused for a breath, then said, What's wrong with being a dog? This statement came out as if it stunned a group of people, and a moment later, it caused another violent laughter from the crowd. Li Ernyu didn't care about the laughter, nor did he use his hand to vainly press down to signal everyone to stop laughing. He straightened up and said, A good dog should know how to follow a good master. Then he might be the king of military dogs. I entered the gun god company with Chen Haonan, but I was put into the cooking class, and I was honestly washing and frying vegetables. But Chen Haonan doesn't want to. He practices hard every day in the small forest, and the hard work he puts in makes him the object of my Li Ernyu's admiration. Speaking here, Li Ernyu glared his pupils as big as cowbells and swept towards the crowd at the bottom. At first those people were laughing, but when it came to Chen Haonan practicing hard, they all fell silent. Originally thought that Chen Haonan was able to take out the Thunderbolt commandos, must have drilled some kind of loophole and won by trickery, but didn't think that it was all the usual drop of sweat that gave him the strength to go head-to-head with the special forces. Li Ernyu swallowed a splash of saliva and continued, A good dog that knows how to move up is definitely better than a person who lives in a dog. That's how Li Ernyu, summarize it. The last sentence was like a loud slap that flung above the crowd's cheeks, hot and painful. They all automatically substituted themselves for Li Ernyu's remark that they had lived all these years to the dogs. Shame on you. None of them were a match for Chen Haonan. Not even a brat. That's not exactly living all these years to the dogs. Snap. He Ji-jun was the first to applaud. And once he did, Chief Kong naturally followed suit. And clattering applause followed. He Ji-jun reached out and pressed his hand. And the applause stopped immediately before he spoke out. Li Ernia's words are rough. From Chen Haonan's body, we can draw a conclusion. He paused for a moment, his gaze leveled at the crowd, and said, success is not an accident, and failure is not fate. I hope that in the future, everyone will train hard, learn from Comrade Chen Haonan, and become a skilled, iron-boned soldier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Soldier's Assault second-class medal, awarding 200 points and +1 to all attributes, doubling his full attributes. Chen Haonan opened his personal attribute panel. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, primary school student. Level, 6. Root bone, 8. Mental, 8. Strength, 22. Speed, 8. Skills, invincible marksmanship, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle's eye, invincible sneaking, invincible camouflage, invincible weapon skills. Experience value, 200 out of 600. The 3 attributes of root and bone were already 8 times that of a normal person. Even within the special forces, they were also standing out from the crowd and outstanding. And the strength 22 times normal people is even more horrible. This kind of instantaneous outburst of power is Lei War cannot hold himself, was a hand fell flying. In terms of strength, not even the top special forces soldiers could fight their own strength head on. Even though he was still young, with his physical fitness, he wasn't at all afraid to fight against a big and bold foe. Chen Haonan grinned. Soldier Assault second-class medal is just the beginning. Far from enough. He is looking forward to the next merit promotion. After the rank promotion will be rewarded with how many points? Attributes if you double a few times that dare to be better. After the dismissal, Chief Kong found Chen Haonan and pulled him aside to avoid the crowd. An awkward smile spread across his face as he said, that Chen Haonan. It was me who was not well thought out before and failed to know people well. Here I assure you. Captain Kang's chest puffed out as he promised. I will transfer the 2 of you out of the cooking class. You are the standard bearers of our sharpshooter company. In the future I hope to keep up the good work, and in the future the honor of the sharpshooter company will depend on you to fight for it. Captain Kong did not go back on his word, and the next day, a transfer order arrived, and the 2 of them, Chen Haonan, reported to the firing squad of the 4th company of sharpshooters. Chen Haonan, Li Erniu enter the ranks. The instructor got the news early in the morning, and when he saw the 2 appear, he said with a warm smile on his face, at that moment, the car of regimental commander calmly pulled into the company. The whole company was concentrating, and when they saw Chief Kang's car, the instructor immediately ordered everyone to stand at attention and wait for the chief to come over and give instructions. The first to get out of the car was Chief Kong, but he didn't come over first, like he was waiting for the others in the car. A uniformed beauty then got out of the car and followed Chief Kong towards the company. The soldiers at the bottom were agitated. They said that after 2 years in the army, the Saos are all sable, not to mention a female soldier. This female soldier is tall and slender, with a fresh head of short hair with floppy ears, and then wearing a military uniform, a good valiant posture. A group of livestock were looking at it with green eyes. Who is she? Such a pretty military greenhorn. When did our regiment have such a big beauty? Why is there no news at all? The military flower is not her. A group of hot-blooded male soldiers could no longer take their eyes off the pretty female soldiers when they saw them, without blinking, looking at each other with burning eyes. How they wished to have an eye-to-eye collision with the big beauty. But they realized that this beauty kept staring at Chen Haonan. What's the situation? They know each other? Thinking about the fact that there should be no chance to get to know him, it dawned on him that the other party must have been curious about Chen Haonan's existence because they saw that Chen Haonan was small in age and stood out amongst the group. The limelight was stolen by an elementary school student. What kind of thing is this? A group of people wailed in their hearts. And when Chen Haonan fixed his eyes on it, this beauty was no one else but Tang Xini, who had been tied up in the forest by him. At the moment, she came raging, her chest heaving as if she were a wave of wheat in the wind. The other person's expression wasn't very friendly, though, and he seemed to be gritting his teeth. Vengeful woman. Chen Haonan had a faint smile on his face. Upon his arrival, Chief Kong introduced himself in front of the middle crowd. First of all, please welcome Instructor Tang Xini with a warm round of applause. After the applause stopped, Head Kong continued. Instructor Tang Xini is a scientific cadre of the Sniper Subject Group of the Special Warfare Scientific Research Center of the Military Region Command, responsible for the development of the Special Forces game, with a rich theoretical foundation. Now we have Instructor Tang to say a few words to everyone. Hello comrades, I'm Tang Xini, and I'm honored to have this opportunity to come to the company everyone for a theory class. I hope that during the time of the lesson, everyone will cooperate with me more. Thank you all. After saying that, Tang Sini saluted the crowd. There were waves of enthusiastic applause. It seems everyone likes Instructor Tang. Kong, head of the words, turned and said, but I ugly words in the front. Who if not good to listen to Instructor Tang's class? After the incident, I have to peel his skin cannot be. Originally I was not qualified to invite to the Tang Great Beauty. This is not this exercise, we took credit for it. And fight for this opportunity to learn. Thank you, Captain Kong, for your support. Tang Sini seemed confident in her lectures and smiled. But I'm sure that my lectures won't be so dull and boring that comrades will fall asleep listening to them. Head Kong still had to make a trip to the Military Region Command. And after the man was brought in, he nodded and said, then I'll trouble Instructor Tang next. I still have to make a trip to the Military Region Command. As soon as Captain Kong left, Tang Sini directly entered the role of an instructor. Her pretty face smiling, her eyes looking at Chen Haonan playfully, saying, Chen Haonan, step out. Chen Haonan stood forward a small step. Although his age is small, but so one stop, his waist straight as a javelin. The momentum of the military immediately flowed out, so that people ignored his age. At a young age, you know how to kidnap. I'll remember you in my heart, Tang Sini said teasingly, the smile on her face like a pleased little fox, as if Chen Haonan had fallen into her hands this time, and could take a good pinch of the other party. Chen Haonan shouted back, reporting to the instructor, it's useless to have me in your heart. I'm not yet of legal age. What a thing for this little kid to say. Tang Sini hadn't meant this, and was hardened by this cunning kid who brought the meaning of his words to the wrong side. It felt like I was being molested by a little kid. Tang Sini's head was filled with black lines, her pretty face containing a chill. The crowd was holding back so hard that they finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. This little kid countered sharply enough to make the instructor eat his words right off the bat. Tang Sini raised her cross eyebrows and stared hard at Chen Haonan. But after seeing the other party's handsome little face, she thought about it. The other party is just a little kid, so why bother with him so much? Otherwise it looks like you're a little kid too. Quiet, what are you guys laughing at? From now on whoever is disrupting the classroom, I'll kick him out and explain to your headmaster myself. Tang Sini snapped. Wang Yanbing and the others had wanted to watch the fun, but when they saw that Tang Sini didn't reprimand Chen Haonan and scolded them instead, they hurriedly kept their mouths shut and didn't dare to say much. Wang Yanbing secretly gave Chen Haonan a thumbs up. The classroom returned to quiet, and Tang Sini began her lecture. It had to be said that her theories really had a knack for it, starting with the simplest shooting theories, and then step by step moving towards deeper theories, such as how to make the most accurate shots when the body was moving quickly, needing to consider their own moving feet, line of sight, and other issues. She was always able to express esoteric theories through the simplest language, and even Li Erniu, a junior high school student, was able to listen with great interest. Now I'll start talking about a new type of drawing technique that can reduce the drawing speed by 1/3 on the normal drawing speed. Tang Sini swept her gaze over everyone, and finally her gaze landed on Chen Haonan. This little guy squinted his eyes like he was taking a nap, and Tang Sini got upset. Chen Haonan, you don't even have a gun much taller. What are you going to do when you draw and shoot? Tang Sini said in a cold voice. When He Chengwang and the others heard this, they held back their laughter, knowing that Tang Sini was mostly trying to make things difficult for Chen Haonan. Who told Chen Haonan to tie people up like dumplings? Ding! The Junior Soldier King system releases a randomized mission, Conquer the Imperial Sister. Gain experience value 100. Chen Haonan's eyes widened as he thought, there would actually be such a mission? With a whoosh, Chen Haonan immediately jumped up from his chair and lifted his voice. Instructor Tang, I challenge you, let's compete in drawing a gun. Tang Sini was slightly stunned and joked, if you lose, you're not allowed to cry. Chen Haonan smoothly picked up, if you lose, be my girlfriend. What? A black line rose from Tang Sini's forehead. Girlfriend? You don't even have hair yet, do you? He Chengwang and the others finally couldn't help but laugh at this, admiring Chen Haonan's guts. People are careful. They know how to chase after their girlfriends at such a young age. They are a bunch of big men are naked. Just saw Tang Sini, each eyeball thief bright. But a look at the other side of the still frosty face. There is a thief heart, not a thief gall. Chen Haonan spoke the mind of all. Chen Haonan, do you know what girlfriend means yet? Tang Sini said in a deep voice. No, girlfriend means to get a date. In the future is to resist home as a daughter-in-law, and have babies together. Chen Haonan's voice with a bit of childishness replied. You know about this too? How old are you now? Hair hasn't even grown and you want a girlfriend. Think about that when you're older. Tang Sini was a bit teary-eyed. Who taught him all these messy things? A moment's thought immediately made sense. A little kid following a bunch of big men around all day. It's normal to be a little precocious in your thinking. Why are you afraid of losing to me? If you feel you don't have that confidence, you don't have to compete. Chen Haonan said indifferently. Chun Haonan had eaten up Tang Xinyi's competitive nature and was sure to accept his challenge. He had known Tang Xinyi's character through 2 brief encounters and again before crossing over, and now when he compared them, they were exactly the same. She is a theoretical and aggressive woman, and to conquer such a woman, you have to overwhelm her in front of her. Sure enough, when Tang Xinyi was so provoked by Chen Haonan, the hard effect of her competitive spirit immediately bubbled up. Chen Haonan, don't think you're great just because you tied me up with a sneak attack. I'll tell you, drawing a gun isn't that simple, especially the speed of drawing a gun. Put it on the battlefield. Whoever draws a gun faster has a better chance of surviving. Have you ever seen a real gun draw? Incomplete statistics from all the major military districts in the country. The current record for the fastest gun draw is mine. The record is 0.6 seconds. You think I'll be slower than you? Tang Xinyi looked at this little brat Chen Haonan with amusement. You're bragging about something that's not even fully grown, aren't you? I'll pull down your pants. I don't care if you're 0.6 seconds, or 6 seconds. Don't talk so much. Dare to compete with me? Let's just compare. I'm afraid of you. If you lose, you must apologize to me and promise to listen carefully in class and not to sleep. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Chen Haonan's mouth. Soon the two of them walked outside to the training ground, where He Changwang and the others had already stood off to the side, looking at the two of them excitedly. The 2 men were armed with a Type 92 pistol on their belts and stood opposite each other at a distance of roughly 5 meters. The match hadn't officially begun yet, but Tang Xinyi, who had entered the match, had a serious face and sharp eyes staring at Chen Haonan, not treating him as a child in the slightest. This was Tang Xinyi, who never gave her all as long as she was competing. Where did Chen Haonan get his confidence? Drawing a gun isn't the same as shooting. It requires quick eyes and hands and a certain amount of skill. Chen Haonan is probably bursting with self-confidence. Kids are kids, and when they achieve a little bit of success, they have no one in their sights. I've heard that instructor Tang has researched an up-to-date method of drawing a gun that can be drawn more quickly, and is rumored to be ready to spread it throughout the district. Everyone was whispering and making bets on who would win. However, no one thought Chen Haonan had any chance of winning. In order to show fairness, Wang Yanbing volunteered to act as a referee. Ready? 3, 2, 1, begin. Wang Yanbing's voice had just fallen, only to see Tang Xinyi's body violently leaning backward, her left foot bending to roughly 45 degrees, her right foot stretching out to about 30 degrees, while her right hand slid upward, grabbing the pistol at her waist in the process. The whole movement was extremely smooth, while its speed was extremely fast. Everyone's eyes lit up and they let out a gasp. What a novel way to draw a gun. It greatly reduces the height of the lift and shortens the time it takes to fire. Worthy of being the military region's premier military theory expert. So concise, fast way to draw a gun can be thought out. This is drawn more than one gun. Before practicing the speed bull 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 bull. Loved. Chen Haonan is bound to lose. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in everyone's eyes, holding Tang Xinyi in a flash of lightning. Her small hand gently grasped and flipped, easily snatching Tang Xinyi's pistol and pointing it at Tang Xinyi's temple. You lose. Tang Xinyi hadn't been able to come back to her senses. Wang Yanbing and the others looked dumbfounded, each with a puzzled look on their faces. Chen Haonan said in a domineering manner, "My gun drawing technique is when someone else draws the gun for me while I stand still and wait for him to deliver it to my door." His voice was not loud, but the crowd heard him clearly, and each of their brains exploded. Holy shit, someone else pulls my gun for me. That's an awesome thing to say. Bossy enough. Erniu, did you just see clearly how Chen Haonan grabbed the gun? Li Ernia shook his head and said, didn't see it clearly. Just now, everyone's attention was almost focused on Tang Xinyi, and it wasn't until Chen Haonan unexpectedly approached Tang Xinyi that they noticed. Not to mention them, even Tang Xinyi, who was fully concentrated, didn't see what was going on. Tang Xinyi tilted her upper body, held by Chen Haonan, unable to move, frowning slightly. She was clear that Chen Haonan's strength was appalling and could even lift a small car, so she simply gave up struggling and said in a deep voice, "Let go." Regardless of whether it was the close combat technique, or the quick draw technique Tang Xinyi had researched, she was an expert in this area, and she didn't think that in the moment just now. Her own pistol had actually allowed Chen Haonan to snatch it and take control of herself. Just now, she didn't take it lightly at all, but used 10% of her strength. How the hell did he do that? A kid who's only 10 years old. He's not that scary even if he started school from his mother's womb, is he? Of course Tang Xinyi couldn't think clearly. Chen Haonan had already simulated the duel between the two in his mind from the moment they stood against each other. Chen Haonan's mind floated the route of the attack, the speed of the run, the snatching maneuver, all of which were demonstrated in his mind. This was the terrifying aspect of the invincible sneaking technique. Of course, the part of holding Tang Xini midway. Chen Haonan added it in himself. The surrounding people finally came back to their senses and saw Chen Haonan hugging Tang Xini. Everyone can't help but envy this ringing position. Who is Tang Xini? What a flower in the army. I don't know how many single officers are staring at her, but no one has the good fortune of Chen Haonan to be in close contact with her. However, they didn't take it seriously. Chen Haonan is still a kid. What does he know? Even if a beautiful woman is naked, he is still in a hurry. The crowd watched as Chen Haonan hugged Tang Xini to death and didn't let go. And I don't know who shouted jokingly from the crowd. Chen Haonan, you want to eat Instructor Tang's tofu? Wait until you've grown a few years. Hurry up and release Instructor Tang. Ha ha. The others couldn't help it and laughed out loud. Wang Yanbing, Li Erniu, and even He Chengwang couldn't help but give Chen Haonan a thumbs up. They say a woman's ass is like a tigress's ass. You can't touch it. Chen Haonan is not doing this? At this moment, Chen Haonan was a bit chagrined. He obviously gripped the pistol tightly. How come he didn't feel anything else? Didn't they say that the invincible weapon skill can be comprehended just by touching the weapon? Why not? Could it be that the reaction wasn't that fast? Chen Haonan shook the 92 pistol. Still no reaction. Chen Haonan was a bit depressed, finding a way to use the invincible weapon skill for a moment. Tang Xini's slightly angry voice, which interrupted Chen Haonan's thoughts. According to the agreement, you recognize me as your boyfriend, or else you won't let go, Chen Haonan said. The crowd couldn't help but laugh again after hearing this, laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Chen Haonan is really good at messing things up. He actually threatened Tang Xini to be his girlfriend? Such means of picking up girls, or used in the legendary tigress Tang Xini. Enough absolute. Tang Xini blushed, being surrounded by a bunch of male soldiers looking at jokes. No one else could stand it, but Chen Haonan's strength was so strong that he couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried, and his anger became even more victorious, reddening his face as he said, I order you to let go. No release. Chen Haonan's mouth turned away. A soldier's mouthful of spittle is a mouthful of nails. How can words spoken not count? Tang Xini's stomach burst with resentment. She had fallen into 8 lifetimes of bad luck, falling into the hands of this little brat 3 times, the gang of male soldiers, and on the side to see their own jokes. Spare Tang Xini usually competitive, but in the face of this embarrassing situation, face cannot hang. Shut up, all of you. Tang Xini sidestepped, turned her head to glare at the gloating group of male soldiers, and snapped. He Chengwang and the others hurriedly shut their mouths and held their faces red as they continued to wait for a good show. Tang Xini was screwed, really cannot help. Fortunately, now there are not many people. If a moment there are more soldiers passed by. She took a deep breath, a few moments of helplessness on her face. He's just a little kid anyway, kind of coaxing him, so Tang Xini shouted with a leathery smile. Okay, I'm your little daughter-in-law now, my little man. Let go. Ha ha. The soldiers around them who had originally held back their laughter, finally couldn't hold it back, and almost every one of them covered their stomachs and laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. Ding! The host completes the randomized quest, conquering the Imperial Sister, gaining 100 experience points. The system takes into account the host's body is not sound enough. The system issues the main task. The host recently completed a big task. The system rewards invincible serum transformation, which can make the host a certain attribute, develop in advance, and control freely, so that no one else can look down on it, and maintain the host's dignity. Chen Haonan froze, then immediately understood. It's mighty grippy. The system is so fucking dirty, isn't it? While Chen Haonan was hugging Tang Xini, at the entrance of the military district, his cousin Yi Zuanxin appeared in military attire. A head of short hair Yi Zuanxin, coupled with her exquisite features, when it is really valiant. Her eyes couldn't help but light up as she stood at the entrance to the military district, where the guards in charge of standing guard over the bitterly unattractive objects. What a beautiful female soldier. I'm looking for Chen Haonan. Yi Zuanxin took out his soldier's license and handed it to the guard and said softly. The soldier checks the soldier's card, which is genuine, and says, please register. Yi Zuanxin finished registering, and after asking Chen Haonan about his campsite, he walked towards his campsite himself. Beautiful women are the center of everyone's attention wherever they go. Yi Zuanxin walked on the walkway. Her youth and beauty was like a bright scenery line, attracting the eyes of the passing male soldiers. What a pretty girl. Which army? Got a date? Hurry up and check with someone you know. Yi Zuanxin was in a happy mood as she walked around, admiring the surrounding scenery, and when she approached Chen Haonan's camp, her eyebrows shot up just in time to see Chen Haonan hugging Tang Xini, and then she heard Tang Xini shouting, my little man, can you let go of me now? What? A black line emerged from Yi Zuanxin's forehead. It had only been a few days since he had seen him. Why was his guts so big? You said you'd go to the army to build up your guts. But you've turned your guts to lust? She rushed forward with big strides, reached out and grabbed Chen Haonan's small ear, saying, your kid's wings have grown hard, right? You're still bullying the pretty big sister. Yi Tsuanshin this hand of surprise attack action fast, before a screw accurate. Chen Haonan only be abused share. Chen Haonan was quick on his feet, letting go of Tang Xinyi's small waist and quickly stepping back 2 steps, easily avoiding Yi Tsuanshin's small hand, saying, we were competing in marksmanship. She just lost. Yi Tsuanshin's finger fell short and let out a cry. Ha! Growing in ability actually dare to hide. See how I can clean you up. Tang Xinyi was suddenly released by Chen Haonan and stumbled. Her right hand propped up on the ground. Her body lightly turned and she stood straight again, exhaling deeply, her eyes falling on Yi Tsuanshin. What a beautiful girl. Yi Tsuanshin is getting more and more impervious to this little cousin. Aunt and uncle actually agreed to let him come to be a soldier. What's even more strange is that the military district even agreed. According to reason, these should not happen, right? Now she just came here to see Chen Haonan hugging a beautiful female officer. The courage to be so big, and then grow up a little bit, that's not good? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You must speak clearly today, or I won't be able to spare you. Yi Tsuanshin was furious. I've told you, it's a competition and she still lost. Can't you understand human language? Competition has such a hug. Is there such bullying? The surrounding soldiers, when they saw Yi Tsuanshin, their eyes lit up. Columnist, a female recruit. The point is to look that pure and lovely, with white skin and a good figure. Tang Xinyi is a captain-level officer. He Changwang and their new recruits have this thief heart, also do not have that thief courage, but in front of this female soldier is not the same with them as well as a column of soldiers. There are opportunities. They saw her and Chen Haonan being very close. How come the more they see her, the more they look like they're jealous? Girlfriends fixing their boyfriends? How come every pretty woman is related to this little kid? At that moment, each of them looked at Chen Haonan's eyes as if they were on fire, with 2 words written inside, jealousy. However, Chen Haonan is so young. He has the heart of a thief and the guts of a thief, but his body is definitely not working. When he grows up, people's waifu is estimated to be several years old. Man-child, it's a good thing he's still small or we wouldn't stand a chance. It's not a little girlfriend, is it? The crowd muttered in whispers, their minds generating many thoughts. Tang Xinyi blushed slightly and coughed twice on the side, saying, hello, you should have misunderstood. I'm their theory instructor, Tang Xinyi, and the 2 of us were indeed competing just now. Report Chief, my name is Yi Tsuanshin. This is my letter of introduction. Yi Tsuanshin heart thumped. Know that it is a misunderstanding. In looking at Tang Xinyi's shoulder badge 3-star 1 bar captain, hastily said. Tang Xinyi took the letter of introduction, roughly looked at it, and said, come all the way. By the way, I'll take you to the military district to report later. She had a crush on Yi Tsuanshin at the first glance. The formation of women's special forces in the military region was a bold attempt, and Tang Xinyi, as a theoretical expert in the army, certainly knew the situation better than anyone else. Thank you, Chief, Yi Tsuanshin said happily. He Changwang and the others were shocked when they heard this. People are actually women's special recruits for women's special forces, about the military region to form the Fire Phoenix Women's Special Detachment. They have heard of it. It is said that the requirements for each female soldier are very strict. I can't imagine that I will meet one here. Long and so beautiful. But what exactly is her relationship with Chen Haonan? Tang Xinyi was so messed up by Chen Haonan. Her face was a little embarrassed, and she didn't have much heart to continue the theory class. So she ended the theory course early and returned to the military area. Chen Haonan, you come with us to the military area as well, Yi Tsuanshin said to Chen Haonan, before coming to the army. And Yi Tsuanshin is 1,000 instructions to Yi Tsuanshin. Must Chen Haonan look after? There cannot be a mistake. Yi Tsuanshin, the older sister, of course had to keep a close eye on Chen Haonan. No go. I'm from the sharpshooters 4th company. I have a mission. Chen Haonan straightened his small waist and said. Yi Tsuanshin skimmed her mouth, knowing that Chen Haonan was not the same as before, but she still hardened her lips and said, remember, don't fool around in the army, or I'll twist your ears off, okay? I don't know, Chen Haonan retorted. Oops, the little tail is up. Yi Tsuanshin came to be angry. Yi Tsuanshin clenched her fists and glared at him fiercely. She said she would take Chen Haonan away, just casually mention it to see what Chen Haonan's reaction was. She has just arrived in the military area. Many things are not familiar with, and so familiar with the situation. In order to find a way to get Chen Haonan over there, put on their side, so that it is also good to take care of him at all times, and more importantly, do not let him fool around. Yi Tsuanshin followed Tang Xinyi back to the military area. Chen Haonan didn't expect Yi Tsuanshin to come, shaking his head. For this cheap cousin, he also has a bit of a headache. He likes to mind his own business when there is something wrong. He has to avoid her far away in the future. After the two beauties left, Wang Yanbing said to Chen Haonan with a smile, Chen Haonan, what is Yi Tsuanshin's relationship with you? On the train, Wang Yanbing had suffered from Yi Tsuanshin. How could he not have a deep impression of her? So the first second she appeared, she was immediately recognized. Chen Haonan blanked and said, oh, you want to know? Come, not to tell you. That's quite a mouthful for a little guy. Tell us, has your thing down there developed yet? It must be hairless. Ha ha. The thingy hasn't even grown up yet and you're looking for a girlfriend. Can you do it, little guy? The veterans around them laughed. Chen Haonan blushed with eyes and said crossly, so what if you guys have developed? To me, Chen Haonan, that thing of yours is also a worm. A small earthworm. The crowd's faces sank. Little kid, calling our thing an earthworm? Cut. Take your pants out and look at them. Are they developed? Chen Haonan said disdainfully. If you're capable, you guys take off first. Eyes looking straight. Isn't this new beauty pretty? Chen Haonan suddenly turned his words around and asked this question towards the crowd with a smile. Beautiful. The male soldiers nodded their heads vigorously, their eyes almost looking straight. Oh, Chen Haonan trailed off his voice before saying playfully, this one is also my girlfriend. See, both of them. Both of them? A group of people's eyes instantly glazed over. Nima, Chen Haonan is so raw. His hair is not even grown. Where did he get such a great charm? Originally, they were quite admiring Chen Haonan, but Chen Haonan's next sentence made them vomit blood in anger. I can understand you guys being envious and jealous. After all, you're all single dogs who don't even have a girlfriend. Chen Haonan raised his eyebrows and said playfully. The crowd looked at each other in dismay. Being said so by Chen Haonan, they had no place to go, but they couldn't find the words to hit back at Chen Haonan, and they were so angry that their faces were blackened into a ball of thick ink. Chen Haonan lazily ignored this group of single dogs and happily left. Chen Haonan, wait for me. Li Ernia panted and caught up, asking with admiration on his face. Chen Haonan, are they really both your girlfriends, both of them? Chen Haonan whitened Li Erniu. Li Erniu could not experience this look. His gaze was hot, and he said to himself, it's too powerful. Can you teach me? I am in this area. More. Sluggish. Li Ernia scratched the back of his head and laughed nervously. A man as outstanding as you doesn't need to chase girls. Remember, outstanding men are the ones that women throw themselves at. Like me, Chen Haonan said in an old-fashioned manner. This way. Li Ernia thought about it. After he followed Chen Haonan, he was even able to pocket the third-class medal of soldier assault. The next day, in the morning after the morning exercise, it was still Tang Sini's theory class. Yi Tsuanshin came over to Chen Haonan wearing a pure white dress. The dry pupils of a group of male soldiers were filled with thick envy. Yi Tsuanshin ignored the group of male soldiers and walked to Chen Haonan's dormitory, calling out from the doorway, Chen Haonan, come out. Cousin, you're dressed so beautifully. What are you planning to do? It had to be said that Yi Tsuanshin's elaborate dressing was really pretty, and Chen Haonan looked at it and asked suspiciously, looking for you to go shopping. Yi Tsuanshin said with a smile, I have class later. Chen Haonan said in refusal. Little boy. Yi Tsuanshin stepped forward, wrapped her arms around Chen Haonan's shoulders, and said smugly, I've already asked for leave for you, and Tang Sini also promised, so today you'll accompany me to buy daily necessities, and I'm going to test for the women's special forces. Could Chen Haonan still refuse? He even took a vacation. Cousin, you're really coming to test the special forces because of me? Chen Haonan asked. Less stinky. Yi Tsuanshin's finger lightly tapped Chen Haonan's forehead. In fact, she was influenced by Chen Haonan's influence and moved to become a soldier. Yi Tsuanshin took Chen Haonan's arm, but there was a difference in height, and in the end, it became hand in hand and went to the city center together. Fahua Xindu, located in the center of Donghai City, the city's largest shopping and leisure center, is naturally Yi Tsuanshin's first choice. I seem to be missing a pair of shoes. Passing by an exquisite shoe store, Yi Tsuanshin pulled Chen Haonan inside after saying, how about these shoes? Yi Tsuanshin asked. Not bad. What about these? Nice. I think it's better to have the black pair from earlier. As you like. Yi Tsuanshin enjoyed shopping. After buying shoes, saw a beautiful dress, and pulled Chen Haonan inside, tried several sets, and every time she tried it on, she had to come out and turn around a few times in front of Chen Haonan, asking for advice. Shoes, skirts, t-shirts, jeans, Yi Tsuanshin did not leave any of them behind. Blood shopping. When a woman goes shopping, the energy is more addictive than anything else, and 10 oxen can't pull it off. Although Chen Haonan is small in age, his bones still retain a gentleman's demeanor, resolutely not to help Yi Tsuanshin carry things, big bored with small hands walking in front with his head held high. After shopping around, Yi Tsuanshin suddenly shook his head. His own shopping habits, That is, his girlfriends cannot stand. Did not think that Chen Haonan's patience is so good. The face is not half a point of impatience, but instead of the face is calm and steady, and look at his stride. It's not the duck step it used to be, but it's become rhythmic. This little guy, why does he feel like a different person? Yi Tsuanshin secretly lamented that he seemed to be living a too drunken and muddled life, and even his cousin, who was an elementary school student beside him, had become a soldier and was becoming more and more manly. It seems that I have to change before I can do so, otherwise in the future, when I go home on New Year's Eve, I will be criticized for ouch. You can't even compare with elementary school students, and that scene is really devastating. Yi Tsuanshin was even more determined to become a soldier. He couldn't still lose to his cousin who was still a brat. Oh yeah, I have to be selling some toiletries. Yi Tsuanshin thought about how she was so focused on preparing clothes that she almost forgot about the toiletries. Fahua Xingdu just happens to have a big supermarket. Why don't we go shopping at the supermarket? Yi Tsuanshin was afraid that Chen Haonan would have an opinion and asked for Chen Haonan's opinion. I've taken my vacation anyway, so I'll just buy everything at once, Chen Haonan asked. Yi Tsuanshin smiled sweetly and pulled Chen Haonan's small hand to walk into the supermarket. Chen Haonan is handsome and well-behaved. Unlike other children who run around screaming and yelling, and with his military uniform, he immediately attracted the attention of an older woman. This big mom smiled and greeted Yi Tsuanshin. Your family's children are so understanding. What do you usually teach them? Whose child? Yi Tsuanshin fumed. This big mom is blind. They're this young and beautiful, authentic young girl one. You people talk so strangely. This young lady is so young. Does she look like a mom? Grandma, please go out in the future and bring a pair of old-fashioned glasses. How do you girls talk? No big no small. Praising your child for understanding and yet you dare to talk back to me. Quarreling. The big mom was not afraid of anyone. Hands in pockets. Sneered. Leaning on the old. You think this lady is a good bully. Today, Yi Tsuanshin was fuming on the spot, with the idea of theorizing with the ant to the end, but Chen Haonan coldly said, soldiers should behave like soldiers. What's the point of arguing? Yi Tsuanshin seemed as if he had turned into a small child himself. Chen Haonan's words left him speechless and embarrassed as he spat out his tongue. Yi Tsuanshin was pulled away by Chen Haonan and went straight up the escalator, brushed shoulders with a couple of big guys at the entrance to the supermarket. Chen Haonan's eyes stared, and out of military habit, he couldn't help but keep an eye on these adults. The opponents were stout and tall, and a few of them were even wearing ruthless colors, and they looked like ruthless characters. The breath was unusual and carried a chill. Even though Chen Haonan hadn't killed anyone before, he sensed that the other party all carried a faint murderous aura. These people should have had blood on their hands. At once, Chen Haonan stayed attentive, not moving to note down the other party's appearance. To the 5th floor, Yi Tsuanshin again remembered that he seemed to be missing underwear, and saw that Urban Beauty had new products on the market, so he moved to buy underwear. Thinking that Chen Haonan was still a child, she didn't care too much and pulled Chen Haonan to go inside the underwear store. Chen Haonan shook off Yi Tsuanshin's right hand and said in a faint voice, you go buy it yourself. I'm a man, so I won't go in. What kind of man? A little brat. His hair hasn't even grown. Chen Haonan's small adult reply made Yi Tsuanshin cry and laugh. However, Yi Tsuanshin was also secretly surprised that Chen Haonan was so small. But after becoming a soldier it seemed that his mind had matured rapidly, and he was completely a small adult. Yi Tsuanshin couldn't do anything about Chen Haonan, so she could only say, then wait for me here. I promise I won't go in for too long. For Yi Tsuanshin's assurance, Chen Haonan despised a smile. Without half an hour, Yi Tsuanshin would definitely not be able to come out. He stood waiting outside, bored. Bang! There was a sudden dull pop. Gunshots. Chen Haonan was a soldier, and was more than familiar with the sound of gunfire, and immediately judged it to be gunfire. A gunshot in a supermarket is a bad thing. Someone must be committing a blatant murder. Chen Haonan was not a child. He was a soldier who could even take out the Thunderbolt Special Forces, so naturally he would not be afraid and took the initiative to seek out the sound and walk over to find out what was going on. How dare someone take a child hostage? Chen Haonan was slightly stunned, not thinking that in a busy place someone would take hostages. The hostage, who was about his age, 10 years old, was taken by the thugs and cried out in fear, and this hijacking terrorist, whom Chen Haonan had seen just now, was one of the several fierce and vicious pugilists who had blood on their hands. These people, why are they taking hostages? Chen Haonan inner doubt. After all, these guys did not rob the bank, did not rob the gold store. Come up to the supermarket on the hostage taking. Rather bizarre. It's as if the situation was specifically designed for hostage taking. Just as Chen Haonan speculated about the intentions of this group of armed men taking hostages. A middle-aged man, with a bucket of popcorn in his hand, saw that his son had been taken hostage, and the assailant's hand was still holding a black pistol. The popcorn in his hand fumbled and fell to the ground, scattering popcorn all over the place. At this moment, he was really dumbfounded. Taking his son to a supermarket, he would encounter a gun-wielding terrorist. His head was blank, but the baby's cries woke him up. Poof! As an ordinary man, he was not capable of, nor did he dare to rush forward to rescue his abducted son. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground and cried out, "I beg you to spare my son, please, I only have this one son." The thug didn't even pay attention to the middle-aged man who was begging bitterly. He smiled faintly and his cold and hoarse voice rang out, "Gentlemen, if you know what's good for you, hold your heads and crouch down obediently. The floor here is surrounded by my men. I, Lu Shiqiang, lend you my little life in exchange for a brother in police custody. There are a lot of LCD screens in shopping malls and supermarkets." After the thug finished speaking, Chen Haonan saw all the LCD screens next to him, all automatically switching to this image. These guys are professional. Chen Haonan knew that the terrorists had taken control of the mall surveillance center. It's not easy to do that. Special forces can do it, but ordinary thugs don't have that expertise. The professionalism and sophistication of these people made Chen Haonan think of certain possibilities. It was extremely likely that these people were mercenaries or retired special forces. Chen Haonan didn't rush up immediately. He didn't carry any weapons. The best thing to do at this moment was to patiently look for an opportunity to strike. "Please, please, spare my son. I came to be a hostage for you. Have mercy on me. I have only one son." The middle-aged man will knock his head with a thud, and blood flowed out of his forehead from the cracked skin. As a middle-aged divorced man, this only child is everything to him. Noisy! The thug spat in displeasure, raised his snatch directly and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet hit directly above his thigh. Blood splattered. The middle-aged man trembled. He couldn't believe that the other party would shoot directly, and fell to the ground. A pool of blood was formed at once. "Give me back my son." He struggled to crawl, his arms outstretched, and held the position as he passed out. And this image is being transmitted to the rest of the audience through the LCD screen. Of course, some people got so scared at the sight that they screamed, and the more daring ones couldn't help but throw up all over the place. "Dad!" The abducted little child cried and shouted in heartbreaking pain when he saw his father on the ground, bleeding profusely. "Damn it! Shut the fuck up!" The armed man was inhuman and squeezed the small child's throat with his right hand. His strength was so heavy that the little child could not cry. Even breathing began to be agonizing. The rosy face began to turn blue and black, and the choking sensation twisted the little child's face, apparently on the verge of breaking. This beast, Chen Haonan's face immediately sank, and he couldn't help but clench his fists, his arm veins rippling. Ding! The ferocity of the thugs triggered the main quest. The host, as a soldier, should step forward and solve the crisis. Completing the mainline mission rewards 500 experience points and 1 divine serum transformation. 500 experience points. That's a lot of upgrading. Chen Haonan didn't expect the system to give such a high experience value reward, but from the side, it also reflected that the enemy was too powerful to be underestimated. And the divine serum? Is this obscenely early development? Of course, regardless of whether or not the system had given a reward, Chen Haonan would not stand idly by when he came across this scene. Experience value and obscene early development were both desperately needed by Chen Haonan. Leveling up could increase attributes and strengthen physical qualities, but one small child's body was still at a disadvantage when fighting enemies, and early development, Chen Haonan naturally not hope to be used for that. Just can solve their own short hands and feet shortboard. Even in a fight with an enemy, the arms and legs are too short to hook the opponent, and you have to get in close. The system's reward stimulated Chen Haonan, making him excited. But the excitement didn't help change the current situation. Phew! Chen Haonan long exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, forced down the inner excitement. The other side has a gun, and the modus operandi of the old ways. What should I do to free that child? Chen Haonan calmly analyzed. The poor little child had already lost his father, and at this moment was being pinched by the thugs' throats and was about to be cut off, giving Chen Haonan pitifully little time to think. He was not carrying any weapons, and if he rushed over to fight the miscreants, the other side would surely use the children as blackmail. But if you don't go over there yourself, the little child will surely die. Looks like it'll have to do. However, before making this risky decision, Chen Haonan had to be sure of one thing, and that was whether he could dodge the enemy's bullets, because he could not guarantee that the heartless thugs would not shoot. After all, that middle-aged man was a good example. Divine-level sneaking techniques, combined with speed, should be able to utilize the friction of the floor to dodge bullets in the first place. After some analysis, Chen Haonan walked towards this thug who called himself Lu Shiqiang. "I'm a child too. Come and get me." I'll trade him and be your hostage. Chen Hanan's words were already very unlike what a small child should say. So in order to paralyze his enemy, he feigned that his body was trembling out of fear, and even his voice was a tremor. Lu Shiqiang was shocked and visibly stunned. What? Isn't this little kid afraid of death? It was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Granted, when hostages are taken, someone will offer to take over for the original hostage, but it's usually an adult. Where did this little kid get the courage? Even if he was stupid, he only knew that when he fell into his own raw hands, life and death depended on his own mood. The surrounding crowd that was holding their heads and crouching down, horrified and incomparable, looked at Chen Hanan, who was walking step by step towards the thugs. At this time, not a single adult stepped forward. Instead, an elementary school student, from the midst of the crowd, approached the assailant, willing to replace the hostage in the assailant's hands with himself. Those adults in the crowd were horrified and their faces rolled with shame. They were groundless and inwardly ashamed that they were even inferior to a child. Some people were inspired by Chen Hanan's, also want to stand up, but see which black pistol in the hands of the criminals. Legs are a burst of weakness. How to stand cannot stand up. That child is dying from you, losing its usefulness as a hostage. Let me do it. Chen Hanan looked straight at Lu Shiqiang and said. Lu Shiqiang stared at Chen Hanan warily, and he saw the calmness in the boy's gaze. No one was afraid of death. Not even adults dared to step forward, but this little child took the initiative to come forward. He couldn't help but be suspicious, couldn't help but be wary of this child. However, Chen Hanan's words also reminded Lu Shiqiang, who moved his gaze away and saw that the child in his hands had a black and purple face and was obviously about to die. Boo! Lu Shiqiang threw it, tossing the child in his hand aside, while the pistol pair pointed at Chen Hanan's head. Come over here, though there was a bit of inner vigilance. After all, it was the first time he had encountered a small child with so much guts, but after all, it is an outlaw. This small child, even if some evil, he is not afraid. Special forces fell in their hands, the same to die, let alone a small child. Meanwhile, Yi Tsuanshin, who was buying underwear, saw the LCD screen showing the terrorists shooting a middle-aged man, and turned pale with fear. Her instinct was to hide in the lingerie store again, but thinking that Chen Hanan was still outside the door, she rushed out to look for Chen Hanan. As a result, as soon as she came out, she saw Chen Hanan walking towards the gun-wielding terrorists, and she was immediately about to cry out in alarm, but was stopped by Chen Hanan's first step of hitting his eyes. Yi Tsuanshin wasn't someone who didn't understand anything, and when she saw Chen Hanan's eyes, she instantly knew that Chen Hanan was signaling her to keep quiet. Just what is Chen Hanan up to? He ran over to act as a hostage. Isn't that looking for death? Even if you want to save someone, you can't even disregard your own safety. Little brat, if something is going to happen, how am I going to explain to your family? Yi Tsuanshin was anxious and angry. At this point, Donghai City, Police Station, 110 Command Center. Lu Shiqiang, these armed men in the center of the city Fathua Xindu Mall matter. There have been friends of the public to report to the police. At the same time, the network technicians of the Donghai City Police had hacked into the mall's LCD screen and saw everything on the scene. The thugs claimed to be Lau Saikung and said that one of their brothers had been captured by the police, and the combination of the two made it easy for the police to find out the identity information of the group of terrorists. Lu Shiqiang in the picture, as well as Lu Xiqiang, who was captured by us, are the backbone members of the Argus mercenaries. The staff at the scene briefly introduced the background of the characters. The Argus Crime Syndicate, which operates mainly in the Uruk generation, engages in drug trafficking, arms smuggling, and is an extremely terrifying group of mercenaries with strict military discipline. After the Battle of Uruk was fought, there was a fully equipped 50-man unit of MiGs that entered the Uruk area, but all were killed in action. There's no direct evidence, but outsiders are assuming it's the work of the Argus Crime Syndicate, which means that this group of mercenaries has the ability to engage the regular Rice Army. After the staff's introduction, Donghai City Police Department's Director 1, with an extremely serious face, said, "Comrades, we must pay great attention to this group of terrorists are not ordinary terrorists. They all have experience as mercenaries, and their real combat power is close to or exceeds that of special forces. This is a major test for our East China Sea Police. Raise an army for 1,000 days. Comrades, the time to review your training has come." Director 1 wanted to emphasize a few more points, and just then, he froze, his mouth slightly open. Video 1. A child voluntarily walks up to the vicious outlaw and asks for a hostage exchange. What's going on here? The police station in Donghai City, dozens of SWAT officers and police executives, were all damn confused when they saw this scene. The attention of Director Win and the others was drawn to Chen Hanan. This boy, what courage! The SWAT team leader clapped his hands in praise. He must be only 10 years old. And yet he possesses this boldness and courage, knowing how to sacrifice for others. Kids like this are not often seen. He is very brave indeed, far more than an ordinary child. If the child is safe and sound during this operation, he must be given a commendation. Director 1 was moved by Chen Haonan's courage. The crowd nodded their heads, praising Chen Haonan's behavior. In today's society, where ideas are indeed particularly lacking, such self-sacrificing behavior by Chen Haonan is rare, not to mention that he is still a child. Everyone stared at the screen. Because of Chen Haonan's replacement, the original kidnapped child's life was not in danger for the time being, but Chen Haonan was in a dangerous situation, and he might get killed because of it. I order. Chief Wen stood up. Brush. The others immediately stood up, like a javelin, with serious expressions. The Special Police Brigade and the Armed Police Squadron will take action immediately. In addition, from the Jiangshan branch, Okayama branch, 30 police officers will be deployed to provide support. This operation must protect every citizen's personal safety and property safety, especially that child who saw the righteousness. Absolutely no mistakes. Yes, immediate action. In addition to personally mobilizing the police force, Director 1 also contacted the Special Forces of the Southeast Eastern Military Region. The identity of the bandits they faced this time was extraordinary, so in order to minimize casualties, they had to hire special forces. After all, when dealing with mercenaries, it's still the special forces that are good at it. He Ji-jun was extremely angry when he received a call from Army Chief 1 and almost slapped the table. This gang is too arrogant. I'll immediately send Fan Tianlei and the Thunderbolt Commandos to provide support and take out all of these terrorists. After Kong Lei hung up the phone, he immediately ordered Fan Tianlei to lead his men in Lei battle to lead the Thunderbolt Commandos to go and support them, making sure to kill all of that group of armed men and protect the safety of the people. Assemble! Fan Tianlei received Kong Lei's order and roared out, yelling at the Wolf Fong special team that was conducting live-fire drills at the training ground. All of the Wolverine Special Forces team quickly assembled. Number 5. Assembly complete. Please advise. Snow Leopard. You take the men to the armory and replace all the equipment. Live fire. Meow Wolf. Get your sniper rifle ready. Blasters. Prepare all kinds of blasting devices. Communicator. Contact the helicopter immediately. 5 minutes later, we're heading to Donghai City. I'll be making detailed arrangements on the plane and the specifics. Action. Yes. 5 minutes later, the helicopter gunships were parked at the training ground. Hurry. Hurry. The heavily armed Wolverine combat team quickly boarded the helicopter. The helicopter's high-speed rotating propeller made a whirring sound as the helicopter lifted off and flew in the direction of Donghai City. In another mountain forest, Thunderbolt Commandos emergency rally. Thunder War roared. All of the Thunderbolt Commandos, originally armed for cross-country, quickly assembled while a helicopter hovered in mid-air and lowered a rope ladder. Hurry, climb into the helicopter. Chen Ying-tian, Yan Wang and the others climbed into the helicopter with puzzled faces. Thunder War boarded the helicopter. Everyone change weapons. All live rounds. Immediately, the helicopter sounded a crisp mechanical sound, and everyone quickly changed to live ammunition, while preparing the appropriate grenades, tear gas and other explosive weapons. Head, there's a big movement? Yen King asked that while checking his sniper rifle. Lei Zhan saw the crowd replaced and checked before he said seriously, we are now traveling to Donghai City. In the other helicopter, Fan Tianlei opened the video terminal, in which the armed men took hostages and some images around the scene appeared. Our mission this time is simple. Remove all these militants who are harming our people, Fan Tianlei said heavily after briefly going over the situation with the crowd. According to the information received from the law enforcers, this group of terrorists are mercenaries who have roamed into our territory and at one time were engaged in all kinds of illegal activities in the area of Uruk. And their methods are very cruel. Their strength should not be underestimated. Comrades, the time has come to truly test us. What are we soldiers for? To protect our families and our country. These armed men want to kill our families. Can we let them go? Kill. All replied in unison. These terrorists are too arrogant to take hostages in broad daylight. They must be beaten severely to let them know that we are not to be messed with. A bunch of heartless bastards. Head, can the picture be zoomed in a bit? Why do I feel that the kid who was hijacked looks a bit familiar? Like I've seen it somewhere. Meow Wolf blinked his eyelids vigorously, trying to think. Fan Tianlei zoomed in on the hostage screen. It does look a bit familiar. Fan Tianlei was puzzled. He should have seen it somewhere, but immediately couldn't recall. Because the footage was taken through a surveillance feed, the clarity is not particularly high. Handsome little face. Not a hint of panic to be seen on his face. Ha! Come to think of it, isn't he the kid who took you out in the maneuver? Meow Wolf said in shock. Very similar indeed. That's right. That's him. That cold little face. There's absolutely no mistaking it, Chen Shanming said with certainty after carefully observing and comparing. Fan Tianlei raised a cross eyebrow and stared at the screen. How did he get hijacked? Fan Tianlei carefully viewed and finally determined that it was indeed Chen Haonan, the little guy who had caused their Wolfang special forces to suffer so much. Everyone's faces changed slightly. They were too impressed when they fought with Chen Haonan, but it could be said that they were crushed by Chen Haonan. Now the whole military district is talking about it, saying that the Wolfsbane special forces aren't so old that they can't even fuck with kids and all that shit. It caused the Wolfang special warfare team to not dare to raise their heads for several days, and they have been harboring in the deep mountains to train frantically and improve their strength. Could there be another reason? Meow Wolf wondered. I think there might be a problem in there. Another member of the team said. Chen Haonan isn't even hairy, but he's pretty good. If he can't do anything about it, how scary must these armed men be? A Wolfang team member thought of the time when he fought with Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan's uncanny marksmanship, as well as the other party's unimaginable ability to sneak around, as well as his strong fighting skills, Chen Shanming was no match for him. With such a strong child being abducted, wouldn't this group of armed men be stronger than their wolf's teeth? I don't think so. You guys look at the expression on his face. There's no fear in his eyes at all. Have you ever seen a hostage that calm? He's such a savvy kid. How could he put himself in a dangerous situation? Chen Shanming analyzed. Number 5. What do you think? This kid is slick. I reckon that he should want to wait for the armed elements to gather all the hostages before he can make his move. After all, there are so many innocent citizens around. Once he lets loose and kills them, he will surely attract the attention of other militants, and at that time, the militants will most likely massacre the civilians, and the more they spread out, the more places he won't be able to take care of. Fan Tianlei thought for a while and said, most likely. Possessing such a meticulous mind at such a young age, it's no wonder we were beaten up so badly last time. Fan Tianlei said aloud. What's even more remarkable is this sense of justice that he has. Fan Tianlei had indeed guessed Chen Haonan's intentions at this time. Chen Haonan didn't have the certainty of taking out all the armed men in the first place, and had to wait for these armed men to concentrate the citizens so that he could target them. Gather everyone in the hall, Lu Shiqiang ordered. Yes. Citizens around the area were constantly being driven to the central hall by the armed men. Come on. Scar kicked the middle-aged man who was walking slightly slower in the back and stumbled, rolling to the floor and breaking his glasses. Any slower and I'll bust your balls, he threatened. The middle-aged man was so scared that his whole body trembled, desperately crawling forward, where he dared to say half a word. On the other side, a sultry woman with 80 points who couldn't bear the fear of being scared suddenly knelt down in front of the armed men and said tremblingly, Big brother, as long as you let me go, you can do whatever you want. Who knew that the armed men next to her picked up the AK-47, toward the floor under her, burst, continuous shooting. Several citizens around the legs were injured. Issued a scream. Whoever dares to scream, kill, Lu Shiqiang said in a cold voice. The hall, which was still noisy, instantly became quiet, and all the citizens had fear in their eyes, not daring to raise their heads to look at the armed men for fear that the other side would look at them and beat them to death. Those children who cried from fear were choked with sobs as their parents covered their mouths in death. Yi Tsuanshin in the crowd pacified the crowd with an urgent voice, everyone be quiet. Do what the other side asks. Don't anger them, they want to live too. Trust our government. Trust our troops. There must be a way to get us out. At this time Yi Tsuanshin gradually showed the guts and vigor possessed by a soldier, maintaining that calmness in a dangerous situation. She saw a terrified grandmother, nearly falling, and rushed to assist her on one side, running away down the hall with her head down, all the while watching Cho carefully, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Yi Tsuanshin's eyes fell towards Chen Haonan in Lu Shiqiang's hands, pursed her lips and clenched her fists. Although she knew that Chen Haonan walked out on his own and should have his own ideas, she still couldn't help worrying. The other guy had a gun on him. The situation is now very unfavorable for them, and the fact that the militants have everyone in one place equals more leverage in their hands to negotiate with the police. If it is not possible to rescue the hostages, there is only one final outcome, which is to throw in the towel and give in to the militants in order to save more lives. Chen Haonan blinked at Yi Tsuanshin, telling Yi Tsuanshin not to worry. This reassured Yi Tsuanshin quite a bit. At this critical moment, Chen Haonan's left hand inadvertently touched his opponent's belt. Suddenly, a sentence about belts popped into his head. The name of the weapon. The belt is a weapon that can be either rigid or flexible and is used to attack in 18 ways. E.g., dropping wax. What? Chen Haonan slightly stunned. He did not think of the belt. Suddenly it occurred to me that I had just touched the other man's belt. Could that be the reason? Divine weapon skill? Chen Haonan tried touching the other party's belt again, and some information appeared in his mind. These 18 kinds of attacks, respectively, from the ancient martial arts of the whip extended changes out, and is divided into 3 categories of near, medium and far, can also drop wax. As soon as Chun Haonan let go, the message was gone again. He simply put his small hand on the belt, and information began to appear in a steady stream in Chen Haonan's mind. So that's what happened. After Chen Haonan repeatedly verified it, he finally understood what the divine weapon skill was all about. It turned out that a divine weapon skill needed to be triggered in a crisis. Not that it could be comprehended by randomly touching something at any moment. It needed a dangerous trigger point. Like the system randomly releasing tasks, they are only released under certain circumstances. Moreover, divine weapon skill comprehension required a certain amount of time touching the object before all the information could be stimulated. That's not a long time to make contact though. Like the belt needs to make contact for about 10 seconds. Is it possible to sense multiple weapons at the same time? Chun Haonan tried touching the fabric of the clothes to see if he could make sense of it. No reaction. Does a crisis trigger only inspire one weapon? Chen Haonan tried to touch the other's pistol again, but there was no response. In the end, Chun Haonan could basically determine that divine weapon skills triggered a subcrisis and could only comprehend the use of one type of weapon. After Chun Haonan figured this out, his 2 pale eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle. This ability is too passive and can't be utilized at all times. Chen Haonan was somewhat chagrined. One huge benefit of this trigger, though, is that it can be used as an early warning feature. When a crisis is near, touch a random item with a weapon use message prompt. After Chun Haonan figured this out, he left it alone, his small eyes glancing around, looking for lurking militants. Lu Shiqiang took the initiative. All the hostages were driven to the hall set by 3 henchmen, closely guarded, and whoever resisted directly shot. In the supermarket's southeast, northwest, 4 directions Ben respectively have 4 snipers firmly guarded. If found, police raid, direct shooting. There are also helicopters ready at the roof location, as well as an artillery gunner. Such a tight defense. The police below unless the strong attack, or they cannot rush. He here and hold so many hostages. Lu Shiqiang decided to expect those police dare not mess. Another possibility is that they send out special forces. However, as long as they dare to send out special forces, they themselves immediately order the hostages to be shot and threaten them with hostages. Lu Shiqiang understood the Chinese police clearly. As long as he kills someone, they will absolutely compromise, and take a few hostages with him on the way out. They will never be in danger of their mission. No. 1. Report the situation, Lu Shiqiang inquired through the walkie-talkie communication. Security. Reporting out. No. 1 quickly fed back information. They will definitely send snipers to lurk around. Watch out and don't let people take them out, Lu Shiqiang ordered. Yes. Number 2. Status report. Security. Reporting out. Feedback from number 2. Your position is more critical. Is the only intersection into the supermarket? If they dare to approach, they a little color. Don't kill. Tempt them to come over one by one to die, Lu Shiqiang said in a cold voice. Don't worry, Chief. Number 3. Status report. Security. Reporting out. Feedback from number 3. Keep playing as you wish. Chun Haonan sneered unnoticeably, his smile completely inconsistent with his age. If He Changwang and the others were here, they would have exclaimed in shock that this little guy was getting perverted again. There's a dead center in your position. If they want to raid, they'll probably cut in from wherever. Keep your eyes peeled. Sniper rifles won't work. Just use grenades to greet them. 3. Understood. Number 4. Status report. Security. Reporting out. Feedback from number 4. Your position is sensitive. Don't just target the ground. There's likely a sniper lurking in the hotel across the street. Head. Don't worry. As long as they dare to venture out. If one appears, I'll take out one. Number 4 made a low slurping sound. Everyone's eyes are shining. As long as we can finish this job perfectly, in the future, our mercenary corps will have endless money. All of us will be able to eat and drink, and beautiful women will be at your disposal. Keep us posted. Lu Shiqiang had a plan. The implementation of his plan has been going very well so far, and it is no surprise that the police will send someone to negotiate with himself, with only one outcome, sending his big brother over in one piece. Lu Shiqiang was very much looking forward to this battle. Firstly, if this battle was successful, his name would be thoroughly known in the mercenary line. It was known as the mercenary's place of death, especially in the interior, where no mercenary dared to blatantly engage in illegal activities, as that would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths without a doubt. It was conceivable that one's own mercenary corps, if they managed to leave, would definitely cause a strong stir in the mercenary world, and at that time, there would definitely be a lot of business coming to their doorsteps, and the price would also rise. Secondly, his elder brother knew the whereabouts of a treasure. which was rumored to be buried with countless gold and silver treasures, giving them more money than they could spend in several lifetimes. Finding it would allow them to utilize the wealth of this treasure to recruit and build a larger mercenary group, so this risk was worth his while. Helicopter gunships have been spotted. It should be special forces, the rocketman on the roof reported to Lu Shixiang. Fire the rockets and finish them off, Lu Shixiang said fiercely. Yes, Chinese special forces. I'd like to see how strong you really are. Chen Haonan has superb eyesight and has been looking for where the militants are lurking. 3 of them were in the east, south and west positions, armed with AK-47s, a pistol on their belts, and a weighted bag containing bullets and explosive weapons such as grenades, if they were not mistaken. In addition to the 3, there were also 4 snipers. This was Chen Haonan's way of determining that they were in 4 different directions, southeast, west, north and west, through Lu Shixiang's call with them, and then little by little, through elimination, he found where they were lurking. The sniper in charge of the eastern direction, lurking on the shelf sniper rifle aimed at the window. The window was coated glass, visible from the inside but not from the outside. On the glass, the militant utilizes a glass cutter and cuts a fist-sized firing hole. The snipers in the other 3 positions, all of whom were shooting in this manner, were lurking with great skill. Together with Lu Shixiang, who had abducted himself, the total number of armed men was 8. As soon as Chen Haonan heard that the other party was actually going to use rockets against the helicopter gunships, he realized that there was another person on the roof of the building, as well as a rocket launcher. How do these guys even get their hands on a rocket launcher? Gotta move ahead myself. Chen Haonan realized that he couldn't wait any longer. Although Chen Haonan is inside, we can't take it lightly. I'll emphasize one more time that we must ensure the safety of the hostages. Is it all clear? Clear. Destination ready to approach. Prepare to fight. Fan Tianlei exhaled. Report. Rocket launchers spotted 100 meters ahead. We've been locked on. The fire detector in the observer's hand emitted a dripping red alarm, displaying a figure of 100 meters. When he realized the situation, he immediately reported it to Fan Tianlei. A rocket launcher? How did they get this thing in here? Fan Tianlei was taken aback. The rockets are incredibly powerful, and when the helicopter gunships are hit, everyone dies. Rocket? Crap. The enemy was able to get rockets in China, knowing that neither their Wolfang nor Thunderbolt commandos, this time around, were carrying heavy weapons like RPGs that were lethal. Parachute. Prepare to jump immediately. Fan Tianlei was incomparably angry. This time the militants were simply ferocious to the extreme, even getting out rockets. At the same time, it made Fan Tianlei panic. They were on top of the helicopter at the moment. The RPGs had locked onto them, and once the other side opened fire, the pilots wouldn't have time to get out of the way. In a time of crisis like this, parachuting is their only chance to survive. This time also taught Fan Tianlei and the others a heavy lesson. China's law and order has always ranked among the best in the world. Although killings do occur everywhere, but it's still rare to think of such armed men with guns, especially since it's hard to get them with the total ban on guns in China. In this general environment, the special forces were also a bit paralyzed, even though the other party's information had been passed on, knowing that they were mercenaries in their own right, but never expected to get even rockets. Caught off guard, Fan Tianlei's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and they weren't ready to jump. Just then, Chen Haonan suddenly struck out. There was no way for him not to make a move. He had already heard Lu Shixiang's order. As long as the rocketeers fired, the special forces soldiers who had come to rescue them would surely die. Storming out. Abrupt to the core. 22 points of power. What a terrifying power that was. Instantly breaking free from Lu Shixiang's control. Chen Haonan not only break free, but also moved strangely fast. Empty hands to seize white recognition. Both hands everything in the past. Click. The muzzle of the pistol aimed at Lu Shixiang himself. Have your men stop firing the rockets. A lowered voice rang out, where Chen Haonan was still a small child, his gaze coldly similar to the special forces they encountered. Lu Shixiang never dreamed that a 10-year-old child would be able to break free from his own control, and also seize the pistol while he was frozen in his tracks, right on top of his own chin. This kid, what in the world is he from? Lu Shixiang originally had a few doubts in his suspicious heart when Chen Haonan volunteered to act as a hostage. It was just that Chen Haonan's appearance was too deceptive, and he was also overconfident in his own strength. Think a child of 8 can not handle, might as well go home to find a piece of tofu hit dead, and what to play life as a mercenary. But it was the small child he despised that instantly rewrote the battle and turned himself from hunter to hunted. He couldn't figure out how this little kid was so strong. The huge force that had suddenly emerged just now was as if what was cupped in his hand was not a small child, but a fierce tiger, and that terrifying force was simply impossible to hold. There was also the fact that when the opponent grabbed the gun with his empty hand, his own wrist was snapped back by a huge force. His wrist wasn't broken, but it was injured. It was all the work of this creepy little kid. However, Lu Shiqiang is also a ruthless man of the dead. Will not be so easy to sit and wait for death. His left hand quietly touched the back of his waist where the dagger was hidden. Once he touched the dagger himself, it was not certain who would die. If you don't want to die, stop your little maneuver. Chen Haonan's boyish face, however, was flushed with an old and cold smile that was disproportionate to his age. In Chen Haonan's body, Lu Shiqiang seemed to see the terrifying Boy Scouts on the battlefields of Africa. Their age is also similar to Chen Haonan's, but they act ruthlessly and without scruples. And in their world there is no distinction between good and evil, only killing. He secretly guessed that Chen Haonan was not a Boy Scout secretly trained by China. Thinking back carefully, the other party gave him all kinds of feelings, like a soldier, not an elementary school student still in school. At Chen Haonan's boyish face, the cold smile that spread out, Lu Shiqiang felt a great threat. The other party wasn't joking. If he didn't copy it, those cold eyes wouldn't be half merciful, and he might just shoot his head off. It is a great shame to be threatened by an elementary school student who counters. Lu Shiqiang clenched his teeth hard. Veins popped up on his forehead. He was surprisingly angry, but his life was more important than anything else, especially for those of them who played with their lives. They cared more about this little life. Lu Shiqiang let out a long breath. Helpless, he chose to compromise, and droned into the intercom. No. 8. Stop firing the rockets. Above the rooftop, the bazooka was already set up on the shoulder of the 8, and the cross was already aimed at the helicopter in front of it. As soon as he pulled the trigger, the helicopter was bound to turn into a fireball under a single shot. Lu Shiqiang's order made him all confused. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so why give it up? He wanted to ask why, but he didn't ask on the spot. The other side could be special forces. Maybe the snipers had already aimed at him. The face hesitated for a moment, and decidedly carried out the order to give up firing. Number 8 withdrew his bazooka and disappeared onto the rooftop. The driver, as if he had wandered around the ghost gate, saw the other party suddenly withdraw. Although he could not figure out why the other party did not shoot, but he wasn't slow at all, and immediately turned the airplane around and landed in the other direction. This is, Chen Shanming are stunned. The enemy actually spared them a horse. Simply incredible. Weird. The enemy didn't choose to open fire. Is it because they are afraid that after shooting us, they will cause a big sensation, and they are not sure of escaping from Huaxia? Niao Wolf froze and said, I don't think so. The other side won't care about that if they've already killed someone. You know they're all mercenaries. No matter what, we've really picked up a life this time, Chen Shanming said with a long sigh of relief, touching the cold sweat on his forehead. Number 5. What do you think? The other side will not dare to shoot. The only possibility, that is out of Chen Haonan's body. Thinking of this, Fan Tianlei affirmed. It should be Chen Haonan who got it. Chen Honam? The crowd's pupils instantly lit up as they all came to a realization. This little kid was a being that could even crush the raiders. Encountering the other side in a hostage situation was too much of a possibility for that. It is the only way to explain why the enemy gave up firing. We could all owe this little guy our lives, the crowd said with emotion. Let's wait for the completion of the mission for the words of thanks. Now jump immediately. Fan Tianlei ordered. Whoosh! A silhouette leaps from a helicopter in mid-air. Having no choice but to take a chance on a neighborhood parachute jump, Chen Haonan had already given them a chance, and if they couldn't catch it again, then they couldn't blame anyone anymore. Regaining concealment. Number 8. This question in his head never answered. Asked in a slightly questioning tone, why don't you fire? The other side is all special forces. No. 8 really couldn't figure out why Lu Shiqiang had given this order. Taking out this group of special forces would at least relieve a large portion of their pressure. Keep in mind that the SWAT team has now appeared on the floor of the mall, only to be pushed back by snipers and unable to storm the mall. Otherwise, their crisis will get worse. The 4 snipers also issued a request to shoot at this moment. They all felt that they couldn't wait any longer. Once they were surrounded by the other side, it would be hard for them to fly. Damn it! Lu Shiqiang mentally cursed in anger. He also wanted to order to open fire. But how could he dare to issue this order when he was being held with a gun to his head? A gaze as fierce as that of a fierce beast, staring deathly at Chen Haonan. His childish face indicating that the other party was not a midget, clearly a small child. But the other side is very old-fashioned. Several actions did not avoid this small child, by the other side to grasp their specific situation. Lu Shiqiang instantly felt bad. The downfall of belittling the other party would be to force themselves step by step into the abyss of despair. If one is alert enough not to be dumbfounded by the other's appearance, Deng should shoot the other. The hostages are here in large numbers. There are no small children. and it's fine to replace them with women. Ordinary people are simply incapable of breaking free of his grip. Lu Shiqiang in chagrin at the same time, but also know what kind of situation he is facing. If it fell into the hands of the police, with the laws of China, he would inevitably be executed. Either way, he was dead, which made Lu Shiqiang's guts come together and move to fight with Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan was always wary of his opponents. After all, they were all outlaws and could not obediently tie their hands. Seeing the other party move, Chen Haonan immediately stormed out with strength and sent the other party flying. The opponent's body was in the air, still staying in mid-air, and Chen Haonan grabbed his belt in the air and pulled it out. The belt was instantly pulled out and Lu Shiqiang's body was uncontrollable. Following the downward roll towards Chen Haonan, divine weapon skill. This skill wasn't about turning ordinary weapons into super weapons. It was about letting Chen Haonan know how to use anything as a weapon. Belts can kill just as well and have many wonderful uses. Instantly pulling out his opponent's belt, he rolled Lu Shiqiang, who had fallen out, back in another hand and rolled his body to his heels. With the pistol pointed at the other party's head, Chen Haonan revealed a cold smile. Divine level martial skills are just heaven-defying. The belt has become a sharp weapon for killing people, and under this draw and roll, the wonderful use is extraordinary. Lu Shiqiang fell and flew out, rolling himself back to the feet of the other party, still with the pistol pointed at his head, his eyes looking at Chen Haonan in horror. Seeing all the other party holding a belt in his hand, his pants slightly loose, Lu Shiqiang knew that the other party had drawn his belt in a moment. How could such a skillful maneuver be in the hands of a small child? The corner of his eye twitched. He couldn't have done it so cleanly in his place. Lu Shiqiang did not want to admit it, but had to admit that in front of the other party, he was surprisingly powerless. He's just a little kid. Unbelievable that he couldn't break free from the suppression of a small child. The snipers could not get a reply, and the calmness on their faces at the beginning climbed up to a few anxious colors. Their situation was getting worse. The special forces had shown up and the SWAT team had been waiting for an opportunity to strike. Can't wait any longer. If they dragged on any longer, they would undoubtedly be in a passive situation once the other party entered the mall. No. 2. Go over and check out the situation. There's something wrong with the boss's voice. Sniper number 1 said in a cold voice. Sniper number 2 nodded and quietly withdrew from his lurking position, turning back to the mall. He also heard something wrong with the boss's voice. He should be in trouble. But they didn't even think in that direction. After all, the boss's strength is where it is. In Uruk Boss, 2 brothers won the title of Chinese Butcher. The General Special Forces were not the boss's opponent. And now in Donghai City, the Special Police and Special Forces had not yet infiltrated the mall. Where could anyone subdue the boss? No. 2 sniper who rushed over didn't really care. And since Chen Haonan was small, the sniper didn't notice Chen Haonan's presence all of a sudden. Lu Shiqiang's face was delighted when he saw sniper number 2 appear. But the other party was aiming a pistol at himself. And in this situation, he didn't dare to shoot recklessly to irritate the other party. His opponent was so experienced in combat that he hit himself between 2 shelves. The tall shelves had blocked his thin figure, and from a sniper's point of view, it was unlikely that he would be detected. But in that case, the other side also doesn't know about the sniper's presence yet. Lu Shiqiang's eyes dribbled. He had to warn the sniper, so he played it smart. I can cooperate with you. Lu Shiqiang suddenly spoke out. With the improvement of his physical attributes, Chen Haonan's ears were bright and his ear power was further enhanced. He heard the footsteps of someone approaching, albeit faintly, as if they were walking on their padded toes. At first, he didn't judge the sound of the footsteps, but Lu Shiqiang's reaction caused Chen Haonan's alertness. Stand up. Chen Haonan pointed his gun at the other party. That sharp eyes. Lu Shiqiang obediently obeyed the order. He found that this small child seems to be a killing person. If he borrowed an excuse to not be able to afford it, the other party will certainly shoot. Lu Shiqiang stood up. His tall figure instantly blocked Chen Haonan, and sniper number 2 could only see Lu Shiqiang. Surprise spread across his face. Boss, what was going on? Clearly there was no one beside him and he didn't perceive any crisis. Shaking his head in disbelief, he strides towards the boss. Turn around. Chen Haonan leaned in close and pressed the tip of his gun against Lu Shiqiang's waist and whispered. Lu Shiqiang had no choice but to turn around. Sniper number 2 was coming face to face. This was an opportunity. He immediately glared at the other party. Sniper number 2 saw the boss's wink, but it was getting more and more blurry. What was the boss doing? Making winks one after another, when it was clear that there was no one behind him. Chen Haonan was attached to Lu Shiqiang's body, and it was certainly impossible to spot the skinny Chen Haonan when looking at it head-on. Stupid. Lu Shiqiang made such a wink, and his men still stupidly crashed over. Simply stupid. Suddenly, the killing machine surfaced. The approaching sniper number 2 only felt a black shadow suddenly appear in front of his eyes. and immediately this black shadow coiled around his neck. Horrified at having something around his neck, sniper number 2 just tried to rip the black shadow away with his hand, only to see Chen Haonan lash out with 22 times the strength of a normal person. What a concept! Sniper number 2 felt a huge force come over him, as if a pair of large hands were squeezing his throat, making him gasp for air instantly. Following that, the coiled belt twisted as if the hands were spinning the head with a crunching click. No! 2 snipers' head actually turned in a circle, was born broken being neck. A mouthful of black blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, only to realize before he died that he was rolled by the belt, and at the end of the belt was a small child who was smiling coldly. This is the first time Chen Haonan has killed someone. Seeing that the other party even had his tongue out, his dead fish eyes were dead wide open. The first time I killed someone, I had mixed feelings. A life fell into my hands like this, and the other person's death was a bit tragic. His neck was broken by the belt, and the corners of his mouth and neck were covered with thick black blood. Chen Haonan felt something rolling around in his stomach. Nausea was not there. Instead, he was a little excited and had a feeling of hunger and thirst. After all, in his previous life, he was a special forces soldier. Ding! Host opens kill mode. Kills 1 militant. Gains 10 experience points. The system's prompting sound washed away the complicated feelings of the first time he killed someone. And with a small mouth, he spat at the system for being petty, only giving 10 experience points. How is it that armed men with guns give a good 50 experience points? Some excitement. It's not that Chen Haonan is indifferent to life, bloodthirsty and cruel. These people are armed and deserve to die. If they don't die, more innocent people will die because of them. At this moment, who was there to grieve for the middle-aged man who was shot in the head, and to sympathize with the little kid who was almost pinched to death and lost his father? Raising the butcher's knife of justice, no matter how many militants are killed, is punishing evil and promoting good. Chen Haonan was just about to retrieve his belt when the 3 armed men were startled at the same time and looked over in this direction. Sniper number 2 was killed and fell to the ground, so striking that it instantly caught the trio's attention firmly. Something's wrong. The 3 men stood up from their lurking positions and immediately rushed over. In the meantime, Chen Haonan controlled Lu Shiqiang to turn around. Lu Shiqiang didn't know what kind of drug Chen Haonan was selling. However, the tragic death of sniper number 2 just now had caused a wave of fear in his heart, and he became more and more jealous of Chen Haonan. It wasn't impossible for the belt to kill, and he could do it, but the other guy killed harder than any of them. In his place, he just used the belt to curl around his opponent's head, then pull into his heels and strike to break his neck. But it is absolutely impossible to do as Chen Haonan did, directly pulling with a belt and breaking the other party's neck. This guy isn't special forces. He's probably a top-notch assassin trained by a secret organization. Lu Shiqiang couldn't help but shift his suspicion to the aspect of a killer, because only a killer knows how to make full use of everything that can kill. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Haonan had mastered divine weapon skills, and his killing techniques were even more severe and deadly than those of an ace assassin. Just as Lu Shiqiang turned around, Chen Haonan's figure was exposed, and he hid his right hand holding the pistol behind his back. The body of a child, which he could not change, was his best disguise. Chen Haonan's face was terrified, like a small child, as he yelled, "Uncle, I'm afraid." Lu Shiqiang immediately wanted to vomit blood. "What do you mean you're afraid? Nima, why didn't you say you were afraid when you killed someone just now?" Conspiracy. This brat is playing a conspiracy. Lu Shiqiang can be sure that he is attracting relaxation of vigilance, wanting to shout out a reminder, but Lu Shiqiang held back raw. Once he shouted out, the other guy would shoot himself at the first opportunity. This small child without a weapon can use the belt to kill. At the moment he has a pistol in his hand. Lu Shiqiang cannot dare to presume that the other side will not use a gun. I am afraid that the use of the gun is even more old-fashioned than his men. Lu Shiqiang, who had his body on his back, was unwilling to give up any hint of an opportunity, and his hands were gesturing to watch out for this little brat. Just the 3 armed men heard Chen Haonan's sentence, "Uncle, I'm afraid," and saw that Chen Haonan was a small child. So where would they give much thought to it? Unless one saw Chen Haonan kill someone with his own eyes, who would be wary of a small child and think of that small child as a murderer? And the companion was cusped by the belt. How could such a skillful and old-fashioned killing technique come from a small child? Besides, is a child that strong? Can they strangle a big and strong companion? Their gazes naturally skimmed over Chen Haonan and searched around for the person who had killed their companion. Invisibly, Lu Shiqiang helped Chen Haonan. He was gesturing with his back turned, and when the 3 henchmen saw the gesture, they moved their eyes over, their heads a little puzzled. What did the boss mean by this? Telling them to keep an eye on the little kid? Seeing that the other party's attention was not on his own and the opportunity to intercept appeared, Chen Haonan decisively drew his pistol from his back. The black pistol was aimed at the 3 of them. The 3 armed men instantly turned pale. Needless to say, Their companions must have been killed by the small child in front of them, and the boss, the one standing with his back to them, should have been hijacked by the other side as well. Didn't boss tackle a small child as a hostage? How did he in turn get taken hostage by a small child? Hell! But the situation at hand didn't allow them to think about it. The gun was already aimed at them. There were 3 of them, standing in different directions. Even if the other party had fired, it would be impossible to take out the 3 of them in an instant. Therefore, all 3 armed men lifted their snatches in unison and moved their guns in Chen Haonan's direction. How good a little kid can be at shooting is still unknown if he can hit the target. Militants with such thoughts in mind are already half doomed to be cold. Bang! First shot fired. The bullet, fired in anger, came in an instant and struck a militant in the eyebrow who had not yet aimed at him. A splash of blood. The militant's pupils rounded, but the bullet drilled into his head. In less than 0.3 seconds, destroyed the nerves of his brain, and his consciousness blackened, collapsing on the ground. Dead. Bang! Second shot. Chen Haonan had already locked onto them long ago, and his god-level shooting technique allowed him to reach an appalling level of accuracy. There are no false starts. The gun was flung and fired at the second militant. The 2 gunshots were fired with little interval, as if they had been instantaneous. The second militant had just aimed at Chen Haonan, and before he could pull the trigger, the bullet drilled into his head. A cold smile was still hanging on his face, and in a moment the smile was forever fixed in this moment. Being shot in the head. Bang! Third shot. This shot was interspersed with another. A third militant also opened fire moments later. Chen Haonan had long since used his god-level vision, and his afterimage spotted the other party firing, and without thinking, he rolled on the ground. Pust! The bullet shot above the ground where Chen Haonan was originally standing, cracking the floor tiles and splashing some debris around. Chen Haonan also shot back the moment he rolled. How is this possible? The third militant was horrified as a bullet fired in anger went straight into his brain, splattering blood and white pulp. He couldn't believe that the other party was just a small child, but that counterattack was sharper than a special forces soldier. Ding! Host opens kill mode, kills 3 militants in a row, gains 30 experience points. Lu Shiqiang took advantage of Chen Haonan's shooting and threw his arm violently to break free from Chen Haonan's grip on his wrist. Who knew that the other party's 5 fingers turned out to be like iron claws, grasping his own arm in raw pain? He's so strong? Lu Shiqiang was horrified in his heart, seeing that his arm couldn't break free. His right foot violently kicked at Chen Haonan's head. This kick, Lu Shiqiang used the strength of his whole body. He is clear that the child in front of him is very human to understand. The wind is at your feet. Lu Shiqiang is most proficient in legwork, fast, hard and accurate, and when he strikes hard, he does not soften his feet at all. When he caught someone to practice legwork, he kicked the other person with all his might to cause a brain hemorrhage and turn him into a vegetable. He hated Chen Haonan. Seeing that the kick was going to hit Chen Haonan's head, in a flash of lightning, Chen Haonan let go of the pistol with his left hand and grabbed it with his left hand, just in time to catch Lu Shiqiang's flying kick. What speed! Lu Shiqiang was slightly shocked, but he couldn't believe that the strength of his opponent's left hand was greater than the power of his own full-strength kick. Go to hell! When Lu Shiqiang saw that Chen Haonan did not dodge, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he had already seen the other party's head being kicked out in a tragic manner. However, in the next second, the kick he struck out with all his might. When he was about to kick Chen Haonan, he was hardened and intercepted by the other party's small hand, and his ankle was unexpectedly unable to move. This, Lu Shiqiang's full power strike was rarely caught. How could the other party's small arm contain so much power? Looking at the expression on the other party's face, it was very relaxed, and it was obvious that the strength was not used up. How was he to know that Chen Haonan's body could explode with the strength of a normal human 22 after being transformed by the ant serum? There are too many gaps. How can you compete with Chen Haonan? With the addition of Chen Haonan's speed being 8 times that of a normal person, he easily grabbed Lu Shiqiang's thick leg and violently exerted his force, flinging it backward. Lu Shiqiang was thrown out like a swing and smashed heavily into the wall. The whole wall shook. The moment Lu Shiqiang was thrown off, his entire body was confused. He only felt the wind in his ears, and it was too late for him to do any thinking at all before he hit the wall and tumbled to the ground. His body's qi and blood churned, and he fainted after spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chen Haonan clapped his small hands and said disdainfully, "This much strength? I haven't even exerted my full strength yet you've collapsed." Yi Zuanxin saw Lu Shiqiang fainted to death, stood up, ran to Chen Haonan, reached out and checked over Chen Haonan's body, found no injuries, which was a relief. "It's good that it's okay. It's good that it's okay." Yi Zuanxin exhaled a breath. After calming down a little, he looked at Chen Haonan with a stunned face, as if he had seen a monster. He took out 4 men in one breath. They were armed men. In looking at the expression on Chen Haonan's face, It was so calm. Is he still the same Chen Haonan he knew? At this moment, the snipers of No. 1, No. 3, and No. 4, hidden in a very covert position, with expressions that looked very relaxed, did not think it was a big deal to hear the continuous gunfire coming from the hall. Number 2 is starting to kill hostages again. Number 1 said with a smile. Isn't that his favorite thing to do? No. 3 said softly. Kill them. There are so many hostages. Keeping a few will be enough. No. 4 said. It's all a bunch of cheap shots. The men talked and laughed, apparently not taking the other lives seriously. Those cops are finally here. They move so slow. It's just a bunch of posers. Our main opponents are the special forces. Special forces? It's just a bunch of Boy Scouts. How can they compare to us? This area we control is easy to defend and hard to attack. As long as we hold this direction, it's useless to come as many as we can. This area they have been scouting for a long time. The 3 people are located in the open line of sight, just opposite the street of. Firepower can be blocked all, as long as the police appear to ensure that one does not fall. Heads, they should be made to see blood. Push half of them out and shoot them all in the head. Those cops and special forces won't dare to come near. Hey, that's the way to play it exciting. Throw them out 1 or 2 at a time and have some fun with them. Let them see how powerful we are. And they'll be scared, like the last time in Libya with over 100 hostages, killing half of them. Won't their government obediently send the money? Number 4, you pushed that H-star where the gun is. If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have been able to infiltrate Yanghua. We have to thank her. Is she in the supermarket too? Look, squatting on the ground, legs the longest one. Seems like Crab, boss or her fans. This chick likes Yanghua, also named a Yanghua name. Small round, ran here endorsement. Also leave aside the agent over to shop. Almost cannot help. No. 4 was happy. A little round, with legs all over. The 3 were in different corners, talking easily over walkie-talkies. And in the hall, Chen Haonan's face sank as he said, I'm not a child. I'm already a soldier. Don't keep treating me like a child. It's an emergency situation. We're not really out of danger. Take the hostages first. Yi Zuanqin thought of Chen Haonan's performance just now. Where was he like a child? Even if it was a special forces, it was estimated that special forces would be nothing more than that. Chen Haonan's change was really too big. If it wasn't for the fact that his appearance hadn't changed, Yi Zuanqin would have thought that she had recognized the wrong person. Those citizens who were temporarily out of danger gave Chen Haonan a thumbs up. You lead the men down the stairs. I'll pad behind. Chen Haonan ordered. Yi Zuanqin didn't refute, following Chen Haonan's meaning. Leading the crowd in the direction of the stairs, walking at the front herself to lead the way. Bang! Bang! The crowd had only taken a few steps out when they suddenly heard, from outside, intense gunfire. Yi Zuanqin carefully came to the window and looked super out, realizing that the police downstairs couldn't get close, and the firepower was fully suppressed by the armed men. They would definitely be looking for death if they rushed there now. What do we do now? At this time, Chen Haonan was lying on the window and saw that there were bullets shooting from all 3 directions, southeast and west, and below were loaded special forces. In mid-air, there were still helicopter gunships hovering, but no one could get close. The snipers on the other side were too good. Snow Wolf to Golden Eagle. Snow Wolf to Golden Eagle. The other side's firepower is too heavy to get close. Can't get close. Report over. The trio led by Qin Shanming was blocked on the side of a wall in a street roughly 300 meters from the supermarket, unable to continue forward. The other party's snipers were indeed formidable. If it is not Qin Shanming's sensitivity to danger, the first time to order to hide to the wall. Just now the militants a round of shooting early casualties. Qin Shanming took off his helmet and slowly stretched it outside the wall, just revealing half of it. Whoosh! The sniper bullet hit the helmet, punching a hole and sending up smoke. Point stabbing hand. Chen Shanming shrunk back. MD, the other party occupies a favorable position, coupled with the hostages in hand. This battle is very difficult to fight off. I can't get down. The building is blocked off. What should I do? Chen Shanming is a bit melancholy. Thump. I can't get down. The building is blocked. Upstairs, Yi Zuanqin ran up again and questioned Chen Haonan, who was lying next to the window sill and observing. After asking, I looked at my cousin's little body and instantly wanted to smack myself. Who the hell is the kid? No need to panic. I'll create a weapon and break through right away. Cousin, go down and watch the crowd. Don't let them run around. Be good. Good. Yi Zuanqin was strange, watching Chen Haonan quickly find an iron frame, and then dumbfounded looking at so huge iron frame. Under his power, it seemed to be obedient and started bending. That's a lot of strength, but what's he going to do? What Yi Zuanqin didn't know was that under the invincible divine weapon skill, The iron shelf usage function had been displayed in Chen Haonan's mind. Iron frame, 18 ways to kill people. You can make finger cuffs, whips, iron needles, iron ropes, blood drops, and other sharp weapons. Considering the host is not yet an adult, it is recommended to make finger cuffs to play with, which can be used to climb for entertainment. After this information flooded into his mind, Chen Haonan bared his tiger teeth and quickly flicked the plastic skin away, revealing the hard metal inside. And boom, a strong break. Under the ant-enhanced strength, the iron frame was as fragile as a wafer cake. He kept wrapping the wire around his fingers to form finger cuffs, the front end of the finger casing, retaining the sharpness. There's no time to lose. Get your ass down there. Can you grow up as a soldier? Under Yi Tsuanshin's weird eyes, Chen Haonan directly tiger pushed open the window, and then his small body, forcefully squeezed out. In a moment, it disappeared in front of Yi Tsuanshin. What do you want? 4. Danger. Seeing this scene, the alarmed Yi Tsuanshin's body hand grabbed vainly and quickly ran to where the window was, and then saw Chen Haonan's small body, as if it was an enlarged version of a spider, actually stuck on the wall, swimming quickly, moving across towards the window that stretched out a section of the gun barrel. My god, what if she fell? But she never saw Chen Haonan fall. You're good. Yi Tsuanshin's mind flashed through the wire finger cuffs he had just made and understood what was going on, but it still felt outrageous awe. How much force does it take to create a powerful friction that stabilizes your body? She was afraid that Chen Haonan would fall down and become meat paste in front of her. So how could she explain to her aunt and uncle? How is it that this little cousin of his, when he became a soldier, he dared to do anything, kill people, and climb walls with his bare hands? Yi Tsuanshin's soul didn't even know where it had flown to, leaving behind the feeling of an empty shell body. In fact, these two windows' distance is less than 3 meters. To Chen Haonan, 22 attributes of ant power, plus invincible sneaking art, and 10 miles of eagle-eye powerful judgment, plus the friction ability of the finger cuffs, fast crawling 2 or 3 meters. In fact, not a big problem. Of course, if it were an adult, it certainly wouldn't work. Anyway, it's all about the art. From the time Chen Haonan climbed out, the people below also saw. Someone exclaimed, I go. There is a person climbed out. Actually did not fall down. He seems to have no rope dropped on him? Crap. Is that Spider-Man? No. That looks like a kid. A little spider? What's he going to do? It's too dangerous. So fast. He's about to reach the window. Mommy, look at Spider-Man. Chen Shanming, who had just grabbed back his helmet, was staring at the window with his teeth itching, when he suddenly saw a small body jumping out of the window, and then 2 or 3 crosses, actually seeming to be a spider close to the sniper's window, and his eyes lit up on the spot. Awesome! While others couldn't see it, Chen Shanming could see what Chen Haonan was up to at a glance. Golden Eagle, did you arrange for someone to hang a rope down? Nice guy. Really fast. Sneaky thief. And a midget. The headset came from Fan Tianlei's bad temper, and with a stunned voice, what midgets? What hanging rope? I also saw. You do not see people are up and down traverse. You've seen such a drop rope? Where is this a hanging rope? This is a small spider. I don't know who it is. Maybe it's the Blue Sky Rescue Team. Crap. Chen Shanming turned the mirror in his hand in surprise, and really saw the small body adsorbed on top of the wall, constantly adjusting its position, up and down, left and right. This rope isn't even there, so why hasn't it fallen off? Blue Sky Rescue doesn't have that either. I guess. Spider-Man? Chen Shanming heart in surprise and admiration. He felt that he certainly cannot do. He is 1 meter 83, weighing more than 140 pounds. Hanging rope is not too flexible, let alone crawling with his bare hands. Instantly fall into Chen Daming. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Someone responded to Chen Shanming's speculation and actually called out, and a reporter filmed the scene on the spot, below the window. No. For pulled a person with a mask. His face flashed with an excited smile. Xiao Yuan. Big brother Lu Shiqian must also thank you for being a big star. We came in after your girl group. We are all your fans. But fans also want to be loved by the stars. Thank you for avoiding the agent and coming out to go shopping on your own. Known as the small round hostage, taller than Yi Tsuanshin, almost 172 to 175, cannot see the face clearly, but the long straight black hair, white wispy blouse, black short skirt as well as the night boots, slightly exposed thin waist and white slender legs, healthy with a sense of youthfulness full of yuan qi, and charming and sweet cool. No wonder no. 4. Who was a sniper, was showing a piggish smile. If Chen Haonan was here, he must have exclaimed that the other party was even more perverted than his own abuse of He Chengwang and the others. I'm the one who brought you in. I'm pissed off. How could you do this? It's ruining the image of our countrymen. The soldiers here are great. Xiao Yuan's voice was crisp and pleasant, but it made number 4 laugh even more arrogantly. Anyway, thank you. We have a deal with the enforcers of the Yin Kingdom, involving a large shipment of jewelry, and our big brother has been detained by them and must be exchanged out. Please. Number 4 was still polite, but his gaze was always fixed on the street. Just then, a small hand appeared out of nowhere, and with a whoosh, ripped the gun away without reason, disappearing in front of No. 4's face. Number 4 didn't even have time to cry out in surprise when a small-sized shoe appeared in front of him, stomping hard on his nose and eyes with powerful force. His eyes went black, and he fell to the ground with a plop, directly fainting. Oops. Xiao Yuan, who had already prepared herself to wait for death, saw a hand reaching in through the window, followed by a poof, and the armed man who had grabbed her slammed down with a loud thud. Yankee soldiers are so good and saved. 19-year-old girl with twinkling stars in her eyes, waiting to watch the hero who climbed in to save her life. According to the plot, this must be a tall, full of righteousness warrior. Well, she has read the martial arts novels of the Yen country. All of them are for the country and the people. One is taller and more handsome than the other. It is such a curious mentality. And she also gave herself a very Yen country name to show her admiration for this country. The next moment she saw a child, almost 10 years old, creeping in thievishly, staring at herself with round eyes. You're a hostage? The small child crossed her arms and looked at her with milky ferocity. Hey, how did you climb in here as a little kid? Is there anyone else? Facing the inquiry of the young girl wearing a mask, Chun Haonan retracted his gaze. He could see at a glance that this female animal, who was not in any danger, should be a hostage. I saved you. There's no one else. Walk away. I'm going to kill someone. Yes, just turn around and turn your ass to me. Leave a mental image. Blame it on me. The armed man on the ground. He had knocked him out with the butt of his gun. The other party was capable of anything. As an experienced warrior, Chen Haonan felt that he had to finish the other party off. Just in case. Back away. Back away again. Chen Haonan drifted a glance at the turned back, muttered, quite a bit taller than his girlfriend Tang Xini. A good figure. And then in the midst of the muttering, expressionlessly stabbed the sharp iron frame into the other party's solar plexus. The poor armed man had just woken up and had just enough time to raise his upper body before the man went limp. Before he lost consciousness, he had time to mutter, kids. The host kills a militant and is rewarded with 10 experience points. Cool. Hearing the system's prompting sound, Chen Haonan stood up and walked over to the hostage who had his back turned to him and opened his mouth. This is the grocery area. So hurry up and find a place to hide. And by the way, the other side has a few more? Xiao Yuan turned around, and at the first glance, she looked at the armed man who fell in a pool of blood, and couldn't help but have her mouth open into a big O. Dead? This kid killed it? Are you the great, young warrior of the Yen state? What's your name? Sister is in love with you. Thank you for saving me. The feeling of having been rescued washed away Round's fear. She just felt that there was something about this little kid with a pretty cold expression that made her feel safe. Nice. Just security. Even if the other person is a child. Before Chen Haonan could react, his person was hugged, and following the wave, he felt that his first kiss was gone. Ah, carrot 2A. What are you kissing me for? I don't understand your bird language. Just thank you. Come on. How old are you? Can you grow up? Chen Haonan had a stern face. Speaking, the woman pushed away, and wiped the saliva off his face with force. It's so cute. The little round with the golden ratio body, exquisite face, and still has tire hairbangs, holding his face and looking at Chen Haonan. She really hadn't seen such a cool little kid, and the point was, extraordinarily competent. Feeling a little obsessed. Oh, I love you so much. Thank you for saving me. Like a hammer. Chen Haonan continued to board face, casually pick up the metal display shelf, pick up a hammer, huffing and puffing and waving a few times. At once a line of text information appeared in the mind. Hammer, attack gun. Hard texture. Function, can knock out. Host, the hammer to kill, is a technology. The use of the wonderful exists in the heart. This is the home routine self-defense tools, but also to kill people, to take the life of the necessary. The specific 108 kinds of positions to kill. In the next moment, different moves about hammer killing were integrated into Chen Haonan's mind. There are frontal, back, side, and even parry killing moves. All the moves were integrated into Chen Haonan's little head. Ah, so cute. Can I hold you? Looking at the blind masked woman, striding her long legs and bouncing over, wanting to hug herself, Chen Haonan came up with an idea. In what position? Knock each other out? Number 4, what's going on over there? Please respond to, if you hear me. The headset, which had fallen to the floor, rang out hoarsely. Number 4 was dead. so naturally no one answered him. The next moment, Chen Haonan strides his short legs, ran over, picked up the headset, and shouted, "Tooth bite down." "What?" On the side, Xiao Yuan had a puzzled look on her face as she looked at the pin Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan took the earphone. Once he turned his face, it was like a magic trick. All of a sudden cold, "Hurry over. The other side will come soon. Are you not afraid that the other side will rape you first and then kill you? Also, come over here without being allowed to hug me, without being allowed to paste me with saliva." He made a little face and swung his little hammer. No good. The enemy is coming. Before the person could react, Xiao Yuan felt a huge force pulling at his body, almost flying over, being hugged around the waist by this small child. Opening her eyes, she froze for a moment as she looked at the round, pitiful face in front of her, as well as the cold, steely countenance. What a godly little kid. And what a great key. Chen Haonan pressed her forward-leaning body down. Don't mess around. The danger hasn't passed yet. Do you hear footsteps coming over? 1, 2, 3. Chen Haonan ignored the resistance of the imperial sister, forcibly pressed under his own body, at the same time silently read the number. Read to 8. He violently let go of the imperial sister. The small waist plate force in the other party's amazingly resilient petite body touched a little bit. The person has been followed by the waist force, catapulted out. It's like a cannonball. Ouch. At the sound of Xiao Yuan's exclamation of surprise, No. 3, who was attracted to the attention, just turned his head. He saw a black shadow flying. Instantly his throat was in severe pain and immense, subconsciously backhanded a mold. At the same time, his right hand lifted the gun and swept the gun. Bang bang bang. In the fierce gunfire, No. 3 horrified to touch the insertion of his throat, actually a hammer. His throat has been pierced, can only let out angry horror, like a wounded beast. The ricochets were everywhere, and the murderer Chen Haonan didn't dare to be careless, and after flinging out his hammer in a windy manner, he immediately backtracked again and retreated to the side of the imperial sister, muffling the other party's screams. In a wet heat in his palm, Chen Haonan warned the other party, "Don't scream, he was killed by me." Are you sure the other party is the last one left? He was so small that he could only duck sit, directly on top of circle, facing each other and covering the other's mouth. Xiao Yuan first looked outside in shock, until her mouth was covered by a hard object the thickness of a child's arm. She subconsciously opened a zero shape. Looking at the stoic little face in front of her, she slowly calmed down, and nodded vigorously. Right. Just 3. Just one left. Afraid that Chen Haonan wouldn't understand, she stretched out her green jade finger and gestured a middle finger. Chen Haonan felt that he is not a colorful man. Besides, he has also been cousin Yitsuanshi and raised the standard of face value. But looking at this small face that has been pulled down by him mask, he had to exclaim, MD, it is really a small beauty. Top stream star is almost the same. Right. Currently, it was a delicate face that looked 17, 18 years old. Her face was on the small side. Her white and red skin had a kind of aesthetic beauty that was invaded by a reddish color. Her eyes were not big but her eyelashes were very long. And the key was that there were actually fetal hair bangs on her forehead, which made her mature with a sweet coolness. That coolness came from her short skirt and knight's boots, and a small expanse of white waist. Why do I feel like I'm seeing a female version of myself? Chen Haonan muttered a small sound and curled the other party's middle finger up, warning the other party, don't gesticulate. This action is very inelegant. With that, Chen Haonan raised his back and turned the woman upside down. In the sound of the imperial sister's ouchy shrieks, Chen Haonan raised his head and looked out at the walkway. The last one. Hurry up and finish it. Go home and eat. As if in response to Chen Haonan's words, the walkway immediately resounded with footsteps. No. 1. Who was carrying a gun, slowly walked over. By now, he knew that the situation was not good even if he was Li Erniu. Number 3. Come in when you hear me. Number 4. Come back to, when you hear me. After a dozen or so calls, no one responded. Walking over to the grocery area, Number 1 snapped to the spot of Number 3 lying on the ground. Number 3 had lost his life, and what had taken it was a dark, thick hammer, with blood congealing next to his pierced throat. Come out too. A chill rose up his spine and went straight to Number 1's ceiling as he backed up and fired. Bang bang bang. Bullets were bouncing all over the place. The lights that had been hit went down in turn, and the light began to dim. As the gunfire raged, Circle tensed, tucking herself dead center into the little boy's arms as if she were a child desperate for milk and the other was a grown male mother. There's no way a normal person would break down in a situation like this. And in a battlefield, life is a matter of a bullet. The grocery room smells of smoke. Chen Haonan's face is serious and unsmiling, holding the trembling out of control imperial sister with one hand, patting the other party's back. He whispered comfort, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. This is not there I want." Let him arrogant and domineering for a few moments. Later I will send him down to see his brother. Don't be afraid. Don't bite. I'm still a small child. The sound of gunfire covered Chen Haonan's low, suppressed gasp. If there was a drone here, you could see a small child, hugging a tall, leggy, tightly built girl, whispering comforting words to each other. A scene that, in any way, defied the norm. Are we going to die? Xiao Yuan's little head seemed like a chicken pecking at rice amidst Chen Haonan's comforting voice. Die a hammer. Chen Haonan silently read the sound of the gunshot, and at the moment, he had read an iron pot in his hand, which was touched behind Xiao Yuan's rounded ass. In the next moment, the weapon skill immediately read the function of the iron pot. Iron pot, home travel, everywhere. This is one of the furniture category of the top 10 murder weapon. Immediately in one of the folding stool. As a weapon, he can be used as a shield, but also can be knocked to use, but also can be entertained to help cheer. In the middle of reading the information, Chen Haonan felt something soft and plump pressing on his face, and was a bit breathless. Opening his eyes, he saw his little head, all held tightly by the other man, squeezing him so tightly that he almost broke. Hey, I'm still a kid. Let go some. Can't breathe. You want to smother me. After being complained by Chen Haonan for a while in a muffled voice, coupled with the fact that the gunfire had stopped, Xiao Yuan calmed down a bit and pulled out Chen Haonan's little head. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. She was a bit confused and watched Chen Haonan, who had grabbed the iron pot, stand up and get ready to go out again. He's really brave. Stump. Chen Haonan ran for a while, then under Xiao Yuan's gaze, he made a dashing jump, and with the person in mid-air, he angrily slammed the iron pot in his hand out. Dinner is served. Chen Haonan also growled. In a state of tension, number 1 had shot all the bullets he wanted, and was in the middle of a gap in ammunition change when he heard a roar, followed by something dark, approaching across the sky. Swish. No. One could not change the magazine of his rifle in time, and immediately drew the pistol on the side of his leg and raised his hand to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the shot was aimed, No. 1, who had recovered his senses, changed ammunition with one hand, while the rifle was held between his arms. The iron skillet was in the air, banged and banged. After backing up into the hostages, he backhanded an 11, 12-year-old boy and grabbed him, blocking him in front of him. After doing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the hostages in his hands, he was a lot more stable. He heard that the soldiers of the Yen state didn't have the same kind of mindset as the foreign troops, and would surely think about the hostages' safety first. I said long ago, there is no need to risk coming here. There is that big star help is also useless. The whereabouts of the diamonds have not been inquired about. They have all been wiped out. Who said that the other side does not have the ability to fight in real life? The boss said that there is a group of people from the network. Said that they committed a crime in the Yen state. Abused a girl. A few years have passed. There is no law enforcers to find him. The law enforcers in the Yen state are all childish chickens. Strong brother, you were cheated by that group of people. These thoughts flashed through No. 1's mind, and he was chagrined to the extreme, blaming Lu Shiqian's boss for liking online shopping and surfing, and actually listening to the remarks of Yengua's netizens as well. Come out or I'll shoot him dead. At the sound of number 1's roar, suddenly a short little figure appeared in the hallway in front of him. He held up his hand, placed it on his head, and took a step out while yelling, I'm so scared. I'll come out. Uncle, don't kill me. A child? Come out. I'm pointing to 10. If not, I'm killing the hostage. After seeing Chen Haonan's appearance, No. 1 didn't think much at all, and never thought that the other party was the murderer of his comrade, continuing to roar and threaten, while flinging his arm a little bit, fixing the submachine gun fixed to his arm, and carrying it behind his back. Bang! The first to strike was Chen Haonan. One of the muzzles of the gun he had hidden behind his head. Aiming at the other party, he hooked down the trigger, the barrel spitting out smoke. No. 1, who had just moved his arm, violently threw his palm back and was directly pierced by the bullet, and the pistol that he couldn't hold on to immediately fell to the ground. Scarlet sacrificial blood spurting out. His reaction was pretty quick. He couldn't care less about the hostage and immediately lunged short to the ground while going to pick the submachine gun on his back. After smashing the other's palm with a shot, Chen Haonan immediately stomped Lightning Ben, kicked the frightened and trembling child, kicked him into the crowd, and yelled lowly, Don't move at all. Stay on the ground. Don't get up. Amidst the roar, Chen Haonan's short body, under the stunned gaze of a group of hostages, flew wildly, as if the frequency of an electric mini-motor, constantly knocking his legs against the ground, giving him a speed faster than that of an adult. Bang bang bang. Ta-da-da-da. Both sides kept firing, the bullets bouncing between the floor and the ceiling, making a sharp sound. God. Crap. What the hell? It's actually a kid. Everyone was killed by a kid? There was no time to get up after number one flopped to the ground. He spun around and kept catching the running little figure shooting, trying to fuck his opponent up, but the ground restricted his movement, and as he rolled into a shelf, he was immediately snagged, and he had to adjust his position. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Haonan, who had already run out of bullets, lunged forward. A toothbrush from a handful on the shelf was grasped in his hand, and as the weapon's attributes flashed in his mind, with a brush sound, he had stabbed this section of the toothbrush into the opponent's throat, penetrating right through. In a wild spray of donor blood, number one, who struggled to raise his gun, finally lost all his strength. He looked incredulously at the short legs in front of him, and the childish face. It was hard to imagine that his own line of retired soldiers had all been destroyed in the hands of a small child. So upset. The darkness had swallowed him completely, and all his mind was plunged into solitude. Chen Haonan wiped the blood from his palms, and suddenly, a trembling voice came from behind him. Excuse me, are you Superman? It was the little boy he had just kicked who actually followed him without fear of death and asked him if he was Superman. Before Chen Haonan could answer the little boy's words, the system's voice rang out. The host kills one of the tougher militants, awarding 20 experience points. Tougher? He. Comparing to the few hot chicks just now, it's indeed that much stronger, but not by much. It's earned. Chen Haonan turned back and slapped his little face. What's Superman? It's too big. I'm so small. It can only be the Minerva Secret Service. Ha ha, sure enough. I'm not afraid then. By the way, is this a game? Looking at the naive 12-year-old boy, 10-year-old Chen Haonan nodded his head and suddenly smiled brightly. Guessed right. This is just a game. There are prizes for you later. You can pick any gift from the mall yourself and take it away for free. After saying that, Chen Haonan inwardly praised the boss should be more generous. Otherwise, if the general public died here, you have to pay for your family's money. In his previous life, he was a special forces soldier and understood that such a hard queue would do a lot for the growth of a small child. Otherwise, he would be left with a shadow for the rest of his life. Great. It really is a game. I'm going to tell my mom. She's still waiting for me downstairs. The little boy rejoiced and turned to run. I'm going. One died harder than the other. What's going on here? Chen Haonan, where are you? Yi Zuanxin had already touched up and saw the bodies all over the ground. Window sills, hallways, grocery rooms, one deader than the other. It looked like juggling murderous techniques. There were those who were stabbed to death, those who were hammered to death, and most outrageously, one who had a toothbrush pierced through his throat. Holding back the nausea that rolled in her throat, Yi Zuanxin kept praying that she would never see Chen Haonan's ugly dead body. After wading out of the grocery room, Yi Zuanxin saw Chen Haonan. The little guy was alive and well, and holding a girl wearing a short skirt and knight's boots, wiping someone's ass and talking. The reason why wiping the ass cheeks, as long as it is Chen Haonan height almost to people there. With 1-2 meter long legs, Xiao Yuan is famous for her devilish body. It's just that the shadow in her heart is a bit big, and in this aspect, she can't compare to that 12-year-old brainwashed little boy. Afraid of a ball. People have been killed by me. Be mature. I'm not afraid of a little kid. What are you afraid of, chicken? I'm not afraid. I won't be afraid in a minute. It'll be okay in a minute. Looking at the little girl who kept taking deep breaths, whose legs were longer than his own and whose face was whiter than his own, and then looking at the 10-year-old Chen Haonan who kept comforting the other party. How Yi Zuanxin looked at it. How he felt funny. Don't even know what to say. At the most outrageous moments, there was a young boy, about 12 years old, telling the adults, who had just stood up and were still wearing panicked expressions, from the sidelines, don't be afraid, it's a game. He's a member of the Mistral agents, fighting monsters and upgrading. I'm not afraid of a little kid. What are you guys afraid of? Ha ha ha. Fighting monsters and upgrading. Adults are panicking, kids are already clapping and screaming. Watching this scene, Yi Zuanxin seemed to understand something, and a thought popped up inside. It couldn't be that Chen Haonan said it himself, right? This kid knows a lot about psychology. Bull. It seems that he's really become a mature little warrior after running away from home to become a soldier. In Yi Zuanxin's surprise, Chen Haonan, who had pulled Xiao Yuan over, had already walked over and opened his mouth. Cousin, I'm leaving first. Remember, help me keep it a secret. Don't say I did it. You dare to do it and you're afraid to admit it? Yi Zuanxin sized up Xiao Yuan, surprised at the other party's overwhelming beauty. Is she someone? It doesn't matter who she is. Do me a small favor. I'm afraid I'll be dragged off to slice and study. so I'm going out to get out of the wind first. Cousin, do me a favor, and next time I'll treat you to a sausage with 2 eggs. Cut. Yi Tsuanshin looked at that long-legged imperial sister. Actually also followed Chen Haonan. Looks like a small follower, or not much brain kind. However, she also understood Chen Haonan's thoughts. He was such a small child. If he said that everyone here was killed by him, what would others think? Definitely pulled and sliced for study. Hey, you're not going the right way. You're following me through the back door. What are you doing? Chen Haonan, who came out from the side door, was surprised to find that long-legged girl, actually uttering a sigh of relief, was still following him. He puckered his little mouth in anger, as if he were a little hamster questioning the other. I can't go positive either. Actually, I'm a member of a girl group. Girl group? What is this? A rice ball? The other side said the language. There are H-text, also mixed with skimming Mandarin, in-depth conversation. After some, Chen Haonan finally understand each other's way of expression. She's supposed to be the star of a girl group in H. Please, protect me again and send me back to the hotel. I will pay you a reward. The long-legged imperial sister folded her hands and bit her red lips, begging Chen Haonan. Let's forget about the reward. I'm not poor. It just so happens. I want to get out of the wind. Let's go together. Just as Chen Hao was sneaking away with the disoriented girl, Chen Shanming had already rushed into the mall with his commando team. Control. Body found on windowsill. Suspected stabbed to death. 2 bodies found in walkway. 1 hammered to death. Body found in grocery room. Stabbed to death with broken toothbrush. After listening to his comrade's report, Chen Shanming, who had experienced great storms, felt as if he was listening to a Grimm's fairy tale. MD, is this Superman fighting monsters? Or is this a movie? And why are there so many strange ways to die? How much harder is it to kill an air-armed enemy who can use a variety of weapons when the opponent is armed? Not to mention that when bureaus have already exposed the identity of this group of people, retired professional soldiers of H country. What is this concept? Their own practical combat experience may not be comparable to these dead guys. Who can abuse them? Even if lay battle, Lao Gao the soldier king. In the case of bare hands, it is impossible to do. They were all killed by Spider-Man. Yi Tsuanshin didn't leave. She was a soldier after all, and stayed behind to evacuate the crowd. And when faced with Chen Shanming's questioning, she wittily shrugged it off. Spider-Man? Yeah, that's the Spider-Man who climbed the wall with his bare hands. Didn't you see that? I think many people have seen it. Yi Tsuanshin vibrated. Justified opening. At that time, I was protecting the people. Spider-Man climbed in. First using sharp weapons, stabbed the sniper on the windowsill, followed all the way over, using the weapons visible along the way, one by one, killed these thugs, and these weapons you have seen, are all the supermarket's housewares. What? Chen Shanming's mouth opened wide, forming an O shape, and he couldn't close it for a long time. It's outrageous that there's a Spider-Man in this world. I'd rather believe that Ma Baogui is a grand master. Yi Tsuanshin witty rhetorical question, then how do you explain that he can utilize ordinary items to kill gun-wielding thugs? Can you do it? Or Wolf Teeth who can do it? Can only explain? He is Superman. Plus again specializes in climbing walls. What is it if not Spider-Man? Where's Spider-Man? Fan Tianlei also came down. He was hanging directly from the roof of the building with a rope down, strangling the old hand. Red, hot and sharp pain. Number 5. I don't know where Spider-Man is. And I can tentatively deduce that it really wasn't something a regular person could have done, and that all of the thugs, all of them, died an untimely death amidst a variety of weapons. Fan Tianlei was flabbergasted for a moment. After all, he had seen a lot of things, and immediately waved his hand. Then it doesn't matter. Let old one come in. Let him face the reporters outside. We're shadows hiding in the darkness. Prepare to retreat. It didn't take long for the members of the Wolverine Commandos to retreat cleanly. Fan Tianlei had just left with his men when bureaus came in with their enforcers. A strong smell of blood greeted them, which caused them to be alarmed. I'm a soldier from the southeast military region. All the dead here are thugs. There are no casualties among the hostages. You guys hurry up and check in. I'm going to find my cousin. Next to her, Yi Tsuanshin hadn't left yet, and seeing that someone had come in, she hurried over to urge her. Okay, great. One bureau is a little excited. Usually he carries out the mission. It seems like such a big scene. At least one undercover agent died. I did not expect this time the perfect end. The hostages are safe. However, by the time his men reported on the dead man, old one was directly blinded. Died so horribly? Yes. Those who were killed by chopsticks. Those who were killed by hammers. And most outrageously one who was stabbed to death with a toothbrush. And the face of that man was, unsurprisingly, Major Zebra. Major Zebra. All hung up? When Bureau was shocked, he checked the files of this group. The most powerful is not the leader Lu Shiqiang, but the mercenary codenamed Zebra. It is said that every time he kills someone, he coats the victim's entire body with blood, forming interlocking vertical and horizontal models. I did not expect this time to be the most tragic death, the most suffocating. If it got out to the mercenary world, it would definitely be big news. Zebra killed by toothbrush. Someone law enforcer admiration opening. Director, year after year with those special forces maneuvers, did not see how powerful they are relying on lull tactics. I did not expect that these special forces really have a set. This is not where the killing, simply juggling impressive indeed. A mastery of all 18 martial arts, when Bureau actually cannot understand. According to Say, with Fan Tianlei fought so many times, the other leg has a few hairs. He is clear. Forget that for now. Take the crowd out and keep them safe. Yes, try to comfort them emotionally and don't leave them with anything psychological, especially the children. This is what Wen Bureaus are most worried about. Generally speaking, children with immature minds will often have nightmares and even have distorted personalities after seeing such bloody scenes. Yes, by the time the enforcers went over, they hadn't figured out how to comfort the kids, but they ended up hearing a cheer on the spot, and the sound of a little kid cursing. You guys are still scared. Ha ha, that's so funny. We kids aren't even scared. Spider-Man is awesome. This is my idol. Ouch. You adults, why are you all scared like quail birds? Grow up, okay? People, Spider-Man has said. This is a game. He beat the bad guys and ran away. We children are not afraid. You adults are afraid of a dura. Watching the scene of a group of adults, soporific and shivering, being loudly comforted by a few small children, the enforcers all froze, and some rubbed their eyes, suspecting that they had misread the scene. Where the hell is Spider-Man? Who's Spider-Man? An enforcer was just about to ask for clarification when the elevator door opened and a group of heavily armed soldiers with grease-painted faces appeared. Come over here. Wen Bureau immediately recognized the leader of the captain. It is the Thunder God Commandos Lei War. This person's country face, square, even with makeup, that the eyes revealed untamed. Look who's not happy, look who all owe him money temperament. Even if it turns into dust, the old one feel that he can recognize. Hello leader, you are very efficient. Lei War with people is from the periphery of the breakthrough. The so-called periphery is the underground tunnels, as if the water rats drilled into, and then infiltrated up from the ground. Just, looking at the piles of corpses all over the ground, as well as the smile that spreads on the face of the old one, he is already clear that the task is completed in advance. It seems that I came a step too slow. Otherwise, these guys would have died a much worse death. More miserable? When Bureau shook his head. You are not seeing the scene. There is no one who died more miserably than them. Thunderbolt? When Bureau nodded, Chen Shanming and the others tried to raid in. The people were all killed by them. Right. It was really powerful. These people were killed by chopsticks, hammered to death by hammers, and others were stabbed to death by toothbrushes. It was a horrible scene. At those words, Lei Zhuan was a bit baffled. No, old fan was that powerful? He played a color toward Yan Wang. The sniper who understood the sniper Yan Wang immediately went over with his feet, turned over a few bodies, and sure enough, as if the Wen Bureau said that, the death of that miserable word, each of the dead are dead, eyes with despair, fear, and unwillingness to. I just heard the little kid mention that it was Spider-Man who did it. What does that mean? Yan Wang also felt that it couldn't have been done by Qin Shanming and the others. Killing someone with a gun. He believed in it. Juggling and killing people like this. Impossible. Out of Fan Tianlei likes to shoot his mouth off. Chen Shanming and Meow Wolf and the others are all honest children. They won't play with such flowers. Wen Bureau. In my opinion, there is only one Spider-Man. The one who climbed the wall. Many people have seen it. This person can climb the wall with his bare hands. Anything in his hands can be grasped and turned into a weapon to kill people. This person, it is possible that he is a killer. Killer? Wen Bureau looked at Yan Wang with a bit of annoyance and shook his head. What killer? He's a hero. Lei Zhuan snorted coldly. In my opinion, this is no Spider-Man. This is Gecko Man, right? The crowd of raiders laughed a few times, but it was awkward. None of the enforcers were laughing. I'll take it from here. You guys can go ahead. Whether it's Spider-Man or Gecko Man, if you can take out these mercenaries, you're a good man. When Bureau understands Lei battled this person, he led the Thunderbolt Commandos are a little conceited. Conceited is good, but you have to solve the problem. Right. You came late. And so much nonsense. If the old man's subordinate female subordinate, the old man with a stick to whip her. You guys really don't know who Spider is? After seeing Wen Bureaus impatiently waving their hands, Lei Zhan also knew that the other party did not want to talk with him any further. Damn this director. His character is more eager to get things done. According to the current situation, unless he, Lei Zhan, is Spider-Man, he is not even interested. Drill tunnel half a day. Drilled a lonely ah. Lei War waved his hand. Retreat. Soon, the members of the Thunderbolt Commando disappeared without a trace. After entering the underground tunnel again, Lei War frowned. MD, this person, Staff Officer Fan, is really a sinkhole. All know that we don't need to come, and there is no prior notification. This is not intentionally letting the old man come over and make a fool of himself? If I told you in advance, it wouldn't be called Fan Tienkung. He and the director just now. I guess a sister born from a mother. That said, who do you guys think Spider-Man will be? Skywolf hesitated for a moment and calmly said, I just saw a member of the Fire Phoenix. She seems to be called Yitsuanshin, and is helping to evacuate the crowd, so I can ask her. Lei Zhuan's beckoning lit up all of a sudden. To be honest, he was also curious as hell. There was actually someone else who had that much ability to preemptively take out those mercenaries under his and old Fan's watchful eyes, as well as protect all the hostages' safety. Whose ministry is this anyway? Let's go. Go out and block Yitsuanshin. If I don't ask clearly, I won't be able to sleep well. The crowd laughed softly. After Lei War left, when bureaus commanded to pack the bodies, send them away in bulk, and deal with all the aftermath before he slowly walked out. The mood is good and the weather is exceptionally nice. Thanks to Spider-Man, Wimbledon is already in the back of his mind, thinking about how to deal with the reporters outside. Sure enough, just after coming out, he was immediately surrounded by a group of reporters. Hello, we're here at Yahoo TV. Are there any casualties inside? Yes, but the deaths were of thugs. The lives of the people were secured and the supermarket has now been safely evacuated. Great. How did you guys do it? It was a hurricane rescue. From the time it happened to the time it was over, I don't think it took more than 15 minutes by my count. We didn't do it. The wall-crawling Spider-Man did it. If you want to be thankful, go ahead and report on him. He's the people's hero. And if you get a chance to find him, tell him for me that the law enforcers of the East Coast Hall thank him. The scene was quiet for a few moments. Then suddenly it exploded. Sure enough, it was Spider-Man who saved the day. And grace to God, it was awesome. The big guy who climbs the walls? What bigot? That's Man, the Spider-Man of the Inferno. A hero in times of peace. Then again, who is he and where is he? I'd like to know too. You ask me. Who do I ask? When Bureau squeezed through the crowd, pulled a subordinate over, and lowered his voice, pass on my order. At the 4 intersections of East, West, South, North, and South, set up a secret outpost. Especially keep an eye on Wolfang's special forces. They must have a way to find Spider-Man, and notify me if there's a situation to get over there. Yes, the enforcer was also a bit excited, and he too felt obligated to find out about Spider-Man. On the other side, Chen Haonan naturally didn't know that he was already famous as some kind of wall-crawling animal, and it was because he was afraid of trouble that he didn't take the main road and went straight to the side door. Just after leaving the crowd and reaching the periphery, stomping footsteps, a woman in a small professional suit with 3 black-clad bodyguards quickly ran over. The little suit hugged the Imperial sister next to him and cried, "A little round, where have you been? Are you alright? Sister Jen, do I look like I'm in trouble? He's the one who saved me." Broker Jen was surprised to notice that leaning next to her big star, there was a small child that she hadn't noticed if she hadn't looked closely. "He saved you?" Sister Jen had a disbelieving look on her face. "Where did this little kid come from? Was it you who took my family Xiao Yuan and squeezed him out of the crowd?" "Squeeze your head ah. Chen Haonan bad gas open, line. Don't cry and cry. Annoying nah. Hurry up to leave here. You want to be people as a panda surrounded? Ta-da." Under Sister Jane's stunned gaze, her own big star obediently answered, and then took the initiative to pull that little boy's small hand, the two of them together, about to get on the car. "No, you'll make a scandal if you go back to the hotel with a child. Where did he come from? I'll arrange for someone to take him back." Just as she finished her words, the child, who was at most 10 years old, stared at her with a serious look and spoke, "So much nonsense. Hurry up and go. If you keep nagging, I'll knock you out with one punch." "What?" Sister Jane covered her chest and took half a step back. "My mother, still dared to hit me. Nowadays the children so milk fierce?" "Sister Jen, just leave it alone. I really was saved by him. And also, when he says he'll beat you up, there's really no one to stop him. Egu, my little ancestor, you're pulling a kid. It'll ruin your image. How did he save yours? We'll pay him. Is that okay? Let's go back to the hotel first law. He's really a great kid." Saying that, he pulled Chen Haonan towards the car, and just as he was about to close the car door, a hand suddenly reached over. "Slow down." The 3 black-clad bodyguards were shocked. and were just about to make a move when they were held back by something hard from behind. Standing in front of them, there were just 3 of them, but the swiftness of their actions was such that even if they were professional bodyguards, they couldn't react. Chun Haonan swept a glance outside. Environmentally friendly arms. The old man sighed, told you to hurry up. Non-grinding half a day. Blocked. Old man. What are you blocking me for? Fan Tianlei laughed out loud, revealing his aunt's smile. The old man didn't mean anything else. I'm just asking. Are you Spider-Man? After seeing Chun Haonan's lack of reaction, Fan Tianlei laughed even more joyfully. You followed your cousin Yitsuanshin out to play. In the supermarket I only saw Yitsuanshin, and although my cousin is excellent, she's definitely not as perverted as you are. And the people were all killed by you, right? A few special forces soldiers of Chen Shanming, who were controlling the bodyguard as well as Sister Jin on the side, were staring at Chun Haonan with their eyes brimming. They were also curious as hell. The killing pattern of juggling in the supermarket had exceeded their cognition, and Fan Tianlei felt that it was Chun Haonan who had done it, and offered to block it from the back, and really blocked this mixed-up little devil who had once decapitated them, against the eyes of so many people. Originally wanted to hide his body and named Chen Haonan. Felt no need to hide. He directly confessed. Hey, forget it, would have liked to take the identity of a normal person, and you guys get along better in the future. I didn't think it was still seen by you guys. Okay, don't block here. I confessed. The person was killed by me. But, Chen Haonan's small mouth issued an adult general sigh, said seriously, I am a human being, not some spider. Fan Tianlei and the others, first flabbergasted for a moment, followed by a hearty laugh. They laughed at Chun Haonan's simplicity, at his bravery and resourcefulness, and the fact that he was actually a wall-crawling Spider-Man. That's remarkable. Prior to this, Chen Shanming and others would never have thought that there are still people who can take out those thugs, and actually a 10-year-old child. Chief of Staff, it is said that he is still. You opened a letter of introduction to let him go to the Iron Fist Regiment as a soldier. Your old man really has eyes like a torch. Insight. Ah, this is a little genius. Ah. Chen Shanming immediately delivers the first wave of fall milk farts. Fan Tianlei's nose sniffed and was very flattered, revealing a satisfied smile. Shit. In the beginning, because of Chun Haonan's matter, was Kong Tuan complained to where he Jijun? Was the wolf head scolded him confused? The result, leaving aside the fact that the last beheading, this time, he juggled to take out 8 thugs. This is the slap. 8 slaps. Ah. Ask those guys sometime. Face hurts, doesn't it? Still really Spider-Man? The bodyguards and Sister Jin, who were under control, were full of blinders, looking at Chun Haonan's expression as if they had seen a ghost. How old is this kid? As long as they had just seen the populace discussing Spider-Man while waiting outside for round, they hadn't realized it was actually a child. At this moment, they were finally awakened by the feeling that Fan Tianlei had woken them up with a bubble of urine. Alright, get out of the way. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you all? Chen Haonan said viciously. Fan Tianlei laughed. I'm afraid, but you can't get away. That big mouth old one came over. He really guessed what I'm going to do. Chen Haonan followed old Fan's eyes, and sure enough, he saw one, the director of the Donghai Hall, coming over with people. Van, you're so not righteous enough, are you? Have you found Spider-Man yet? When Bureau also just got a report from his men that Fan Tianlei was leading a blockade at the intersection, and he rushed over in a hurry. Just be curious, and at the same time, he'd love to thank the other man properly. After taking a step back, Fan Tianlei pointed at Chun Haonan inside the car and laughed. That's him, a soldier of the Iron Fist Regiment's God's Gun Company. Don't look at his young age, but it's still my old son who introduced him to be a soldier. I didn't expect that 3 months have passed and he's grown up to such an extent. It's true that heroes come out of the youth. Great, great. When Bureau rubbed his hands, full of light, walked over quickly, his eyes first swept over the body of the 3 black-clothed bodyguards, then Sister Jin, and finally Xiao Yuan. Chen Haonan, is it that one or not, or several? I said the hero is a young man, so obvious can't you see it? Old Fan was in a good and nice mood, laughing on the side and not pointing it out. Him? He's Spider-Man? How can that be? Fan Tianlei smiled. Believe it or not, pull back. Ah, this, ha ha, is almost the same as my child. The gap is too big. The one in my family is still peeing his pants. You have become a big man, when Bureau is after all an old man. Immediately determined that Chen Haonan is the identity of Spider-Man, he said jokingly, but seriously fast step over, holding Chen Haonan's hand, an old face trying to squeeze out the splendor of the chrysanthemum. Listen to me, I'm so grateful to you. My admiration for you is like a torrent of water. Chen Haonan rolled his eyes, and without listening to Wen Bureau's horse's ass, he raised a middle finger towards Fan Tianlei. Worthy of a golden eagle. His eyes worked better than a dog's nose. Mr. Wen didn't care that he was being ignored. He nestled Chun Haonan's small hand with force, revealing a loving fatherly smile. Little Spider-Man, I'll definitely satisfy you with whatever reward you need. Chun Haonan spoke faintly. Help me conceal my identity. I'm afraid of trouble. It's that simple. When Burroughs froze, he glanced at the big star in the car, and also immediately recognized the identity of the other party. Is it the young master of some consortium? No problem. We'll see you later. Burroughs clasped his hands and slowly backed away, directing the enforcers to block the influx of reporters. Fan Tianlei on the side watched the car disappear. His smile tightened and he spoke seriously. Go back to Wolf Fong. Go and ask Wolf Head for someone. If you go slow, the person will be gone. Such a talent should not stay in the Iron Fist Regiment anymore. Chen Shanming and others thought deeply. Chief of Staff, where did you find the kid? It's a long story. Fan Tianlei was walking and blowing the law. 3 months ago, I was not on a whim. I think we should go to the civilian, to discover a good material for the military. So organized a summer camp. I did not expect this child mixed in. His marksmanship is like a god, running as fast as lightning, especially when he was running wildly with a single rucksack on his back. To ensure that you see the bag in the fly, cannot see where the person see such talent. I introduced him to become a soldier. I did not expect his father actually agreed. The story behind you also know. You one of the crotch of him. Seeing such a talent, I introduced him to the military. I didn't expect his father to actually agree. And the backstory, you all know. Each and every one of you is his crotch. I'm convinced. Chief of Staff, you really don't follow the norm. Will you go to kindergarten the next time you uncover talent? Chen Shanming felt as if losing to Chun Haonan the last time wasn't that hard anymore. Exiting, Lei Zhuan and his men really stopped Yi Tsuanxin. Yi Tsuanxin was in a hurry to go to Chun Haonan. Her head didn't even lift up, as if she was driving flies to drive people away. Get lost, I'm in a hurry. I don't know where Chen Haonan ran off to. It would be a problem if he was carried away. After this idea came up, Yi Tsuanxin felt hasty. Now Chun Haonan is not the past to watch the animal world. Are scared by the tiger wow child. He has killed people. Eyes do not blink kind. Yi Tsuanxin, stand at attention. Lei Zhuan was almost knocked off his sunglasses as he immediately bellowed lowly. Here, conditionally reflexive. Yi Tsuanxin immediately stood at attention before looking up before recognizing that it was the instructor she had addressed as Poker Face who had arrived. Not only him, beside him stood Yan Wang, Old Fox and other members of Thunderbolt's team. The sound was grand. One staring at her solemnly. Of course, Yi Tsuanxin is not a timid chick. When she first went to test the special forces, she dared to climb the tree and shoot Lei Zhuan's JJ with a slingshot. But unfortunately, she hit the helmet when she hit it crookedly. Report, instructor. Not in the army right now. I'm on vacation. Soldier Lee Finch. I know you're on vacation, so I'll just ask one thing. Who is Spider-Man? Isn't the spider just a pig? Yi Tsuanxin wittily made a reply. At those words, Lei Zhuan's face darkened for a moment, slatting his hands together in a serious low growl. Don't joke with me. This is an order. Yi Tsuanxin didn't say anything, pursing her lower lip and sneaking glances at Yan Wang and the others. Ha ha. Yan Wang laughed up. We have not harmed anyone. What are you worried about? Is to carry out the mission. To go back to write a report. Cannot write a pig did it. Spider-Man is something. Report. You only pig. Your whole family is a pig. Yi Tsuanxin this person just can't stand the stimulation. She loudly drank. It's my cousin. Chen Haonan did it. He's not a pig. You guys are the... Damn it. Chan Ho Nam? He's Spider-Man? Crap. What a big melon. Lei War also do not care about Yi Tsuanxin mouth. He is an idea. Hurry back to the wolf teeth. Report this strange thing. By the way, mention. Lei Dian is still missing a teenage soldier king. He is old. Old fan shouldn't be aware of Chun Haonan's identity yet, right? Soldiers are precious. In the next moment, Lei Zhan immediately led people back to Wolf Fong. As for Yi Tsuanxin, she could go there if she liked. She was still on vacation anyway. Chun Haonan didn't even know how much of a storm he would attract with one strike. He just wanted to be quiet and eat some good food. The car stopped at the All Seasons Hotel, and the door just opened. Chen Haonan, who had wanted to get out of the car right away, immediately retracted his short legs. At the door of the car, came a man dressed in holding flowers, was kneeling on one leg, looking at the open car door with his head held high, full of scummy general sincerity. Xiao Yuan, come with me to dine. A meal. I'll give you a piece of land to show that I'm dead to you. This is the moonflower. The moon represents my heart. Suddenly, a small short leg stepped forward and a little boy stepped down and looked at him coldly. Get out of my way. She has a boyfriend. That's me. Are you her boyfriend? Seeing Chen Haonan's appearance, Wang Xiao, who was almost in his early 30s, kind of wanted to laugh, but he held back. However, he soon couldn't hold back, because the girl group star inside, whom he had been courting for a long time, walked down with a sweet cool face and spoke faintly to him. He's right, it's my boyfriend. Wang Xiao didn't hold back and laughed out loud. Your boyfriend? Do you want an old cow to eat young grass? Ha ha. His laughter was unceasing, but the man floated in the air. Laugh me to death. Laugh me to death. Ha ha. Xiao Yuan's boyfriend is a minor child. Even if you strip naked, what can he do? Can only dry ah. Ha ha. Throw him in the trash. Sister Shin commanded her bodyguard to throw Wang Xiao out. Then with a complicated face, she looked at Xiao Yuan who was pulling Chen Haonan and not letting go. And inside, a black crow flew over. What can we do about this? When she hurried over, she almost fell to the ground when she heard Chen Haonan's next words. It's fine with me if you're my girlfriend, but let me start by saying that I already have a girlfriend, and you're the second. No problem. Looking at her own big star who was laughing out loud, Sister Shin couldn't help but cover her head even after digesting Chen Haonan's words, so angry and amused. My god, how can there be such little children? If Chen Haonan was an adult male, needless to say, she would have found a way to drive the other party away, regardless of what he is Spider-Man, Piggy Man, but if this is a child, it can only be taken as a joke, because he is not even Harry. What can he do? Forget it, let's just pretend they're having a good time. Unbeknownst to Jen, this scene had been filmed by the paparazzi hiding in the corners, and of course they knew to make headlines to catch the eyeballs. Less than 10 minutes, a headline, H Country Women's Group leading flower girl, suspected of having 10-year-old illegitimate child. Also when the boyfriend to raise, how to make a fuss outside. Chen Haonan cannot care. He is lying in the second girlfriend's long legs, comfortable eating each other's grapes. Grapes are each other hand-fed down. Closed eyes, will not be stuffed inside the nose. Tired, got a room to rest? Chen Haonan was in no hurry to go back to the army. The other day's exercise performance is good. The Kong regiment directly gave him 2 days of vacation. Anyway, are out. Do not enjoy life. How can afford to put themselves out of the military mom and dad? Come to my room. Watching Xiao Yuan lightly trying to pull the child towards her sleeping room, Sister Jin couldn't help herself and transformed into a roadblock. My missy, you can't be so casual. Your status doesn't allow you to stay with a child. Look what the news wrote about you. Saying you have an illegitimate child said Jen, handing over her cell phone in distress. Sister Jen, he's just a kid. There's no need to explain anything. Xiao Yuan looked at the agent who was getting in the way. She suddenly remembered something and said in an urgent voice, Sister Jin, there's something very important. You go to the police station right away, and explain that the gang of thugs, who followed us to blend into Yanghua. That's what I heard them say. What? Sister Jane was shocked. If so, she must immediately explain clearly, otherwise it will be troublesome to investigate in the future. Helpless, Sister Jin couldn't care less about Chen Haonan and hurriedly left for the East Ocean Hall. Who would have guessed that she would go so far that she would be investigated for half a day and never come back? And the business activities related to the girl group would all stop. Inside the villa, Chen Haonan had just woken up. He was lying on the bed of a big star, sleeping beautifully, comparing the tense and exciting life of the army. The pace of life here is simply heaven. Only, Chen Haonan, who was a special forces soldier in his previous life, had already gotten used to army life. Lazy boy, up for a midnight snack. Wearing a white undershirt dress and a small circle of the same color sweater, she looked girlish and dainty, dragging a tray in her hand. There was a glass of milk on the tray as well as a tasty snack. Chen Haonan swore that he was definitely not a womanizer, but he also found that this second girlfriend's legs, which were born with the feature of slenderness, felt especially slender even when kneeling on the ground. With legs like that, it's a shame you don't go into the women's army. An odd uniform temptation bubbled up inside Chen Haonan, like the owl literary soldier. Xiao Yuan didn't know those complicated thoughts within Chen Haonan's heart, and after putting the tray down, she handed over her cell phone with a petulant smile. Look, all across the board they are discussing you, the little Spider-Man. It's so amazing. The amount of topics you've been talking about has already surpassed that of our girl group. I think it would be better if you were a soldier. Xiao Yuan froze for a moment, laughed, little guy. In fact, my grandfather would like me to be a soldier. The back do not know how to enter the entertainment industry. See you so young age so powerful. I always thought of the Superman comics that I read when I was a child. I really did not think that the reality also exists. He. Can you tell your sister why you're so good? Chen Haonan rolled his eyes and flipped the video. In the video, it is the picture of him climbing the wall with his bare hands. As for the inside murder video, naturally, the camera has long been destroyed by Lu Shiqiang's gang. Unintentionally helped him a great deal. Otherwise, this Ironwood Astro boy, really quickly pulled to slice and study. Chen Haonan idly flipped through the following discussion. All of them are awesome, bullish. The original reality also has the discussion of the existence of Superman. By the way, has my cousin come over yet? Here we go. After Jen called the police just happened to come over. And your cousin came over. Who knew that the police demanded that the two of them go together to make a statement? And they didn't come back until it was dark. This gang of thugs, did they really follow your girl group into the mix? Xiao Yuan revealed a contemplative expression. I don't know exactly, but I heard them discussing that the reason why these people came in and still possessed murderous weapons was because there was a person who helped them. And that person was the one who gave me flowers in front of the hotel. Chen Haonan froze, and as an experienced special operations officer, he immediately caught the sensitive information. Tell me about this man. All about him. His name is Wang Wenla. Once sent a message to the regiment. Said to spend $5 million to invite me to have a meal. Sister Zhen checked his identity. In fact, he is not a Yenghua person. Is a rich merchant over the side of the Xiangjiang River, doing business on the mainland. Sister Zhen has said that this person is not simple, in his file, but also outside of the country as an agent of the arms. By the way, he was not originally called Wang Wenla, called Sung Ziwen, but also with the Xiangjiang River, a murder case in Hong Kong. Chen Haonan made a cart push up. His small body stood up all of a sudden, almost knocking the imperial sister sitting next to him off the bed. Ignoring the other party's shrieks, Chen Haonan immediately typed Song Ziwen and the keywords of the murder case into the computer. The next moment a thrilling case ejected. Xiangjiang Tsim Sha Sui, the infamous HK incident. The young mainland woman HK after work in the middle of the night. Song Ziwen, Liang Zhu, Chen Luan, 3 people abducted in the house. Inhumane abuse, including QJ, eat unclean things. Finally thrown into the sea, was identified after the court trial, because there is no evidence, coupled with the mainland to HK no money and power, the family cannot afford to hire a lawyer, the 3 rich second generation is not guilty, and even, the 3 beasts are still in the courtroom, said HK was forced to be ugly, on the spot smiled triumphantly out of this matter caused to come to a great deal of wind and waves, the law can't judge, but they have no place in Hong Kong, so they changed their names and run to the mainland to develop. Seeing this, Chen Haonan couldn't help but feel a surge of anger within him. Just at this moment, the system's voice rang out. The Junior Soldier King releases a randomized mission, Do Justice for Heaven, where justice cannot reach the corners. There should be the light of righteousness. The host will be rewarded with 300 experience points for killing 3 infamous criminals. Chen Haonan clenched his fists. As a soldier, not to mention the system mission, by now he could not wait to kill the other party right away. To do justice for heaven. After obtaining the Junior Soldier King system, Chen Haonan also had an additional chivalrous mentality. Things that seemed difficult to others were easily done with his ability. This was perhaps the bursting sense of justice that came with his ability. Weakness is responsible for being alone, while strength is for the country and the people. Chen Haonan quickly checked out Song Ziwen's residence. This guy in the mainland mixed well, or in a villa in the rich area of East China Sea, called Aqua Paradise. Sister Circle, do me a favor and get me a set of black gym clothes? Love to run at night. Xiao Yuan froze for a moment and asked what he was up to, but Chen Haonan was cool and ignored her. Tokai Hall. Yi Tsuanxin sat with Sister Jin for more than 3 hours, from taking statements, to the symptoms, to drawing conclusions, before finally settling on 2 things. The first thing is the entry of Lu Shiqiang's group. The women's regiment really did not know, but was only used by the other side. Disguised regiment clerks mixed in. The second thing is that these people have weapons that were supplied by a man named Wang Wenla, but they have no proof. Responsible for this matter is the High Captain of the East China Sea Police Station. He smiled bitterly and said, This Wang Wenla. I know. His past name is Prince Wen. From the side of Xiangjiang, this guy over there, in a group of 3 people killed a mainland girl, destroyed the body and destroyed the traces of the body, but unfortunately, there is no evidence to arrest. He ran to the mainland to develop, and he also mixes well. Yi Tsuanxin angrily asked, Why don't you arrest him up? You all know that he is a murderer. Captain Gao helplessly said, I would like to, but as law enforcers, we have to adhere to procedural justice. In fact, seeing this case, I myself would like to take on the guise of Superman and exterminate him evil. But alas, none of us are. Yi Tsuanxin puffed out her cheeks, as if she were a hamster feeding, and said angrily, Sometimes, I'd rather believe in the justice of the outcome. Unfortunately, I'm not Spider-Man, Captain Gao joked. If Spider-Man could destroy him, I'm sure a lot of web-slingers. Agree, lol, just pretend I didn't say that. Yi Tsuanshin walked out of the East Ocean Hall with Sister Jin, her mind still echoing the words of Captain Gao just now. No wonder Chen Haonan, this little guy, killing people in anger, seems to be quite cool. No, this matter I must talk to him properly. Only 10 years old. How is it the same as killing perverts? Thinking of this, Yi Tsuanshin hurriedly followed Sister Jin to the hotel, ready to pick up Chen Haonan and go home. When she arrived at the hotel, Yi Tsuanshin was told that her little cousin had left the hotel to go on a night run. Do kids need to lose weight too? Jen thought it was a bit strange. Must have gone to do something bad again. I'll just wait at the door to catch someone. Yi Tsuanshin huffed and puffed and squatted at the door, waiting to catch the runaway child. Aqua Paradise. A villa area in East Ocean City with an inch of land. 10:30 at night. 5 villas. 3rd floor. Chen Haonan, who was dressed in a black sportswear, stood outside the villa area, and after spending half an hour, he had already identified Song Ziwen's residence. It is not scary for the rich to occupy the resources. What is scary is that the rich are unkind to the rich, and the law is about procedural justice. It is impossible to guarantee justice and fairness every time, especially for the highly intelligent bad guys. The crime will make you unable to find any evidence. But unfortunately, you have met me, having already determined to strike out and finish off the other party. Chen Haonan did things crisply and without the slightest hesitation anymore. Utilizing the invincible sneak technique, his small body agilely climbed the fence and quickly tumbled into the interior of the villa area. The body has just landed. Prostrate in the yard, 2 wolf dogs, vigilant, angled up the huge head, bared fangs, about to bark furiously. Chen Haonan had prepared for this, and he was cupping 2 stones in his hand. Information coming from the divine weapon skill. Stone is hard, kills and destroys things, embodies brutality, and there are 36 ways to use it. Feeling the information incorporated, Chen Haonan flung the small next door, and the terrifying power that had been strengthened by the ants seemed to flow through his arm like an inflammatory current, and in the next moment, the stone in his hand was thrown out at a terrifying speed. With the assistance of the divine weapon skill, the stone was like Shaoli Fei Dao, which did not fire in vain in instances. But 2 large wolf dogs, which were raised to guard the yard, had just raised their heads when they were immediately crushed by a stone and killed on the spot. As a child of the new era, Chen Haonan also did not have the guilt of a dog lover. If it was not expected wrongly, these big wolf dogs had also bitten a lot of people. From the ferocious light of the eyes just now, it could be seen, it was a kind of return of wildness. If you have money, you have chicks, and you have to abuse and kill the poor people who used to work on the mainland, and living is a waste of national food. Chen Haonan muttered a few words and took a small step, strutting over the side of the big wolf dog's corpse. Without going through the front door, he directly utilized the invincible sneak technique and climbed up the stairs, and had just reached the window that was lighted through the light, when a woozy sound that was not suitable for children reached his ears. Circle, circle. Chen Haonan was helpless. Even if it was a small child, he knew what the other party was doing, and calling my girlfriend by her first name. That's sick. After tumbling in through the window, he didn't rush in, but turned on the camera he borrowed from Xiao Yuan, logged into the Douyu platform, and registered a screen name, Man in the Dark. What the law can't do, let chivalry do in the darkness and proclaim justice on earth. Sounds pretty cool. Chen Haonan is not superfluous. After all, he is killing people. Surely he must give an explanation to the public, so that more people will come to witness justice. Public opinion, that is, heavenly hearing. These people deserve to die, and I'm sure the enforcers, too, want them to die. After a minute or so, the bumping motion in the room stopped and the sound of talking came. Why so fast again? MD, I've given you face, you collect money and you still think I'm fast? I don't mind you being fast, but I do mind you calling someone else's name. Xiao Yuan is that big star from the girl group, right? I heard that people have girlfriends, so I'm sure they're doing something like this at this time. But you're asking me to cuss her. Is it fun? Her girlfriend? Wang Xiao, now Song Ziwen, seemed to have heard the most horrible thing in the world. Sprawling on the floor, unable to straighten up with laughter. Laugh me to death. Laugh me to death. She, her boyfriend, is a 10-year-old child. Ha ha. What can this do? Even if Xiao Yuan stripped naked, he is still just a child who eats milk. What can he do? Pervert. What's so funny? The woman didn't seem to have any humor cells and turned around to go downstairs, leaving Song Ziwen, who was still laughing. The balcony, listening to the other party's words. Chen Haonan had a feeling of being offended. He's pissed. With a dark little face, pulling away the floor-to-ceiling glass with force, Chun Haonan with a mask walked up to the naked man lying on his back and opened his mouth indifferently. If you want to laugh, just laugh. You won't be able to laugh later. Laughing my ass off. Who are you? Song Ziwen, who was laughing, looked up and suddenly saw a person dressed in black with a mask standing in front of him. The first reaction was shocked, and he was just about to call out. And the second reaction was, cut. So it was a child, messing with the old man. Shoo. Right at this moment, a toothpick flew out of nowhere and violently pierced into his neck, penetrating his flesh and blood and bringing about intense pain. What the hell? That hurts. Song Ziwen howled miserably. His throat was sealed and the sound he made was a bit muffled. You can try pulling the toothpick out. To give you a scientific overview, the large blood vessel in your artery has been punctured, and I guarantee blood will spurt out on the spot. And don't even think about doing it, or calling out. Shoo. Another toothpick pierced into Song Ziwen's right hand that was reaching for the drawer, directly piercing through the back of his hand with a huge penetration, causing him to finally color up. What kind of kid is this? His power is too big. Right. He can actually control the toothpick to use it as a flying knife? I'm not screaming. I'm cooperating. What do you want? After feeling the great crisis, Song Ziwen was also a talented person. He directly sat on the floor, looked at the black-clothed man who followed at about the same height, and disheveledly said, "Let me get dressed first, so that I can cooperate with you." Right. You came here, and also to seek wealth, not want to kill people, right? Oh, you guessed wrong. I just want to kill people, not seek money. At those words, Song Ziwen's expression stiffened inch by inch as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Why? What was this about 3 years ago, when you killed the continent's HK? Douyu live broadcast platform, the net name of the black man Zhang Huimin, is watching the live broadcast of this platform." He did not look at the hobby of the beauty of the female anchor. Think those are made up out of the beauty of the face. Damn, after removing the makeup, the sable cicada can turn into a sow. He likes to read posts that represent justice. For example, today in the guise of a butcher, he brought a bag to cover a large dog that was not on a leash and sent it straight to the police station. The darker the post, the more he liked it, as long as it was cool. Suddenly, a warrior called Man in the Dark caught his attention. It's a newly applied screen name, I think. I haven't noticed it in the past. Chen Huimin came to be interested and immediately clicked in. The image is a live stream, and on the video is a terrified, naked man who is panicking and narrating something that looks forced, but physically and verbally, seems to be real. Yes, my name is Song Ziwen. I deserve to die. 3 years ago, I and 2 friends abused and killed the mainland girl in Shangjiang. Is a kind of perverted psychology crime? I admit it. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. That night at 1 o'clock, it was raining. Speak more clearly. Your bloodline is sealed by my toothpick. If you're not afraid to die, keep stalling for me. On the video, a figure wearing a black mask appeared with a cold voice, giving off a cool vibe. Chun Haonan was only revealing his upper body and wearing a mask. Chen Huimin couldn't tell that he was just a 10-year-old. Anyway, he felt quite mysterious, very much in line with the image of a chivalrous man in his mind. After listening to a few sentences, he was a bit stunned, followed by an immediate cocktail of excitement. Crap, Hong Kong HK incident. I've followed this murder case. Those 3 people deserve to die. Chen Huimin watched excitedly, followed by immediately calling to invite other netizens in to watch. Within a few minutes, people kept pouring in on the live feed. Fake. Right. There is a live trial? Owner. You're still wearing a mask. You can only see the upper half of your body. Take it off if you can. Upstairs brain dead? Can't you see that this is Man in the Dark, and the blood from the criminal's neck? It keeps flowing. This position is an arterial blood vessel. The shot is really accurate. Could it be staged? There were a dozen threads questioning the authenticity of the live stream. As if responding to this netizen's words, with a swoosh, a toothpick flew up and viciously stabbed into Prince Wen's neck, and blood immediately flowed. A miserable scream resounded through the live broadcast, and at once, the scene was quiet for a moment. Crap, it's true? It seems to be a real live trial, or a case on the Shangjiang side. More discussion ensued after it was determined that this was the scene of a real trial. Please call me Conan. First of all, 3 years ago, there is really this case. Mainland HK went to work in Shangjiang, was abused by 3 rich second-generation. Insufficient evidence released in court. And in the court, 3 animals and the lawyer read out HK was abused scene. They actually still laugh out loud. Secondly, just now the speed and power of the toothpick, according to physics and dynamics, which cannot be faked. That is to say, this darkness of the man is really in the trial of this prisoner. And finally, you carefully look at the expression of this prisoner. He is always in a state of despair. I am a barrister, and I remember this case. 2. Especially as the spectacle of their bantering courtroom once caused such public indignation that, it is said, all 3 brutes fled to the mainland. Support the owner. Let him give more details. My God. Man in the dark. So awesome. Actually managed to find the murderer from 3 years ago. I still don't doubt the authenticity of this. The expression on this suspect's face says it all. In the front of the video, Prince Won is utterly terrified by Chun Hanan's thunderous tactics as he continues to narrate the case. HK owed us loan sharks. She did not have the money to pay back. So we arrested him. Debt repayment. This is the natural right. When the abuse of HK, I was strongly opposed. But my friends Liang Zhu and Chen Luan, they like to play sadistic games. On impulse, only to use HK as an experiment sample. The righteous netizens were completely outraged when they heard this. The shocking truth turns out to be a fondness for sadistic games and using living people as experiments. Damn it, Black Mask. I'll give you $1 million for the lives of all 3 of them, and bring them all in for trial. Where is Liang Zhu and Chen Luan? Make sure you catch him and don't let the murderer go free. Chen Hanan also saw these messages, and he deliberately hissed his voice to cover his childish voice and opened his mouth coldly. If you want to live, call the other companions over yourself. Prince Won, covered with blood, has lost hope of resistance, mainly because this person standing next to him is too horrible to know how to make a move, which reminds him of the night 3 years ago. That girl was also wantonly penetrated by them with a knife over and over again, and every time they screamed, they became more excited. Is this a form of retribution? Prince Man muttered to himself in despair, and after hearing Chun Hanan's request, he picked up his cell phone almost numbly and began to call Liang Zhu and Chen Luan. Thunder Internet Cafe. After 3 years of obscene development, Liang Zhu has become the owner of an internet cafe, and he has pretty much forgotten why he came to the mainland for development. It wasn't until the phone-labeled song rang that his memory instantly pulled back to that exciting night. It was his first crime, but he didn't regret it in the slightest. On the contrary, it was quite exciting in retrospect, with an addictive feeling that the law wouldn't allow him to make another mistake. Brother Ziwan, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. Why do you still remember to call me? Are you planning the return of the Dragon King? Come over to my villa, right now. There's a program. Liang Zhu could hear some trembling in Prince Wen's voice. He frowned and refused. No go. I still have to watch the internet cafe. This is the mainland, not Xiangjian. You still dare to play masochism prototype? What sadistic prototype? The old Laozi is not interested at all. 3 years ago, that head was found by the police. Actually not yet decayed. Hurry to come over to my villa. Discuss the policy. If you do not come, the old son will push all the sins on you as well as Chen Luan. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Liang Zhu cursed fiercely. Containing family property. Give the address. A university. Chen Luan, who had dyed his hair green, had just walked out of the student dormitory when he received a call from Prince Won. Looking at the number, he didn't even answer it and just hung up. After coming to the mainland and spending money to enter a nice university, he had already made a new girlfriend and planned to start his life over. The past kind of crazy playful and abusive teenage years had nothing to do with the current Chen Luan, and that was what he promised his family. A message was sent before he even made it to the dining hall. Waiting for Chen Luan to finish reading the message, froze for more than 10 seconds and then viciously cursed. I told you that crushed the head. Had to say that it was too much trouble. This is now good. Once the response is not good, all have to die. Almost half an hour later, Liang Zhu and Chen Luan appeared at the entrance of the villa almost simultaneously. Chen Luan said angrily, "What in the world is going on? And why was the evidence captured that wasn't long ago sunk into the sea?" Liang Zhu also responded angrily, "You ask Lao Zi. Lao Zi ask who? In the beginning or you proposed the game, but the one who got addicted was Song Ziwan. In these 3 years, none of us are playing anymore, and he's still playing with Big Star. Sooner or later, something will happen. I'm just asking. I'll retreat if it's okay. I've got college to go to." The two of them walked together angrily into Song Ziwan's villa, and just as they stepped through the doorway, they smelled the odor of blood. Can't help but want to curse. It can't be that Prince Won, the pervert, is still playing masochist. Where's the blood coming from? Shoo! 2 toothpicks flew over, stabbing into Liang Zhu and Chen Luan's heels almost in no particular order, and the immense stinging pain brought them to their knees on the spot. Just as they were about to curse, there was a sharp pain in their neck, as if something had pierced through their throat, and by the time they tried to call out, they could no longer make a clear sound. "Don't move. Your arterial veins have been sealed by me. If you want to live, tell us the details of what happened 3 years ago. And by the way, I'm not one of those idiots from Hong Kong. I just believe in the justice of the outcome. But there is a debt, and there is an injustice, and I am the only one who deserves to die. Report yourselves to each other, and whoever can clear his name will get a chance to live." The two Liangzu, who had fallen in a pool of blood, then looked clearly at Prince One, who was covered in blood, as well as the masked man who was driving a live broadcast. "I'm reporting it. It was Chen Luan who suggested the playstyle. He likes to abuse archetypes." Prince One was about to be played to death by Chen Haonan, and regardless of the circumstances, he immediately identified himself. Chen Luan froze for a moment and growled angrily on the spot. "You are the ones who carried out the execution. I was only proposing that I was the youngest back then and had not yet reached adulthood. You two are the criminals. You're the one. You talk like you're lying to children. A child's lie?" Chen Haonan secretly bared his teeth from the side. Half an hour later, Chen Haonan left the villa with satisfaction, and at the same time, the system's voice rang out. "The host completes the task of acting on behalf of heaven, rewarding 300 experience points." Chen Haonan revealed a satisfied smile and muttered to himself, "What a pervert. In order to survive, chopping with a kitchen knife, sawing with a chainsaw, and beating with a stool to his own sadistic death. For what it's worth, he watched 3 people perform a good 30 minutes of theater. This in 30 minutes. Song Ziwen 3 people first reported each other, and finally in order to survive, directly killed each other. The live internet is all abuzz with noise." Chen Haonan didn't care. He directly left the platform with a mysterious face with a black mask and left in style. When Chen Haonan returned to the hotel, he was immediately caught by Yi Tsuanshin, who had been squatting for half a day. Her nose shrugged and she grabbed Chen Haonan and pressed him on the spot. "Are you going for a night run? Why do you have the smell of blood on you?" "Yes, you must have a nose infection." "I'm sleepy. I have to go to bed right now." Chen Haonan directly played rogue. Yi Tsuanshin saw that he did not have anything to do, and Shin Si done sleepy look. Take him no way. After all, he is still a child. Can only let him go to rest first. Besides, she was so sleepy herself that she wanted to dream about chowder right away. On the internet, discussions about the trial are festering. The identity of Black Mask, in particular, was discussed with such fervor that it actually surpassed Spider-Man, who was making a lot of noise during the day. In the middle of the night, some people think Spider-Man is so awesome that he can climb walls with his bare hands, kill all the armed men, and just walk away. On the other hand, the other school of thought feel that the Black Warrior walks in the darkness, for the earth to achieve justice, and the means of mysterious and unpredictable. This is the real warrior. The time came to 9 a.m. when the forum administrator himself made a post. The platform has called the police to deal with the live broadcast of the Black Mask trial, banning any subsequent discussion and listening to the official response. It's blowing up the East Coast Hall, Tokai Hall. When Bureau excitedly brushed the message of the forum, he has been in front of the computer for half an hour of joy, and the high captain of the law enforcement team has already led people over to investigate the scene. The forum had been closed for messages, but the amount of hot air left behind was quite amazing, and as a leader who was keen on solving the case, Wen was content. 3 years, the Shangjiang side cannot solve the case, the murderer to the mainland, but by the mysterious Black Mask solved, or the mainland's talent. Ah, the Black Mask, and who is it? A Spider-Man just appeared, and then a Black Mask popped up. Donghai City is hiding crouching tigers. It would be great if both were at my disposal. If Chen Haonan was here, he would have exclaimed, "Don't come over here." After closing the forum, it didn't take long for Wen to receive a debriefing call from Captain Gao. The tools of murder. Indeed, as if seen on the live broadcast, the arterial blood vessels of the 3 people, all of which were blocked, leading to a violent personality, and ultimately the formation of a scene of mutual murder. The identity of the 3 people has been determined. Indeed, the murderer of 3 years ago, when because of the shredding of the body did not leave behind the evidence, and was released on the spot. Was it really a toothpick that caused the murder? When bureaus found it unbelievable, 1,000 times true, every toothpick sealed the operation of chi and blood, precise to the millimeter. This black man, quite terrifying, not even below Spider-Man. Captain Gao cleared his throat and asked, "Such a person, how to catch him? Arrest?" When Bureau suddenly laughed. "Since it has been proved that those people deserve to die, why should they be arrested? Even if they are arrested, it's still a matter for the police over there in Xinjiang. You come back to write a report and pass it on to the Xinjiang side, and the pressure is put on them." That's right. I want to let the Xinjiang side understand one thing. The cases that they can do, we can do, and the cases that they can't do, we are just as good at it. What? The high captain who was listening to the phone listened to the leader getting more and more outrageous. His mouth kept twitching, and his heart secretly admired him. Worthy of being general manager when, this is borrowing people's Black Warriors Mingy, pulling the big flag. People who do not know, thought it was the East China Sea Hall did. However, Captain Gao didn't want to care. In fact, when these three people entered the continent, he had been staring at them for a while, but he really couldn't find any evidence to prosecute them. And he didn't expect to let the Black Mask carry out the resultant justice. No matter what, they deserved to die. The things on the internet. Chen Haonan didn't care at all. He slept until 6:30 in the morning and woke up on time. It's a habit you get from being in the army. The night was spent sleeping with his cousin, and Yi Tsuanxin even pressed her long legs against his body. Originally, his big star girlfriend offered to sleep with him, but Yi Tsuanxin refused. Chen Haonan didn't get up right away, but secretly took over his cousin's cell phone and entered the password that he had long remembered. Browsing through the Blackman event, good lord, it went straight to the headlines. And the headlines are clamoring for the Shannon area. Donghai Hall's Wen Bureau. Although the person is a sinkhole, but really will come to things, so quickly dumped the pot to the outside, and also played a bully. Chen Haonan was certain of one thing, that the police would not trace his identity as the Black Mask anymore. Otherwise, he would not have directly handed over the bodies of the three people straight away. What's this if not a dump? It's beautiful. After carefully moving his cousin's long legs away from his own small stomach, Chen Haonan helped Yi Tsuanxin wipe the drool from the corners of her mouth and whispered, "How old are you? Still drooling in your sleep?" Chen Haonan did a split and started training on the spot. An hour later, covered in sweat, he entered the washroom and began brushing his teeth with a small toothbrush before showering and changing into his regular clothes. It was 8 o'clock, and as his cousin still had no intention of getting up, Chen Haonan planned to go dine by himself first. In the middle of the restaurant, Xiao Yuan, his girlfriend who wore a pink dress and looked as if she was a girl next door, had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast for Chen Haonan. Last night another heroic figure appeared in the city here, called the Black Mask, and I saw the night clothes he was wearing, and I think it was you, wasn't it, my little man? Xiao Yuan looked at Chen Haonan with an adoring look on her face, dragging her cheeks. If you think it is, then it is. I have no opinion. Chen Haonan said blandly. You'd better keep this matter quiet. I'm afraid of trouble. Besides, I'm going back to the army right away. I'm doing what I feel I should do. Ah, you're amazing. I'm so lucky to be your girlfriend. We'll continue this relationship, right? The big star froze as she looked at Chen Haonan. If she ignored his body, she felt like she was facing a powerful and mature man. Snap. The back of Chen Haonan's head was knocked, and a clear female voice rang out. Picking up girls? Again. How old are you? You have 2 girlfriends? Hurry up and eat. I'll take you back to the army. Only released for 2 days. The whole East China Sea has been turned upside down by you. After eating and drinking, Chen Haonan lay on the sofa, enjoying his big star girlfriend massaging him. Yi Tsuanxin ate her breakfast while rolling her eyes on the sidelines. It was obvious that the actress seemed to like his little cousin quite a bit. Very spoiled. More so than her. It just seems, well, kind of ambiguous. The long legs allowed Chen Haonan to lean against them as a pillow, and the milk bottle, which looked like it was at least B+, hung above his little cousin's head without the slightest suspicion. Forget it, he's still a 10-year-old kid. What can he think? Even if he does, he's just a child who wants to eat milk. Yi Tsuanxin felt nasty and shook her head, her eyes falling on Xiao Yuan's body. She was a little envious of the other woman's figure. He himself is too thin, but this big star is curvy and has a better body than he does. Let us be a little better. No more. The confident Yi Tsuanxin consoled herself like this. When she finished her breakfast and saw Chen Haonan being fed grapes by the other party, she couldn't help but stand up. Okay, too depraved. Can't even look at it. Titanium eyes are blind. Go back to the troop report. Saying that, Yi Tsuanxin pulled the cozy-faced Chen Haonan to stand up and walked out, not willing to stay for a moment. Chen Haonan turned back with a smile and threw a small warm-hearted smile at the big star who couldn't be bothered to follow him out. I'm going to go back to report. I suggest you have the chance to go to the army law. I hope to see you next time you wear a women's outfit. It must be very beautiful. The big star was a little lost. She felt a sense of security in this kid. Pure eyes and bullish abilities. Unlike those nasty grown men who just cruised over her body for sensitive parts. At Chen Haonan's side, she had a sense of role-playing. As if she were an elder sister. As if she were a mother. And well, also a bit as if she were a little girlfriend. Ah, do you like the female soldier clothing? Don't worry. Our country requires 20 to 30 years old. You have to serve in the military. I'm 19 years old this year. I can wear the uniform next year. Bye-bye. Looking at Chen Haonan walking out of the doorway and standing in front of the elevator now, Xiao Yuan still Tada walked over, blinking her nice big eyes. Remember, you're my little boyfriend. Chen Haonan looked serious. Don't cuckold me. I don't want an unclean woman. Circle froze and bent over in laughter. It's so funny. I've never met such a funny kid before. I've had kids who gave gifts before but they scared me. This one is so different. Not to mention he's so capable. Jen walked over to the shattered self-star and asked seriously. You can't be serious. Can you? Why not? Don't you think it's an interesting commitment? It's hard for me to be interested in a man. This is a first, said Round, spreading his hands slightly. Unfortunately, this is a child for him. At those words, Sister Jean breathed a sigh of relief, and in the next moment, the big star's words almost made her fall to the ground. But kids grow up too. I hope he doesn't forget about me. On the way back, Yi Tsuanqing couldn't help but ask Chen Haonan, your tactics are pretty smart how did you pick up the big star? The other party seems to be quite attached to you. More than auntie will take care of you. Chen Haonan said indifferently. Cousin, this is not called picking up. I was chased backwards. Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. You child. Fool what? Even if you find 100 girlfriends, it's just a name. The name you still do not understand it. Ha ha. Yi Tsuanqing laughed out loud. But, inwardly, he was also a bit impressed. My mother's now the child's so powerful it. Think Yi Tsuanqing has not yet entered the special forces. Still in the selection stage. Cannot conquer the instructor? Chen Haonan is a military big sister. Big star. The fish pond are sharks. Bull. When she was almost back to the military area, Yi Tsuanqing urged. Our female soldier selection. It's almost at the final stage. I won't be able to get out later. This time to find you. Or I played a long time report. At first did not pass. A few days ago I do not know why the head of the special forces, but also special approval. So I came out to find you. Cousin. I know why. Chen Haonan said blandly. It's very simple. There was an exercise a few days ago. Those special forces relied on artillery coverage and bullied our Iron Fist regiment. So I decapitated the head of the rival chief's dog. And he's giving face. What? Yi Tsuanqing's jaw dropped. No. You've even learned to lie. Watch your cousin kick and teach you how to be a good and honest boy. Chen Haonan scattered his legs and ran into the army. The soldiers standing guard did not stop Chen Haonan, but looked at him curiously. It couldn't be helped that the entire Iron Fist regiment was on the verge of memorizing Chen Haonan's glorious deed of becoming a soldier at the age of 10 after Kong Tuan's drunken loudspeaker. What destroyed Fan Tianlei? To thunder and lightning rushed to extinction. Beheaded the head of the special forces wolf head. To the end, it is said that Chen Haonan 3 heads and 6 arms, plus 3 legs. Seems like an ordinary kid. How come he's 3-legged again, but runs like a thief? Worthy of being a junior king of soldiers. The guards stopped Yi Tsuanqing. Chen Haonan walked back towards the dormitory, and when he passed a slope, a figure sitting on the grass in front of him waved at him from afar. If it isn't that scoundrel old Kong, why are you waiting for me with your wine? Chen Haonan, who possessed a 10-mile eagle eye, recognized the headmaster with no alcohol at a glance. When he approached, Kong Tuan smiled and stood up, patting the Mao Tai in his hand, and said thievishly, little fellow, drink? No, I should call you Spider-Man. Young warrior, please stay. Let me, the head of the regiment, personally treat you to a drink. This is not the Urwota you drank last time. This is Mao Tai. Chen Haonan's little nose shrugged, and sure enough, he smelled an aroma of wine. Originally, he did not want to pay attention to this drunkard, but saw the other party called him Spider-Man. Forget it, for the sake of the wine. Forgive him. Sunset. A large man and a small man, on the grass, drinking to each other. Fan Tianlei came over once, complimented you on what you did in Donghai City. I'm proud of you as a soldier. Last time I looked away. I'll punish myself. The Khan group drank it all in one go. Going back on my word. I didn't transfer you to the 4th company of sharpshooters in the first place. I'll punish myself with a drink. Cheers. The Khan group drank another toast. Chen Haonan quit, grabbed the Mao Tai and protested. Just 1 bottle of wine. What are you punishing where you are? Just say it if you want to cheat the wine. You old boy. Ha ha, it's an honor for my old man to be called an old boy by Spider-Man. Come on, here's more. Let's not get drunk. Saying that, Kong Tuan took out 2 more bottles of Mao Tai from the bag next to him. I'm in a good mood today. I've got my stash out. Of course, Kong Tuan also had a small mind. When he took out the Mao Tai wine, he silently took out a satellite recorder, shaped like the one Chen Haonan hid last time, with a similar look. When the 2 of them had passed the wine rounds and were blushing, Kong Tuan revealed his big tail and asked with a smile, Chen Haonan, do you dare to say to me that you'll stay in the Iron Fist regiment for the rest of your life and won't go anywhere? Do you dare to act as if I promised you last time that whoever regrets is a grandson? Chen Haonan dried a cup, stiffened his tongue, and responded vaguely, right, whoever regrets not leaving the Iron Fist Corps is a grandson. Well said, little brother. Can you speak louder? It wasn't very clear just now. Whoever regrets it is a grandson. Satisfied, the Khan group let loose with their drinks. His drinking capacity was already average, and after drinking 1.5 bottles, directly after the person blurred, almost looking at Chun Haonan as his own family's child. Chief, there's half a bottle left. Don't drink it all. I'm going to the restroom. I'll be right back. Chun Haonan took the time to go to the restroom. Inside the restroom, he sneaks out of his pocket, pulls out a stolen tape recorder, and presses it gently. How cunning. Actually recording. Come on. Chun Haonan found a similar-looking tape recorder in one of the corners of the restroom and directly dropped it. This tape recorder was placed here to find an opportunity to broadcast the declaration of whoever regrets who was a grandson of the Kong regiment throughout the military region. But unfortunately, the plan was put on hold when the loudspeakers were never found. It's karma to drop the bag on the other side now. Strange. What's the Kong group going to do when they make me promise not to leave the Iron Fists? Am I leaving right away? Chun Haonan couldn't figure it out and didn't care. Walking back with his little feet upside down and drinking all the wine with Kong Tuan, he was pretending to be drunk. With his Chun Haonan's physical quality, a bottle and a half of Mao Tai counts as a dir, and he is giving face to the old Kong. But Kong Tuan was really drunk. He was helped back by the guards, and his mouth kept yelling, whoever regrets is a grandson. As Chen Haonan passed through the playground, a line of men ran over and surrounded him. It's these guys from Yichangwang. Holy shit, why do you smell like alcohol? Have you been drinking? I didn't want to drink, but I met the Kong group on the way, and the other party was so kind that they had to drag me for a drink, so I dealt with it. When Chen Haonan said this, Yichangwang, Wang Yanbing and the few immediately froze. Crap, you're mixed up like this? A cigarette toast from the instructor and a toast from the chief? Wang Yanbing said sourly. It's not like you guys don't know. He's become Superman in the mouths of the people of Donghai City. Spider-Man. Speaking of this, Yichangwang's small eyes lit up. Yes, I heard that you killed several thugs. What's it like to kill someone? Did you really kill? Li Ernia's eyes were also dilated. Only, his eyes held fear. It's horrible to kill someone. It turned out that before Chen Haonan came back, Kong Tuan had already publicized Spider-Man in the Iron Fist Corps and praised him fiercely. The head of the regiment have blown you to the sky, saying that you climbed the wall with your bare hands, and before the special forces entered, you have preempted and killed all the thugs. I just don't believe it. You're a little raggedy boy. You can be so powerful, all blown up into Superman. I just feel that. Surely, it must be that those special forces were paralyzed in the last exercise, and after being decapitated by you, you drummed up the idea that you're Superman. No one can be invincible. Is it like that? Wang Yanbing seemed to feel that he had found a reasonable explanation, and was suddenly glowing. Yes, it must be like this. If we can't defeat the enemy, let's say that it's not that our army isn't strong enough, but that the enemy is too cunning. Not to mention, Yichangwang also felt it was somewhat reasonable. After all, killing is different from maneuvers. Can Chen Haonan be better than the special forces? In response to these queries, Chen Haonan blandly said, if you don't believe me, let's compare who pees farther. It just so happened that, after drinking a lot of wine, Chen Haonan had a strong urge to urinate. Wang Yanbing froze and refused on the spot. Kidding aside, he had seen Chen Haonan's little thing flick, and it was directly 3 feet away. Although I am not yet the age of a bird with wet shoes, I am certainly not dry enough to be a child's chicken at a distance. Tell you what, it's a race to see who can climb that tree first, and whoever is faster is Spider-Man. Okay, Wang Yanbing flew over. You lost. Don't mythologize yourself. Admit it to the head of the group. Don't be a son of a bitch. You alone are superhuman. Setting off one of us as if we were garbage. All of us living on a dog's body. Wang Yanbing was a good tree climber and quickly climbed up a dozen meters. And by the time he turned back to look at Chen Haonan, his entire body was about to crack. What are you doing? Only to see that under the tree, Chen Haonan's small pants came off, popped out the divine needle, and shot up directly at the big tree. Drinking the wine, plus the child's chicken added, it is really powerful. A bubble of urine directly drenched the entire trunk of the tree. If Wang Yanbing wanted to come down, unless he started jumping from a height of more than 10 meters, otherwise, he was directly wetted by urine on his hands. Crap, you kid, do not talk about martial arts. You count what, Spider-Man? You are the little scoundrel. Angry old me. This dead tart smell. How much horse piss did you drink to flush so high? Listening to Wang Yanbing's exasperated screams, Yichangwang and the others, who had been waiting to see a good show, were directly blinded, followed by one after another covering their stomachs and laughing. I can't even straighten my back. Too bad. Wang Yanbing was actually trapped in a big tree by a bubble of child's urine. The point is, he also climbed a tree. Chen Haonan put his pants back on and prepared to leave with his small hands behind his back. Hey, Chen Haonan, Can you be a human being? And Spider-Man. I think you are Gecko Man, specializing in climbing walls to catch mosquitoes. Ernie, you morning glory. You guys laugh your asses off. Hurry up and find a bucket of water over here and wash the trunk for me. This tawdry smell is rushing through the sky. I can't stand it. He Changwon straightened up his waist and covered his mouth. It's just more than 10 meters away. Jump down directly, roll on the ground, and dissolve the power impact. Not just. Crikey, not good. Instructor over. Hello instructor. He Changwang and the others immediately stood at attention and saluted hard. Wang Yanbing, who was still cursing in the tree, just looked at Gong Arrow with a confused face as he walked over and looked at him in the tree with a black face. Don't get down yet. Want me to stab you down with a stick? Gong Arrow droned in a cold voice. Yes. Wang Yanbing couldn't care less about the tawdry flavor or not, and directly slipped down, with a thief's speed. Instructor. Yes. Just after getting off the ground, Wang Yanbing immediately stood up straight and saluted. There was no way around it. During the recruiting period, the instructor, a black-faced scholar, was even tougher to deal with than the usually smiling old black squad leader. And if you were caught, you'd shed your skin without dying. A smell of urine. Did you stand on a tree to take a piss? Gong Arrow looked Wang Yanbing up and down. His tone was getting colder and colder. Report. I am not. Yes. Chun Haonan pulled it? Chen Haonan? Gong Arrow looked left and right, followed by angrily drinking. Where is he? Why can't I see him? Report. Instructor. He just left and hasn't gone far. Just ahead. Even if he peed. Why did you climb a tree and let him? Are you that stupid? Why do I get the feeling it was you who stood on the tree and pooped? What kind of kung fu is this? Come on. Come on. You climb up there again and try performing one for me. Crouching. Wang Yanbing's mouth constantly twitching, brainstorming his own so big. Standing in the tree to take off his pants to pee. Under the tree surrounded by a group of people to watch the appearance of this. How to be a person in the future. How to be a soldier. The legend circulated by people Chen Haonan is that Spider-Man is righteous and righteous. The legend circulating about him Wang Yanbing is that Wang Yanbing climbed a tree to pee and flew down the stream. It's scary to think about. Report. Instructor. You're about to punish me any way you want. Please don't punish me for standing in a tree and peeing. This must be a misunderstanding. Gong Arrow looked at his wet pants and was furious, shouting angrily, run for me. Run until your pants are dry and then come back. And don't eat dinner. With such a strong smell of urine, I'm sure you won't be able to eat. Yes. Wang Yanbing breathed a sigh of relief and honestly went for a run. Marred. Chen Haonan, you wait. I will definitely beat you. Spider-Man. Into Pancake Man. Sticking to the wall and not being able to get down. And you. What are you waiting for? Don't you understand the principle of sharing the same hardships and sharing the same blessings? Yes. Instructor. He Changwon and the others, who had been holding back their intense laughter and were waiting for the instructor to leave and then laugh painfully at Wang Yanbing, were all of a sudden dumbfounded. There was no choice but to follow the urine-smelling Wang Yanbing one by one to go for a run. Only, everyone deliberately kept a distance. The flavor is too strong. Just as He Changwang and the others were punished for running, Gong Arrow did find Chen Haonan in front. This little guy walks and crumbles something. Whoever regrets it is a grandson. It seems like Kong Tuan's mantra. It seems that just now Kong Tuan looked for him to drink. AI. This little guy has become famous as a teenager. It has alarmed the commanding general. The person can't be retained. Gong Arrow had just returned from a meeting at Wolf's Teeth, and Commander Gao Shiwei had personally named him to meet Chen Haonan, the Spider-Man. Chen Haonan. Gong Arrow looked at Chen Haonan's small body, walking bouncing, and hurriedly called him from afar. His tone of voice compared with just scolding Wang Yanbing and others, seemed gentle and kind, just like the parents in the mountain village of peeing and cooking smoke, calling the petite children to go home to dry rice. There was no way. Now Chen Haonan was wearing two big hats. The first one was the green hat sent by the Wolfang Special Brigade, and the second one was the red hat sent by General Manager one of the East China Sea Office. With two hats, Chen Haonan got two appellations, the little nemesis of the Special Forces as well as the Spider-Man of Donghai City. It's so damn long in the tooth. If your future children, who are 10 years old and in the military, are this good, it's like smoke coming out of your ancestors' graves. Instructor? Seeing the instructor who appeared out of nowhere, Chen Haonan, who was wearing his signature smile, immediately became serious and stood on the side of the road with his little hand raised in a vigorous salute. Instructor. Hello, you're welcome, ha ha. Chen Haonan, you must personally go to the command. I have arranged a small car for you, just waiting for you at the door. You go directly. I will talk to the Kong Tuan can be. To command? Chen Haonan is a bit puzzled. I'm a soldier of the Iron Fist Regiment. Where am I going for? Instructor. I'm just a kid. What am I going to do with the commanders? Will you sell me out? Looking at the serious little child, puffing out his cheeks in a puzzled manner, Gong Arrow couldn't help but laugh. Look at you. How would I sell you? This is Commander Gao Shiwei and Wolf Head Hijijun, naming you to personally see you. It's an honor. What do two big shots want to see me for? Instructor, as you know, didn't I decapitate quite a few special forces? Those grandsons must hold a grudge against me. If I go over there with such a big grin, I'm sure I'll be beaten up by them. If you're not betraying me, what is this? Chen Haonan was a small child and quite calm in his heart. Of course, he would not be afraid to ask beforehand. If it was really Mr. Gao who wanted to be his rightful father, he might be able to consider saluting. And if those special forces found it, he could tell them to beat the king to death. However, he had to be prepared. Maybe the other side had prepared a bag. Those special forces bulls were capable of anything. Not to mention that he was just a kid. Look at you. Ha ha, what a man-child. You can just go directly to the headquarters. You won't pass through Wolf's Teeth in the middle of the way. Go on. The one who is driving is Old Black. He will accompany you in. Old Black squad leader. That's fine. Bye-bye. Chen Haonan waved his hand at Gong Arrow. Then his small body stepped away. Looking at Chen Haonan's walking posture, Gong Arrow couldn't help but feel that those who didn't know really thought he was an adult. After lamenting a bit, Gong Arrow went directly to Kong Tuan. He had to explain to the old head of the group, so that he could be mentally prepared. Even if he couldn't give up his children, he couldn't fight the wolves. Office. Half an hour after Chen Haonan left, Khan Mission cleaned his face to calm himself down a bit, took a few more sips of his overnight herbal tea, and shoved himself into a chair, exhaling air that still smelled like hot, wet booze. He's a little strange. Someone else on their own helped them back, packed them up and sent them into the office. Supposedly, Chen Haonan, who was dunked in a daze by himself, walked off on his own? That means the little guy wasn't very drunk either? Chen Haonan is so good. All alarmed the East China Sea Hall. The Wolf Teeth side must have to raise the hoe up. According to Fan Tian Lei's urination, this time quickly carry the old cellar with Texas roast chicken to find me. No, quit drinking. Quit drinking. Kong Tuan has 3 major hobbies. One is like to blow with the recruits in the past the great years. He was a gun and a knife on the battlefield to kill the enemy. The second is like to Gong Arrow introduced object, such as his kind sister-in-law, but so far unsuccessful. The third is like to drink. A drink on the confusion. A confusion like to say that mantra. Whoever fucking regrets it is a grandson. Well, okay, Chen Haonan Chen Haonan. Although you are Spider-Man, courageous and invincible, born king of the juvenile soldiers, but it is not by the old son of the enchanted soup. Left the evidence. If you leave the Iron Fist Corps, the old man every day in the Iron Fist Corps to play your oath. Ha ha. Just as Khan Tuan was about to listen to his masterpiece, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Gong Arrow walked in and saluted at him, then spoke with a sobbing face. Captain, I'm back from a meeting at the command headquarters. There are 2 things. Which one do you want to hear? 2 things? One good, one bad, right? Old me always likes bitter before sweet. You say bad. Gong Arrow shook his head directly. No, both are bad. Kong Tuan's hand gripping the recorder froze for a moment, frozen in the air, and he couldn't help but scold. Then why don't you just say it directly? What kind of riddles are you playing? Hey, Chief, I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to accept it, and I was just giving you a mental preparation. But 2 things, which can be divided into big things and small things. You listen to that one first? Kong Tuan almost wanted to smash the recorder over it and said angrily, don't nag me. Since I was a kid. It's about this kid Chen Haonan. Didn't he make a scene in the East Ocean Hall? Kong Tuan interrupted. Old Van called. I already knew. Spider-Man? The actual combat ability is even better than the police of the East China Sea Hall. Worthy of being the soldier brought out by my old son. I drank with him during the recruiting period and encouraged the little guy many times. Listening to Kong Tuan's bragging, Gong Arrow didn't intend to, but smiled bitterly. There is one thing you don't know. He's not just Spider-Man. He's also Black Mask. This little guy helped the East Ocean Hall to solve the blood case 3 years ago, which caused a sensation in the East Ocean Hall, and Captain Gao investigated it, and that's what he did. Black Mask? Con Donut was a bit baffled. When did he become known as the Black Mask again? This little guy don't look at him as only 10 years old. His mind is even more sick than us adults are. He doesn't know where he inquired about the bloodshed in the Shangjiang area. That is, the 3 infamous murderers led by Song Ziwen, abused and killed the mainland girls, and also coaxed a smile on the court, and finally acquitted. And this matter also triggered a discussion on the justice of the procedure as well as the justice of the result. But no matter what, who can't help the 3 rich murderers? And Chen Haonan, this little guy. Last night, under the screen name Chivalrous Man in the Darkness, live-streamed the trial of Song Ziwen, Liang Zhu, as well as Chen Luan, and I don't know what method he used to make the three kill each other and expose each other, and the netizens all called him Chivalrous Man in the Darkness. After listening to Gong Arrow's words, Kong Tuan fell into a calm, but the veins at the corners of his eyes throbbed, showing that his content was rather unsettled. My goodness, only 10 years old and he's already so powerful. If I let him grow up in the Iron Fist Regiment for a few more years, and let him lead the troops for me, and stimulate those veterans who are living on dogs, won't our Iron Fist Regiment take off straight away? Right. Do not stick to one pattern to bring down talents. My old Kong is not that pedantic, so what if I am 10 years old? There are still prime ministers who are less than 10 years old. It's just so happily decided. The God's Gun 4th Company will be given to Chun Haonan to bring. Thinking of this, Kong Tuan Hu Vitality stood up, said sharply, I still think Chun Haonan may be dug out. I did not expect that he is still the Black Warrior. Absolutely alarmed the commanding general. Gong Arrow, go with me to look for him. I want to give him a heavy responsibility to lead the Magical 4 companies. This matter is accomplished. I will my sister-in-law to introduce to you. She is a very kind person. And you are a good match. Hey, Kong Tuan we are all a step late. I have to say the thing is that Chun Haonan has been picked up by the command. It is estimated that he is persuaded to stay in the wolf teeth. Originally I have played your phone call. You did not listen to it. I will let Chun Haonan go over first. Crouching, Kong Duan pointed at Gong Arrow nose. You do not pretend that I am sober before saying? Cursing, Kong Tuan suddenly remembered something, grasped the recorder in his hand, and hemmed and hawed. Luckily, I have this kid's promise that he promised me not to leave the Iron Fist Corps, or else, he's a grandson. What? Gong Arrow looked at the tan recorder with a bit of doubt and asked in surprise. Kong Tuan, you believe in a child's promise? Not the same, as if Fan Tian lay like adults. He swore that I do not believe. But Chen Haonan I know him, he is small, do things sometimes impulsive, but there is a soldier's imprint on his body. I do not know how the old man, but I appreciate, he will definitely stick to his promise. To give you a listen, what did he say? With that, Khan Mission pressed the recorder. After a few zips, the recording came out from inside the recorder. Chief I know your difficulties, let's not say so much. Dry. I Chen Haonan want to join the Sharpshooter 4 company. If you agree, we will dry. Bottoms up. Whoever regrets it is a grandson. Yes, the chief is a man of his word. He will definitely not lie to me as a child. Dry up. He. Fuck. Recordings played. Listen to the whole process of the Kong Tuan. But the face is a burst of change. Shaking his head. A little bit of reaction. Frozen looked at Gong Arrow. How does this seem to be my commitment? Not Chen Haonan's? Gong Arrow nodded solemnly. That's right. It's your old man's promise. Crap. Khan Group popped the nationalist and immediately played it again. After repeating this 3 times, after he was sure that there was really no promise from Chun Haonan, his whole body seemed to have been struck by lightning, and the top of his head was smoking. What the fuck is going on here? Nope. Fell for that brat. He replaced the tape recorder? This kid looks so clean-cut and harmless. So cunning? Hanging his head, Kong Tuan grasped his head in distress. Suddenly remembering something, he looked up and asked Gong Arrow, what's the big thing you said? That, I'm going to be the instructor of the Red Cell. That, Chief, you also know that the theory I studied abroad, only in the special forces can play a speciality. Crap. Fuck off and go wherever you like. Chief, don't throw things around. It's not good to smash the plants and flowers. Inside the office, Gong Arrow held his head. He has long known that such an end, but he is also clear that if someone really wants to go, the old Kong will not be forced to stay. Iron Fist Core hard. Not only the style of hard, there is also the Kong Mission whole body is hard, including his mouth, said the words out, absolutely no turning back. Command. The old driver, Comrade Old Black, revealed a bright smile and looked at Chun Haonan and laughed. Go on, little spider. I'll be waiting for you back in the car. Don't get scooped up otherwise old Kong will be sad. Old Black Squad leader. I still like it when you call me a pest that high and mighty. That arrogant look. Quickly go. Who dares to offend you this one-handed airplane? Chop the head of Comrade He Ji Jun little guy. Ha ha, worthy of being the old man to bring out the soldiers back then you carry a small school bag to come over to the report. As much as I can see it. You his day once the wind and clouds changed the dragon. And it is so. Class president. You're old and cute when you brag. Chen Haonan raised his thumbs up with his small hands, then jumped down from the car with a bang and walked in the direction of the command headquarters. And Old Black was waiting on the periphery. He was not allowed to just go near the command. The sentry saw Chen Haonan arrive, hemmed and hawed. and let him in. When Chen Haonan went in, he heard voices of discussion coming from behind him. Holy shit, it's really a 10-year-old kid who can't even lift his head up when he's pressing down on a group of Wolfang soldier kings. The most exaggerated time. He decapitated Chief He Ji-jun, and in the past, it's not like no one has decapitated Wolfsbane, but he broke the record for the youngest age. No wonder Chen Shanming, Miao Wolf as well as those people from Thunder Warfare, are waiting for him specifically on the road to the commanding general's office. There's a good show to watch. I'll follow them over to take a look, and I'll share it with you later. There was a guard waiting for his turn, following Chen Haonan silently. Chen Haonan frowned as he listened, and by the time he walked into the command headquarters, he understood what was going on, only to see a few tall special forces soldiers standing in the middle of the main road, waiting for themselves. It was Chen Shanming, Miao Wolf, and the members of the Thunderbolt Commandos led by Thunder Warfare that the sentries were talking about. These large special forces soldiers, covered in a murderous aura, were either serious, laughing, or leaning with a wry smile as they looked at Chen Haonan, who was walking over. Before Chen Haonan came over, Lei Zhan and the others had just come out of the command headquarters and were scolded severely by Commander Gao Shiwei. It's a terrible curse, saying something about how they, the special warriors that the country had raised for so long, were actually no match for an underage child. You can't beat it in practice. You can't beat it in real life. So if you don't want to do it, go home and nurse your children and don't waste the country's food. There was no way around it. Chen Haonan's performance during this period of time was just too unbelievable. The news coming from the East Ocean Hall that Chen Haonan was not only the Spider-Man that the citizens were talking about, but also the mysterious and unpredictable Black Mask, was outrageous. The Spider-Man thing is clear to Thunder War. Black Mask is a bit much, isn't it? Chen Shanming laughed a bit. Thunder God, this little guy is very calm and has no fear of you. The 3-time Soldier King, Miao Lian wrapped his arms around himself and said lightly, people are small in age, but not only is Spider-Man, he is also the mysterious Black Mask. Much louder than you, the 3-time king of soldiers. Don't give me any agitation. Follow Staff Sergeant Fan for a long time. Do you do things by shooting your mouth off? The last time we carried out a mission, we knew we didn't even need to go over there, and we didn't say hello in advance, and I haven't settled the score with you guys yet. Ha ha. 4. The big water falls down the Dragon King Temple. This is not just a rush to find out who Spider-Man is. I really did not expect it to be the kid who decapitated us Special Forces. I suggest to feel him out. Is he really that good? Have you ever engaged in a fight with him? The last time Chen Shanming was killed in battle, he was killed by a dry shot, and he felt that he had been careless. At those words, Lei Zhuan's mouth twitched as he looked at Chen Haonan, who had approached over, and spoke. No, I've decided to try it today. Saying that, Lei Zhan crossed the crowd and stopped Chen Haonan, laughing, give you a chance to prove your stature before we let you pass. For you little friend, we are all being scolded as dogs. He. First of all, I don't have any intention of bullying the little ones. I just want to try and find out whether or not I'm really living on a dog's body to go over there. So you were scolded by the chief. Understandable. Chen Haonan's boyish face, revealing a very positively tight face, gently nodded and said, know your enemy and know yourself. You should. But, weren't you beaten into a pig's head by me last time? And you still want to compare? Under the sunlight, Lei Zhan, who was originally wearing a bright smile, after hearing this very serious flirtation from Chen Haonan, the smile on his face froze, and he was embarrassed all of a sudden. MD, this little kid is not easy to fool. It's a little fan Tian Lei. Lei War is with Chen Haonan fought once, but that time is careless, directly by the small child and over the shoulder fall, directly hiccups in battle. In short, it's just careless. Don't bother bleeping with you guys. Just when Lei Zhuan thought that his opponent had accepted his challenge, it turned out that this little kid turned around and left. Chen Shanming and the others were stunned as they watched his small figure, returning the same way, and became anxious, crouching. If the chief knows that it is them, these old soldier oils, who blocked the way of others and did not let Chen Haonan pass, needless to say, all of them have to be punished. Lord Lei, you caused this, why don't you go and convince the people with your virtue? Lei War hurriedly trotted all the way over, full of currying favor. My little adult, my old Lei has no other meaning, just want to try your hands, so that I know the difference between a human and a pig. Ah, that isn't because you became Spider-Man. The head scolded us for being a bunch of pigs. Old Rei's posture is low. In front, Chen Haonan opened his personal list. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, primary school student. Level, 7. Root bone, 9. Mental, 9. Strength, 23. Speed, 9. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, eagle eyes, invincible sneaking, invincible camouflage, invincible weapon skills, invincible swimming dragon body technique, experience value, 480 out of 800. Becoming Spider-Man rewarded 580 experience points and becoming Black Mask rewarded 300 experience points. When Chen Haonan slept with his cousin, the system had long since upgraded and extracted an invincible swimming dragon body technique for him in his sleep. Invincible swimming dragon body technique can be fused in the invincible shooting techniques as well as invincible fighting techniques. Shooting techniques and fighting, to improve to the point of God's mysterious. Marksmanship specializing in mobile shooting. Fighting specializing in group combat. It's not pleasant, but it's a chance to try out the swimming dragon stance. How many can I fight alone anymore? You guys aren't going to try the gap. Come together. I'll become Spider-Man and fight 8 people on my own. And Raiden just happens to have 8 people. Come on. I'm going to slap. Before Lei Zhuan could think of anything to say, Chen Haonan's kicks arrived, and he could only put up his upper arm and block them continuously, one after the other. The sound resounded violently in the ears of the crowd. Lei Battle kept retreating, and the few times he tried to counterattack, he was interrupted by ferocious attacks. After successive beatings, Lei Battle, the 3-time king of soldiers, arm pain, grimaced and opened his mouth. Hey, what are you waiting for? Don't you want to try to see if he's Spider-Man? People have said that a fight 8 people. Deaf, this time still talk about martial arts and morality? This little guy jumped so fast, like a little 8-clawed spider with springs installed, that Lei War's speech broke off. Luckily, Thunder War's sidekick was also quite forceful, and Yen was the first to go down. Spaced a few meters apart, a scud swept through. He didn't dare to be arrogant. According to Skywolf himself couldn't even beat Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan's stance was as fast as a swimming dragon, dodging to Yen Wan's side in a flash. His speed was so fast that the air still made a swooshing sound. Bang! A small fist hit the lower part of Yama's body, and the tremendous force paralyzed Yama's body with so much pain that it became difficult to breathe. He didn't fall out because he was grabbed by Chen Haonan's hand. Bang! Grasping Yen, Chen Haonan kicked the sneaky old fox in the chest before letting go and letting Yen fly free. Swish! After Yen Wang fell, Yen Pingsha fell out. Under the swimming dragon body technique, Chen Haonan's whole body seemed to be soft bones. A shift, movement swaying to avoid the small bee's sneak attack. Hades would be miserable. Under the reaction force, instantly rolled out will rush to Harley, knocked into a rolling gourd. At this time, Chen Haonan's gaze swept to the broomstick leaning against the side of the trash can, and with a movement in his heart, his calf quickly swayed and grabbed the broomstick in his hand. The broomstick is so cool with the swimming dragon stance. He waved it a few times, and his small mouth yelled at Lei Zhuan and the others who were chasing after him. Hit the dog with the stick method. The stick hits the dog. Surround him. Seeing this, Lei Zhuan stepped over, opened his voice and exhaled. His palm transformed into a hand knife, wanting to directly split the broomstick with his empty hand into a white blade, teaching Chen Haonan how to behave. Broomstick, hollow, can be used as a gun. The gun technique is referenced in the 5 Elements 8 trigram stick. The invincible artifact skill merged into Chen Haonan's mind. His small waist twisted, and the broomstick seemed to shoot back, stabbing towards the back. Bang! Lei War, whose hand was a sword, was swept in the face by a sweeping hand that cut his skin, while his fist struck the air, hitting a lonesome, and also induced himself to almost fall on the ground. Thumping. Thunder War is also quite remarkable. Stomping hard, stepping on the floor, clicking, finally standing steady. His nose, eyes cracked, blood penetrated out, face is swollen, especially the mouth, was shot back into a large sausage, plus 2 red swollen eyes, as if a sausage, plus 2 eggs. If you use Yi Tsuanshin's foul language, I gave you face, a few long face. What kind of fight is this? A broom can be used as a weapon? Lei Zhuan's face changed slightly. The few skywolves who chased over subconsciously stopped in their tracks when they saw Lei Zhuan's miserable state. Especially Tian Lang was a bit wary. He had learned from Chen Haonan's stance. During the maneuvers, it wasn't this strong, was it? They were surrounded by thunder and lightning together. Even if he had an extra broomstick, it wouldn't be this hard to deal with, would it? By the way, there's something wrong with his stance. It's like he has no bones in his body. Lei Zhuan, you guy is weaker than I thought. Well, or rather, it's me who's gotten stronger. Yelling, Chen Haonan wailed and ran over furiously. His feet stomped on the ground with a bang, and the ant-enhanced strength surged above his arms and was cathartically released through the broom. Snap carrot. Hanging the sausage and egg, Lei Battle dodged continuously, thrillingly avoiding the broomstick that angrily swiped the dog's head, followed by a twist of his thick waist, prancing backward in place, trying to get away from the broom that would sweep him locally. Just prancing, plopping sound, the whole person was pressed across the air in the broom, hard pressed on the ground. Jumping how handsome, Kneeling, how ruthless. The ant-enhanced power surged through the broomstick and pressed Lei Juan down to the point where his body shrank like a shrimp, and he was hard-pressed to stand up. Convinced? Chen Haonan increased his strength while being wary of the few sky wolves who didn't dare to come over. Unconvinced, Lei Battle blushed and forced his dignity. His palms pressed on the ground, and he was inwardly surprised. My ass, has this kid eaten the power pill? Actually relying on a broomstick, he was able to suppress him. Lei Battle. Just as Chen Haonan was about to increase his strength and make quick work of the battle, a cold cry came from him. Shame on you. So many people and you can't beat a kid. He Ji-jun didn't know when he had already walked over, and beside him, there stood a big man with a gold star hanging. The big brother's gaze does not even look at Lei Juan, but stares at the majestic Chen Haonan, who can't lift his head with a broomstick, then nods his head and gives a thumbs up. A long time to see. It's the first time that I, Gao Shiwei, have seen such a powerful little kid, such a small body with a big energy that can actually hold down Lei Juan. Marvelous, marvelous. Hello Chief, Chen Shanming, Meow Wolf and the others, who were watching the good show, were frightened and hit a jolt, turning around to stand at attention and greet. Hello Chief, the Sky Wolf and the others, who were eager to try, were also scared and stood back up in a hurry. Ignoring them, Gao Shiwei looked Chen Haonan up and down and waved at him. Come here a minute, little one. Chief, yes. Chen Haonan withdrew his broom and jogged all the way to Gao Shiwei's face, raising his small hand in salute. Gao Shiwei laughed and complimented. I heard about you. You yourself had to run to the army to exercise yourself. In times of war, there are 8-year-old Hachi. In times of peace, the policy does not allow it either. It's impossible for such a juvenile soldier to exist. You have opened my eyes. By the way, have you practiced martial arts since you were a child? Report. Yes, Chief. I've been practicing martial arts since my mother's womb. Ha ha. Gao Shiwei was amused and laughed. Interesting, interesting. I've heard about you and it's changed my perspective a lot, said this hand of the Southeast Military Region. To the side of He Ji-jun opened his mouth. Shao He, there is a will not to be too high. Sometimes promote talent. Do not be too conservative. You consider my suggestion. Maybe it will bring you a surprise. Wolfsbane. It's been a long time. Gao Shiwei patted Chen Haonan's small shoulder and laughed. I have other things to take care of. Next time we meet next time, you'll surprise me again. I've heard that, because of your performance, Chief of Staff Fan's report has begun to suggest that he be allowed to head to kindergarten to discover good candidates for soldiering. Kindergarten? The old man is convinced that a small child like Chen Haonan, who is not afraid of the sky and the earth, is scared by the shameless Fan Tianlei. Bye. Bye. The way Chen Haonan raised his hand in salute in farewell, gave Gao Shiwei a touch in his heart, and he planned to throw his own child of about the same age into the military camp to sharpen his skills as well. When Mr. Gao left, the still-faced He Ji-jun stared at Lei Juan, seemingly unable to hold back a bit. Look what a bear you are. You come to my office with Chen Haonan. Everyone else disperse, go back and write a 10,000 word review, hand it in before nightfall. Crap. Chen Shanming and the others were struck by lightning and hurriedly dispersed, and Lei Zhan hung his head, helplessly following Chen Haonan's lead, walking into He Ji-jun's office together. Little guy, I don't know that not only are you good at drill tactics, but your real-world combat ability is not simple either. But what I want to tell you is that it's nothing to be strong alone. It's only really strong if you make all of your team members strong, and in that case, no one will take you for a 10-year-old kid. After sitting down, He Ji-jun looked at Chen Haonan and leisurely opened his mouth with a bright smile on his face. Chen Haonan's small eyes lit up, and he had to say that Wolfhead's words made sense. Too young, the more amazing things he does, the more others will treat him as a monster and even provoke him. Wolfhead. What do you mean? Guess right. This time I let you all come together. That is, the Fire Phoenix selection has reached the final stage. I know you all are unconvinced. Let's do it this way. Each of you will choose a group of people and bring them out to compare whose team members are stronger. Lei War surprised asked. Wolfhead. You mean, let him a child as an instructor? This, special outrageous it, off the charts, regardless of whether it's a drill or a real battle. Can you beat him? Just now. All 8 of you. Thunderbolt, couldn't beat a kid. What does that mean? Earlier, I even called you all pigs. In my opinion, this is still an insult to pigs. Lei Battle was scolded sausage mouth, are aggrieved pouting up. What can he say? It's true that you're not as skilled in this area, but when you're an instructor, it's not just because you can fight, right? Wolfhead, you're confused. If it wasn't for my sore mouth, I could say 10,000 reasons. Seemingly seeing Lei Juan's thoughts, He Ji-jun coldly grunted. This is also General Manager Gao's idea. Chen Haonan can rush and fight. And Fire Phoenix is the first women's special forces unit in China. Everything is the first time. So why don't you give the first time of these female soldiers to Chen Haonan as well? Chen Haonan, go too. Chen Haonan hurriedly jerked his small waist straight. Hearing that the female soldiers' first time were all handed over to him, it was indeed a bit heartwarming. Little fellow, being an instructor is not that simple. Can you accept this bet? Bring out your chosen female soldiers. Prove that not only are you strong, but the female soldiers you bring out are just as strong, so that everyone is convinced of you. He Ji-jun's mouth cracked a little hypocritical inside. Mostly, he found it a bit mind-boggling himself. Given that he was handing over female soldiers to a 10-year-old, could he really do anything about it? He's only 10. My ass. The old one at home is 12 and still wailing away. But, Mr. Gao's words, let him try. If it doesn't work, then withdraw. To blame the stream of Thunder War Fan Tianlei. Too uncompetitive. In the annual exercise by Chen Haonan, all kinds of abuse, capable of fighting are not available. The High General Manager is naturally not satisfied with the task of the creation of the Fire Phoenix, handed over to the Thunder Commandos who fought a losing battle. To change, this change is on Chen Haonan. Try it, it's not impossible. Upon hearing this, Chen Haonan took a deep breath. Wolf head, it's fine for you to hand these women over to me, but I have one request. I need a deputy, and a life assistant. Say what you want. I don't want a male. Men are jealous of my excellence. I need a female. Lei Zhuan glanced at the bratty child and couldn't help but scold. Are you looking for an assistant or a nanny? Cut the crap. Henchman. Oh, the chief has said that one person being strong is not strong. I can bring out a strong team. You can't. You still have the nerve to say you write in 8 nannies. I will find 2. You still have a problem? You have a sausage plus 2 eggs is amazing What? Thunder War pouted as he couldn't understand what the other party meant. Alright, knock it off. He Ji-jun took a look at Lei Zhuan's swollen face and thought to himself, this child is also extremely precise in making such a statement. Really do you have any ideas? For example, in terms of candidates, the other side has to agree to this. There are already fewer female soldiers. I have. Chen Haonan erected his short index finger as well as his middle finger, first breaking and bending his index finger, leaving his middle finger to open his mouth to Lei Zhuan. The first candidate is Tang Xini from the gaming office. She lost a bet to me, and will surely agree. Surely you'll agree? He Ji-jun blindfolded. She is the director of the game office. A busy person. Often go to the major military regions to guest theory teacher, and sometimes do the game. How does she give you as a deputy? She would have agreed, because she promised to be my girlfriend. Crap. Thunder War was so scared that his sausage cracked. He Ji-jun's cheeks twitched and he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. A 10-year-old kid, telling you that Tang Xini, a big beauty, is his girlfriend? How does this sound? Funny anyway. As it happens, she's giving lessons at Wolfsbane, so I can call her over. And by the way, who's the second candidate? Ran. Code name Violet. I know that she is from the Wolf-Fong staff officer. I don't think there is a need for her to go undercover. It's best for her to come and be my assistant. Saying that, Chen Haonan angled his little face, stared at Lei Zhuan and spoke. I heard that you chased Anran for a long time, and actually couldn't chase her. When Anran comes over, I'll let her be my third girlfriend. Hey, Anran, she's mine from now on. Lei Battle's sausage mouth cracked open once again, and a stunned, dumbfounded, how did you know expression flashed across his face. He did chase after Enron, but never could. And Enron had said that he didn't grow on his own aesthetic points of view, like being too dark, too mean, and looking similar to the bad guys he came in contact with, which stressed Enron out as if he was undercover at all times. I don't believe it. Enron will come and babysit for you. He Ji-jun was also quite surprised inwardly. Chen Haonan actually knew the existence of Anran, but also the code names that he knew, including Lei Zhuan's private little secret, not ashamed to be a black warrior, the little man who solved the case. Thinking about the black man incident, He Ji-jun seemed to have figured out something, which was personal ability. Okay, I'll call and have them all come over. And just in time, Enron is coming over to Wolfsbane to do her debriefing. At the entrance of the command headquarters, Tang Xini and Anran rushed over at the same time after receiving the call, and just happened to meet at the entrance. Xini, do you know who Chen Haonan is? Wolf had called me and actually asked me to work for him as an assistant. It's the first time I've heard that name. Tang Xini kicked her long legs, kicking the small stones on the side of the road away, and grunted under her breath. It's probably a bad guy. Otherwise, who would come up with such a name? Badass? A female military uniform. Anran. Sweet smile, I just came from the East China Sea Hall. Heard of Spider-Man and Black Mask. Actually the same person. Handsome. More powerful than the special forces. A person to fight Tan, but also to help the police to solve the tragedy in Shangjiang. For the wrongful death of the woman avenge the death of the woman. Such a man is too perfect. Anran's small mouth opened into an O shape, and a pitying expression appeared on her showy face. It's a pity that when bureaus have encrypted this person's identity, encrypted it to become S-class, I can't even see it. Anyway, I quite adore him. Spider-Man I know, it's Chan Ho Nam, but I didn't know that black man was him too. Tang Xinyi unnatural twist a long leg, a stunned face. Her impression of Chen Haonan, a little raggedy boy actually molested her in public as a female teacher, but also let himself be his girlfriend. Anyway, mixed up little devil A, did not expect the actual combat ability is so strong. All of a sudden, the reputation has risen. What? You're saying that Chen Haonan is the man I adore? Good ah. Anran's charming face, revealing a bright smile. Great. I actually have quite a lot of pressure as an undercover agent. I didn't expect it to be for such a heroic man as an assistant. By the way, how old is he? Does he have a girlfriend? Tang Xinyi revealed a wry smile and laughed. Don't keep asking La. It's quite annoying. You'll know when you go. Not knowing why, Tang Xinyi felt that she, too, wasn't very opposed to being Chen Haonan's female assistant anymore. She began to Chen Haonan, full of curiosity, wanting to explore the length and breadth, to see what kind of man he was. Let's hurry over there. I can't wait. I hope he has a white face, unlike Lei Zhuan, who has a dark face all day long. Says he likes me but looks like he's chasing a debt. As if Anran, owes him a life. Anran said, cooing and laughing, revealing two charming dimples. Tang Xinyi was looking dumbfounded. This Violet had to be said to be quite pretty. How to say? Not losing to herself. Hello chief. After knocking on the door and coming in, Tang Xinyi and Anran straightened their posture and saluted He Jijun. Chen Haonan ignored his first girlfriend and instead landed his gaze on Anran. As an agent, Anran was extremely good looking. She had a slim and attractive figure, a delicate and charming face, especially her smile, and two dimples showed even when she saluted with her pretty face. Women with dimples don't have a bad personality, valiant and gentle. While the first girlfriend, Tang Xinyi, was beautiful, but just a little too big-boned, giving the impression of a large gun rack, not as delicate as Anran. No wonder Lei War can't get enough of her. I must change her fate, cherish life and stay away from old Lei. Just as Chen Haonan was secretly sizing up his future female assistant, He Jijun had already begun to explain his identity. This is Chen Haonan. He appointed you guys to be his female assistants to aid her in establishing the Fire Phoenix Commando team. Fire Phoenix Commando is the first women's special force in the country. Chen Haonan and Lei Battle set up of two teams. In the future they will compete to see who leads a more outstanding team. Lei Battle as well as have the Thunderbolt Commandos as an auxiliary. Whereas Chen Haonan, there are only you guys. May I ask if you're willing to assist him? He is Chen Haonan? Anran looked at Chen Haonan in shock. Holy shit, is that actually a kid? Choo-choo, he's Spider-Man, the man you adore. Well, quite white. Tang Xinyi covered her mouth and laughed. She knew it was inappropriate, but she couldn't help it, especially when she thought of Anran's face of adoration and fascination before, and now there was only consternation. Tang Xinyi couldn't help but coo. Ignoring Tang Xinyi's gloating, Anran slightly lowered her head and looked at the little one who was a head shorter than her, her mouth wide open, too stunned and surprised indeed. The name Chen Haonan sounds cold. He is actually a child? My god, are you really Chen Haonan? Are you Spider-Man, Black Man? Chen Haonan brought his spine to a halt and nodded his head with a burning gaze. Not bad, it's me. I'm requesting that you and Tang Xinyi come and be my assistants, and the three of us will join forces together to create a powerful women's special forces unit, at least not below the Thunderbolt Commandos. At those words, Lei Zhuan grunted through his nose. Dream on, kid. You're Lei Battle? How did you become like this? Hearing Lei Zhuan's cold snorting voice, only then did Anran notice Lei Zhuan. But at this moment, Lei Zhuan, who was almost disfigured by the broomstick, with blood still seeping through his unbandaged face, even if his mother and father-in-law came, they wouldn't necessarily recognize him, let alone Anran. Violet, it's me, Lei Battle. Later we'll go to a meal together. My side of Raiden also needs a female assistant. You're the best person for the job. As for this kid are not even adult. He's messing around here. Anran looked at Lei Zhuan in front of her and was shocked. I can't recognize it. What happened? Been beaten up? How can that be? Lei Zhuan immediately denied it. On the side, Chen Haonan stepped over and pulled Anran's warm and soft little hand, his gaze attentive. Sister Anran, I nominated for you to come back as my auxiliary considering that it's too dangerous for you to be an undercover agent. And before that, this Lay Tiger who challenged me and was beaten into a pig's head by me. Didn't even mention you, so you should be my person. Join my gang. Anran froze for a moment, looking at Chun Hanan's cute appearance. She couldn't help but tease him. What if I don't agree? I'll cry for you. Ha ha. It's too cute. If it wasn't tea for the chief being in front of him, Anran couldn't help but lift Chun Hanan high. Her mind was filled with curiosity as to why a child so young had the ability to become Spider-Man. Violet. It's true that Chun Hanan brought it up, and there's no shortage of assistance on Raiden's side, so if you agree, you can stay, and the undercover job is off the table. He Ji-jun directly dismantled Lei Zhuan's theater stage. Yes, Enron agreed in one gulp. Why not? It just so happened that she wanted to see where Chen Hanan's ability lay, actually allowing He Ji-jun to break the age limit and let him lead the team alone. What about you? He Ji-jun looked at Tang Sinny and spoke. I know you're busy. If you don't agree, you can refuse. He Ji-jun didn't even finish his words before Tang Sinny spoke up and interrupted. No, Chief, my time is free. I can work part-time as his assistant. When I'm needed, I'll come over. And if I'm not needed, I'll just continue to work as a female teacher in the major military regions. Tang Sinny had one thing she didn't say. She was just curious how Anran would get along with her idol in the future. Well, then it's a deal. He Ji-jun was in an unexpectedly good mood. He really didn't think that Chun Hanan's personal charisma was so great that he could make both Anran and Tang Sinny agree to be his assistant. You know, in the past, Fan Tian Lei and Lei War, in fact, have pulled the two women part-time staff or assistant or something. Note, is part-time, the result is that they all seem to prevent the wolf-like defense. It was as if the little rabbit was always on guard against the big bad wolf, saying that she would never agree to anything, and Anran would rather be an undercover agent herself, but she would never open the door, no matter what the door was. Chun Hanan took a deep breath, looked at Anran with a serious smile on his angular face, and opened his mouth. It's now 3:20 and 11 seconds p.m. Remember this time, Sister Anran. From now on, you're my Chen Hanan's third girlfriend. Anran was filled with black question marks. Tang Sinny couldn't help herself. Once again cooed and laughed. You don't know. This little guy loves to have people as his girlfriend. I'm still his first girlfriend. By the way, why is Anran the third one? Who's the second one? Yi Tsuanshin? Bah, cousin can't be messed with. That's a big star sister. I'll introduce you guys to her sometime, including Lei Zhuan. No one thought that Chun Hanan could do anything great out of it. It was just a child playing house, and they all laughed when they saw how serious he was. A serious man like He Ji-jun gave himself a minute to calm the old man down. Alright, Lei Battle. Go to the infirmary and see a doctor. Although the troops won't pay too much attention to face value, but you look, also, too ugly. Thunder Warrior wiped his face and asked, Wolf Head, that I'm ugly or not? You look in the mirror does not know. Now the major forces also keep sending female soldiers over to you to select. You look like this to select talent. People still think you are a big tail wolf. Directly give you ugly refused. Still not quick to go. Mud. It's all Chen Hanan's fault. Soon, Chun Hanan's Lei Battle's bet spread through Wolfang. Don't think that the troops are just ironclad discipline. If there is really any gossip news, put in the life of boring training. The speed of spreading up can be described in one sentence. The fire boiling oil. Direct explosion. Did you hear? The junior soldier king who decapitated the Thunderbolt commandos not long ago has started a new bet with the three-time soldier king. Lei Battle. Over who leads the team. This wave. I'm standing in line for Chen Hanan. Lei Zhuan I know. People are arrogant. Walking posture is the old man the world's first look. Someone pressed him. This is a good thing. This person has a big head. Thick neck. Style has problems. Keep your voice down. You're just a cook. So what if it's a cook? A mole cricket can look at the sky. Look at others. Chen Hanan is not also 10 years old. I heard about it. He has 2 girlfriends in the military district. Crap. Who is it? The 2 major goddesses in the military. One is the undercover returned and ran. One is the game office of Flower Tang Sinny. Many single male comrades miss them. The result. TSK, tender grass eat old cow. I don't think Chen Hanan's ability to lead a team can compare to Lei Zhuan. Lei Zhuan he's strong not just in his personal ability but in his ability to lead a team. Chun Hanan probably started practicing martial arts at a very young age. Leading a team is simply nonsense. The chief is confused. Actually letting a kid lead the team. Among these arguments, there were those who stood for Chen Hanan, but more of them stood for Lei Zhuan. The people who stood Chun Hanan were admiring his powerful combat ability. With his personal ability, he took out Chen Shanming and the others, and took out the Thunderbolt commandos. And I heard that, not too long ago, he even played the role of a hero in Donghai City. Anyway, this kid is really bull. The thing about the Standing Thunder War is that people think that instructors can't just be instructors, and that there are a lot of instructors who come from the King of Soldiers, but just because there are King of Soldiers every year doesn't mean they can lead a team. What catches the eye is the topic of the chief muddle, who can't figure out why a kid is being allowed to lead the team. Iron Fist Regiment. Chen Haonan, He Changwang and the others were rolling around in the mud, going through their daily training. After being ordered by He Jijun, Chen Haonan's file was still in the Iron Fist Corps, including his small luggage, so he came back directly in Old Black's car. It's been a day since I got back, and there's not much going on out there. But Chen Haonan knew that if there was any wind, his own female assistant would come over to him. The roles he arranged for Anren were life assistant, female secretary, and third girlfriend. Other role plays were not thought of for the time being. As for Tang Xinyi, she is the theoretical female instructor, and will be allowed to come to class in her professional suit when she has the chance, but she doesn't have to come all the time. Bang! People Tall Horse and Lei wore almost a mold carved out of Wang Yanbing. Was Chen Haonan single-handedly fell into the mud? At once, the cold yellow rain haphazardly shot. Wang Yanbing touched a handful of yellow mud water on his face, and his big mouth opened. Chen Haonan, your kid peed against a big tree last time, causing me to be punished by the instructor 3 times. See a penalty once. This account has not been calculated clearly. Chen Haonan cocked his little head and looked. If you want to count, hurry up and count. I'm going to go to Wolf Fong as an instructor to lead the team. You won't have a chance later. What? You're going to instructor? How is this possible? How old are you? Wang Yanbing was a bit confused. On the side, He Changwang pulled Chen Haonan and asked, little brother, are you serious? What kind of instructor are you going to be? Instructor of the Special Forces. Bring out a team of my own. Teach them what I have learned. Let them all become my soldiers. With my Chen Haonan seed, the powerful seed, branded on their bodies. Chen Haonan's tone is full of confidence. As a soldier, who do not want to have their own belong to their own team. As if the man forest is big. You have to find the other half. The same reason. Oops. My ass. We're still rolling in mud. And other people's Chen Haonan has become an instructor. Li Ernio covered his mouth and exclaimed in shock. Then realized that he had dunked mud into his mouth, where he poo-pooed and spat it up. Chen Haonan, do you think we are iron brothers? He Changwang's tone became serious, with a look of deep love on earth. Chen Haonan glanced at He Changwang. Lactobacillus, just say what's wrong with you. Don't beat around the bush and act like a pussy. Ha ha, painful. I like to be a brother with a person of your character. It's like this. If you have the opportunity to become an instructor of the Special Forces, can you let me go to be a Special Forces soldier? To be a Special Forces soldier, it's my dream. By the way, you can also talk about a body of learning to impart to me. Believe me, I'm the genius of 1 in a million. He Changwang was full of confidence, and he felt that there was not much of a problem. Chen Haonan is an instructor. He is allowed to choose his team members. And wouldn't it smell better to be able to get out of the Iron Fist Regiment and become a Special Forces soldier sooner? He Changwang was a bit impatient. Brother, I apologize to you, for the comradeship of day and night. Personal grudges are nothing. Seeing that it was favorable, Wang Yanbing hurriedly climbed up from the mud and rushed to Chen Haonan's side, itching to strip himself naked to show that he had an icy heart. It's nice that I'm an instructor, but alas, this time it's a women's special forces unit that's being set up and looking for female soldiers. He Changwang was a bit disappointed. Female soldiers. On the side, Wang Yanbing salivated his old face and rubbed his small hand. Female soldiers can also. I can. Just then, the doors to the training opened and a military vehicle drove in. When the car stopped, a valiant female soldier stepped down. A straight military uniform, a slim and lovely figure, exquisite curves. It is Chen Hao. Male and female assistants Anren came. As Enron got out of the car, Kong Tuan also walked down and followed Enron's side. Only the dark-faced Kong Duan, comparing to the white-skinned Anren, was like a sunburnt white carrot on an old tree trunk. Little guy, you get up and wash it. Wash it clean, sister. I'll take you to Wolf Fong. Anren rushed at Chen Haonan and raised the file bag in his hand, throwing him a warm smile of a knowing big sister. Little guy, I've brought out all your files for you. From now on, you'll be a soldier of the Wolf Fong. But this file of yours, it's actually a virtual file. Indeed, Chen Haonan's enlistment in the army was originally the result of various misunderstandings, except that he had registered his family information. Just this information is now up for grabs by several of Wolfram and Hart's commando teams. On the side, Kong Tuan's face is black right here. Just now, Anren has already approached him, explaining that Chen Haonan is going to become the instructor of the Fire Phoenix commando team. This is his outstanding ability to make the above break the rules and reuse him. He has to leave Iron Fist Regiment. To this, Kong Tuan first objected in every way, but a mysterious phone call came down and he had to compromise. Chen Haonan, get up. I have something to say to you. Yes, Chief. Chen Haonan took small steps and slowly walked up to Kong Tuan, saluting him. The way Kong Duan looked at him was filled with extremely complicated feelings. How old are you? 10 years old, and you're already the king of soldiers. He already possessed the strength to call out the Thunderbolt commandos, and his ability to fight alone was not below that of Thunder War. Surprise after surprise, the Khan group is left with a long face and regret. It goes without saying that Long Face regretted that he always treated Chen Haonan as a child and missed many opportunities to reuse him until he suddenly alerted the hand of the Southeast Military Region. However, in Kong Tuan's opinion, he still has a chance. After all, Chen Haonan has not yet reached adulthood, just like a woman has not been married before. Even if she has talked about a few boyfriends, who here does not have a chance? Haonan, in the past, my old Kong was a bit prejudiced against you. Such prejudice was sourced from the fact that your age was too young. It was a protection for you, but behind, such prejudice is gone. There is only appreciation. You're the youngest and strongest soldier that old me has ever seen. Kong Tuan said seriously. You are still young. The above should also just let you try and explore your strengths and weaknesses, but you have to grow up eventually. In the future when you start enlisting as a soldier, remember to come to the Iron Fist Regiment first. This, in fact, Chen Haonan would like to say to Lao Kong that there should be little chance, even if he becomes a soldier in the future. He will start from the general, but he was too embarrassed to strike the old chief, who had had 2 drinks together. In contrast to Fan Tianlei's big flimflam and Lei Zhuan's arrogant bullying, the rare Kong Tuan has the tradition of a true veteran, in whom you can feel his hardness, his coldness, and his embarrassment at times when he gets confused and slaps his head. He is fond of bragging and says he is a literary young man. But anyway, this was his first chief and a drinking buddy who was willing to carry a bottle of wine and blow against him. Don't worry, old Khan. I'll come back to see you with a drink. And next time, you don't bring a tape recorder. This. Kong Tuan laughed and scolded. You still have the good sense. I am not learning from you. Your kid also replaced my recording. When to return to me? It's in the 3rd stall of the restroom. Find it yourself. You want to use it to threaten me. You can keep it. It's fine with me. You kid. Ha ha, that's funny. Kong Tuan was amused by Chen Haonan. The two were pulling at each other while Wang Yanbing, He Chengwang and the others didn't even listen to what they were saying, but instead, they all had their eyes fixed on the valiant Anren next to them. I'll be damned. What a beautiful female soldier. It's even prettier than MS Tang, who gave them a lecture last time. Wang Yanbing almost wanted to just whistle, but luckily, held back. Is this Chen Haonan's female assistant? I'll go. This treatment is so good that it's enviable. Li Ernio couldn't even help but admit. She does look a bit better looking than Maitsuehua, with an indescribable temperament. The temperament of a real female soldier. Unlike Mr. Tang, it seems that there is a kind of Jianghu atmosphere on the body. You offend me. I will fuck you. And this Chen Haonan's female assistant. You offend me. I laugh off the feeling. He Chengwang wit summed up a handful of times. And inwardly that is envy, jealousy, hate. Suddenly I don't look like a special forces soldier anymore. I'm setting my sights on the position of instructor. See you guys. I'll be waiting for you at Wolfsbane. Come early or you'll have to salute me and call me instructor when you get here. Chen Haonan followed Anren. Driving is Anren. And Chen Haonan, because too young, was asked to sit in the back to go. Sitting in front of the police uncle caught. Will be fined. Anren lethargically leaned back in his seat and drove the car leisurely. Compared to the undercover career of walking the tightrope all the time, it's so easy and relaxing to be an assistant to someone. The only thing that messed with her fangirl's mind was the child Chen Haonan. No one would believe it when they say that she actually worked as an assistant to a child instead of a nanny. Is it just me in heat? Or is the wolf head going crazy? The more I touch this child, the more ridiculous it seems. Anren quietly swallowed her saliva, withdrew her gaze that was stealing glances at Chen Haonan, and said, "Little fellow, how do you plan to train those female soldiers? As your female assistant, I should always know first, right? Don't call me little guy. Firstly, I'm not little anymore. I'm no longer one of those 7 or 8-year-olds. And secondly, I'm your boss, leader, but it's fine for you to call me Hao, because you have another layer of identity. You're my girlfriend." Girlfriend, ah. Upon hearing this, Anren laughed her head off, and her waist under her round buttocks twisted as if it was a small grass in the spring breeze. Ha ha, laughed me to death. Laughed me to death. Really? That how? I didn't mean to laugh at you. Just ha ha. Enron almost drove the car off the road. This damned fangirl arsonist. Talking always amuses me. Chen Haonan raised his hand, grabbed the seat in front of him, boarded his little face. Be careful not to overturn the car. Say serious things. What's so funny? Once there were two batches of enemies who laughed so arrogantly in front of me. But unfortunately, one of them made me become Spider-Man. And one of them made me become the Black Mask. Are you sure to continue to laugh? I don't want to go ashore with the first sword and cut my intended victim first. Meaning? Ooh-hoo. Under the strong psychological contrast, Anran's cultivation told her not to laugh and to hold back. But listening to Chun Haonan's old-fashioned look, it was really hard to hold back. In less than 10 seconds, poor Anran's collagen-filled face, bulging and deflating, bumpy and concave, finally bulging into a cute little hamster, finally held back from laughing. It was also true that Chun Haonan was a child on the outside. He was strong and hard on the inside, and the people of the entire Eastern Sea City were all talking about him, and this chivalrous man was sitting alive behind himself. Pretty cool. You're not a simple instructor this time. The venue, you have to pick it yourself. Wolf Fawn didn't divide the base for us. The only base has been occupied by Thunderbolt. You Spider-Man, how can you play the role of the instructor? I've heard that if you lose, you have to call Thunderbolt's father. Dad, he's only qualified to be my grandson. Listening to Chun Haonan's words, Anran, who had worked hard to endure it with great difficulty, jerked her straight body up, raised her chin, and almost sprayed to Chun Haonan again. This is a child who is not physically mature, but whose mind has matured. He cannot be treated as a little child and must be taken more seriously. Thinking about this, the ice-cold Anran already knew how to get along with Chun Haonan. You're right. We have to find a way to defeat Lei Zhuan. There's another bet. Lei Zhuan said that if you lose, I have to be his girlfriend. I don't want to find a black-faced man like him. As if I, Anran, owed him a life. If you follow Lei War, you do owe him a life. Chun Haonan muttered to himself. Just at this moment, the system's voice rang thunderously. Junior Soldier King System main mission. As a young and famous system owner, the universe's strongest system of the binding host, regardless of that field, must be bigger and stronger. The bigger the storm, the more powerful it must be. This time with Lei War's wager, can only win but not lose. Win, rewarded with 600 experience value. Lose, the host's male characteristics will be violating the principles of physics to amplify 10 times. Zoom in 10 times. Cripes. In Chun Haonan's mind, the scene of the elephant dragging its big trunk, dragging dust all over the ground, was terrifying to think about. 600 experience points? So bountiful. Winning the clubhouse tender model, losing the rhythm of going down to the sea to sit on the table. Are you angry? Anran took the time to sneak a look at the little man, only to find that Chun Haonan's face was full of seriousness, but his entire person exuded a feeling of powerful confidence. This Anran froze slightly. That's right. That's the flavor of a teenage soldier king. After agreeing to be Chun Haonan's female assistant, Anran checked Chun Haonan's family file. Parents are rich merchants, one of the rich and powerful in East China Sea City. Just the monthly pocket money is 100,000. This young master who was born with a golden key, but in the past, it was actually a timid and famous, but I don't know why. Suddenly it was bold and fat, supposedly made him even call the police one day to say the teacher was giving too much homework. Anyway, the contrast is bad. Could it be that Staff Sergeant Fan is really a genius at discovering good seedlings? It is said that he organized a summer camp for teenagers before Chun Haonan began to change qualitatively, but the letter of introduction was open to Yi Tsuanshin. Chun Haonan stole his cousin's letter to become a soldier, and from then on, he showed a strong talent, pressed all the recruits of the same period, so that the Kong regiment had to keep him down. This information flashed through Anran's mind, and she wisely made a decision. When she had the chance, she would find Chun Haonan's cousin and inquire about it. Anran was the kind of woman who did what she did and loved what she did, and if she wanted to conquer this little Spider-Man, she had to know all about him, including Chun Haonan's strengths and weaknesses. Without a base, we'll pick one, and once we've chosen a location, I'll get Wolfshed to start work. Ta-da! When the car entered Wolfsbane, the guards had long recognized Chun Haonan and didn't stop the car at all. As for Anran, not to mention, the wolf's teeth first flower, used to be their staff officer before she turned out to be an agent. Anyway, Chun Haonan or Anran, the heat is so high that it's completely possible to brush your face as a pass. It didn't take long for the car to pull up to an open base. Anran looked at her surroundings and was directly dumbfounded. This is the base of the wolf's teeth paddling. There is actually the smell of shit. It wouldn't have been a farm in the past. Anran grabbed a map with a circle drawn on it, the very area designated. But this lot, besides smelling like shit, can only be described as a hairless white tiger, with no water in front and no mountains behind. It's like a song says, empty. Chun Haonan, however, looked around with delight. His bright eyes turned quickly, and his small hand stretched out. This is the White Tiger Land. Ah, there is no hair, but I like the white tiger. The more there is nothing, it means that the operating space can be big. Anran's sister, what are you frowning for? Hurry up and go to contact the construction team. I'll make arrangements on the line. You understand the arrangement? Slightly, learned it as a child. When I was a child, Anran was speechless. She was worried and went to contact the construction workers. Finding people is Anran's specialty. However, when she left the White Tiger Land, Anran made a phone call that showed a note. Chen Haonan's first girlfriend. Hey, Sister Xine, this wolf head is a few meanings let us assist Chen Haonan this child. I have no opinion, but the special training base given, it is simply a white tiger. There is no hair. Tomorrow we'll begin to select personnel. How can this be done? White tiger? I like white tigers. Comparing the urgency of Anran, Tang Xini's tone was flat. You have to believe in our little man. He is very much his own set of things. I was in the Iron Fist Regiment giving lessons to the new recruits. The gun drawing technique course. The quick lightning of the gun, that kind of technique. I applied for the record, but my little boyfriend broke my record, and surprised me. Because of his revelation, I opened up my mind, and lately this feeling has become more and more intense. Maybe, I can create another draw technique now. Anran listened in confusion and couldn't help but remind. Xini, are you taking a shower? I'm talking about the base issue. What are you drawing your gun for? Is there more? What has Chen Haonan opened your mind to? He just grabbed my gun and told me that with his draw. He wasn't drawing his own gun. He was drawing someone else's. And just like that, I was his girlfriend. Tang Xini winced. Softly. What are you doing? That sounds weird. Anran sweated. What do you think? Comfortable. Tang Xini said intermittently. I am in the gym, lifting dumbbells. Not to say, I am afraid of pressure on the neck. Or that sentence. You just follow Chen Haonan's to do. He will give you a surprise. Anran was hung up on, and then some of her confidence returned. It didn't take long for her to take a team of construction workers and fire their way to the White Tiger base. Chen Haonan did not leave. He held a pen in his hand, writing and drawing on the map, and waited until the workers entered. Then immediately stood up and spoke out his opinion. Excavate here and dig out the water without using cement. You must ensure the original color and taste of the yellow clay water. All the roads here, dug up. We don't need roads. The worse the better. Anran bright eyes, looking at Chen Haonan pointing, quite professional. It seems that Tang Xini, who does not know whether it is a bath or fitness, is right. Believe in Chen Haonan, and you'll be pleasantly surprised. I hope it's not a shock. Anran took this mission very seriously. She hoped to deliver a perfect answer sheet, at least not to lose to the women's commando team that Lei Battle had brought out. That night, Chen Haonan stayed for the night, staying in Anran's dormitory, the two of them sleeping together with one pillow. The next morning, under Anran's service, Chen Haonan woke up leisurely, then realized that the toothpaste was all squeezed by Anran. There are female assistants. Is comfortable, in terms of taking care of people, Sister Anran than that big star. More professional. However, the big star legs long, Sister Anran waist soft. After a night's sleep, Chen Haonan did what all men under the sun do. He compared notes. Breakfast was eaten in the cafeteria, and when Anran and Chen Haonan appeared at the same time, it caused a burst of discussion. But of course, the discipline of the army was very strict, and it was all discussed in private. The topic of discussion is no more than 10-year-old child as an instructor actually dared to clap with the king of soldiers Lei Battle. There is also a theme is, a flower in the army and ran, become a little man's assistant. The latter theme was a bit stronger, and some of the single male soldiers were already inquiring if Chen Haonan needed a male assistant. For all this attention and talk, Chen Haonan, who was strong inside, paid no attention to it. Taking Anran's hand, he continued to go to the White Tiger base and do pioneering work. After 2 busy days, the White Tiger base began to become lush with grass and was divided into several different areas: the Vermilion Bird Shooting Range, the Xuanwu Fighting Arena, the White Tiger Swamp, and the Green Dragon Circuit. Chen Haonan seemed like a great general, boarding his small hands and looking around his territory, while his consort, Anran, followed him around, bending her head. It's like everything and nothing. Anran is still worried. Can't do as if Chen Haonan's first girlfriend is so dashing, so hands off. It was worth mentioning that Tang Xini, who was hanging on to her deputy position, never came over, but only called every day as well, asking about the base situation and how Chen Haonan was performing. Anran felt that Chen Haonan was like Tang Xini's ex-husband, and after the divorce, Tang Dame wanted to ask him how he was doing, but didn't want the other party to know that she was still in a lingering love affair. Anran is getting ready to take a shower. At the base, half a day without a shower is like 3 days without a shower, as dirty and smelly as a safari in the jungle. the phone but at this time rang. Anrun a little surprised, only to see the number display is actually Wolf Head. After picking up the phone, Hee Ji-jun's serious voice came through. Violet, tell Chen Haonan that he can come over to select female soldiers. The location is at the command headquarters. Okay, Wolf Head. After hanging up the phone, Anran spoke to Chen Haonan with an elated face. Xiao Hao, you can pick your own men. All the female soldiers are gathered at the command headquarters, and Lei Zhuan has also gone over, just waiting for us. Finally, waiting and waiting. It's been 3 days. Chen Haonan all feel Hee Ji-jun errands, as if the woman bathing is annoying. Actually 3 days have gathered see female soldiers. This is not a long time ago to start things. You drive. After the car drove over, Chen Haonan was used to sitting in the back seat. Just as he came in, he laid his little body down on the soft couch, and the fatigue of 3 busy days came over him, and he actually slept through it. I don't know how long it took, but he was shaken awake by Enron. Can you be serious? Picking female soldiers is really important. And you fell asleep? Anran kind of hated her husband for not being a dragon, and worry hung on her delicate and exquisite face. Oh, don't worry about that. Chen Haonan reached out and pinched Anran's cheeks, causing Anran to blush. Little immodest. Whenever you win lay battle, I'll let you pinch me. Anran didn't object to Chen Haonan's actions. Anyway, he was just a kid. What bad thoughts could a kid have? In these 3 days, the two of them slept hugging each other every day, and Chen Haonan couldn't do much. That is, sometimes in the morning, he realized that he was nothing more than a child who was fed on milk. Chen Haonan laughed a little and allowed Anran to pull him over. This was his second visit to the command. Generally speaking, it was impossible to get together at the command headquarters for such daily training as selecting female soldiers, but this time was different from the past. Gao Shiwei as well as the top brass of the Southeast Military Region had come over and were reviewing the outstanding female soldier seeds that had come over from all the major subordinate units. Hee Ji-jun also accompanied Mr. Gao. Next to him was the Thunder and Lightning Commandos led by Lei War. And in the words of Chen Haonan, all 8 nannies were here. This is Chen Haonan. Anran is a very good agent. She was willing to leave the agent organization and come to assist Chen Haonan. Well, the child being held by Anran's little hand, that's him. Listening to Hee Ji-jun's introduction, apart from Mr. Gao, including those cadres of Vice Commander Wang, all of them were dumbfounded. They had heard of Chen Haonan's prestige, very infamous, and knew that he was a child. But being pulled by the tall and leggy and delicate agent Anran, set off as if she were a young mother, sending her child to school. Indeed, it's better to be known than to be seen. Vice Commander Wang let out a sigh of relief. Mr. Gao glanced at old Wang and laughed. Don't look at him as a bare child, but when it comes to the real thing, the Thunderbolt commandos next to him are all babysitters who accompany him. Wang Vice laughed lightly. There are many ancient teenagers who came of age. Gon Luo can be a prime minister at the age of 12, and there are many 8-year-old little Baji during the war. But in the era of peace, it seems like Chen Haonan's such an age. He still carries a small school bag to elementary school. Right, the era is different, coupled with the duck-filling education. Apart from some research geniuses, it seems like Chen Haonan's such a practical ability. None of them, and I'm not underestimating him. I'm just curious, can he lead a commando team well? Success or failure? Watch does not know. After saying this, Mr. Gao glanced at Lei Zhuan and the others beside him. Anyway, the wolf teeth need to change a little bit. Change is through. Through is long. In the past, the wolf teeth is the soul brought by Hee Ji-jun, not afraid to die, dare to go to the death. But in the new era, this is not enough to look at, so that the wolf teeth in the last few years can no longer enter the ranks of the top special brigade. You're right, Mr. Gao. Wolf Fong does need fresh blood, and since Chen Haonan was able to decapitate Hee Ji-jun, he's a key to change. Vice Wang and the others finally understood why General Manager Gao had broken the rules and reused a child like this. This is an opportunity for Wolverine to break the game. After so many years, a Chen Haonan appeared and chopped off Hee Ji-jun's dog's head. Who will he reuse if not him? Old Gao is also old. Lei battle is good, but a little stuck in his ways. These years did not inch forward. The temper is up. As for the old fan, fooling Mr. Wen can still be, cannot fool the other troops of the special forces, that are all about strength and tactics. Hello chiefs. After Chen Haonan stepped over, he solemnly raised his small hand in salute. The cadres headed by Mr. Gao also gave him a big military salute in return. Chen Haonan, do you think it's possible to train a strongest female warrior for the Southeast Military Region? Chen Haonan spoke. Report, if I didn't have this confidence, I would have been sitting in a classroom reading at this time, instead of standing here, and I would have given them a strong female army all the way. The crowd laughed. Anran on the side also secretly admired. Don't look at Chen Hao Man small, bold, in front of so many chiefs. He didn't even change his face for a second. It was very much a child that made people very uptight and turned back to give him a kiss as a reward. In front of the head of the face, He Ji-jun once again praised Chen Haonan, said, the veteran soldier does not die, just wither. The wolf tooth is my He Ji-jun's, but ultimately it is your young people's. The revival of the wolf tooth has always been my dream, but this dream is not so easy to realize. The need for a younger king of soldiers to take over to take up the role of the wolf tooth's characteristics, is to always maintain vitality. The wolf tooth is not He Ji-jun's Wolverine teeth. It could also be Lei Zhuan's Wolverine teeth, Chen Haonan's Wolverine teeth. You young people should not be stuck in your ways, but rather flourish and strive to be the first to run off. Chen Haonan nodded his head continuously as he listened. Wolf head is worthy of being a cannon mouth, really capable of blowing. I have to say, anyone who gets to be a captain can blow more than one. It's called a morale booster. Needless to say, Lei battle, as well as his nanny, one by one. They also listened to the battle in their eyes boiling, and even contained hot tears. They were all in love with Wolf's teeth. After He Ji-jun complimented Chen Haonan, he went back to licking those female comrades. Standing in front of all the female soldiers who came to the selection, Comrade Lao He's voice was full of passion. Ladies warriors, you are all the best female soldier comrades in 100 miles, and I, Lao He, admire one kind of person the most. That is, the hard man. And now that I see you, there is one more kind. That is, the hard man among female soldiers, also called the female man. The female soldiers laughed, their hearts filled with the joy of being licked. He spoke briefly, couldn't lick for more than a few seconds, then stopped licking and turned his eyes to the subject, becoming serious. The way you are selected this time is different from the past. There will be 2 instructors leading the up 2 assault teams, which means that you will have more chances to become female special forces. But in the end there is still a competition for the UB team, and there can only be 1 team left. 2 instructors, UB 2 teams? The female soldiers were serious. They soldiers didn't feel much luck. In the end, they still eliminated another team? Chen Haonan, Lei Zhuan, come over here. Yes, Chen Haonan and Lei Zhuan responded and stood out at the same time, facing the female soldiers of the major military regions. He Ji-jun stood in front of the 2 men and spoke. A good special instructor knows how to pick good soldiers and cowardly soldiers. How long do you need to spend to pick your own soldiers? Before Lei War could open his mouth, Chen Haonan jumped ahead. Wolf head. In the selection part, I don't need to waste time. I only need to select 8 out of these hundreds of female soldiers. The rest of the female soldiers can be left to instructor Lei himself to choose slowly. This sentence is extremely arrogant, so that the confident Lei War are stunned to look at Chen Haonan, completely do not understand the small figure, hiding what a few meanings. What do you mean? 8 female soldiers can be selected? How do you know that 8 female soldiers will definitely pass the later stage of the examination? Or do they stay? Even if they're trash? Kids are kids. They're just kids. They're playing house. Just as Lei Zhuan was about to choke him out a few times, Chen Haonan spoke again. Regardless of how these female soldiers perform in the later stages, I won't be replenishing any more personnel, and I believe that I can build them up to be female soldiers, and brand the most powerful seeds on these 8 female soldiers. He Ji-jun is also stunned to look at Chen Haonan, this little guy. Not only him, behind them, the high general manager of them, are exchanging words. On the one hand, feel interesting. On the one hand, feel that it will not be too child's play. Dare you bet? I'll pick first. I only want 8 female soldiers, not 1 more. Chen Haonan's small face was angled as he looked at Lei Zhuan with a provocative face. Lei Zhuan pondered for a moment. He felt that Chen Haonan couldn't sell any medicine in his gourd. Who can be bullish enough to tell at a glance who is the best fit? Not everyone can be a special forces soldier, men and women alike. If someone couldn't hold out in the middle of the process, they wouldn't even need to be eliminated by the instructor. They would have offered to leave themselves. Otherwise, why would they need to have hundreds of female soldiers come over to participate in the selection process? I'm asking you for one thing. Don't treat this competition as child's play, even if you are a child. Lei Zhuan spoke seriously. This is your own choice. Chen Haonan straightened his small waist. Don't worry. It's not people like you who don't admit when they lose. Lei Zhuan's face darkened for a moment and held back. Bear with me. There's no need to get into a snit with a kid. Thus, Chen Haonan took small short steps and slowly walked in front of all the female soldiers, his bright little eyes, thievingly glancing over from each female soldier. He was familiar with the plot, so he naturally knew that it was the female soldier that was needed, and the glance was to see if the other person was there, in case the plot was different, and it would be embarrassing to name someone who wasn't there as well. Chen Haonan surveyed the female soldiers. And the female soldiers with their heads held high did look at this small child who was a head shorter than them with a stunned expression. He was seen in his little army uniform, looking at them with a serious face, and that look, how it looked, was comical. Why is it a kid? Kinda cute. Ha? From what the chief said, it sounds like he's our instructor? Yeah, he came over to take point. That's strange. A kid can be an instructor? It looks milquetoast. He. This is my little cousin. Watch your mouth with some respect. In the team of female soldiers, Yi Tsuenshin first looked at Chen Haonan in shock, a bit unable to make a sharp turn in her head, and when she heard someone belittling Chen Haonan as a cousin, she couldn't help but transform into a brother-protecting fiend. What? He Lu, Tang Xiao, Tian Gua, Shin Lani, Chu Bai Ajua, Yi Tsuenshin, Ouyang Qian, Tan Xiaolin. These 8 female soldiers come forward. Chen Haonan ordered 8 female soldiers in one breath, so fast that people couldn't even turn their heads, faster than reading from a piece of paper. Lei Zhen frowned at the 8 female soldiers who stood out, a little puzzled as to why Chen Haonan remembered their names. And he reads fast. Who gave him the list? By any chance? Anran? Anran's intelligence capabilities, Lei Zhuan knew, and the thought of it soured his heart. Anran, you don't use it for me, and you still sleep with a child every day as someone's nanny. Just wait. Lei Battle, will prove that you guys are just going through the motions of the game. Just as Lei Zhan was thinking about what was on his mind, Yi Tsuenshin, who had stepped forward, suddenly spoke. Chen Haonan, when did you become an instructor? Aren't you fooling around? I'll be your instructor from now on. I'm younger than you, but if you have any problems in the future, you have to call in a report. Comrade Yi Tsuenshin, can you become a qualified special forces soldier? Yi Tsuenshin froze for a moment and spoke loudly. I can. That's right. Don't embarrass me. Don't ask why about anything else. All you have to do is follow orders. Chen Haonan's small face, his small eyes that twinkled with stars, revealed seriousness, and with He Jijun and the other executives standing next to him, anyone would know that he was recognized from above. To exist is to be reasonable, just a little off the wall. Report, I will not dishonor you. Yi Tsuenshin also figured it out, taking one step at a time to see what Chen Haonan was up to. What to think of these 8 female soldiers? Yan Wang and the others were also sizing up Yi Tsuenshin and the others, exchanging low voices. The old fox seriously said, Yi Tsuenshin, these 8 female soldiers are the first batch over, the second batch only temporarily added in the selection. You can see, Chen Haonan is definitely not haphazardly selecting people. He has a clear mind. Tian Lang nodded and said, a sharp eye. These 8 female soldiers, they are not simple. Things are not that simple anymore. And Ran is a good assistant. Just as Lei Jian and the others were evaluating, Chen Haonan had already led the 8 female soldiers to leave first. Looking at Chen Haonan's hurried little figure, Mr. Gao, who had been smiling all the time, asked He Jijun, Xiao He, what do you think? He Jijun looked at Lei Battle, who had already taken away the remaining female soldiers, and said seriously, Lei Battle is a tested team, a whetstone for the 3 armies. Lei Battle's ability to lead a team is indisputable, and his experience is much richer than Chen Haonan's. While Chen Haonan's advantage is that you never know where his bottom card is, and he's a physiologically immature soldier with an idea that has already exceeded his standard. So for the time being I can't see who's stronger, and I'll wait for 3 months to know the result. Let's bet. Mr. Cao smiled and said, I choose Chen Haonan. I feel that his vision of people, very decisive, and unique, special forces to say lies in the essence, not in the many. Chief, those remaining female soldiers are also the elite of the force. That's true. But the best second-class soldiers are no match for the worst first-class soldiers, and Chen Haonan has already picked away the best female soldiers. Mr. Cao smiled, his tone full of confidence. He Jijun actually did not think much of it, but he did not dare to refute it. The high general who Chen Haonan fancy is the best. Then the best it is. Let time speak for itself. The female assistant, Anran, personally drove the troop carrier and sent all the female soldiers to the White Tiger base. After arriving at the base, Anran called out to Yi Tsuenshin, your instructor Chen Haonan's cousin? Yes. Yi Tsuenshin smiled as she looked at Anran. This was a rather beautiful soldier sister. Why was she willing to be Chen Haonan's assistant? Strange. It seems like all the pretty women I've seen lately, from Tang Xini to that big star, one by one, they're all grabbing to be their little cousin's girlfriend. I heard that Chen Haonan was killing enemies in the supermarket, and you were following him around. Did he really rely on his personal ability to kill all the thugs, and then become Spider-Man, and Black Man? Pausing for a moment, Yi Tsuenshin's face revealed consternation, a little confused as to why this beautiful soldier sister was so gossipy. I can talk, but you have to keep it a secret. His little cousin warned him, he doesn't want to be pulled into slicing. Yi Tsuanshin originally did not want to say. If Tang Xinyi asked her, or that long-legged female goblin asked her, she absolutely will not say. But in the face of this beautiful delicate face with 2 dimples, the other side has a feeling that makes people very close. Do not say it, they are embarrassed. Anren blinked her beautiful big eyes and nodded her head joyfully. Don't worry, I'm an assistant. I need to have a clear understanding of the instructor's ability that I'm assisting, but also for the sake of assisting him more conveniently. After all, I've never seen Chen Haonan do it himself. Everything is heard of. My sister. I'm very unprofessional in my heart, so it's a lack of confidence in your little cousin. Also, he's still young. Usually my little cousin is cool, and if he has a little temper tantrum, he won't say a word to you. I was indeed at his side when he became Spider-Man. Personally watched him kill people. Ability-wise, I guess, it's like playing magic, which I can't comprehend right now. You can understand that he's good with all 18 weapons. Yi Tsuanshin revealed a contemplative expression. She actually couldn't figure out how Chen Haonan did it now. 18 weapons? All of them. Where's the black mask? And how did he force the other guy to tell the truth? He acted alone. That side also said that he ran away at night, but came back with the smell of blood on his body. That night I purposely slept with him, interrogated him in the middle of the night for a few moments. He was confused and would talk, saying that he used a toothpick to force him to come out of it, and he also registered a screen name called Man in the Darkness, which is the origin of the Black Warrior. I've been sleeping with him for 3 days. Why couldn't I think of asking him in the middle of the night? It turns out he has a habit of telling the truth in his dreams. So that's good. Looking at the beautiful female sister who has been slept with by Chen Haonan for 3 days, Yi Tsuanshin is a little stunned. Not Chen Haonan. This little guy took advantage of people again? She suddenly thought of a horrible thing and subconsciously opened her mouth. That. You are not also Chen Haonan's girlfriend, right? I'm his 3rd girlfriend. It's funny. He's pretty serious, but he can't do anything. Looking at the playful and joyful Anren, Yi Tsuanshin dumbfounded. I go. Chen Haonan little guy colorful and bold. And found another one. Anren looked for Yi Tsuanshin to inquire about Chen Haonan's situation. Apart from being curious, she really wanted to find out how Chen Haonan's bottom card was. After understanding, she let Yi Tsuanshin return to the team. Soon the women soldiers had been settled and all their luggage sent to their dormitories. The so-called dormitories are actually tents. After the female soldiers lined up again, they found Chen Haonan waiting in the playground with a serious face, exuding an air of determination. Ignoring his height, he was a cold and cool instructor. Quite a handsome little instructor. I think the days will be fun if I follow her. At least in terms of food, it will not be too bad. The one who spoke was Tianhua, who possessed an angelic face and a devilish figure, and stood out amongst the female soldiers. Why do you say that? The one who asked was Ouyang Qian. Both of them are foodies. And the mention of food immediately brings up the subject. The instructors are in their growth phase. How bad can the food be? Tango had a firm expression of Conan's reasoning. Yes. Nay. Did ye not hear the instructor's wager just now? He won't replenish any other source of soldiers, saying that he must imprint on us the seeds of his might, and in that case, the demand should be very much on the table. I'm very curious as to why a little kid can be our instructor, as long as it's not a game of house. He Lu had a serious face. Just at this moment, Chen Haonan spoke up. No need to be nervous. Just come and take a good rest first to familiarize yourself with the environment. I'll announce the next free activities. The female soldiers looked at me and I looked at you in bewilderment. Before coming, they can be fully prepared psychologically, but also inquired about the selection of this women's commando unit. Will be very strict requirements, not dead or shedding layers of skin. The results have just been lined up. On the free activity, Chen Haonan ignored the female soldier's thoughts, and after giving the order, with frost on his small face, he came to find Anren. Go find their files and print out for me all the accomplishments they've made in their respective units. And don't leave anyone out. Each and every one of them already got all the scenery history of Chen Haonan. Anren, immediately full of pleasure to go and do it. She also had a small mind to interrogate the little guy properly after dark. When she slept with Chen Haonan, what other big secrets he had. It didn't take long for Anren to hand over the information to Chen Haonan. Do you want to praise them? To buy people's hearts? In fact, it is not necessary. Practice should be strict. 100 days available. Practice is not strict. 1,000 days ineffective. Chen Haonan sniffed, revealing a smile that didn't match his age. Later, you'll see. It's a secret. Anren smiled wryly. Let you get it. Let you be mysterious. Don't say anything clearly to me as a female assistant. At night, hey. On the other side, the female soldiers were taking a walk. a real walk, while chatting about what they thought of their instructors. I think that it's too childish to have a little kid as an instructor. What can he teach us? Fighting expert Shinlani had a fiery temper. She had been holding back a word just now, and her anger was about to spurt out at this time. As soon as you arrive, you're free to go. What about playing eagle and chicken with that little instructor later? Think about all the fire. He is here to be a special forces, not to play games with children. Guys, why don't we make a big fuss later and go quietly? I can't accept it anyway. A kid for an instructor. In the face of Shinlani's sarcasm, Yi Tsuinshin, who had originally questioned Chunhaonan as well, had a different opinion. It's not a problem to question your own little cousin. It's over the top for an outsider to badmouth him. Your name is Shinlani, right? This lady has long looked at you upset. What a big fuss, quietly and go. You want to pass away? I know you're that little kid's cousin. What? You want to fight? Scared of you? Yi Tsuinshin immediately fought with Shinlani, and no one could stop them. After a few rounds of back and forth, Yi Tsuinshin suffered some small losses. She was not Shinlani's opponent, but won in courage, as if a perpetual motion machine constantly launched attacks. In this way, Shinlani could not do anything about this crazy woman of hers for a while. Both sides twisted and turned. Their clothes were pulled apart, and for a moment the light of spring leaked out. Stop it! Stop hitting! Stop hitting! Stop hitting! More hitting! Clothes are stripped off. The female soldiers were on the sidelines to talk them out of it, but no one could stop them. Just at the moment when the fight was in full swing, a tiny figure seemed to descend from the sky as a hawk, spreading its wings and grabbing the two women who were writhing and throwing them out with a whirlwind. With a snap, Yi Tsuinshin and Shinlani fell to the ground at the same time, unable to get up for a moment. Yi Tsuinshin was still nothing, since Chen Haonan became a soldier. That day in the hotel, she fought with Chen Haonan on the bed, and eventually lost her armor and collapsed. For Chen Haonan's power, she was mentally prepared, but Shinlani surprised not small. She is the champion of the combat youth tournament. Combat experience? Just now when Chen Haonan probing hand grabbed, she also counter-grabbed the other party's small hand. The result of the flyout is actually their own? My, this is the power of a child? Why does it feel like the reincarnation of Li Yuanba? The female soldiers also looked dumbfounded. A moment of silence. All froze and looked at Chen Haonan, as if they only recognized him for the first time. Fuck me. I thought he was a little man, but I didn't realize he was a great husband? The female soldiers also looked dumbfounded, momentarily silent. All of them froze and looked at Chen Haonan. Their minds were filled with movie scenes they had once seen. Palms from the sky. I didn't give you guys free time to take a walk. Good soldiers would be scrambling to familiarize themselves with the place. And what have you done? You big ladies? Chatting, quarreling, none of you are doing anything serious. As a little kid, I can't even look down on you big ladies. Don't think that just because I've chosen 8 of you, it means that there's no one else to eliminate. If you don't take this training seriously, I'll just treat it as if this is a house game. We'll all go home to our mommies. Once we've done that, each one of us will go home to find our mommies. Chen Haonan's little face, cold as frost, his tone containing fury, was completely at odds with his boyish appearance. But at the moment, none of the female soldiers quite dared to laugh. It just felt weird. The weird thing was that 2 female soldiers, in one move, were thrown out in midair by a small child, which was at least 200 pounds, right? I see you guys. You're the little girls. I don't see a bunch of passable ladies. I see a bunch of full-on Missy Temperance ladies. Chen Haonan grunted. Then from Anren's hand, he took a pile of information. Slap. He slapped the materials in his hand with a crisp sound before pulling one out and reading it with a small mouth. Lainey Shun, Women's Youth Tournament Fighting Champion. He Lu, Field Medic, Captain, 1 second-class merit. Yi Tsuinshin, a graduate of Qing University. Chen Haonan read them one by one, and when he read the honorable deeds of one person, the female soldier's head rose up, looking condescendingly at the instructor who was a head shorter than them. Anren saw this scene from the side, and kind of wanted to laugh. This scene is like a kindergarten meeting. The children stand in front of the headmaster, praising the other party for doing a good job. Continue to do it, do a good job. And then the headmaster proudly held his head high. The next moment, however, Anhuan's mouth opened wide as if she were a wailing toddler and couldn't stop laughing. With a swish, she saw Chen Haonan pull out a lighter from his pants and light the information in his hand in front of all the female soldiers. These files, representing glorious events in the past of these female soldiers, licked the flames and stretched all the way up to the ground, where they eventually turned to ashes. The ash drifted away as the breeze blew. In the midst of this flying dust, Chen Haonan's voice was permeated with a grimness. He who forsakes me shall not remain yesterday's day, and whatever you have achieved in the past, come here and start from zero. For what it's worth, the chief asked me to make a bet with Thunder War to set up a Fire Phoenix team, which I don't think is necessary. The commando team I created will not be called the Fire Phoenix. The Phoenix of the Fallen Hair is nothing more than a chicken. I like the White Tiger. The White Tiger is one of the 4 divine beasts. He is clean and pure and powerful, able to resist, able to fight, charge into battle, to the enemy in the death of the inability to turn over. Therefore, the women's commando team created by my Chen Hao male will be called the White Tiger Commando Team. When he said the words White Tiger Commando, Chen Haonan raised his voice and held his head high with a look of fascination. White Tiger Commando? Why does that name feel weird? Yes, it seems to have an indescribable flavor. Am I hearing it wrong? Is the White Tiger one of the 4 divine beasts? Uncultured is terrible. The White Tiger is not only one of the 4 sacred beasts, or the divine beast of the townhouse and the state. The White Tiger Commando, on behalf of the pure and powerful, to protect the family and the country, the White Tiger, the world's heroes are not from. I think the name of the White Tiger, for our female soldiers, just right, kinda makes sense. I like white tigers. I also like White Tiger. Is it edible? Protect the animals and shut up. Chen Haonan didn't stop the female soldiers' exchanges either, as he sidled his small head and slowly asked and ran. Who was at the side? Assistant and, what do you think of the name White Tiger Commando? White Tiger Commando? Anran after these 3 days, has actually gotten used to the role of the White Tiger. Privately, Chen Haonan called her White Tiger 1. Therefore, she clapped and laughed, the 4 divine beasts chanting. Not bad. I like it. A little better than the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix can't be called the White Phoenix if it's hairless. It's called a falling chicken. Anran think it is a middle-aged, but still acceptable, such as Lei War's Commando is even more outrageous. A good Chinese soldier, called what the Thunder God. Thunder God is not a foreign Superman? Foreign military thinking is too serious. And the wolf's teeth. Every time the meeting watched chief he hold his head high, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Learning from the wolves wailing, the smiley Anran kind of couldn't help but want to laugh. Man is stronger and more intelligent than a wolf. Right. And still called a wolf? Nope. Still just one of the wolf's teeth. Then, the White Tiger is good. Give people a clean, powerful. People listen to people love the affectionate feeling, but also can suppress the house it. Anran was held by Chen Haonan and slept for 3 days. There was a feeling of husband and wife. Whatever Chen Haonan said was good. She felt it was also good. In the next moment, Chen Haonan nodded, sank his chi into his dantian, and yelled, White Tiger members, all of them, go to the Green Dragon track and run 10 kilometers for me. Pay attention to the circular track. Don't run to the sweet potato field next door. A group of White Tiger members immediately headed for the runway. By the time they had just entered the track and hadn't even started running, a car had driven in. Anran, as a veteran driver, skillfully carried Chen Haonan, an instructor, and followed the female soldiers' asses. And Chen Haonan stood on the roof of the car, holding a small trumpet in his left hand and grasping a remote control button with his right hand. Right hand press. Rumble. The runway exploded violently, and a huge wave of sound, mixed with mud, split down towards the female soldier, accompanied by yellow muddy water, as if it was raining a yellow icy rain. The water is cold. It's water on ice. The water beads like a mischievous elf, all the way uncovered along the female soldier's open clothes, all the way scurrying in, drilling into the depths of the body, bringing gusts of cold trembling. It was so exciting. The female soldiers were stunned. Run for me, and whoever lags behind, I'll shave her hair off if I catch her. Amidst the ice and rain raging, the voice of Chen Haonan, a child, drilled into the ears of the female soldiers who were frozen into a ball, as if it was a hypnotic mongrel. Very good. I like it. This is special training. What other tricks? Rushing at me Shinlani too. Ouch. I go. So stinky. What is this? Carrot 2A. Shinlani, who had her mouth filled, seemed to be instantly stuffed with huge objects, forcing tears and snot out of her eyes and nose, and even worse, making it unacceptable. Chen Haonan, standing on the roof of the car, said coldly, this is urine, used by the cooking class to fertilize. It's cheaper for you guys. If you want to be the white tiger that gives birth to little wings, give me a flight. Don't blindly compare nonsense. What I need is for you guys to take the initiative to cooperate, challenge your limits, and use crazy workouts to stimulate your potential. That female soldier, don't lick it. It's real urine. It's a polymer of cat urine, cow urine and horse urine. You can't lick the flavor. Beware of poisoning. Eaters Tiangua. Also honorable to vomit. This is the first time in her life to eat something to vomit. Before even more difficult to eat something, she can brow not wrinkle swallowed. At most complained about a sentence, really hard to eat. Instructor, are you Going too far with this? It's an insult, not a training exercise. Chun Haonan ignored the protests of the female soldiers and brightened them up with a long water gun. Whoever protests and screams the loudest is bright and brilliant. All the way down the run, the women soldiers were all in a sorry state, disheveled. In addition to being drenched, it's comforting to know that the only male here is a child. So what bad intentions could he have? A breastfeeding child with somewhat ruthless tactics. But the following week of training, the women realized they were wrong. Dead wrong. Time passes day by day. Red bananas. Green. Soon the women soldiers realized something horrifying. That is, they have no time to sleep at all. They sleep less than 4 hours a day, and every day, they are in the sound of explosions, being abused to death. And this devilish teenager, he always manages to use various ways to make them experience the joy and helplessness of being a woman, such as when their great aunt is coming, and he seems to understand it, and forces them to continue their training. A week later, Tang Xiaoxiao, a literary soldier, was the first to resist. Report, Instructor, I've decided to withdraw from this test. I don't think it's a test, but I don't want to turn into a beast without dignity. Chen Haonan coiled his calves and sat on the roof of the car, his small eyes staring at Tang Xiaoxiao as he spoke. You can leave. I'll turn around and send a document to the Department of Literature and Art, saying that you're the first coward to quit, a toothless white tiger. You, Tang Xiaoxiao, who couldn't tell whether she was muddy or sweaty, had never been so wretched and angry. And the key was that the man who was making fun of him was actually still a 10-year-old child. She was trembling, as if she was a furious lioness, wanting to come over and bloodily fight Chen Haonan, telling him that he was nothing more than a suckling child. Chen Haonan spoke again. Why am I qualified to make fun of you? I'm only 10 years old and I've already killed 8 thugs in Donghai City. By the way, the people of Donghai City call me Spider-Man. Do you think I'm not qualified to make fun of you? You're Spider-Man? Tang Xiaoxiao froze and wiped the mud, her angry, beautiful eyes flashing inexplicably all at once. She knew about Spider-Man, the legend, this one hero who could climb walls with his bare hands and kill hundreds of thugs single-handedly. He's actually this current teenage instructor? Not just Tang Xiaoxiao. The other female soldiers who had a lot of grievances against Chen Hao's boys were completely frozen. It must be said that many cadres of the army one by one are the king of the mouth, very much like to use the heroic deeds, training their own under the bear soldiers, so that everyone knows the Spider-Man, but except for a few people, no one knows that it is Chen Haonan. Here it comes, finally tell this secret. Anren showed a delighted look. She was quite looking forward to this day coming, and the female soldiers would show the stunned and bewildered expression she used to have. In these 3 days, Anren, who hugged Chen Haonan to sleep every day, secretly interrogated the man on the pillow in the middle of the night, such as what other strengths he had not said, and the confused little man burst out with shocking secrets. He actually said that he has a lot of strength and can lift up to 20 Anren, but also said that he also has eagle eyes and can look at the ants 10 miles away, and he takes off his clothes and changes color. For these so-called secrets, Anren thinks it is too outrageous. Why don't you say that you are an ant Superman? And what eagle eyes? What color changing? A child is a child. The daytime performance is strong. Sleeping or talking nonsense. Even, Anren heard him say something about how he had to win this competition, and how he didn't want to have an elephant in the room. JJ. Report, Instructor, how do you prove you're Spider-Man? The one who spoke was Lanishan, who had been abused the most during this time. Chen Haonan coldly said, I'll give you the chance to prove it. If you beat me, I'll let you be Spider-Man. Okay, or even, the instructor can let you be the instructor. This, soldier obedience as a vocation. How could I ever think of being an instructor? Thinking of the first day to come, the figure that fell from the sky, Shinlani always felt that she had the other side of the powerful seed, has been deeply seared in her body. Cannot do it, just try to beep. If you don't want to be a white tiger in a zoo, surrounded by people, run up and add wings to yourself to fly. Run. With the excitement of Spider-Man, the female soldiers felt in their hearts that they had followed a powerful man, even though he was not yet an adult. But didn't that man slowly go from a little bird to a big one? It took a process, and they felt they could be that witness to the process. You're still the Black Mask. Why don't you say it all together? Enron asked. We'll talk about it sometime in the future, and stimulate them slowly. Why don't you let me expose this identity of yours? Enron's tone was a bit sappy, but Chen Haonan ignored her. Why don't you let me come and expose it? There's a chance for me, as a female assistant, to pretend and build up an image as well. There will be a chance for you to pretend. By the way, go and check how many people have been eliminated on Thunder War's side. Yeah, Enron was quite good and immediately left the White Tiger base. White Tiger base is not far from Thunderbolt's base. Not far. Less than half an hour. Enron went back and forth, A third of the female soldiers over there have already been eliminated. The requirements are pretty high. Hell Week alone, it's rumored that over 90% of them, in fact, flunked, but it's unlikely that 90% of them were eliminated all at once. Speaking of which, Anran actually admired this little man who slept with himself every day. Not for anyone else, he's a really good judge of character. During the Hell Week, Enron could see that all these female soldiers had great potential, including the one from the team just now, Tang Xiaoxiao, who was as bearish as Tianhua, but also had great ambition, gritting her teeth, and could endure any great suffering. Special forces, not necessarily the best performing soldiers in the past. Some soldiers placed on different platforms will burst out different abilities. This reasoning in major talent is also the same. For example, a founding emperor next to the meritorious ministers are generally his hometown. Rarely is this place out of talent? The answer is not necessarily. The founding emperor is the most rare in the ages. As long as he took the lead to provide this platform, there will always be someone to grow up. A lot of great talent does not have that opportunity. Just no one is much stronger than who was born. Sometimes the platform of the edition is the greatest ability. If you follow the emperor, you are a founding minister. If you follow the wrong leader, you may be just a hairy thief or a bandit. And talk about what kind of generals and ministers are meritorious? The system-bound Chen Haonan was equal to an emperor who opened up the frontier, and those who followed him, as long as they persevered, their results wouldn't be too bad. And the reasoning was just like that. For example, if Anran had followed Lei War, she wouldn't have been the future ace female assistant, the most powerful female agent. She would have been sacrificed halfway through one of the missions, and the murderer would have been Lei War. Another week passed, and with the scorching sun beating down, Miss Anran drove into the White Tiger base and came to Chen Haonan's side. At this moment, the White Tiger base was in chaos, and it was completely impossible to tell if it was a training ground or a war. Machine fire in the front, artillery fire in the back. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the machine gun-toting female soldiers were like water rats, traveling through the cold rain of gunfire. And at the moment, the sky wasn't even completely bright. In one corner of the training ground, stood Chen Haonan with his small hands boarded up, his small chest open to the cold rain, as if he were a small wooden sculpture. Anran bit her red lips, a little obsessed looking at that little figure. Sometimes in that moment, he seemed not to be any little man. It was like a strong male who had already grown up, radiating an amazing aura and attraction, so that the female agent who had seen a lot of light, had 3 points to lose herself. It's a mixed bag of emotions anyway. The female soldiers on Lei War's side have been eliminated by another 1/3. Not much left, and based on my observation, the remaining female soldiers are indeed not bad, but none of their potential is comparable to these 8 female soldiers. Anran stood in the rain without a care in the world and gave Chen Haonan a report, and then she was washed by the rain and her floating imperial figure was revealed. Well, pretty good. Hard work. Anran froze for a moment and laughed. I'll go back and do your laundry first. After saying that, Anran twisted her soft waist and went back to play her role as a life assistant. The women's training continued, and no one complained. But of course, that was on the surface. When the intermission was over and Chen Haonan went back to change into clean regular clothes, the female soldiers sat in a circle and began to sigh. It feels like we are not treated as women at all, and abused as animals. After 2 weeks of special training, I have lost all the hair on my body. Tang Xiaoxiao's slender 5 fingers, rubbing against her slender legs, her small mouth was immediately a burst of violent gulping and complaining. Perverted indeed, but I love this kind of perverted training. Every day feels so fulfilling. My body is drained of any ounce of strength. This sentence was said by Shenlani. At first it was a little difficult, but being abused habit she instead liked the feeling. Overdrafting every day. The intense training dominated her body. She didn't have to think about anything, she just had to hand over her person to instructor Chen Haonan, who took her flying, eventually reaching as high as the peak. Shenlani felt that this was the most blossoming moment of her life. Didn't you start out being sarcastic to the instructor? What? Now you're kneeling and singing conquests? Yi Tsuanshin directly bumped over. The two were in training and often brawled and fought. What are you always staring at me for? Looks like you have an itch. Let this lady relieve it. Shenlani pulled back. What's wrong with me worshipping the instructor? I worship whoever has real skills. It has nothing to do with age. Can you beat Spider-Man? Oh, I've actually beaten him to tears. Blow it off you. Strongest king. Come on, let me see how much you weigh. And you still have the nerve to blow away the instructor. Yi Tsuanshin said that he beat and cried Chen Haonan, which enraged Shenlani. And then he fought with Yi Tsuanshin in a fierce battle. The female soldiers are used to it. It's time to chat and go to the restroom. When Yi Tsuanshin was fighting with Shenlani, A car drove in next to him. Chen Haonan's first girlfriend, Tang Xinyi, parked her car and walked over with her long legs, and was a bit surprised when she saw the two women fighting together. She stopped Tango, who was rushing with her pants up. This female soldier, why are they fighting? Good day, Chief. After Tianguo saw Tang Xinyi's rank clearly, she immediately stood aside and saluted, her voice clear and crisp. They fought because of a disagreement over their instructor, but we're used to it. These two are like dry wood, burning when they come across it. It would be strange if they didn't fight. Because of the instructor? You mean that kid Chen Haonan? Tang Xinyi was very surprised. She, the female deputy, has not come. Occasionally called to ask Anren progress, but Anren gave her feedback. I will be responsible for his physiological and hygiene issues, accompanied by eating and drinking and sleeping. Drill things, you come to see for yourself. Don't every day do not put in the effort to work. Tang Xinyi couldn't do anything about it. After all, she had promised Chief He, which was why she decided to personally come over to see how her little boyfriend was doing blindly. And then just after he arrived, someone told him that two women fought over Chen Haonan? It's not like he's got two more aunts, is it? He's not a child. Don't talk nonsense. To be honest, we all quite worship him. In the aspect of drilling us, he is a professional. And, Tianguo mysteriously lowered his voice, we are all his fans. He, Chief. There's nothing going on. I'll go to the restroom first. I can't hold it in. Tianguo, this person, a little big-headed. The concept of superior and subordinate is not particularly obvious. She was in the cooking class. For food. Often hooked up with the squad leader. Hit the eye. What did I miss? This dead and ran. Doesn't say anything. Just says he's either washing Chen Haonan's clothes or sleeping with him. The female soldiers have all turned into his fans. You call this nothing? Enduring her doubts, Tang Xinyi was on the roof of a car when she finally found her young boyfriend, Chen Haonan. Hey, little man, what are you sitting so high for? I heard about it. All these female soldiers have become your fans? How did you do that? When Chen Haonan saw that it was Tang Xinyi, he simply said seriously, as a qualified instructor, one is supposed to turn soldiers into fans. Is that a problem? Good reasonable look. Tang Xinyi looked at the handsome little man with 5 senses. His body seems to have an additional indescribable majesty. With the past holding himself entangled in half a day, that scoundrel seems to be a little different. You are a big woman. You should act like one. Why do you hide every day? This aspect of Anren is much better than your work. I decided to promote Anren to be the rightful girlfriend. The big star is second. You can only be third. I've become a junior? Tang Xinyi cried and laughed as she pointed at her towering breasts, laughing so hard that her hair became messy. No, I'm specially trained not to laugh in general. The next moment, Tang Xinyi looked at Chen Haonan's earnest and serious bearish look and couldn't help but spray again. I can't. Can you be more serious? It's not like I haven't been doing my job during this period of time. I've been penetrating deep into the enemy's interior and giving lessons to the members of the Thunderbolt Commandos. In your words, the Thunderbolt War has 8 babysitters, and each of these people has their own strengths, so your chances of winning really aren't very good. If you lose, your rightful girlfriend is going to be someone else's girlfriend, and you're going to call Lei Zhuan dad, right? Don't worry, Lei Battle can only be called grandpa. My white tiger female soldier will not be defeated. The bear with the serious expression jumped down from the car, walked towards where the female soldiers were, and said in a loud voice, it's break time. Everyone in the dirt, 30 minutes of push-ups, and I'll pull out the hair of anyone who doesn't get it right. Hearing these words, Tang Xinyi couldn't even help but battle 2 farts, followed by watching the sound of fluttering. The female soldiers who jumped into the muddy water, shouting slogans and doing up push-ups. White tiger women, never say die. The voices were neat and very rhythmic, as if they came from one person, which had obviously formed a tacit understanding. Tang Xinyi was a little surprised. It seems, Chen Haonan this period of time is not idle, but really to these female soldiers, branded his seed, and implanted deep in the body. Otherwise they will not let them forbid. What posture on what posture? Let them lie down. Absolutely not warped. It's kinda interesting. Suddenly a little bit of sleeping with Chen Haonan's Anren every day. Not right. Tang Xinyi suddenly thought of an even more terrible thing. Anren, this girl, would not be absolutely obedient and submissive to Chen Haonan as well, right? Strange. How did Chen Haonan conquer these female soldiers? Looks like I have to stay and sleep together tonight. This dead girl and ran. She wants to eat alone and doesn't say anything. 30 minutes later, Chen Haonan spoke. 5 minutes of bathing for each person. Tang Xinyi followed the female soldier over, then was surprised to find that the water used was actually ice water, and she grew more and more curious. Curious not about Chen Haonan's training methods, but about such perverted abuse. Just 8 female soldiers, and not a single elimination? She was coming from the Thunder War side, where every day a female soldier wailed that she couldn't take it anymore and left the ranks. It seems that one must stay here and sleep, or else miss a lot of things. Tang Xini was a curious female who wanted to study everything, and she decided that she would stay in the future and study Chen Haonan. After a shower of ice and rain, Chan Ho Nam announces the next program, Mountain Cross Country. In the muddy swamps of White Tiger Base, the female soldiers traveled back and forth, chased by bullets. Can you accept that others, female soldiers, are stronger and harder than you? Can't. Can you accept that other female soldiers are Wusung, riding over your heads to fight tigers? Can't. After more than an hour of mountain cross country, the female soldiers were almost all paralyzed on the ground, completely out of strength and letting Chen Haonan do whatever he wanted. Chen Haonan was also not polite, dragging the elephant trunk like water gun over, and directly brightening over at the female soldier. Get up immediately, prepare the armed elements. How can you break through your own limits when you don't have an invincible heart as a human being? I'm a little kid. I even think I'm invincible, the strongest in the universe. Get up and get ready to cross the stream and swim across armed. Chen Haonan mouth armed swim across the so-called stream. In fact, is rolling swamp. He was next to the big water gun, constantly bright and brilliant to wake up these female soldiers. Let them stare at the soaked backpack, running back and forth. Who fainted? Bright and brilliant. Tang Xini on the side could see that these female soldiers were about to collapse, and she herself was a bit wary, but whenever a female soldier quit, it would definitely cause a chain reaction, and then Chen Haonan could only go back to his mother. To her great surprise, about to be tortured and shaken, none of the female soldiers gave up and always gritted their teeth. Suddenly, Tiangui raised his hand. Report, my period is here. Triggering Ouyang Qian to come too. We have to take a leave of absence. Rolling in the mud like this makes it easy to get infected. What infection? What period? You can't take time off here. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. Chen Haonan Chi's sinking Dantian hegemonic operation will come to the great Aunt Tianguo and Ouyang Qian. Dry confused. This. He is still a child. How does he know anything about regular vacation? Must have thought we were taking a vacation? Besides, what could he be responsible for? With what? Tang Xini covered her mouth and laughed at the side. Annie, you are magnificent and talented, but the experience is too little. This is still not a joke? Just when the female soldiers were bellyaching one by one, Chen Haonan said indifferently, the experts said that the stage of coming to the period is the body detoxification. Instead of having an anti-inflammatory effect, with soaking in the swamp, there is no effect. The only problem to worry about is the state of falling asleep. Pay attention to warmth, and give me to the death to practice. Don't worry about what's going wrong, and I'll arrange for you to cook cola and ginger tea. The female soldiers listened with a quick heartbeat. Oops, I go. No, quite a lot. It's a fucking precocious child. Tang Xini asked helplessly. Just how many good sisters do you care about? And why do you know so much? Chen Haonan ignored her. Eventually, Tianguo and Ouyang Qian trained with their relatives and never quit. By the time the armed swim had been completed, the women soldiers, who had just climbed out of the swamp, heard another order from the mongrels. 5-kilometer armed cross-country. The female soldier broke down. Instructor, isn't this a repeat training? All the programs have been trained. This time, including Yi Tsuanshin and Shinlani, who liked to show off, both collapsed on the ground, feeling that their fatigued bodies could no longer withstand any more whippings, and they didn't even have the strength to fight anymore. Get up and run slowly after me. With a calm face, Chen Haonan placed a large military backpack, negative on his small body, lowered his small head, and prepared to start running. The female soldier lying on the ground, looking at Chen Haonan from the angle below, could only see 2 small short legs, and the large backpack blocked all of his body. An indescribable emotion brewed in the female soldier's heart, sour and numb, blocked with great panic. How? A kid, not even much bigger than a single backpack, stands in front of you and says run after me, and you, an adult, have the nerve to say no? That's not laying flat, that's admitting that you can't even compete with a child. When a woman sees a child, she is prone to love. Tang Xini and Anran are indifferent to letting Chen Haonan take advantage of him verbally. What can he do with a child? Get up. Can't stand yourself. In the muddy ground, the female soldiers, one by one, endured the discomfort of the physical limit, struggled to stand up, and jogged after Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan, who was running in front, looked back at his White Tiger soldier congregation as he ran, and he had a feeling of a loving father in his heart. After this period of hard training, the changes in these 8 female soldiers were very obvious, and if he were to measure them by his system's standards, everyone's physical fitness was on the verge of breaking through too. The most gratifying time for the doting father was when these female soldiers changed some of their big girl tempers. It can't be helped. The instructor herself is a child. What kind of messy temper tantrum can they have? Isn't it embarrassing? Have you ever seen a mother who would lay down on the floor in front of her own children and throw a lady tantrum? It's not possible. This was the seed that Chen Haonan's had struck into the bodies of the female soldiers, allowing them to remove their frizziness and shortcomings, and ultimately become divine beasts. However, what made Chen Haonan's headache was that cousin Yi Tsuanshin and Shenlani were like halfway united couples, always looking at each other in the wrong way, either on the way to a fight or on the way to prepare for a fight. Just finished jogging. During the rest period, Shenlani and Yi Tsuanshin dry up again. The reason is actually, Yi Tsuanshin, it's fine for you to blow anything. Don't you say that the instructor is your cousin? Ah, if the instructor is your cousin, then aren't we all a head shorter than you? Yi Tsuanshin froze for a moment and laughed out loud. Right. Why didn't I think of that? You are all my little brothers. You're the little brother. Shenlani pushed Yi Tsuanshin a little. She pushed a little too hard and pushed the laughing Yi Tsuanshin so hard that she hit a rock and bled on the spot. Broken phase. Yi Tsuanshin in the frenzy seemed to have unlocked some kind of seal in his body. His eyes were on fire. His expression was hideous as he pulled out the dagger on the side of his thigh, and jumped up directly to slice at Shenlani's throat ruthlessly. Shenlani might not have expected the other party to be so ruthless. Coupled with Yi Tsuanshin's bleeding made her freeze for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, the dagger was already less than an inch away from her throat. The female soldiers who saw the scene, all shrieked, as if they had seen the image of Shenlani's blood splattered on the spot. Swish! A small rock flew in and impacted hard on the dagger. The force of the impact was great and the angle was tricky, so that Yi Tsuanshin could not grasp the dagger in her hand at all, and it directly flew out of her hand. Chen Haonan arrived with a medicine chest, and seeing that the situation was critical, he directly utilized his weapon skill to instantly turn the stone into little Li Fei Shi, knocking away the dagger. The stone hit the ground with the usual buzzing and sudden quivering of a jumping egg. The female soldiers who saw this scene breathed a sigh of relief, but when they saw clearly that the striking dagger was nothing more than an ordinary small stone, bewilderment and shock welled up inside each of them. This is an ordinary small stone. It can actually knock down Yi Tsuanshin's dagger that struck out with full force? The power of the impact is too strong. What kind of milk-eating power is this? Fast and accurate. This is Xiao Li Fei Shi. The example is not false. An exaggeration. An ordinary stone. More powerful than a dagger. The instructor won't be a straw man. I'm powdered. The instructor is a hidden and unseen master of the world. But if we learn a single move, we can walk the rivers and lakes. I'm going to learn this. And at this moment, Shenlani, who was touching a faint bloodstain on her throat, finally came to her senses completely, and she looked a little dumbfounded at the stone and the bouncing dagger not far in front of her. Was this the rock that the instructor kicked off and knocked down Yi Tsuanshin's flying dagger? Isn't this outrageous? No wonder he's called Spider-Man. Having been abused for so long, even if he admired Chen Haonan, the grievances that had accumulated were heavy. But at this moment, including Shenlani, all of them began to advance from being general fans, to becoming fervent fans, and moving in the direction of brain-damaged fans. Very good. And such good stamina. Dare you fight me, a small child? Chen Haonan boarded his little face and slowly walked over, calmly looking at all the female soldiers. The female soldiers who were touched by his gaze subconsciously lowered their heads, indicating that they were not electrified. I can't beat you. The little stone has been played with by you. That sister is willing to give abuse to the little man? Two choices. Fight or cross-country 5K. Cross-country again. Cross-country is mom. Who are annoyed. In fact, the female soldier was trying to find Chen Haonan for a fight. It was just a matter of not being able to fight. With a bang, the dagger was kicked to Yi Tsuanshin's face by Chen Haonan. The little man said blandly, "Don't you like to use knives? I'll give you the chance to take it. Each of you can use the knife. 8 together is fine. If I get hurt a little, I'll give you guys a day off tomorrow to go on a wave." Put days a day. The White Tiger soldiers were given a day off to wave the words. Triggered the G point. From the examination to now, they have not relaxed. Even if they do not go to wave. In the dormitory with the quilt entangled in a day is also good. Instructor, I didn't do it for a vacation. Shenlani pointed at Yi Tsuanshin and said angrily, It's her. She had to take advantage of you, saying that you're her Yi Tsuanshin's little cousin. That's why I fought with her. Chen Haonan asked, Is there more? No more. Well, you're Spider-Man and I respect you. Shenlani was a little surprised to find that usually let her say respect to whoever. It is very awkward and embarrassed. It feels like a pat on the back. Too pretentious. This is not their own style. But today to Chen Haonan, in front of so many female soldiers, she naturally said it. Ah shucks. Horse's ass. Yi Tsuanshin felt that Shenlani was changing her ways, licking her own little cousin, licking it in a particularly disgusting way. Chen Haonan nodded his head greatly, swished and pulled out his own small dagger, directly banged and threw it in front of Shenlani, and opened his mouth. I know you've won the youth tournament championship, and you think that in terms of fighting, this young lady is the number one in the world, and if you can get your hands dirty, you'll never beep, right? No. Shenlani looked at him dumbfounded. What do you mean? What does the little man mean? He said he's his little fan sister. Chen Haonan said blandly. The female soldiers that I brought out cannot exist in the form of Missy's temper, the individualism of the world's number one, the foreign military ideology, and sinkholism. You and Yi Tsuanshin fight when you see them. This is a manifestation of Missy's temper, and also a sign of heroism, which must be changed. Shenlani was a little stunned. Ah, so serious. He a child to say what axiom, but his serious little look, so handsome. Foreign military thinking and sinkholism, I don't have one, do I? Chen Haonan pointed at Tan Xiaolin. She has this mindset. Opening and closing her mouth is freedom and equality and fraternity. For the military, where is there any absolute freedom and equality? The truth is within the range of the cannons. As if I didn't pee and brighten you guys up. Can you listen to me? And what fraternity? You want to keep flashing divorce? Ah? What? Turtle Tan Xiaolin was a bit stunned that he knew about his flash divorce. She was a bit manic at being pointed at this by a kid, clamping her legs together and rubbing against the fidgety feeling. So she simply opened her big mouth. Let me challenge you, instructor. I'll see you under my hand. After saying that, Tan Xiaolin wailed and pounced over like an enraged lioness, and she had an extra dagger in her hand. Splat! A small stone was kicked away by Chen Haonan, hitting the bend of Tan Xiaolin's leg, and the force of the impact caused her to let out an ouch, followed by a numbness in her body, and her entire body directly knelt down, instantly screaming from being high on something hard. Tan Xiaolin's eyes rolled back in her head, playing mental games and shouting, "Sisters, what are you waiting for? Get it together, don't you want a vacation?" As soon as the words fell, the female soldiers were first silent for a moment, then seemed to come to their senses, and one by one, they began to attack Chen Haonan. That's right, it's a chance to take a vacation. The instructor is great and has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, but with thin legs and arms, can he stand up to a pack of she-wolves? Slap, crisp, tight thumps continued to ring out at the female soldiers' body points. The acupoints that were hit were where the chi and blood were, and once they were hit, there was a burst of numbness and powerlessness, either kneeling on the ground or lying on the ground, losing the ability to fight, and letting Chen Haonan do whatever he wanted to do. He recognized the point oddly accurate, thanks to the divine weapon skill. The specialty is to see the needle. A needle can make the female soldier numb. Such a feeling, as if a person was tied by the rope for a long time. Let you walk immediately. Just get up to kneel down. The female soldiers in front of us were like female performers in a national singing and dancing troupe, kneeling in a row. What a spectacle. Even the child Chen Haonan, seeing the scene of this scenario, could not help but feel some emotion. The skill is too awesome. Recognizing the point is oddly accurate, coupled with the ant power. Under the close distance, letting the female soldiers pose in any way is not much of a problem. Yi Tsuanshin, who was left on the scene with a deep spectrum of Chen Haonan, the little cousin didn't rush over at all, but stood in place holding her fists. Don't mess around. I'm your cousin. Yi Tsuanshin scrutinized the little man with a quiet plea in her eyes. Spare cousin this time. I'll give you chili fries later. Chen Haonan also read this message and gave face to Yi Tsuanshin, but grunted. During the training period, don't climb any relationship. This is a big taboo. I only have one identity. That is your instructor. After Yi Tsuanshin slightly clasped his fists, he looked at the regiment of female soldiers kneeling on the ground and was secretly shocked. Hitting the female soldiers are ordinary small stones. It should have hit the soft tendon points and cut off the chi and blood. But this chi and blood running is hard to find. With the flow of time in the body, how did Chen Haonan do it? The little guy is getting more and more profound. Not to mention Yi Tsuanshin. The eyes of these female soldiers looking at Chen Haonan began to change, becoming even more fervent. To use fans to describe it, from fervent fans to brainwashed fans. The level of brainwashed fans was that it was just a matter of words if Chen Haonan wanted to be their husband. Shenlani and Yi Tsuanshin each 1,000 push-ups. Pull out 10 hairs from any part of their body. Give me 10 hairs. I'm going to check it later. When I quit my big mistemper and personal heroism, I won't be staring at you to punish you. Otherwise, sooner or later, I'm going to pull out your hairs. All of them, cleanly. The female soldiers were actually convinced about this hair-pulling punishment. And Chen Haonan really didn't force any hairs, such as hair and armpit hair. The hand hair that Yi Tsuanshin plucked, her hand hair was especially long. Shenlani plucked the leg length, The left leg thicker has been plucked out. Can only change the right leg. If the leg hair plucked out, she only go to consider the armpit hair. This is her advantage. Oh, Yitsuanshin only has hand hair. When she plucks it all, I'll see where she can pluck it. Shenlani wittily played a small game. Unlike herself, there were small hairs in many places. The night is falling and the stars are shining. The lights of the White Tiger base were hazy, as if the eyes of a thirsty sleeper, while the sounds of female soldiers being drilled continued to resonate all around them. And such noise lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening. After watching Tang Xini for a day and a night, she still found it interesting. More interesting than watching a small movie by herself. The man who turned himself into a 3 has a real way about him. Anrun, what time did you guys start sleeping together? I won't go back tonight, so I'll borrow a spot and sleep together. Anrun smiled, revealing her pear swirls. He's still growing his body. He has to go to sleep at 10 o'clock. This child has more dreamy words at night, often saying things like don't be too big, don't be too long, and kicking the quilt. So I'm all cuddled up in his arms as he sleeps. You might not be used to it. Tang Xini ate and laughed, sleeping in a hug? Anrun, are you serious? Not afraid of getting pregnant? Look at you. What can he do with a kid? It's just a little weird. He's 10 years old and often carries me around like I'm a pacifier. After Anrun finished speaking, Tang Xini froze for several seconds, her slender neck stretching out and covering her mouth, almost spewing out in laughter. I'll sleep behind you. I don't want to be a milk bottle and be carried by a child. Tang Xini joked, then covered her mouth and cooed and laughed like an old hen. Before she could stop laughing, a guard at the door walked in. A guard battalion of Heejijun. Comrade Tang Xini, Comrade Anrun, how are you? Generalissimo Gowan Chief, he asked me to come and pick you up. They're waiting at the commanding general's headquarters. Tang Xini and Anrun were a bit stunned, but they quickly nodded and followed the guards out, heading straight for the command headquarters. The White Tiger base to the command headquarters would take about half an hour in a warrior military vehicle on a wild goose chase. Probably in a hurry. The guard's car was fast, and in about 20 minutes the command arrived. After getting down from the car, Tang Xini and Anrun were allowed to be led by the guards and went straight to the commander's office. Hello, Mr. Gao. Hello, Chief He. After knocking on the door and entering, Tang Xini and Anrun saluted at the same time. In front of them, besides Mr. Gao and Mr. He Ji-jun, Fan Tianlei, the No. 5, was also there. No need to be so serious. I asked you guys to come over and meet in the middle of the night just to ask one thing. Mr. Gao signaled the two women to sit down and talk, while pushing over a cup of steaming dragon well tea to them. After the two women had tasted tea, that oppressive atmosphere relaxed quite a bit, and only then did He Ji-jun open his mouth. You guys are the deputy and assistant of the Fire Phoenix. Do you have any views on the Fire Phoenix female soldiers led by Chen Haonan? The military district needs to know the situation. Chen Haonan is after all a child. He is strong, but he is afraid of being a bare child. I'll go first. Tang Xini gave her best friend a look before she opened her mouth. I've been on Lei War's side for this period of time, giving Yan Wang their theory course, and my opinion of the Fire Phoenix that Lei War has brought with him is this. Lei War's requirements are very strict, and there are boards, and the training is one set after another. So it can be said that every female soldier has been organized, and that the ones that should be eliminated, and the ones that should be promoted, will not make any mistakes. Hearing this, He Ji-jun nodded in satisfaction. Lei War is his best-looking soldier, is the successor to the old High King of Soldiers, and the old Lei people are also competitive. With the Thunder and Lightning Commando team for 3 consecutive King of Soldiers, the only regret is that by the High General said that the nest cannot be in the National Special Forces competition to get a name. But to say that Chen Haonan, a bare child, was better at leading troops than Lei Zhuan, that would be a big joke. How old is Chen Haonan? He hasn't even graduated from elementary school. What kind of education can he have? His talent is strong, but he may not even quit breastfeeding. And Lei War, in the study of Chinese and foreign, leading troops than he chased Anrun is much more powerful. A set of set. He Ji-jun think to give Lei War time. Sooner or later he will qualitatively change, and then get the domestic rankings. Just as He Ji-jun was satisfied with Lei Zhuan's performance and a smile spread across the corners of his mouth, Tang Xini's words turned and spoke. But today I went to the White Tiger base to observe for a day and a night, and as far as I'm concerned, personally, I'm better able to see that the White Tiger soldier congregation that Chen Haonan has brought with him will have higher achievements in the future. He Ji-jun unnaturally turned his body a bit, looking at Tang Xini in dismay, really not understanding why she had suddenly reversed herself. White Tiger? You should elaborate on the reasoning first. He Ji-jun loomed up. Chen Haonan is a young tiger, but has the spirit of eating oxen. This person acts, not according to common sense, but every time there is a shocking battle, This is obvious to all. Why I am optimistic that he can also lead the army. There are 3 reasons. First, I have to say, he picked the female soldiers' eyes too accurate. Just 8 female soldiers, daily training subjects, although not as a dragon as lay battle, but definitely not absent any link. He just upset the order. The intensity of training than lay battle is a little more perverted. No way. He was originally a bear child. Such as running, he used urine bright and brilliant. Slow, you have to drink urine. For example, arm swimming across the river. He also used urine and bright. That female soldier lost. She had to pull out her own hair and give it to him. Speaking of this, Tang Xinyi's mind flashed the image of a female soldier baring her teeth, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and coo, then felt that it wasn't right, and immediately straightened the proud curves between her BDS. Secondly, it is that he is a child, but he really understands women's heart. He says those exciting words. He will make the female soldier feel like a mother, a sister, a girlfriend, maybe even a little lover. Anyway, you are embarrassed to lie down flat, because standing in front of the female soldier, it is a 10-year-old child. Ah, he is doing such a good job. You have the nerve to say, you are not even as good as a 10-year-old child? Chen Haonan told the female soldiers, who of you can't hold on? I will record and hand it over to your original troops, and play it 100 times a day, saying that you can't even satisfy a 10-year-old, and you'll admit it directly. How humiliating is that? Anyway, he is so good at stimulating women, making you embarrassed. You can only grit your teeth and grit your teeth and grit your teeth. Again, he's such a degree of stimulation. Sooner or later, let the female soldiers all reach their own peaks of awe. The stimulus method. It still works like that? Hearing this, he Jijun silent, slowly digesting the meaning inside. But the side has been silent Fan Tian Lei, but inwardly straight call bull, MD. This child and their own will also fool people not ashamed to be their own excavation of talent. In fact, Lao Fan himself cannot distinguish, when it is unearthed Yitsuanshin, or Chen Haonan. This is actually no longer important. The news he has spread out in time. Speaking here, Tang Xinyi didn't know what came to her mind and covered her mouth again, turning her back on old Fan's figure, shaking and shaking in front of He Jijun. He Jijun coughed and asked, what's the third point? The third point is Chen Haonan's biggest advantage. He himself is Spider-Man. Well, or Black Man. Women have the psychology of chasing after stars. It has nothing to do with age. These female soldiers can be said to have become Chen Haonan's fans. His training is just like having a solo concert. What he says is what he says, and what he does the female soldiers do. Willingly, to use the words of the internet, the brain-damaged fans are even willing to give birth to monkeys for the artist. Of course, this is actually a joke. Chen Haonan is just a child. He can't do anything. There's no denying this aspect. I'll just make an analogy. Tang Xinyi feel themselves say high up, actually in front of the chief to open the metaphorical joke, which makes Anren are stunned, thinking that I, the real girlfriend, do not dare to say so. You only come over a day of junior. Actually said that there are female soldiers are willing to chun how male monkeys? That's not how jokes work, is it? Anren wants to hit Tang Xinyi now. Can you be more specific and not use metaphors? Hearing this, but Gao Shiwei came to be interested, rubbing his palms together with a kind and pleased expression, as if his own child had grown up and knew how to bring a girl back for the night. After all, Chen Haonan was able to become an instructor, but he had convinced He Jijun to do so. According to Lao He's usual practice, if Chen Haonan wants to lead the army, unless he has reached the age of 18, otherwise, there is no door. Yes, Chief. Tang Xinyi got serious and spoke. Personal charisma. Or secondly, Chen Haonan, he has a special ability. For example, he can kick and fly stones to hit the acupuncture points. One hit, instantly making all the female soldiers lose their mobility and kneel on the ground and not be able to get up. As she said these words, Tang Xinyi's mind also flashed back to the female soldiers' eastward and delicate appearance. In terms of individual practical combat ability, Chen Haonan presses Lei Zhuan, and is even more comprehensive. Tang Xinyi's tone was sure and decisive. Ha ha, good, good. Gao Shiwei laughed loudly. This kid also has his own set of leading soldiers. Not simple. I'm looking forward to the female soldiers that he brings out. What will it be like? By the way, why isn't his soldier called the Fire Phoenix, but instead called something like White Tiger? I'll let Enron explain this. I'm not really sure. Anren took the terrier that Tang Xinyi threw over and revealed a smile. Chief, according to Chen Haonan, the White Tiger is one of the 4 great divine beasts, white and pure, powerful and invincible, representing the purity of thought, as well as the strength of military quality, respectively, and even, he knows how to put an end to sinkhole thoughts as well as personal heroism. Saying that, Anran also used her bright eyes to glance at the silent Fan Tian Lei. What? What kind of person is Fan Tianlei? He had a feeling of being connoted to, when it was Anran who went undercover. It was he who recommended to General Manager 1, Anran every time he came back to make a work report. He said that he was pushing himself into the fire pit. Scolding him would not be the sinkhole. White Tiger is good. I like White Tiger. Gao Shiwei gave a high approval, nodding his head. As a soldier, not only do you need to be strong in ability, but you also need to be pure in thought. Chen Haonan is really a physically immature, but his thoughts are up to par now. Tell me about the female soldiers on the Thunder War side and how things are going. Mr. Gao glanced at He Jijun, while He Jijun stared at old Fan. Fan Tianlei understood, and immediately opened his mouth. I've been staring at lay battles practice for a few days now. Lay battles, that kind of systematic training in order to bring out the strongest female soldiers. Lay battle, I won't talk about it. I'm going to talk about my personal opinion on Chen Haonan. After all, he's the talent that I've unearthed from the summer camp. First of all, this kid does have a mature mind. I was all counted out by him at summer camp. He's quite a guy who likes to act cool, show off, stinky skinny guy. If we're talking about personal heroism, this little guy is using Spider-Man, Black Mask to get the adoration of the female soldiers. What isn't that personal heroism? Secondly, the troops want absolute obedience. Surely they can't engage in any kind of personal worship. It's not like they're making stars. It's impossible for everyone to have such a talent as Chen Haonan. The female soldiers that he casually selects may become Chen Haonan's fanatic fans, but they won't become too powerful female warriors. In the end, I would suggest that we can't let Chen Haonan go on with his nonsense, and that the formation of the Fire Phoenix commando team should be left to the most experienced Lei Zhuan. Anran forcefully inserted, sharply said, I don't agree with you. You haven't even come over to investigate for a day. You don't have the right to make such a statement. Although Chen Haonan is small, but I have accompanied him to eat and sleep during this period of time. I've examined him closely. He's a good instructor. Don't judge a person by his appearance. Old Fan smiled faintly and spoke. Violet, could it be that you just don't want to go back undercover? It's true that I don't like to be an undercover agent. I prefer to be a staff officer. But this has nothing to do with Chen Haonan. I'll obey whatever the organization arranges for me without complaint or regret. Anran was straight talking and said what she had to say. Really? Fan Tianlei's gaze was deep. Tang Xini on the side coughed and stared seriously at Fan Tianlei, standing up for her bosom friend. Alright, Staff Sergeant Fan. And Ran is the talent that I appreciate the most in Wolfong. Her ability isn't bad, and her gaze is also good. Or how about this? I'll design a military game for the two teams to compete. It's useless to shoot your mouth off. He Jijun wheeled around and stared at Fan Tianlei and Ran, then spoke to Generalissimo. Chief, this is a good idea. The two teams have been training for almost a month, so we can let them compete once, to separate the highs and lows, and also to see how effective the training is. Very good. Gao Shiwei nodded. He never even looked at Fan Tianlei, only resting his gaze on Ran and Tang Xine as he answered He Jijun's question. If one was familiar with Mr. Gao's style, one would know that he had a problem with old Fan. He Jijun actually knew this, and he deliberately said good things about old Fan in front of Mr. Gao several times, but it was useless. Then I'll trouble Captain Tang to design a military game that divides both high and low, as well as life and death. White Tiger Base, 6 a.m. Anran, who was washing up, froze at the sound and opened her mouth to ask, when you work out, you make this kind of noise? Yeah, haven't you called me a couple times to hear that? So what did you think it was? Anran grinned with a bright smile. Why did you make that noise last night too? Were you working out too? Tang Xini froze and laughed. It's not because Chen Haonan, who sleeps behind me, is not honest, and has been treating my butt as a sandbag, and being beaten. I slept in a daze and really thought I was in the gym. It's only because you have a big ass that you get sandbagged by kids. Enron grinned. Yesterday night, the three people were sleeping together. Chen Haonan, a milk-eating child, actually thought he was drilling female soldiers in the middle of the night, and severely beat Junior. After breakfast, Tang Xini invited Anran to go with her to the commanding officer's headquarters to draw up a plan for the next competition, and Anran gladly went. And Chen Haonan continued to train the female soldiers and didn't care where the two women went. General daily life. Anran to him to wash clothes, rinse powdered milk, accompanied by eating and sleeping. Training is his arrangement. And Tang Xini this 3, the night does not return. People have not seen a few times. Love to go wherever you want to go. The time came around 10:30 in the morning when a military vehicle drove into the White Tiger base. Anran jumped down from the car, smilingly walked to Chen Haonan's side, sizing up the little man she had slept with for a month. He seemed to have grown up a bit. The small face was taut and stoic, and only when his black and white eyes rolled did he startle people into realizing that he was nothing more than a schoolboy. Well, or a child unconsciously feeding on milk in the middle of the night. Xiao Hao, take the female soldiers to the command headquarters. Generalissimo Gao and He Jijun and the others are waiting. The female soldiers you brought out and the ones Lei Zhuan brought in. There is a competition, which will take place this afternoon. Anren could call Chen Hao male instructor, or Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao this name. Anren is greeted as Chen Hao male and female friends. Chen Hao male favorite to hear this name. Anren also threw in her favor and kept calling Xiao Hao. But of course in front of outsiders, she was still called Instructor Sama, or De Guanren. A competition? It's just the right time to come. I also want to test the woman I've trained. How capable she is now. Chen Haonan didn't panic in the slightest when he heard this. He instead showed the expression of an old driver. Good timing. My girl is growing up. It's time to check the strength of the female soldiers that have been injected with my seed. Enron drove the troop carriers and took the women to the command. This time, Chen Haonan is sitting on the co-pilot seat. After all, he is an instructor. This time must maintain the majesty. It is not possible with the car behind the female soldiers, squeezed into the men and women, so that it is detrimental to his image. In fact, when he first got on the bus, Yi Tsuanshin even suggested that he could sit on the female soldier's lap and that the child could not sit in the passenger seat. For such treatment of a chicken caught on all sides, Chen Haonan preferred to be caught peacefully and fined. Instructor, are we going on a trip? It's been a month and we finally made it out alive. I'm not quite used to walking out. It's not bad to practice hard every day. I've already initially mastered the skills of Shaoli Feisher. If I have the chance, maybe I can become a chivalrous woman too. Ha ha. I learned to empty my hands. Shinlani's intimate underwear, all caught out by me in one move. Thrown on the ground, naked after she could not react. Yi Tsuanshin, as if you didn't mean to be plucked naked by me. Don't argue. What's the point of arguing when you're on a big vacation? By the way, I learned a dragon fighting technique. Yeah, big earths, bigger pattern. Don't fight again. The instructor will get mad and pull your hair out. By the way, I've learned climbing skills. Monkeys don't even have to be as fast as me, do they? Along the way, the female soldiers laughed and laughed, mostly reminiscing about their month-long training in mastering their skills. Listening to these arguments, the co-pilotess Chen Haonan revealed a loving fatherly smile. Bright and brilliant these female soldiers for a month, coupled with the divine weapon skills, teaching according to the individual. These female soldiers have each mastered indescribable skills, can be said to belong to their own secret weapon. For example, cousin Yi Tsuanshin and Shinlani's empty hand into the white blade, such as Tianhua and Ouyang Qian's climbing. Chu Bai learned the skill of throwing stones. Tang Xiaoxiao learned the beauty of the three strokes of the fighting arts, making full use of body language, minutes to make the opponent lose his armor. It's worthy of being a god-level weapon skill that can actually use female soldiers as toolmen and teach them according to their abilities. Chen Haonan swept his personal list with satisfaction. Currently, he was 320 points short of being upgraded, and he was a little less accustomed to not having a new skill fusion for a month. The car bounced around for 30 minutes or so before finally arriving at the command post. When Chen Haonan got off the bus, he saw Lei Zhan and his female soldiers, who had long been lined up and waiting on the playground. The high platform in the center of the playground was the podium, and Mr. Gao and the others were already waiting on it. After seeing Chen Haonan and his female soldiers get off the bus, He Jijun explained a few words to Tang Xini by his side, and Chen Haonan saw Tang Xiaosen swaying from afar, slowly walking over. He didn't care about that, but instead focused his attention on Lei Zhuan and his female soldiers. A total of 10 female soldiers were staring at the ebony-eyed little handsome Chen Haoyan with 20 eyes. Their mouths were all open into exaggerated O shapes, and some of the female soldiers' fists could be stuffed into them. No reason, it was just too shocking. Holy shit, the other party's instructor who was leading the team was actually a kid. The key was that he was also so handsome and cute, as if he grew right into his own aesthetic point of view, and couldn't wait for the urge to lift him up high. Gee, so the instructor's mouth of our rival instructor is a handsome kid. Ha, he looks like he's 10 years old at most, but, from what the instructor said, he's the Spider-Man, the Black Mask, of East China Sea City, and the instructor also said that he looks down on us and wants to eliminate all of us female soldiers and send us home. That's what the instructor said, but why do I get the feeling that he looks harmless, not like a bad kid? It's worth mentioning that last time, Chen Haonan named 8 female soldiers too soon, even with He Jijun's introduction to pave the way. But Chen Haonan pointed out the list of female soldiers and left immediately. These female soldiers didn't even know that he was an instructor. After all, hundreds of female soldiers were standing around, and Chen Haonan was short, so who noticed a ding-dong? Later, In order to stimulate the G-spot of these female soldiers, Lei War and these instructors hacked Chen Haonan into a three-headed, six-armed villain, born specifically to eliminate them. The female soldiers even said Chen Haonan is a spider is not false, but killing people who do not train properly. The final session will be this demon personally eliminated to go home to find their mothers to cry. It had been quite a rough month for the female soldiers, and even some of them had maligned Chen Haonan as the devil in their dreams and the enemy in reality. Just never would have guessed that he was a little kid with red lips and white teeth. What a handsome boy. Our instructor has a black face and a black heart, and he even cheated our feelings by saying that the other instructor looks like the devil child Neza, which is the third prince of the Dragon King. This quote resonated with the female soldiers. That's it. Lei War also listened to the discussion of the female soldiers under his command. His face twitched a little, but did not say anything, but did not think that these women are all face control. Rebound so powerful. What's wrong with being handsome? What's wrong with having a dark face? None of it can be a meal. If you have the ability, stick around in the middle of this competition and don't be eliminated by a kid. Otherwise, you'll be disgraced to his grandma's house. And I'll tell you what, Lao Zi told you, this kid is the black-faced Zhong Kuei for you, and what he does is to catch you brats. Tang Xini had arrived as Lei War roared lowly. Hearing Lei War's alternative admonition, Tang Xini almost laughed. It seems that Lord Lei is caught up in the moment. He's in a hurry. People Chen Haonan a child, and did not blacken his Lei War awe. In comparison, it's still my little man who stands tall. Tang Xini, who had been a junior, secretly gave Chen Haonan extra points and praise in her own mind. Instructor Chen Haonan, Instructor Lei Battle. I will announce the rules of the game next, so listen carefully. Instructor Lei Battle, can you stop lecturing for a moment? Thunder War. The crowd was quiet. Tang Xini Gu's poem said, Chen Haonan and Lei Battle, two instructors, become the only enemy of the other side's female soldiers. That is to say, this enemy has to be the fastest to destroy all of the other side's female soldiers. But the White Tiger Commando team only has 8 female soldiers, and the Fire Phoenix Commando team has 10. So in order to be fair, Lei Battle has to strike half an hour later. Is that okay? At those words, Lei Zhuan hesitated and didn't open his mouth right away. Chen Haonan, who was on the side, spoke up, no need, I can beat 10 of them alone. Let's set off together. Otherwise he won't be convinced if he loses. Lei Zhuan fumed. You asked for it, don't blame me for taking advantage of you if you lose. With that, he hurriedly urged, sign the contract, so it's more formal. Tang Xini had long been prepared and immediately took out the preparative 2 contracts for the 2 instructors to sign. Brush. Chen Haonan signed can be painful. A wave. Thunder War had a thought burden and looked at the contract carefully first. The contract reads, Chen Haonan vs. 10 members of Lei War's Women's Commando Team, Lei War vs. 8 members of Chen Haonan's White Tiger Commando Team, followed by a bunch of detailed clauses on rights and obligations. Lei Zhuan signed while spitting. Old me likes Black Tiger better. After both sides signed the contract, Tang Xini announced that in 10 minutes after the departure, the instructor can be pre-war general mobilization speech. After saying that, Tang Xiaosan twisted his waist and went to the podium to report. Chief, the contract has been signed. In half an hour, the official start, when the whole event, drone aircraft tracking and filming, can be projected through the screen on the podium. It must be a very interesting event. It breaks the record of the age gap between the antagonists. Mr. Gao and the others revealed expectant smiles. Indeed, the age difference was touching, a gap of more than 20 years. If you want to ask who in the audience did not laugh, but instead showed a serious smile, it was naturally old comrade He Jijun. As the man who stood behind Lei Battle for a long time, Lao he spoiled Lei Battle as his son and naturally wanted him to win, but he couldn't help that Mr. Gao liked his righteous son. Captain Don, who do you think will win? In the face of He Jijun's inquiry, Tang Xiaosan smiled faintly and said, I still think that the little man Chen Haonan will win. Last night, after the meal to eliminate food, I once again observed him, purposely slept with him for one night. This child is very self-disciplined. 10 o'clock to drink milk to sleep, at 5:30 to get up, completely unlike a child of his age. On the contrary, it seems like a small adult. Perhaps, there aren't many people who can win against Lei Battle, but Chen Haonan definitely has a chance. And another thing is that Chen Haonan, this little guy, gave up entering half an hour early and didn't count on Lei Battle's numerical superiority. I'm liking him more and more. Tang Xiaosan's angsty face revealed a bright smile, as if she was generally showing off in front of other women who mentioned how excellent her man was. He Jijun looked at him and smiled. The battlefield changes 100 times in an instant. Let's see how they play on the field. On the contrary, the side of the high total lofty nodded, worthy of being my valued children. Do not care about those cheap, rely on the strength to speak. Small he. If you lose, all the resources must be tilted in the Chunhanan. Wolf teeth to develop. Just rely on the old comrades of the emotional card. Useless. Able to be the first, only the right way. He Ji-jun's expression froze for a moment, shook his head, revealing a serious expression. Chief, I didn't play the emotional card. Chenhaonan is after all a child, and I haven't slept with him. I really don't know much about him. Right, Captain Tang, when you slept with Chenhaonan, did you still find anything strange about him? After he became Spider-Man, the Ministry of Health came to a couple of comrades, and offered to give him blood for research, but I stopped them. He Ji-jun's meaning is obvious. Chenhaonan is too strong to be a normal child, and has attracted the attention of the scientists who are ready to arrest him for slicing. Listening to these words, Mr. Gao and the others all looked at Tang Xini, and to be honest, putting aside their relief for the bare child, they were also curious as to why Chenhaonan was so strong. There, Tang Xini revealed a contemplative expression. Serious, he even who sleeps, are practicing fighting, because, he has been my ass as a sandbag to beat or snapping. To say that he is powerful, Mother's womb began to practice martial arts I believe. There is no need to let the scientists into the field to draw blood. He will be very disgusted. Maybe beat them a meal. He Ji-jun and Mr. Gao and the others looked at each other. Under the podium, Lei Zhuan and Chenhaonan were in general mobilization. Anyway, if you don't want to be eliminated by that demon child and then cry home to your mommy, just hold on to me for a little longer. I'll exterminate 8 members of the White Tiger Commandos as soon as I can. Note that it's 8, not 10. And you guys have the advantage of numbers. Got it? Understood. After Lei Zhuan finished these words, frowning, smashing his mouth, his head is blank. Damn. It feels as if there is nothing to say. First, he felt that after Chenhaonan exposed his true face, with his little white face, he won the favor of many female soldiers, and his own men didn't seem to trust themselves too much. Brainwashing failure. Second, is that he was just interrupted by Tang Xini's admonition, and suddenly didn't want to say anything. In a bad mood. He felt that Tang Xini was afraid that she wasn't out of her mind. What was she doing interrupting herself all of a sudden? Chenhaonan on the side was a different story. His little mouth blah 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 blah. He said a whole lot. Lei Zhuan and the others all perked up their ears as spectators, only to see him boarding his little hands. Man childlike. His little mouth kept saying, some people say that we are not capable of being white tigers. At most black tigers. Everyone. This is an insult. White tigers are divine beasts. What is a black tiger? The one who won't let you be white tigers is Instructor Thunder War. Please memorize his appearance. And next, he will be your enemy. Right at the time of signing the contract, Lei War made a remark that he would beat your brains out. Are you afraid? Fear not. The female soldier growled lowly, looking provocatively at Thunder War's side. Lei War touched his nose. Inner nested fire. MD. I said I like the black tiger, do not like the white tiger. I did not say that you will be beaten out of the brain plasma. But at this point, explanations seemed to become more of a provocation. Chenhaonan continued to speak. For this competition, the female soldier with the best performance, I'll make her my girlfriend. Do you guys want to? Wanted, the female soldier yelled. The instructor is Spider-Man, black mask, and handsome and adorable, and who wouldn't want a nurturing little husband? It's perfectly fine to let him grow into his favorite shape. Oh ho, Yossi. Lei Zhuan blackened his face. His eyes fell on the female soldier in front of himself, and he bellowed lowly. Who issued the yo-yo? Who is it? Is there any discipline left? Lousy told you guys. This is the spoken language of the small days. Don't put it here to use. When the tournament is over, then I will clean you up. One by one, 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 one by one. No one answered, and the smile was awkward. Indeed, just now the other instructor mentioned that the female soldier with good performance could be the teenage instructor's girlfriend, which immediately triggered their G-spot, and on the spot it was Yosi 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 Yosi. This is so exciting. My lady can't help but scream out ah. If you're capable, let us scream too. Too bad you don't. Other side. Instructor, are you coming for real? He Lu asked in surprise. Just in time. Chenhaonan's little finger lifted and pointed at her with a sunny smile. Sister He Lu, you'll be their leader. Me? He Lu was quite surprised. She had always thought that it should be Tan Xiaolin, who was the oldest and most experienced, as the captain. Don't ask why. Do you have faith? The confidence is definitely there. It's just, forget it. I can do it. He Lu gritted his teeth. Promise not to give you shame. And people want to be your girlfriend. After saying that, she showed a petulant expression. as if she was really facing her Shin lover. The other female soldiers all heckled and laughed, except, of course, Yi Tsuanshin, who just wanted to bite Chen Haonan's mouth off. My mother, again in front of this cousin's face to find a girlfriend. How many of these are there? 3 or 4, outside too. Chen Haonan nodded seriously and frequently. Good, good, so popular. Anren bit her red lips on the side. When you are an adult and you still talk like this, how many sisters do you have to hurt? Such a provocation is like seeing a needle, and a needle is generally scary, and it is straight to the depths of the young girl's heart. Anren was not good at spitting. She felt that when she was sleeping with her, she had to give Chen Haonan some counseling. She could not open and close her mouth and say that she was someone's boyfriend. The secret agent girl herself was teased by him every night before she went to bed. Chen Haonan will hug Anren and swear, "Thank you for taking care of me, who is now a minor, and when I grow up, I will return the favor later in the spring." The more sensual Anren moved to hug the other back on the spot, and to give his body to the child, caressing him so that he would fall asleep after an honest night's sleep. Time's up. Female soldiers were put into troop carriers and plunged into the deep forest, and Chen Haonan and Lei Zhuan had to wait until an hour later before they could set off together. The jungle, dense and impenetrable, with droplets of water still hanging from the weeds on either side, had just rained here, and the forest radiated the freshness of the grass. He stepped on the blades of grass and surveyed the surroundings for a few moments before seriously saying, "Have a meeting to formulate a combat opportunity before taking action." The female soldiers all stopped in their tracks, stunned to look at Lu, who had been relatively silent during the training, actually automatically catering to such an active posture at this time. Generally speaking, it is Tan Xiaolin who often seeks out women to chat and talk about their feelings. The ones who often fought were Yi Tsuanshin and Shinlani. Frequent chit-chatters are Tian Guo and Ouyang Qian. The one who talks a lot about cosmetics is Don Smiley. Often silent are Quibi and Lu. Now that Lu appears to be in contrast, she stands up and jerks off. Lu ignored the stunned gaze of the female soldiers and continued to speak. Lei wore this person. In fact, when I was in the peacekeeping force, I knew him. He has a lot of practical combat experience. And after a systematic study in the foreign army, for the Wolf's Teeth, the only reigning king of soldiers for the 3 times, cannot be underestimated. Sisters. If Lei War is strong, then it is strong. But I have contacted him, and I feel that he is a more aggressive person. We can use the advantage of having more people, and if we can't dry him out, we can also drag him down, and buy more time for my male friend. No, for the instructor. More people? Aren't we 2 people short? Tango Hund. The man was confused. I'm talking about policy. We can create a bluff. For example, we can install a tail on ourselves and spread out. One person creating a scene of 2 or even several people, so that Thunder War will mistakenly think that we're a group of people together. See what I mean? Aha, got it. Find a pig's tail, mount it on yourself and pretend to be an animal, Tango said innocently. But how can I, a girl who is embarrassed to fart in public, have the nerve to put the pig's tail and install myself wagging behind my own ass? Tiago wore a worried expression. Bounce. Ouyang Qian flicked Tianguo's brain shell, crying and laughing. What Sister Lu means is the empty city plan. Empty? Empty city? Naked? Qian, you covered Tianguo's mouth and waited for me to finish before letting go. I'm afraid she won't care about the 3 7s and 20. She'll strip herself naked first. Whimpering. Child whimpering continued to come from under the hot, wet palms. You mean, you can cut branches and drag them around? Tan interjected. The one who knows me is Sister Tam. Lu nodded his head and laughed, almost as effective as it can be. Simulating multiple people talking is also possible. Right. This tournament, we must win. I heard that if we lose, our instructor, Anran, is going to give Lei battle as his girlfriend. Everyone, you all saw just now, how phallic Lei Zhuan's speech is. He looks dark and his speech is creepy. Can we lose? Never, the female soldier yelled down. Do you guys want to be the instructor's girlfriend? Think. Tan Xiaolin froze for a moment, looking at the female soldier's righteous indignation, and couldn't help but secretly admire Lu's ability. This Lu's using the psychology routine in a very 6 way, saying his plan first, followed by stimulating the excitement of the female soldiers and boosting their morale. It had to be said that Chen Haonan's eye for people was also powerful. On the other side, Chen Haonan naturally didn't know what happened to the female soldiers, and had just set off when the system's voice rang out. Junior Soldier King System Random Task, winning the match, defeating the Fire Phoenix Commando team led by Lei Battle, and upholding one's own majesty will be rewarded with 400 experience points. 400, this must be there. I'm about to upgrade. Chen Haonan listened to the system's voice and revealed a satisfied smile. Lei Zhuan is really a good guy, giving away his girlfriend and experience value. Heaven forbid we don't take it down. Of course, Chen Haonan wasn't careless as he slowly walked deeper into the forest. 10 minutes or so later, in a nook and corner, broken wood pressed against shrubbery. Slap. In the middle of the jungle, the crisp sound of flesh hitting flesh rang out, followed by two sharp, short screams from the woman. Ah, that hurts. It's over. I lost. As the sound of small stones snapping to the ground rang out, two female soldiers covering their chests walked out with pained faces. On both women's bodies, green smoke was coming out, and the color of the smoke was like the stinky beret that Lei Battle was wearing today. Chen Haonan walked out from the left side of the two women and spoke. Two sisters, you've fallen in battle. By the way, be careful about getting naked. Didn't use a gun. He ran us right over. Or a regular small rock. My God, how did this happen? My chest still hurts. Saying that, the fallen female soldier looked at the chest she was rubbing, and the next moment, she exclaimed out in dismay. Screaming, it's showing, it's seeing blood. No wonder it hurts so much. Me too. My clothes are torn. The female soldier on the other side, who was naked, was also straight up bullish. In fact, the two female soldiers were the observers of the team, divided into roles, but they showed their spots and died in action at the same time. So much so that the female soldiers waiting in the jungle couldn't wait for their feedback to come back. What's going on? Why hasn't it come out and the comms aren't answering? It won't be taken out. At this point, the two female soldiers got a little antsy, looked at each other, and got up from their hiding places at the same time. They wanted to go out and meet their companions. Who knew that the two female soldiers, who were only small lotus, were immediately struck by the rocks that flew in the air, hitting their bodies almost at the same time. Slap. Two sharp clashes of flesh came, accompanied by smoke rising up, and it looked as if someone was practicing immortality deep in the mountains, preparing to ascend. Two women fell in battle. After the battle, the two women looked at the handsome child who came out of the middle of the jungle, with a small hand on the board, and were so angry and amused. So angry that my chest hurt, both of them. When it was funny, the boy's demeanor was as proud as a peacock with an open screen. Lulu, we were stoned to death. So suffocating. Did he throw the rock? If it's not him, who else? The instructor said he's the legendary Spider-Man, and it's really something. Every blade of grass can be a weapon. So angry. I wanted to pinch his cheeks. I want to whip his ass balls. Chen Haonan listened with a small frown and spoke. Alright, don't say so many useless things. You guys were killed in battle. Can you tell your sister how you did it? I told you. You're dead men. And dead men don't talk. Can't I die and live? Ouch. What's in my mouth? Ah, yuck. So hard. The female soldier poo-pooed and spat out two pigeon egg-sized rocks, her throat reflexes causing her to hold onto the small tree and vomit into a ball. The other female soldier had no throat reflexes, and after spitting out two pigeon balls, she instead swallowed her saliva with intent. Anyway, no one dared to say crap anymore, just stared with horrified curiosity at the little man who had put them through the ringer. Strange. How did he put something in his mouth when he clearly saw that he wasn't even moving? It was so fast and accurate that the person didn't even react and his mouth was so full that he couldn't say anything. So scary looking. But then again, he's so handsome. Chen Haonan looked at the silent young lady and was satisfied with his weapon use technique. The stone is worthy of being a famous weapon for killing, common, deadly, and demonstrates a strong deterrent power in minutes, so that these female soldiers dare not slut on him. The bottom line is that the enemy would never expect it. Without using a single bullet, he had exterminated 4 female soldiers from the other side, leaving 6. Chen Haonan continued to walk into the jungle. The 4 female soldiers who were killed in action quickly gathered together, and then quickly realized that they had exposed each other, all with broken clothing on their chests, and were marked at the location, left of the heart. It's terrifying, worthy of Spider-Man, a rock with that kind of power. Indeed, out of the ordinary, not even using a gun. He took out 4 of us. Do you think we'll lose the contest? It's hard to say. This little kid is so unpredictable and tricky. It's a bad situation. Is there a way to notify the other sisters? Let's follow the rules. Don't keep bullying people for being a kid. We're already taking advantage of them in terms of numbers. The fallen female soldiers could only wait in the distance, helplessly discussing Chen Haonan's perversity and the fact that they were too careless. Deep in the jungle, the swamp. Lu pointed to a swamp that emitted a fishy odor and laughed. Seeing this place, think of our arms swim through it. It's similar to the environment here. We were nourished urine. The smell is a bit more punchy. This kind of dirt smell can only be considered as a child's play. Sisters, arms swim. It's on. The women listened to Lu's words and didn't move. No, Lu, isn't that a sound and a bluff? Why hide in the swamp? Psychology guru, Tan Xiaolin, found it a bit outrageous. She was supporting the original tactic of bluffing to paralyze Lei Battle so that he would be so exhausted that he would never be able to find a woman in his life. However, after arriving at the swamp, Hilu seemed to be transformed into a loach, wanting to drill when she saw the mud, the same as a man in a hurry, wanting to enter a cave when he saw it, which made her puzzled. Hilu laughed mysteriously. The only constant in this world is change. Now we have to improvise. You guys think about it. Can we delay time by having a head-on encounter battle with Lei Battle? Or is it better to delay time by hiding with him? The female soldiers fell silent and did some calculations in their minds, finally coming to the conclusion that it was naturally better to hide. If you want to be the instructor's girlfriend, go down there. Whoever can last to the end will have a chance. After saying that, Hilu pinched her showy nose and was the first to go down. Her body sank, all at once, to the belly position. The stench was tolerable, but the thickness, and the unknown danger, would cause panic to well up from within, so that one would not dare to move forward. But Hilu didn't feel that way. She had been in peacekeeping war zones, had lain among the dead, and had sung songs while holding them. I go. Lulu is really brave, so eager to be the instructor's girlfriend. Shinlani was as calm as a wise man, serious and incomparable. Unlike me, I just don't want to lose. After saying that, he followed closely behind Hilu and was the second to step into the swamp. Walking quickly, he was shoulder to shoulder with Hilu. Che, demented girl, Yi Tsuanshin commented on Shinlani, who did not move for the time being. But beside her, starting from Tianhua, the female soldiers seemed to go down one by one like dumplings. Even the beautiful Tang Xiaoxiao, who was very clean and had to protect herself from the sun for all her training, also twisted her waist and went into the water. Yi Tsuanshin had no choice but to roll up his sleeves and do it. Hey, aren't you guys getting in too deep? This is a drill. Don't be so adventurous. The swamp is dangerous. Maybe there are alligators in there. Or snakes. Hilu spoke seriously. The instructor said that the drill is actual combat. This is the real battlefield. If the enemy arrives, not to mention the swamp, even if there is a cliff below, you won't hesitate to jump. The forefathers have jumped over the Yellow River when they were chased by the enemy. Tan Xiaolin exclaimed in awe of the bull. Hilu, I can't see that you're deeply hidden. You're a big heart. Hilu was just about to speak when suddenly, a bird sound rang out in the forest. Goo goo, goo goo, goo goo. Strange, and not the three birds of Yangchun. Why there is the cuckoo's cry. The cuckoo is the messenger of spring, specializing in the call of spring urging people to sow early. Hilu's heart fluttered. Don't make a sound. Someone's coming. As soon as her words fell, the cooing birdsong had just ceased, and a green silhouette flashed through the forest. It's the enemy. Bang bang bang. The women soldiers were swimming across the river with their guns, one finger hooked on the trigger, firing directly at the figures that appeared. Blanks shot into the jungle, knocking the figure lightly to the ground. Hilu exclaimed. No, this is a dress. The other party is too cunning. Listen to my orders. Me and Tan Xiaolin, Tang Xiaoxiao, and Shubai will continue to shoot and suppress. The others will speed up their retreat. And when the bullets run out, switch to the four of you to give us cover to get out of the surrounding forest and into the depths of the swamp. Yes, in the middle of the forest, standing under a large tree, Lei Zhuan's thick black brows furrowed. Chun Haonan brought out this group of female soldiers. The reaction ability is very fast. Did not panic, also did not mess up. In the discovery of the bait, actually immediately make a group to cover the retreat tactics. He's not really good enough to group P off these female soldiers on his own. None of them are good at messing up. MD, Chun Haonan's randomly selected female soldiers actually have this kind of military quality? Thunder War was a bit stifled. His face is black as a black spider the size of a basin in the jungle. We'll just have to wait for them to run out of bullets, or take advantage of the gaps in their ammo changes. Lei Zhuan mumbled the numbers, calculating the gap time for the launch. Lei Zhuan bizarrely realized that damn these female soldiers didn't give him a chance to rush out at all. This is strange. What does this mean? What does this mean? Does it mean that these female soldiers have a high level of military talent? Do they know how to cooperate? However, they had only been drilled by Chen Haonan, a little guy with no hair. For a month? No way. Thunder War was stunned and curious. 100, 101, 102 to the power of 138, 139. Grass heck, am I counting sheep and goats? Lei Zhuan silently lowered his head and read the numbers, one after another. He felt like he was about to hypnotize himself. After shaking his head a bit, he decided it was time to use adventure mode. A military maneuver. Jumped out from inside the jungle and rolled quickly on the ground while the muzzle of his gun was raised, ready to fire a quick bullet. Crap, there's no one there. Where did the gunshots come from? Lei Zhuan, who was holding his gun in a dignified posture, looked at the swamp in dismay. An empty swamp. Not a single shadow of a female soldier. Not even a hair. Which means they're long gone. Bang bang bang. The gunshots are still ringing out. Lei Juan stood up, and after spending more than 10 seconds, he found a miniature recorder in the swamp, from which the sound of gunfire came. Similar to the firecrackers on New Year's Day. But how to listen to it? How ironic. 10,000 straw horses, racing past from within Lord Ray. I'm a 3-time king of soldiers, and I'm actually fooled by a couple of female soldiers with a recorder? Of course, when Lei War didn't know. When Chen Haonan seated these female soldiers, he had emphasized many times the importance of the recorder. As long as it was utilized properly, it could pinpoint the enemy, and these female soldiers were young and had a strong ability to learn, and immediately accepted this new knowledge, turned his head and set Thunder War up. Interesting, interesting, Lei Juan muttered, but his face turned cold, and in the next moment, his silhouette dashed wildly in pursuit like lightning. Thumbs up, the stone flew through the air, snapping and hitting the 2 female soldiers with such force that the impact touched the smoke sensors, and a blast of cultivation smoke rose through the forest. In the smoke, 2 female soldiers with chest pains, Shizi cupping her heart and generally covering her chest, squatted on the ground, looking at Chen Haonan, who walked over in a delicate and powerless manner, with angry and pitiful eyes. It's not fair. Why are you using rocks on us? We're not birds. Stones versus bullets. What's the difference? Chen Haonan sneered. This isn't a game. This is war. One must do whatever it takes. And the stone is silent and didn't alert the other enemies. It's the best choice. Lei battle doesn't teach you guys well. I'll inculcate in you the principles of this weapon. The 2 female soldiers were voiceless, their bright eyes staring at Chen Haonan as he turned to leave. Ha, kinda makes sense. Not really. He's handsome anyway, so he's right about everything. Half an hour has passed. The last 4 female soldiers are left. Lei Battle's side. There's a possibility that it's a bit faster than me. We have to find them earlier. Chen Haonan's senses were very sensitive, along with his 10-mile eagle eyes, and was utilizing his speed to constantly travel through the jungle. In an abandoned factory, 4 female soldiers were hiding inside, guarding 4 directions. It's been an abandoned factory for many years now. The gates are torn down. The entrance is guarded by women soldiers, and if anyone tries to get in, they have to go over the fence. But the fence is more than 7 meters high, and without the aid of forest trees around it, even King Gigi wouldn't be able to climb up there and squat and eat a banana. A real one-trick pony. Not to mention that here are 4 female tough guys. Just stay dead center and don't go anywhere. This is the best place to buy time for the instructor. Not bad. Not bad. Too bad gone. Lulu and all 6 of them were killed in action. That kid really is Spider-Man. Black man. Ah, what a great body. I didn't even hear the gunshots before I lost contact with Lulu and the girls. It's just outrageous. There really weren't any gunshots going off. Did the kid just move in and fuck the 6 of them? Impossible. The 6 of them, though separated, are not far apart, and the death of one in battle immediately alarms the others. And a child can hold out in such a multiple movement? The female soldiers guessed, but could not guess that their comrade was killed by a rock. Just as they were relaxing and chatting, Chen Haonan had already arrived outside the factory. Chen Haonan knew that the female soldier was hiding inside, but looking at the high fence around him, as well as the only doorway, he couldn't help but admire. Clever, and lucky, to actually find a place like this. If you rush in like this, no one is sure. His eyes wandered and finally landed on a bamboo forest behind the abandoned factory. The bamboo forests are left untended and uncut, growing wildly and unchecked. Chen Haonan drew his saber and cut an old bamboo, removing the head and tail, leaving a bamboo bar of more than 6 meters in the middle. In the next moment, the information deciphered by the weapon skill blended into the mind. Bamboo. Many roles in life, but there is no need to say. In terms of killing sharp weapons, there is a god to help. You can make a pick gun, baguette, and even the legend of breaking the chain of horses of the gods. Bamboo to kill people is divided into 21 kinds of auxiliary roll is divided into 108 kinds of auxiliary roll is divided into the jumping heights to assist. In the next moment, the use of bamboo in question was integrated into Chen Haonan's mind, becoming his instinctive talent. After glancing at the fence that was as high as 7 meters, Chen Haonan's small face, a bright smile appeared. If Anren was here, he must have exclaimed that the little guy was ready to make a bad move. Ouch! Chen Haonan grabbed the 6-meter-long bamboo bar and gave a sharp boost. The small short legs kept hammering on the ground, and the power used from the ground kept extending to the arms, which swung the bamboo bar with force and violently propped up on the ground with one end of the bar. Drink! Chen Haonan originally wanted to roar, but his voice was still tender, and when he roared it out, it turned into a milky fierce scolding. Along with the shouting sound, His small body was supported up the bamboo pole bounced high, people floating in the air. Chun Haonan overestimated his weight and drifted a little on top. Enough by the bamboo pole floated up 8 meters, and then the whole person as if the horizontal hamster, towards the plant below the landing. At the moment, his posture is like using the Jiang who lost mastery, from the sky of the Rulishan palm. However, instead of a palm, Chen Haonan used a gun. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at the boxes piled up in the empty space of the factory below, and under the sharp vision of the 10-mile eagle eye. Not to mention that these female soldiers were hiding sloppily, even if they were drilling into the ground. As long as they revealed a single hair, Chen Haonan, through the eagle eye, was about to lock it quickly. Bang bang bang, guns kept going off, and every time they did, someone was killed in action, rising out of the cultivated smoke. Inside the factory, the 4 female soldiers then felt their bodies tremble as bullets came from nowhere, directly hitting them and drying them out in battle. It was only a second or two before the sound of the whimpering wind in the air finally startled the female soldier. The crowd looked up in color, and then they saw Chen Haonan, who fell from the sky, just like a humanoid kite, drifting down to the ground with a bang, half squatting on the sandy soil with his gun facing the sky, smashing the ground with dust. Chen Haonan's smile remained unchanged, but it felt a little bit of egg pain from the smashing. Fucking jumped a little high, at least 8 meters, almost jumped over the yard. You jumped from the sky? From the sky? My god, how did you do that? On the faces of the fallen female soldiers, there was no longer the slightest bit of hostility. Instead, there was a strong sense of doubt and surprise. Chen Haonan, who was in a superhuman pose, was like a luminous body, his entire person emitting some kind of intimidating light, causing them women to have empty eyes, as if they were mesmerized, and one by one, they incredibly surrounded the little man. Why are you jumping down? Climbing the walls? Are you Gecko Man? Gecko Man? For Chen Haonan, who had another strange nickname for himself, frowned with a small frown and said haughtily, please respect some of me. I'm not a little kid anymore. I'm the instructor of the female soldiers. And also, you've all become dead people. How can a dead person touch other people indiscriminately? This. You just say it. How did you come in? We are very curious. You do not say. We not only touch you, but also kiss you, and even take off your clothes, let you run naked. The female soldiers treat Chen Haonan as a child, showing their teeth and threatening his personal safety. At that, Chen Haonan Milk Fierce bared his teeth. Good guts. Believe it or not, I'll strip your clothes and beat your ass cheeks. Ha ha. Chen Haonan's words did not threaten the female soldiers, but instead drew slutty laughter from the women. Instructor, we're just curious. Look, we didn't even fire a shot. We were destroyed by your regiment. How did you do it? Geez, you said don't you like others to be your little girlfriend? I can. Seeing Chen Haonan walking out with small steps, the female soldiers hurriedly heckled and followed him, and then they were licking furiously to be his little girlfriend. Yes, all 4 of us could be your girlfriend. Hopeless. Chen Haonan raised his small hand to the bamboo bar over the fence and blandly said, the answer is over the fence. Go and see for yourselves. Don't bother me. Yes. The female soldiers rushed to the fence, and then were shocked to see a bamboo pole, more than 6 meters high, leaning diagonally against the fence. Holy shit, he pole vaulted and jumped in? But, is it at least 7 meters here? He's just a little kid. He's that strong. He can jump that high? Oh my god, is this a world record? He really is a little superhero. The female soldiers were talking excitedly, more excited than giving birth to a child, while Chen Haonan hurriedly seized this opportunity and flashed away. People who are handsome really suffer, and are surrounded by women wherever they go. In the past, Chen Haonan as a soldier, is not such a feeling, and now the times are different. They will do a little action. It led to a group of women fussing, have not seen the world, but also touch my. The little man expressed his cynicism. After leaving the abandoned factory, Chen Haonan called Tang Xiaosan's phone. I'm Chen Haonan, Comrade Junior. I've completely annihilated the female soldiers. However, don't come to pick me up for the time being. I'm planning to face off with Lei Battle once. Finish him off, and I'll contact you again. After saying that, Chen Haonan didn't give Tang Xini a chance to reply and directly hung up the communication. Since Tang Xini observed the White Tiger base, it seemed like she had opened the door to a new world, pestering him with questions during the day and insisting on sleeping with herself at night, which was quite annoying. However, Chen Haonan felt that Tang Xiaosan's physical quality is still good. Can be a sandbag hit? He really did not mean it. Used to touch that shape. On the spot is a burst of slap. On the podium, Tang Xini, who had been hung up on communications, froze on the spot, ignoring the inquiring chiefs behind her, and immediately looked at her watch. The next moment, Her expression was wonderful, and she blurted out, 9 minutes and 10 seconds. Chun Haonan all but annihilated the Fire Phoenix female soldiers. Less than 10 minutes. What? Mr. Cao hadn't reacted yet, but He Jijun reacted first and immediately kissed Tang Xinyi passionately on the spot. What did you say? Chun Haonan has all but annihilated Lei Battle's female soldiers? Tang Xinyi stroked her chest, calming the agitated mood of the big woman, waiting to calm down before nodding her head seriously. Yes, as I said, I didn't look at the wrong person. Although Chun Hao's man is small, his practical means of combat are numerous and practical. I even guessed that those female soldiers were stoned to death by him. What? Stoned? He Jijun grabbed a cup of tea, his hand shook, and without realizing it, the teacup tilted, and the hot water spread to his zippy bag there, scalding him so much that he jumped up on the spot. Ouch! Calm down. See how anxious you are. How old is he? Mr. Gao scolded He Jijun's outburst, followed by his own exaggerated laugh. It can be ha ha, this child has the wind of a tiger and wolf, and swallowed the world's breath. This point, very similar to me. The cadres next to Mr. Gao, listening to his words praising Chen Haonan, all nodded their heads in silent agreement. Indeed juvenile valor. Any feedback from Lei War yet? He Jijun pulled back his pants, trying to keep the hot water isolated from his thighs. Too dry. No, it's like he's disappeared. I've asked him 3 times now. No movement at all. He Jijun froze for a moment, slapped his thighs and cursed angrily. What is this grandson doing? How is it so uncontested? Ouch! Scalded me. Wolf head. You go change a pair of pants. Just brewed hot tea. Almost 100 degrees. Don't scald into infertility. Saying that, the mouthy Tang Xiaosan took out her communicator. She planned to contact Lei Zhuan for the 4th time and tell him the good news in time. In the dense jungle, Lei War leaned against a dry tree trunk and silently watched the message from the Beidou terminal. The message was sent by Tang Xinyi and just opened. What's wrong with this woman? She called 3 times. The old man didn't answer. She had to send a message. What's so urgent? Lei War chased the female soldiers all the way. From the swamp to the jungle. From the jungle to the current abandoned factory. He had already managed to exterminate 4 female soldiers. The remaining 4 female soldiers had already hid into the factory. He had thought of a few ways, but he could not raid in. Right now, one is irritable and menopausal. Chun Haonan took 9 minutes and 11 seconds, and has completely annihilated your female soldiers. By the way, he intends to make a final stranglehold on you, and I felt the need to inform you. Total annihilation of my female soldiers? How is that possible? When Lei Zhan saw this information, the first thing he did was to disbelieve it, and after following it and realizing that Tang Xinyi couldn't possibly be lying, he kind of drank the feeling of an 82-year-old sprite. Is this my loss? Suddenly, he reacted and cursed angrily. Come on, what strangulation? This is a duel. I will finish him off squarely, proving that he is just a lucky bear boy. I am a 3-time king of soldiers. Lei Zhuan cursed and brainstormed about finishing off Chen Haonan to give himself a proper name, when suddenly his body trembled, followed by a puff of smoke coming out of his body. He actually howled and died in battle. What? Lei Zhuan froze and looked at the sensor on his chest, then slowly raised his head, woodenly landing his sight on Chen Haonan, who walked out, angrily snarling. You said you'd duel with me, and you actually sneak attacked. Sneak attacked a paralyzing Start over, you little son of a bitch. Lei Battle raised his oily face, shook his uniform, looked at the kid who walked out, and spoke. You little son of a bitch, you just sent me a letter and challenged me, and before I could even turn my thoughts around, you sneak attacked? What kind of hero is this? Start over and start over. He was a grown man, and if word got out that he had lost to a child, his face would be lost. I lost the first few times, but no one knows exactly how. Lei War wrote the report is, Chen Haonan is a child. Do not talk about martial arts and morality, his own carelessness, when he is a child. Not anymore. The leadership executives are gouging their eyes out and dropping them on him. Staring at him, I guess. Lord Lei I don't even know what to say about you. Chen Haonan shrugged his small shoulders and walked towards the entrance of the abandoned factory. You're arrogant and stinky. As a child, knowing that the battlefield is ever changing. Where is the preparation for you? Your night and day mentality like this will get you killed. I hope you remember the advice I gave you as a child. Chen Haonan set a flag for Lei Zhuan. Lei Zhan does not appreciate after hearing more angry. Children cannot want a face. Adults want No. Start over, you little fucker. Right? Hey, when I beg you, give it a chance. Thunder War quit. Beeping as if he were a 140-pound child. You're the little bastard. Is there such a thing as begging? I'm giving you a flag now. Accept the reality. Face is not worth it. There are some foreign military thoughts that fit in our country. should be changed, just change it, otherwise, sooner or later, you'll get yourself killed. Our old ancestors' battlefield wisdom is the most practical. You kid cursed me. Ha, Lei War grinned an awkward smile. After all, it was a child who was educating him. This maneuver, from a month, does not count. We have a continuing contest. Lei Zhan seemed to be chattering like a menopausal woman, and Chen Haonan in front of him had already walked into the factory, treating him as heir. It's over. How can I go back and face Wolf Head? Lei War can imagine that scene. The Wolf Head must be black face. Hate iron cannot not steal. Scolded him even worse than a child. It is better to go to feed the pig. His biggest worry was what punishment would come next. Come out. We won. Chen Haonan called out from the doorway. It was quiet inside. A pair of bright eyes staring at Chen Haonan. It was none other than the nervous He Lu 4 female soldiers. So far in the fight, Tian Gua, Ouyang Qian, Chu Bai as well as Tan Xiaolin have all been eliminated. Before Chen Haonan came, Tang Xiaoxiao also suggested that she come to do a striptease to attract the attention of Lei War, and then hold the explosives to die with him. He Lu scolded her fiercely. Why is it cheap to Lei War, that stinky man? And this method is useless for veterans. The instructor taught us, unless you know your enemy, never think of color seduction. Not everyone is a chow thief. He's here, my boyfriend's here. I told you he'd step over a rainbow. The sophisticated He Lu. Seeing Chen Haonan's figure appearing, the purple haze fairy generally roared directly. Only her words made Yi Tsuanshin speechless. This was too deep into the drama. For those of you who don't know, you'd think this place was Big Little Lies. He Lu didn't care. Sticking to Chen Haonan and smiling. How was it, instructor? We did okay, right? I knew it. You must have come over to pick us up. It was okay. Which one of you did the best? I'll keep my word. I. He Lu hurriedly raised his hand. Yi Tsuanshin on the side protested loudly. Chen Haonan, how many more girlfriends do you want? This is the fourth one. He Lu, I'm telling you, you're not even ranked as a junior, and you're still his girlfriend? She just couldn't resist. It's only a month. Yes, it's only a month. Witnessed Chen Haonan, this little guy, looking for Tang Xini, and ran. Big Star as his girlfriend. At first, Yi Tsuanshin when he made a fuss. Tease. Watching the younger cousins get along with their older girlfriends later on. Holy crap. Destroying the triad. No different than real boyfriends and girlfriends. While at the hotel, he also said goodbye to the Big Star. Just short of kissing him goodbye. And anyway, he made it look like blue life and death. And the actress even wiped her tears. How many sisters are you going to hurt? On the instructor and run it, Yi Tsuanshin also observed. Accompanied by food and sleep. There is no what to do, she is not clear. But Anrun, look at him, that little expression. Absolutely fallen. And when the mother and when the small secretary has cost lover feeling. Tang Xini was a bit better. High and cold. But the way she looked at Chen Haonan lately, it wasn't quite right. Yi Tsuanshin thought that these women were crazy. They wouldn't give their little cousins all the fun. Even if they were plastic sisterhood friendships, they had to remind He Lu. Really? I can't even be junior? Who's junior? Ha ha, I'm junior, laugh me to death. I go. He Lu first stiffened for a moment, pursed her lips, a smile spread out in her chin, and then laughed under Yi Tsuanshin's stunned eyes. Laughed me to death. Too cute. Your fourth girlfriend. I will be. I love children too much. In the war hospital, every time I saw a child born, I hugged and teased for half a day. If I saw a child die on the battlefield, I would not be happy for half a day. Instructor, He Lu, am not cheating on your feelings. I just like little kids with pure eyes. I'll be your little four. Good. Chen Haonan boarded his little face and nodded his nod seriously. Yi Tsuanshin froze. On the other side, the 10 female soldiers under Lei War were picked up one after another by the troop carriers and gathered back to the square. In the hand of one of the female soldiers, she was also clutching one of Chen Haonan's tools of the trade, a 6-meter-long bamboo bar. Chief, does the other instructor count as cheating? He is using this bamboo pole to jump directly over the fence, killing us by surprise. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost. Tang Xini froze for a moment when she heard this. Looking at the thick and long crime tool, the bamboo bar that was glistening with oil, she asked in surprise, this is Chen Haonan's crime tool? But this is just an ordinary long bar. Well, it looks quite fresh. It was just cut down. Right. What kind of cheating is this? Let's just say that you were all careless, the female soldier said sullenly. But he did jump over the 7-meter fence by the bamboo bar. It's not that we're weaklings. It's that Spider-Man. It's just perverted. You weren't there. That scene when he jumped down. It looked as if he fell from the sky like a superflyer. Yes, Superfly. Our children. That scene is too much like the chief. You have thought of someone using a bamboo bar. Just jumped over the fence more than 6 meters high. Before I came, I checked. The world pole vaulting world record is only 6.23 meters, and he jumped over the 7 meters. Directly broke the world record. Ah, really? I swear, it's not that we're not strong, it's that he's so sick. Yes, Superfly. I was in awe. I'm scared shitless. In response to the female soldier's flurry of comments, Tang Xiaosan first stiffened his body for a moment. Then after digesting the meaning of the words, he laughed twice. Don't worry. I'll make it clear to the headmaster that it's Chen Haonan who's perverted, not you guys who are weak, right? Yes. No one in this world can defeat him. We are too difficult. Who do not believe? Challenge him yourself. If we win him, we are convinced. Directly dismissed. We go home. After Tang Xini understood the female soldier's forced salvation, she also expressed her understanding and walked towards the podium after comforting the woman who had been fucked out of her mind by Chen Haonan. Chief, the fallen female soldiers mentioned that Chen Haonan eliminated them because they were careless. When Chen Haonan used a 6-meter-long bamboo pole, jumped over a 7-meter-high fence, and fell from the sky, which eliminated them. On the podium, Tang Xini relayed the meaning of those female soldiers. Fan Tianlei was the first to express his disbelief. Impossible. He can jump 7 meters? He's only a meter tall, right? It wasn't just old Fan who was like this, but He Ji Jun, who had seen more than his fair share of various magical soldier kings. Mr. Gao and the others were also stunned. Anran ha-ha twice. Wait for Chen Haonan to come out. Ask and you won't know. I do believe that this is true. After this period of time of close care, I realized that he really can't be viewed through the eyes of a child. Super Flying Man. Ha, this kid has another nickname. Mr. Gao was half convinced, and his old face bloomed into a smile as he glanced at Xiaohe. He Ji Jun spoke. How's it going over at Lei Zhuan? The duel is over. Lei battle lost. You guys listen to this last recording. Tang Xini opened the Beidou terminal, and a recording was transmitted. Didn't you say you were looking for me to duel? You still sneak attacked. Sneak attacked a paralyzing you little son of a bitch. Starting over. The last sentence to start over. Full of adult reluctance and anger. As if the young master of the nightclub, for the woman who has been through 100 battles, said he was just careless. He has been through 100 battles. He can completely revive the hero. Then, Chen Haonan's clear childish voice came. Oh Lord Lei, I don't even know what to say about you. You're a haughty, smelly person. As a soldier, knowing that the battlefield is ever changing, where is the preparation for you? Your night and day mentality like this will get you killed. I hope you remember the advice I, a child, gave you. There was a moment of silence around the room, followed by a few cadres mingling. General Manager Gao sank his face. Let's wait for Lei Zhuan to come back and talk about it. Don't you even want to lose face when you're arguing with a little kid? Chen Haonan has a point. The battlefield is ever changing. If you die, you die. Can you start over? In my opinion, he is only a 10-year-old. He Ji Jun, who had just changed his pants, opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately did not speak. Mostly, it does seem a bit humiliating. Fan Tianlei also felt humiliated as he spoke. I'll go down and ask. Old Fan is a human savant. Where can he sit down at this time? He must go to the scene, get first-hand information. Listen to Lei battle defeat in which aspect, or all aspects. Tang Xini this woman to speak, more or less biased in favor of that child. It is said that Tang Beauty was Chen Haonan in the Iron Fist Corps abused out of feelings. If a woman coaxes her, she may rebel. If she abuses her, she must be your licking dog. Lao Fan left, and Mr. Gao and the others waited at the podium and did not leave. Half an hour later, Chen Haonan and He Lu's 4 female soldiers appeared on the playground, and as soon as their figures appeared, they were immediately surrounded by Tiangua, Ouyang Qian, and the other 4 female soldiers who came back first. I go. Congratulations, Sister He Lu. All promoted to instructor's girlfriend. When is the wedding? After learning that He Lu had performed the best and had managed to advance to the instructor's girlfriend, the female soldiers immediately congratulated her. Ha ha. He Lu himself also felt funny. Small face reddened and laughed. What just a name. Besides, what can our instructor do he can hardly let me have a child, but also the cave. Ha ha, laughing dead. What? Fan Tianlei, who had been standing for a while, was filled with confusion, saying that he was a bit confused. What girlfriend and what having a baby? Did Chen Haonan do something to the female soldiers? Seeing Chen Haonan walking over, he hurriedly walked over, showing his aunt's smile to stop the child. Chen Haonan, I heard that you jumped over a 7-meter fence and took out the female soldiers of the Lei battle. The world record is more than 6 meters, and you can actually jump 7 meters? My god, this is equal to you. 1 Chen Haonan, Jumping the height of 7 Chen Haonan? Crap! You're the invincible Peter Pan. The tone was one of shock, confusion, and faint compliments. Questioning first and a little pat on the back at the end satisfies the child's vanity. Generally speaking, a conversation like this control anyone's conversation. In Lao Fan's opinion, Chen Haonan, a kid who liked to pretend, would definitely accept the horse's ass and reply back, Invincible Peter Pan? I like this title. As soon as that was started, Old Van slowly baited and cornered the kid on how to become Peter Pan, asking where Thunderbolt lost. Who knows? Just as Old Fan revealed his aunt's general confidence, Chen Haonan simply ignored him and spoke directly. Lei Zhuan is here. Ask him directly. You won't believe me if I say it. You child. Why are you still end up? Back then, if I didn't go to elementary school to discover you to become a soldier, do you have today's achievements? Old Fan directly played the emotional card. I'm sorry, we met at summer camp. I came to be a soldier, and I'm on my own. You've never unearthed me. I'll skim over the radio on this one. I'm worried. Seeing Chen Haonan about to walk away, Old Fan hurriedly asked, what are you worried about? I'm worried about you as a person. Running off to the kindergarten to wreak havoc on those kids. Look at what you're saying. You child. Why do you speak as if you're Qin Shanming? You're so tongue-tied. Old Fan revealed an awkward yet polite smile. Hey. It wasn't until after Lei Zhuan got off the plane with a dark face and walked over that Old Fan's smile tightened. Lei battle. There's a bit of trouble. Fan Tianlei changed his ant persona in front of Chen Haonan. He was full of seriousness. It's fine if you win. If you lose, the Fire Phoenix that you lead must be disbanded. Resources must be tilted on a commando team. I suggest you accept the arrangement of fate. Lei Zhan revealed a shocked expression. It can't be. Can't the military region afford the expense overhead of 2 commando teams? Besides, it's only been a month. What can this be seen? He was in a hurry. Fan Tianlei, however, was not slow, glancing at him and saying, no, there will be another commando team soon, and the military region will not bear the cost of 3 commando teams. What do you mean? Still have a Fire Phoenix C team? Lei Zhuan looked at Old Fan suspiciously. He knew that Fan Tianlei had always wanted to re-establish a commando unit, not the C team, but the Red Cell Raiders, and it will be me who will be the instructor. Saying that, Fan Tianlei patted Lei Zhuan's shoulder inside. I know you're in a difficult mood, but I've decided to use the Red Cells to avenge you, and as you're still young, you definitely have a chance to rise again. You grifter. You're telling me to give up just to put resources on Red Cells? Sobering up. Lei Battle almost sprayed out. MD, you're flirting with me. Lei Zhuan? Capture the shoots ah. Lei War silently blackened his face. He had long ago discovered that Fan Tianlei was actually a sinkhole, and after getting along for a long time, he was still a big flimflam, and underneath his smiling appearance, there existed a soul that died a death. But he couldn't have imagined that one day Old Van snubbed his head. Lei Zhuan was just about to argue with Old Fan when suddenly the whistle for an emergency assembly came from the podium. There was no way around it. Lei War could only take his female soldiers to the formation. On the other side, Chen Haonan brought the female soldiers over to gather. On the podium, the one who spoke was not He Jijun, but Mr. Gao. Below, I announced the results of this competition. Chen Hao male small comrade led by the White Tiger Commando, then the Lei War's women's commando team. Better, I declare the White Tiger Commando was established. The Fire Phoenix Commando was disbanded. The original female soldiers returned to their original troops. The tone was serious and unquestionable. Fire Phoenix Commando cancelled? He Jijun on the side froze for a moment. He really didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. General Manager Gao directly announced that he had made fun of the commando team that Lei Zhuan had trained for a month. What does that mean, Mr. Gao was upset with his wolf's teeth. What could he say at this time? He could only avoid his gaze and did not look at Lei Battle's grudging eyes below. And at this moment, the podium under the Lei War is really like the feeling of falling into the ice cellar. He never thought that a small exercise directly outlawed the results of his efforts for a month. I knew that it would be better not to compare, but now it is too late to say anything. No one can refute Mr. Gao. He is the Eagle's boss and says no one can do anything. Pretty good. Chen Haonan, however, didn't have any surprises and silently gave a nod to Mr. Gao, who felt that this was the best outcome. Unless Lei War removed foreign military thinking, otherwise he brought out the female soldiers, but also cannon fodder. Look at the original Fire Phoenix, those female soldiers will know what quality. Damn all the evil ah. Of course, after his branding, Chen Haonan believed that the women's commando team would never have the qualities of Missy's temper, or the quality of being all evil. In order to leave his seed behind, Chen Haonan could be said to have gone to great lengths. For example, he proposed that he could be the boyfriend of a female soldier. which is not to take advantage of the situation, open a harem or something, is to try to better manage these female soldiers. For example, you are not even qualified to be my Chen Haonan's girlfriend, you have a stinky temper, and you are not serious about your training, so I think the female soldiers must not be able to stand it. Chen Haonan was in the middle of his thoughts, when the system's voice rang out. The host has completed the competition mission and won the military exercise, rewarded with 400 experience points. Congratulations, you've upgraded. Considering that the host is not yet an adult, the system extracts skills on behalf of the host. Congratulations on your new skill, one-stop shop. What the hell? A one-stop shop? There's a skill like that? It's not the skill of helping someone massage in a bathhouse, is it? As Chen Haonan's little brain went a bit down, the system made a timely explanation. One dragon service is a comprehensive skill that combines the invincible stalking technique, combined with the swimming dragon body technique, and fused on the invincible shooting technique. That is to say, the host in the state of telling the stalking, through the assistance of the swimming dragon body technique, the whole person and the firearms are highly coordinated and ensure the accuracy of the shooting technique, which is simply known as the one dragon service skill. You can understand that it is an invincible mobile shooting art. Cool. This one-stop service is really cool. With the one-stop service skill, the next time he breaks into a factory, he won't even have to jump high, and with guaranteed telltale movement, he'll be able to lurk invincibly, as well as shoot accurately, kill hidden enemies in seconds, and send the other party home with one-stop service. In other words, Chen Haonan's stance was like a dragon, his gunplay was like a dragon, and he could kill his enemies in seconds in a tumbling 365 without any dead angle, which was scary to think about. Host, a dragon service, is a very pretentious killing technique. You have such a marksmanship. You have already laid the foundation of a contemporary gun god. The system opens the main quest of a contemporary gun god. Contemporary god of guns main service, complete the 100 kills. Become a contemporary god of guns. Become a god of guns. Will open a variety of lost firearms skills. Please look forward to the current progress of the god of guns 4%. Only 4%? The requirement is pretty sick. You must use a gun to kill the enemy to be counted. In times of peace, where there are so many Lu Shizhong can be killed by a gun. After listening to the gun god mission, Chen Haonan was looking forward to the legendary gun skills. The lost skills. What skills would they be? Multi-strip service? The list of personal attributes ejected. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, primary school student. Level, 8. Root bone, 10. Mental, 10. Strength, 24. Speed, 10. Skills, invincible shooting. Invincible fighting. Eagle eyes. Invincible sneaking. Invincible camouflage. Invincible weapon skills. Invincible dragon body technique. One-stop service skills. Experience value, 80 out of 900. Reaching 10 in attributes has already pushed the limits of humanity. Right? Will I become a super scion one day? Chen Haonan was beautifully brainstorming about rushing out of the earth when Mr. Gao had already announced that the meeting was adjourned. The female soldiers cried in the playground, and these sad people were naturally the members of the Fire Phoenix beside Lei Xuan. It can't be helped. Who wouldn't be sad to be sent back to their original unit after only a month? What are you crying for? This is the beginning of your life. This is just the first women's commando unit. You still have a chance behind you. Besides, the skill is not as good as the others. What's there to cry about? What did you do earlier? Maneuvers is the battlefield. He Ji-jun had already stepped down from the podium, admonishing these female soldiers, and incidentally also knocked Lei Xuan. Send them all back to their original units. Wolverine doesn't keep idle hands. He Ji-jun waved his hand indifferently, and after the 10 female soldiers were taken out, he walked to Chen Haonan's voice, with an expression of "I understand you," and said in a serious tone, "Chen Haonan, I also guessed that you will win. I did not expect to win so wonderful, but your little tail, do not buckle up. The annual exercise is coming soon, and thunder and lightning is the 3 armies grinding stone, but also can be eliminated from your team. Now the women's army team, you're the only White Tiger commando team left. Bring them along well, and strive to pass the final examination and become the first women's special operations team in the country." Chen Haonan nodded. "Don't worry, Wolf Head. In at most a month, they will qualitatively change again. Ha. I'll be waiting for you. I'll be tilting all the resources on Lei Battle towards you next. Whatever you need, just mention it through and ran, and my old man will definitely satisfy you with all of it." He Ji-jun patted his chest to ensure that. In fact, this is also the meaning of Mr. Gao. "Thank you, Wolf Head. Then I won't be polite. Prepare 8 off-road vehicles for me. Let the female soldiers have 1 each. Well, we also need to train parachute jumping and flying airplanes. Let's prepare an Armed Forces Direction 9 for us. As for the bullets, you talk to the finance. It needs to be an unlimited supply. And the tanks, let's book 4 of them for now. As Chen Haonan narrated, He Ji-jun was a bit petrified and couldn't help but ask, does your kid know how to fly an airplane and teach them to skydive? Wolf head, my female assistant will you won't back out. If you can't do it, I'll go and talk to Mr. Gao. Don't. You child don't know anything. He Ji-jun pulled the storming child. I will think of a way. Don't move to find the highest leader. This is not in line with the process. After some tugging and pulling with He Ji-jun, Chen Haonan fought for a lot of benefits and then left the playground with the female soldiers. Chen Haonan had just come out, and Lei Battle, with members of the Thunderbolt Commandos, was standing at the entrance waiting for him. Beside these members, there were also 2 warrior SUVs parked, which were supposed to carry 10 female soldiers, but now there were more instead. Chen Haonan, this is to hear that you need 8 SUVs. These are 2 of them. Take them. Yen rubbed the brand new bodywork with a face full of shedding. But just now, Wolfhead had put the word out, and there was nothing he could do about it. He wouldn't turn around and move even the newly purchased mattresses to the White Tiger base. Would he? It's suffocating to think about. Lei Zhuan was also suffocating. He wrapped his arms around himself, squinted at Chen Haonan, and suddenly opened his mouth. I have to admit, you do have a comprehensive skill set, and your means of killing are endless. You actually kill people by relying on stones. The female soldiers were all just careless. Little friend, such means as yours are of little use in real combat, especially jungle combat, which requires the ability to shoot in motion, both at high speeds and to kill the enemy with precision. In addition to the jungle, there are snowfields, plateaus, and wilderness combat, all of which require high-speed shooting capabilities. And how are you going to teach those female soldiers that? Just throw rocks and shoot birds? I've chased your female soldiers, and the things they've learned, they're all kid stuff. Tape recorders, hide and seek, fighting and stubbing their toes, and throwing rocks, spitting. My God, Lei War narrated and poured out all the bitterness. But Chen Haonan laughed when he heard it. He had just gotten the 1 dragon service skill, and the bullseye was that he could move and shoot, and he could also use his stance to avoid bullets, whether it was the jungle or the snowy plains, the wilderness and so on. It wasn't too much of a problem. It could be said that his realm had been raised to the point of how he had become a contemporary gun god. And Lei War actually thought that he didn't know how to shoot at high speed? You can't understand the size of heaven and earth by sitting on a well. As for the female soldiers' fancy tactics, who says it won't work? Chen Haonan didn't want to explain anything. As he kept getting stronger, his mindset changed. He just spoke lightly. I think you should go back and summarize it. Losing to a kid, you still have so much nonsense to say? Lei Zhuan was speechless over it. His mouth twitched a bit, but he still opened his mouth. To remind you, Old Fan's upcoming Red Cell is very uncomplicated. For the sake of this team, he runs every day to schools, construction sites, parks, and digs over wherever there is talent. At most 1 month, the female soldiers you bring with you will need to fight against each other. 1 month? Fine. I'll wait. A great man makes a distinction between grudges. I'll remember this favor of informing you. Lei Zhuan froze for a moment, crying and laughing. On the side, Anrun let out a giggle. The little guy is pretty cool and knows how to thank people. Lei Zhuan hesitated for a moment, walked over to Anrun and spoke. Violet, are you free this weekend? My parents are visiting me. Can we meet together? The direct and rude question made Yen and the others laugh. They were all well aware that Lei Zhuan had been chasing after Anrun, but Anrun seemed to have been avoiding him. This time, if he agrees to meet Lei Zhuan's family, the relationship should be considered proper. You've lost the battlefield, but you've won the love affair. In the opinion of Yen Wang and others, Anran and Lei Battle are indeed compatible. Anran is beautiful and not to mention, the main thing is that the character is cheerful, valiant, and what people are compatible. And Lei Battle, this guy has a big temper, and very few women with him. In this regard, the two are compatible. This is an alternative way to combat Chen Haonan. No matter what, he is a child after all. This is the only advantage Lei Battle has at the moment. Brilliant. Tian Lang secretly gave Lei Zhuan a nod in his heart. During this damn period of time, Chen Haonan, the bear child, came out of nowhere and pressed several captains of the Wolf Fong, especially the Thunderbolt Commandos, all of whom had their heads lowered to the dust. Good to bring a women's commando team. Actually a month to disband. Say is not angry in the heart. That is a lie. It was the desire to get out of anger that led to Lei Zhan's sudden confession, which was the best way to get back and strike Chen Haonan. We are not young. I have been waiting for you. I am not interested in other women. Anrun, you are the only woman worth waiting for in this life for me. Lei Zhan, give me your happiness for the rest of your life. I will guard you. Chun Haonan was listening from the side and almost sprayed. Damn, according to the original plot, this is not guarding. This is handing over a life to Lei War. Where did Chun Haonan not know the dirty thoughts of Lei Zhan's mind? He wanted to see what was going on inside Anrun's mind. After sleeping with someone for so long, he felt the need to get to know his life's female assistant fully, inside and out. And at this moment, Anrun visibly froze in place, then looked at Lei Zhan and was quiet for a few seconds before speaking. Are you serious? I'm serious. Unbelievably serious, Lei Zhan said seriously, revealing a dog-licking deep gaze. Cut. Anrun skimmed her lips and pursed them in a light smile. Lei Zhan, what kind of person confesses like this? Why do I feel as if you're saying, hand over your life to me, feeling not sincere at all? Forget it, I won't tease you. Anrun said seriously, don't hit on me. I'm very busy. I'm now the assistant of instructor Chun Haonan. Before the formation of the women's commando team, I have to carry out whatever he says. And next time you confess to that girl, can you put on some makeup and wear a clean outfit before you come back? It gives the impression of catching anyone and asking if you can fall in love. Ha ha. Saying that, Anrun laughed out on her own, and she didn't know if it was because she had been following Chun Haonan for a long time. She felt like she was always serious lately. Lei Zhan's face darkened and he wanted to explain something, but Anrun didn't give him a chance. Let's go. Great. There are 2 more cars. Comrade Tang Sini, what are you frozen on the side laughing at? Hurry over and drive. Here it comes. Here it comes. Gerg. As he brushed past Thunder War, Tang Xiaosan's taut cheeks suddenly squirted with water. Jumping one of the warrior SUVs and starting the engine in front of the Windy Thunder Commando members, the car roared to life, sending a cloud of black gas flying away. Chun Haonan jumped into Anrun's car and the 2 of them left together, again leaving a cloud of car exhaust behind. Lei Zhan, who was surrounded by airwaves, froze for several seconds, then looked solemnly at Yen Wang and the others and asked, am I bad? Yen was startled. How can that be? You're the strongest soldier king of Wolf Fong. Am I ugly? Yen looked at Lei Battle, whose face was covered in grease and smoke, and sighed. Ugly? Yes, definitely not ugly. Just maybe a girl needs romance? Alright, you are a single dog yourself. Still talking about this? Tian Lang came over and patted Lei Zhan's shoulder. Captain, I personally feel that Anran has now found the passion for her job. She may wholeheartedly want to bring out a women's commando team and prove herself. She doesn't want to do undercover work. You don't have to think too much. Whatever the reason, it must have nothing to do with a child. She's gambling, right? After all, after she went undercover, you didn't think to fish her back, and you often look for her to get information. She must have an idea. Then what do you mean? What should I do to make Anrun promise me? Lei Zhan asked blankly, as if the person was dumbfounded. In terms of feelings, it is true that he is not as good as Chun Haonan, a child, but Tian Lang is an expert. He has a lot of social experience. He once went undercover in K2, and not to mention that he returned in One Piece. He also made a female assassin throw herself at him. I think, you don't do anything now. Don't think about anything. Turn around and I'll prepare a lost love package for you. Good music plus pretty clothes. Let's go to East China Sea City to hang out together. The Thunderbolt Commando hasn't had a reunion for a long time. Good idea. Let's go to the reunion. Old Fox applauded. After returning to White Tiger Base with the female soldiers, Chun Haonan realized that he had gained an additional nickname, Superfly. This was something he heard Yi Tsuanshin and the others talk about together after training. For this nickname, Chun Haonan didn't care. As long as he could get these female soldiers to be convinced and obey his orders as a child, everything else was a minor issue. For a commando team, the authority of the captain is paramount, and character is also important. Often the spiritual attributes of a captain are the soul of a team. The captain is proud, and so are the players. After this competition, Chun Haonan was trying to teach Lei Zhan a lesson, hoping that he would summarize his experience and not die in the hands of his enemies in the future by carelessness. Time passes day by day and a month later. White Tiger Base. Cafeteria. Tiangua joyfully looked at the food in front of her and exclaimed, my god, why is there my favorite dessert? This is tofu flour. Great. I'm going to eat 3 big bowls. Tofu flour is also my love. Ouyang Qian laughed happily. Generally speaking, female soldiers have a hard time turning down sweets, as if men, to the death, were teenagers. Yi Tsuanshin, tell us what your cousin's hobbies are so that we can prove whether the instructor is your little cousin or not. Tiangua licked the tofu flour with force, trying to make it in his mouth, changing various shapes, fully experiencing the smoothness and sweetness before swallowing it with force, and finally licking the white foam at the corner of his mouth with great intention, while asking Yi Tsuanshin. During this period of time, Yi Tsuanshin said every day that Chun Haonan was his little cousin. and that people shouldn't be fooled by his cute appearance, as this kid was very philandering. Whether Chun Haonan is a philanderer or not, no one knows, but after saying it more, the female soldiers are half believing it. His biggest hobby when he was little was not eating like you guys. He liked to be dressed up as a girl by his mom and then all sorts of cute. In fact, he had a nickname. Nui Nui. Nui Nui? I'm going to. Tiangua didn't hold back and sprayed the tofu flour in his mouth on Yi Tsuanshin's face. Dead field fruit. Yi Tsuanshin laughed and scolded up Tiangua hands and feet to clean up for her. At the same time hastily apologized non-stop. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Nui Nui, cold-faced little instructor. Actually that's his name. And he liked to pretend to be a girl when he was a kid. Laughed me to death. The female soldiers all brainstormed about Chun Haonan in women's clothing, wearing punchy pigtails. Just at this moment, the sound of footsteps at the door rang out, and Chen Haonan walked in with a rare smile, and beside him, there was also a life female assistant, Anrun. Anrun was also carrying a large pasta bowl in his hand. Sister Anrun, I'm treating everyone to turtle jelly with milk. Bring it all in. Anrun, face with love, smiled and walked in with a basin of noodles. The instructor invited you to eat turtle jelly. This is the turtle jelly with milk. It's very tasty. Oh, eat as much as you can for as long as you can. It's been a hard time for all of you. At the table, the female soldiers cheered as they chewed on the sweet, smooth tofu blossoms and looked at the turtle cream with white milk floating on the basin. Great! Turtle jelly with milk is indeed a perfect match. More than tofu flour. It's so good. This is the life people live. I'm going to have 3 bowls. In response to Chun Haonan's emoting, the female soldiers were completely nonchalant. At this meal, even Tang Xiaoxiao, who didn't really like sweets, happily dried a bowl of tofu flour in 2 big bowls of milk with turtle jelly. It's the only dessert that's been available indefinitely for 2 months, and anyone who doesn't eat it is a grandson. After the meal, in the dormitory, Tianhua touched the bulging belly, revealing the smile of a pregnant mother. Peter Pan instructor. We are also quite good. Only from the last exercise. Came back to training plus the amount of food has not improved. You say this is the instructor's conscience, or the future are this standard. We're almost at the end of our training, and the next step might be practical training, and at this time the instructor invites us to eat sweets. I feel a little bit not so good feeling. Could this be for any purpose? Quibi, don't talk about my little boyfriend like that. He's a kid. What bad intentions could he have? You just ate 4 big bowls. The one who spoke was He Lu. Since she became Chen Hao's 4th girlfriend last time, she often referred to herself as the instructor's little girlfriend now. Quibi shook his head. I just have a feeling that something isn't right. That maybe after the last meal, the training will start to ramp up again. My God, can it be increased? Can I spit it out? Just as the female soldiers were speculating whether or not to increase the intensity of the training, the instructor, Ran, walked in and opened his mouth. There is no training this afternoon. Free activities, tomorrow morning at 5:30. We set out for a trek to Donghai City to relax and unwind. As Enron said this, the female soldiers froze, and the dormitory was as quiet as if it was a road in the early morning. Instructor, is this going to be relaxing? Enron's face smiled. Guess right. Just go relax and unwind. By the way, tonight, continue to provide desserts. Eat more. Well, tomorrow morning also. 3 in a row. It's the only good thing in the morning. There should be no more in the future. Quibi gave a gossipy look and asked, Instructor, is there some kind of program tomorrow that has something to do with desserts? It's just a regular extra meal. I'm off. You guys have a good rest. Facing the puzzled gaze cast by Chu Bai, the upright Ran finished her speech and lightly turned around to leave the dormitory. After stepping outside, she covered her mouth and poofed a laugh. The next day, the female soldiers really enjoyed another dessert, although Chu Bai guessed that there was something fishy about it, but could not help but the dessert was really delicious. Watching others eat, she herself could not control her own mouth, and followed the eating beautifully. At 5:30, the female soldiers had their first opportunity to leave the base and head downtown. The car sped down the road with lush green farmland on both sides. Could it be going on maneuvers? I don't think so. We're going downtown. On the road, when Yi Tsuanshin and the others were still guessing where they would go to embark on a green journey, a truck with a green tent hanging on it drove in from behind, and in the split second of catching up, a cheer came from the car. Crap, it's a female soldier. Crap, it's a female soldier. Hey, you guys are on that team. Who's your instructor? Chen Haonan, who was sitting on the co-pilot, couldn't help but probe and look out from the co-pilot position as he listened to the familiar lewd voice. Damn sure it was he Changwang, Wang Yanbing, and Li Erniu. These 3 guys were lying on the bars of the truck as if they were pigs ready to jump, arrogantly grunting at their female soldiers. and Wang Yanbing was whistling. There were also 2 male soldiers, which must be Song Kaifei and Su Tianlong. Behind this group of 5, Chen Haonan also saw Chen Shanming as well as Gong Arrow, his instructor in the Iron Fist Regiment. The instructor really came to the red cell. Exactly 1 month. He Changwang they have already gone through the hell of training. Started the mental quality training. It's been a long time. How do you feel that one is even more hooligan? Chen Hao Male is himself in the pile of female soldiers. Nothing to feel. He forgot one thing. That is, when the soldiers for a long time see the sour racing sable, don't blame Wang Yanbing and the others for getting excited. The honestly Erniu, all staring at the girl fiercely, forgetting that he has a girlfriend named Cui Hua. Gong Arrow and Chen Shanming both didn't stop them, letting these male soldiers play out their natural instincts to relax and unwind. Besides, they themselves were old bachelors. Chen Haonan's little head had just popped out and was immediately discovered by the other party as well. Chen Haonan, ha ha, he's in the car in front of us. Rush up and finally see little brother. It's been too long since I've seen him. I thought he'd been trafficked. Wang Yanbing laughed loudly and commanded Fan Tianlei, the chief of staff driving the car, to speed up. But Fan Tianlei didn't even give a damn. The female soldiers don't respond to the male soldiers' greetings. In their opinion, these men are too coarse and bad in their speech, hard and taught with a flirtatious flavor. Unlike their own instructors, who are cold and cute, they're still brothers? People are so different from each other? Crunch! The 2 vehicles, one in front of the other, stopped at the same time in front of a stretch of buildings surrounded by barbed wire. He Changwang and the others couldn't even be bothered to look at what this place was, and immediately surged up, greeting the female soldiers warmly. You guys even brought something over to eat. So well treated. What's this? Wang Yanbing, who came from a gangster, stared at a bearish female soldier, looked at the bag of food she was carrying in her hand, and wittily found a topic of conversation. Sure enough, the female soldier responded. It's turtle cream with milk. Dessert? We ate such desserts for 3 days. Wang Yanbing patted his 4-square head and said in surprise, I ate tofu flour in the morning, and tortoise jelly was also served. Yes, I've eaten 6 big bowls. Yeah, everyone ate dessert, and we ate for 3 days. Tango responded in surprise. He Changwang, who was on the side, however, frowned, having a not-so-good feeling. He swept a glance at Chen Haonan getting off the bus, so his small eyes turned and immediately walked over. Little brother, I told you, we'll meet soon. Eat? Ha ha. He Changwang laughed, ran over and wanted to pick Chen Haonan up and make out properly. Stand still, Chen Haonan said blandly. I'm the instructor of those female soldiers. Pay attention to your image. If you hug over, I'll put you down. Instructor. He Changwang's footsteps stopped at the sound of his voice, and his heart was a little bitter. Damn, to catch up with Chen Haonan, this child. It will take a long time. Their own special forces have not completed the examination. People have led the army. This month, the news he heard the most is that Chen Haonan with female soldiers successfully challenged the king of soldiers Lei Battle, defeating the Fire Phoenix commando team brought out by Lei Deng, causing the other side to disband. Chen Haonan broke the world record. No, I must go back and practice more. The gap is getting wider and wider. The kids can't even compare. After inwardly cheering himself up, He Chengwang suddenly thought of something and lowered his voice to, for the sake of all of us being comrades in the past, can you tell me what mysterious program is there for this time out trekking? Facing He Chengwang's puzzled little eyes, Chun Haonan said seriously, yes, there is. It's a big stick with a carrot. What? He Chengwang couldn't understand and opened his mouth. I heard that you were able to jump 7 meters and broke the world record for pole vaulting. Is that true? When Chen Haonan hadn't taken a stand yet. Behind him, Li Erniu also ran over, his face excited. I've heard about it too. You're too bullish. Unfortunately, you can't bring me to pretend like you did before. Cow what? Can jump 7 meters is not called a cowman? This is called a birdman. Oh, what the hell? Wang Yanbing didn't even finish his sentence when he felt something stuffed in his mouth. He poo-pooed and spat it out, then looked at the small black stone on the ground in a daze. Crap! When did this thing get inside his mouth? Little brother. I like that bearish female soldier. Feel in love. What's her name? Can introduce. Ba 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 ba. What's going on? Who threw the stones? As Wang Yanbing spoke, he again felt that someone had forced something into his mouth, making him nauseous and wanting to vomit, and he couldn't even speak. And when he spit it out, it was another dark stone. Don't talk nonsense. He's an instructor now. He's got idle baggage, and you're letting people introduce you to their girlfriends, and you're talking about bird people? Hurry up and leave. Don't lose face. He Chengwang had already seen clearly how the stone ran into Wang Yanbing's mouth and hurriedly pulled Wang Yanbing away. This Chen Haonan is getting more and more scary. He just boards his little hands and slightly kicks with his little toes, and he can precisely deliver the stone into the mouth of the nonsense Wang Yanbing? What kind of tactic is this? He Chengwang then thought of 4 words to describe it: inscrutable. Before leaving, He Chengwang also gave Chen Haonan a rainbow fart. He gave him a thumbs up. The resilience, the observation, it's all top notch. For He Chengwang's reaction, Chen Haonan also secretly admired. Worthy of being the hero of the Special Forces world. Indeed a bit of skill. Unlikely Ernia who was too mute. And Wang Yanbing, a guy who was a complete gangster and had a low emotional intelligence. As an instructor myself, I'm sure there's idle baggage in front of female soldiers. This is actually Donghai City Prison No. 1. Upon reading the Iron Gate's doorplate, someone exclaimed, "Aren't we traveling, going on a trek? Why did we come to prison number 1? I've heard that prison number 1 is a penal colony." Ah, it's the scene where criminals are shot. Really, what's with the run to the torture chamber? Not to mention the female soldiers. The male soldiers were stunned and stood next to the Iron Gate, murmuring. And at this moment, Chen Haonan was already chatting with his instructor. Gong Arrow, it's possible. I can't believe that my past soldiers, in less than 2 months, actually brought out a qualified women's commando team, which is the first women's special operations team in China. Gong Arrow meets and delivers rainbow farts. Don't look at Gong Arrow, people are quite honest, but his emotional intelligence is quite high. Just went to the red cell, and Chen Shanming into a ball, but also let Chen Shanming call him husband, although it is a harmonic, but it does bring the distance between the two men closer, strengthened the feelings of the base. Instructor, I haven't been cultivated by you. I'm just a kid. A lot of people don't like me. I definitely have to fight for you. The flower sedan chair carries people, and Chen Haonan is not polite to send rainbow farts. Behind him, old Fan, who was acting as Chekhov's driver, had just gotten out of the car and saw the scene of Chen Haonan chatting easily with Gong Arrow, and he was a bit envious of old Gong. Damn Chen Haonan. This little guy, with his great skills, is cold to everyone. But the man standing behind the little guy was Gao Shiwei, a hand of the Southeast Military Region. A hand personally stand. Support Chen Haonan. This relationship hard to let the old Fan envy sleep. He wanted to pull Chen Haonan's relationship, but the little guy seems to have a father's revenge for him to take away his mother's marks. Has been ignoring him. Ha ha, junior instructor Chen Haonan. Is that what you mean by bringing female soldiers here? This is good. I and the East China Sea Hall of Wenshangqing, decades of old friendship, heard that I'm going to come here to lead the military polling. He personally with the armed police brigade of the High Captain came to meet me. People will soon be here. By then he sold me a few points of the old Fan face. I think it must also be very welcome to your arrival. There is no way to do it. Every year, this decades of friendship, where to put it aside, and so on. When the time comes I'll introduce you guys. Fan Tianlei revealed his aunt's smile and greeted Chen Haonan. Blah blah blah. Are you guys familiar with each other? Then I thank you. But Chief of Staff, when you greet me in the future, can you not add that little word? In front of the instructor? Fan Tianlei's expression stiffened and he wanted to smack his own mouth. Gong Arrow wanted to laugh as he watched from the side. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. And just at that moment, a car stopped behind the crowd, and the car walked down to 2 people. After the 2 got off the bus, one of the middle-aged men directly rushed over to Chen Haonan. Spider. No. Thank you. Did not think you also come here? This is my honor. What requirements you despite mention? The last time the favor I have not yet returned it. This is the Armed Police Brigade's High Captain. He has long wanted to know you. High Captain. This for is what I have mentioned many times. East China Sea City's small nobleman now. Mr. Wen's face was filled with a bright smile, and he was really grateful to Chen Haonan. In the past, when he carried out a mission, he had to sacrifice an undercover agent on average. And the last time Chen Haonan, the little Spider-Man, stepped in, it was the first time he had successfully completed a mission without sacrificing an undercover officer. So could he not be grateful? Captain Gao was the one who had checked out Chen Haonan's background, and was equally grateful to him as Spider-Man. Thank you. You've made me, a SWAT captain, believe that there is not only procedural justice on Earth, but also justice of results. The high team was philosophical, but next to him, Chen Shanming and the others could sense that he was agitated. Fan Tianlei, who originally had the highest status, was instead cooled, and was on the verge of becoming cool white water. Careless. Forget that this little son of a bitch has long been recognized with General Manager 1. Only, General Manager 1 did not have the opportunity to have a close contact with Chen Haonan. Hit the eye. Fan Tianlei, who was cool for half a day, suddenly remembered the past when Chen Haonan had just become Spider-Man. People are old. and they are all starting to forget. Compared to Fan Tianlei's embarrassment, Gong Arrow thought differently. Worthy of the old man to bring out the small soldiers, although not yet adult, but already have the momentum of the world. I did not think that Mr. One and the high captain of the armed police team so give face good guy. This is directly to the wolf teeth of the no. 5 figure are cool on the side. Although Gong Arrow had just arrived at Wolfsbane as an instructor not long ago, he knew quite a bit about the human condition. In Wolf Fong, in Donghai City, who doesn't give great General Fan some face? It's like he just gave Chun Haonan bragging. 1 total decades of friendship. I will introduce you to no. Obviously, Fan staff officers want to draw closer to their own disciple soldiers, but the person in charge of the East China Sea Hall came, and directly to Chun Haonan, the child of all kinds of licking, invariably has bright and brilliant old Fan a face. Gong Arrow kept a polite smile beside him, but both were embarrassed for Lao Fan. You're now a legend in the East Sea Hall. Better than me. The captain of the armed police brigade. Better than me. By the way, I'm the high team. How do I address you? It will be better? High team will blow Chen Haonan after the first introduction of their own identity, and then very politely asked a 10-year-old child how to call each other as well. This feeling is like a respected old grandpa of a very old age, called a few years old child grandpa. Hello, I'm your grandson Curious. My name is Chen Haonan. I'm not from Causeway Bay. I'm the son of the city's richest man, Chen Haodong. You can just call me Instructor Chen. Don't add a small word in front of our names, as if it's like Counselor Fan. Chun Haonan half-joked, rarely wearing a smile, although Mr. Wen was a bit of a puddle. He couldn't just stick his cold little ass cheeks on someone's hot face when they were being so curt, could he? Normal human interaction. There has to be his strong and hard, can only deal with female soldiers. Crap. President Chen Haodong he is not only the richest man in Donghai City, but also a representative of the country. No wonder he can teach a son like you. A tiger's father has no son. No, it's more than blue. More than blue. Captain Gao straightly exclaimed bull, with a shocked look of crouching wow. And General Manager Wen's expression was also wonderful, his mouth crooked to the sky. A look of I'm shocked to become the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, President Chen Haodong's son. No wonder. No wonder. Turn around and I'll commend the prize money with the award book, all sent to the Chen family. On the side of the smile gradually solidified Fan Tianlei, cannot help but inwardly cursed two system of guys. Then my old Fan will also come to things, are licked out of the sky. However, always the old Fan such a character, but also had to lament a sentence. His mother Chen Haonan this underage children. The rise is also too fast, then his development is also fierce. The crowd was having their own thoughts when suddenly, He Changwang walked over. Report, I have something to report. Fan Tianlei was not in a good mood and crossed his eyes. At this time, you're not at the scene to watch the shooting of the prisoner. What are you doing here? Hurry back. He Changwang frowned. Something big. He Changwang, you're still a newly assessed rookie. What do you know about big and small things? You're still too young to make a fuss about things. Can you learn from Chun Haonan? In the face of Uncle Fan's sudden mockery, newcomer He Changwang was also blued. He simply did not give a damn about him. Directly walked to the side of Chen Haonan, lowered his voice and said, I don't feel right. The other side of the mountain peaks have sniper scopes flashing. There should be a sniper. Just now, I feel that the hairs of the whole body, up and down, all stood up. Other children grew up playing with toys, while Li Chengwang grew up touching real sniper scopes, which were put on the bedside every day and hugged to sleep, fantasizing that he could grow up one day and become a sniper rifle like his father in the photo. As a result, he was very sensitive to the glow of the sniper scope. Hearing this, Chen Haonan's heart moved. Worthy of being He Changwang, he just now has been 10 miles of eagle's eye to capture the faint light, just not light to hit the grass to scare the snake, visible in the observation. Even if there is a golden eagle appellation of Fan Tianlei, but also cannot be compared to the lactobacilli. It's a talent. Sniper. Enemy attack. Watch out. Suddenly, Chen Haonan let out a low roar, and his small foot slightly lashed the ground, sending a small stone flying out with a kick. The situation was too urgent, and almost as soon as He Changwang consulted with him, 10-mile eagle eye captured the other party firing. Shoo! The stone whistled away with passion. During this period of time, Chen Haonan trained flying stones every day, no matter if it was with his hands, or kicking with his feet. With the assistance of his divine weapon skill, he had almost reached the point where Xiao Chen flew stones without fail, but he didn't dare to be too big, and while yelling out for everyone to be careful and kicking away the rocks, he pressed Chief Wen and the high team next to him onto the grass at the same time, shrugging his little but hard to keep the two from getting up. Almost as soon as he made his move, He Changwang pounced on Chen Shanming and Gong Arrow. Fan Tianlei, who stood a bit far away and was the only one no one paid attention to, seemed to have ignited a certain explosive packet deep in his soul when Chen Haonan roared out that there was a sniper, and his entire body trembled, and there was a poof in the air, and the sparks that came out of thin air reflected red in his eyes. There really are snipers. The bullet seems to have been stopped by something. Moreover, Old Fan could see that the bullet had just been aimed at him, which meant that if it hadn't been blocked, he would have already become a dead Fan Tianlei. What stopped the bullet was a rock. Crikey, bull. Comparing to the unresponsive Fan Tianlei, He Chengguang's reaction was very fast, and he could see at a glance that apart from the sparks flying, what had changed the trajectory of the bullet was none other than an exploded stone. This is the rock that Chen Haonan kicked out, right? A kicked rock that stops bullets? What kind of divine operation is this? He Chengguang, who was shocked, suddenly thought of the stone that kept appearing in Wang Yanbing's mouth. As if he understood something, he muttered, "This is handsome. I want to learn." Almost 800 meters away from Chen Haonan and the others on the hill, holding the sniper rifle shrinking back, Yamamoto Jun, cursing at the four companions next to the painted greens, would have liked to take out one of the highest ranked, did not expect where to fly up a stone, changing the trajectory of the bullet. Really see the ghost? It can't be. A rock can change the trajectory of a bullet and he can hit it? What's strange about a rock flying sideways and changing the arc of the bullet's flight? What's strange is how the other guy did it. And he realized it right after I fired. No, his reaction should be 3 seconds faster than mine. Yamamoto-kun, who was the leader, was hired by a mysterious person whose nickname was Ghost Boy, and those who had seen him thought he was a child, and those who knew him knew he was the messenger of hell. But at the moment, this Ghost Boy was a bit puzzled. 10 million commission. In addition to my Ghost Child organization here, in addition to the lurking Divine Tortoise group of 8, as well as the Scorpion hidden in the shadows has also come out. What a great deal. This is not at all just a robbery of the law, more like a provocation. If so, make a big mess and leave quietly is. Feeling a twinge of terror, Yamamoto-kun, after failing to snipe, decides to make a big fuss over the phalanx and then make a hasty retreat. In the opposing organization, there are masters. Chen Haonan's line of sight, aided by the 10-mile eagle's eye, continued to extend out. Then he quickly saw the retreating figure of the other side. Retreat so soon? Impotent before even going into battle? Hey, there must be another plan. Could it be Scorpion? Chen Haonan's little but shrugged, backing away from Chief Wen and Team Gao with intent. Chief, give me a sniper rifle. I'm going for the kill. When Bureau lost his concentration and climbed up. After reacting, he first cursed, and when he heard that Chen Haonan wanted guns and cannons, he immediately told the high team to go and satisfy whatever the other party wanted. Damn it, just now, if Chen Haonan hadn't been ruthless and pressed him hard, he might have eaten peanuts himself, not to mention asking for a sniper rifle. Even if Chen Haonan wanted to recognize him as his godfather, he would definitely agree without hesitation. Well, the most perfect thing was that Chen Haonan could be his undercover agent. This little guy has been so strong since he was a kid. What's he gonna do when he grows up? It didn't take long for the high team to come over from the police car, grabbing a sniper rifle, respectfully handing it to Chen Haonan and asking, "Can you tell where the enemy is? I've already telephoned the Mountain Eagle commandos, but they can't get in touch, and I don't know what's going on." The high team was worried. He didn't even know what kind of enemy was coming. Soldiers come and go. What do you care? Dare to enter the territory of the Yin Kingdom to cause trouble, doomed to not return. Maybe it's some kind of scorpion, or centipede. Chen Haonan took the 81 sniper, but handed it to He Chengguang next to him. Take it, give me cover. You don't need to hit the other side. After all, the enemy has already retreated 2,000 meters away. If you want to hit it, you won't be able to hit it. At those words, He Chengguang was a bit blocked in his heart and said unconvincingly, "Then what did you give me the sniper rifle for? To cover you with an empty rifle? Smart. No matter how you shoot, just let the other side know that we have a sniper on our side. And by the way, keep discharging your gun and you'll just fart." What does that mean? I'm a sniper. I don't waste bullets by firing blanks. Be more specific. You see the enemy? You kid won't want to catch up and let me cover it. This is too risky. Right. Why don't you cover it and I'll run? He Chengguang had a bit of itchy feet, and as a military fan, he couldn't wait to have a mission to carry out. The other side has 5 snipers, all holding sniper rifles. You run over to the ground into a box, including the police inside the prison. I see run over to the siege is also more than likely. The only way is that I sneak over? This aspect of my specialty then you will only lie down and not move in a position. I will dozens of actions close to each other. Old me will only have one pose? Look down on who? He Chengguang was unconvinced, but Chen Haonan didn't give a damn about him. poking out his small hand, suddenly grabbing at the side of the side ear, listening to the vigilant high team, and Lightning took the 92 pistol that the other party had pinned to his waist in his hand. "Captain, let me borrow your gun." After saying that, Chen Haonan's small feet, a slight beat on the ground, from the ground to pass over the force, so that his entire small body, diagonally flying out. The scene was like an iron-armed Astro Boy flying with his little arms pulled across his body. "My gun." Only after Chen Haonan flashed away did the high team touch their empty holsters as an afterthought, revealing a shocked expression. So fast that you can't even react to it yourself. This is the legendary fast shooter, isn't it? Spider-Man. It's even scarier than expected. Immediately contact the prison director. There is an enemy lurking in. Stop today's mission of shooting prisoners. Don't let the other side take advantage of this. Also, mobilize people over as soon as possible to surround the enemy. We can't put all the pressure on a child. When bureaus made instructions. Mr. What? The Mountain Eagles people can't be contacted for the time being. Just now Spider-Man said that the enemy has 5 snipers. We must assist him to take out these invading enemies first. Chen Haonan is too conceited. He doesn't know the power of snipers. Rushing over like this will be fatal. Fan Tianlei had a stern face and gave orders to Chen Shanming. You hurry over. He Chen Guang, you fire your gun into the sky every 10 seconds or so. Yes, I will take it as a salute. To give you guys a send-off. He Cheng Wang said loudly. He is very unconvinced. But there is no way. Of course, to give you guys a send-off this sentence. He just mentally said. Do not dare to say it. Afraid of being beaten. Damn, himself is obviously a dragon. But because of Chen Haonan's words, he is here as a salute to the artillery to use. The bullseye. Team Gao. Get 2 more guns over here and we'll go find Chen Haonan together. Chen Shanming was full of confidence and greeted towards the high teams. In terms of comprehensive military quality, Chen Shanming may not be able to compare to the forced King Lei War, but in terms of sniping, he is the top 3 of the wolf teeth. Yan Wang in his competition is also 50-50, or 64 open. The high team is the captain of the armed police headquarters, advocating the principle of firepower as the king, but also really with a lot of guns, and soon brought Chen Shanming another 81 sniper. After receiving the gun, Chen Shanming felt like his whole body had come to life. Just like Tian Budwang seeing a stunning beauty, excitedly saying to He Chengwang, what are you waiting for? Shoot. Someone else told you to shoot. Wouldn't you go forward while shooting? Besides, Chen Haonan only said you can't hit. Didn't say you can't hit the enemy. Can't you be more flexible? Too honest. Beware that you can't watch your girlfriend. Fuck, it makes sense. He Chengwang reacted fiercely and said excitedly, Instructor, let's fight while we go over. We adults give some children cover and let the children raid in front. I always have a feeling of child abuse. He. What a lot of crap. Boom. Boom. It didn't take long for the rhythmic sound of gunfire to ring out across the length of the prison. And not far from the female soldiers as well as Wan Yenbing they had gathered together hot chat. Including stone impact bullets have not alarmed them, these diet men and women. Until the sniper rifle in the side of the constant release. Only a female soldier exclaimed up. It's gunfire. Where's it coming from? It seems like it's behind us. Isn't that our instructor with He Chengwang? Why are they raiding with their guns? Is this a hunting trip up the mountain? Hunting? Can I? You can snare a rabbit. Tianguo and Ouyang Qian got excited. And the tofu flour that had been in their hands for 3 days didn't even smell good. And their mouths were watering. It should be hunting. The instructor ran in the forefront. Are almost up the mountain. No wonder this action. Called treading. I told you. I thought to come here to see them shoot the prisoners. Just now also a little nausea. Do not know the people. Also thought I was pregnant. Only Amren frowned her pretty eyebrows as she looked at Chen Haonan, who kept running wildly up the hill. This is a cool pose, but it's very wrong. You don't have to run so fast to hunt. And Ran, who had slept with Chen Haonan for 2 months. That place on this little man's body had hairs, and how many? She could count them as if they were her own. Generally speaking, Chen Haonan ran as if he was a wailing child. It must be an enemy that had appeared. Otherwise, he was cold and unrelenting with his little face. There's an enemy. Stay here and don't move. I'll go ask. Anren stopped the excited male and female soldiers and immediately rushed towards Fan Tianlei's direction. On the other side, Chen Shanming and He Chengwang, 2 fast shooters, kept discharging their guns while chasing after Chen Shanming in front of them. The pace wasn't slowed by the shooting, but no matter how much the 2 men rushed, they always just saw a small pantyhose-like confused object floating over the hill in front of them, as if it were a kite, or an apparition, and it was impossible to tell that it was a child anyway. It had to be said that Chen Haonan's one-stop service, invincible sneaking technique combined with the swimming dragon stance, running wildly through the mountain peaks, was simply sneaky. It was like crossing a mountain peak. Chen Haonan's tiny body, constantly in the mountain peak chaos, in and out, barging in here, scurrying somewhere, or suddenly popping out from the bushes again. Any curve can go out, but no matter which posture, it was perfectly avoiding the obstacles, and the speed was so fast that the eyes couldn't lick it over. A dragon's service skills is really not a joke. Any part of the body is utilized. The center of gravity is flexibly shifted. The waist and the horse are united, unlocking 365 kinds of movements. According to the system's alternative explanation, it is like the service provided in the club. Thoughtful, and none of them are not cool. Up ahead, 5 figures gradually became clear. The rapidly retreating 5 people heard the sound of gunfire. Face changed slightly, accelerated the speed of retreat. In the process, the black dragon June unintentionally turned back. His eyes almost bulged out, a few hundred meters behind the dam. I do not know when to start. There is a small figure chasing over. He turned around with a huff, turning the sniper rifle in his hand around to finish off the small figure behind him. But suddenly, the figure disappeared out of thin air in front of his eyes. Why is it gone? Was it a person just now? Or was it a beast? Black Dragon Lord suspected that he had misread the situation. After all, the shadow from earlier was so small and fast that it was gone in the blink of an eye. What's a small beast if not a mountain stream, like coyotes and donkeys? Turn on plan B and give them one last big gift. Yes, a man next to Yamamoto-kun responded, and after judging the position of the surrounding area, he placed the drone in his hand in the clearing and began to take off by remote control. Can see the drone aircraft, strapped with explosive packages, a full dozen kilograms, which is potent TNT, and so on. After flying to the airspace of the prison, will tell along with the drone aircraft smashed into the cell. This is their final gift to Yen over the meeting. As the suicide drone took off, Kuro Drunken pulled out his comms tool and started communicating, and it didn't take long for someone to pick up the phone, and the sound of snapping gunshots could be heard coming in over and over again. Retreat yourselves, can't complete the pickup mission anymore? At the bottom of the peak, blocked by the enforcers, the road is also blocked. However, the other party is a rookie. We intend to play for half an hour, and then get out of here. Ba-ga. Didn't we agree that if we failed in our attack, we would lure out all the enforcers inside and you would kill your way in to save them? How come you were blocked under the mountain peak? Blood Blade, you wouldn't be doing this on purpose, would you? Purely wanting to have some fun? Black Dragon, keep your mouth clean or else I'll stuff you with a carrot plus 2 eggs. I do want to play, but make a big mess. Of course, retreating is no problem at all. We've already killed a couple of enforcers. It's all fun and games anyway. They can't keep us. Unlike you guys who are having too good of a time these days, and will only look to your dads for support when you fail. Baga, when the retreat is over, I'll greet your son, not giving Bloodblade a chance to fight back. Black Dragon Rage hung up the comms, crushing the phone and looking up at the drone that was already flying high enough to be less of a problem. Suddenly, his sight suddenly fell on a block of distant stone, only to see that on top of the stone, at some point, there stood a child, as if unzipping his pants to pee, but as he pulled out a big guy, he actually pointed it at the sky and just thumped it. The drone flew just above the little child's head and was immediately hit by his M.O. A cloud of sparks appeared in the sky, followed by a deafening explosion that reverberated throughout the prison. Rumble. In the sky, flames swept across the sky, reflecting on the black dragon's stunned, poker-oiled face. Did that kid just hit you? Did you guys see that this was shot off with one hand by the kid standing on the rock? Black Dragon asked his sidekick stupidly, feeling 2 heads in one. The 4 little friends next to him, who were painted with the oil-colored faces of ghost children, were also showing their teeth, looking at the fireworks bursting in the air with a blank and desperate face. How much fucking effort did it take them to just blow up? Blow up. To say that it is not desperate, that is a lie. Such a feeling is like going out fishing, halfway back to get the tools, in the closet found hidden next door to the old king, while his wife pretends to nap. As for Hei Long Jun's claim that there was a child that shot down an airplane with one hand, they hadn't seen it and didn't believe it. Black Dragon Monarch, don't care so much, hurry up and go. If this place doesn't get messed up, maybe we won't be able to leave. The Black Dragon Lord nodded and turned his head to look at the tiny figure that had jumped off the rock, realizing that the other was foolishly chasing towards them, and he was evil to the core. No, let's take out the damn kid first. The next moment, he brought the thick barrel of his gun up to lock onto the small shadow in front of him, and almost simultaneously, he realized that the kid across the street also seemed to raise his gun and point it this way. 5 kilometers away from prison No. 1. A sloping area under a mountain peak. This place was originally a garbage shelter, and every day there were young people who had fallen out of love sitting in the garbage, muttering, "Nothing you can say will hurt me anymore. I'm already deranged." But there were no lost youngsters today. Just 8 menacing grease-colored faces sprawled out in the garbage, each grasping a gun, their whole bodies exuding a powerful aura. Lying at the forefront was a bald head with no eyebrows and a bare white tiger face type. His face has hard lines, and he speaks as if steel balls are popping out one by one. The Wine Ghost boys are out. Their plan is to use unmanned aircraft to carry explosives and blow up prison number 1. Then their 5 snipers will strike together to save the 2 leaders inside. One of them is involved in a batch of diamonds hiding. This is the batch that General Armand is looking for. Rumor has it that it's worth billions of dollars. Blood Blade. No wonder the other party is willing to give a commission of $10 million. This mission was taken by Scorpion. From my point of view, at least $50 million. Black. Scorpion is even blacker than Wukong. Raise the money. Must raise the money. I've already sniped 12 enforcers. Those little days of Ghost Boys have lightened the load considerably. Guys, remember to count the heads. Add $100,000 a person. Tell Scorpion yourself. Maybe he's gone to meet God. All be careful. Our mission. Just hold down these enforcers for an hour. Half an hour has passed now. Retreat in half an hour. The rest of the matter has nothing to do with our Blood Blade group anymore. In a month, I still have to rush back home to spend Christmas with my wife. Happy holidays, boss, and say hello to my beautiful sister-in-law for me. These 8 mercenaries, obviously is the military retired. Their dress and weapons, then the Ghost Boy gang, more professional. At the same time, everyone is a big heart. Escape routes are prepared. Half a child. Around the peaks, take the waterway. The bottom of the water has been prepared to submarine. At that time, they will mislead these Boy Scouts law enforcers in the land looking for. Absolutely never thought that they were incarnated in the water ghost. A few hundred meters away from the opposite side of these people, the sound of police cars and ambulances whistling constantly rang out. The law enforcers hid behind their cars, not daring to attack. They were all aware of how terrifying the enemy in front of them was. As long as they ventured their heads, they were all killed in a single blow. Only snipers can deal with snipers. Add to that the fact that the dump is behind the East Coast Mountains, and law enforcement will have to wait. Hi team, this is Mountain Eagle. We encountered a group of snipers. Yes, a group. The exact number of people is unknown. There are about 10. We have been sniped 12 people. Brothers are not afraid to die, but looking at them fall in a pool of blood, the opportunity to shoot is not even. I, the deputy leader of the Mountain Eagle commando team, Zhang Chenshu, was reporting the casualties of his men to the Gao team, and this 1-meter-8 man. His eyes reddened and cried out on the spot. Don't cry. Leave the tears to the enemy. It's not like we don't have snipers. I'll immediately phone the Wolverine side and ask them to send out their special forces. And also, what's their purpose? Have they offered to negotiate? The High team also just knew this information. The Mountain Eagle commando team is his hand to create. Did not expect to be simply not the other side of the opponent. More than 30 brothers. Has been sacrificed 12? He was on the spot, eyes glaring as if the bullseye. Inside the fire of anger burning. There's no negotiation. The other side doesn't say anything. They die if they venture out anyway. They seem to want to block us. MD. In the old son's territory to act as a bully. High team held back his anger. Seriously said, do not rush to attack. Surround them. I also have a group of unknown elements on my side. Just now wanted to use the drone aircraft to blow up the prison. But their conspiracy did not succeed. And in midair by Spider-Man to blow up the drones. Spider-Man. Him. Where is the old man in you? Team Zhang froze for a moment at his words. And there was an indescribable ecstasy in his heart. He had been concerned about this big man for a long time. Well, anyway, don't rush to attack. This is our territory. At the same time, line up the surrounding environment. Prevent the enemy from escaping. At present the most critical. To figure out what their purpose is. I always feel that this is the blindfold. The real backhand. Has not yet been exposed. Well, I hung up the phone. The wolf's teeth side has already been deployed. Hoo. Originally sadness against the river of Zheng team. Finally a sigh of relief. He secretly hate his own incompetence. Let his brother cross the body. At the same time looking forward to Spider-Man as if the last time to save a shopping mall, all the masses in general. These inbound enemies. All of them are killed. If that, he Zhang Chenshu kneeling in front of the Spider-Man, kowtowing to his old man. He would be willing to do so. Quick. The enemy sent out a drone that accidentally exploded. It seems that our side can only send out Yin Shuangfei. And this one is me. Halfway up the mountainside. He Changwang saw the drone exploding in the air. Half a dozen exclamations. Accelerated his footsteps. He had a sense of Yin Shuangfei's sense of responsibility. Breaking the game must rely on their own sniper. After all, the front of the Chun Hao man small. This moment are running out of shadow. Chen Shanming, who was on the side, froze and looked at the sky, and opened his mouth. What Yan Xuanfei? Didn't you see Chen Haonan on the rock? He was the one who blew up the drone. Dog days, drones loaded with explosives were out. Luckily, Chen Haonan has a hand for one-handedly hitting airplanes. The last exercise. Chen Shanming is aware of Chen Haonan this ability. Through the monitoring, he saw the drone is to be Chen Haonan shot down. The scene at the time vivid in my mind. This kid one-handed holding JJ to pee, one-handed lifting shot down the plane, and finally calmly put on his pants. I didn't expect to see a repeat of the maneuver today. Is it Chen Haonan who shot down the drone? At those words, He Changwang exploded with envy inside. Instructor, I won't wait for you. I'm sprinting. You. Chen Shanming was dumbfounded as he watched He Changwang seemingly scattering rabbits, hoisting his hooves and rushing up the mountain peak like a crazy donkey. Crap. The young people nowadays, one more than one raw, old me less than 30, will be eliminated? Boom. Boom. Two shots rang out almost simultaneously. Just as the gunshots rang out, the body of Black Dragon Lord, who thought Chen Haonan would surely die, trembled. It wasn't that he couldn't hold the barrel of the gun, but he felt a sharp pain in his forehead, followed by an unknown force that pulled him into the infinite darkness. I've been shot? How is this possible? As the captain of the Black Dragon June, he thought that he would die on the battlefield, but would never have imagined that one day, he would be killed by a mediocre child. And he had already seen clearly that the enemy who was supposed to be holding the gun with one hand was indeed a child. He ran fast and lifted his gun and popped his head, not happy about it. The Black Dragon King. Just as Black Dragon June's body shook and began to plant itself on the ground, the four ghost dolls next to him reacted, and one of them subconsciously went to pull the captain. Just at this moment, there was a bang and another muffled sound. The pulling ghost boy's body shook, and with a shower of blood on his chest, he fell headlong to the ground, as if he had lost control of a kite. It's that little guy. Quick, kill him. Boom. The remaining three people had the hindsight to raise their guns and lock on, a process that took about 3 seconds, resulting in the middle one getting shot in the head and soaring directly into a bloodbath. The three men were so close together that the down man's hand and foot movements affected his partner next to him, and locking up was impossible. The two men made a snap decision to get on the ground. When they looked up to see clearly the tragic situation of their companions, the whole head is a blank, buzzing. A moment ago, they were still talking and laughing. Less than 5 or 6 seconds. There are 2 of them left. This even in the African battlefield will not die so quickly. After all, they are senior snipers, have received the most rigorous training. Is he a man or a ghost? Mole. Throw smoke bombs and retreat. This is a midget master, not a child, and has great ninjutsu. Did you see that? When he rolled just now, you saw a gun rolling on the ground. No one could see it. Immediately, the ghost boy who had spoken quickly grabbed the smoke bomb at his waist, bit the safety off, and threw it with a bang into the weeds 3 meters away in front of him. A thick cloud of smoke filled the air, disorienting them. Of course, this was for He Changwang, who had come running wildly and wanted to act like a bully. He really couldn't see anything, and the enemy seemed to have obliterated his figure under the cover of the smoke grenades. But for Chen Haonan, who has the skill of 10-mile eagle eyes, it's no big deal. He can penetrate the smoke that has just filled the air, and accurately lock the other party's figure. Not to mention the figure, one of the guys who climbed up didn't have his trouser chain pulled up, and the middle door was open, and he could see it all clearly. Boom! Bullets whizzing out. Go! They can't see. The guy on the left side climbed up quickly and spread his hooves to run wildly, but as a result, just as he stood up, he felt a pain in his chest, and when he looked down, his eyes were dyed red. How is that possible? Mole! Come on! Run! Shikaku! Only having time to yelp, Mole collapsed, following in the footsteps of the Black Dragon Lord, who was also careless. Shuo Rat wailed. The man collapsed. He didn't dare to stand up, and kept rolling out on the ground. They shouldn't have come. Really, we are really stupid. Alone know that the Yen state has been peaceful for too long. There will not be any real combat masters, but the Yen state, there is always the saying of mercenary graves. The captain was dead in one shot. His spotter Mole was dead, and a bunch of his other partners were dead. All in the span of 10 seconds or so. This is horrible. Gee, this last one, learning the hard way? On the other side of the smoke, Chen Haonan flung his short legs and quickly chased after him. He could see the last guy, running in a really slutty position, even sluttier than the stripper Tang Xiaoxiao. Any route, even if one has the assistance of the traveling dragon stance, one cannot run such an exaggerated route. In this way, he was not able to lock on to the other party. After all, the smoke had gotten thicker and thicker, and it also affected the 10-mile eagle eye. He Changwang. There are 5 of them. I've killed 4 of them. The last one ran towards the northeast. Let's split up and outflank them. Don't let them get away. Listening to Chen Haonan's clear childish voice, He Changwon, who was not far behind him, had his head buzzed at first. So soon? You killed 4? I'm late? He Changwon nearly cracked with envy. He grew up without a father's love, and his favorite time to do it is to hold his father left behind after school to read books about snipers, fantasizing about becoming a legendary sniper in the future, shooting 100 shots and carrying a gun to break into the jungle, the snowy plains, and the wilderness alone. After entering the army, if it weren't for this little pervert Chen Haonan, he would have performed just the best. But what's it like to have one mountain to climb? To always have someone running ahead of you, doing better than you? It's like a pair of sunglasses that say every day that the other guy is the best looking pretty boy and he's running with the pack. He Changwang felt that although his eyes were small, he was definitely not petty, but he really envied Chen Haonan's battle records. Spider-Man, Black Man, Peter Pan. Behind these titles, there is a series of wonderful battles. If this is put on himself, how good is it? No, Chen Haonan, leave this last one to me. You can't fake all the pussies, all by yourself. He Changwang spat out a sigh and used all his strength to furiously chase towards the northeast corner. He was very fast, and it didn't take him long to see a shadow with a very windy running position in that northeast direction. Running wildly, He Changwang raised his head, constantly adjusting to lock onto the other party's figure. And at the moment, his breath was hot. The wind is howling and the horses are whistling. Belong to my He Changwang must kill a shot to come. Become a legendary sniper. From this shot to start. And then beyond Chen Haonan. Boom. The gun went off. The figure running wildly in front of him planted itself on the ground with a sound. He Changwang, expressionless, slowly put down the barrel of the gun, a face of depression. The next moment, to the east of Chen Haonan shouted, "God damn, leave one to me." Cannot. I called brother. Cannot even. I also locked him. Why is it that every time, I'm one step behind? The voice was sad and painful. It's not that I'm strong, it's that you're too slow. Chen Haonan slowly withdrew his gun and spoke to He Changwang. How about this? You go collect the bodies, then tell the people behind you that you killed them all. The credit goes to you. I have no problem with that. The system's voice went off. The host kills 5 enemies and is rewarded with 50 experience points. Chen Haonan swept a glance at the system. His mood was quite good, and his person was generous. Goddamn collecting corpses. Such credit. I don't want it. I'll become a mature sniper sooner or later. After all, I'm still young. He Changwang turned around and walked away. And as he passed by the bodies of the 4 Black Dragon monarchs, he stopped and looked at the location of the shot. 3 headshots, 1 in the chest. Hell, just now it was a case of smoke grenades dispersing. And you can still shoot a headshot? What kind of eyes is this? Has the light of heaven turned on? He Changwang's face was filled with internal flow. If there was a wall here, he would have leaned against it and slowly slid down. Uncle Fan said I was still young and had a chance. But the first time I saw such a corpse, Chen Haonan felt nothing and patted his little ass and walked away. But the next moment, thinking of surpassing Chen Haonan, He Changwang, his stomach a stick of violent rolling, he vomited, throwing up all over the place. Spit it out and get used to it. You're still young and have a long way to go. You're actually doing pretty well. Behind him came Chen Shanming's emotional consolation, full of warmth. He Changwang vomited while speaking. Don't mention that. I'm still young, okay? I vomit. On the other side, and Ran pressed a group of recruits who were stupid and didn't know the heights of heaven. All of them on the ground with their hands on their heads, and one of them was able to get up. She was also worried, listening to the constant explosions coming from the peaks, as well as the gunfire. It's a fierce battle. For Chen Haonan's actual combat ability, the exercise that time does not count if it is just hearsay. Anrun, who slept with Chen Haonan for so long, also has no idea in his heart. Don't die young. You're still a suckling baby. Anrun was not as calm as she appeared to be. As an agent, she was used to seeing life and death, but for a 10-year-old child to venture out to the battlefield, she suddenly became as worried as Chen Haonan, his mother. The white tiger female soldier holding her head on the ground and the red cell soldier, talking, suddenly got into a fight. It must be our instructor who's great. He's Spider-Man, Black Mask, and last time he defeated Instructor Thunder War. That's only maneuvers. I heard word coming out that the Thunderbolts man when he was a kid. Careless. I wonder why you women, why you got a kid as an instructor? Figure what he's up to. His nose is not big. Wang Yanbing flirted with the female soldiers. He had a wave of resentment towards Chen Haonan. What do you mean? Is your big nose a big deal? It must be our instructor who's great. He's a kid who's overpowering you guys. You can't see him as good, right? Tian Gui grunted. Wang Yanbing serious, nose big is indeed remarkable. Chen Haonan is our comrade in arms in the same period. A dormitory brother. He is a little younger, but every day Bing brother called. I quite appreciate him. How do not want him well? Li Ernio on the side was surprised and opened his mouth. No, I remember that you call him brother, right? Shut up, Neo. Wang Yanbing was like a pouncing bear, hurriedly covering his leaking mouth. The two were jostling around when they heard the uncharacteristically pretty female instructor standing there speak joyfully. Back. Wang Yanbing and Li Ernio looked up sharply, and sure enough, they saw Chen Haonan carrying a gun and walking over with small steps, and only behind him, their instructor Chen Shanming as well as He Changwang, who had participated in the battle. Before the two people stood up, Mr. One had already greeted them, and he ran directly to Chen Haonan and opened his mouth. Spider. No. Instructor Chen, how is the situation? You can go collect the corpses. There were 5 enemies in total, and none of them got away. Mr. One froze for a moment. Did you kill them all? Chen Haonan glanced at the wilting He Changwang and opened his mouth. Split you. Want it? Want a paralyzer? You little bastard. He Changwang shook his head. He took them all out, and the drones were also hit by him. A great man makes a distinction between grudges. Awesome. When Bureau snapped a salute at Chen Haonan's small body. After the salute, when Ju poison next to the mouth staring at the dog dumb high team urged, you go to support the law enforcement team under the peak. Here's to me. First shot those prisoners. A moment cannot be delayed. This group of people must be rushing to this. Yes. The high team answered and turned to salute Chen Haonan, thanking him for his contribution to setting the stage for today's turmoil before turning around and getting into the car, turning it on and heading straight to the garbage transfer station at the peak of the Eastern Sea. What happened? Fan Tianlei, who had been cool for half a day, had just listened to Chen Shanming's report, and looked at the figure of the high team hurrying down the mountain, and hurriedly came to ask. He was a bit uncomfortable. Damn Mr. What? His old partner seemed to have forgotten his existence. When Bureau looked at Chen Haonan and explained, it's like this. Someone sniped the enforcers under the mountain peaks. It was useless for the Mountain Eagle commandos to go there. Several of the enforcers got their heads blown off. Their intention was clearly to break through this place. It's too arrogant. Several were shot in the head? Chen Haonan arched his small eyebrows as he listened. According to the original plot, the one who messed things up was Scorpion, who wanted to save an important criminal here, but what was happening now was clearly different from the original plot. There are more enemies, more powerful. The other side is likely to be as if Lu Shiqian like the retired military. Either use snipers against them, or call in artillery, directly on the bombardment of them is, with them blindly compared to what for. Do not talk about what the principle. I am a small child know the reason. When Bureau shook his head and said, the other side has taken this into consideration. Where the intersections are all obstacles, the transportation is not convenient. The cannons can't even be pulled in. However, I've already notified the Wolf's Teeth side, and the Thunderbolt commandos are on their way, so there's not much of a problem. It's imperative that we shoot the criminals here first, so they lose their target. Chen Haonan nodded his head when he sniffed. He had to say, Mr. What? This person Pit is for sure, but he does not look at the problem poorly, and the person will come to things. No wonder he has pitched so many undercover agents, or in this position. Old Fan also recognized this idea. He said coldly to He Changwang, these small scenes, just vomit like this. If you're not dead, get up. All of you go to the view field together and shoot the prisoner. Crap. Wang Yanbing and the others changed color. Instructor, can we not go? I ate too much dessert today and I kind of feel like throwing up. Cut the crap. Are you even worse than a woman? Can't you see the women soldiers have passed? And at this moment, Chen Haonan and Anren, hand in hand, had indeed led the female soldiers into the prison and headed for the court. On the court, the dozen or so criminals to be executed, all pulled out and knelt in a row. One of them, kneeling in the center, a fierce-looking middle-aged man, kept looking around, his eyes full of unwillingness and anticipation. Someone must have saved me. Only I, Jia Yuding, know the secret of the diamond. If I die, the secret will be completely dead. This is a diamond worth billions of dollars, and the head of the Ghost Boy organization, as well as the head of the Bloodletter group, will definitely join forces to save me. Jia is already fantasizing that he'll be back in the country soon, maybe next week. Today is the weekend. He had this confidence from 2 major organizations, such as the Ghost Children organization, whose members were all children, not very tall, but with excellent hands, and the most powerful infiltration camouflage, where they could disguise themselves as elementary school students and carry out secret missions, time and time again. Why don't you come? Jia Yuding could already see the enforcer loading bullets, and in a minute he would blow his dog's head off and leave this prosperous world for good. Just then, a child's clear voice rang out. Come here, all of you, and watch well. Following the source of the voice, Jia Yuding immediately looked up, and then saw a 1-meter kid with a group of people walking into the court. He looked godlike, walking with a breeze, and his bright eyes were full of steely determination, which seemed out of place with the way he looked. This is Ghost Boy? Awesome. How did you blend in? Is this here to save me? Looking at Chen Haonan's appearance, Jia Yuding seemed to understand something. His eyes fell on the female soldiers who walked in. None of them recognizable, but all of them had a competent aura about them. All your own? He got excited, but his mood didn't stir for long. Mr. One had already walked in, his tone resounding. Prepare. With a brush, the gunman in front of him raised his gun, ready to fire. Jia Yuding became anxious and directly shouted, slow down. His tone was urgent, and he struggled to shout, I have something to say. Surely this boy had come to help himself, and the reason for his delay must have been to force out his secret? Secrets or not, it doesn't matter until lives are at stake. So he blinked frantically towards Chen Haonan, hoping that he, the ghost boy, would help him. Chen Haonan was also a bit confused. What does it mean when a man with a face full of horizontal meat throws his eyes at you madly? When Bureaus also saw it, and out of respect for Spider-Man, spoke to Chen Haonan. Instructor Chen, he seems to have something to say to you? Chen Haonan naturally saw it too. What the hell would a dying criminal explain to a child of his own? A child is a good liar. Or take yourself hostage? After nodding his little head towards Bureau 1, Chen Haonan walked towards Jia Yuding and frowned at the other party indifferently. Jia Yuting is a diamond businessman, opened a large company in H country, set a large number of H country consortium investment, and then the investment funds along with the diamonds, together with the roll-away, ran to the inflammatory countries when the lungfish. I cannot imagine that he just down the airport was arrested. The reason is that he wants karma inflammatory countries people's waste. At that time, the inflammatory countries warned him, and there is no action. Who knows? More than 20 years, actually still remember the vengeance. The Yen Kingdom wanted him dead, and those consortiums in the H Kingdom also wanted him dead, but the Ghost Boy and the Blood Blade Group, who were paid to do their job, wanted him to live. The 1-meter kid in front of him, who looked cool and withdrawn, should be the Ghost Boy. The Ghost children are all cut out for Gigi, and this kid looks, well, like it. Chen Haonan didn't know that much about the other party's mental thoughts, and after walking over to him, the guy lowered his voice and hurriedly opened his mouth in broken Mandarin. The diamonds are in percent. The cash is in a Swiss bank. The code needs you to save me out before I tell you. The diamonds alone. It's $1 billion. This is me trying to organize a defection. Save me out. The cash is yours too. In Boss Jia's opinion, Chen Haonan, the ghost boy, had already infiltrated into the prison, and as long as he gave the order that all these law enforcers should die, he would be saved. Which no. After listening to his words, this child indifference, no expression, as if a rebellious child, in front of the desperate parents, calmly leave, when his words are a whisper. Hey, what does your organization mean? I have said the whereabouts of diamonds. Do not be too much awe. As soon as the words fell, he saw Chen Haonan nodding his head towards when Bureaus, put, bang bang bang, when the gunshots rang out. Boss Jia was horrified and shouted a series of numbers towards Chen Haonan. What kind of Swiss bank code is that? But what does he mean by organization? A misunderstanding? Chen Haonan's small brain was still really a bit turned around. He had a good memory and had memorized a series of numbers. After a moment's thought, he asked Anran for his cell phone and downloaded a Swiss client. Just as Chen Haonan was downloading, the prisoners who fell to the ground were shot, and that bloody scene stunned the female and male soldiers. Looking at these red and white things, with their own eat 3 days of tofu, turtle jelly plus cattle look almost after. They all vomited. The instructor is so perverted, saying he came out for a trek and dragged us to watch the shooting of prisoners. Puking like that, people who don't know, think we're pregnant. As the female soldiers were spitting, suddenly, the devilish instructor, as they called him, suddenly opened his mouth and let out an oh-so-dragging sound. Is the instructor going to throw up too? The female soldiers, who were vomiting like pregnant women, all looked at Chen Haonan with confused faces, and at this moment, Chen Haonan used his little finger to tap the numbers on his cell phone screen. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, 10 digits in US dollars. Are you going to throw up too? Enron was a bit surprised. Reaching out, he rubbed Chen Haonan's back, and at the same time, stuck his little head over to scan his cell phone. In the next moment, Enron was also a bit dumbfounded. Is this money? Anonymous? Enron was an agent by trade and had an exceptional memory. She also remembered a series of numbers just now. She just didn't understand what to bring. Seeing Chen Haonan's behavior, The eye-smart woman immediately made the connection. Gentlemen love money. Take it and use it. And ran. This money you use in the White Tiger base. It's all for the defense of the country. Chen Haonan shushed and returned the cell phone to the dog-faced Anran. Yes de. My little man. Enron's voice drifted. There's no way a woman could see this much money and anyone who came would be on their knees singing. There's another address. You write it down. It says there's a shipment of diamonds. You find out where it is. Diamonds? Diamonds are good things. Anran floated again. Can I give one to my female assistant later? Steady, don't wave. Chen Haonan touched the female assistant, then slapped his little face at the vomiting female soldier. You think you're pregnant just like that? In a real battle, once you've been shot, it's not vomiting. It's just as painful as giving birth, and it's difficult to deliver at any time. I don't throw up on one of my kids, and you moms, you all throw up like this. Shame on you? On the side of the old fan had also wanted to train Wang Yanbing and others a few sentences. Listening to Chen Haonan are talking into the height of the birth of a child. Feel that even if they soar, dolphin sounds cannot go up. Simply follow the words of Chen Haonan. Continue to train. A bunch of men. Throwing up worse than a pregnant woman. And for those who don't know, you're pregnant. After saying that, staring hard at Chen Shanming, old fan coldly grunted. The ones they are carrying are your children. You have to be responsible for them. What's going on? Chen Shanming's face went black. No. 5. I don't have a problem with you copying Chen Haonan's speech. Don't copy it indiscriminately. As an instructor I'm responsible for conditioning, no problem. But what do you mean by pregnant with my child? I poo-poo. Red Cell, the only one of these pregnant male soldiers who was more sober, was still He Changwang. It's not that he can tolerate it, it's that he just threw up once and his progesterone is higher. His small eyes looked at this kid Chen Haonan. Damn, he stood in front of so many corpses with horrific deaths and still talked and laughed with that gorgeous female assistant next to him. His mental quality was too high, wasn't it? Chen Haonan doesn't come from a long line of pig killers, does he? Also, he actually knows how to flirt with women? Is he a Jia Baoyu crossover? Only to see Chen Haonan also did not know what to say. That female assistant was full of peach blossoms, and also pulled Chen Haonan's arm and shook it, as if she was the child who had not grown up. He Changwang cannot understand what relationship between the two people. According to Chen Haonan, now earthworm state, he certainly cannot do anything out of the ordinary things. The young lady naked. He does not know how to see the needle. Right. No matter what, Laozi must surpass Chen Haonan, and lose to no one. Not to a 10-year-old, or Uncle Fan will use it every day for comparison. Wang Yanbing, who was on the side, coughed dryly for a while and spoke. Lactobacillus, you've vomited like this, and you still accompanied the run to kill the enemy just now? Look at other people's Chen Haonan. I feel like we've all lived to be dogs. He Changwang mental more blocked. So, vomited again. Looking at the immature appearance of He Changwang and the others, and then looking at the small-faced resolute Chen Haonan, Fan Tianlei sighed, really wanting to take a piss and nourish He Changwang to wake up, puking really annoying. He also wondered why Chen Haonan didn't feel anything. Spider-Man, Black Man, Peter Pan, name is not lost on me. Was that series of numbers just now the bank password? Did you find the money? Fan Tianlei had an anti-smile on his face and leaned over. He remembered that before the trip, one of the prisoners said a string of numbers to Chen Haonan, but he didn't remember it. And Chen Haonan, this little guy, also took his cell phone and and checked it for half a day. So I think there must be some gains. The little mouth is crooked to the sky, and there's something wrong with it at first glance. Chen Haonan's face remained unchanged. If you can't remember, how come I remember? What was that death row inmate sneaking around talking to you just now? It seems like he knows you. Old Fan frowned. There's a problem. There's definitely a problem. After experiencing so many things, whoever still thinks Chen Haonan is just a child is a fool. There are plenty of people who know me. Who is he? Chen Haonan glanced at Old Fan and ignored him. Why should I share the money I made with my own skills with the sinkhole? Women are very costly. It's all for the defense of the family. I swear, I won't use it on myself. I'm still a child, nothing to spend. You, ha, not when I'm one of your own. Fan Tianlei, who was left out in the cold, secretly decided to check privately. There is definitely a problem. And then look at that and ran. All smiles like a club girl, without any benefits. Would she be so slutty? Oh, Lao Fan could not ask. Let Chen Shanming take the person back. Turn around and write a report. The psychological quality is too bad. Soon, the two groups got in their cars and left together. There was silence all the way. Just the car flying at Quantico. The road wasn't in too good of shape and the intersection was blocked when we got to the downhill road. Sirens, gunshots, and faint screams came from the intersection ahead. A heavily armed enforcer came over and stopped the car. Dangerous ahead. Don't go over there. This isn't a movie. It's a real gunfight scene. Who are you guys? Gong Arrow handed over his credentials and asked, "Comrade, what kind of enemy is this? So arrogant, actually blocking the road?" After receiving the documents, the enforcer took a look, immediately straightened his waist, saluted Gong Arrow and smiled bitterly. "I don't know where to come out of the enemy. The gun is very accurate. We've already died quite a number of colleagues. This position, the artillery in full not over. Otherwise bombard the mother." His voice was sad and angry, and the man seemed agitated. Chen Haonan was all startled and pushed open the car door and walked out. Then behind him, the female soldiers who liked to watch the fun also came down one by one and gathered around to ask about the battle. "So arrogant. Send helicopters to fight. Instructor, can you help them?" Seeing their little instructor come down, out of confidence, these female soldiers angled their little faces with eagerness. Chen Haonan gave a hem and walked to the side to look over, where he could see that the high team was commanding the battle, and in front, there are constantly bullets whistling. Those law enforcers hiding behind the police car actually do not dare to raise their heads. From Chen Haonan this angle past looks very suffocating. What kind of people are on the other side that can suppress so many enforcers? Fan Tianlei, Chen Shanming as well as Gong Arrow, all three got out of the car and stood beside Chen Haonan. Old Fan spoke to the enforcers. "Take us there. We are soldiers from the Wolf Tooth Special Brigade. We can help you." "Okay, Chief." The enforcer had also clarified their identities and immediately led Chen Haonan and the others over. For the ability of the wolf teeth, he naturally believed in it. But, when he turned back and swept Chen Haonan to walk over with a group of female soldiers, his face changed. "Who brought this child? Take it away. Take it away." Fan Tianlei hemmed and hawed a bit, while An Ran had long since shown his ID and handed it over. "He's our instructor. Don't ask too many questions. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry and go over." "Crap. No. Isn't this kid an elementary school student? It looks divine. Maybe it's not weaned yet. You're taking it to war? Chief, I can't afford to be responsible for anything that happens to you. You're not in charge. Get over there, don't look back, don't look around, and speed up if you don't want anyone to die." Fan Tianlei and others laughed lightly, especially a few He Chengwang, a few young people, but also only at this time, only to feel bright and brilliant Chen Haonan a face. There is a sense of picture. Has not been weaned. Ha ha. This period of time every day by his pressure bright. From the new recruits period, bright to the wolf teeth. Go wherever is the legend of Chen Haonan. Everywhere said to Chen Haonan as a role model. Don't live, even a minor child can't compare to the pure man who can stand it. The crowd's minds were mixed. As the crowd approached the scene, they soon heard a skittish Mandarin that was actually cursing the formation. That branch of the population. Cowards. Ha ha. Come to the rescue of your co-workers. Isn't it your principle not to give up and leave? Commanding the battle of the high team, full of stifled look at lying on the ground arrayed failed police officers, his legs shot, bloody and confused, a trip on the ground coagulated blood. People are fainted. These fucking bastards had just been filling his body with shots every 10 seconds. Such a tactic is called rounding up corpses. 3 of the enforcers were seriously injured again for saving their lives. Should have brought Spider-Man down earlier. With his powers he might have been able to solve the problem here. Careless. The high team really couldn't have imagined that the enemy here was tough enough to do this. While the calling Thunderbolt commandos hadn't even seen a single hair on their heads, and his men kept falling. At this moment, his eyes were already red and he shouted with a loud hailer. "I know that you are all professional mercenaries, but this is the territory of the Yen Kingdom. You can mention for what purpose you are motivated, but killing people here with impunity. I'm telling you, you will definitely not be able to escape from Donghai City. Jia, your people have the ability. Then rush over and finish us off. Otherwise, we will send you to God." The high team's words were only rewarded with a burst of arrogant laughter. The high team looked at the sky. When will the thunder and lightning come? MD, this shitty place. The cannons can't even be transferred. They really know how to pick a place. Together with the Peaks group, it looks like they're in cahoots. Aren't they afraid of death, or have they already thought of a way out? The high team really suffocated to Shang. Their location downhill. The terrain is dangerous. The gang of thugs lurking place, behind the East China Sea city, condescending not to mention the artillery cannot be adjusted, even if a person can be a man, unless you can send out warplanes, direct bombing them to death. But it takes time. Just as the high team was at 6s and 7s, Chen Haonan and the others stood behind the barrier surrounded by police cars, and could see a constant stream of seriously injured people being carried away, with suppressed moans not coming out of the mouths of the injured, and their bodies trembling unceasingly. There's no way out. The ambulances are at the bottom of the peaks. They can't even get up there. The roads are blocked. How is this battle being fought? There are so many deaths and injuries. Tango was quick to speak up and rushed the injured officer, but her words fell on the ears of the red-eyed teen Zhang next to her, and it was simply heavenly irony. Zhang Chenshu turned around and shouted lowly, "Who are you? What are you being sarcastic about here? You have the ability to go on? I didn't mean it that way." Chen Haonan pulled back Tianhua, who wanted to explain, and said blandly to the storming captain, "She didn't mean any harm. Besides, she's not wrong. This battle is really a mess. When the police should improve their own business level. Dry but still tough mouth? How do you usually train? And now you're here shedding tears for the enemy to see? If I were you, I'd swallow my tears first, and shed them when I finish off the enemy and pay my respects to my comrades. Tears now are weakness, incompetence." Originally, Zhang Chenshu heard that Chen Haonan was a child, and did not take it seriously, but the other party's words came out in a series, and scolded him speechless. Couldn't help but tough it out. Where did the child come from? Stand and talk. Hurry up and pull away. The milk has not even been quit. Here to talk about reason. Chen Haonan, however, did not move, staring at Zhang Chenshu continued to open his mouth. A big man. Tears and snot flow together. My milk has not quit the child. All look down on you. Stand to the side to cry. Bear child A. Comrade Chen Shanming, come out. Let's compare. Hurry up and kill all the garbage in front of us. Open up the road. Rush back to Wolf's Teeth to eat milk. No. Eat. Hungry. What? To be honest, as the captain of the Mountain Eagles, Zhang Chenshu became famous at a young age, and was the team's fast shooter, and was actually scolded by a child, as a bare child. That's not enough. The other guy's got a big mouth? He was really bluffed. This kid is too calm. Just like the little kid with the stick on the internet, cross-eyed to the city police, who dares to touch my grandmother. No, this little guy is even more arrogant, and he shakes people. Hell, people all around were looking on coldly, followed by a tall military man who stepped out and said respectfully to the mouthy little guy, "Come on, BB." Chen Shanming looked at the dog-faced Zheng team and spoke, "Comrade police officer, I can understand your feelings. The other side is a professional sniper. Mercenary, you law enforcers are strong, but the profession is not the right match. The professional thing to the professional to do. This is not to look down on you. My codename is Snow Leopard, Wolf Fawn's instructor." Chen Shanming. Zheng team received the documents with a dumbfounded face, but his line of sight always fell on the body of the small-faced calm Chen Haonan, and after opening the documents and scanning them for errors, Xiao Ran rose in respect. "Instructor Chen Shanming, how are you? But this is, oh, don't you recognize him? Have you heard of Spider-Man? Black Man, the little hero that the people of Donghai City talk about. That's him." Old Chen had no problem exposing Chen Haonan's identity, with his underwear stripped down. "What? He's Spider-Man. Black Man? This brother, you drink in the morning. Do not joke. Instructor Chen Shanming, Spider-Man is my idol. How can he be a child? Even if he believed that Ma Baoguo was a generation master, and that his pinecone 5 consecutive whips were a supreme martial art, he couldn't believe that Chen Haonan was Spider-Man. Chen Haonan didn't leave any photos or information, which was well protected by Mr. Wav. But in the rumors of the East China Sea City Police, this Spider-Man is 3 feet tall and good-looking, similar to the superhero Captain Rice, or even, surpassing the others handsome and tall. After all, Captain Rice is fake, Spider-Man and Black Man, but real. Hurry up and provide us with sniper rifles. Words are too much for the brain to explain to you. Chen Shanming coldly drank. On the other side, Fan Tianlei had wit-called the high team over. The high team just walked over and saw Chen Haonan, the great god, arrive. Immediately the whole person's little heart thumped, just like a young girl, seeing her lover that way, full of enthusiasm and excitement. It was impossible to immediately hold each other, to tell their own special need for each other's mood. Team Zhang, what are you waiting for? Give him the gun. Whatever he wants, give it to him. Try to fulfill his demands. The high team gave a cold shout. Will sleepwalking state of Chen Chenshu? From the corner of the shadow pulled back to be himself. He was surprised. He really is Spider-Man. I didn't say that. The high team remembered Mr. Wen's warning and hurriedly spoke. Cut the crap and give them the guns. They can take out those damn mercenaries. I've been putting up with them for a long time. I'm going to have a bright hand on their corpses. Yes. Zhang Chenshu hurriedly brought the guns. 281 snipers. Chen Shanming clicked and checked the guns, then opened his mouth to Chen Haonan. Don't be careless. The other party is a professional mercenary. Sneak over first, observe the environment, and wait for an opportunity to act. Crouching. You run away. Just as Chen Shanming was babbling on about caveats, Chen Haonan's little body twisted and dashed towards the open area in front of him. And in front of him, there were no longer any obstacles. His eyes widened. Running like that, would he be taken out right away? Thinking of reincarnation when you're a suckling child? Mentally suspicious young team. On the sidelines, cold eyes. The result is to see Chun Haonan holding a gun. Short legs swish 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 ran over. He was so shocked that he lost his voice and called out, "Come back! Dangerous ah!" Boom! Almost as soon as Chun Haonan's small body appeared in the open area in front of him, the dull sound of sniper shots rang out. Zhang Team subconsciously squinted his eyes. He really did not dare to look at the child collapsed in a pool of blood. He is not yet an adult ah. This follow-up report how to write. Employing child labor? What's wrong with the high team? Fooling around. Good. A light cry suddenly burst out from all around, waking up the regretful Teen Zhang, who opened his eyes wide and actually saw that the child was not dead. And moreover, his little body was twisting around, sometimes S, sometimes Z, pulling so much that he flew, and it seemed that there were no bones in his whole body. Each turn time are completed within 0.3 seconds. This is the legendary curve alignment. Military forums have discussed, curve alignment can get out of the dragon body. The world's fastest sniper cannot complete the lock, because the fastest sniper rifle reaction time must be more than 0.5 seconds. Even if the pre-sniper, you cannot complete the pre-sniper. Is he really Spider-Man? Black Man? A kid? At this moment, Teen Zhang was stunned and confused, and at the same time, his heart was filled with the excitement of a young girl. After the obstacle, Wang Yanbing exclaimed, "Chen Haonan, this kid, how can he run like an earthworm?" What earthworm? This is the swimming dragon body technique. I've read a book which has a record of it, but it requires too much physical quality. But no one can do it as an adult, except for mollusks. He Chengwang smashed his tongue. MD, why is it that the more I come into contact with Chun Haonan, the more I feel that he is unpredictable? How can I pretend to be a bully in the future? Instructor, go for it. Dry them. The female soldiers were more excited than one another, clenching their small fists and turning red with excitement. Be careful, milk-eating child. Anrun, however, was secretly worried, staring dead at Chun Haonan's small body. And at this moment, Chen Shanming also ran out stiffly. There wasn't as much as Chun Haonan's windy swimming dragon stance, but Chun Haonan attracted the opponent's attention in the front, so as long as he ran a bit more windy himself, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Boom! Boom! 2 bullets in a row hit the ground in a cloud of dust, behind a large patch of discarded black tires. The scowling Bloodblade had fired 3 shots, releasing them each time. What the hell is this? Bloodshed fires off 2 shots, both of which miss. With his current marksmanship, his sixth sense was very strong, and he could hit with his senses. But after the sound of the gunshot, the figure running over actually didn't stop, and seemed to be demonstrating towards him. What can you do to me? He subconsciously poked his head out a little to see what was going on. Bang! The gun went off and a black dot missed Bloodblade's head, bringing out a shower of blood. He, an extremely experienced sniper in combat, just fell to the ground in response. Before he died, his eyes took in the fact that the person who had fucked him over was actually a child. Boss, what are you doing? Bloodblade's watchful hand, before Bloodshot could see what was going on, reached for the boss. With such a tug, Bloodblade's body planted itself on the ground, rolled over with eyes that stared at him in death. The bloody hole in his forehead gurgling blood in a shocking way. Dead. Boss is dead. Bloodshot shrieked, his voice terrified. Bloodshed is their strongest sniper, a man with a gun. In the African battlefield to and fro, no one can keep him. Every shot is almost a headshot. Just now he sniped half of the enforcers. And now, he was actually taken out? What just happened? To be honest, Chun Haonan running out was a bit too sudden, and his person was small, so apart from Bloodblade spotting him, the somewhat careless Blood Shadow and the others didn't really notice him. Part of them were urgently contacting Ghost Boy while being alert in other directions. What did you say? The boss is dead? The 2 snipers who were closer on the east side looked back, and when they got a good look at their captain's already dead body, they instantly roared in anger. There should be snipers coming. The boss was careless. Kill a few more to give the boss a burial, then retreat immediately. There's not much time left for us. The 2 armed men looked at each other, probed, and searched for a target. Chun Haonan is also looking for them. 10 miles of eagle eye. Too soon. A hamster on the ground just out of the way would be the first thing the hawk would catch, let alone the 2 huge heads that popped up. Bang bang. Chen Haonan fired 2 shots in quick succession. The 81 sniper, which can be fired singly or in bursts, can shoot all the bullets in one breath as long as you hold the trigger still. The bullets drilled precisely into the 2 heads that emerged, instantly churning up flesh and blood and taking their lives. These 2 Bloodblade signatures, with the Blood Flame and Blood Moon titles, simply could not react before being harvested for life by this child. Chen Haonan. Other side. As the vice team of the Blood Shadow, after the death of the boss, he is the biggest. At this moment, he did not look back to give orders. Prepare to retreat. Throw smoke bombs. Behind him, no one responded to him. Blood inflammation. Bloodshot was communicating with Ghost Boy. Fuck. If he couldn't get in touch again, he'd leave these assholes alone. And as a result, he really couldn't get in touch. His eyes widened at once as he turned back to greet the two comrades next to him. Both of them, Blood Flame and Blood Moon, were dead. A chill rose up from his spine and rushed to the sky, causing his entire body to tremble. Meet the master. Retreat. Retreat. There are experts on the other side. We've lost 3 companions. Fuck. Retreat. How did they die? Boss? Including the Blood Shadow, there were only 5 people left, and at this moment, their faces did not have the calmness they had before, and instead, there was a sense of panic, hideousness, and with a sense of unwillingness. The Blood Blade Group, a very proud organization, had never suffered a major loss in any of the countries they had been on missions in, though, after the hell of training professional soldiers, long-term mixed in the battlefield, reaction speed is 2 or 3 times faster than others. Often the opponent has not had time to fast gun. They were finished off. In the West, their role is called Western Fast Gunner. The Inferno was dangerous. They had heard that, but highly skilled hunters often like to prove their wanderlust in the most dangerous forests. Only now, they lost the bet. I saw it was a man just now, not very tall, and he was fast. God, you mean just one guy? Boss, they couldn't fuck them up? It's not 100,000 reasons why anyone who looks at it clearly has gone to God. Don't ask me. Make a hasty retreat. If you want to go, you guys go. I'll avenge the boss. The armed man with a scar across his mouth, grasping his gun and cursing viciously, looked at Bloodblade with a complicated look. Earlier, Bloodblade had also said that after completing the mission, he would take him to his home for Christmas and introduce him to a date for him on the way, but he ended up dying. Bloodshed is a good man, and he doesn't deserve to die in this country. Let's join. 2 more people came over. Blood Shadow couldn't even persuade them. He could only watch helplessly as they were discussing strategies on how to cooperate to kill each other and avenge their boss. 1, 2, 3. Jump out at the same time. Whoever can lock on to the other. Shoot straight. Can't lock on. Old rules. Sesame seeds. Each separate. Good. On the count of 3, all 3 immediately jumped out at the same time. This jump, naturally, is not just any jump, but a bouncy jump, shrinking the body into a ball while keeping the gun out. Such a maneuver could avoid bullets, and could also land and make military dodging maneuvers, which was the experience brought by a long time of mixing with the battlefield. The 3 could see, almost simultaneously, a small figure literally running wildly over in front of them, jutting left and right, so fast that their eyes could barely keep up, and the movements were so coherent that they were reminded of a mythical animal. Dragon. Seeing Chen Haonan moving movement, stance, these 3 mixed battlefield veterans, if they know the national essence, will directly break out a crouching, because of the other party. Such a figure has reached the legendary dragon walk, unless the shelling, otherwise no matter what snipers, cannot lock the other party's figure. Bang bang bang, shots rang out from both sides almost simultaneously. With Chen Haonan's physical quality, he instantly completes locking, aiming, and shooting, a real one-stop service, and his reaction time is 3 seconds faster than others. What kind of concept is that? That is to say, Chen Haonan and the other party then who take off their pants fastwards. The other party's thoughts only emerged. Chen Haonan has already taken off their pants. Until the other party to take off their pants, he has. Such a gap is too deadly for a sniper duel. In mid-air, as if raining dumplings, 3 gunmen were shot in mid-air, and the bodies that landed on the ground were all in a pattern, exploding heads. Chen Haonan cursed. Come out. You losers, weren't you arrogant just now? Only 5 died. There are still a few 1 to come. What this young master is going to do is to send you to God. Behind the barrier, the 2 remaining members of the Bloodshed Blade, all of a sudden, their faces were hard to see. Dead. 3 people died at the same time, and there was only one opponent. Chen Haonan's words scolded them, suffocating them and leaving them helpless. Bloodshot sighed. See, the fuel tank is 50 meters behind us. Let's retreat in that direction, and when he comes after us, blow up the fuel tank and blow up this terrifying opponent. It's our last chance to finish him off, as long as he comes after us. Yes. Thus, the 2 of them carefully retreated, only in a wretched posture, without the arrogance and confidence they had before. By the time they had retreated to the fuel tanks, they were about to speed up their retreat. Suddenly, a dull gunshot rang out, followed by a blinding spark from one of the 3 barrel tanks hidden in the obstacle before them. The spark just appeared and spread all at once. Fuck. God. A loud boom drowned out Bloodshot's complaint to God. Other side. The sound of the system rang by Chun Haonan's ears. Host kills 8 enemies. Rewarded with 80 experience points. It's kinda cool. It's really the exciting battlefield that suits you the best. Hugging Sister Anrin to sleep every day. It feels like you're a little bit degraded. Chun Haonan was inexplicably in a better mood. He verified that the one-stop service, combined with his own invincible marksmanship, was much more powerful than he had been in the past. Did you kill them all? Chen Shanming ran to Chen Haonan's side, constantly gasping for breath, still in a state of confusion as he looked at the explosion more than 100 meters in front of him. Hell, he chased Chen Haonan all the way, but he actually couldn't keep up with his killing speed. It looked like the people had all been killed, and he was too late. The ability is good, not worthy of the talent discovered by the fan staff officer. However, can you do things a little more stable? The country is not easy to cultivate a talent. You are not grown up. In case there are no eventualities. Chun Haonan interrupted Chen Shanming and blandly said, I do things under my own control. Chen Shanming was silent and speechless. If anyone else had said this, including He Changwang, he would have definitely slapped him over and told the other party to hold steady and not wave. But Chun Haonan has just killed all these powerful enemies, and he's eating his dust in the back, so who is he to lecture others? Yes. I hope you stay this confident. Just as Chen Haonan exchanged words with Chen Shanming, a Wuji 9 landed on the grass. The propellers bracketed a strong wind that blew the Gao team and the rest couldn't open their eyes. Thunder War led all the members of the Thunder Commando team and quickly disembarked from the plane. Where is the enemy? Having just come over, Lei War immediately came over to inquire about the battle. When he got the information, he was taking Thunderbolt's men on a jungle pull because he was irritated by Chun Haonan. It had been the fastest way to get here, and the pants were too late to change, wet and smelling of swamp. Those who didn't know, thought that he, Lei Battle, had peed his pants. The high team sniffed their noses and looked at the rushing flames of the distant explosion, and calmly said, you guys should be too late. Instructor Chen Haonan has already solved the problem. Look, he's already heading back. Let's go together to greet him. Chen Haonan is here? When Lei Zhuan heard this, he suddenly became a bit annoyed inside. The mission is done. Why don't you make it clear that there is no need for me to come when he is here? If there is nothing else, I will leave first and pretend that I have not been here. When he finished speaking, he turned strongly and walked away, leaving the clueless high team on the spot. Did I say something wrong? Let's go ask Chen Haonan about it. You're late. So many people died in the law enforcement team, and you're still throwing a tantrum? Instructor Lei. Instructor Chen Haonan's appearance here was an accident, and also, I will report the situation to Wolf Fong. You guys did come more than 10 minutes later than the scheduled time, and more than a dozen of my men died. I can't say it's directly related, but it's related. Say what you want, but I'll say that I've rushed here in the first place, and also, your people sacrificed. That's a problem of your ability. How do you usually train? Tears are left for the enemy. I look down on you, and also snitching, if you have the ability to come to a maneuver. Lei War loudly wailed. Then, with a grunt of exasperation, he took the Thunderbolt commandos and turned away. Yan Wan was a bit embarrassed. Staff Sergeant Fan is also here. Why don't you say hello before you leave? I said you like to go and engage in socializing. So you go. Don't be a bitch to me. We're not even needed here. What's the point of staying? Applauding for the boy Chen Haonan? Lei Zhuan walked towards the helicopter, snapped and tried to pull the door, only to realize that it wasn't the door to the room and couldn't pull it for a moment. Looking at the out-of-control Lei Zhan, Yan Wang skimmed his mouth, feeling that after losing to Chun Haonan, Lei Zhan had somewhat reached menopause and was emotionally unstable. With such emotions, it will go wrong. Turn around and must communicate with him properly. Chun Haonan is a small genius. There is no need to compare with him. Besides, sooner or later, he will be taken back to complete the 9 years of compulsory education. Right. The wolf's teeth are ultimately theirs. After Lei Zhuan left in a huff, the high team didn't care about him. He already had a new love. Thumping over, after holding Chen Haonan's small hand, the high team this big man red eyes, trembling mouth, it's still you. It's still you a horse, solved the heavenly difficult problem. I don't know what to say. Well, by the way, can you tell me the address of your home? I intend to send a bonus with a banner over. Chen Haonan was startled, thinking, aren't you doing me a disservice? Mom and Dad let him come to the army. Thought he was in the summer camp exercise it. Damn if I know he left a suicide note, is really going to war? The next day to arrest him back to owl reading. Don't ask for my address. And don't alarm my family, or you're being gracious. That's a big word. You're in high spirits. The high team smiled. To Chun Haonan, this child's character and ability. Really appreciate it. Damn, tonight back. Must then properly flog their own child in junior high school. Do not give the phone to play, but also threaten to jump off the building. People are carrying a gun in the battlefield to kill the enemy. The old man's seed. Is it so bad? There are 8 snipers in total. Go pick up the bodies. I'll go first, and again, don't investigate my background or I won't help the next time something happens. After saying that, Chun Haonan threw his gun to the high team and walked towards the female soldiers with a small clap of his hand. Good, good. The high team was incoherent and rushed to check the battlefield as he tried to patch up his guns. I'm the captain of the Mountain Eagle Commando Team, Zhang Chenchu. I misunderstood you just now. I'll give you a salute. If I've offended you, you can treat me as if I'm just a fart. Is that okay? Team Zhang, who met halfway, babbled a few words and then saluted his idol. Just now, when Chen Haonan struck out and killed those enemies who were so powerful that they despaired, so unquestionably, he was the hero in the mouths of the people of Donghai City. Spider-Man, Black Man, he angst for a long time. No chance to meet. Did not expect to offend the idol today. Zhang team shame and embarrassment. Hate to whip himself into a pig's head. A small point. I won't keep it in my psyche, but you guys need to step up your training. Chun Haonan also gave him a small military salute in return. Yes, it must be strengthened. Team Zhang hurriedly saluted one more. Chen Haonan turned around and left. Slap. The female soldiers applauded for love and kept on giving out loud applause. They really love this teenage instructor too much. Solving the enemy in one go. Sure enough, Instructor Anren is not blowing Chen Haonan every day. He is really powerful, and it is only age that hinders him. As for Wang Yanbing, he Changwang, those people can only be envious and jealous. Hate is not hate. You go back. You have to step up your personal training, or you won't even be qualified to be a red cell instructor. Lao Fan sank his face and taught a few words to the prince of the accompanying runners. Chen Shanming and Lao Chen hammed and hawed in embarrassment. He kind of understood Lei Zhuan's feelings. Fucking losing to a kid. Whoever loses has a hard time. Extra awkward. Who understands such feelings? In the future, walking in the Jianghu, the elderly women and children, try not to compete, win dishonorable, lose, live in the dog. On the way back, Chen Haonan had a small face and admonished the female soldiers. Today's trekking is over. As you can see, you are not strong enough and can only shed tears at your fallen comrades. So what's the use? You see, this is only a few militants, actually arrogant to come to our country to block the road. Although all extinguish them, but I do not feel honored. But shame, that our military deterrent is far from enough. They are not afraid of us. The future of the war is a special operation, small-scale combat, to make the enemy afraid of us. Do not dare to cross the thunder pool half a step. Rely on our own strong. I'm strong alone, but not strong enough to a group of people. I'm not a 3-headed, 6-armed. It is impossible to appear anywhere in the motherland. Therefore, you must grow up on your own. Do not one of you as if the our children. Understand? Understood. The female soldier responded. The other car, Gong Arrow and Chen Shanming, have lost interest in lecturing, and there is no particular reason. It is the feeling of personal charm. Unlike Chen Haonan, so enough. A little bit unable to calm the scene. Next time you can't follow Chen Haonan out to practice. You must avoid it. Wolverine Special Operations Brigade, Office. He Ji Jun put down the phone in his hand. His brows furrowed. He just received an order from the Provincial Public Security Office. Many armed men came to downtown Donghai. 8 of them were identified. International Mercenary Organization, Blood Blade. The Blood Blades, which grew up across Africa. Legend has it that all 8 came from orphanages where their parents died in wars, causing these mercenaries to hate humans so much that they would do anything if they were paid. Currently, this group had blocked the prison Junction 1 and had also cost the Mountain Eagle Commandos a third of their manpower. Such a loss could be considered very horrific. This guy, Lei Zhuan, is he going so slow? The phone has been rushed a dozen times. He Ji Jun was a bit helpless. Since Lei War lost his last confrontation with Chun Haonan and the Fire Phoenix Commando team was disbanded, Lei War has been pulling his men through the jungle, living as if they were the primitive people of the tribe, with no one in sight, and taking time off for meetings. The problem is that Lao Gao also has no time. For the current wolf teeth, the red cells are still a group of children whose hair is not all together, and Chen Haonan is leading the White Tiger Commandos. Although Gao is more optimistic about Chen Haonan as a child, He Ji Jun always feels that it is not too reliable. Chen Haonan is too young. He may be good at martial arts and good at sneak attacks and grisly kills, but let him be in a large battlefield. Is this reliable? Mr. Gao, I don't know if Chen Haonan is your illegitimate son. Why do you just recognize a child in his teens? Listening to Anren, He hasn't even quit breastfeeding. Lao he was distressed and intended to continue to prod the lost Lei Zhuan. And at that very moment, the communications staff officer walked in. Report, Chief, good news. Instructor Chen Haonan took out 8 snipers from the Blood Blade group by himself. The East Sea Hall side sent a special telegram to express their gratitude. Upon hearing this, He Chengwang's tiger body shook. His eyes instantly incoming, grabbed the telegram and quickly read it. After he finished reading the telegram, Lao He's originally frowning eyebrows all of a sudden seemed like a peacock opening its screen, violently spreading out, his mouth blooming into a smile. Good, good. Chen Haonan actually has this ability? This is the Blood Blade organization that has been running across Africa. These people are all butchers who have survived the battlefield. Is this news true? Chief, Staff Sergeant Fan Tianlei was also there, but including him, as well as Chen Shanming and others under him, they didn't have a chance to make a move. Chen Shanming also accompanied him for a while, ran over, and the people were killed by instructor Chen Haoyan. According to such a battle record, he really isn't a child. It's too scary. None of the communications staff could resist snapping and clapping out of love for their children. Old he was surprised. How did they meet? Captain Gao from the armed police headquarters said that they led a team together to watch the shooting of a prisoner, and just happened to run into the militants. And before killing the Blood Blade 8, Chen Haonan had also knocked out the drone plane carrying explosives, as well as 5 mercenaries from the Ghost Boy organization, on the peak of Prison No. 1. Prison No. 1 was attacked, and Mr. Wen didn't call He Ji-jun, who was still just learning about it. 2 pieces of news add up to a terrible weight. The air was suddenly silent. He Ji-jun slowly sat down and drank a few mouthfuls of already cooled tea before saying to the communication staff officer, I know. Continue to pay attention to the whereabouts of the 8 armed men who escaped. Those who violate my yen state must be executed even if they escape. This is a matter of principle. Chief. As the communications staff officer exited, the rest of his eyes glanced at the chief. The latter was against his head, calculating something. Hey, surely I can't think of it. And I was hit in the face by Mr. Gao. The communications staff officer inwardly hemmed and hawed for a moment, and then hurriedly retreated, fearing that he would be seen to be stealing his expression of joy. When the staff officer went out, He Ji-jun's expression instantly enriched, 10 fingers inserted into his short hair, pressing his temples in agony. Mr. Gao, I lost. Hid so many years of wine, to give you, indeed hit the eye. Who thought a teenage child already has such a strong combat ability? I suspect that he is the king of Soldiers Crossing, or Open the Bar. That's still a small thing. The problem is how to reward him. Chen Haonan is too young, but he is such a serial meritorious achievement. The reward must be, and this is He Ji-jun's biggest headache. Just as He Ji-jun was having a headache, Chen Haonan had already brought the female soldiers to the White Tiger base. After this outing, the female soldiers thoroughly realized that their own instructor's divine bravery was definitely not just blown out of proportion and powerful. So when they returned to the base, they didn't even need to be urged by Chen Haonan, and one by one, they trained automatically. Every woman felt like her waist was failing after the intense training, and she couldn't hold it up at all. But Chen Haonan's little eyes swept over, and the female soldiers felt like they could still continue to screw any way they wanted. It's all about the personal touch of the idol, including usually the most talkative cousin Yitsuanshin. Moving to say Chen Haonan in the past is a girl. First no longer dare to say, too scary. Their own personally watched the growth of the little cousin, had become the king of the gun. Their own guns have not played a few times, and later go home to say up how embarrassing. When the New Year festivals, the past Chen Haonan were his dad admonished, look at others Yitsuanshin cousin. In addition to being a Qing University students, but also automatically enlisted in the army, which is called cattle. You still follow your mother pampering. You are not the old man's seed. Old man, you are so big. All climbed the wall to see your old mother. If you go home later, Yitsuanshin can think of the next picture. Suanshin, how do you this soldier when the child is not as good as you might as well retire to marry someone, forget it, and then give birth to a child as if Chen Haonan such a. It's scary to think about it. Spell it out. Spell it out. Yitsuanshin cheered herself up, looking at Shinlani's eyes as if she wanted to eat her. Lady Shin? The female soldiers were engaged in oblivious training when a car stopped at the White Tiger base. This is Enron returning from a debriefing trip to Wolfsbane. Walking over to Chen Haonan, who was boarding his small hands, Enron spoke gently. Wolfhead wants to see you. Let me take you on a trip. Yes. Enron showed him the way, followed by opening the passenger door and bending over to let him in. Full of manners, like a saleswoman given away with the purchase of a Porsche. Chen Haonan glanced at his female assistant and asked with a frown, you usually let me sit in the back, my little lord. It's different now. You're getting more and more heroic. How dare I let you do it behind Na? Not afraid of being fined? Penalty. There is a lot of money. Anran's bright eyes, as if containing stars, invited Chun Haonan to go up, and after giving him a careful fastening of the safety belt, she smiled brightly and opened her mouth. My little god, do you know how much money you've given me to maintain me without any problem? Maintenance is too hard to hear. I'll raise you. Yeah. Anran smiled cheekily. Her mood was so good that she flew up, and drove the car in a sneaky way towards the Wolf Teeth Special Brigade. Now she's the richest female assistant in the world, with over $3 billion in US currency and a whole lot of diamonds waiting to be picked up. My god, being an undercover agent for what? Who's still an undercover agent? To Chun Haonan as a female assistant. It is too cool. At most, occasionally give him the role of big sister, mother, life nanny, bottle, etc. The problem is not too big. With such a large sum of money, there must be a lot of other people staring at it, especially the forces behind it. It's not that simple. Anran intends to investigate the things behind this. She doesn't want to report on it for the time being. If she does, it will definitely be a red flag. Plus $500. The White Tiger base was too poor to build it first, making sure to create an unprecedented, maiden army that only belonged to Chun Haonan. Be strong, be hard, be the best. When a woman has money, she floats, and Anran doesn't feel like she's floating. She feels like she's ambitious. What do you say? This large sum of money, do we need to surrender it to Wolfsbane? Anran felt it was better to ask her man's opinion. Surrender? Are you stupid? Chen Haonan calmly said. This is what others sent me. I make money with my strength. Why should I tell others? Use it on base construction. We have a lot to do. Yes, Anran's thin voice, completely lacking the temper of her previous big sister, carefully asked the little man. But, Senator Fan seems to know that we have money, and must be looking for me to inquire if it's the account password, and how much money it is. What are you going to say? Why would I say that? Don't worry, just manage the money and spend it boldly. I'm the one who has to pay for raising the female soldiers. Besides, last time I defeated Lei Battle, Wolfhead didn't incline his resources on me. I still want to find my righteous father to tell him off. Righteous father? Anran's surprised. It is the Southeast Military Region a hand. High General La. He had to say as my father. But I personally feel that a great man cannot be depressed under the people. Put. Anran, who was holding the steering wheel, suddenly laughed, and the pair eddies showed. Chen Hanan's car hadn't even arrived at Wolf Feng's office when Fan Tianlei had already arrived. After knocking on the door and coming in, Ji Jun immediately questioned him. I heard that you went to the East Sea prison with Chun Haonan and encountered the Ghost Boy organization, but all the people were killed by Chun Haonan, including the 8 blood blades in the back, and you guys were just watching from the sidelines? Is he too strong? Or are you too weak? Is the red cell you brought with you okay? It won't even be as bad as the fire phoenix that Lei Battle brought with him. In the face of Wolf Teeth blah 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 a burst of questioning, Lao Fan calmly opened his mouth. Wolf Teeth. You don't know. Chen Haonan is strong, but we are just divided into different jobs. I'm inquiring about the secrets behind these people. Why do so many people suddenly pour into our country, and then brazenly pull the road? This is something unprecedented. Fortunately, by virtue of my personal cleverness, I have finally inquired about a number of secrets too. Ji Jun stared at Old Fan. Secrets? What secret proves your ability? That mouth of your kids is more capable of blowing than a woman. Wolf Fan you know me. It's like this. No matter if it's the Ghost Boy organization, or the Blood Blade 8, or the 8 that escaped, the person they're looking for is a criminal called Lu Yuting inside the prison. This criminal has been shot, but before he died, he told Chen Haonan a series of passwords, and an address. At that time, just Chen Haonan stood closer. He should have remembered it clearly. He also used his cell phone to check. No surprise, he got rich. There's such a thing? Ji Jun revealed a shocked expression. How much is there? I don't know I just find out the hook behind them. Figure out the main problem. Labor, get rich as Chun Haonan the boy. This little guy hiding. Also don't tell me, but Wolf Head think about it. Can let the 3 organizations don't want a life to come here to rob the law court. How much money is it in the end I'm also very curious Old Fan had a lewd smile and a curious expression. Ji Jun didn't pay attention to see his expression either, and muttered to himself, it just so happens that Chun Haonan is going to come over to report on this matter, so I'll ask him how much it is. Old Fan rubbed his old hands together. Great, Wolfsbane really doesn't have enough funding. Remember to share some with Red Cell. Standing on the side, do you think Lousy believes you? Go make some tea. Chun Haonan will be here soon. Alright, Wolf Head, you're a good man. Roll. Not long after, Anran knocked on the door with Chen Haonan. Ha ha, my little hero, please take a seat and have some good tea. Unlike last time's cold and icy coping, at this moment, He Ji-jun that was full of smiles and personally poured tea for Chen Haonan. Anran, the female assistant, because of Chen Haonan's nepotism, also enjoyed the treatment of the head of the wolf fawn personally pouring tea. Joyfully sip, looking at their own little man. The more they look the more satisfied. After waiting for Chen Haonan to take a sip of dragon well, He Ji-jun coughed. Little comrade Chen Haonan, your performance this time was outstanding, taking out 5 people from the Ghost Boy organization, and 8 people from the Blood Blade organization, and scaring the other person called the Poker organization into fleeing out of the room, all of whom didn't dare to make a move. Chen Haonan nodded, looked at He Ji-jun calmly, and spoke. In that case, how do you plan to reward me? You're right. I killed 13 inbound mercenaries. With a husband like that, it's all right to give me a lieutenant's rank, right? Also, Spider-Man, Black Mask's reward, hasn't been honored for me yet, as well as the resources for defeating Thunder War, which you also haven't given me. Chen Haonan put up his little finger, one by one, naming his credits and asking for military honors from Wolf Fong. This, He Ji-jun was said to be speechless. This is his most recent headache. If it were anyone else, like Old Fan, these credits would have allowed him to move up another level. But Chen Haonan, this bare child, is not even an adult and he is still having a headache of how to write the report. You can't report to the military department that He Ji-jun, hired child laborers and applied for a military rank for him. It's outrageous to think about. But Mr. Gao went to a meeting up there. He can't get rid of this. Wolf head, if you haven't figured out how to honor me, I shouldn't have come. I can ask for no honor, but the White Tiger base needs it. It needs honor as well as resources. I could care less about rank, but I can't hold down those female soldiers, and a lieutenant's rank is better than age. I'm sorry, I'm rather busy. I'll come back when you've thought of it. Excuse me. After saying that, Chen Haonan saluted He Ji-jun and greeted his female assistant to leave. Leave like this? Seeing the scene falling out, Anran was a bit confused, and was just about to play her specialty and say a few words about the scene, when her soft little hand was pulled by the little man, and then the person was pulled out in a daze. Inside the room, there was silence for several seconds before Old Fan spoke bitterly. Wolf head, you were bluffed by a child. You didn't even mention the money. Shut up. Every day it's just money money money. Do you live in a money hole? He Ji-jun growled angrily. Fan Tianlei, who had been sprayed with saliva, was speechless. Damn this Chen Haonan, really good tactics. He Ji-jun scolded. Don't mention anything about money or not. This is not the time to ask about this. Don't you know that standing behind Chen Haonan is Mr. Gao? General Manager Gao put out the word that Chen Haonan is his son, until he comes of age. No one should try to press him as an adult and bully him. Besides, with his merits, Wolf Fong does owe him recognition. This is a real headache. After admonishing Fan Tianlei, He Ji-jun's words turned. Don't you think about that sum of money. Even if Chen Haonan got rich, he is still a child. Surely the money will be given to Anran to use in the construction of the White Tiger base. This matter will be so past. Now the top priority is to go to Uruk to arrest people. Those who commit my Yen country, even though they are far away, they will be executed. Fan Tianlei felt the solemn aura on Wolf Head's body, and his heart was solemn, but he slightly sighed. Wolf Head, you don't know how much money that is. That is several billions of dollars are possible. Of course, with Lao Fan's shrewdness, now is not the time to mention this. First catch the militants who absconded out and then discuss. The next day, White Tiger Base, Chen Haonan was leading the female soldiers in training when he received a call from General 1. Instructor Chen Haonan, I can't even thank you enough for helping the High Team kill 8 Blood Blade members. I'm calling you today. Apart from thanking you, I just want to ask why you didn't carry out the mission of capturing those absconding militants. You're definitely more capable than those people from the Thunderbolt Commando team. Chen Haonan asked. Have the Thunderbolt Commandos left the country to arrest people? Yes, just departed. When are you free? Come to the East Ocean Hall. I'll throw you a recognition party. You're in the C-suite. I need you as a Spider-Man. To calm down my men. Maybe you'll grow up and come to the East Ocean Hall to join the staff later on. Ha ha. Whether it's the Mountain Eagles, or the Mighty Tiger Commandos, there's still a big gap between their operational level and the Wolverine's teeth. So I need a capable assistant. Listening to General Manager Wen's words, Chen Haonan's little body trembled, his little head flashing out one of the undercover agents he had pitted against him. Crap. I'm not an adult yet and I don't want to die so soon. Thanks a lot, Mr. What? I'm a bit busy at this moment. Hang up first. The commendation is not necessary. The wolf's teeth have no commendation. I'm still small. The rank can't be given. Money and things those. I don't care. Not bad. By the way, you mustn't check my file. Go to alarm my parents. After explaining a few sentences and getting an affirmative reply from Mr. What? Chen Haonan hung up the phone. Damn. Kids want to pit. Value your life and stay away from warm pits. Of course, if the police needed help, Chen Haonan would still step in. He just didn't want to work under General Manager 1, which was something that he Ji-jun, who liked to draw big cakes, was better than him. A week has passed. White Tiger Base everything as usual. Is the food raised several grades, as if no money in general? Ginseng antler those supplements began to appear on the table. The female soldiers ate happily. Have run to thank Anren this purchaser. Anren smiled and told them to listen to the instructor. Train well. Not to mention ginseng antler. Millennium he Shawu. As long as the market is available, can buy over to them to eat and use. The female soldiers were all straight up bulls *** tea, and they were so happy. In the afternoon, Tang Xiaosan came to the White Tiger Base. She had a serious face, not quite the same as her usual smiling face. My little man, there is one thing. Have you heard about it? The Thunderbolt Commando team went out on a mission, and has lost contact for a week. Although these people are in conflict with our White Tiger Base, but the identity are all our country's soldiers just like this disappeared. It's a huge loss to the country. Now the wolf's teeth are meeting every day to discuss the problem. And the conclusion that they finally got is that the Thunderbolt Commandos are in trouble. Something happened? Chen Haonan is also a bit surprised. According to the Thunderbolt Commando those people, although the foreign military thought is more serious, but the ability is still good. Secret situation to catch people, may encounter a crisis, but not all of them have an accident. The news have not been sent back, right? And ran. Who was at the side? Spoke. This time is different. I've checked the location of their mission. It's in Uruk. It's a war-torn area densely mined. The Mi Army's bases are densely populated with people in control of the authorities, and the local forces are a mixed bag of all sorts of fanatical believers. Each of them has their own organization, but they all have one thing in common. They're all straw men. Tang Xini nodded. Currently, the one who is ruling in Uruk is General Amang. This guy is lustful and greedy for money, making waves everywhere, colluding with the Mi Kingdom, even killing his own superior, slaughtering his superior's entire family, seizing power, and engaging in a reign of terror. The Thunderbolt Commandos and the others are strong, but when it comes to encountering so many local armed forces, it's very easy to step on the mine if you don't get a clear picture of their power. Chen Haonan was silent for more than 10 seconds, and finally said blandly, I know, but I can't help much. Love can't help. Tang Xini and Anren both sighed and didn't say anything else. Just at this moment, a car with a Wolfram and Heart logo drove in. He Ji-jun stepped down from the car. There was no one Bing by his side. He walked quickly and looked in a hurry. Hello Chief. Tang Xini and Anren hurriedly saluted. He Ji-jun couldn't care less about them, and pulled Chen Haonan. Little guy. This time, you need to go out of the country to carry out the mission. Only you. Find the whereabouts of those people from Thunderbolt. You've heard about the disappearance of the Thunderbolt Commando team, haven't you? I just heard that, but I can't help it. I'm a little kid with no rank. He Ji-jun froze for a moment, embarrassed to smile. You can rest assured that as long as you save the Thunderbolt Commandos, this spell, I'm going to personally go to the Ministry of the Army to apply to you for military honors. I apply not to come. I'll look for the High General together. I put aside the words. Although Lei Zhuan and I are in conflict with each other, we are both soldiers of the Yen country. How could I possibly see death and save them? Just now I was joking. Chen Haonan's small face carried a smile. Enron couldn't even help but laugh a little at the leather. Uruk is a scary place. Connected to the Balkans, the politics are very complicated. However, I have contacted the garrison of the H country. They will help us find the Thunderbolt Commandos. Chen Haonan, why do you let you go? Is that those local forces will not be able to associate you with a child? They are more relaxed about children. And your ability needless to say? Bar. After blowing Chen Haonan for a while, he Ji-jun looked at Enron, Violet. Here, Enron answered. As Chen Haonan's assistant, you have to accompany him out. After all, he's a minor child, and although he's capable, he'll be sent away by someone else halfway through. Enron froze for a moment. His mind floated a scene. Chen Haonan introduced himself to the H country garrison. I came to carry out the mission in place of his country. I am a soldier. H country soldiers laughed loudly. You little watermelon. Ha ha. Yes, wolf head. It will be done. Just as Chen Haonan was getting ready to leave. Uruk. Mystery Villa. Inside a dimly lit room, lay Battle, who was covered in blood. spat out a mouthful of blood with a paw. Thomas, don't you want to ask anything out of me? Kill me if you have the ability. I'll tell you this. I've already passed your message back when you captured us, and someone is bound to come and kill you. Oh, the person who can kill me in this world hasn't been born yet, I guess, but I dislike your character. With a swish sound, in the process of Thomas's voice ringing out, the saber in his hand violently pierced through Lei War's left shoulder with a shower of blood. Lei Zhuan let out a dull scream, but quickly endured it. His whitened lips, without a trace of blood, had obviously been tortured for days. You special forces, your ability is just that. Do you know who the person who betrayed your whereabouts is? It's your own compatriot. Can't believe it. We knew about it when you set out. We captured you for one purpose only. We have to get the whereabouts of the Trust's billions of rice knives, and a batch of diamonds. This bastard is currently in your Yen country's prison. He has been shot by you, and the people of Blood Blade and Ghost Boy have also been killed by you. I think the diamonds and the money have all fallen into your hands, right? I don't know, you say. Kill me if you dare. Ha, the guy who killed those people from Ghost Boy and Blood Blade, I heard it was a not-so-tall soldier, and according to my sources, he got the number and address that asshole reported before the execution. Who is he? Lei Zhuan froze for a moment, and Chen Haonan's young and cold little face appeared in his drowsy head. It's him? But he really doesn't know anything about diamonds and money. You hesitated. Did you think of something? Ha, let me tell you. None of your comrades are dead, but they are tortured every day and dying all the time. Tell me who that person is and I will consider letting you go. You come closer. I'll tell you. Thomas grunted coldly, and instead of walking over, he blandly said, don't play dirty with me, just say it here. So I said, you're all ears. On the other side, Chen Haonan and Anren took the Green Channel, starting directly from Yen country and arriving in Uruk. That's the beauty of a big country. One phone call and all the smaller countries have to sell their face. After Chen Haonan got off the plane, he was led by Anren to go directly to the H Army station. Standing at the entrance of the compound to greet Anren was a soldier from the H country with short hair and sunglasses. Yu Suk-jin, a soldier known as the descendant of the sun. He was fair-skinned and looked more like a star than a soldier. In fact, he was here to represent his country in peacekeeping, and after a while he would return to his country. And recently, he had fallen in love with a female doctor here who was also here for peacekeeping, and the two of them developed a romantic love story, which has even been written into a serial. This female doctor was beautiful, but seemed less valiant than the current female soldiers of the Yen Kingdom. Hello, I'm Captain Ryu who is hosting you. If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know. Ryu Shijin's gaze was always fixed on Anran, while ignoring Chen Haonan next to him. While Anran was dealing with the other party, Chen Haonan also sized up this H government soldier. He doesn't have much to say about this guy, Descendants of the Sun episode, but it's just a relationship in the name of the military. Besides, it's all white like this. It's so well maintained. Do you have any information on this? Yes, and Rance Gobbling and Flare wins Ryu Shijin's favor. He had no qualms about showing his poise and efficiency. Within minutes, he had a laptop out from the base and opened it up for Enron to play. Before he came, Chen Haonan had already instructed his female assistant that there was no need to deliberately introduce himself and cause unnecessary trouble, so that the other party could just treat himself as a child. As a matter of fact, Ryu Shijin also thought that it was Enron who helped a child and didn't ask anything. In a place like Uruk, there are too many stray children, and at any time, he could see the bodies of children lying on the ground, and even, he saw that the children who didn't die have eagles circling around and waiting for them above their heads. Video playback. This is actually a video of Thomas abusing Thunder War. On the screen, Thomas punches and punches, constantly abusing Lei Battle, and stabbing his shoulder with a saber in boiling water. How brutal it is. And Lei Zhuan did not say anything except for the occasional miserable grunt, but it was a good display of the iron blood of the soldiers of the Yen Kingdom, which, in turn, won the appreciation of Ryu Shijin. This Thomas is very arrogant. The video was sent by him. They have expected you guys to come, and at the same time sent a message that they want the whereabouts of the diamonds, and the password to the Swiss bank. Do you know it? Upon hearing this, Anran and Chen Haonan looked at each other before simultaneously shaking their heads. Seeing this, Ryu Shijin suddenly laughed a little. To be honest, they also said quite a lot of things that look down on you soldiers, but there's no need for me to show them to you. You'll get angry if you read them and it'll affect your mood. All you have to do is tell me where this Thomas's address is and that's it. No need for any other nonsense. Just at this moment, a crisp voice rang in Ryu Shijin's ears. Interrupting him, he subconsciously looked up, and saw a child's well-eyed blade staring at him, giving the impression that a sweaty hair had risen. That's definitely not the way a child should look at things, at least not a child here. The children here have nothing but despair in their eyes. Who is he? Enron said blandly. He's right. Just tell us the address. It's not really too far. More than 100 kilometers from the northeast forest. The triangle. But where? To feed you to go. Yusuk Jin was terrified. And when he heard the address, the other man turned around and walked away without a moment's hesitation. No, you won't be just two. Go over to them and negotiate like this. Thomas has armed lions in the triangle. Hundreds of them. Tell us your plan first and we'll discuss it. After saying that, Ryu Jin caught up and pulled and ran. Chen Haonan, who was on the side, glanced around. No one. With a swish, he slashed at Ryu Jin's neck with a hand slash, causing his opponent to fall limply to the ground. Noisy. Let's go. Hasty march. Can you keep up? Looking down on your housekeeper? The figures of the two men disappeared. By the time Ryu Jin woke up, he rubbed his neck and couldn't find the weird pair of infernals at all. They go to Thomas to negotiate like this. Isn't it looking for death? Even if they give the diamond address and money to the other party, it's still a dead end. It's a pity. That female soldier of the Yin country. Quite pretty. It seems that it's going to become the woman of the lustful Thomas. Yusuk Jin sighed and planned to report the incident. He was actually curious. Mystery villa. Prison. That man. That's your father. Old me ah. Ha ha ha. Thunder War stared at Thomas, grinning his dry, cracked mouth and letting loose a maniacal laugh. He laughed with recklessness and impetuousness, without the slightest awareness of being a prisoner. Thomas grimaced. Jia jia. Play me ha. Brush. The saber pierced Lei War's right shoulder as well, bringing out blood that sprayed on Thomas's face. His face remained unchanged as he stirred his saber, and with each stir, Thunderbolt convulsed, a physically uncontrollable reaction, but his laughter broke off and never stopped. Sweat dripped and extended across the wound, wetting his pants. You don't have the ability to fight us squarely and by traitors. Ha ha, I despise you, Thomas, thanks to you being a soldier. Thomas took a step back amidst Lei Zhuan's maniacal laughter, seriously sizing up this Yin country soldier, and spoke for a moment. Not bad, a tough man. Let me tell you a piece of news. I've conveyed the message to your countrymen through the child soldiers of H country. I think your country will send someone over to negotiate. I won't kill you for the time being. You don't have to irritate me. Lei Zhuan froze for a moment and stared at him. Why don't you dare to directly contact the military of Yingua? Are you afraid of us? And say no? You've always been afraid to be a man and fight us head on. Right. What you're worried about is that we'll retaliate? Thomas was enraged by Lei Zhuan's demeanor and tone of voice, and he madly abused him for a while longer. You've managed to provoke me. But are you still thinking that someone will come to your rescue? I know what you Yanks preach. An eye for an eye. Maybe they want to think about infiltration. They can't infiltrate and then negotiate. This is my territory. 5 kilometers is a minefield. You can't infiltrate unless you come in by helicopter. Jie, I've got missiles here. The helicopters will be a living target when they drive over. It was indeed Thomas's confidence that he had spent 3 years setting up the place so that it could not be hit unless a large force attacked. That's a minefield up ahead. Stop. Outside the dense forest, Chen Haonan pulled Anren, who was running wildly like a filly. Through the feedback of his divine weapon skill, Chen Haonan was able to know about the buried mines underground at any time. This was the awesome part of the divine weapon skill, being able to automatically scan for weapons, and landmines, which were also a type of weapon. Chen Haonan is like a villainous version of the Minesweeper Toolman, dropping a constant stream of information into the head. There are mines. There are mines. Mines can be used as demolition. The technique of laying mines as well as the technique of dismantling mines is beginning to be integrated into the host's mind. This is a technique. Please use it with caution. Cherish your life, and stay away from minefields. Staying away was impossible to stay away from. And according to the love darling who had been cut unconscious by himself, after the minefield, it was enemy territory, and members of the Thunderbolt commandos were being held behind the minefield. Chen Haonan intended to kill his opponent by surprise. Violet. Next, you be the woman behind me. Where I go, you follow, don't deviate a step. Enron was stunned. The woman behind you? Yes, there are mines all over the place. I don't even know how far they spread, but I have an ability to be allergic to mines, and wherever I go, I know where there are mines. You have to follow me. Enron was stunned that her little man actually had such an ability to be allergic to landmines. Of course, Enron, being the good agent that he was not intimidated. Okay, you're not afraid of minefields as a little kid. What am I afraid of? You go, I'll just follow you. Good. As soon as the words fell, under Enran's stunned gaze, Chen Haonan shot out like an arrow. Not bad. Instead of being careful and looking around, he all but ran wildly right through the minefield. His entire state as if his feet weren't a minefield. but the back garden of his own home. Is this not a minefield? Seeing Chen Haonan's debauched appearance, Anran was stunned to think that it wasn't Chen Haonan's alarmist talk that was lying to her. Following behind Chen Haonan, Anran quietly turned on a miniature mine detector, and in the next moment her face became very wonderful. My aunt, here are all the thunder. Ah, you fly like this, not afraid of the invitation of the king of hell? Maybe, he's really allergic to landmines. Whatever, just follow it. Unlike Chen Haonan, who was running wildly in a relaxed state in front of him, Anran's entire body was hard. As time retired, Anran's mine detectors, neither of them ever stopped. At this level of intensity, even with the most advanced mine detectors, one must walk on thin ice. But Chen Haonan seemed to have eaten Hyunmai chewing gum and got so high that he simply couldn't stop. As time retreated, Anran's whole body was drenched in fragrant sweat, and at this time if Chen Haonan hugged her, absolutely she was all limp. The pressure is too great. Anran is a tested cadre, but cannot afford to walk the tightrope all the time. If you are not careful, boom, split in two. An hour passed. Chen Haonan stopped, crossed the minefield. Violet, what are you lying down for? After saying a sentence about crossing the minefield, Chen Haonan actually saw Anran lying on the ground in a big shape, her limbs spread apart, and her slender legs greatly spread out, looking like she was being drained. Can't roll it, it's a little sick. Young, slow down. Anran grew up wanting to be a superheroine policewoman, the pit policewoman kind, sexy and capable and invincibly cute. But now, she just wanted to be a baby lying under the covers. Mama, stimulation is stimulation. Stimulation for too long. Also people easily fatigue. Ah, Chen Haonan. This kid, heartless? He's got too much guts. Chen Haonan frowned. The ones in front have 3 posts. I'll go take out one and grab 2 over for questioning. Anran rolled over. Dead hold Chen Haonan's legs. My little ancestor. Don't be impulsive. Lie down with me until it's dark. And then take action. You take out their standing guards in broad daylight. They don't suspect it. To do it, you have to wait for it to be dark before you do it in a big way. Chen Haonan thought about it and gave Anran's bare forehead a nod. Crossing the minefield was too much. He was so addicted to killing, he forgot about night and day. He just wanted to fuck them up. Lie down while the female assistant pushes blood through your uterus. After putting Chen Haonan's small body down, Anran rolled over and ambled over, her small hands massaging and relaxing Chen Haonan with her heart, every night before going to bed. This is a necessary program. Chen Haonan also enjoy. Holding the pacifier fell asleep, as if sleeping in the arms of his mother. Of course, you can't sleep today. But relaxation is necessary, otherwise others can't help it and want to fuck again. Less than 100 meters away from the two, there stood 3 soldiers standing guard, all of them with relaxed expressions. It's a 5-kilometer minefield up ahead. Unless there's a helicopter flying over, what's there to be nervous about? Blown up, either by beasts of the mountain or errant hunters, which had decreased in the meantime. After all, word had gotten out about the prestige of Thomas's land. You all know that 8 Yenghua soldiers were arrested. Right? These people are quite tough, beaten half to death, all determined not to spit out a single secret. So what? If it wasn't for the general wanting to get the whereabouts of the treasure, he would have killed them long ago. Just the hardest of child soldiers. Thomas is really too, playing with women himself every day. We stand guard every day. We haven't seen a woman in over a year. It's so boring. How about we share the sickest things we've ever done to each other? A year ago when I was a mercenary, I QJ'd a woman. And she even chased me backwards. It turned out that I got pregnant by me, but in the end, I killed her as well as the fetus in her womb. Ha ha. How does Your Honor respond? Yes, I've fucked 2 men. Or twins. The 3 soldiers were happily sharing the sickest things as darkness fell. Suddenly, a soldier's gaze swept over the edge of the forest. His eyes widened at once, and he touched his arm to bang his companion. God, am I hallucinating? A beautiful woman came over. She's so pretty. This body. This temperament, much prettier than the one IQJ. The 2 companions on the sidelines also turned around immediately. At that very moment, the snowy blade flashed, and on the neck of the first soldier to open his mouth, it slashed through. What's that noise? Is it raining? The 2 armed men were startled and immediately turned around. Almost instantly, a small silhouette, accompanied by a piercing sword light, flashed past with a brush. When the light disappeared, the 2 men's gun-wielding wrists were soaked in blood. They couldn't grip the guns at all, and they fell straight to the ground. Chen Haonan made a submarine search and grabbed the 2 submachine guns, swinging them up and knocking them over in left and right directions, using them as big sticks. Bang bang, with muffled grunts, the 2 armed men fainted directly. The cold wind blew, and when they woke up, they realized that there was actually a child squatting in front of them, looking at them indifferently. There is no need to struggle. You have been tied up by me with a special technique. Later on I will torture you separately. If you come up with different answers, I will slit your throats with a single cut. Just like your companions who died just now. Chen Haonan's face was cold as he pointed to the body that had fallen on the ground not far away. After saying that, Chen Haonan single-handedly picked up one of the militants and walked towards the distance as if he were nothing, to be tortured. And on the other side, Enron walked over and started torturing the remaining militants. The forest was quiet and the moon was out. The child Chen Haonan raised a snowy military knife, and his tender face, seemingly out of place. But it is this contrast that makes the armed men on the ground feel a separate horror. What kind of kid blinks an eye and kills one of their companions? It's an imp. How did he get through the minefield and over here? Where are the men you have captured? Held. The militants were still thinking about the question they had just asked and answered it a little slower. Brush. The saber stabbed into the side of his thigh. The pain caused him to twitch. Just wanted to shout. His mouth was sealed by a handful of mud. Can only set off whimpering helpless voice? Like the young girl he bullied in the first place. I have limited patience. If I don't give an answer in a second, I'm a cutter. And I'm still young. I often can't control where I lay the knife down. So maybe next time it'll be your throat. Would you like to try? No carrot. The militants shook their heads and heads frantically. Tears and snot flying out of their eyes. Stinking farts and sweat coming out of their mouths. Very well. Where do you keep people? Underground prison. From here to the underground prison. How many barriers are there and how many men are guarding them? There are 3 levels. This is the first one. And the 3 of us are guarding it. Skip this. The second level. It's guarded by 4 people. The third level. Guarded by 6 people. Then there's the underground passageway. It's mainly monitored and controlled. There's no specific number of people. There's usually nothing guarding it. Through the underground passageway, there's the dungeon. And your people are divided into switches in the 2 dungeons. Which are no. 1 and no. 2. This guy, he's learning to scramble. Nice snatch. What's your leader's name and what are his powers? His name is Thomas. That bastard. The retired major of the rice country. Specialties fighting. Marksmanship is also good. His other abilities I do not live on the ground, but like to play with women. And the old and the young are not spared. See a woman. He cannot walk. Sweeping ants are not spared. Asshole A. Oddly enough, when it came to Thomas, the guy suddenly got angry. All but forgetting his own situation and viciously calling Thomas an asshole. Specialty fighting? Good color. You answered well. Quickly and well. So can I survive? I have an old mother. Chen Haonan didn't bullshit with him and walked back with him in one hand. On the other side, Enron had finished his questioning as well. The 2 men met and matched their answers. Exactly the same. Sorry, you guys lied. Chen Haonan's hand rose up and took care of the 2 armed men. The system's voice rang out. The host killed 3 militants. Considering the crisis here, the reward is doubled and you are rewarded with 60 experience points. Chen Haonan froze for a moment and revealed a smile. The system is really democratic. Cool. I'd recommend not bringing night vision. This thing can flood the night with light and will be caught by snipers. And on the second level, there are 4 snipers. Enron was stunned. How do you walk without night vision? Chen Haonan spoke seriously. If I say that I am more allergic to darkness and can walk at night, do you believe me? Perverted. Enron good understanding. Immediately hard I believe. I will just be the woman behind you. That's good. I like obedient women. Don't always carry 100,000 wives. That's annoying. Like my cousin Yitsuanshin. She asks this and that every day. Chen Haonan said a few more sentences. Anran in the darkness of the night to show teeth. The little guy obviously has a special function. Do not want to be caught to slice. In the pua on her it. You can rest assured that there are billions of meters knife. I will be self-hypnotized. I can't hear it. I can't hear it. Opening his 10-mile eagle eyes, Chen Haonan began to sneak through the darkness of the night with a self-hypnotized Anran. Almost 500 meters into the dive, the wire mesh appeared in front of them, glowing with the characteristic cold sheen of metal in the moonlight. Chen Haonan carefully cut the barbed wire fence, nimbly drilled in. The results of waiting for half a day. Did not see Anran follow the past. Looking back, he saw that Anran was actually commiserating where he was cutting wire mesh. Careless, I'll just cut the size of a small child. Anran is a plump big woman. Chen Haonan showed his teeth. No wonder Anran still aggrieved up. Go away. Enron dug in, looking at him with puffed out cheeks. Next time, I'll cut the holes to your size. I forgot that my female assistant is a big woman. Goddamn big woman. Anran's mouth showed a surplus smile. The 2 men stalked in the moonlight, bent over hand in hand, each holding their own gun in the other. There was silence all around, with the occasional chirp from a nocturnal creature. It didn't take long for a tower to appear in front of the 2 of them, 7 or 8 meters high. with two soldiers standing tall, constantly scanning the surroundings with their searchlights. Where the light shines, it is as white as day. Anran and Chen Haonan were on the ground at the same time, the two heads of their sizes side by side, their faces touching and whispering. The two soldiers up there. I'll take care of them. You take care of the two soldiers below the tower. Oh no! You can't do anything without your night vision. You just wait. Chen Haonan began assembling the 88 sniper. The effective range of this gun was 800 meters, but 1,000 meters a 3 steel plate could penetrate, and this place was only 1,000 meters away from the tower. So with his 10-mile eagle eyes, and invincible marksmanship, it was not much of a problem. Anran was a little bit aggravated. She knew Chen Haonan, the boy himself, accurate marksmanship, not to mention, but how did it feel like he came over to accompany the runners? And in the darkness, Chen Haonan was still her guide dog. Are you sure? Should we get closer? Anran took out her fully automatic optical binoculars and changed from the role of a female assistant to a female observer. Northeast, 3:30 a.m. M. Barometric pressure 1012. Wind speed 3. Temperature 22. Humidity 90. Boom. A dull gunshot, ringing in the ears of Anran, who was chiming in, startled her, and her bountiful body shuddered, the watery waves trembling. Too soon. Can you win? The next moment she saw the tower, 1,000 meters away. The soldier patrolling on the left side, fall head over heels, while the lights he was manipulating immediately stopped. Seeing this scene, Anran was not surprised, but shocked, because the soldier on the right was already alert, and immediately had a spoon in his mouth, looking like he was about to blow up. Boom! There was another dull gunshot. The soldier who was ready to blow his whistle, as if he were a mollusk, raised his hand to sway and wiggle, watercress-like, and then fell limply. Awesome! Anran inwardly gave her little man a nod of approval. Host kills 2 militants, doubling the reward to 40 experience points. What a value! Chen Haonan muttered and opened his mouth. There are 2 more. They seem to be a bit wary. Violet, you're pressing me. With a start, Anran pulled her chest out of Chen Haonan's little ass, and in the darkness, she had just thought that she had found a small high ground to facilitate her use of the telescope. What if the other team has a whistle and can blow it at any time? Don't worry. At this distance, they can't hear the shots. We'll just stay down and wait for them to get up to the tower. After saying that, Chen Haonan switched the position of the 88 sniper, while leaning his little head to the right a bit, and with the assistance of the 10-mile eagle eye, he locked the position of the tower's mouth. By the time he had just finished adjusting, 2 heavy things pressed down, soft and bouncy, covering his vision. Oops, chest off. That's my head. Why are you here again? All around is really too dark. And Anran could not imagine that Chen Haonan moved, rested here waiting for her, and as a result, pressed the small child again. Tarzan pressed down on him, and Chen Haonan almost got down. It's so embarrassing. Can't do any favors to help. Always pressuring the sniper. Anran hurriedly shifted his position. Under the tower. What's the matter with Tony? The lights have stopped. He's not asleep, is he? Hannibal, go up and look. A puzzled sentry, who started up the tower's wooden ladder. Before he could take a few steps, a bullet drilled through his back, and the tremendous impact caused him to slam into the wooden railing, his mouth squirming a few times, but he couldn't make a sound. A direct hit to the heart. Hannibal, the last sentry left, waited for 10 seconds or so, but seeing his companion leaning where the rail was motionless, he could not help calling out, but there was no response from above. You're not asleep, are you? Here at the pass, there has never been an enemy invasion. This is General Armand's territory. Thomas is personally in charge. That power has eyes up its ass and dares to mess with it? He cursed and picked up the steps. Before he could get to Hannibal's side, a bullet exploded his head and blood exploded in the night sky. Host kills 2 militants, doubling the reward to 40 experience points. Listening to the sound of the system prompt, Chen Haonan quickly swept a glance at the experience value. Mama yeah, 30 short of upgrading. It's true that it's the actual battle that's exciting and earns you experience points. In the darkness, touched Anran's hand, pulled and spoke. Come with me, don't touch and feel again. It's dangerous here. The second pass is past. The third is a bush area where there are 4 soldiers, all in dark posts, making it difficult to find them. I know, and I'll do as I'm told. But you can't be too fast and run around so I don't lose track of you. Anran nodded and grunted. Soon, she was pulled forward by Chen Haonan, walking fast, pulling back, walking slow, being pulled up. This child seemed to be having fun. Why do I feel like I'm being played? Anran was a bit stunned. As a gold medal agent, it was the first time she felt so passive and awkward in carrying out a mission. I can't help, and I'm being taken care of by a kid. Mama, it's too humiliating to talk about it. and I promised Wolfhead that I'd take good care of Chun Haonan. But it turned out that I just dinged him a few times with my boobs. There was no way around it. She really hadn't tried a foreign country, breaking through minefields in the dark, again as if she were playing a game. One level at a time. 3 parts excitement, 3 parts apprehension, and 4 parts embarrassment. For dark posts, just ahead. I'll get ready, and this time, I'll use my knife. You hold my clothes. At this moment, the moonlight came out again, and Anran was shocked to see Chun Haonan actually taking off his clothes, revealing his fine little body, and then throwing the clothes one by one for her to hold. No, what are you taking your clothes off for? You. Anran almost wanted to cover her face, but she knew deep down that this little man was starting to show his lengths that he had never seen before. In front of her again. Anran had seen such strengths many times before, but she still didn't know how many undercurrents Chun Haonan actually had. It's invincible camouflage. I'm more allergic to the environment. As long as I take off my clothes, I can change color with the surroundings. Key fucking surprise. Also allergic to. Anran showed his teeth, thinking that your secrets are too much, and can still seem like a chameleon? The next moment, after Anran saw Chun Haonan take off his little underwear and throw it to her, something strange happened. Under the moonlight, Chun Haonan's lean and sturdy little body, comparable to the underage version of Daniel Wu's mold, disappeared in front of her all of a sudden, as if it had never existed. Holy shit, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really would never have guessed that the man I sleep with every day is actually a little superhero. Anran didn't know how to describe Chun Haonan. Say he was unscientific. He did have flesh and blood. Say he was unscientific. He had a lot of strengths, and it was hard for you to know how many undercurrents he had. Anran must have been handsome by herself, but warn her again afterwards not to talk about it. Chun Haonan hemmed and hawed a few times under the moonlight and began to slowly approach the soldiers standing guard. It's worth mentioning that these dark posts are actually hidden in the bushes, where 2 of them stand guard and the other 2 take turns sleeping, again relaxing, almost as if the people out there were working to touch the fish, changing shifts at the right time and getting paid on time, bouncing continuously. Chun Haonan in disguise was like a thunder and lightning version of a gunman, flying to separate the throats of the 2 soldiers and grabbing to save the old grandpa in win points. The system alert sounded before the body fell in a blood frenzy. The host takes out 2 militants, doubling the reward to 40 experience points. Congratulations, you've been upgraded. Considering the host is not yet an adult, the system dad extracted the skills on behalf of the host. Congratulations on obtaining the Sky Hunt skill, and congratulations on obtaining a chance to strengthen it once. Do you strengthen it? It's too late to fuse Sky Hunt. This should be an air combat skill, not a field combat skill, and it can't be used. There's no rush. Strengthen it first. Chun Haonan immediately used the reinforcement opportunity. In the next moment, he felt his tendons and bones becoming even stronger. If he used to be a younger version of Son Gohan, he's now a shrunken version of Son Gohan's dad. Reinforcement complete. Full attribute plus 1 inch. The next moment, the personal list popped up. Soldier, Chun Haonan. Occupation, primary school student. Level, 8. Root bone, 10. Mental, 10. Strength, 24. Speed, 10. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, eagle eyes, invincible sneaking, invincible camouflage, invincible weapon skills, invincible dragon body technique, Sky Hunt, not fused. Experience value, 10 out of 900. There are 2 more score givers. 5 seconds later, the system's voice sounded. Host kills 2 enemy militants, doubling the reward to 40 experience points. Chun Haonan was satisfied with wiping his saber clean in the bushes. He loved the wildness of it. The atmosphere was so good, and sure enough, he was still the young prince of the night. Anran saw Chun Haonan's finger that was gesturing, and her heart was so happy that she rushed over in a nourishing manner. Why? It felt a little too smooth for her to turn her head. Anran's spirit lifted and said, "There's one last level left to enter the underground passage." Chun Haonan gave a put his own clothes on, and to the woman behind himself, said, "I feel in very good shape. It's better to let me do it. You follow behind. Pay attention to observe any changes that may occur. Your role is also very important. Remind me. Don't ding-dong me." What? Anran nodded awkwardly. She really didn't mean it. However, he was becoming more and more confident in his abilities as a man. So what? Tang Sini isn't even qualified to be a little follower. If Li Ernia were here and heard such words from Anran, he would have exclaimed, "I feel the same." Hasty march. Almost 10 minutes or so later, the complex appeared in front of the 2. In front of the 2 men, a flat area carved out of the mountains. Under the high incandescent lights, there is a standard basketball court. At the moment it is already 9 o'clock at night, but the scene is very lively. 6 bare-chested soldiers, playing basketball. Armed belts, guns, magazines, etc. were scattered along the side of the basketball court. Chen Haonan strutted his little short legs, strutted over, and even gestured an okay finger to Anren, who was behind him, without any concealment. He just walked over with a big grin on his face, walking in the direction of the guns emanating from the basketball court. These 6 men were so passionate and battle-hardened and sweaty that they didn't actually see him. The little man, approaching. No wonder, although the light was bright enough, Chen Haonan was also short enough that he couldn't really be seen without paying attention. Slap. Just halfway there, the basketball happened to roll over and happened to shoot at Chen Haonan. With his small hands flashing out, Chen Haonan caught the basketball. Throw the basketball over. That one who? Someone shouted in English, but someone asked in consternation, why do children appear here? God, who is he? Where did it come from? Is this Thomas's bastard child? Chen Haonan, who does understand English, returned, I'm Thomas's father. Tooting, he walked over to the edge of the field where guns were prevented, and bent down to take an assault rifle, fitted with a silencer, in his hand and pointed at the 6 men on the field. The 6 men were instantly alarmed. They're standing guard, with live rounds in their guns. Hey, what are you doing? This is not for children to play with. Put it down. I won't tell your father. Drop the gun and we'll feed you. Put. A dull gunshot rang out, ending the chattering group. The host kills 6 militants, doubling the reward to 120 experience points. What a poor management of Thomas. And that loved a man in H, actually blew him off as an iron warrior? Chen Haonan lowered his muzzle and looked around warily. Such a commotion. Actually no one came over to patrol. Visible management here. Our split management. Everyone is groping for work, waiting for death. How did the Thunderbolt commandos fall into each other's hands? Puffy. Chen Haonan took the incandescent light above his head and blew it out. I don't know if it's monitored. It's all dried out. This time, without waiting for Anren to come over, Chen Haonan took a step towards a passageway at the end of the basketball court. No surprises. The passage leads to an underground prison. Just keep an eye on the surveillance. The passageway sloped downwards, and after Chen Haonan had walked for about 30 meters, a door appeared in front of him. No password was set, and he could enter by pushing the door. After coming in, Chen Haonan lowered his small body and walked carefully against the wall, while observing the surrounding cameras with his 10-mile eagle eyes. There are a lot of cameras, almost covering all the corners, and when it is really unavoidable, Chen Haonan utilizes his speed as if he is a fast man and flashes past. In the surveillance room, there were 2 armed men eating sauerkraut noodles. One of them looked suspiciously at the flickering shadows in the camera and spoke. It seems like someone's coming in. Fast. Having said that, the militant vigilantly pressed playback on the footage he had just seen. The scene was blurry, and there was indeed a shadow. Very short and not like a normal human. Did the mountain monkeys come in? This militant is a military veteran. People are very alert. Immediately pressed the slow play, enough to slow down 8 times before the camera began to clear up. Like it's really a monkey? Even though the slow playback was on, Chen Haonan walked around the corner. The light was dim, plus his speed was too fast. This armed man, despite his experience, still didn't recognize him and could only think that it was a monkey that had broken in. There was no need to make a big fuss. Thomas didn't like having people bothering him about small things. Chen Haonan utilized his swimming dragon stance and climbed up the concrete pillars and into the vent. The passage was not big, but his body was small and just passable. If a sassy woman like Anren came over, she would definitely get stuck. Kids figure, it's kinda convenient. I'll go. There's so many critters here. Chen Haonan's spirit, constantly crawling. Soon, the ventilator spiders, rats and other small animals in the family, was inserted by a third party to destroy, scurrying everywhere. In the face of such a chaotic scene, Chen Haonan's small face remained unchanged, accelerating his crawling, and at the same time putting up his ears, constantly listening to the movements coming from below. Ventilation ducts lead to one room after another. Anyone who has seen a movie directed by Jackie Chan understands where Chen Haonan is at the moment. After crawling for some distance, Chen Haonan was getting a bit grumpy when he heard the sound of screams coming from below. This is it. Chen Haonan carefully unloaded the decoration board underneath him and probed down, only to see a slightly dim room. Harley, Yan Wang, the old fox. A total of 7 people are being like a dumpling general hanging. 2 soldiers under them constantly waving with them. Snapping dull sound, constantly in the nooks and crannies sounded. Yan Wang and others are also tough enough. Not a word. Only Yan Wang occasionally cursed in Mandarin, cursing. Lousy is your father. You grandsons beat their own father. Ungrateful. Ungrateful children. Chen Haonan didn't see Lei Zhan here, which caused him to frown a small frown and not act immediately. The 2 choices in front of him were, One was to save Yen and the others first, but it would be easy to scare the snakes, and the second was to find Lei Zhuan and act on the opportunity. While hesitating, an armed man below who was tired of fighting put away his big whip and cursed in broken Mandarin, "You Yenghua Special Forces. You're so fucking useless. Useless indeed. Didn't even make a move and we caught them. Stupid. Are all Yin Kingdom soldiers like this? MD, uncle can endure, aunt can't." Chen Haonan didn't hesitate anymore. His small body seemed like a spiritual snake as he slid down from the mouth of the passage. With a muffled thump, the small body landed within the room, startling the two armed men. These two men were not slow to react and immediately copied their weapons. Who to look down on? Who to look down on? Chen Haonan jumped up out of thin air. His small white and tender hands pinched the necks of the two armed men, and his powerful strength erupted, hardening the two armed men to the ground. The two armed men's faces instantly reddened in disbelief as they watched a child, less than a meter tall, stomping the ground with his legs in an attempt to stand up. The ant-enhanced strength instantly strangled them to the point where their eyes turned white, followed by a click, and the two men's necks snapped. Iron Arm Astro Boy, not to be blown away. Host kills two enemies, rewarded with 40 experience points. Inside the room, from the time Chen Haonan jumped down to the time he exploded his chi to kill the enemy, it was just a dozen seconds or so, and Yen Wang and the others were stunned. It's Chen Haonan. He's come to save us? My god, how did he break in? Experienced Yen Wang immediately realized that he was saved. He is just very strange. This is a secret military forbidden land. Flying birds cannot enter. The reason they were caught was that Thomas had sent someone to wait for them when they were at the airport, sort of landing on their feet, after being captured in, all the way to see 5 kilometers of minefields, and 3 barriers before being put into the underground prison. In the psychology of Yen Wang and others, there is no thought of getting out alive. No one can cross the minefields to save them from going out, unless it is a large-scale troops to fight in. This place is even more terrifying than the Crouching Tiger Resort in the north of Burma. However, Chen Haonan, who has always been at odds with them, actually broke in all the way? In the team, the calmer Skywolf was silent as he looked at Chen Haonan and spoke quickly. You quickly go save Lei Battle. He's in the other cell. Chen Haonan walked over, cutting off the ropes from Tian Lang and the others, and spoke. You guys save yourselves. I'm going to go look for Lei Zhuan first. This guy's mouth is rather smelly, and it's not good to die here, said Chen Haonan. Will be on the body of the grenades. Pistols are left. He is left with a saber. His sniper rifle is placed on the female assistant, rather affect the speed of action. Try to get out. Blow up the surveillance room, and Violet will meet you outside. She's got a weapon on her hands. After saying that, Chen Haonan didn't go through the main door, but continued up the passage he came in through, disappearing in front of Tian Lang and the others. After Chen Haonan left, Tian Lang and the others immediately simply treated the wounds on their bodies. In the process, no one came in the neighborhood, and there was no movement or difference. Skywolf and the others were sincerely impressed, which meant that Chen Haonan had come in unnoticed without alerting anyone at all. This is the best of the best. No one would have guessed that he was still a kid. Yen spoke up. Why did he say that he had to blow up the surveillance room? Can't we find a way to kill the people in the surveillance room? Could it be that he's just considering that we're all wounded and can only throw grenades from a distance to blow those sons of bitches up? It makes sense. It's suffocating. Skywolf and the others began to move, while separated by 3 rooms. Inside the captivity chamber, Lei Battle, who had been knocked out 3 times, woke up leisurely. Since the arrival of Lei Zhuan, because of the endurance of the fuck, aroused the great interest of Thomas. He did not even play with women, and screwed Lei Zhuan every day. As a strongman, Thomas's only hobby, besides being horny, was fighting, and he loved the exhilaration of beating the shit out of a strongman. Slap, lands a big shot. The hanging Lei Zhuan was flung out as if he was swinging and swung back again, showing how much strength Thomas had. Even if Peak Tyson met him, under no-holds-barred fighting rules, the champ's shit would be out the window. Thunder War's body continued to convulse, and at that very moment, Thomas pounced wildly, transforming into a robot in chains, punching, kneeing, and shoulder flying. The muffled sound of thumping rang out in an endless stream. Thomas typed while dubbing himself. Oh, you know who betrayed you. Outdoor military credit boss, international killer Wang Yadong. He is from under the scorpion, trying to redo his life, but soaked your female college students. Oh, you Yenghua people, I yen over people. Really useless. Inferior races. They should disappear from this world. Look at you. Your endocrine secretions are about to go out of control, aren't they? Cursing, Thomas was planning to knock out Lei Battle with a punch when suddenly, the fighter's intuition made him feel a great danger, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. He swept back around. Nothing was the same. but tangibly felt a chill inside. A sense of crisis cultivated down from the battlefield. Surely there was a great danger approaching towards him again. It's the oppressive feeling of a master. The combat-experienced Thomas looked at the vaunted doorway without blinking as he walked back and forth a few times, moving his shoulder links. There was a muffled thud as the door to the room was kicked in, and a sternly waiting Thomas's eyes popped open as he looked at a man who walked in with a stern face on his small, boarded-up hands. No! In walks a child. Thomas wouldn't have been surprised if a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex had walked in the doorway. After all, the sense of crisis he'd just been given was too strong. As a result, he saw a small child? The point is, the kid looks pretty serious. An expert? Thomas cocked his head for a moment, surveying behind Chen Haonan. Speak good Mandarin. Lowly people, is that what you said? Chen Haonan milked his ferocity and stared at the other party. What? Looking at Chen Haonan like this, and the aura that was if anything on him, Thomas was sure that he was the expert that was giving him pressure. He nearly exclaimed, "You shouldn't be a child. Shouldn't you? Don't children create tears and defecation? Why do you have the aura of an expert on you? God, when you're dead, I'll tell you why." When Chen Haonan rubbed his body and was about to get on Thomas, Lei Zhuan, who was panting furiously with his mouth wide open, struggled to open his bloodshot eyes. Don't be careless. He is a retired military king of the rice country, fighting instructor, nicknamed the Human Bear. With fierce eyes, Thomas stared at Chen Haonan, his tone stunned. It's really you. You're actually an expert? You're a child or a midget. A child can't be that strong. Thomas was pretty sure the other man was an expert. He rarely felt chills. You're the midget. Your whole family are midgets. I'm in the same boat as your father. What do you mean? Thomas is good at Chinese, but can't understand what it means. Thunderwere's mouth twitched as he spoke. What he means? You're his son, Thomas. How can he be my father when he's so small? Thomas thought seriously for a moment and seemed to wake up, twisting his hips and turning around, his huge fist smashing into Chen Haonan. He was enraged that this tiny little man was trying to fuck his own mother, who hadn't even been fucked herself. Chen Haonan also raised his small fist and smashed it up, his 24 attribute power erupting in abundance. The next moment, the whistling air-breaking sound resounded in Thomas's ears. He immediately had a flinch in his heart, and he really felt a huge force coming from his fist, as if he was hit by a small hammer, which made him surprised to fling his fists, and his bones had a feeling of cracking. This is Iron Fist. Thomas grimaced and showed his teeth, his vicious eyes staring at the small, ungainly man who stepped over, which fueled his belligerent spirit. Hit it and say it. Boom. Bang. The whistling sound of 2 consecutive punches rang through the room like New Year's firecrackers, each one seeming to explode into a wave of air. On the third punch, Thomas couldn't block it and was popped up and hammered into the chest by his opponent, who blinked out of the way, sparing his right shoulder from the hit that actually shook his insides and spewed a mouthful of blood right out of him. This little guy is ridiculously strong. His strength is too great. Is he hardly Superman? What kind of power is this? Thomas didn't despair. On the contrary, his eyes blazed instead, and he growled lowly, "Come on, go on. Either you beat me to death, or be beaten to death by me. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun, and I can't believe that someone actually punched me and spit out my blood in the middle of a fight." Under the deep breath, Thomas, strong as if a wall of chest, seems to hit the air balloon, all of a sudden expanded a lot. This is under his rage, into a sheet of berserk state, fighting stronger. The code name of the Human Bears is not that woman blew it out, it is their own fight. Berserk. Berserk is his fighting form? BTW. What a lot of crap. Chen Haonan's small body twisted, and his entire body trotted up. He was not running towards the berserk state of Thomas, but running towards the wall with the swimming dragon stance. Thump. The little short legs very much stomped against the wall, and with this borrowed strength, propelled his little body to explode towards Thomas the berserker. The whip leg, as fast as lightning, slammed down as if it were an ass-opening knife, sharp and precise. Pust. The tan shoulder was legged by a small knife, hard enough to draw out a bloody piece of flesh, the white bones showing, immediately covered by gurgling, bubbling blood. Put. After the first piece of flesh was chipped out, Chen Haonan's body was like a swimming dragon, his toes kicking continuously, kicking from Thomas's right shoulder all the way to his left shoulder, during which, blood and flesh were constantly kicked out. There's no way. If Chen Haonan was a big guy, he'd end up kicking Thomas off. But the concentration is the essence. Fast can be invulnerable. Plus his ants to strengthen the power, when it is really a part of the title. Take away a piece of flesh and blood. Ouch. Poor Thomas, such a muscular man. He may be lacking something. Is not lacking muscle. Was Chen Haonan all the way wildly kicked? More than the usual loss of meat, The whole person has become a bloody man, with the muffled grunts. Will look at Lei Juan without blinking his eyes, are stunned. At this moment, Thomas's chest, his face had been viciously hit, and the blood flowing out of his nose made him look even more terrifying than Lei Juan himself. Even uglier than me? Retribution. This is retribution. Chen Haonan, this little guy is really perverted. Where is this whipping leg? This is peeling skin, right? Lei Juan was bitterly happy. He felt very painful inside. The two little people on his shoulders danced crazily, cheering for Chen Haonan, this little pervert. Shoot him, shoot him. After Chen Haonan finished kicking and collected his strength, his small body floated to the ground before Thomas had the time to bring up his fists only, showing how fast the little guy was. After all, Thomas was no stronger than Chen Haonan's outrageous physical quality of 10 attributes, and he was at most 5 out of 5. It wasn't the bleeding or the chipped flesh that was serious for Thomas at this point, it was the internal injuries. Who is the lower race? In the eyes of this child of mine, you are not even as good as a suckling child. Saying that, Chen Haonan jumped onto the other party's neck violently, slamming his hands on the other party's thick neck and wrenching hard. Outbreak. There was a crunching sound, and with a wild roar, Thomas's neck snapped, his tall form planting itself on the ground, the light in his eyes having begun to dissipate, and on his body, patches of red began to emerge. There's actually lupus erythematosus? Chen Haonan viciously spat out, and the system's voice rang out. The host kills a King of Soldiers level opponent. The reward is doubled tenfold and 100 experience points are awarded. There's no chance to fight back. That guy didn't give his all last time? When Lei Juan saw Thomas's lax eyes, he knew very well that this terrifying opponent, the man, was gone. Aren't going to let me down. I owe you a favor. The way Lei Juan looked at Chen Haonan's eyes changed, becoming frenzied and with awe. You look pretty handsome from this angle. Chen Haonan said this because he felt that Lei Juan was still a man, not succumbing to the lechery of the enemy and not losing the dignity of the Yin country's soldiers. Being complimented by the other party, for some reason, Lei Juan was actually a little touched. It's rare. You're a handsome mess. Put me down, little handsome boy. Lei Juan hurriedly delivered his own horse's ass. Chen Haonan was just about to come over when the cell phone that was placed on the table next to him rang at this moment with a very harsh sound. Chen Haonan took his cell phone and scanned the screen display for the name on it, an international assassin who picks up girls. What? Chen Haonan picked up the phone, and a very popular uncle's voice, full of horse nuisance sex, came from inside. Hello, I'm Wang Yadong. I've returned Scorpion's favor. Please tell him that I don't want to have any more contact with him. Also, I'm getting married next month. You guys can't bother me anymore. If this matter is exposed, I won't even be able to stay in Yingua. And last but not least, let me ask, how are you guys doing with Yingua's soldiers? The tone was a little worried. Wang Yadong, the bubbly old man? He's picking up Yi Changwang's girlfriend Lin Xiaoxiao, right? He's getting married? Did you get the parents' nod? Good means. There most cheat a few young ladies to take care of themselves, washing clothes, sleep with just, after all, they are still a child eating milk. Damn this guy cheating gun. The object is still the Yin state military girlfriend. To be honest, Chen Haonan despised this Wang Yadong, are almost the same age as his own father, but also chasing white female college students, chasing also even if it is, but also hide their identity, hide also even if it is, but also unmarried pregnant, unlike themselves, they are being chased. Lin Xiaoxiao wouldn't have one already, would she? These thoughts flashed through his little head, while next to him, Lei Zhan also heard the content of the phone call and gritted his teeth and cursed, this guy is a traitor. We were betrayed by him. Otherwise we wouldn't have been rounded up as soon as we stepped off the airplane. People were rounded up. The voice was filled with anger and suffocation, itching for Wang Yadong to die. Is that right? No wonder. No wonder. Chen Haonan cleared his throat and spoke. I'm sorry, the Thomas you're looking for is dead. Wash your ass and wait for me. We'll meet soon. And by the way, you'd better let that college girl go. You don't deserve her. You're older than my dad. So order some noodles. After saying that, Chen Haonan, who had a hard time, didn't give the other party time to react and hung up directly. Keep him guessing. Keep him awake until then. Inside the military supply store, joyfully browsing the wedding store Wang Yadong, after listening to the words of Chen Haonan, stunned rhetorical question. Who are you? Hey, what do you mean? Rely on the. All that came back to him was a busy signal. A chill ran through his body, and a sixth sense told him that Thomas was dead, that he was exposed. What to do? Let me give up Lin Xiaoxiao. Impossible. Right. How did the voice just now seem like a girl? Is it Thomas's prank? Wang Yadong remembered this person Thomas. He said every day that he wanted to sleep with a woman like his own mom. He was a pervert. How can I just give up on a woman I chased by my own strength? Lin Xiaoxiao is the woman I forgot in the past. After his face changed for a while, Wang Yadong calmed down. He planned to continue to look into this matter, and if he couldn't, enable the past cell phone to ask Scorpion. On the other side, Chen Haonan spoke to Lei Zhuan. Thunder God. I never thought that I would be on the verge of seeing a big shot like you in such a small place. Lei Zhuan's mouth twitched, and he was about to sneer back, but when he thought of the scene where he had just transformed into Spider-Man and stomped the mighty Thomas to death, he held back a few words. True. Spider-Man, leaning on the stomping wall to jump over Foshan's shadowless leg, directly kicked the old horse to death. Really is a cow upside down. The bull rushes to the sky. What's your plan to get out of here? Lei Zhuan briefly treated his wounds while asking Chen Haonan. I've asked Yen and the others to blow up the surveillance room, so when the bomb goes off, we'll go out through the passageway. Good. So strong. Useless Lei War froze and looked at Chen Haonan, feeling that the image of the other party was once again invisibly enlarged, and he really couldn't pretend that Chen Haonan was an underage child. This is a fucking miracle. Relying on personal power, through 5 kilometers of minefields, but also killed into the underground prison, the king of Yen and other people on the rescue out. Suddenly, he thought of a serious matter and opened his mouth to ask. No, one has hung up. Luckily, you're all undefeatable, so be thankful that Thomas didn't lay a hand on you. Chen Haonan chatted with Lei War and waited for the bomb to explode. As soon as it explodes, the passage is safe and you can waltz out. Otherwise, you have to use the ventilation shaft. Waiting and waiting. Lei Zhuan had gotten his wounds treated, and the explosion hadn't happened yet. Something should have happened. The walkway isn't safe. I'll take you through the air shaft. You can still climb, right? Why not? Thunder War nodded with bravado, but the next moment, he was embarrassed. Chen Haonan's single hand will lift him up, lifting high. Let him this 1 meter 8 Chinese characters, from the ventilation channel squeeze into, with the feeling of New Year sausage, and so he tumbled into the ventilation channel the old face are suffocating bruises, the whole body wounds cracked, the skin is open. Can you do it? No, wait here. I'll go exterminate the enemy and come back to get you. Chen Haonan was right behind him and kicked Lei War through the passageway. Thunder War grunted a few times and almost broke. My little ancestor. I'm an injured person. Your footwork is similar to that of the national soccer team. It's not even accurate. Do you want to kick me into the sky? Gently, gently. First time I've been hurt this bad. It hurts. So are you okay? No, I'm going to go ahead and wait here. Can a man say he cannot? Hearing Chen Haonan's words, Lei Battle, with a sad face of perseverance, resolutely said, my old Lei is to die in the passageway. I can climb out. But can you be in the front? Don't be behind me. I can't stand it if you kick my ass at any time like this. Chen Haonan stifled his laughter and squeezed past Lei War, resulting in another grunt from old Lei. 2 people in the ventilation channel through. All the way. Chen Haonan constantly sarcastic each other, and Lei War this person with the young girl in general, just cannot stand the stimulation. Stimulation on the fried hair. The whole person seems to be playing chicken blood in general. Gritting teeth and fierce climb. Actually also barely keep up with Chen Haonan the speed of this small fast man. Lei War this guy. Foreign military thinking is serious, but is also considered a tough guy. Sensitive body. Easily stimulated. Stimulation on chicken blood. A little interesting. Chen Haonan wore if anything a smile at the corner of his mouth, and it wasn't long before he arrived above the prison where Yin Wang and the others were. Below, there was the sound of a miserable grunt. Is this the scream of Yama and the others? Chen Haonan quickly moved away the wooden boards and was shocked to see that Yin Wang and the others were once again being controlled. Standing in front of them were 4 armed men with guns, constantly banging away with the butts of their guns. It turned out that after Chen Haonan left, Yin Wang and the others were just about to go out when they turned the corner and encountered the soldiers on patrol, and were unlucky enough to be regained control. This wouldn't be much of a problem against 4 soldiers in normal times, but with their injuries and the fact that all they had for weapons was a pistol, it's not unusual for them to not be able to handle heavily armed soldiers, is it? Anyway, it's just very stifling. Upon recapturing the prison, the soldiers were even more shocked and angry when they saw their fallen companion on the ground and were starting a fight. How come it feels like you Raiden are on a mission and you're either getting beat up or on your way to getting beat up? What? What kind of talk is that? Chen Haonan's sarcasm, so that the useless Lei Zhuan behind him, his mouth once again twitched. Damn, this way, is it easy for him? If sarcasm can be heated up, he was roasted into a roasted pig. We were betrayed. Yen Wang and the others were injured. That's all. Lei Zhuan inwardly and silently gave himself salvation, and at this moment, Chen Haonan jumped down at once. Boom! A soldier couldn't dodge in time and was ridden on his neck with his swimming dragon stance, and his neck was directly cut off by the saber. Bang! As the bullets came, Chen Haonan was like a small cheetah, scurrying out in lightning, dodging the bullets with his swimming dragon stance. In one breath, he scurried up the wall, stomped and borrowed, and the whole little body scurried back up, then jumped on another militant's brain now, slitting his throat. He loved the swimming dragon stance too much, making full use of the environment to fight, feeling like a divine dragon traveling through the clouds, constantly scurrying through the walls, so handsome that it exploded. Bang bang, bullets flew into the wall, but it didn't do much good. Chen Haonan was too fast. Instead a stray bullet bounced back and shot Harley in the ass. He out. Not 10 seconds later, 4 armed men lay side by side on the floor, all with their throats slit, dead as if they were New Year's pigs. The host kills 4 militants and doubles the reward, awarding 80 experience points. God damn, 250 experience points now. Chen Haonan exhaled his breath. He verified his power. In the room, bare hands and fight 4 armed with a gun is not much pressure. Maybe he can challenge 10. He is Ip Man. What are you looking at? Don't you recognize it? Can you get up on your own? Bunch of useless big guys. Chen Haonan was on Yan Wang's clothes, wiped his dagger, and opened his mouth. Thunder God. Still looking at shit. Hurry up and climb down? Harley, you're shot in the ass and can't climb up. Others help him. Here it comes. Yan Wang and the others looked up with a dumbfounded look at the blood man like captain, squeezing out of the passageway tube as if he were a kidney baby, his face squeezed out of shape. Captain, is everything okay? Humph. Can't die. This time Thunderbolt is disgraced. The intelligence work is too poor. The person who betrayed us is the international assassin Wang Yadong. Wang Yadong? Where is he? I caught him first raping and then killing him. Pissed me off. Chen Haonan looked at a group of hoary Thunderbolt members and said in a bad breath, alright, save your strength. How did you guys get caught? Is there anyone else in the channel? Yan Wang opened his mouth. Shame. After you left, we just went out. We encountered heavily armed soldiers. Cornerware also scared us. Directly arrested. In order to cover up your go to save Lei war, we can only cooperate a little bit. It is their own to break out. And then you saw. And was beaten again. Corner meets lava. Chen Haonan was speechless, grabbing the communication tool from his pocket and turning it on. There's an unread message inside. I found the airfield. I'm setting up the explosives. And in 5 minutes, I'm blowing up all the airplanes here. From Enron, Pearl Harbor. Ah, not bad for a woman I value. Courageous. Chen Haonan inwardly silently gave his female assistant a nod of approval, and then spoke to Lei Zhuan and the others. Alright, one by one, all of you are left with half a life. Take a rest, and I'll take you out later. Lei Zhuan was stunned. Soldiers are precious. What's the wait at this time? Hesitating for a moment, he felt it was disrespectful to doubt Chen Haonan and added, or do you have any more plans? Violet's getting ready to blow up the airfield here with 1 minute left. Upon hearing this, Lei Battle's face was full of splendor. Sure enough, Violet is still worried about me. It turns out she's here too. Saying that, looking at Chen Haonan who had a hangdog look on his face, he smiled awkwardly. Alright, I know she's your female assistant. She's your woman, so that's always fine. Chen Haonan is the savior and must speak gung-ho. Besides being strong, fast, and able to fight, Chen Haonan can't do much to Anren. So take your time. Yes, Violet is yours. Ha ha. Yen and the others laughed along, just a little awkwardly. At this moment, Chen Haonan, with his small arms wrapped around him, had nothing to hang on to. A little bit of time passed. Rumble. A huge explosion came, and following it, the ground shook, as if an earthquake of magnitude 7 or higher had occurred. Inside the room, dust poured down, covering up Yen and the others, and it really exploded. Looked at do not know when to walk into the table under the Chen Haonan, dry clean clapping out after. Lei War and other people in the heart of envy a little envious of the benefits of people short. The guy walks right under the table and dashes off. Let's go. The bases are blown up. And by the way, give me all the grenades and I'll light another fire to match Violet's. Yan Wang handed Chen Haonan the 2 glorious mines on his body that were originally used to blow up the surveillance room. Day. After receiving the grenade, Chen Haonan ran out cheerfully. Lei Zhan and the others hurriedly followed and ran out. And before they could run for long, they heard the sound of someone scolding in front of them. Bobby? Less than 3 seconds after the scolding voice rang out, a rumbling explosion sounded. The ground shook violently again, and dust poured down, once again covering Lei Zhuan and the others. Lei Zhuan and the others kept coughing, but moved quickly, scurrying out as fast as they could. Just as they rushed to the entrance of the base cave, they saw a child standing at the exit, waving at them and speaking, "Comrades, rush out with me." The rumbling explosions have not stopped, and the lights at the exit flashed, reflecting the resolute little face of Chen Haonan, a small child, making Lei Zhan and the others fall into a trance. as if they had returned to the Liberation War period, when the trumpet player blew the charge horn and told them to charge. It had to be said that Chen Haonan at this moment was really handsome and invincible. Punch! Lei Xuan and the others were numb, playing chicken blood to respond to Chen Haonan's slogan and rushed out. And at that moment, the entire base was in an uproar, with flames rising to the sky. General Armand's soldiers, all awakened. These soldiers never dreamed that someone actually broke into the machine-heavy base and blew up their airfield, and were assembling at a rapid pace. If they caught the invading enemy, they would surely be directly pressed to the ground and neutralized to death. Quick! Hurry up and find Violet and get out of here. If we get caught, we'll definitely be madly output by General Armand and die here. Rush to the whole base or stirred up. Even if Chen Haonan, heaven and earth fearless character, is also a small head too big up. According to the Love Daddy, General Armand has at least a brigade here, and the man is vindictive. Here. Anran was not far away, waving at Chen Haonan. She was wearing a black knight outfit with exquisite curves, looking at Lei Xuan's eyes glowing in the dark. She did come to my rescue and blew up the airport. Violet. In the next moment, Lei Battle disregarded everything and opened his arms, wanting to feel Anran's magnificent bosom. Swish! Anran mercilessly brushed past him, and then ruthlessly hugged the little man behind him, tightly, before joyfully speaking, I blew up the airport. There's still one plane left to retreat. Your female assistant didn't do a bad job, did she? Peacefully. Lei Xuan's brain buzzed, losing the ability to think, and a voice vibrated in his head as he was traumatized inside, heavier than the wild beating he received from Thomas. I can't believe she's not worried about me, the one who's hurt, but the kid who's not doing anything. She's worried about the kid. Yan Wang lowered his voice. Captain, don't be jealous with the child. Under normal circumstances, if Violet isn't worried about the child, she's still worried about you as an adult. Lei War smiled bitterly. I am all covered with blood. This, she seems to be unable to see. Hey, the falling flower has the intention of flowing water. Ah, a few of the old foxes just wanted to laugh for some reason, pulling at their wounds and not being able to. What's the time for lovemaking? A lover's saint? Get on the plane. The enemy is coming. Lei Xuan looked at the man and woman hugging together. His heart was annoyed, and he hurriedly urged. Anran pulled Chen Haonan and muttered, how did you save them? No injuries? After saying that, he swept a glance at Lei Xuan and the others. These guys looked covered in blood, but they acted like thieves, pulling open the door of the transporter at a fast speed and fishtailing into the room. It's a small transport plane that can seat 10 to 20 people with no problem with space. It is evident that Anran is very resourceful. Lei War sat on the driver's side, suddenly screamed miserably. Finished, opened not the plane, the phone is distorted. Who can you drive? Indeed, the guy's fingers were all ruined, especially his nails, which were dug out and dripping with blood. Same, can't open. A few of the skywolves, raising twisted fingers, screamed in a fit of agony. They were all special forces, resistant to fighting and hard work. Normal means couldn't shake them. And Thomas knew this and focused on their 5 girls. Violet, have you ever flown an airplane? You come. At those words, Anran, who had just pulled the child aboard, froze and smiled bitterly. I can fly anything. I just haven't learned to fly an airplane. Misery, you guys can fly with your faces? If you don't leave, it'll be too late. Goddamn, flying an airplane with his face. Thunder Commando and the others looked at each other in dismay. They tried to steer it with the ruined 5 girls, but couldn't keep it steady. The fingers were all bent. It's hard to fight a plane and still fly it? Don't even think about it. It's not reasonable. Let me do it. What a big problem to grind. As Chen Haonan squeezed over violently, he fused the Skyhunt skill in passing. He remembered the skill, which was flying various airplanes. Sure enough, Skyhunt, this is an unrivaled piloting skill, proficient in all flying machines, including helicopters and warplanes, and takes the host's piloting skills to unimaginable levels. Host, flying is a hunting skill, not just flying itself, and you are about to become the best hunter in the air. In the next moment, the knowledge about driving was integrated into Chen Haonan's little head and became his instinct. At this time, if any ace pilots competed with Chen Haonan, they could only kneel down and call their father. After all, his skills were invincible, including being proficient in all kinds of maneuvers to avoid difficult actions. Cool, too bad it's not a war machine. Chen Haonan jumped into the driver's seat and performed all sorts of dazzling maneuvers before Lei War and the others could react in time. The next moment, the helicopter roared up towards the sky. Just as they took to the air, the footsteps of hundreds of armed men arrived. Lei War and others from Chen Haonan control aircraft take off. Each person maintains the posture of picking up Chen Haonan. Wait until the transport aircraft take off. This action is stranded. One cannot believe their own eyes. Staring at this bare child, all kinds of walking to fly up the action. This is simply the operation of an ace pilot, put on a underage child's body, so skillful that it hurts. No. How did he fly an airplane? Hell no. The enemy is coming over. If we slow down one step, we'll be split up. So close. Say, Instructor Chen Haonan, how do you know how to fly an airplane? You can't be taught this in school, right? Yan Wang dispersed a breath. His words represented everyone's doubts, including the female assistant. Anrun. Oh, the school. School will only let people do homework. I want to blow it up. Chen Haonan said coolly, and as soon as Lei Zhuan stared blankly, he felt like his brain wasn't enough. Crossing minefields, blowing up bases, and fucking flying airplanes, put on a kid. That's even more amazing than Ma Baogua being a generation master. He couldn't be the king of soldiers crossing over or activating some memory. Could he? Lei Zhuan really couldn't figure it out. He wanted to throw his brain away and not have it. I'm a little hungry. Anrun, got any quick noodles? Make me a bucket. I can fly the plane one-handed. Deep inside the base, General Armand, who had just woken up from his tenderness, was listening to the report of his communication staff. Unknown enemy invaded, went through the minefield, blew up our airfield, and by the time we rushed over to lose it, the only transport plane took off right in front of us, and the initial projection was that the enemy couldn't have been more than 20 men, but that's the amount of enemy that actually broke through the 3 barriers, killed Thomas, and took away the imprisoned VIPs. General Armand ate a man with an explosive temper, who espoused iron rule, and had never really suffered such a great loss. Fire me missiles and shoot the planes down at all costs. Don't let them escape the base so I don't lose face. Yes, General. The communications staff immediately went to arrange for the missiles to be fired. It didn't take long for the missile well to open and complete the lock. Whoosh! 3 consecutive missiles lifted off. Chen Haonan was skillfully piloting the helicopter, and that feeling of man-machine unity made him feel like driving and slaving his little wife, making it pose in whatever way he wanted it to pose. Worthy of a sky hunt, it feels not just like a human machine, but also a feeling of being one with the sky. It was being beautiful, when suddenly, the sound of an electronic alert went off in his head. Sky hunt skill alert, there are missiles coming from the northeast, arriving in 1 minute. You are advised to use S-shaped disordered advancement. As the king of the sky, please show yourself as the host and prepare for battle. Hearing this tip, Chen Haonan's little body is immediately a jolt. The small mouth emerges a nationalist. Crap, I want to go home. I'm driving a helicopter. You let me bar missiles? 59, 58. Electronic beeps, in an endless stream, rang out as if on a hypnotic note. Time is running out. Chen Haonan stood his small body straight and spoke to Anran and the others behind him. Get ready. Prepare for disordered flight. The missiles will arrive within a minute. If you don't want to fall, figure it out yourself. Crap. Seriously wounded. Yen and the others, sitting up in shock from their dying sickness, immediately and silently fixed themselves in their seats and grasped what they could. No. How? You know how to advance without order? The female assistant asked angrily, her heart restless to the core. There are still billions of dollars unspent. The saddest thing in the world is that people are gone, but the money is still there, not to mention so much money. The next moment, Anran watched as Chen Haonan's small hand, placed on the console, turned into a phantom. As he did, the airplane seemed to fall as if it were a falling leaf, and began to rotate at a wide angle, instantly losing all sense of gravity. Lei War eyes are bulging out, exclaimed, this little guy. This is where it is disorderly. This is a direct abortion machine, right? Yen and the others felt the same way. That feeling of direct weightlessness, unable to hold on to their pants. The sky hunting skill told Chen Haonan that to avoid missiles, he had to do all kinds of maneuvers to avoid them in advance. If he was a little late and entered the unsafe area of the missiles, no matter what kind of action you did, it would be useless. So he floated in all kinds of ways, just as long as the plane didn't disintegrate. The critical point of the airplane's disintegration was fed back through the sky hunting skill, allowing Chen Haonan to grasp that bottom line at all times, and not to be too wavy and blow up the plane directly. The transporter looked as if it was out of control, but it was actually still within Chen Haonan's control. With such early maneuvering evasions and clever escapes, the missiles were finally fooled into tracking them. Whoosh! 3 consecutive missiles grazed the fuselage and dug directly into the jungle, exploding into a sky of flames, and countless small animals flew up in panic with their wings fluttering. Dodged it. My God, I believe God exists. Yen looked at the jungle bursting into flames below and felt as if he were dreaming. Everyone else pretty much felt the same way. Instead, it was Anran who rushed to the co-pilot's seat after the transporter had flown smoothly, bearing Chen Haonan. The female assistant froze and looked at Chen Haonan, who had a high and cold face, feeling that she was dreaming, so she had followed a little superhero. Report, The other party got rid of our missile tracking and has entered the area of the H country's garrison. Preliminary suspicion is that the Me country sold us fake missiles. Otherwise, how could we not lock the other party's airplane? General Ammon listened to his men's report, suspecting that he had misheard them, and when he confirmed the news, he instead silenced him dry. Fake missiles? Sure enough. Never rely on others. Never believe in the sweet words of Rice. Those powerful countries do not do personnel. As long as the money is given, anything can be done. Is there any law in the land when missiles are sold as fake? Investigate what kind of people came in and waited for an opportunity to retaliate. This can't go away like this, especially an international assassin called Wang Yadong, through whom Thomas captured the Yen soldiers. Okay, we'll launch a close investigation into Wang Yadong. Chen Haonan drove the transportation plane and steadily stopped at the H country's residence. Lei Zhuan and the others were badly injured and had to be treated immediately. The leading doctor of the medical team here is a very beautiful woman. Her name is Twilight Smoke, has the face value of a female star of the country of H, has a good figure, and a good person. After learning that the soldiers of the country of Yen need to be rescued and treated, she immediately brought the medical team over. Subsequently, it was Captain Ryu Shijin who came over, the love darling who had been knocked out by Chen Haonan's one-punch dry spell, and this time he was accompanied by another soldier called De Rong. Comparing to Ryu Shijin's courteousness, De Rong, the H-nation soldier, had a big temper, and upon seeing Chen Haonan and the others, he immediately questioned, the explosion just now, was it caused by your Yen nation soldiers? And also, who hit Captain Ryu? Chen Haonan simply ignored it and spoke to the pretty Twilight Smoke. Please arrange for an operation as soon as possible, especially for Comrade Harley, who has a bullet drilled into his ass and needs to be removed. The injured have no borders. Leave it to me. Not the type of woman to grunt. Twilight Smoke pushed De Rong away and began arranging surgeries for Lei Zhuan and the others. Soon, Lei Zhuan and the others received treatment. Dai Young and Yu Xikjin, who had been left out in the cold, stood outside the medical room that had been assembled in a makeshift tent and were filled with anger. They just came over in a helicopter and set off an explosion. The way I see it, their arrival will break up the security of the place, and General Armand will surely come over with a vengeance. The man holds a grudge, but it wasn't this helicopter when they first arrived. Maybe they are invading secretly. Don't trust the credit of the soldiers of Yanaguni. They also said that their ancestors drove tanks and entered our Seoul. That's a lie. It's so shameless. And just at this moment, Enron walked over and spoke. I know what you guys are suspecting. This helicopter, after we rescued the people, we blew up the other side's airfield and drove out from it. This is not an invasion, and you guys don't have to worry about it too much. Their base has already been destroyed. They'll be moving out of here soon. Please trust us. De Rong looked at Enron with shocked eyes and asked offhandedly. You guys blew up General Armand's base? How is that possible? There were thousands of mercenaries inside. You were able to escape? On the sidelines, Ryu Shijin was even more surprised. He remembered a kid telling him to just break in and cut the crap before he was knocked out with a punch. You're serious? In relation to the group of people who just operated, that means that this beautiful female soldier with that child saved everyone, and blew up General Armand's base? The ancestors of the Yankees didn't even drive a tank into Seoul this outrageous, did they? I don't believe it. I heard that just two of you went in there, and a kid, and just the two of you blew up General Armand's base? De Rong cursed and grumbled, just in time to see Chen Haonan walk out, immediately stopping in front of him. Little guy, you're the one who knocked out Ryu Shijin, right? Let's go through a few moves. I'll see how many moves you can block me. I really don't believe that you have any strength in this form. Oops. De Rong didn't even finish his words, felt a flash in front of his eyes, a sharp pain in his neck, and then the whole person straightened up and fell in love with the earth, loving each other deeply. Chattering day. Raucous. Chen Haonan clapped his hands and turned to leave. This time, Ryu Shijin, who finally saw Chen Haonan strike clearly, had his mouth wide open. This one was too fast. The kid jumped and knocked out the taller Daeyoung with a single hand slash. No wonder he couldn't react in time. Why? Is he so strong? Ryu Shijin asked and ran. Enron skimmed her lips and spoke. Good job on the 9 years of compulsory education. 9 years of compulsory education? Practicing martial arts from a young age? Yen is really an amazing country. I'll apply to visit it next time. I'm too interested in your country. Ryu Shijin felt the magic of the East from Chen Haonan. He hadn't been much of a fan of children and felt that he had chosen to be a dink even if he was married. But now he was moved. The beautiful female doctor, Twilight Smoke, who had just finished her surgery, walked out just in time to see that scene. Haonan was seen jumping up and chopping down De Rong with a hand slash. Twilight Smoke's delicate mouth picked up an arc, which became more and more crooked. What an amazing kid. She knew De Rong, the soldier, all hard and capable. and she didn't expect to be beaten into a spitting husky in front of a child. And at this moment, Yu Suk-jin came over, intent on giving his friend a head start. Great, so you're a kid master. Let me try your skills too. Ryu Suk-jin uses combinations to attack Chon Honam, trying to put him down and pick him up again to show his poise. Bang! As soon as he struck, not even knowing what was going on, his eyes blurred for a moment, and quickly, Ryu Suk-jin immediately spasmed his arms and legs for a few moments, completely losing consciousness. What a powerful child. He looks like he hasn't quit breastfeeding yet, has he? Kurenai had a better view this time. First Ryu Suk-jin struck. The kid was even faster and jumped up to greet Ryu Suk-jin with a punch to the nose before his opponent became a mollusk and fell down. This kid is going to be a fast guy when he grows up. Too soon. You're the most awesome kid I've ever seen. Twilight Smoke handed over a bottle of milk. Chun Haonan looked at the milk written in Chinese, fell into deep thought, and didn't pick it up. Grandma Big Buffalo, Office of the High Commissioner. The first hand of the Southeast Military Region pointed and He Ji-jun's nose, cursing as if he were an angry era, itching to tear Comrade Xiao He on the spot. You. I just went to the military department to attend a meeting for a week. Turn around and you make such an outrageous decision. Let a child to save the Thunder and Lightning Commandos. My mother, yeah. Your brain circuit is really clear. Using people the Nai Gao Sure Wei Bold I am to see Chun Haonan is a natural freak. Think of some heroes in history. Intend to let him try, but not let you really when he is a grown-up to use let him lead the troops and you let him go abroad? Aren't you forcing an underage child to cave? He is not your son. Cubs sell master field not heartache. Xiao He. As if Chen Haonan's such a genius. As long as the soil is good. When he grows up, what forests dare to fly? But not now. I get the information. Where General Amang has launched the missile. Chun Haonan is afraid that he cannot come back. What? Send what? Launched missiles? He Ji-jun's head was spinning and he sat on his butt. Old General, when you weren't here, he took out a total of 15 professional mercenaries from Ghost Boy and Bloodblade all by himself. His actual combat ability is bullish to the core. Coupled with the disappearance of Thunder and Lightning, I have no one to use here before I thought of letting him give it a try. I didn't expect the other side to actually launch a missile. Why is he crazy? With the eyes of the world on him like this, General Armand is a reactionary force after all. Isn't he afraid of exposing his home base? Upon hearing this, Mr. Gao froze for a moment, unable to imagine that Chun Haonan was actually more bullish than he thought. He was aware of Ghost Boy and Bloodblade. One was a country with a good little life, and the other was an eagle country, and they were both actually eaten by a child? The more this happened, the more anger rolled in Mr. Gao's chest, and his hands and feet kept trembling. Mom Ba Lam, you, Chen Haonan have proved that he is a genius in the genius. You still let him die young. Small he, lousy told you. If he hangs, you on the court-martial. You also use child labor. Lousy endure can't stand it. You couldn't fancy him in the first place. And now, you're still throwing him away to a foreign battlefield. Mr. Gao was so angry that he went to his head. Both heads. If the baby program was okay, Chen Haonan would definitely become the Baron of the Southeast Military Region. Results. Confused. The two were speechless against each other. Only angry. Not long after, the knock on the door sounded. The communication staff officer was so excited that it seemed like he had spent 100,000 to win a $220 million lottery. Ecstatically opening his mouth. Report, 2 chiefs, received a phone call from Violet. She raised Chun Haonan has rescued all the people of the Thunderbolt Commandos, and is undergoing treatment at the H country's residence. All are unharmed. Before General Gao could react, He Ji-jun on the side jumped up from the ground as if he was more than 10 years younger. Grinning, great, I told you. No one in the world is a match for Chen Haonan. Not even General Arman's men. My eye for people is really good. Under the ecstasy, Lao He's pressure loosened all of a sudden, as if 2 tails of air had been ejected from his body, and his weight was lighter. It's a good thing nothing happened. Otherwise, it really would have been a court-martial. All clear? Well, Mr. Gao is different from He Ji-jun. When he praises people, he usually says 3 good words. If he is angry as the mother of the lamb, the main fight in eagle style, to actually be able to rescue the Thunder Commandos from General Arman's territory and escape the missile tracking, which means that the other side's missiles hit a lonesome? Yes, Chief, it should be a blank. The communications staff officer was also happy as if his wife had given birth and there was no old king next door. Child genius, I really didn't look away. At a young age, you actually have the ability to stir up the world. Mr. Gao boasted for a while, then joyfully said, I'll find someone from the military department. apply for a special airway for him, send a special plane to pick him up and bring him back, and then all the cadres of the Southeast Military Region, waiting at the airport. This is the return of a hero. Chun Haonan deserves this treatment. With that, Mr. Gao began to call the military department. Only the War Department has the authority to apply for special shipping lanes. Which knows? After connecting the phone, Ji-jun on the side did not hear Mr. Gao say about applying for a channel, but instead pinched the phone and listened, his expression becoming more and more serious. Ji-jun felt that something was going on. He had rarely seen Mr. Gao this serious. Sure enough, after putting down the phone, Mr. Gao spoke sharply to the communications staff. The news just came in. There was a building collapse in Uruk, so out of humanity, let Violet and the others provide the necessary help to the local people and wait for a special plane to come and pick them up. Yes, Chief. The communications staff officer immediately turned around and went to contact Anran. When the communications staff went out, Ji-jun hesitantly opened his mouth. Will it be dangerous? The neighborhood is General Arman's territory. The other party suffered a big loss from Chun Haonan. They will definitely retaliate, right? General Gao coldly grunted. There are 36 countries' peacekeeping forces in the vicinity. Although they are all face-saving projects to impress their own country's image, but behind them, all of them stand a powerful country. Even if General Amang is bold, he wouldn't dare to offend the peacekeeping forces in the vicinity. What else do you have to do? Get out if nothing. I don't want to see you for now, Chief. Also, there is one last thing. I promised Chen Haonan. He can bring people back. He will give him a rank. Can you think of a way? He is a child after all. What? Mr. Gao manipulated the broom. How outrageous. To give a child a rank. This ass I won't wipe for you. You lick it yourself. On the other side, Anran had already been notified to help the local people of Uruk on behalf of the country, and she immediately went to find Chen Haonan without saying a word. And at this moment, Chen Haonan was sucking on the buffalo milk sent by Mu Yen, sitting on the steps, his little legs swaying, opening his mouth to Mu Yen who was staring at her. I'm in H country. I have a girlfriend called Xiao Yuan. Do you know her? She's even a little bit prettier than you. Circle. The girl group that's the star of the show? After seeing Chen Haonan nod his head, Twilight Smoke called out in surprise. What a surprise! Is Kotaru your girlfriend? If Chen Haonan had said something like this at the beginning, Twilight Smoke would have felt that the little friend was talking nonsense. She had just witnessed the little guy thundering out, not even putting out his full strength, but the two professional soldiers, Ryu Shijin and Derong, fell down. Could he possibly be an average person? Naturally, he won't be the one who jokes. And after Xiao Yuan returned to China, the media reported that she had found a small boyfriend in Yen. What's so weird about that? I'm his girlfriend. Enron walked over and brightened Twilight Smoke's face. Let's go. There was a landslide near here. We were representing our country in peacekeeping. People from other countries were there. It was a big event. It should be reported. Chen Haonan was stunned, and accidentally brightened his milk, to the face of Twilight Smoke, who was squatting in front of him to look at him. At once, Twilight Smoke's star face was covered with a mass of white liquid. Gee, you're a careless kid. Twilight Smoke wiped her face and stretched her tongue to lick the corners of her mouth clean. She didn't reject the taste of Chen Haonan. After all, this child had already aroused a great deal of interest in her. There was a landslide? Then our medical team is going over there. By the way, your comrade in arms is not much of a problem. The one who got shot in the ass. His muscles are so hard that the bullets got stuck. He said he practiced hard qigong in his ass. Twilight Smoke said, filled with curiosity and longing for the country of Yen. This woman. She's been led astray by Chen Haonan. Anran doesn't even want to pay attention to Murin. The person looks pretty. So easy to cheat? You don't want to be Chen Haonan's girlfriend, do you? Hold on. Let's go together and let Thunder Warrior and the others stay here and chat. Anran put her hand in Chen Haonan's hand, and let the child hold it. Since she was in charge of the billions of dollars given by Chen Haonan, Anran spoke in a fine voice, not moving to let Chen Haonan hold the little hand to go. And when sleeping at night, the pajamas are not worn. The main one is frank and honest. It wasn't long before Chen Haonan, looking like a president and holding his honey, descended on the collapse site. The scene was tragic, with smoke rolling in, and cries for help everywhere. Quite a few peacekeepers have come over and are joining the rescue march. Behind these troops, a female reporter is covering the scene. Uruk has always been the place where the world focuses on. It has a beautiful environment, rich resources, but it is the most chaotic country in the world. So there are 36 countries around the world that are peacekeeping here, and they are all here for this collapse. This is the representative of the rice country, and this is the representative of the H country. Why are the two H country soldiers Their faces are swollen as if they were pig heads? The female war correspondent, with an astonished face, looked at the huffing and puffing Ryu Jin and Derong, who came over, and behind the two of them, there was also Twilight Smoke's medical team. May I ask why you have injuries on your faces? Hey, we came a long time ago, and were injured by the brick at the scene. Derong blurted out, talking and pulling the wound, grimacing in pain, and looked hard at Chen Haonan and Anren who had just come down. See, on the side of the Yen Kingdom, without much sincerity, there came a child, and a woman. Stunned, the war correspondent looked over in Dae Young's direction. Sure enough, she saw a child approaching, the little one still in good spirits, nose for nose, eyes for eyes, wearing a little army uniform with 5 stars on it. What a beautiful child. It's not a girl, is it? The female reporter came to a strong interest, immediately abandoned Derong, ran to Chen Haonan's body, and stretched out the microphone. Little friend, are you also here to keep peace? Are you the representatives of that country? She didn't ask Enron. Adults didn't have any news points. Kids were different. Big scene. Kids rarely lie. Chen Haonan's bright eyes swept a glance at the female reporter, and said seriously, we are representatives of the Yen country. We are not here to put on a show. If there is a piece of light, then send a piece of heat. When I heard that the people of Uruk need help, I little children know how to do their best, and by the way, I think that you, at this time, should be going to help those who are stranded instead of interviewing me here. After that, he rolled up his sleeves and spoke to Enron. Action. Okay. Enron followed suit and rolled up his sleeves, running towards the collapsed area with Chen Haonan. Brilliant. This is from a child? It's facetious and sublimely humanitarian. What do you mean the Yin Kingdom is not sincere? People's children know that they have a share of power and are doing their best. God. Soldiers are such dogs, usually polite and courteous, but in critical moments they talk as if they were poop brushing their teeth. They stink. The female war correspondent decided that she would no longer interview a few white soldiers from Derong, and she planned to follow Chen Haonan, the child, throughout the entire process. This is definitely a newsbreaker. Collapse site. At the scene of the collapse, Chen Haonan's 24 times ant strength erupted, lifting a large stone that could only be lifted by the combined efforts of 3 people and flinging it aside with a muffled sound, startling the female war correspondent who was following the camera behind him. My God, a hot rock that looks like tofu lifted up? The female war correspondent was so excited. Stronger than any soldier from any country on the scene. Shoot, it has to be all up. How come? The tracking report that was supposed to publicize the humane spirit of all nations actually became a close-up of Chen Haonan alone. The camera is hanging on for dear life. Chan Ho Nam. A rock was lifted in his small hands, snapped and flung away. Someone buried underneath. Snapped, and soon the person was pulled up and thrown to safety. The people who were buried in the ground waiting to die didn't even react to the people. The people were in the safe zone. Those who could move immediately climbed up and directly worshipped Chen Haonan, feeling that this was the descent of the gods. All of this scene was captured on camera and made its way to global media channels, first being broadcast by dozens of countries, and before long, because the effect was so explosive, it became reported by hundreds of countries. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the country that wants to hashtag. Currently in Uruk a large collapse time, the scene of 36 countries for humanitarian relief. Here is the scene, which there is a small child representative from the Yen country, a person to save the day, continuously save more than a dozen injured. The number of people are still surging. You can see, he is very strong. Tiger, dragon and horse spirit, more than the crane also crane, reporting from Vietnam. I don't know what kind of drugs the representative of the Yen state, a child representing one country, has done what dozens of representatives of countries can't do. Watch live at. It's him. He's our little hero. Mom, why did you pick up the broom and hit me? I ate properly today. In an upscale neighborhood, the young mother picked up a broom and beat the hell out of her 12-year-old, and the poor kid cried and asked for 100,000 reasons why. Why, didn't you watch the TV report? That kid of the others looks at most 10 years old. He already saved lives in Uruk and represented the country. The news reported that he is the young hero of the new era. You are older than others. You need to be served by your old mother to eat. Change your position. Lie down. Woohoo. Scenes like this one keep happening all over the world after reading the message of Chen Haonan's rescue. Human grief varies, but the desire to see one's child grow is all worlds apart. Chen family, villa, father of the child, come and see. The news is reporting that there is a teenage kid who saved lives in Uruk, a dozen or so in one breath, causing a national sensation. Inside the living room that could let Chen Haonan drive a small sports car, Chen's mother was surprised to watch Yuruk's news report. In the picture, there was a child rescuing people. His figure was a bit blurred, only to see him raise his hand. And huge stones flew up in response to his hand. And the main hit was a small superhero. Chen's father came down from cleaning and mopping the floor on the second floor, probed and froze. This child, why does he look like my seed? It seems a bit like, this little body, this posture with his buttocks cocked. Oops, I'll go. He won't be my little Haonan. Right. Speaking of which, it's been 2 or 3 months since he went out to experience the army. Chen Lao, you're so big-hearted that you haven't gone to see the child even once. Isn't he threatening my old man to keep me from going? What with his vow not to return if he can't learn? No, this seems to be Chen Haonan. Call Yitsunshin and ask. Chen father nodded his head, feeling that it made sense, focusing only on the world of the two couples. It had been a long time since Chen Haonan had been in the same situation. On the other side, Chen Haonan didn't know that he was famous all over the world and had been recognized by his parents 7 or 8 times. So he crossed his little butt and buried his head in his work. He was also a soldier in his previous life, and he had this overwhelming sense of responsibility to save one as much as he could. One by one, the stones were run out by the force of his 24 attributes, and one by one, the wounded buried in the ruins were quickly pulled out by him to be revived. In a rather shocking scene, 22, 23, 24, 30 are up, and I'm going to go. The soldiers on the H side, they only saved a total of 3 people. The big country is not the same. Even a child is so brave. H country's soldiers just now also said that people are useless. I personally feel that people should be more reliable. Otherwise the face will hurt. The female war correspondent, in a desperate attempt to blow Chen Haonan, brightens the face of Derong and Yu Jin, being brightly awakened by the two love Darren, is also full of helplessness. The ruins are too difficult to save people. There are many debris. It is easy to cause a second collapse, if you are not careful. Will be their own hitchhiking maybe? Damn, look at the Yenguo side. It seems to be a humanoid porter. The kid, in particular, was doing a hell of a job. Day Young, you didn't lose by a long shot. With that much strength, it's like a hurricane rescue. Ryu Jin was rarely surprised by something unless he couldn't help it, as well as each other. I was knocked out by the look just once. You were cut out twice. Derong was convinced. People's 9-year compulsory education. It's horrible. Just pulling a kid over is better than us adults. How many people has he saved? Over 30. Barely 3 of us, and one who climbed out on his own. The 2 of them were lamenting, when suddenly, behind them, there was a loud rumble and dust flew up. The smoke overwhelmed the 2 men. Ahem. By the time Ryu Jin crawls out in his dust, it happens that Day Young is gone, and he screams in anxiety. By the time he found Derong, he was immediately horrified by the tragedy in front of him. Derong was crushed under the rubble. The steel bar went through his shoulder. He was covered in blood and desperately coughing. Take it easy. I'll save you. Yu Jin hurriedly steps onto the rubble to try and dig Day Young out. And when he goes up, the rubble under his feet groans unbearably and looks like it's about to cave in again. You go quickly. I cannot live. Come over is to die together. Ahem. Really useless. Lost the face of the country. People did not save a few. Themselves hitched. Derong closed his gray eyelids. The body traversed by the steel bars trembled continuously, wondering why he was so unlucky. The Yen soldiers on the other side became the heroes of the report. He was crushed into a bear on the spot. The gap was too big. It would be better to die. Don't even have to think about it. Tomorrow's reported news is, a kid in the Yankee country, playing the role of a superhero. The soldiers of the H country dragging their feet and being buried in the rubble. Twilight, hurry up and save him, give him fluids. Kurenai, with her medical team, arrives at the sound and is grabbed by Ryu Jin to save the day. But when she steps onto the rubble, it's the same result. The building below can't hold the weight of an adult. Twilight smoke, after all, is also H country people. Looking at this scene, goodness of her, are anxious or crying. Jesus, the soldier from country H, he's crushed under the rubble, and pierced through his body. He's in critical condition. Viewers all over the world, this is Uruk Live Rescue Live. There's been an accident here. The female reporter from Battlefield also rushed over, saw the scene, and rushed to report it. Seeing this scene, leaning against the steel bars of Derong, the heart is even more desperate. The eyes do not want to open. Die well, die clean. Disgrace, disgrace to the world. Anran popped up. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. How big a deal is it? We have a way in the Yen country. What's the use of sniveling? Having a pretty face for nothing. Anran grunted twice, pulling the useless ghost Twilight smoke away from him, following with a forked arm and a beckoning hand. You come over here, ah. Following Enron's gesture, The female war correspondent's lens went full bore. At this moment, the other country's peacekeeping people have gathered around. Under the eyes of the crowd, Chen Haonan, the child shines. He's coming. He's coming. Boom bounce. Slap boom. 2 consecutive kicks. Kicked 2 huge stones away. Exploded in the distance. Chen Haonan hands in his pockets. Small short legs. 3 steps into 2 steps. Bright eyes. Reflecting the worship of the beings. The expression of high and cold cannot be. There was a wind that blew the short hair on his little head, blowing it into the wind, and his little body was stained with white dust, which did not affect his image at all, but seemed to be hung with medals all over his body. A thought bubbled up in the room. My God, this kid is more handsome than American comic book superheroes like Spider-Man, a shrunken version of the Hulk, and Superman with his pants on the outside. God, it's a shrunken version of the mid-hero. No, it's Jesus before he grew up, isn't it? It's so handsome. That's so handsome. Not bad for a little man that my lady is willing to be honest with. And what kind of rice heroes? Don't we have King Kong Hulu in our country? And Ran used her large Kazran eyes and glared disgruntledly at the babbling other country's soldiers for several times, indicating that they didn't understand anything, and that only she, a woman who had slept with Chen Haonan, knew how great he was. Click here. Various filming tools flashing. This moment, Chen Haonan threw the live broadcast, and harvested a large wave of fans all over the world, including the girl group's leading star in the faraway country of Xiao Yuan. She also watched the live broadcast, and directly jumped up in the lounge. Her skirt almost fell to the ground. Too excited. That kid is my little boyfriend. So handsome. Handsome. If he's an adult, I can give him a monkey. The golden proportion body of the big star Xiao Yuan, on the spot, jumped and clapped, to the ladies of the girl group, to introduce their little boyfriend. Oh my, Xiao Yuan, is this the boyfriend that the media reported? I thought that the one who slept with you, is that male? It turns out that it is still a breastfeeding child, but it is really handsome. Look at it. It seems like he went to save our country's peacekeeping soldiers, our national soldiers, not to go to peacekeeping. How to become don't save the object. A little shame. Oh, small round, or your little boyfriend handsome. Next time also introduced to me D. You're outta here. Chen Haonan didn't know that he had already hung himself to the point of alarming his second girlfriend. At the moment, he stood before the collapse with his eyes high and cold, humming, bear with it, you can't die. You're not even as good as a woman when you scream like that. As soon as the words left his mouth, Derong, who was trembling in pain, immediately shut up and inwardly held his tongue. The family, who understands what he's holding back, a good peacekeeping soldier, the country's image representative, turned into a rescued injured person. The key to rescue him, or always look down on the Yenghua people, hell or a child, to save their own a tall man, so desperate to die. Ryu Shijin shouted, Derong, don't be afraid. You'll be saved. The little hero from Yenghua is here. He's light enough to pass through the collapse. He's strong enough to save you. It was loud enough that a number of soldiers from other countries were nodding, and some snickered on the spot. I go. Ryu Shijin, you love brain. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know how to talk. Derong sniffed, and the shame in his heart directly reached the mark. His head was tilted, and he fainted under the severe pain. When he woke up, he saw Chen Haonan just standing in front of him. He was seen with a small, determined face, clearing out the large chunks of rock that were pressing down on him with ease. And then, from behind his back, he took a chainsaw and, in the guise of the Dakota murderer, chopped it down with a single saw. Derong almost pissed his pants, subconsciously closing his eyes, his face full of muscles trembling. The next moment, he saw sparks flying, constantly splashing down on his face, hot enough to show his teeth. Chen Haonan, holding a chainsaw in both hands, put his body's ant strength to good use, steady as an old dog, constantly cutting holes through Dairong's steel bars, sparks flying, falling on Chen Haonan's face, body. That is the heroic style of the fire tree, falling on the face full of blood, grimacing in pain on the body of the face of Derong, that is twisted, perverted. The scene of the huge contrast, all by the battlefield base filmed up, clearly sent to the world concerned about the rescue of the audience in front of the Uruk. Slap. Beat you to death. You ungrateful son. You still need to be fed and wet the bed. Look at other people's children. They are fighting for their country. Mom, people are different. When you were 10, you were about the same as me. Oh, it hurts. The hitting young mom's hand froze for a moment, so the blow was harder. Chen family, inside the villa. I go to. Crap. Chen's mother and Chen's father burst out of the nationalist at the same time. Husband and wife. The exit is very thick. In the next moment, the couple hugged hard and squeezed each other, exclaiming wildly under their breath, good heavens, This is Chen Haonan. Why did he run away to become a hero abroad? He's saving people. Chen's father even exclaimed, worthy of being my seed, all on a mission on behalf of the country. What did he go through in the army? No, I have to go and ask. This child, he can suffer like this? Heartbroken to death. The sparks are splattered all over his body. Oh, old Chen. Hurry up and go abroad to find him. Old Chen calmed down. No, just go to the military area to squat. Uruk is not suitable to go. We're off in Karma Waste. Xiaonan is representing the country to go. Let's go to the Iron Fist Regiment to ask and then say. On the same day, Chen Hanan's parents traveled to the Iron Fist Corps. H country. Derong's kind of twisted pie face, as well as this scene of Chen Hanan single-handedly holding a chainsaw to save a man's life, directly silenced the condescending Korean fuck. When no one said anything, they felt humiliated, and some people just turned off their televisions and pretended they hadn't seen anything. Being a hallucination is right. Can't afford to be ashamed of this. Fucking let you save people. You become the one being saved. And your face is distorted like this? Sorry, we are proud. We don't have such ugly people in our country. The only exception to this is 1H. The only exception to this is Kotaru. She was so happy, and felt so lucky and good at reading people, that her sisters, at the moment, envied her. The previous media's messy coverage will definitely not catch itself after seeing how cool Chen Hanan looks and knowing that he is a child of breastfeeding age. Gotta find a time to go feed him grapes. Xiao Yuan secretly made a decision. At the sight of the collapse, dust was flying and the tiny figure was faintly visible. This little hero of the Yin Kingdom is really something. Is awesome. What brand of formula did this grow up on? It's excellent. The scene was electric with sparks, and many people exclaimed in awe of the bull as they watched the figures shrouded in a haze of fireworks. It is possible to break the cult of national boundaries in the face of true strength. Chen Haonan is not an old man, but he is young enough to do things and shocking enough, at a specific time, under specific circumstances, without surprise harvested a wave of military little fans. Twilight Smoke's eyes were glowing as she stared at Chen Haonan and spoke to Anren. You're his little girlfriend? I see why. Later you help me ask, does he still need a girlfriend? I think I can do it too. In the face of Twilight Smoke's slutty look, Anren's mouth was crooked to the sky and he didn't even care. That's pretty impressive. I hope Dae Young is saved. Ryu Shurjin began to not feel much of it, and now when he saw his crush, Twilight Smoke, that kind of eyes glowing, crooked mouth tilted in admiration, in her look at himself, absolutely no such worshipful eyes. Cannot help but heart is not a taste. Luckily, it's a child and there's no need to worry about anything. If Lei Battle was here, he would have hugged Ryu Shurjin and called the heroes the same. It wasn't long before Chen Hanan carried the fainted Derong out, and there was a cheer all around. Get a blood transfusion. Twilight Smoke first gratefully glanced at Chen Hanan, his face full of love. After all, at this time Chen Hanan, his tiny face, body, seems to have broken the skin. Blood stains. It looks like his own injuries are not light. No need to look at me. It's all the blood from him. My skin isn't even broken. Chen Haonan has a look of nothing to hang on to. His expression is so high and cold that he can't do it. The main one is precocious. Twilight Smoke froze for a moment and rushed to give Derong a blood transfusion. Derong, who woke up from being stabbed, saw a lot of people around him filming and talking before fainting again of his own accord. Face-saving peacekeeping projects. The world came to so many soldiers. On their own finally live into the world's joke. Upon returning, Dae Young feels that he may be put on trial. After seeing Derong wake up and close his eyes in shame again, Ryu Shurjin immediately breathed a sigh of relief and gave Chen Haonan a thumbs up. But the next moment, when he heard the live broadcast from the war correspondent clearly, he immediately blushed brilliantly. For viewers around the world, this little superhero from the Yankee country saved 38 people by himself, and the last stranded person was a soldier from the country of H. What was said after that, you see Jean couldn't listen to. He was internally thinking much the same as Dae Young, disgraced to the world. After the peacekeeping mission was over, Anren took Chen Haonan's small hand, boarded a special airplane, and flew away under a sea of adoring eyes. Thus, Chen Haonan's image began to enter thousands of households, and there were tens of millions of fans in Yanguo alone, and if he were to engage in anchoring, the number of fans would definitely exceed that of Dong, Southeast Military Region, with Mr. Gao as the head of the Big Brother, standing in the airport in a tight formation. According to this formation, it is obvious that the higher leaders come back to inspect the work. Only their own people know that they are only to greet a child returning from a mission. At 3:10 p.m. The special plane landed. How? So many leaders are coming to pick up the airplane. This formation is so big, I'm a little nervous. Anren people have not even walked out through the glass to see a group of big men waiting where? Do not know the people. Thought it was the military department of the boss came. You made a big splash today. Your deeds have spread. They've alarmed the entire Southeast military region. There must be a lot of people interested in you, wanting to dig you up to become a junior instructor. Chen Haonan said seriously. I won't fall for their beauty plan. Anren froze and laughed, leaning forward and backward in style. Lei Zhan, who was on the side, had his eyes glazed over. When had he ever seen a leader greet himself with such a gesture? When had he ever seen Anren smile so brightly? There were some things that he had to admit that when it came to personal charisma, he, an adult, was not even as good as a child. Anren took the initiative to hold Chen Hanan's hand and walked off the airplane. Behind them, the medics carried Raiden and the others down. Chen Haonan in front of him held out his small chest and brought his beautiful female secretary to meet the applause and flowers. And beside him, the injured Lei Zhuan and the others were grayly carried away from the side. Slap. The applause was thunderous. High-fashion treatment. Salute. Mr. Gao gave a low roar like thunder. Swish. Amidst the violent applause of the bigwigs present, Chen Haonan returned the military salute with his female secretary. And at his young age, his whole person looked resolute, high and cool. This has caused a lot of hot debate among the big boys. It's true that heroes come out of youths. Mr. Gao, your vision is really good. Chief Gao was satisfied with looking at Chen Haonan and opened his mouth. Not too old. Already has the gas of annexing the world. Chen Haonan, you're a lone hero this time. Going deep into such a treacherous place as Uruk. Rescuing the Thunderbolt Commando team, not to mention that, but also fighting for the country's glory. Rescuing dozens of stranded people. And a person topping the battles of dozens of other countries. It's really remarkable. In view of your excellent performance, I have written a report, especially for you to apply for military honors. Military honors is not a big problem, but your age here, coupled with the lack of official enrollment, the rank of that, may not be determined. You kid have no opinion, right? Towards the end, Mr. Gao became a bit embarrassed and his tone became inquisitive. After all, this time, Chen Haonan's credit, if placed on a random soldier's body, would definitely become a model in the military? What kind of place is Uruk? Minefields all over the place, behind all kinds of bullies. There are different countries standing behind them. To be able to save the Thunderbolt Commandos under General Armand, who has been gaining momentum lately, just thinking about the horrors of it will make one scalp numb with the feeling of being in the middle of it. Chen Haonan said righteously, Commander, what if I say that Xiao Xiao has an opinion? Coughing, Gao almost choked on his saliva. However, he immediately added, in terms of military rank, regardless of whether the above approved or not, the East China Sea prison as well as this time out of the country to carry out the mission of the credit, I will first give you a titular rank of captain, and so on, when you become an adult, as long as you are still a soldier in the Southeast military region. Gao Shuwei patted his chest to give you a guarantee and personally go to the military department for you to get your rank back. The High General Manager slapped his chest and met Chen Haonan and slapped it with a boom. It looked funny, but none of the bigwigs in the room laughed or dared to. Mr. Gao is so bullish. In addition to the verbal commitment, it is obvious that he has left Chen Haonan, the seedy soldier king who has suddenly gained international fame, in the Southeast military region. Chen Haonan didn't say anything more. Humph, make himself seem like he cares about the rank. He just think of one day hanging full of medals, go back home to pretend, and then the teacher expelled. Don't need to continue to study. Iron Fist Regiment. Chen Haonan's parents were in the parlor, being received by Kong Tuan, and then were told that Chen Haonan was no longer in the Iron Fist Regiment, that he had gone to be a Special Forces soldier, which was a secretive unit that no one knew about unless they took the initiative to contact their families. Chen Haonan's parents were dumbfounded on the spot. However, under Kong Tuan's persuasion, they went home first, when Chen Haonan gave them a call. Wolfsbane can't get in. Seeing on the molecule of former drinking buddies, Kong Tuan also gave them some army specialties and said that during the 3 months that Chen Haonan had been serving as a soldier here, he was still the little guy's friend of his peers, his best friend. Chen Haodong was shocked for half a day. According to seniority, he was still Kong Tuan's father? White Tiger Base, Chen Haonan and Anren, the two heads of the house, were not here, and Tang Xini, the second head of the house, had been training for 3 days now with the White Tiger soldier congregation. It's worth mentioning that since seeing Chen Haonan's length, Tang Xiaosan knew his roots and decided to stay in the White Tiger Base, but also had a dormitory to live alone. Something to do as a theory teacher, nothing to do with leading the troops. In any case, just don't go back to the scientific research office. The research office is not much fun, not as exciting as here, and Chen Haonan is very capable and speaks well. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, Chen Haonan and Anren went to Uruk. A country where the whole world was clocked to save the Thunderbolt Commandos, and they didn't know if they wouldn't be able to come back, where it was just too dangerous. Tang Xini was a bit distracted. By the time the training was over, the female soldiers surrounded her. Instructor Tang, where did my little cousin go? Did he go on a mission? Yi Zuanxin hadn't seen Chen Haonan's cool appearance for 3 days, and was so anxious that her great aunt came, and the whole person seemed like an ant in a hot pot. Yes, Instructor Tang, where has our chief instructor gone? I haven't seen him for 3 days. Something couldn't have happened. Tang Xini opened her mouth in a bad mood. Oops, all worried about him. Let me tell you, Chen Haonan has been abducted and sold to the mountains. Hearing Tang Xiaosan's words, Yi Zuanxin was struck by lightning and froze. No, it can't be. But the next moment, she immediately reacted. Bah, how can that be? My cousin is so capable. He abducted others is more or less the same. You're still not the girlfriend he abducted? Humbug. Tang Xini was aware of Yi Zuanxin's identity. It was indeed Chen Haonan's cousin, so she didn't intend to hide it, and opened her mouth. It's like this. He went on a mission to Uruk, near the H countryside. Recently wasn't there a TV series called Descendants of the Sun? It was filmed there, and the archetypal character, Ryu Shizhen, was also a soldier there, and is considered to be a love interest, and I heard that he was so handsome that it alarmed their country's president of their country. The crowd of White Tiger soldiers were bluffed. I'll be damned. Is it dangerous to go that far on a mission? Is Yusei Jin really that handsome? 3 days without news. Yusei can not dangerous. If Chen Haonan really accident, you female soldiers to practice well. The future to go to Uruk to give him revenge. Tang Xini's words had just fallen, and before the female soldier could react, she was immediately awakened by a bright sentence. Tang Xini, you're talking nonsense. With our instructor's skill, what danger can there be? We're back. At those words, Tang Xini was overjoyed, only to see that at the entrance of the White Tiger base, Chen Haonan and Anren walked in hand, looking especially close, their shoulders leaning together. If you put aside their age, the two were as close as a couple on a street press. Tang Xini sked a few times. Strange. She has been to Anran's room in the middle of the night. Violet is now accompanying Chen Haonan this child to sleep. Actually pajamas are not wearing. Woke up and asked her. She actually said that it is convenient to give the child breastfeeding. Strange. 10 years old really have not yet quit breastfeeding? Chen Haonan everything is good. Is this can not quit? However, Tang Xini also found some changes that happened to Anren, such as after coming back from the East China Sea prison. Anren's eyes were so much gentler, especially when looking at Chen Haonan, the little man, full of admiration, only in the wife's goodness, the goodness of the sister-in-law and other small movies to see such an expression. It is worth mentioning that when she was an undercover agent on Luna Island, in order to be professional, Tang Xini watched a lot of humming little movies, which was associated with Anren's expression, and this also developed a bad liking in her. She liked to watch little movies when she was exercising, and she was especially passionate. That's strange. Anren seems to be substituting for his wife's role? Tang Xini stood up and greeted the two. It's okay to come back alive. I didn't think you guys would make it back in Uruk. Anren pooh-poohed it, then spoke. Didn't you watch the news? What news? Who's leading the troops here now that your big boss and second boss are gone? Violet, why do you look so radiant? Like you went on a honeymoon? Anren's small face reddened, and she pooh-poohed again. Nonsense. I gave him a chance, and he's useless. Fair enough. Chan Ho Nam? Mindy, we'll take it from here. Go check the international news and you'll know what's going on. I won't say it directly. He. I can see that Anren is very proud. Tang Xini coldly grunted, and then went to watch the news. Just to take this time. Take a break. 3 days have passed. Know how you come over? When Tang Xini left, the female soldiers surrounded them. But the one who surrounded them wasn't Chen Haonan, who was so high and cold that he couldn't stand it, but Anren. Female assistant Anren. There are 3 good, beautiful voice, sweet temper. Female soldiers are not afraid of her, when she is a big sister. In fact, Anren is not much older than them, only rich experience, experienced in 100 battles. Instructor. I heard you guys went on a mission to the Descendants of the Sun filming base. Did you meet Captain Ryu? Is he handsome? Anren said seriously. Handsome or not, I don't know, but he was knocked out twice by our instructor, and I personally think that the instructor is quite handsome. I'm going to. Oops. Crap. Really? The female soldier turned her head to look at Chen Haonan, and at this moment, the little man's face was expressionless as he spoke in a high and cold voice. Alright, cut the crap. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. A little goodbye is better than a new marriage. I'll give you guys a big gift. Cross country 5 kilometers. Instructor, you're so good to us. I thank you. When the female soldiers lined up and began to run wildly around the Qinglong playground, suddenly, over at the female soldiers' dormitory, Tang Xini ran out wildly from the doorway and shouted, "Oh my god! You guys are making a world-famous mess. What in the world have you done? Not to save people. How to become peacekeeping? Chen Haonan, you really have the ability. This lady did not look at the wrong man. Actually, a person can save 38 people. The scene of the number of all the peacekeeping countries to rescue the number of people combined are not as much as you. How did you do it?" Anran revealed Chen Haonan's signature smile and spoke in a high and cold voice. "Isn't it possible to have hands? I'll beat you to death and you're still pretending with this lady." Looking at Tang Xini rushed over. Anran Lightning grabbed her hand, lowered his voice. "I tell you, you don't want to watch that kind of little movie when you are training next door. It will teach the children." He is now not only eating milk, but also started to move his hands and feet. "I don't wear pajamas to sleep. It's what he asked for. But, I think that frankly and honestly there is nothing just. After all, he gave me a few $1 billion. Tang Xini's eyes earned a rounded look. "What are you saying? He gave you billions? How can that be? He's just a kid." "Did he?" Anran didn't think much about it. She had a valiant character and didn't want to hide from Tang Xiaosan, so she said it directly. "It's like this. In the East China Sea prison, a prisoner on the verge of execution told Chen Haonan a Swiss anonymous account. The password. The account actually has billions of US dollars inside. Chen Haonan, this child will be all this money to me for safekeeping. I'm going to be all used in the construction of the White Tiger base above." "Oops. What's your expression? You're talking about money?" Tang Xini was stunned. "What did you think it was?" Enron asked innocently. "Ouch. This doesn't matter. I'm going." "How much?" "Say that again." "Billions." "Billions? American knives? My god. Violet. Share half of it with me. I'll help you keep it. I'm Chen Haonan's first girlfriend. I'm a big woman." "Bullshit. You're a junior now. It's fine if you want to take care of the money. Go tell Chen Haonan yourself that it's his money, earned by virtue of his own skills, and that he killed the ghost boy with the Blood Blade group. Okay? It is not just not wearing clothes, accompanying a breastfeeding child to sleep. You can do it. Can't I do it?" Tang Xini rolled up her sleeves. She felt that she could not shed the wolf. Is not able to set the child. My god. Billions of US dollars. How much money is converted into RMB? No wonder Anran's whole temperament has changed. This kid, Chen Haonan, is too good at making money. He has too many strengths. Tang Xini, this person, in fact, is not particularly love money. She is a scientific research maniac, but also a good teacher. But a few billion he gave is too much. And Anran is also really, actually want to be a person to monopolize the power of the harem. It is really hateful. With a twist of her butt, Tang Xini turned around and headed to the playground to find Chen Haonan, in the scientific research office, to apply for hundreds of thousands of dollars of funding. All need layers of approval. Not a few months down the line, can only apply for 3 times a year, and now Chen Haonan actually a person with the strength to earn billions of US dollars. This is how horrible wealth. For Chen Haonan, the god of wealth. If Tang Xini had only been curious about his power and youth before, now that she saw the springy Anran, Tang Xiaosan was already so envious that she didn't want to talk about any voodoo. Must grab. Tang Xini hurriedly came out of the tent, wanting to go find Chen Haonan to make her attitude clear. But in the end, just as she left the doorway, she saw a person sneaking around where the entrance to the White Tiger base was looking around. She recognized the other party. This was Li Ernia from Red Cell, Chen Haonan's past comrade. "Ernia, what are you doing here?" "Ah, hello Mr. Tang. I'm here to find Chen Haonan." Is he here?" Li Ernia's tone was rushed, as if he was an overgrown rural child. "What do you want with him?" Li Ernia stood up straight and saluted. "It's like this. He Chengwan's behavior is strange. He won't listen to anything anyone says. I thought Chen Haonan is the only person he's convinced of. He'll listen to him, so I got him to help. We're comrades in arms." Towards the end, the old ox was a bit proud. After all, Chen Haonan's reputation was getting bigger and bigger, and it had spread all over the world. Before coming, while dining in the dining hall, the international news was broadcasted, in which Chen Haonan, representing his country, saved 38 refugees, causing a sensation, with He Chengwan being the one who reacted the most. After seeing Chen Haonan interviewed by a war correspondent, He Chengwan, who had been inexplicably depressed for several days, suddenly lowered his head, twisted his body, and ran out, and Wang Yanbing and Li Ernia followed him out. And guess what happened? Damn, He Chengwang actually went to the kiosk to buy wine, carrying wine and traveling alone, sitting alone on the hill, drinking wine and getting drunk alone. Wang Yanbing went up and was driven down as if he were a dog. Having no choice, Li Erniu came to Chen Haonan for help. According to Nyo's understanding, there was nothing in this world that Chen Haonan couldn't do. For such a small matter, you guys come to Chen Haonan to solve it. And also, He Changwon, a big man, still playing what mood depression he is drinking like this, it is against the rules. Tang Xini cursed the useless man and still let Li Erniu in. Take him to Chen Haonan. Out of Tang Xini's expectation. After learning of He Changwon's abnormality, Chen Haonan actually nodded his little head and spoke. Well, I know why. Let's go find him. It just so happens that there's one thing that I need to bring him to solve. Tang Xini? Just as he was about to ask for clarification, Chen Haonan had already taken Li Erniu out and went directly to the red cell base. No, I must follow me there. Otherwise the financial power will forever fall on Anren's shoulders. Tang Xini had made up her mind, and she was going to refrain from speaking of voodoo. Billions of dollars must let Chen Haonan also give himself billions of points. Anyway, he was a child. What could he spend? Definitely can't all be cheap for this little girl Anren. How come here, I'll be your driver. It's a bit far to go to the red cell. I've been there many times as a teacher. The road is familiar. Tang Xini jogged all the way, went over to start the car, and sent herself, even with the car, to Chen Haonan and Li Erniu. Walking to come Li Erniu open mouth, a face stunned. There is a kind of audience if the feeling of surprise. Really follow Haonan brother on the right. Traveling actually let Mr. Tang as a driver. Such a dog. Who do not want to be? Humbug a lot of people want to be cannot be. Woof woof. At the top of the hill, the sun is setting in the west, and the broken heart is at the end of the world. He Changwon greeted the slanting sun, raised the filled beer and drank as fiercely as a tiger, and the sunlight shone on his young and confused face with a funereal temperament. At his feet, 5 or 6 more bottles had rolled, and there was an unopened bag next to him. Wang Yanbing just sat at the foot of the mountain, did not dare to go up. Damn it, once he went up, he was driven down as a dog. Hey, lactobacillus went off the deep end, and it was the first time he saw such a He Changwon. Is it just reading the news about Chen Haonan's fame abroad that stimulates him like this? It shouldn't be. He Changwon was treating Chen Haonan as a rival, but he also emphasized that he was still young and wasn't afraid of anything. They were all comrades in a commando unit, and Lao Wang didn't want to see He Changwon become disheveled. Coming. At the foot of the mountain, Li Erniu's voice came. Wang Yanbing hurriedly climbed up, and sure enough, he saw the tiny body of Chen Haonan, climbing up from below. The little guy went to the period of the new recruits then. Now there is more a mature temperament, high and cold. Do not look closely at his legs. Thought he was a big handsome man. In fact, is a milk-eating bear child. Every time he saw Chen Haonan, Wang Yanbing thought of the scene at the train station when he met him to join the army, and then he was abused. And this abused to the end of the recruiting period, all abused out of the feeling. And sometimes he felt that Chen Haonan was his own old man who did not fight for his life. Your old man come I go. How did you run to foreign missions? I watched the video. Bullish to fly up. A manpower pressure 36 countries peacekeeping forces. Really give us a long face. After a small blow wave, Wang Yanbing lowered his voice. However, lactobacillus was stimulated by you not light read your news. He owed. The person went crazy. Ran here to drink. Who came cannot persuade. Chen Haonan nodded. Small matter. Let me do it. Wang Yanbing nodded and gave a thumbs up. You're good. You're on. Chen Haonan walked over directly to He Changwon, picked up an unopened bottle of beer, and opened his mouth. There are just 2 reasons for men to drink mulled wine. Either they have lost their love, or their wives have run away with someone else. Which one do you belong to? He Changwon already knew that Chen Haonan had come over and had wanted to drive him down, but the other party's golden mouth silenced him dry. What a good judge of character. Being told, Chen Haonan, you're just a suckling child. What do you know about feelings? Yeah, you're right about everything. I don't know anything about relationships, but I've got 3 girlfriends now and they're all dead to me. He Changwon's eyebrows jumped a little, feeling a little solid, and his originally gray and cloudy heart pricked to life all of a sudden. That's the thing about men. They can't stand to climb. They can't stand the excitement. He stared at Chen Haonan, the little guy, and opened his mouth to curse. I know you have a female assistant. This is also an arrangement from above. Right. You are just a child in their eyes. Followed by He Changwon aggravated the tone. Teenage fame is good, but you're too small. At best, is a shocking little monster. You think those women are really willing to listen to you? It's all about the order. The woman is the world, the most difficult to grasp the creatures, who cannot see through. If there is a day, you do not instruct her, go back to study. In the street they are not necessarily recognize you. He Changwon mood is very upset. feel scolded than their own dazzling Chenhaonan. Especially soothing, there is a kind of high speed held half a day, and then emptied the pain of the ci. Gu, he Changwon, what is your status? Actually scolded my Tang Sinese man I can't even afford to scold him. You actually blabbered here. I'm going to call your instructor and ask what's going on. A special forces soldier sneak drinking and dare my boyfriend. There is still a king's law? He Changwon was stunned as he looked at the teacher Tang Sini who had appeared out of nowhere, and the other party crossed her arms, her demeanor disgruntled as she issued a verbal threat to him. At this moment, Tang Sini actually had a protective expression on her face, painfully pinching Chen Haonan's small shoulders, and also blocked the slanting sun in the west with her own body, and asked him in a fine voice if he wanted to call Gong Arrow and complain about He Changwon, which was too impolite. I have to say, Tang Sini people are a little high and cold, but good looking, and Anren tied with the two flowers of the wolf teeth. The pursuit of her people, quite a lot of people, including He Changwon himself, feel that the other side is very good. The character is also suitable for their own appetite. The value of the face, needless to say, can be sung and sung, but Tang Sini is not a fan of anyone, and the only time she has ever suffered a defeat was during an open class, when she was poker played by Chen Haonan and was photographed verbally recognizing him as her boyfriend. This is naturally child's play, how a child's word counts, but look at her expression now, her movements, her body. Damn, this is protecting her husband? I do not know why. He Changwang's suddenly heart is a sour. Internal astringency cannot be. Mad. Their own and eagle wings general big man, actually cannot compare to a child. People Chen Haonan what things, are handled perfectly. The new weapons, needless to say, all the same period of the soldiers, are pressed in the five-fingered mountain under the 3-month inability to turn over. It is not easy to turn over. Chen Haonan shifted to become an instructor, several levels higher than them. Recently, not to mention, people mixed to world fame, the main one in situ. Recently, He Changwang suspected that Chen Haonan lived in an adult soul inside, but he did not have evidence. And then look at the high cold famous Tang Sini's car. This is where the high cold, as if wagging the tail of the Labrador, to Chen Haonan casually jerked the feeling. This opens the wrong way, doesn't it? Is the world messed up, or am I just crazy? Chen Haonan spoke blandly. Alright, men talk, women avoid. Yes, Tang Sini obediently said. I'll always be the woman behind you. Whatever you say, I'll do. The main thing is that you can just treat me, Tang Sini, as your person. You can just make me do whatever you want. I'll be waiting for you at the bottom of the mountain. There was no way around it. What he had given Enron was too much. Tang Sini went down the hill with sweet beauty and good behavior. You, what a bully. He Changwang, who had been bitten in the face, was completely convinced. Hey, Chen Haonan the chief of staff said that I can catch up with you, said that I'm still young, but the more I compare with you, I feel like living as if a dog. You are world famous. I actually fell out of love. Abandoned by a woman. Do you think it's you who is too perverted, or am I? He Changwang, too much of a failure Red-eyed, He Changwang finally opened himself up to Chen Haonan, no longer holding back. Tell me your story. Finish your drink, and I'll do it for you. Chen Haonan was also a small drinker, and now with He Changwang's story to help cheer him up, he felt that Dongtu was a big white. All come up here. He Changwang is telling his story. After pouring half a bottle of wine, Chen Haonan held his little head high and wailed at the douchebag at the foot of the mountain. Here we go. Here we go. Stretching their necks and waiting for half a day. Li Ernia two people. They saw Tang Sini up and down the mountain. She did not say anything, just a bright face. Being surprised, did not expect people to be called up. When the two men came up, they actually found that the expression of despair on He Changwang's face eased down. That is, there was a feeling of waking up. Lactobacillus. What's wrong with you? What's the matter with the brothers to say clearly? A face of high cold. Do not know the people. Thought you want to commit suicide. Brother Chen, you scared me, so I had to bring out Brother Haonan, and sure enough, he solved it as soon as he stepped in. Facing the booing of the two brothers, He Changwang smiled bitterly, being awakened by Brother Haonan. Never mind, it's nothing, let me tell you, it's just a lost love. With wine and brothers, He Changwang told his story. As Chen Haonan guessed, childhood sweetheart Lin Xiaoxiao, after he became a soldier, and the school door open outdoor military supplies middle-aged Uncle Well. The last time He Changwang went to look for her, the result of face-to-face encounter they went out to play back, was nourished by a face. He Changwang people are also generous. On the blessing of their last run back, alone sad for a few days. Originally, I think I can look away, after all, where there is no grass at the end of the world. But, hey, after finishing the story, He Changwon looked at Chun Haonan with a bit of embarrassment and opened his mouth. It's just that after reading your news, all famous all over the world, and thinking about the fact that he has accomplished nothing, and that he's fallen out of love, the person popped up. Chen Haonan nodded his little head. So that's it, blame me. After the drink, I'll take you to Wang Yadong. After saying that, Chen Haonan finished off a bottle with bravado. Here, drink this, and, he Cheng Lang also nod when Chen Haonan that sentence is the matter. Anyway, all said open, much better. Who love to go to the side. Lousy have brothers. 3 contemporaries, drinking on the hill. At the foot of the mountain, Tang Sini sent a message to Anren, Violet. Tonight, I will sleep with Chen Haonan. You go to sleep next door to me ha. Clam stay. I'm used to sleeping Chen Haonan. I can't sleep without a small child to hold. Geez, you're being slept with. You're still honorable. No, it's my turn. I'm his woman too. You once had the chance to be a big woman. It's you who didn't want it. You're now a junior. It's not your turn. But then again, why did you suddenly change your sex? Didn't you say that Chen Haonan moves his hands and doesn't sleep well? It's just that you get used to being manhandled and you start to lose sleep. Tang Sini was convincing Anren to give the opportunity to sleep with Chen Haonan, so that he could blow the pillow wind. After all, billions of dollars Suddenly the foot of the mountain came over a person. While staring at his cell phone, Tang Xiaosan looked over, and it was actually Gong Arrow, the instructor of the red cell. Who came over? Old Gong. The people aren't here. Go walk somewhere else. Tang Sini knew that Chen Haonan was accompanying the drink, and she played a cover for the main one. Husband, Captain Tang, things can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be said indiscriminately. Gong Arrow, who had been single for 30 years, listened drunkenly and was very flattered, but still poked fun at Tang Sini. To be honest, there aren't many beautiful women in the army nowadays, and there was once someone who mentioned that he and Tang Sini were also quite compatible and could be considered for consideration, and that person was Chen Shanming. Husband? I'll be damned. I do have a man. Don't talk nonsense. If he hears you, he'll get the wrong idea. Gong Arrow froze for a moment, smiled awkwardly, and opened his mouth to ask, you know who I'm looking for when you say who's not here? Single dogs are more sober and quick to react. Come with titanium dog eyes. Men and women in love are silly. They're drinking on the hill. You're covering right. Your man is here? He Changwang? I heard you guys had a fight. You don't know each other without a fight. When did it develop? Gong Arrow was a little envious of He Changwang's lustful fortune. He Changwang, that lost love dog? Get lost. Don't talk nonsense. My man is a famous man. Crap. You are talking about Chen Haonan, this child. Hell, how the women in the military district are surrounding him around. Gong Arrow was this sentence. Dry silence. Lei War can't chase and ran. Tang Sini is actually the same. All because of a child. I'll go up and see what they're doing. Gong Arrow couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think about it. Unlike Lei Zhuan, he was a man who was looking for trouble, and simply went straight up the mountain. Aren't you in a hurry to find a date? I'll introduce you to one. How about this one? Tang Sini dumped Gong Arrow's cell phone. The screen of a white and clean girl, smiling harmless, a flower to see flowers. I'll be damned. That's a nice girl. Her name is Gu Xiaojie, single since well. Her family is also anxious for her to find a boyfriend. I think you're not bad. Instructor Gong, do you want to arrange for you to meet? Gong Arrow non-smilingly smiled. Captain Tang, do you mean for me, to leave those little guys up there alone? Smart man. No two ways about it. Deal. You can leave. I'll watch over them next. Tang Sini began to drive people away. Let's go. Let's go. Actually, Chen Haonan is here to enlighten this brat He Changwang. I'm not very useful as an instructor. I've still earned it. Gong Arrow, this person. Definitely not as honest as the surface. These words, he killed, will not say out. Do not know why Tang Sini did not let him intervene, but he sold the other side of face. With a glance at a couple of young men drinking on the hillside, he shook his head and walked away. When you were a soldier, who didn't drink in secret? Who hasn't been caught? That's why how come there wasn't a beautiful pussy in the past? To give himself a piece of her mind? That said, the world-famous Chen Haonan is a small man with a big pussy. On the hillside, Chen Haonan looked at Gong Arrow's back as he left, and opened his mouth to the 3 Wang Yanbing, who were like enemies. This second leader of mine still has some skills, and sent the instructor away, so you guys don't need to be punished. That's awesome. Bull. Thanks, little brother. Come all here. I'll take you out for a trip. Brothers together to see that dare to abduct our brothers Wang Yadong. In the end is not the year beside the shoulder 3 nostrils. Let's go. Chen Haonan arrogantly angled his little head and dried the last of the wine. Good. Wang Yanbing and Li Erniu, also bravado for once. the main fight of bravado in heaven and earth. He Changwon, however, hesitated. I don't want to bother them. What kind of thinking is this? In case Wang Yadong is a bad guy, you are not being generous. This is pushing your childhood friend into the fire pit. As a child, all know the truth. Mom's friend should be vigilant. You are actually being an ostrich here. I'll leave you with a word of advice. There are no ditches in front of a stallion, but all pits in front of a goon. After saying that, Chen Haonan boarded his small hands and descended the mountain in high spirits. He Changwon was so angry that he jumped up. Who is a wimp? Who is a wimp? Go! I really don't understand what kind of man Xiao Xiao is looking for. This time check it out. If it's a good man and good for her, I can only wish them well. Otherwise, I'll fill him up in the ditch. That's more like it. Wang Yanbing and Li Ernia looked at the stormy adult He Changwon, and then looked at the calm child Chen Haonan. The two contrasted. I shit. How do I feel upside down? He Changwon is the violent child? Li Ernia had a longing face. I just want to be Chen Haonan's dog. Follow him and have meat to eat. Wang Yanbing also did not make fun of him. Just a stunned face, although I do not have much of an impression of my old man. How do I feel Chen Haonan? More and more like my father. High and cold. Educating people in a set. Geez, kinda good at uniting comrades. I thought you were just a milk-fed kid who could make money. Tang Xini nodded inwardly when she saw Chen Haonan bring the person down, then hurriedly got out of the car, opened the door, and said in a soft voice, please get on the car. The attitude was respectful and the tone was as gentle as could be. Put on the thunder and lightning teacher Tang. He Changwon. Three people are looking straight. Who do not know this beautiful teacher High Cold Ah? Who open her joke? She is with who anxious? You actually bent over for Chen Haonan? In fact, Tang Xini has a sentence in her heart that she did not say. 5 buckets of rice old lady will not fold. If 100 buckets, she would like to kneel down and call her father. The scientific research is too costly. And what can be said cannot let Anren take over the power alone. Ah. Go change into a uniform first. The raisin one, not the regular one, and wear it how you like. How you like. After getting into the car, Chen Haonan howled with a wave of his little hand. No, why should I dress more handsome? Aren't we going to investigate Wang Yadong? He Changwon also wanted to wear a mask and duck-tongued cap. Secretly traveled forward. Secretly investigated. The main play a mystery. All three of you have to wear it. Dress like a dirtbag. The atmosphere is not even good. You will not usually be covered in stinky sweat to go on a date. Right. Women, pay attention to a sense of ceremony. Unless you are particularly rich, wearing slippers to go, they will help you to wipe. Listening to Chen Haonan verbally educating He Changwon's 3 comrades, Tang Xini, who was driving the car, jumped with her eyebrows. What do you mean you're rich and a woman helps you shine your shoes? I'm not that kind of woman. Why are you looking at me and saying that? At the strong request of Chen Haonan, He Changwon and the 3 of them changed into new uniforms, leather shoes waxed, and mosquitoes went up to the splits. After everything was in place, Tang Xini, who didn't dare to say anything, acted as a chauffeur and sent the 4 of them to a university. In front of a university, a beautifully dressed He Changwon, looking at the incoming and outgoing college students, lamented, if I hadn't joined the army, I would have gone to college with Xiao Xiao. Regret? He Changwon didn't say anything. Chen Haonan opened his mouth seriously. Soldiers of my generation, guarding the rivers and mountains, they have the opportunity to enjoy a peaceful life here. Look at Gaza next door. Even children like me can't grow up. How sad. He Changwon froze for a moment, looking at the high and cold Chen Haonan, feeling that the other party was suddenly more handsome than the head of the military region, and the whole person was hanging on for dear life, as if he was glowing, not paying attention in the past. This little guy is more handsome than Daniel Wu. Is this the university? Why does it feel as if it's idle? Don't they need to train? Wang Yanbing looked at the male and female college students coming and going and expressed his incomprehension. I heard my daughter-in-law say that college is a marriage agency, but I graduated this course early in elementary school. It doesn't matter if I go to this college or not. I feel like wasting my time. Li Ernia's rare philosophical sentiments impressed Chen Haonan a bit. Go in and find Lin Xiaoxiao. The doorman looked at the documents. Immediately respectful direction, but also salute them. He recognized He Changwon. Seems to have come once, but become handsome? Girls' dormitory. So handsome. These 3 military big brothers. Really handsome. My favorite type. There is one seems to be Lin Xiaoxiao's boyfriend. Handsome explosion. AI. Xiaoxiao really blind. He recently with the military store that middle-aged uncle, close to each other, and also boasted that the other party is a warm man. Warm man in front of the military handsome man. The dog is not even as good as. It is true. The military uniform is the most handsome. If Lin Xiaoxiao doesn't want it, I'll get on it myself. Not for any other reason. Soldiers protect their families and defend their country, and my heart aches for my brother. Chen Haonan did not approach. Let He Changwang, Wang Yanbing and Li Erniu go to the dormitory together. Listening to the discussion of these nymphomaniac female college students, these three guys finally understand Chen Haonan's requirements. Damn, so you're so handsome that you make girls scream and you don't even know it anymore? Chen Haonan really had vision. He had anticipated such a scene? Finally moving back around. He was a kid after all. Standing behind him, people couldn't even see him. Wow, so handsome. Suddenly a female college student let out a high decibel yell and rushed over to Wang Yanbing, looking like she wanted to hold him in her arms. Crap, am I that charismatic? I just grinned. Wang Yanbing was a bit flustered. The same idea, and Li Erniu, only He Changwang calmly saw behind him. A small military uniformed Chen Haonan high and cold walked over. Sure enough, the college girl from Wang Yanbing sighed, then leaned down and hugged Chen Haonan. The picture changed so much that Wang Yanbing was instantly knocked back to his original form. Glancing at the high and cold Chen Haonan, who was actually surrounded by a group of flamboyant female college students, asking about this and that, and there were also female college students who did not mince words about their kisses. The change was so fast that Wang Yanbing was a bit bewildered for several seconds before he realized that he had just experienced a deception. MD, the original is fancy Chen Haonan this child. I thought to get out of the single. With Lin Xiaoxiao and the same dormitory girls. Squeeze not in. Pulling He Changwang opening, this child in uniform. Is it brought by you guys? Handsome off the dregs. By the way, you broke up with Lin Xiaoxiao. I feel that she is in love with the brain. Was cheated. You don't have to be too sad. I'll tell you a secret. When I sleep at night I hear Xiaoxiao talking in her sleep. And she's calling your name. I kowtow to you guys. But I'm also worried that Xiaoxiao is being lied to. She's just a blank sheet of paper. He Changwang's face turned serious as he listened. His fists quietly clenching. At sunset, 3 large and 4 small men, standing there at the outdoor military store, had been standing there for a long time, but all of them, including the boy, were standing tall without the slightest hint of impatience. It was almost 5:30 p.m. Sunset, when a white SUV drove over the road and stopped in front of the military store. Wang Yadong opened the car door and made a very gentlemanly gesture, inviting Lin Xiaoxiao inside to step out. Have fun, and come see me when you can, even if the store is closed. I'll be there for you. Thank you so much. You're such a nice guy. This is what a man should do. If men are not available to accompany their women, earn more money. And what is the use of love and not just a partnership? No wonder people say, marriage is the tomb of love. This is just this as they do not cherish it. Wang Yadong was full of warm-hearted smiles, constantly outputting chicken soup of the soul to Lin Xiaoxiao, obtaining a burst of resonance from the simple schoolgirl, with his life experience, playing killers, spies, heroes, and villains. These are all training words, and it is too easy for him to please a woman. Lin Xiaoxiao, the schoolgirl, he fell in love with at first sight, feeling that she could make him forget the past and be a new man. After one trial and error, with the experience of an international assassin, he extracted all the secrets of this silly woman, including her that military boyfriend. Childhood sweethearts grew up, but after high school, He Changwang chose to become a soldier, leaving her alone, rarely come to see her. This is a woman who lacks love and needs company. Too easy to deal with. Been drifting around for half my life by myself. Need a warm family and another baby. Wang Yadong felt that he had completely fallen in love with this simple woman. And even, after Thomas threatened him to expose his identity in Yenghua unless he helped him provide clues to the diamonds and that American knife, he agreed without hesitation, but made the request that this was the last time. The news about the diamonds and the American knives, Wang Yadong did not find out. But he found out that the Thunderbolt commandos had left the country to capture General Arman's men, so he revealed this news to Thomas. Watching the two of them walking with a smile on their faces, especially the smile on Lin Xiaoxiao's face, pierced He Changwang's heart. His clenched fists, let go, and clenched again. In middle school, high school, she smiled like this a lot. After college, she rarely smiled like this. It's me who's sorry. She's just looking for her own happiness, and as a soldier defending my country, I can't be so selfish. Don't get excited. Let me. Just as He Changwang wanted to once again obey his heart and bless the girl, Chen Haonan patted his waist and told him to stand still. This dog pussy, actually cheating my comrade's woman. Mad. Smile full of wrinkles, older than my grandmother. Wang Yanbing was so impulsive that he wanted to rush over to fuck Wang Yadong. Chen Haonan grabbed him back and spoke. I'll negotiate. 3 directions. You guys guard the exits. Just don't let that son of a bitch in your mouth escape. I'm going to make him show his true colors today. After crossing over, Chen Haonan seldom moved to anger. This time he was really angry. Not He Changwon with a cuckold or something, it is Wang Yadong. This dog pussy, too hateful. Not to mention the fact that he secretly notified Thomas, causing Raiden to be captured, beaten to the point where he didn't even recognize his mother, and almost died in a foreign country. As far as he now only cares about the happiness of his own lower body, disregarding Lin Xiaoxiao's future, so that the other little girl will soon be unmarried and pregnant, and can only drop out of school, and then have a falling out with both of her parents. This is so fucking selfish to the heavens that it's no wonder that he can be a cold-blooded killer. When bureaus who monitor Wang Yadong, this guy usually smiles at himself, and the person is also a giant pit. Your responsibility is not to defend the safety of the people. Lin Xiaoxiao has been cheated to such a point, but also do not inform her? There are too many pits. Chen Haonan walked towards Wang Yadong with his 6 little steps. As he walked in, Wang Yadong, who was an international assassin, was immediately alert. On this kid, there's a killing aura? Wang Yadong narrowed his eyes, pulled Lin Xiaoxiao behind him, blocked her in front of him and spoke. Who are you? What are you here for? A normal person would ask if this was the child of that family, but he couldn't be in the body of Chen Haonan, who exuded such an aura, when he was still a child, and some of the horrible killers were children, or women, quite good at deceiving women. Bobcat, what qualifications do you think you have? Deceiving a college student in Yanhua? Awesome, really awesome. I can't help but applaud you, taking full advantage of the female university's simplicity, kindness and playing the role of a warm-hearted big dog bear. Chen Haonan took small steps and pressed forward step by step. The whole person was so high and cold that he was glowing. When he uttered the word Bobcat, Wang Yadong had already confirmed that the other party was a killer, not a child. Who sent you? What is your purpose? Wang Yadong quietly touched to his back waist, and at this moment, hiding behind him Lin Xiaoxiao probed over, surprised to look at a meter out of Chen Haonan, could not help but open his mouth. Oops, you are the child of that family. How to talk about what bobcats are here? Killers. Shut up, stupid woman. Chen Haonan let out a low growl, narrowing his small eyes as he looked at Wang Yadong, who was constantly making small movements. Thomas entrusted me with the task of asking me to greet you, thanking you for the information you provided, which finally allowed him to capture the Raiders of Lightning. And my purpose is very simple, I'm coming over here to send you to meet with him. And, well, he's dead. Wang Yadong completely changed color. Get in the car. Seeing that the situation was not right, Wang Yadong immediately pulled Lin Xiaoxiao and turned to run towards the car. Being an international assassin, he knew that once these people made their move, they wouldn't let a single living soul leave. And there were 3 uniformed soldiers standing next to them. So insidious. This must have been a disguise. That's what you call professionalism. Lin Xiaoxiao was confused, so she was stupidly pulled by him to run, but also turned back to stare at Chen Haonan unconvincingly. Aya, how do you talk to this child? She hadn't even finished her words when her eyes rounded because at this moment, she saw that child, who actually darted in like lightning, grabbed Wang Yadong's leg in a flash. Why did you grab the legs? It can't be helped. Chen Hao is a short man, and originally wanted to grab the shoulders. Hey ha! Milk ferocious voice rang out, was grabbed a dog leg of Wang Yadong, could not kick over. The person was played with a wind and fire, under the huge force, barred on the ground, and his hand Lin Xiaoxiao has fallen into the hands of the killer Chen Haonan. What's coming at me? Don't hurt her. She's just a college student who doesn't know anything. Oh, open. You also know that she does not know anything about college students. Good to cheat, right? Why don't you go to the club to find a woman? You are covered with bloodstains to come here to count our Yanhua people. You are not very good to her. With me to the army a trip to make it clear. Troops, you're from the army? Looking at Wang Yadong in a small military uniform, even though he was experienced, he was a bit unable to turn his brain. He was not a killer? On the side, He Changwang had already walked over and pulled the stunned Lin Xiaoxiao. Speaking, Xiaoxiao, he is indeed an international assassin. You stay away from him. I don't believe it. Lin Xiaoxiao screamed shrilly. He Changwang was at a loss for words, but Wang Yanbing came over and said, Girl, he's old. Why should he be nice to you? A young schoolgirl. Why don't you see him giving discounts to old grandparents and grandmothers? Have you ever thought about it? If he is an international killer, he knows that if you follow him, your fate will not be good. But he wants to be your boyfriend and girlfriend. What does he want from you? You're young and pretty, but you're old and you don't take a bath? Li Ernia touched his nose and laughed. My daughter-in-law told me that if a man is really good to her, he has to pull out his heart and his pants, or else he's not a good person. How can he be a killer? Seeing so many soldiers persuading her, Lin Xiaoxiao was a bit disorganized and covered her face and squatted on the ground. Seeing this scene, Wang Yadong has also recognized He Changwang. Eyeballs, immediately shouted, "He Changwon, you want to destroy our relationship, but also do not need to find a child to act. I am an international killer. I can enter the country, can open a store here? Where to find this little actor? Ah." Ouch. Wang Yadong didn't even finish his words when he was hit with a punch in the abdomen. "You're the actor. Your whole family is an actor. Don't fight back if you can. You guys don't have to help. Look at how Chang Wei hit Fu." Chen Haonan stopped Wang Yanbing and Li Ernia from coming over to help, grabbed Wang Yadong's hand, and delivered a vicious knee strike. There was a muffled bang. Wang Yadong felt that he had been slammed hard by the hammer. The whole person was like dry firewood. The feeling of being avoided by a sharp axe. The whole body hurt. The pain was so much that his face was deformed. What kind of formula-raised child is this? Why is it so strong? Wang Yadong almost 2 stools were beaten out. He was trained to take a beating. Visible to this little friend. Strength to what degree? Not bad. Pretty good at taking a beating. And by the way, Thomas went under me for 3 moves before the man was out of it. After saying that, Chen Haonan lifted his small fist and old Wang Yadong on his nose. The nose was crooked on the spot and the bone was cracked and bloody. Wang Yadong had wanted to take a few hits to make a good impression on Lin Xiaoxiao, but after being punched 3 times and hearing that Thomas had been fucked over by him, the man collapsed. At this fucking rate, he's going to get fucked alive. Unfortunately, if he had run wildly to his car to escape at the beginning, he might have had a chance, but now it was already too late. Chen Haonan made an assisted run, a dragon stance coupled with an invincible fighting technique, dodging Wang Yadong's block and kicking his opponent in the back of the heart. With a bang, Wang Yadong, the international assassin, fainted directly. Seeing Wang Yadong fainted, Lin Xiaoxiao, who was originally squatting on the ground with her face covered, suddenly lost control and rushed over, telling Chen Haonan to let go of him. "Foolish woman, I know all the things you guys did. First of all, this man intentionally sold you low-priced goods to win your favor, and then intentionally caused a misunderstanding between you and He Changwon, right?" "He didn't cause a misunderstanding." Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth was hard, but her footsteps slowed down. "Secondly, you went to the army to look for He Changwon. Did you see the scene of the special forces on a mission? And then this news you told Wang Yadong, right? Stupid woman. A child of mine knows that you've been cheated and still help others count their money." Saying that, Chen Haonan shook Wang Yadong hard. "If you're not dead, just squeak out and answer the question." Wang Yadong really woke up in a daze and squeaked, feeling that his neck was about to break. Earthquake? In Chen Haonan such a powerful output. Wang Yadong people are sand sculpture. Head a little broken. No way. In pure power output, with ants strengthened Chen Haonan, is simply a humanoid pile driver, and he played with knives and guns, but also can have a come and go. If the direct fighting is to look for abuse, Lin Xiaoxiao person is simple, but it doesn't mean stupid. She seems to understand something as well. Opened her mouth and asked, "You a few days ago, asked me to go to the army to look for He Changwon, and then asked for some information. Is it to extract this secret?" Seeing Wang Yadong's silent frown, Lin Xiaoxiao person was dumbfounded for a moment and suddenly cried out, "You, why did you lie to me?" After sighing, Wang Yadong spoke, "I am indeed a killer, but after seeing you, I changed my ways, so I intend to return the organization's last favor and get along with you. I didn't expect." Bang! Chen Haonan answered the voice and gave this dog pussy a punch, making the other party spit out blood, then spoke in a high and cold voice, "What kind of thing are you? Using other people's lives to pay back favors? Alright, take a look in the mirror. You think it's still a youngster like He Changwon, frowning more than a grandmother crossing the street, and learning to fall in love with a young person. I'll be damned." Wang Yadong still tried to struggle and explain, and was again knocked out by a punch directly. "Take it away and give it to the raiders. They'll be dying to see him." Lin Xiaoxiao watched as Wang Yadong was taken away, and in the end, she didn't say anything. She is not a fool. How can she not see it now? In fact, if Mr. Wen gives her a few nudges, she will also think about the whole process of recognizing Wang Yadong. Unfortunately, no one reminded. In the old Wen's opinion, this female student is the old Wang's woman. Morning Glory, I'm sorry, I actually had a bet. You haven't been there for me. He took your place. Looking at He Changwon's heartbroken appearance, Chen Haonan cursed a licking dog and hurriedly turned away. Forget it, this is someone else's love. It's not good to intervene. Wang Yanbing grabbed Li Ernia who was ready to eat melon. In the medical room, Raiden and the others were being healed, stretched and all, and in order to regain their physical fitness, the demands were just as high, and everyone was being pressed and crushed by 3 big men. It hurts too much. Motherfucker Thomas, you died early. I greet your whole family. Who betrayed us? Caught by the old man. According to the ground. Pain. Too much pain. Lay war or? Yen Wang and others, all screamed pain flying, no way. They do not want to leave sequelae. They must open the sinews. Look at the professional players within the lesser known. Every time the healing, it is the big man pressed to call his father. The special forces cursed, with absolutely no qualities. And soon Thomas, as well as the man who betrayed Raiden, was greeting his ancestors from modern times to the age of the apes. Tian Lang sweated profusely. Thunder God, who the hell betrayed us? Day he immortal bored. Gutter, catch him. I'll pluck his hair. Lei War two voices. Intermittent, Wang, Wan Yadong. Codename Bobcat. I also do not know him in the ability to listen to. Thomas mentioned this son of a bitch. He is what the international killers. Dog days, lousy injury, peeled their skin. Throughout the room, there were grunts and screams. Suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open and a man flew in sideways, like a New Year's pig. If you didn't look closely, you would think that this person seemed like Lord Duan, flying in the air. The doctor was startled to finally see a child below holding up the man who had flown in. Only he had short legs and couldn't see it for a moment and thought he was on the trapeze. You're so strong for a kid. Is he hurt? Chen Haonan dropped Wang Yadong on the ground and swept over Lei Zhuan and the others. Yo, all here. Lei War and other people do not dare to say anything. If before, directly on the roar. Yo asa, roll. Chen Haonan was their savior. Otherwise, one by one, their corpses and bones were cold. And even more horrifyingly, they might have been played by Thomas, the pervert. As women, this man is yours. Treat him first, and when he is cured, play as you wish. Thunder War rolled over, showing his teeth. Who is he? Why did he give it to us? The hand is not light. The nose is crooked, and there are internal injuries. Chen Haonan turned around and walked away. His name is Wang Yadong. When he walked out, there was a room full of curses from behind him. It was this son of a bitch. Beat him. What happened behind? Chen Haonan does not care. Originally, he was sent to He Jijun to take credit, but Wang Yadong, this person, does not contend. Halfway to vomit blood. Vomit are almost hanging. He sent to the medical room. Did not think that Lei Jian those who are here to recover treatment. At 8 o'clock in the evening, He Chengwang made a special trip to the White Tiger base and sent a bunch of souvenirs. Looking at this become confident buddy, Chen Haonan patted each other's thighs. Okay, you do not need to thank me. Go back to train well. There are opportunities for cooperation in the future. He Chengwang moved. Brother, in the past I have been when you are a rival. Did not expect you when I am a friend. Xiao things. Thanks a lot. Not you, but also uncovered Wang Yadong, this bastard. He has proposed that Xiao can come out of the outside to live. Fortunately, did not come in time. He Chengwang said a lot of things, and in the end, his face was full of redness, and he walked away after getting satisfied on Chen Haonan. When he left, the female soldiers who were resting nearby immediately surrounded Chen Haonan. Instructor, you went out and caught an international assassin. That's awesome. Wang Yadong, he still cheats girls' feelings. Scum, and our wise and godly instructor to take action. This lecherous thief is still not quickly captured? Faced with a bunch of rainbow farts, Chen Haonan decided to reward the female soldiers properly. Otherwise, he was sorry that they worshipped him so much. Alright, since you guys admire me so much, I'll reward you with a 10-kilometer cross-country. Start running. Instructor, actually, we don't really worship you. Oh, there was no way that the female soldiers didn't dare to disobey Chen Haonan's order, so they could only sing and run. Tang Xini walked over and lowered her voice next to Chen Haonan with a gentle face. Little man, tonight, I'll sleep with you. How about it? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Tell me, what are your ill intentions? I will not sell my body. Tang Xiaosan froze for a moment and giggled. That's awesome. You saw it coming. You that. Can you divide the financial power? From where Anren half out to me. She is too difficult to manage alone. Easy to go wrong. Right. After all, I am your second in command. Hey, Tang Xini, where is pure gentle woman? Her nature is a strong woman. Actually gentle to me for a day. The original thought of my billions of Chen Haonan boarded his small hand with a high and cold face. That depends on your performance. You run outside every day, making it seem as if you have a red apricot wall, and you don't have much contribution to the White Tiger base. So why should I give you the big power? I'll give you a radish, plus 2 eggs, okay? What is this thing? Strange. Tang Xini pulled Chen Haonan's hand, disguised as Anren. Oops, you just promise me. I also need a few billion. You give me well. Tang Xini kept asking for it, praying in various positions, but Chen Haonan never let her get satisfied, and finally grunted in anger and went to find Anren to negotiate. As if a woman like Anren, you give her financial power, she will know the grace of repayment. Tang Xiaosan, such a strong woman, need to pinpoint, cannot catch her center of gravity and basic point, hastily give her power. She will drift so much that she does not know the direction. It's just a drag anyway. This dragged into the night. Tang Xinyi sneakily came in, wearing thin pajamas, her tone soft and charming. Little man, I negotiated with Anren. Today I stay in bed. Whatever. You know the rules? I'm used to sleeping like this. I miss my mom. Don't worry. A month passed. Tang Xinyi never got satisfied on Chenhaonan. She couldn't get any financial power, and could only bawl at Anren's cool flying. All kinds of buying. All the equipment of the White Tiger base, from software to hardware, all made up. The strength of the White Tiger soldiers' congregation began a comprehensive leap. One is that Anren do not want money to the female soldiers patch. The second is the high demand of Chenhaonan. Every day did not when they are women, as livestock refining, even if the bull demon king to come, have given him a nose ring. On this day, it was the end of the month. According to the usual practice, Chenhaonan had to go to the Wolf Head where to report on the training of the female soldiers. Almost close to 3 months. The White Tiger soldiers' congregation also ushered in the final moment of the establishment. That is, the oath. All dress up nice and come with me to Wolfsbane. After Chenhaonan gave the order, the female soldiers hooted and hollered, entered the dormitory, and began to undress and change their clothes, and in the process, inevitably compared each other's muscle size. On this day, it was the end of the month. According to the usual practice, Chenhaonan had to go to Wolf Head to report on the training of the female soldiers. Almost close to 3 months. And the White Tiger soldier congregation had also come to the final moment of its establishment. That is, to take the oath, to become Chenhaonan's soldier completely, to follow him, to be loyal to him. White Tiger locker room. Go. It's not easy. How did you build your muscles? So exaggerated. You're not simple either. Looking across the board, Tiangui exaggerated his expression. Why don't we let the instructor take a look and compare who's powerful? Yi Tsuanshin glared. Nonsense. My little cousin is just a kid. He doesn't know anything. He likes to take advantage verbally only. But, when I was on the first, I overheard Instructor Tang say that our generous an instructor. That little instructor is not small. Don't treat him as a child. A child making money won't be so powerful. You won't be maintained by him. The maintenance. Female soldiers hemmed and hawed and laughed, and it was not long before every one of them dressed up gallantly and went out happily. Outside, Chenhaonan, the little handsome man, had long since changed into his new little uniform, waiting for the female soldier to come out, waving his little hand. Let's go. Go to Wolf's Teeth, and swear that the White Tiger commando team was established. Chenhaonan winded up and took the White Tiger soldier crowd to Wolfang, and after 3 months, all the female soldiers were finally planted with powerful seeds by him, and all of them turned into the shape of his Chenhaonan. It could be said that he had unreservedly taught his female soldiers the best parts of invincible fighting technique, invincible shooting technique, weapon skills, sneaking technique, camouflage technique, and swimming dragon body technique. Only skills like eagle eyes and sky hunting could not be taught. One relied on eye mutation, and the other required helicopter assistance. It's worth mentioning that Chenhaonan made a report to apply for 2 Jiwu 9s, but He Jijun didn't approve it, saying that White Tiger Base didn't have any professional pilots, and for such an approval, Chenhaonan waved his hand, letting Anren book it himself in the arsenal, which wasn't bad anyway, except that the planes hadn't yet been sent over. There was no direct airplane flight, so we had to drive, and half an hour later, we arrived at the Wolverine base. He Jijun had long been waiting at the entrance to the base, and immediately led Chenhaonan, as well as his female soldiers, to the Wolfang Wall of Honor, to take the oath of establishment. It's an old tradition that the Wall of Honor and the Wall of Death go together, memorializing the martyrs first and demonstrating an attitude. Thus, the White Tiger Commando was officially established. After taking the oath, Chenhaonan spoke. Wolf Head, have you had any real combat experience recently? My female soldiers need a chance to fight in a real battle. Take the first blood and they will become real female soldiers. There is, but you may not dare to answer it. He Jijun laughed, revealing a mysterious smile as he eerily looked at the little guy, leaning on the old again. Chenhaonan saluted. You directly say it. I am not Fan Tianlei. No need to beat around the bush. Conspiracy and young conspiracy. I am not afraid. This little guy is really not afraid. Even an international killer like Wang Yadong, hiding under the armpit of a woman, was pulled out by him. He Jijun no longer hesitate, opened his mouth. I say this, not to scare you. Siberian concentration camp. Have you heard of it? Once cultivated the concentration camp of the dead soldiers. After the Second World War, changed to train the underground black boxers. In recent years, this concentration to get the support of the state, whitewashed to become the Zhukov Special Forces Battalion, for the first time to the country to invite the special forces to carry out a comparison of the special training. This is a real death tour. No age, no status, no country, and our country is among the invitees. Little guy, the past World Red Shield or Black Shield, are very formal, only this past ferocious reputation outside Zhukov, in addition to the underground boxers, who do not know is how terrible. However, according to my investigation, those underground boxers' death efficiency is too high. 1,000 people after special training, there will not be more than 100 live, and after a brutal underground black boxing competition, live down again won't be more than 10. The existence of these special soldiers combined with the boxers has already surpassed the king of soldiers. It can be said that there are still killing tools in the world, and the concentration camp soldiers who can survive are. After He Ji-jun finished speaking, he quietly looked at Chun Haonan, waiting for his reaction, and Anren who was on the side was surprised. I know this concentration camp. I didn't expect it to be whitewashed. They can indeed train dead soldiers for actual combat, but it's too perverted and was boycotted by the whole world. Didn't it disappear a long time ago? How? There is no need to consider this. It's hard for female soldiers to be trained to your liking nowadays. If you send them anywhere, they will become inhuman killing machines, would get emotionally attached. When the agent, Enron, went to see the underground boxing competition, that is to meet the perverted requirements of some tycoons, octagonal stage, as if the fighting machine like fighters, eyes blood red, without the slightest emotion, either to kill each other or to be killed. The fight will stop, can survive and it's few, both high and low, as well as life and death. Wolf Head, this Zhukov concentration camp, no matter how it's renamed, it's surely a place for strawmen. The fighting nation is no joke. Although the female soldiers have become stronger, they can't be plucked up to send them to their deaths. Worry was written all over Anren's taut, pretty face. I asked Chun Haonan's idea. I'm telling him that there is this opportunity for real combat. Besides, our country has been at peace for too long. The special forces are recognized as the weakest. They invite is also from the respect of the big country only. However, as far as I know, the small days go. He Changwang smiled like an ant. I will turn around and also ask the red cell, not necessarily go. This is a personal will. After all, go, not necessarily can come back. This is not a child playing house, fooling around. Chen Haonan could hear that He Ji-jun was a bit of an agitator. His little head flashed through all of his skills, has covered fighting, marksmanship, camouflage and sneaking, as well as sky hunting skills. All of these skills are to make him an efficient killing machine. In the face of Thomas has Wan Yadong, but also proved his own strong. Go, come back alive naturally not a big problem, just do not know what the rules are. These female soldiers after his special training, as well as a strong funding assistance, already possess a physical quality of 2. Go, and will not give the country a disgrace, right? Thinking of this, Chen Haonan did not hesitate. There is no better mission in peacetime. The Fire Phoenix stays in the base for special training every day. There is not much chance to improve. Turning around, Chun Haonan calmly swept over all the female soldiers and opened his mouth. There is a chance to become stronger. In front of you, but the moment may be lifeless. Do you dare? The female soldiers also heard the conversation between He Ji-jun and Anren, and naturally understood what this mission represented. Otherwise, military obedience was the vocation, and they could just execute it directly. Report, instructor. If you think we can go. When I started as a special forces soldier, I thought about it. I was afraid of dying, but it had to be done. So let's do it. I second the motion. Listening to these reports from the female soldiers, Chun Haonan could hear that they were naturally worried, and nervousness was unavoidable, which was also the reason why they had to go on real-world missions with He Ji-jun. A female soldier who has not seen blood will always be a vase, not even a white tiger, but at most a plucked and powerful white chicken. I wrote a suicide note to my parents before I left home. I'll read it to you. Chen Haonan stepped forward, boarded the small hand, a face of high cold. The child is determined to break through many passes, learning not to become famous, vow not to return. Burying the bones do not need the mulberry in Catalpa land. Life is nowhere, not green hills. He had a serious expression, a dignified air, a resounding tone of voice, and at this moment the crowd seemed to see the adult version of Chen Haonan, standing in front of the door of his house, waving his hand, leaving his family with a great deal of bravado, laughing out the door with his head held high, looking down on life and death. Such righteousness and noble ideals of being at home and death infected the female soldiers present. They are still silent. That is, there is a kind of stirring feelings in their hearts, almost forgetting that the instructor, he is only in his early teens, are so bold, they are still coy. It is really a shame. Report, I've decided. Death is death. I'm going. Report, I'm still afraid to die, but I want to go. If there is a chance to become stronger, there is nothing to hesitate. Too excited. I forgot to make a report. I'm sorry, instructor. Shinlani directly apologized. This little guy is really capable, actually taking these women and molding them into his own shape. Ji-jun had an unspeakable pleasure inside. He liked soldiers with charismatic personalities like Chen Haonan, just as handsome as he was when he was young. Yes. Chen Haonan turned around and saluted Ji-jun. Just let us know when it's time to leave. Nothing else? I'll take them back to training. Seeing this, Anran got a little anxious and took the hand of the little man who had been sleeping for 3 months. Won't you think about it? It's too dangerous. And they've only been training for 3 months. What are you nervous about? Don't all soldiers go through this? Enron froze for a moment. I know everything, but I'm just nervous. It's Zhukov's death place, dozens of degrees below zero. Chen Haonan interrupted Anran's words. Our forefathers were 40 degrees below zero, like gnawing on stone like potatoes and sniping the enemy halfway. We inherited their soldier's soul. It's not a big deal. However, I don't really know much about Zhukov concentration camps, so you find someone first and set up an ice room for me to get used to it in advance first. Anran froze. This little guy got's also thief big, right? Do not understand. You next? This isn't Uruk, where you take a trip and come back. It's a constant experience on the edge of life and death for at least a month. And if you can't get through it, you come back covered in a box. However, Anran was also a valiant woman who couldn't persuade the little man and accepted the reality. After leaving the wolf's teeth, Enron immediately invested a large amount of money and began to remodel the base in accordance with the environment of the concentration camps, making sure to let the female soldiers adapt to the various environments of the Zhukov concentration camps in advance. It's worth mentioning that the limited ginseng that raises the calorie alone has been purchased for tens of millions of dollars, which isn't bad money anyway. Tang Xinyi learned of Chen Haonan's decision, also surprised, mouth open wide enough to be stuffed into the small man's pediatric arm. Surprised over the end, she went to find the female soldiers to chat a little bit, found that everyone is writing a suicide note, which has always been a tough. Tang Xiaosan surprised quite a lot. It seems that Chen Haonan has completely folded all the people. In addition to support, Tang Xinyi did not ask anything more, and silently gave Chen Haonan a massage to relax at night, as the woman behind him. Intense training continued, and in the midst of this air raid, Chen Haonan took the time to check on the concentration camp. Sure is scary. Scarier than Uruk, the ice fields of the Far East, known as the Great Roofless Prison. Concentration camps with no fences, all unguarded, and none of the prisoners dared to escape from the prison. With the raging winds, the long, bitter cold, and the isolation, you'd die faster if you ran out. He Chengwang participated in the International Hunter School. Compared with the training of the concentration camp, it is like the difference between a real mother with a child and a stepmother with a child. The real mother is still worried about the growth of the child, afraid of premature death. The stepmother cannot wait for you to die prematurely. Worth 1. The day before yesterday, He Chengwang came over to say goodbye to Chen Haonan. He was going to participate in the International Hunter School competition. Wang Yanbing and Li Ernie were also going. After hearing that Chen Haonan didn't participate, He Chengwang was quite proud of himself, then patted his chest and told Chen Haonan that he would definitely bring back the trophy for him, and we would all be happy together and drink to celebrate. In this regard, Chen Haonan also didn't bring up the fact that he was participating in an unprecedented concentration camp special training. He was a relatively low-key person who didn't like to pretend. Unlike He Chengwang, the world's most terrible prison, out of the people, will become numb. Life is worse than death. He Chengwang attended the National Hunter School. Even the grandchildren's school cannot be counted. Here is the father. But, or be prepared. All the people to bring out, must be all brought back. 3 days passed. The female soldiers also gradually accustomed to the training of -10 degrees. After all, it is still young people. As long as they are willing to suffer, there is no end to suffering. So Chen Haonan dropped the temperature to -30 degrees. And at night after the high-intensity training, they have to suddenly soak into the water of -30 degrees. To control the water temperature, but also cannot freeze. There is only one way. Is to smash the money. Just a variety of equipment. Enron Big Hand spent a small goal, the main one dashing. Such a physical strength rapid recovery investment. The letter B and D between the player is often trained in this way. High intensity after the game. Other people go to relax. He threw himself into dozens of degrees below zero in the ice water. The use of a variety of instruments to stimulate the body's ability to quickly recover. To build a beast of a general physical fitness, close to the age of 40 years old. But also able to hit the annual scorer king. In order to improve the physical fitness of the female soldiers, Anrun also hired physical therapists, the top-notch kind, who didn't want to come yet, but she gave too much and came over that day, rolled up in a quilt cover. Even with this kind of spending, lying in Enron's account, it was still more than $4 billion, just a fraction of what was spent. Wolverine's office. Hee Ji-jun held a fax and opened his mouth to Chun Haonan, who was standing in front of him. This concentration camp special event, in the most terrible permafrost ice, many countries have given up, where almost no one can survive. The head of the meaning. We can also give up. Where is the real place of death? Those people crazy. The same period of the International Hunter Tournament. Because of this tournament, no one to broadcast. The world's military channels are staring at Siberia. Broadcasting. The military channels around the world are all focused on Siberia. After listening to Hee Ji-jun's words, Chun Haonan silently took out a long written letter and spoke. This is my suicide note. If I can't come back, hand it over to my parents and let them have another one. Hee Ji-jun looked at this little man, and an inexpressible touch welled up inside. He is accustomed to seeing life and death, and has seen a lot of iron blood soldiers, but there has never been a child following him out of such words. 2. Fucking people want to cry. Turn back to be sure to want to embellish the sun to pull up, beat up before. Right after Chun Haonan handed the written suicide note to Hee Ji-jun, the system's voice rang out in a very timely manner. The host accepts Siberia's quest in a meager way, rewarding one opportunity for restricted and enhancement. The Junior Soldier King system releases the ultimate level mission. If the host is able to complete the challenge, the system will reward 500 experience points, and at the same time, open the restricted level invincible fighting technique. Chun Haonan froze for a moment. It has been a long time since the ants were strengthened. What is the meaning of adding a restricted level this time? It won't be childish. Soon. The system did the explaining. Restricted grade. This is the system adjusting the skill a bit to break through the physiological limitations, making the fighting technique more forced and more suitable for the host whose hair hasn't grown all the way to his full potential. This is a skill that breaks the physiological limitations to maintain a limited grade of private customization. In the next moment, the introduction in question was integrated into Chun Haonan's little head. So it seems that this is an advanced skill that allows me to break through my physical limits. Good stuff. Forget about it for now. And strengthening. The next moment, Chun Haonan felt ants crawling all over his body. And where these sensations flowed, they brought about a surge of power. And he again had the illusion that he could step on the earth to collapse with a single foot. And with a single punch, kill 100 Hee Ji-juns in front of him. Hold back. Punch out. Kill someone. Ants strengthened. The main one is brave, with force to break the law, which makes Chun Haonan produce a feeling of wanting to give vent to the feeling of killing the head of the wolf in front of him. This is the feeling of force is strong. The person will float. You can refer to the fruits of 5 consecutive whips of the manhwa Grandmaster. Host's reinforcement is complete. Strength attribute plus 10 inch. Wouldn't 34 regular people have the strength to lift themselves up all by themselves? Chun Haonan confidently showed his teeth, revealing a toothpick, and then noiselessly on Hee Ji-jun's table, breaking it. With a click, the hard and pragmatic acid wood table was as fragile as a wafer cake under Chun Haonan's enhanced ant strength. Wolf head. Remember to keep the suicide note safe. If I can't make it back, give it to my parents, and when I come back, give it to me. For now. Chun Haonan didn't salute either, turned around and left Hee Ji-jun's office. Hee Ji-jun looked at the missing corner of the table and touched the hardened corner. Hee Ji-jun looked at the table that was missing a corner, stunned past touching the hard missing corner. This is not human power can break it, but he just saw clearly. Is Chun Haonan this child seems to be breaking cookies general. Break down. This kid threatened me? Hee Ji-jun apprehensive for a moment, a little bit unable to guess Chun Haonan's intention. He will not feel that I want to force him to go to Zhukov Special Battalion to send death. Right. Heaven and earth conscience. This is your righteous father, let me ask. By the way, did this grow up on power pills? Hee Ji-jun was shocked for half a day. He called Mr. Gao and informed Chun Haonan that he accepted the mission and wrote a suicide note. After hanging up the phone and opening the door to go to the cafeteria, He was shocked to find that the door handle was broken and bent, and there was an obvious small handprint on it. Is this the powerful monument wrestler? Or the Vajra finger of the fireman's head law? White Tiger base. After strengthening, venting a hand addiction for a while, Chun Haonan feel that it is not enough to satisfy. The restriction level strengthening is really perverted. Look at what you want to have a hand addiction. He left the wolf tooth all the way to break the desk, door handle, iron railing. If he gave him a steel gun, he wanted to break the barrel of the gun to the feeling of bending. The point is, he didn't feel any pain in his hands either. And that's the horror of restriction level, privately customized for his little friend's body. For example, He's strong and invincible grappling, but sometimes he hits people and has to jump up to hit them. And when he hits Thomas, he uses the wall to lend his strength. If he adds a restricted class, he will use ground attack, the opponent eagle wings, he will kick the sky, directly waste the opponent. The restricted main fight does not speak of martial arts. All the suicide notes were given to instructor Tang Sini. There is no training tonight, pack your bags and leave in the morning. After Chun Haonan explained the task, the female soldiers, one by one, handed the prepared suicide note to Tang Sini. The woman left behind. After seeing herself as the only woman guarding the village, Tang Sini was dissatisfied. I'll go along. There's no one here. What's the point of leaving me behind? I'll work together with the White Tiger soldiers. No, you stay, and if we really don't make it back, you'll be the last White Tiger to carry the spirit forward. The last White Tiger, Tang Sini muttered, and had nothing more to say. The last White Tiger is the last White Tiger. If it really can't come back, she is indeed the last seed of the White Tiger. I don't know if there is an illusion that Chun Haonan broke the bowl and split the family in front of the big acacia tree. This card contains all of White Tiger's family assets. Take it. Anran walked out from Chun Haonan's side and shoved the black and gold card into Tang Sini's hand. Looking at this black card, Tang Sini, who had been sleeping with her for more than a month, shuddered and suddenly felt unhappy. All right, take it, and give it to me when you come back, and I'll take it cheerfully. For Anran housekeeper, Tang Sini can see. Chen Haonan. This little man is playing the heart of the heart to rest assured that he only wants to whore his own labor force. Feel hurt, do not want. Anyway, they are not short of money. Enron laughed a little. Okay, come back. The next day, at 5:30 in the morning, Chen Haonan left the White Tiger base with the female soldiers and headed to the Wolfsbane airfield. And Tang Sini stood at the entrance of the base, with the faraway car, saluting for a long time, and finally turned back alone, looking at the empty training ground. Without the scolding sound of the female soldiers training in the past, as well as that high cold and calm little figure, it always felt like nothing was right anywhere. It was a kind of emptiness from the bottom of the heart. Hey, this little guy, Chen Haonan, is so charming that I'm getting used to his presence. She followed Chen Haonan's instructions and didn't leave, and began to clean the base. Then on the ground, she picked up an envelope, and when she opened it, there was a black card lying inside, as well as a line of words written on it. Xiao Hao thinks. Miss Tang Sini passed the examination. She can keep the billions of startup funds. Take it. We are not sure of life and death. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades rather have to work hard. The words were written by Anran, and the content should be relayed by Chen Haonan. I don't know why, but Tang Sini looked at it and reddened her eyes, and her tears fell indisputably. These two sons of bitches, be sure to come back alive. Milk baby, I haven't seen you grow up to be awesome. At the airport, the heavily armed He Changwang, Wang Yanbing, and the other 5 members of the Red Cell, lined up and waited for the chief's arrival, came early, mainly too excited. This is their first outbound mission to participate in the International Hunters Tournament. This is a great honor. Chen Haonan, a small guy like the sun, are not qualified to participate. Brothers, be sure to work hard, bring back a trophy, and turn around and have a drink with brother Honam. Well said. It's our only chance to get a game back. Hey, been ridden in the face and bright too many times. I'll ask first, is Honanchan not old enough so he can't participate? The only thing that restricts him is his age, right? I guess so. It doesn't matter. What matters is that this is our chance to surpass him. Guys, do it right. He Changwang had a feeling of spiritedness. He was personally grateful to Chun Haonan. If he hadn't solved Wang Yadong, the killer, Lin Xiaoxiao would have jumped into the fire pit. But gratitude and competition. There was no conflict, right? For a person who has a pursuit, you always run after him. How the hell can not catch up? The other party is still younger than you. Such a feeling, this torture. The crowd was in high spirits, waiting for the chiefs to make their final inspection, and just then a car drove in on the ramp. He Changwang and the others looked over, and then was shocked to see that what came down was not the chief, but actually Chun Haonan as well as his female soldiers. The instructor was also there, and the key was that all these people were heavily armed, and with them in general it seemed like they were going to carry out some kind of mission. It's definitely not a go-to training outfit, and if it is, what's the point of coming to the airfield? He Changwang greeted from afar. Little brother, where are you going? You won't be attending hunter school as well. I haven't heard about it. The tone was a little dubious and a little urgent. With Chen Haonan's strength, if he went, needless to say, everyone was again looking at the mirror with a pig in a poke. Fortunately, Chen Haonan shook his head. No. When He Changwang breathed a sigh of relief, Chen Haonan said in a high and cold voice, We're going to the permafrost ice sheet for the Zhukov Special Training Camp's death tour. After these words were said, a wave of fear emanated from within the crowd as they looked at the tiny figure in front of them. Not bad, not stunned, but fearful. Wang Yanbing jumped up. No, you go to participate in the death tour. That concentration camp, I heard the instructor said, cannot participate. That is not a human to participate in the tournament. It is a ghost to participate in. You guys. Not it. Chen Haonan walked in front of the crowd. His eyes swept over the crowd as if he was the head of a military parade, and opened his mouth. That's a good point. Comparing to your international hunter school, you're just toddlers. But what's there to be afraid of? The military won't be afraid of these threats. As long as there's a strong opportunity, we'll head there, and we won't be taking part in that kind of child-rearing type of tournament. There's no point in that at all. Parenting tournaments. He Chengwang and others looked at the small Chen Haonan. Horrible as it is. At the same time, there is a kind of inner unspeakable grip. How to say? A little ashamed. Indeed, they've all heard the news about it, and about the death ride, and it's not too much of a stretch to compare it to the International Hunters School being a parenting event. But damn, they talk too much and now it's extra awkward. Especially He Changwang. Still waiting to take the trophy smashed in front of Chen Haonan. A good time to pretend. The result is now. He is very worried about the little brother over a bad time. The result is that the brother has opened the Land Rover. He is still in the countryside when the street's getting feeling. He Changwang smiled awkwardly and spoke. Brother, remember to come back alive. Chen Haonan looked at his small eyes. What? Can't give me up? No, not. He Changwang waved his hand. I just can't let go of Miss Sister. If they can't come back, there's another batch of bachelors. Saying that, He Changwang snapped and saluted at Chen Haonan. I seriously, incomparably sincerely, bless you and your team. Be sure to come back alive. The brothers are waiting for a drink. Come back alive. Remember to give me a chance to be a dog. Wang Yanbing and Li Erniu also blessed Chen Haonan. Not for any other reason. That death trip was too horrible. Carrying with it despair, death, hell on earth. Attention. At ease. Mr. Gao came. And after making the crowd line up, he threw the red cells to He Jijun for a lecture. And he walked towards Chen Haonan's team with a big stride. After squatting down his tall body, Mr. Gao carefully organized Chen Haonan's little uniform. His expression as if he was a loving father, who was organizing the clothes for his son who had traveled far away from home, with unwillingness and worry in his eyes, as well as a hidden expectation. Little one, you've been reluctant to call me righteous father. Can you do so today? General Manager Gao's loud voice, opening like thunder. The surrounding people heard clearly. He Chengwang and the others all perked up their ears, including He Jijun who was ready to lecture. All of them were temporarily silent. Envy, who has seen the head of the Southeast Military Region, chasing after others to recognize his godson. With his position, the identity of the righteous father made real, directly the hardest background. Want not to take off is difficult. Quiet all around. Chen Haonan opened his mouth with a high and cold face. Chief, I'm sorry, I only have one father. If you want to be a second father, you have to ask for my mother Sama's permission. Ha ha, you kid, is really a little badass. Mr. Cao couldn't expect him to answer like this, but it was a good idea to put him on the spot. He Jijun, who was on the side, was amused as he opened his mouth and said to He Changwang and the others, comparing Chen Haonan and their death trip to the International Hunter Tournament, there's not much to talk about. Anyway, my hope for you guys is to have fun and get a good ranking. No? Looking at the silent chief, He Changwang and the others directly fell silent. What is this called? This is a lecture? They would have liked the chief to say more, to show the importance of the tournament, as well as their expectations, so that it would seem like the honor was a bit more important. The result is one sentence? Have fun. This is not He Jijun intentionally. That is, the high general manager here. And the death tour set off. He really has nothing to say. Blow cannot blow. Let them free play. This side, but the high general said a lot about the significance of the first Zhukov special tournament, in addition to the game of the great powers, and political and economic ties. This is a kind of honor, but also a kind of deterrent. After all, Zhukov such as the world's prisons can be returned alive. What does this represent? Steel general willpower. Superb military quality. Beyond the pursuit of life and death. Little one, I'll wait for you to come back alive when you, along with all your female soldiers, call me a righteous father. This sentence of Mr. Gao is equal to also recognizing all the female soldiers. This is the first women's commando team in the country. They chose not to be afraid of death to participate in the death journey. More rare and valuable than even male soldiers. They deserve this olive branch. This time your action is in tribute to the company of ice sculptures that ambushed the enemy at 40 degrees below zero. Although the veterans are dead, the legacy lives on. Salute. Swish. Generalissimo Gao saluted with all his strength, and behind him, a dozen or so top brass from the southeast military region followed suit, including Yi Changwang and the others who weren't top brass. Chen Haonan saluted them before leading the female soldiers to the airplane. Grunting is not his style, and as a man, it's all about tamping. Anren, who followed behind, smiled sweetly. She liked the little man to be so spontaneous. If he grows up later, how valiant is this? It's really something to look forward to. The oldest general of the southeast military region is chasing after a righteous father. Who has such a face? No one would dare to believe it. After watching Chen Haonan's small figure and all the female soldiers go up to the airplane, Generalissimo Gao's heart was very complicated. There are expectations, but more worried. He is a little backtracking. If he really cannot come back, do not know how to face Chen Haonan's parents. Even the work report do not know how to write. Heard Dongyang a lot of things. Little guy, you in 100 years. I'll take you as an adult with. I hope you don't let me down. And so you come back. Must be famous. Shocked all the military regions of the country. Then the Sun Uruk rescue also shocked. This is internalized in the position of the future Major General. Mr. Gao's mood is like sending his daughter to get married. He can't give up, but he doesn't dare to stay. On the plane, do not have to. Chen Haonan open mouth, has long been turned into his shape of the female soldiers. Immediately enter the self-regulation mode. Tianguo and Ouyang Qian eat some snacks, such as chocolate. Tang Xiaoxiao listened to songs to relax. Zhu Bai and Shenlani closed his eyes to recuperate. Yi Tsuanxin rubbing the steel gun over and over again, but also the bullets will be taken out, one by one. With the hair weighing, Anren sat on Chen Haonan's side, used to give him the treatment of the clubhouse. Full body relaxation massage. If at night, the clothes must be taken off, and now on the plane, it is not convenient. The essential oils have not been taken out. Chen Haonan again. In the view of Anren, our small body bones need to be adequately conditioned. Follow the route. First landing at the airport in Soviet Russia, then transferring planes to reach the permafrost ice of the Arctic Circle. The location of the ice is on a small, isolated island more than 200 nautical miles south in the Bering Strait. And the island is the stronghold where Zhukov's training camp is located. It's said that even the world's toughest special forces had a hard time graduating from this place before it got too genocidal and was trashed. Through the airplane, Chen Haonan could see lush primitive forests all around, and the air above the forests was perennially solidified with white gas, so he could imagine how terrible the environment below was, with severe cold, perpetual silence, and many crises. After the plane landed, Chen Haonan brought the female soldiers down, and immediately felt the real Siberian cold wind. Not bad. In the past the weather turned cold. The weather forecast relayed the cold wind from Siberia, and they now came to the birthplace of the cold wind, which is right in the center of Siberia. In such a bitterly cold place, if one were strong and fit, the adult males JJ would freeze off in an instant. The cadets from various countries that came over were naturally the toughest male soldiers, and only Chen Haonan, a pedestrian, looked quite dazzling after forcibly inserting himself into the ranks, as if he was a firefly in the dark night. The 5-star flag. It's the soldiers from the Yin Kingdom coming. God, it's actually a child. Plus 9 women. Did I not blink? Not a single male soldier came. Only women. Interesting. Don't they take this tournament seriously, or are they sending some inmates over? Heavy on the participation? It doesn't seem that way. These people aren't simple. Especially that child. His eyes are resolute. I've heard that the one thing you can't underestimate in the Yin Kingdom is old people and children. These people are either mediocre or eccentric geniuses. Gentlemen, in our opinion, this is a case of the Yin Kingdom people disrespecting the tournament and deliberately sending people to die. Baka. These arguments, the most directly arrogant, or the small days of the Sun Banner, a line of 10 of them, are strong male soldiers. The body is generally not tall, just 1 meter 6 out of the head, but they are very strong. The face are a kind of austere breath, obviously participated in the actual battle of the military. These actual combat soldiers, laughing arrogantly and wantonly, completely did not put Chen Haonan, the pedestrian, in their eyes. To actually send children and women to participate in the tournament, does the Yin Kingdom have no one? These people laughed wildly, debauchery impetuous, but also did not cause much resonance around the military. Remove colored eyes. They feel Chen Haonan where these people stand, disciplined, and do not fear the cold, unlike when they just came, shaking pants or falling off. Of course, Anren will not tell them. The female soldiers supplemented a lot of millennium ginseng. The mouth is also shouting a large piece of it. Randomly can also be used to eat. The main fight a rich capricious. In the sound of discussion, Chen Haonan board hand, a face of Yakuza Wu Yenju arrogance, walked over to look at the small days of the opening. The tournament does not have any regulations. Unlimited age and gender. You do not see. Look down on the children and women. This is to look down on your mothers and children? Chen Haonan spoke English, which he had been good at in the past, and spoke it with a thief's tongue, but his tone was cold and sarcastic, as if he was greeting their mother. Baga, are you greeting our mother? In the small days team, the English is not good. Tian Yujun stood out. His posture is upright, his eyes are small, his spirit is dry, and his military uniform looks austere, but when he opened his mouth, he caused the surrounding cadets to laugh. My grandfather told me that the most honorable thing he did in his life was to kill over a dozen kids like you in the Inferno during World War II, and I agree. Imperial soldiers, as they should be. His tone was sarcastic, full of a kind of confidence, but this sentence, in fact, did not cause his resonance. In addition to a small day, this side of the military personnel lightly laugh. The other military personnel are serious. Look at Tian Yujun. Think the other party is too pompous. Your grandfather did things. You honorable, what strength? What era? Still talk about the Second World War. Has been living in the past. No one will admire such a person. Seeing that it didn't cause a reaction, the corner of Tian Yujun's mouth picked up a bit as he walked over to Chen Haonan, instantly pressing his aura over and staring at Chen Haonan as he opened his mouth. How old are you? And why do you have the qualifications to come here? The words just fell. Chen Haonan revealed a crooked-mouthed Dragon King smile. Without saying a word, his fist ruthlessly hit the other party's belly position. There is no way. The other party's standing position is too handsome, and not much higher than their own, as if sent to the front of the fist target. If you don't fight, it doesn't hurt. In an instant, Tian Yujun felt a huge force that enveloped him, and next to his comrades, the trainees kept falling back. With a clamor, large mouthfuls of blood seemed to spray out towards the ground as if they didn't need money. The surrounding trainees paled, especially the 9 trainees from the small day. Their faces twisted. Tian Yujun, who was a master grappler and still their vice-captain, was actually sent flying 6 or 7 meters by his opponent's punch at the drop of a hat. Amaterasu Amikami. Ah, he's the Amaterasu-kun, not an ordinary person. This kid, this is too much. Unlike the idea of a small life, one word came to mind for all the other soldiers: bullying. Chen Hanan's mouth was crooked, and he opened his mouth high and cold in place. Everyone, it wasn't me who wanted to beat him up. He sent himself over. He asked me what my status was, and I told him with persuasion that I was a fighter's status. That was such an arrogant statement that the trainees on the small day side started to get stupid. Chen Haonan was even faster. He walked over slowly, revealing his small tiger teeth. Originally, I wanted to beat 10 by 1 and break a record, but I didn't expect there to be one that wasn't able to withstand the fight. You 9 don't look too convinced. It just so happens that I specialize in all kinds of insubordination. Come over here, you guys. Anren walks over to Chen Haonan and tries to deal with the 9 little days of walking out together. As an agent, she could feel the toughness of these soldiers. The one who had just been kited by Chen Haonan was just as careless as Ma Zongshi. After all, to be able to show up here was the face of the country, where there was a weak person. Just watch from the sidelines. They pose no threat to me. Don't you know me well enough? Anren froze for a moment, thinking about it. So far, she couldn't see through Chen Haonan's length. It just felt very strong and hard, and she didn't know where the limit was. Since the little guy was so confident, he himself would be the woman behind him. Shinlani, those people, or the first time to see the instructor out to beat people. From the beginning of a raised hand, a small day to fly out of the dizzy to now. Everyone seems to be playing chicken blood. Grabbed out the ginseng tablets as melons to eat and watch. Chen Haonan, naturally full of confidence, his various physical attributes, has broken through 10, which is the current limit of human beings, and the power is mentioned 34. The specific how much power, he himself has no bottom line. Anyway, the main hit a ram. It just so happened that someone had come to his door, and he wanted to try out his cards and know all about the strength of his own family. I don't know why, but hitting the soldiers of his little life made his little body inexplicably excited, as if it was carved out of his DNA. It's what you asked for, so we'll make it happen. Green mountains together with clouds and rain. Since you are laying hands on your neighbors, don't blame us for joining forces against you. Chen Haonan listened to the egg pain. Damn, you copy our culture, cannot learn some better, but also what flipping clouds. Really let people 2 heads are big. A fire, MD, not vent it cannot. Just as the 2 sides were about to make their move, a group of tall instructors appeared on the outskirts of the island, all of them with stoic faces and tall men, reminiscent of rocks, deserts, and even metallic heavy machine guns. Chief Instructor Anthony swept Chen Haonan for a while and spoke. Interesting, This Yenghua kid is not simple. He's not an ordinary kid. In his body, I actually see the aura of a ring fighter. The other instructors shook their heads in disbelief as they listened to this high evaluation. Isn't this just a kid? It looks like it's matured a bit. And the life and death fists are all existences whose physical attributes have reached the limits of humanity. They have unlimited levels of killing techniques. Can this be compared? If you took off his pants, you would find that his hair hadn't even grown out, right? Anthony licked his thick lips, narrowed eyes flashing, full of interest looking at Chun Haonan. As for walking over 9 trainees, he did not have too much interest. In the death training camp, there will never be a lack of strong king of special forces, the lack of some geeky geniuses. 10 years hard to come across that kind of thing. He had once seen one. His name was Tang Long. But unfortunately carelessness died. Yen is such an amazing country, with talented little kids and a bunch of funny-looking female soldiers. I wonder what they're chewing on with their mouths. Is this what they call eating melon in their country? Anthony opened his mouth with interest. I know that in their country, there are magical martial arts that start to be practiced from a young age. And some geniuses who are not yet adults will have the body of a fierce tiger, with bronze and iron bones. I wonder if this little child is such a genius. Chief Instructor Anthony. I've seen their ring hands and they don't possess any real skill anymore. Instead they have quite a few players who pay to win or lose. Anthony smiled. Other than that, he could feel that confidence on Chun Haonan's face. At this moment, Chen Haonan was surely confident that after a restricted level of reinforcement, his strength was twice as far away from hitting Thomas, and he could kill Thomas in situ, ensuring that his feet didn't even move a bit. A small day slowly came over and sneered. Looks like you're still a little genius. Coincidentally, I love to beat up geniuses. Without even finishing his words, his shoes rubbed the ground, and his entire body was like a galloping horse, rushing towards Chen Haonan. It was so fast that the trainees around them didn't react. Chen Haonan looked like he was just hastily swinging his arms out to block, not even using much strength. The ferocious chain kicks are like fast-twitching whips, pumping the small arms of Chen Haonan again and again, pumping the dull sound. The movement is not even move a bit? Kick the full body strength of the cadet. Want to take advantage of the force to retreat. His most ferocious kick did not force back the other side of the slightest. There is actually the feeling of numbness on the soles of the feet. Do not hesitate to want to draw back. Change other people up. Want to go? Swimming dragon body technique. Chun Haonan's figure instantly disappeared, as if it was erased in the same place. The trainee had just stood proudly on the ground, waiting to regain his strength, when suddenly, his little tummy was hit hard, and the power that rippled up, spread out towards his whole body, and if there was a microscope, one could see that his skin, sinews, and bones looked like bouncing cotton, spreading a circle of ripples all the way around. But such ripples are deadly. It's a transfer of power. In the sound of a whistling break, a tumbling figure, crushing the 3 figures that rushed behind it, collapsed down, and all of them were transformed into rolling gourds. Only then did Chen Haonan's small body reveal itself to the crowd. Since he made a move, Chen Haonan didn't stop. He quickly stepped forward. Swimming dragon that stance made his figure, as if floating light flashing 5 times. 5 opponents were swept across the room by his small feet, disappearing 6 meters away. Bang! In the distance, a single silhouette fell down and smashed into the hard ground, which caused everyone present to fall completely silent. A dead silence. It is really Yenghua Kung Fu. It is really amazing. I've seen the video. Yenghua Bruce Lee. Waist and horse can kick an adult 6 or 7 meters away, but also thought that the reality is also there. Moreover, his speed is very fast. Anthony heartfelt emotion, and next to him, the instructors of the concentration camp all had strange expressions on their faces. Before Chen Haonan made his move, these instructors felt that these trainees were the world's toughest special forces, and that their hands wouldn't be too far off. But they didn't expect Chen Haonan to let them witness the unevenness between people once he made his move. Of course, it seemed as if for them, these killing machines, even after recognizing Chen Haonan's hard power, it didn't shock them. They had many ways to kill enemies whose hard power was stronger than theirs, and that was the point of the concentration camp's existence. You might be stronger than them, but it was you who died. Close combat is good, but it's not even close to being a deadly fighter. Fighting arts are divided into restricted and unrestricted levels. Restricted levels are found in every country. Unrestricted levels are only found in our concentration camps. Anthony nodded, recognizing the statement. Fighting a fist open, lest 100 fists come. This reasoning is really bull. Chen Haonan looked at the trainees around him and looked at him with that kind of awe, and his heart was so cool that it exploded. Hey, when the old man is a small child can be bullied, is it? Not weaned, is it? Are scared of it? I have to say, a fight 10. Really cool. No wonder those masters, Always like to hang bland opening, I wanna fight 10. See, we are a big country, but we can't be too tolerant. Tolerate for a long time others think we are afraid of things. The time to make an example of the monkey. Do not necessarily have to kill the chicken. Directly will be the monkey killed is. Chun Haonan lectured his female secretary as a child. While Anrun listened and nodded her head. The surrounding cadets also looked at the scene. A bit stunned and confused. Hardly looking away? Wasn't that a child just now? That childish face and pure expression is at best a younger version of Daniel Wu. But it's clearly a child, right? Who here is not an amazingly observant soldier? Of course, it is not that Chen Haonan struck 10. It scares them. To be able to mix to such a point, in addition to the strength, is self-confidence, at least before they fall down, are thinking like this, including just now 10 brats. Who else? Chen Haonan held his little head high, tilted his little mouth, and asked everyone at 45 degrees. At those words, the crowd turned their own faces, each busy with their own business, as if they didn't hear it. What's the point of fighting? Fighting with a child. Do you still have a face? Have you ever seen an adult? To the kindergarten school children amplify. You come over. We fight? Those people in the small days. They're so brain dead. Clashing with children. Someone muttered and scowled. Many people, after calming down, felt exactly the same way. And just at this moment, the system's voice rang out in Chen Haonan's little head. The host presses all the trainees, defeats the small days and raises our prestige, rewarding 100 experience points. Chen Haonan's small mouth revealed the smile of the Dragon King. Sure enough, beating the people of the Anointed Kingdom is cool. There are still rewards. The physical quality of those 10 guys. They can't die yet. Turn around and continue to find them to study why flowers are so red. Was having a blast when the list of personal attributes ejected. Soldier, Chen Haonan. Occupation, primary school student. Level, 8. Root bone, 10. Mental, 10. Strength, 34. Speed, 10. Skills, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, eagle eyes, invincible sneaking, invincible camouflage, invincible weapon skills, invincible swimming dragon stance, sky hunt, experience value, 250 out of 900, 250 experience points, and another 500 if you pass the test. When Chen Haonan was calculating when he could be upgraded, the sound of footsteps sounded, and when he turned around, he saw a line of instructors with particularly stern expressions walking over. This pedestrian's aura was like that of a dragon, and every step seemed to be measured by a ruler with unparalleled precision, especially their expressions. Chen Haonan couldn't see that they had any thoughts, and such was actually not seen in Lei Zhuan or Lao Gao, or even Wolf-Head He Ji-jun, a physical attribute of at least 5 or more. The concentration camp is really hiding crouching tigers. Anthony walked over to the Anointed Nation trainees who had just gotten up. Can you still hold on? You can leave now if you can't hold on. I'll send an official letter to your country later. We, absolutely, are not leaving. The 10 Anointed Nation trainees, who were recuperating and resting after being swept out by Chen Haonan, immediately jumped up at the same time after hearing Anthony's icy warning, and lined up in battle formation. No one mentioned what happened just now. After all, they were all beatings. It's too shameful to say that they went to provoke a child and got beaten up. It's best if everyone forgets about it right away. Anthony, who was almost 2 meters tall and had a sort of monolithic Johnson look about him, spoke in a buzzing voice. You leave now, and there are planes to send you away. And when the tournament starts, it's too late to regret it, because unless you stick around until the end of the tournament, those who quit will have to make it across the permafrost ice on their own to get back home on foot, and you won't be getting any assistance, and you live or die on your own. Well, I was wrong. This isn't some tournament. This is the death march of life, and I can tell you responsibly that no more than a third of you will make it back alive. Anthony had a rare moment of humor, followed by a deep gaze that swept over everyone once more. No one moved. After all, everyone who came here had written a suicide note. Very well, let's start with a 5-kilometer run through the ice, and the first cadet to reach the finish line gets to raise his or her country's flag to the highest pinnacle, and I'll declare it open. The words weren't even out of his mouth when Anthony saw a small flash of something and someone ran out the door. It's none other than Chen Haonan. His purpose, just don't want to chirp. This is a solo show. Wait for what, chicken hair? This is not a classroom. Have to be the teacher to say class is over before you can go home from school. Just do it. Soon, he reached the middle of the ice that solidified snow and ice all year round. The slippery feeling that even in mountain shoes, he couldn't stand up, let alone run up. However, this is not difficult to defeat Chen Haonan. Just touching the ice layer, he immediately opened the weapon skill, and the next moment, read the information of the ice layer under his feet, and the next moment, the structure of the ice layer was integrated into his mind. Chen Haonan was like Huang Feihong who was trapped in the restaurant, and instantly realized the kung fu of walking in oil. He took small steps and skated out dozens of meters at once, as if he had skates mounted under his feet. Chasing after Chen Haonan is a hobby ice sports of the rice trainees. He has Anthony about the same height. Almost when Chen Haonan leaps out, Casio followed, in the ice wildly, but also can quickly get used to it. But this is after all the ice. No skates to assist. It is easy to fall. No, Casio, who was running ahead, had thrown himself on the ice, and before he could get up, a figure floated past him with a whoosh. God, it's that little kid. He's fast as an elf. Casio didn't know the adjectives crouch and could only word the elf. However, with the pressure brought on by Chen Haonan, he once again dropped himself on the ice and skated all the way out. On the other side, one by one, the trainees rushed onto the ice and started running. But not surprisingly, the faster they ran, the faster they fell. With the exception of Chen Haonan, who was as if he had installed wind and fire wheels, everyone, including Yi Tsuanxin and the others, fell so hard that they were skidding on the ice. Watching this scene, Anthony placed his eyes on Chen Haonan, who was already dozens of meters away. And at this moment, this little guy made a sharp break, and the person stood on the ice, silky smooth as if he was Dev. It was obvious that this Yenghua trainee had already comprehended how to use his center of gravity to glide, and his control over his body's balance was also masterful to the point of being a mess. These tricks still don't run wild, including Anthony himself, who can't do it with reckless abandon. Unless it's someone who lives on the ice all year round? Anthony laughed indifferently. Funny. But the next moment, after Chen Haonan shouted at the female soldier, he was a bit nonplussed. This child was actually still the captain. Shift the center of gravity shift. What did I usually teach you guys about using the 18 weapons? You guys can treat the ice under your feet as a kind of weapon adopted with your feet. Don't mention the speed yet, or you won't be able to grasp it. There are still pits in the ice. Watch out for falling. All those dog instructors dug them. The female soldiers, who were in a mess, were trying to catch up with Chen Haonan, and the people were in a hurry, but each of them had long since been branded with Chen Haonan's powerful seed, and after his reminder, they immediately reacted. Don't be in a hurry. You can think of this as ice cream, something delicious, waiting to be conquered. Tango was witty as hell. Don't be in a hurry to speed up. We're not that little pervert of an instructor. Control the span first, when the shoes are skates, not friction props. Shinlani's ability to improvise is the strongest in this batch of white tigers. Time and time again with Yi Tsuanxin challenge, relying on betting on the hair, or pulling out the hair of the enemy to kill the dead whole body. Very soon, she was the first to get used to it. It must be said that when it comes to the turn of the lithe and curvaceous body, it is naturally these female soldiers, who do not necessarily have an advantage in the cross-country frenzy, and on the ice, women have an innate advantage of elegance and aesthetics. Soon, on the ice, a line of skating swans appeared, overtaking at once the participants from other countries. Some people were anxious, especially the trainees from the Little Day country who had clashed with Chen Haonan. These guys were injured by Chen Haonan. The body is even stronger, but also a little bit of influence. Chen Haonan deliberately injured is their claws, which greatly affects their mobility, coupled with the inferiority of the nation, especially good and strong in good face. Attention to detail. At the beginning of the run on the full force, indeed still in front of the female soldiers, but wait until Yi Tsuanxin and others to get used to it. Not long as if a line of elegant swans, from the side of these waxen face of the small day one by one slipped away. At once, these good will especially strong dog skin, immediately can not endure. Damn, that Yankee did it on purpose. He injured our arms and legs. Yes, the targeting is too strong. However, we won't lose to them. Our ancestors said that the Yenghua people are strong for a while, and decline is their end. All we have to do is to hold on, and when we have the chance, we will kill back. These people gnashed their teeth and felt that it was fine to lose to any of those countries. None of them could lose to Yen. Behind them, the trainees from various countries, all of whom were superbly comprehended soldiers, didn't take long to learn how to slide their shoes and began to overtake the dog pile one by one, and someone kindly reminded them of this in Japanese after they heard them talking about overtaking the Yen kingdom. Hello, that group of Yankees, their backs are out of sight. What are you talking about? God help you? It's no use complaining. Upon hearing this, these dogskin who resented Chen Haonan looked up sharply, and sure enough, the figure of that child was missing in front, and even, that batch of female soldiers were left with fast invisible backs. Why so fast? Did they cheat? Could there be miniature pulleys mounted on the soles of the shoes? We have to find out. Not to mention, it wasn't just dog skin and these people who had such thoughts, including people from other countries also felt that those people from Chen Haonan, who were ridiculously fast, should have secretly installed pulleys. In the training ground, Anthony spoke up. Let's take a plane over to the death trial arena and see if they can break the record. I remember the fastest record is almost 2 hours. These rabbits are not even close to breaking that record, including the fastest Yenguo trainees. They run like that. It's too physically demanding and it's hard to get up when they fall. Anthony recognized this as well, running through the ice. In fact, the biggest fear was falling and getting hurt. Often after sliding and falling unconscious, they never get a chance to wake up without help because they inhale fine particles of snowdrift that clog their airways. The trial of life and death has just begun. It didn't take long for Anthony and the others to take an airplane and fly directly to the terminal. During this flight, there was absolutely no checking of the cadets' activities, which meant that it was up to them to survive. After all, before they came, the concentration camp had already mailed the life and death agreement to the contestants from each country. The flight was not fast in the bitterly cold weather, and after more than 10 minutes, it landed under a peak covered with thick ice and snow, and it could be seen that all around the peak was bare, except for the snow, which was still snow, and it was truly 1,000 mountains where birds flew away, surrounded by a blanket of white. Just in such a lonely environment, a small silhouette, breaking through the flurry of snowflakes, gliding all the way here, just like a flying fox in the snow. Loneliness, silence, but rather set off his greatness. The cold and vastness did not cover his figure, but embellished his extraordinary. It was like a very wonderful oil painting. On the screen, there was only a moving figure, and the people who watched it, all had a kind of shock that came from within. Anthony, these instructors, are the best of the underground ring survived. In this world there is not much worth their shock and surprise. Life and death are looking down, and what personal emotions. It can be said that they are the best master of emotional management. But looking at the tiny figures moving under the roiling snowflakes, these instructors were still shocked. If it were a strong adult soldier, it wouldn't be a big deal, but it's a kid. As if he's at an age where he's still carrying a backpack and fantasizing every day about blowing up the school, calling the police to arrest the principal, and then being able to stay home and watch anime every day without going to school. And this little kid from the Yen Kingdom has actually stood in a life and death proving ground like a concentration camp to make a name for his country. What kind of life has this child, who broke the youngest age, arrived to experience? That's right, maybe the little day side didn't want to admit it. But Anthony, these people, how could they not see that Chun Haonan was just a fledgling, not a feathered eagle at all? What a great surprise. He broke your record. Instructor Anthony. How much? Anthony's indifferent gaze burned with flame. In about an hour and 30 minutes. A full 30 minutes faster than you. Yan Gua. There is a younger version of the Chinese Bruce Lee. Not bad. A seed-level expert. I wonder if he can hold out until the end. Given his body and bones. Anthony spoke indifferently. Turn around and collect all of their luggage, including supplements and medicines. Don't leave them behind. Okay, Chief Instructor. The crowd is chatting. Chen Haonan a sharp break. Handsome measurement leakage stopped. The face is not red. Not gasping. The small heart cannot see the beating intensified. Little one, you've broken our record. I can fulfill a small request that you can mention. But of course, I won't necessarily agree to it. Not necessarily agree. I'll mention a gill. Don't ask. Petty. Chen Haonan shrugged his little nose, digging twice from his pocket, grabbing a piece of ginseng and stuffing it in his mouth to replenish his energy. Anthony froze at the words and spoke helplessly. I'll promise you that as long as it's not too much, don't confiscate these little snacks. If you don't agree, forget I said anything. Anthony probed over and saw an old piece of ginseng lying in the palm of the little fellow's hand, which, just by looking at the skin, was worth a great deal. In freezing temperatures, it's a guarantee of survival. In the end, he nodded his head. The concentration camp was about fairness, and it was fine to give the players from the Yen Kingdom some preferential treatment for a child with a bunch of women. The point was that he really liked this child, and hoped that after he left here alive, he would find a beautiful woman to give birth to a similar one. The other instructors just looked at Chun Haonan with a smile. This elfin and eccentric gadget made all of them, who were used to seeing life and death in their fists, show a rare smile, as if the ice and snow began to melt under the sunlight. Here, have a piece for each hand. Anyway, it wasn't bad. Chen Haonan gave a piece to all of these instructors. If a grown man were to dangle a gift like this, needless to say, a bullet could have killed him. But he's a kid. What kind of bad thoughts could a kid have? God, he's so cute. After accepting Chun Haonan's small gift, even the more domineering and indifferent instructor showed his dad's smile. It didn't take long for the female soldiers to be the second batch to arrive. They all fell several times on the way and looked like they were in a bad way. And when they arrived at the same spot, they immediately pulled out ginseng to replenish their strength. Tango also took a bite of the ice and snow and felt it tasted good and took another bite. For these small actions, These instructors didn't scold anything harshly. If it was in the International Hunter Tournament that He Changwang and the others were participating in, this would never be allowed. But the next operation immediately exploded the eyeballs of all the trainees. The third and fourth batches of trainees arrived, one after another. After these trainees saw Chen Haonan's calm and relaxed appearance, they all muttered in low voices for a while, and the content was nothing more than, "This child is a monster." Others thought he looked a little familiar, but couldn't for the life of them think of where they'd seen him before. Anthony spoke. "From now on, your lives have been given to the instructors. You have no names, only a code name for death. You are Death 1. He pointed at Chen Haonan and announced his code name. Following that, the female soldiers, starting with Tan Xiaolin, were Death 2 through Death 9. Anren did not train with the team. She was free and did not stand among the ranks, so naturally she did not have a code name. After all the nations had received their code names, Anthony spoke again. "Raise the flag of the Infernals to the highest." It wasn't long before the Yin country's flag clattered up, fluttering in the wind, and the female soldiers were thrilled to see it. "Each week, you will have the opportunity to raise the flag of your country. If you die here, I will arrange for your ashes to be sent back. From now on, there is no use in regretting. To survive, you will have to accept all the tests." While Anthony was speaking, the cadets in the room were staring at the only fluttering red flag in very different states of mind. It would be a lie to say that they didn't envy it. That splash of bright red reflected in their eyes and stimulated their hearts, especially in the country of Rice, which was known as the world's policeman. Casio, as the captain, lost to Chen Haonan once on the ice, losing hard, and he was very upset. But the instructor didn't check if the Yankees had concealed their skates, which made him even more angry. "The Infernals, they're all about strange arts and crafts. They must have researched these items, so be careful all of you. Don't lose to that kid. It's humiliating." Casio was offended and lowered his voice to spew white air. "Yes, Captain. And it's not fair that those instructors look at the Yankees like they're their dads. The eyes of the masses are bright. Casio, these people see Anthony, these hard men. Look at Chen Haonan's eyes are not right. As if the Yen state people are his illegitimate son." Today finally recognized the feeling. Ready to send 4 sweets plus a car. Chen Haonan didn't even care about their thoughts. What he cared about was the system's experience value. And right at this moment, the system's voice rang out again. The host, as a minor, suppressed the players from other countries, upholding the dignity of the country, awarding 100 experience value. That's pretty exciting. I just started, and I've earned 200 experience points. Chen Haonan felt that the cells of the whole body were breathing, looking at an indifferent soldier, but also as if the iron tree blossomed. How wonderful. This is all a child who sends experience value. Concentration camps don't seem like other tournaments that talk about so many rules, and if you don't have the awareness and discipline of a soldier, I won't even ask you to line up. But there's only one end to losing, and that's accepting death. Anthony's tone, colder than the cold winds of Siberia. The second project, within 2 hours, complete 600 repetitions of 100 kilograms of deep squats. Trainees who can't complete it. I have the power to shoot anyone. There's no need for the weak here. The weak don't have the power to survive. You'll be given 10 minutes to prepare. After this sentence, Anthony shut up, mainlining a high-flying style that seemed like an adult version of Chen Haonan. And his words turned up a huge commotion among these cadets. Is it too sick to be able to shoot anyone who can't finish? Is this a joke? Or is it serious? Generally speaking, 600 squats, or even add 600 push-ups are not a big problem. Let a person despair of 100 kilograms of weight. In such a cold weather, such a high intensity of special training, will make the body organs cannot withstand, and directly collapse and die? In the face of these arguments, Anthony simply do not explain. There is no ordinary tournament where cursing, greetings to the ancestors and so on. His style is high and cold. In the words of Wang Mingyang, know and do. I say, you can implement. The dog trainee felt it was unfair and objected on the spot. Report, those of us who are injured and can't squat deep at 100 kilogram deadlifts should consider the practicalities of the situation or make us want to get some treatment. Instructor, the Yenghua people have evil intentions and injured our hands and feet. Otherwise, we would never question your excellency's rules or even be the first to implement them. Anthony, carrying a huge desert eagle and with a cold, 4-square face, approached as if he were a moving lump. When he walked, he looked dominant, as if his entire body had mobilized its muscles, as if he were a beast walking alone in the snowy mountains. Tell me what your name is. Report, instructor. My name is Ama Junsuk. Well, on his urn, carve that name. After explaining a sentence to his back, Anthony's huge silver pistol, which was already fixed on the head of Tian Yujun, whose face had changed drastically, hooked down the trigger with a bang under the loud shouts of the surrounding dog-skin trainees. The bullet pierced through Amakuan's head at zero distance, spiking blood from the other side and infesting the snow-white ground, while the dead man fell headfirst and went peacefully. Never thought of that. Not at all. Everyone present, including Chen Haonan, changed color slightly. Goddamn perverted. A life is like a dog. By this person ruthless words not much instructor. Just asked a name and then harvested. What a strawman. That's what. Chen Haonan fought 10 people by himself and wasted some time before he injured 10 people, while Anthony didn't even give a chance to explain and shot and killed the dog-skin trainees at the drop of a hat. Simply wild and overbearing to the extreme. As if life was really just a code name for death in front of him. Immediately after the shot, an instructor came over and pulled the body of the dead man away. Only a long trail of blood pulled out on the floor gave any indication of what had happened here. Ouch! The 9 trainees left in the dogskin, on the spot, screamed with excitement, so excited that they were about to explode, and then their hands and feet flailed, and on the spot, they put on their weighted clothing and began to squat deeply. Just do it. Martyr. I thought it was dry. And, sure enough, the small-time people's virtues, fearing the mighty and not harboring the virtuous, are simply a reflection of them. Chen Haonan's small tiger teeth showed, lit up a flower tooth, and opened his mouth. I want a small child's version of the load. Too bulky for me. The weight doesn't matter. It can be added. Nonsense. His ability is several times that of others. The main one casually. Weight 100 kilograms of other people sound exaggerated. For Chen Haonan, a small amount of money, and even shit at the same time. He can weight several hundred kilograms of deep squatting. Anthony actually honored his request by sending an underage version of the weight suit. Chen Haonan took it with one hand, wore it casually on the ground, and immediately started squatting deeply, his little mouth breaking into small pieces. 1, 2, 3. He was shredding extremely fast. When others clicked to 1, he had already clicked to 3, and it was getting faster and faster. There was no way around it. The one dragon's skill, and his ant-enhanced strength. The most specialization was the strength level special training, and for fuck's sake, he still thought it was too easy. It was easier than eating. Up and down, so fast that the rhythm of the cadets around was disrupted, all looking at his side, thinking that his small weight suit is not a fake. Ah, damn. Are the Yankees the bastards of these instructors? Ice cheating. Fake. Weighted squatting. Also fake? Of course, Anthony knew that Chen Haonan's load must be true. It was a special kind of Xian iron, found only in the depths of the snowy mountains, creating weapons that were indestructible. It seems that his physical quality, at least breaks through 5 or more. Anthony felt more and more interesting. This child from the Yen country had a protagonist aura about him, much like his teenage self. Class me, Anthony muttered. He was able to be the chief instructor here. He was alive in the ring and had killed 126 tough competitors and won all of them. No one in the world struck him as too amazing to watch, and he had seen one today. God, he's still a kid. Chen Haonan was just playing. However, he was a bit worried about the female soldiers, and after sweeping the female soldiers, he was slightly relieved. After my special training, an enhanced big tonic that doesn't cost anything, the female soldiers' physical fitness, which should be between 2 and 3, is about the same as these male soldiers, along with herbs that can replenish their stamina. Doing the deep squat has challenges, but it's also an exercise in willpower. After relaxing inwardly, Chen Haonan also observed Anthony with his small eyes. The two looked at each other and actually smiled silently, both seeming to see what they were feeling. Chen Haonan muttered to himself, damn, so high and cold. Did you learn from me? I'm not going to grow up to be this mediocre look of his. Cool as it is, but it's too ugly. I still like the type of guy like Chris Pang. And Anthony said to himself, though a child, with eyes so like mine. I grew up in a concentration camp as a child, and was as good as he was. And by God, I seem to have found the look of my own childhood. Anthony is an orphan. He's been inside a concentration camp for as long as he can remember. And after eliminating batches of kids, he's tenaciously survived, and by the time he's 10 years old, he's become an accomplished assassin, with a no-limit level of tournaments where no one can challenge him. Training and killing was as simple as drinking water to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed the complaining Tian Yujun without batting an eye. Those female soldiers, their physical fitness is also good, but their bodies and bones are congenitally limited, so they may not always be able to last until the end. Anthony loved the house and inwardly commented on the female soldiers. Sure enough, after an hour passed, Tan Xiaolin and the others began to be manipulated to the point of collapsing by such high-intensity deep squatting, and the entire person was out of shape, seemingly ready to fall apart at any time. Chen Haonan has been paying attention to the changes in the female soldiers, and immediately opened his mouth. If you can't top it, you can eat some ginseng. This is a benefit I fought for. And also, follow the rhythm. Don't mess up. Don't be when the load is an obstacle, but a part of the body, and try to paralyze yourself in your thoughts. And there's still the last hour. And you can talk about 10 minutes as a small goal one after the other. Whoever is the first to finish will be rewarded by the instructor with $1 million for you personally, payable on the spot, and $100,000 for sticking it out to the end, payable on the spot. Anrin chimed in from the side. I have my internet banking open, just waiting for this project to end, to transfer money to you, sisters. This is a good opportunity to get a bonus. I'm all red-eyed, haha. Crap. First name in $1 million and sticking around for 100,000. Families must fight. Not to mention, money has a magical effect on women. Of course, this is for Yi Tsuanshin or Tang Xiaoxiao. These female soldiers, they are more as a goal to accomplish. The trainees from other countries looked at the female trainee from Yen country with a dumbfounded face, playing deep squatting while stuffing a piece of sinewy into her mouth. Such an unfair impression. The crowd made them clam up, and there was a complaint on the spot. Report, that's not fair. Why are the Yankees allowed to eat? Faced with these complaints, Anthony then raised the Desert Eagle that had just finished off Tianyu Junsuk, and said indifferently, I gave them benefits. What? Do you have a problem with it? If you have the ability to let me give you benefits as well, and if you don't have the ability, just pretend you can't see anything. The crowd was speechless. It was blatantly unfair, but they couldn't help it. A little bit of time passed. Almost after 5 hours, when there were still 30 minutes to go before the end, the trainees on the dog skin side started to be unable to stand it. Mainly they had been injured by Chen Haonan's hands and feet, and such overloaded deep squatting had made them unable to stand the drudgery. Give it up. It's a tactic or we'll all die here. Good point about strategic risk aversion. They lowered their voices and made a unanimous decision. So, someone immediately spoke up. Report, we, the Dogskin Nation, forfeit this tournament. Anthony sneered. It's too late. You've already embarked on a journey of death when you run through the ice. Giving up in the middle of the journey will only end in death. Anthony's refusal, direct and savage, but no one dared to challenge his majesty, mainly because Tianyu Jun walked too peacefully, so peacefully that life is impermanent. The feeling of a large intestine. Who the fuck dares to ask more questions? What if he comes in with a nervous breakdown and drags him out again and shoots him straight? With the urine of the dog's skin, it can find a lot of reasoning out for you. For example, when the invasion of the Northeast, it was said that the soldiers were missing, and more than 100,000 people were sent to look for them. Anyway, as long as there are interests, when the opponent is not strong enough, they will tear off the dog's skin and turn into a jackal. Anthony was not daring to provoke. Their eyes provocatively looked at Chen Haonan. It was this little bastard that made them passive step by step. Feeling an unfriendly gaze, Chen Haonan did a deep squat while also giving them a middle finger out of thin air. Fully expressing his sincerity, you come over spit blood. Heck, just spit blood. Bully, as soon as we get past this, we must find a way to get this child to die young. Another 10 minutes went by, and one of the doggone trainees couldn't take the drudgery any longer, and straight away babied out and fainted in the snow. Tow away. Anthony's voice was colder than ice. Immediately someone dragged away the fainting cadet, dragging it out not too far. A bang of a gunshot resounded over the concentration camp and exploded the ears of the trainees present, all of them subconsciously looking over, only to see not far away from the snow, lying on the dogskin trainee just dragged away, a pool of blood on the ground. The person is naturally gone, walking peacefully. A depressing and incomparable atmosphere pervaded the hearts of the crowd, and a huge sense of crisis surged uncontrollably within everyone. God, another one, totally unmartialized. Straw man, the most stifled, or dog skin this book. This is the second one. Are there people, which are their own eat, drink, pull and sleep all together comrades honor cannot get, but also not clear what is going on. Directly shot, are blamed on the child of that inflammatory country, and so on. To get not dead you we do not live. A little bit of time passes. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire constantly echoed over Siberia, bringing blood over and over again in the thousands of miles of frozen ice, but then drifted away as if nothing had happened. Only all the trainees present were very clear that the 10 players of the dog patch were all wiped out. Not a single one was left. Looking at the small life that was quite a corpse nearby, the arrogance and provocation just now was still engraved in the minds of many trainees, and no one could have imagined that it would instantly become a lifeless entity. Needless to say, even if these special forces kill without blinking an eye, they're still scared. The result of being scared was to play hard to get special training, squeezing all the strength out of their milk. And there were people who were born wanting to escape, calculating little plans. But everyone knew that they had to get through this hurdle before they could find a chance. Chen Haonan, who was not afraid of the sky, was startled. Damn. It's a waste. 100 experience value if you give me a kill. It's a waste. It's a waste. With that, he even pervertedly stuck out his little tongue and licked the corner of his little mouth. Seeing this scene of Anthony, cold as ice face, but there is a trace of class I smile. This son is really born to the bloody things. Full of interest, natural gangster boxer. If he stayed in the concentration camp until adulthood, must be the second Anthony. Anthony moved to accept as a righteous son. If Mr. Gao knew what he thought, he would have called out the bull. The hero is the same. Tweets, the last 10 minutes, but also people are most likely to collapse stage. As if you want to work 1 hour, then the last 10 minutes is the most torturous. If the goal is set 2 hours, the same is also the last 10 minutes. That is, only when the deposit is high. In order to know the meaning of unity of action, human potential is infinite. Someone can be 7 times a night, as long as the stimulation is in place, provided that it's provided by the arse pussy. If it's a big fat pig, sorry, not a bit of potential can be stimulated. The death of a small life is like 10 butt-cheeked pussies exploding with excitement. How exciting, Chen Haonan muttered, and took the time to look at his female soldiers, only to see these disciples, one by one. Their eyes are forced into Kazairan big eyes. If they do advertisements, they don't even need to put on makeup. But fortunately, they really can't stand it. They can get high, and stuff a precious ginseng into their mouths wildly, making it seem like they are cultivating the immortal Han Daoliang. Seeing this, the trainees from the other countries were envious to the point of being numb with jealousy. But Anthony, the hitman, had said that this was a benefit for the Yin Kingdom. So what could they say? Hang in there, the instructors here can execute the trainees at any time? If you can't hold on, I can't help you. Chen Haonan reminded the female soldier a sentence. Otherwise, with his own invincible attitude, the female soldier also thought that he could fight against the instructor. After all, before his own record, and Spider-Man, and Black Mask, and Hanging Thunder War and so on, hanging to the explosion, the female soldier said that there is no such thing in the world as he, Chen Haonan, cannot be done, and if there is, then it is not thought out. The first thing that I want to do is to get rid of all the things that I've been doing. It's easy to drift when you blow too much. Last minute, time is up. With the exception of Chen Haonan, who directly jumped up in place, all the trainees directly plopped down on the snow, not caring about the bitter cold, nibbling on the ice and snow, and sobering up their bodies that had been drained of all strength. This isn't much of a challenge for you. I've already exceeded my quota. Can you promise me a small request? Chen Haonan coolly opened his mouth. Anthony nodded and grinned. You did finish a long time ago. I can grant you a small request, as long as it's not too much. This Xian iron vest, it's destined to be with me. Give it to me. It's not a big problem, is it? If you're stingy, forget I said it. Chen Haonan will be on the body of the black. Cannot see the color of the small undershirt off. This thing seems to be about the same as the unusual inner warm undershirt. But then there are about 100 kilograms. Visible density to what degree? It was used to make body armor, guns, and such, and it felt so dang good. He just loved it so much. This is basalt iron, deep in the snowy mountains that have not melted for 10,000 years. The production is very small, except for this desert eagle of mine. It's this little undershirt. It does just fit you. It's for you. Anthony gave it away painfully, showing off the huge gun in his hand in the process. Xian iron gun. Indestructible. Can be used as a hammer or a dagger. After saying that, he moved the parts of the desert eagle, and it immediately turned into a dagger without an open blade. And it looked too much like it. Thick as if it was a big carrot. Boom. Anthony showed off the basalt carrot and squatted down to smash a large hole in the hard ice. Good guy, Chen Haonan blurted out. Why don't you send me this one together? It's a whole set, isn't it? Anthony grunted. In the words of you Yankees, don't give an inch. I love this gun. After saying that, he turned to look at all the envious and jealous trainees and spoke. Here are the rules of the concentration camp. The winner. There are rewards. And if you lose, your life is gone. There's no discipline here. There's only the rules of survival. While Anthony was speaking, an instructor dragged 10 corpses past the trainees. The congealed blood, the miserable corpses, caused a lot of shocks, and added to the shocking power of Anthony's words. Everyone understands that to survive, you can pay no attention to discipline, but you must respect the law of survival. Just like nature, the survival of the fittest. Anthony didn't announce the next program right away, giving time for them to recover. During this period of time, there were no disciplinary requirements, and one could lie down, sit down, or stand like Chen Haonan. Anren came over to try to relax Chen Haonan, and was rejected by him before going to relax the female soldiers one by one, and there was no instructor to control her during this time. the main fight a casual. But little kids know that this is the prelude to the coming storm. And fuck it, these people kill without explanation, without prelude, without notice, and the niggers play the music when the guns go off. The crowd was in various states of mind until a helicopter appeared overhead and landed in the clearing. A middle-aged man with a figure about the same height as Anthony, but not as burly as him, walked over with sunglasses. He appeared to be well-mannered and gentlemanly, without the aura of a solemn stormtrooper like Anthony and these people. He looked as if he was a scholar. "Introduce yourself. I'm your principal. You can call me Principal KGB. At this point, the KGB principal did not go on, but looked carefully at the expressions of the crowd. As expected, after everyone heard this title, a stunned and then turned into a fearful expression passed over their faces, including the most powerful countries standing behind it. Rice and Casio led the trainees as such trainees. Fear comes from this mysterious code name. This is the history of mankind. One of the most powerful intelligence agencies, once turned CLA high level, put in the Cold War period. For the KGB, any country has no secrets to speak of. The cat and the bear disintegration of the agency has only begun to gradually lose the mysterious color. But with their story was published, attracted the fear of that is a landslide of reaction. For example, you would not have guessed that for example. You would never think that a civilian in your own country basking in the sun next to you is a KGB man, or that a colleague you've worked with for decades is someone they've turned. The principal was satisfied with such expressions and was happy with them, and after sweeping his gaze over all the trainees, he was a bit stunned to see no shock on the faces of Chun Haonan and the female soldier beside him. "Anthony, why is there a child with a woman?" Anthony spoke up. "Headmaster, we don't have a limit on age or gender. As long as you're strong, you can participate, can't you?" "Good point, but no reward." Without wasting any time on the subject, the principal opened his mouth and continued. "Very well, the next thing you face is a countdown to your own lives. You may want to leave, but as the principal, I am responsible to tell you that no one has ever left Siberia alive. Of course, as principal, you will also give the best cadets suitable rewards. For example, if you all get first place in the program, you can all make a small request and the instructor can fulfill it. With my words out of the way, enjoy this death march. This is not a bullshit tournament. This is the song of life." With that said, and with a snap, the principal saluted politely, in the style of a gentleman, and he, straight away, took the airplane. It comes and goes. Chen Haonan thought, he mother of this if their own elementary school principal, but also can accept the reading. Too dashing, not at all delayed. The old man read a week of books. Everyday meeting, 3 and 3, there is the strength of the children. Want to blow up the school. The police arrested the principal. Anthony spoke. "I don't have the humor of the principal. I, for one, prefer to be direct. For the next test, you will need to travel through a closed room with a wolf dog waiting for you, the kind that is about the size of a tiger, hungry for a long time, and walk through it, and then you can eat." As the crowd was silent in their estimation, Anthony continued to speak. "Of course, you can also choose not to eat and starve yourselves for a day so that you don't cross the room." After these words, the cadets, who were completely drained, were relieved not to move. "What's for dinner?" "Going to face a wolfhound at this time of day is just sending meat to the door, and no one can do that." However, everyone subconsciously looked at Chun Haonan. In their opinion, this child still had the strength to cross the room. Just now everyone was lying down, where he had begged a set of Xian iron vest from the instructor, and rolled it up. In the face of the crowd's speculative gaze, Chen Haonan also did not move, pulled out a shrunken, almost palm-sized ginseng, pulling the tendons and whiskers, beautifully chewed up. "What kind of rice? Wouldn't it be good to eat ginseng? It can be eaten as a meal. No less." Gulp. Someone's throat rolled and they couldn't help but swallow. "It's so fucking bullying. They've been eating it since the deep squats opened and they're still eating it now, almost forgetting that it's a perk they don't even need to risk it. It smells so good. So good." With a mouthful of snow, Tango ate the snow and nibbled on the ginseng. Ouyang Qian was also a foodie, and liked to make chewing sounds, like a rabbit gnawing on a radish. Yi Tsuanshin and the others were still a bit more civilized, but after laboring for so long, they wanted to eat anything that smelled good, in any position. Anran directly took out some ham and roasted sausages and so on, and handed them to the female soldiers, and the instructor didn't say anything. "It's all welfare. It's all welfare. God, can't take it. I really can't take it. I need to eat." Spurred on by the female soldiers, some trainees couldn't help themselves and directly old and stood up, choosing adventure mode. "That's right. A bred wolf dog is just a wolf dog. What's so scary about a big one? It's not a tiger. It's just a type of dog, and we have daggers on us. Respond to the force. Group up, It doesn't say what the rules are anyway. Someone witty caught this rule loophole as if the instructor really didn't say it. So the 3 sand trainees, who liked to play with motorcycles, immediately got up and grouped up to go across the room. As for the other trainees, they were all human and sat down to wait. The house was actually at the end of the training ground. A tiny door. Pushing the door open, 3 cadets fishtailed into the room, and the crowd pricked up their ears and waited. Ah, ah, ah. Silence in the long sky, similar to the groundhog's cry. 3 times in a row, howling once. The crowd's body hardened one part, face pale. Shit, dog instructor, is that really a wolfhound in there? Anthony swept over everyone blandly without speaking. At that moment, no one dared to move, and the only sound at the scene was Chun Haonan's voices of these rabbits gnawing on carrots. Suddenly, Anthony spoke. End of selection mode. Starting now. You must cross the wolfhound area or I have somewhere to go to take your lives. Crowd. This time, Yitsu and Sheen and the others also panicked a bit. They were more afraid of some fierce beasts by nature. Chun Haonan put the ginseng away and stood up blandly. What's the panic? Men are just big wolf dogs. Just pretend that these livestock are the men you hate the most, such as Lei Battle. Fan Tian Lei. The female soldier froze and laughed. And Anren laughed too. Footsteps sounded. Anthony walked over and opened his mouth to ask. I can understand your Mandarin. Lei Battle and Fan Tian Lei. Are they beasts more powerful than wolf dogs? Chen Haonan nodded gravely. You're right. They are pit beasts, eating people without spitting bones. Bull. Anthony gave a rare thumbs up. Tell me, little one, why aren't you nervous? Chen Haonan spoke in a high and cold voice. Such an examination requires the spirit of treating death as a homecoming. For our country's soldiers, this is a family tradition. What's there to be nervous about? Anthony thought the little kid was funny, but next to him, Cassio couldn't stand it. After all, his country was about force first, beating up whoever they saw as being upset, and finding excuses for laundry detergent, and no one could pretend to be in front of them. Chen Haonan, however, has been pretending in front of them, and has even succeeded twice now, which is even worse than sleeping with their girlfriends. Yankee, don't brag, you're still young. You'll have to cry when you see a real big wolf dog later. Upon hearing this, Chun Haonan glanced at this tall man. Damn, what's the point of growing so tall to waste national food? He recognized the other party. It was the rice man who provoked himself in the ice layer. The principle of doing things by the Mizos is that when he says who to fight, a bunch of horsemen jump out to form a joint stand, and if none of the Mizos had stepped forward, any war would have been seen by them as an act of aggression. Chun Haonan didn't spoil Cassio either, and spoke blandly. Why don't we compare? And after crossing the room, who is not injured and can eat the other's food? The words, however, silenced the tall man. Cassio, dry. He is not happy, but not a fool. This little guy seems to have started practicing martial arts since his mother's womb, and he is the culprit for the death of the 10 dogskins just now, which is the same as everyone trying to pretend to be a man when Chen Haonan has become a man god. The chances of losing a challenge to a male god are high, and Rice has always refrained from doing anything detrimental. It was so that he looked up at the sky as if the matter had never risen. Chen Haonan didn't intend to let him off the hook and opened his mouth. What? Are you afraid? Just squeak if you're afraid. Cassio turned and walked back, his shoes squeaking as they rubbed against the ice. A few instructors also looked at this scene, and one of them spoke. Interesting, the Mibs want to be the boss everywhere, and this time they were actually intimidated by a small child. No, Cassio is a very calm man. He just doesn't want to pay attention to the kid. Win. And he's not the kid's father. There's no need. I'm optimistic about the Yenghua man. His theory just now is that he is at home with death. This level is supposed to be by virtue of courage, charging all the way through, fast enough that the wolf dog didn't react. The test is about courage and fearlessness. The words came from Anthony as he continued to speak. Can't you see? He looks like me. Instructors look at the handsome and clean Chun Haonan, not yet adult boyish appearance, and then look at the height of 2 meters. Meet Oda General Anthony. Inner curses spit very much. It's not the look I'm talking about. It's the air of invisible pretentiousness. The sheer confidence. Anthony spoke calmly. No one responded to him, and if Anthony had said that Cassio, who was as strong as a hill, looked like him, they would have believed him, that Yankee boy had too much face for that, and that was God's favorite. Next, whatever trainees went forward began to break in. Only Chen Haonan and his female soldiers were left at the scene, and he hadn't moved, hadn't grabbed, and was quietly being a little beautiful man. It was only after all the players had passed that Chen Haonan snapped his small hands and walked towards the room, nothing hanging from his mouth. You guys can be a little late for me. I'll go in first and take a look. The female soldier sniffed and obediently waited in place. After Chen Haonan's special training, As long as the little man opened his mouth, they could cooperate in any pose and wait in place. They would never move away. Chen Haonan had already stepped into the middle of the room, and all of a sudden, the originally bright sight dimmed all of a sudden. Within the darkened room, 12 huge light bulbs were lit, their eerie green glow internalized without the slightest spillage. This is a hungry wolf dog, Chen Haonan's heart, and then closed his eyes. And before he took a far step, he relied on his powerful body attributes to sense the movement around him. What? The wolfhound, who had set his sights on his prey, all of a sudden doubted the dog's life. The prey disappeared, leaving only a faint scent. Brush. 2 big wolf dogs couldn't hold back and pounced, mainly because the prey that they had pounced on before had somehow, inexplicably, disappeared, and they had been hungry for 3 days, and their instincts made these wolf dogs fight quickly and divide and conquer. Just as the 2 large wolf dogs lunged in unison, in the darkness, a pair of strong small hands stretched out and pressed down on the 2 large wolf heads, and there was a crunching sound of banging under the effect of a force that was abundantly strong. Wolf head to wolf head, slamming into a fractured bone, the wolf's body fell to the ground with a crash. Ouch! Howling, one wolfhound after another pounced, having locked onto the human scent, and wisely using as siege. Click, click, click. The sound of landing kept ringing out. Chen Haonan had already passed through the dark passageway, and light began to filter through in front of him. The plaza connecting the rooms stood a group of more or less scarred soldiers, all of whom stared at the only exit, and not surprisingly, every player came out in a lumbering frenzy, blood-stained, including Cassio, who crossed the wolf-dog passage with great speed, but the sleeves and pant legs were torn and shattered, fortunately without injuring the flesh, which had been the best battle. There's that Yenghua man left, he's so small, he's not even big enough for a wolf dog to stuff his teeth, and kids are afraid of the dark, so maybe he won't make it through. Cassio had mixed feelings towards Chen Haonan. He admired his opponent for being strong but didn't want him to overpower him. Slap. Sharp clapping sounded, followed by the owner of the clapping leisurely walked out from the exit, only to see him with a bland face, a small military uniform, hurrying to be neat and tidy. It was that little soldier of the Yen country. The crowd looked at Chen Haonan in disbelief. How did this come over? Are there no more wolf dogs in the passage? It didn't take long for a group of female soldiers to walk out again. Like Chen Haonan, it was clean and dry, and the folds of his clothes didn't even get up. In fact, Tan Xiaolin and the others were a bit puzzled. When they entered the passageway, they saw wolf corpses all over the ground. There was no crisis at all, and they didn't know what had happened. Inside the passage, the lights came on. Anthony was in a bad mood looking at all the fallen wolf dogs, a rare breed they had kept for a long time, aggressive and as big as a calf, but now all dead, uniformly with shattered skulls. It's that kid from the Yen Kingdom who killed all the wolf heads with his bare hands. He's incredibly strong and has a nimble body that's not below a wolf dog. How did he kill 6 wolf dogs at the same time? Even for me, killing them all at the same time is a bit difficult. The surveillance is blurry, but one can surmise that he first closed his own eyes and tempted both heads to come over and kill them. His hands were like magic, omnipotent, and with that kind of power he could kill any foe that came near. After a moment of silence, Anthony nodded his head. One of the most terrifying oriental assassins was once trained here. His name is Tang Long. Tang Long's legs are like sharp axes. None of the opponents he cleaves can get up. This kid, Bull, has Tang Long's meaning now. Right, turn around and go to the east. Interview fierce beasts like Lei Battle and Fan Tian Lei to come over. We need to replenish the ferocious beasts here. That kid said that these 2 kinds of livestock, which are even more terrifying than a big wolf dog, are exactly the breed we need. After the order, Anthony walked to the trainees, did not order them to line up, and spoke directly. Concentration camps will not be like the children's tournaments out there, blowing up some soldier of soldiers, the king of soldiers. We train killers. Cold, always keep calm, and look at death as a killer. But, unfortunately, there is also a very heavy human weakness, inferiority, in you. What I need is a real fierce warrior, like this Yenghua kid, who shot all the wolfhounds with his bare hands and cleared the way for his comrades directly behind him. That's the kind of killer the camp needs. Shot down all the wolfhounds? This news left the cadets present, stunned and confused. None of them could figure out how to go about killing a wolfhound in the dark, and with their stamina depleted from deep squats, who thought of going through the room and shooting the wolfhound first? The passage isn't long. Isn't it a quick run-through? When Chen Haonan came into contact with one provocative look, his small mouth crooked a bit, revealing the smile of a dragon king. Mud, this instructor is so witty. He's pulling hate on himself again, but there's nothing to hang on to. Everyone's an experience value baby. Why don't you share why you thought of shooting down the wolfhound? Sharing experience. Chen Haonan directly high cold opening, not so complicated. Depending on my mood just. 6 wolf dogs cannot create any threat to me. Shot down by hand. It was a pretentious statement, and it really drew a lot of gasps from the trainees. Chen Haonan also does not matter. Is not to pull the hate. The old man laid out. The mood is not good. Directly what are shot. It is best not to provoke me. Anthony was satisfied with this answer and revealed a loving fatherly smile. The Yenghua people have raised the bar and opened the gap with the others. You can eat first. The others are not eligible. This sentence pulled the hatred all over the place, and everyone looked at Chen Haonan as well as his female soldiers with dissatisfaction. Nothing, you shot down the wolf dog for what? It didn't take long for the fragrant meal to indeed be delivered amidst the grumbling. Chen Haonan is not polite. Greet the female soldiers to eat and drink. For those hateful eyes, he said, very innocent. Damn obvious is the standard set by the instructor. Off a child, what is the matter? Have the ability to blame him. Remember, this is the rule of the strong. And if you want to hold a gun, you're justified. Instructor. Good point. I've decided to eat more. Tianguo recognized Chen Haonan's statement and ate an extra bowl of rice. They don't dare to trouble the instructor, so they must take their anger out on us. The female soldiers tittered and stared at the envious and jealous eyes of the cadets around them, eating uneasily, but it smelled so good. Anthony was also very principled, saying that he would let Chen Haonan and the others eat their fill. And in the course of this dry meal, there was no urging whatsoever until Tianguo could not eat anymore before he opened his mouth and let the crowd go back to sleep. You only have 1 hour to sleep, or you can sit here all night if you don't want to, but I'll tell you what, the temperature in here drops even lower at night. At that, no one dared to be a hero, dragging the reeling hunger back to the room, and after simply packing up their luggage, they fell asleep. Inside the tent, as Anran undressed Chen Haonan, he was stopped by his small hands, getting used to taking it off. This is a concentration camp. Those sick instructors will be coming over any minute to raid. No need to take your clothes off to sleep tonight, and the same goes for you. Enron froze for a moment, feeling a little ashamed that this was all frankly customary. Why don't I stand guard for you? Chen Haonan wrapped his arms around Anran and lay down, speaking, there's no need. If there's a breeze, I'll wake up automatically. Just don't wallop me. Otherwise, I'll think this is the Wolf Teeth military region, and it'll be easy for me to let my guard down. Peacefully. Tan Xiaolin and others also slept in the same tent, heard the two answer. One stifled laughter, but did not dare to laugh. The main thing is that Chen Haonan accumulates power day by day. Do all the earth-shaking big things. Reputation has spread to the whole world. Who dares to laugh at other small pussy things? Just Ji Zuanxin muttered, a little pervert. In half a day, 5 kilometers of ice cross-country, 2 hours of deep squatting, has long been drained of all physical strength. The female soldiers quickly into a sleepy state, sleeping mindlessly, mainly because there was also Chen Haonan sleeping next to them, made them feel tremendously secure, warm and sweet. Chen Haonan felt sweet even as he was sleeping close to Anran, and he took stock of what had happened today, revealing a confident smile. In terms of physical fitness, I should be invincible, but in terms of killing skills, even invincible fighting techniques can't compare to instructors who kill from the dead. Martyr. The most terrifying thing about these people is that they don't have any emotions, which is truly invincible. It's the right place to come, earning 200 experience points in the opening round, and going forward, learning killing techniques. It's a good place indeed. Chen Haonan's physical quality has broken through the limits of the human body. He does not sleep for 7 days and 7 nights, as well as to ensure that the abundant physical strength, what can be rammed. Of course, he wouldn't treat himself poorly, and immediately went into a ripe sleep. Anyway, there was a crisis. The system would automatically release the mission. Tried and true. It was not known how long it had been, but Chen Haonan, who was sound asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. The host is experiencing a poison gas crisis. Escaping safely will reward 100 experience points. Here we go. Here we go. That's sick. It's poison gas? In the next moment, Chen Haonan smelled an exciting odor. He immediately woke up Anran and followed by calling all the female soldiers. It's not smoke or tear gas. It's poison gas. Hold your breath and follow me out. Fortunately, the instructor didn't rush in at this time. Chen Haonan had just taken the female soldiers out, and also saw that some trainees had opportunistically escaped, all of them looking tired and shocked. Don't stand with them. Avoid the crowds and head over to the playground. Chen Haonan took the female soldiers and immediately moved away from the location of the tent. Before I walked to the playground, I damn well saw a line of instructors with gas masks, holding electric batons, whips, and dripping wax, came over aggressively. Chen Haonan led the female soldiers to prostrate themselves on the ice-covered ground. waiting for these instructors to walk past before standing up and shaking the snowflakes off their bodies. It didn't take long to hear screams coming from the other side of the tent, accompanied by national curses in different languages, and even the sound of a high-pressure water pistol brightening up a person's head. It's inhuman. In the middle of the night, minus 30 or 40 degrees, water gun bright people too perverted it. Chen Haonan tried. He held a small JJ a careless, can be frozen in mid-air into a small icicle? Needless to say, by the snow and water bright after, absolutely 1,000 miles of ice and snowdrifts, lying on the ice, small buttocks cocked against the female soldiers behind the Chen Haonan, inwardly quite worried about these trainees who are being, hey, how not easy meals do not have to eat, but also an ice bath. The main fight not dead but also take off the layer of skin. It's too exciting. Goose in Chen Haonan behind is Tiangua, listening to these New Year's Eve to kill pigs in general howling. Verbose opening, my mother, too crazy, if I was caught, to my posture, will be stripped, first rape and then kill Oh Yang Qian, who stiffened her body, sniffed and spoke with a cold face. Okay, don't think beautifully, haven't you seen those instructors, black and thick, wooden with feelings, just like robots, will they be interested in beautiful women? Tang Xiaoxiao complained. Right, I used the beauty trick, they didn't react at all, only when they looked at our instructor. That chief instructor's expression enriched a little bit. Do you think it could be a fag? And only interested in little kids. The female soldiers were all bright-eyed and interested. The fires of gossip burning. It seems like there really is such a thing. That instructor Anthony's eyes flickered with a very strange light when he looked at Chen Haonan. No matter what requests he made, he would satisfy Chen Haonan as much as possible. Just like a big bear who spoiled his girlfriend. Enron spat. Nonsense. Don't joke. Chan Ho Nam? Damn. How come the female soldiers that I brought out have such a rich imagination? All can go to tomato serialized novels, with the generosity of tomato readers. As long as your plot is bloody and the reversal is fast enough, hey, the reward alone is higher than the salary of a soldier. Chen Haonan snorted coldly and opened his mouth to warn. Don't chat about this nonsense. Give me a good chance to learn the skills. These instructors are good. One of them is so wooden that they don't even have any emotions. Humans who can quit their emotions and know what they are doing are accomplishing extraordinary things no matter what line they are in. Follow along and learn. This is a chance for you to transform yourselves. Instead of messing up and filming idle dramas here. What kind of messy plots can be thought up? Get it? Understood. The female soldier responded without changing her position, continuing to lie honestly on her back, desperately trying to fight off the bitter cold from the ground, still frozen as if she were a chilly bird. It's such a blessing compared to the trainees who get zapped with water guns. Other side. Zip zip zip. A water gun zip past. Bring a scream. The whole scene is like slaughter New Year's pigs. Only the use of ice water rather than boiling water. But the effect is the same. My mother. Ice water plus the body. Once wiped not clean. Immediately freeze. Covered in the body is okay. If solidified in the exposed skin, directly people will be numb. The instructor really dogs. It's no use begging for forgiveness. No use giving up. You can only suffer in silence. An instructor gave Anthony a report. There are 10 people missing. And the Yankees aren't in there. Aha! Anthony nodded his head, then turned and shouted over the loudspeaker in the direction of the playground. Come on out. I know you're in the playground. Loudspeaker, after his voice, called out the effect of the speakers, and Xiaofeng fight Dragonfall 18 palms, with its own sound, visible in his mid-air enough to go to the market to sell choppers. After hearing the shout, Chen Haonan crooked his mouth and smiled. And inwardly he was also very impressed. Not simple. It seems that the other party has long known, just did not point out, which shows that Anthony's senses have reached the limits of the human body. A true master. After the physical quality reaches a certain level, the ears and eyes will form a horrible sixth sense, and the cicadas will feel it before the autumn wind moves. Anthony has reached the realm of cicada listening. Chen Haonan walked over with the female soldiers, and the system's voice actually sounded, determining that the mission was complete. The host completes the poison gas challenge without being captured, awarding 100 experience points. Oops. The instructor is also a point delivery boy. What a nice guy. After Chen Haonan gave out a good guy card, he came to Anthony's face and spoke with a straight face. We were the only team members to evade capture. According to the principal's rules, we should have a reward, right? Casio, who was freezing as if he were a dog, took the opportunity to shout in displeasure. You guys got caught not finishing the rules too. Geez. Don't zit my genitals. That's unethical. Chen Haonan was in military uniform, standing upright like a pine. Instructor, we have the opportunity to leave the camp, only as a cadet now. Come all the way here. I feel like this is my home. I don't have to leave home, right? Anthony just skimming smile action. The face of the ferocious look actually turned into a warm man, accompanied by his dark skin, tough man temperament. How to see, how against the grain. Oh my gosh, look guys, this instructor is looking at our instructor and smiling again. It's so knockout, so sweet it's melting my teenage heart. Am I going to get diabetes? Tango lowered his voice and cowed out hard to the scene. She's not really loud, but the instructors here don't catch those little details. You just have to be strong enough to learn to leap around like Era every day. Gee, if it's filmed, it'll make headlines. And the tough guy smile is so sweet it'll make my back teeth fall out. Ouyang Qian also replied back. And then Tan Xiaolin and the others also realized this. Normally, Chief Instructor Anthony, who was cold to everyone trainees, including to them female soldiers, was the one who smiled like an iron tree blossomed when he turned to Chen Haonan. Sure enough, Anrun also had a feeling of disillusionment. Don't, a big man to their little man, smile like that? Family members, what kind of idea is this? Sure enough, Anthony showed his teeth and spoke. Little friend, what are you going to ask for? Anything excessive. I'm about to fulfill you, except for my basilisk pistol. Chen Haonan didn't think that much. He didn't have such a perverted mind. His little mouth turned away. That's no fun. Let's put it this way. We need some things to replenish our energy. Anthony smiled and waved his hand. Prepare coffee and bread for the infernals. The other trainees will watch from the sidelines until the infernals have finished eating and drinking before they are free to move around. Give me hate again. But nothing hangs predicated. Chen Haonan smiled. He can't think of any requirements for the time being. Seeing the crowd frozen into that bird, he can only give them a performance of an icy snowy coffee drinking scene, free of charge. Next, Chen Haonan led the female soldiers, in the icy sky and snow, drinking steaming cat poop coffee, eating the bread that just came out of the oven. Who all know that the bread of the manhwa country is absolutely true to the material, and the main one is meaty and full of material. Tianguo and the others ate with huffing and puffing satisfaction, their faces all pleasant, casually knocking over Anthony and Chen Haonan. During this process, Anthony always stared at Chen Haonan with a doting look on his face, which made Chen Haonan himself unnatural. I have a question. Chen Haonan raised his hand to ask. The crowd looked over. Never mind. No more. In front of so many people's faces, Chen Haonan was too embarrassed to ask the instructor if he was handsome as if he was a pussy. And then you always stared at me. Whatever. There are plenty of people staring at me. Who are you? And at this moment, Casio lowered his voice. Look at the way they're browbeating each other. The Yanguo people must have been informed in advance that there would be a sneak attack. We've all been fooled. It can't be that they're the ones who perform the best every time. And I have a full suspicion that that child is the illegitimate son of Instructor Anthony. A bastard? Anthony's ears twitched and he raised his hand. Zap them for me. They're still in a daze. It's the instructor. The next day, at 4:30 a.m., the assembly was complete. Chen Haonan realized that at least a third of the number of people in the team were missing, and he didn't know where they had gone. Sure enough, report, 40 cadets are unconscious and failing, and are in a feverish state. The instructor is debriefing Anthony. This situation is normal. Although these soldiers are tough, high-intensity special training, night gas sneak attack, coupled with the icy weather was nourished for an hour, did not hang up on the spot. It should be physically tough as hell. Anthony was unmoved. Cold as ice, a total of 150 trainees. The first day hung 10 people. 40 people passed out with high fever. Directly eliminated a third of them. This is the fastest elimination rate I've ever seen. Drag the people who are in a coma out of the tents and bury them in the snow. Keep their heads. Those who can hold on for a day and a night, send them back to their original country. If they can't hold on, they won't send them back to waste their country's food anymore. It's waste. A sentence to decide the life and death of 40 people. Scared to want to kowtow to Anthony's Tianguo and other female soldiers. A heart-thumping feeling that the picture that I saw yesterday is an illusion. This is the real Anthony. Devilish instructor. Merciless Yama. Soon, all the trainees saw the unconscious people being dragged out one by one. During the tow, some people came to their senses and broke down and cried and gave up on the spot to go back to their own countries. For all these requests, Anthony fulfilled him by pulling out the huge basalt desert eagle, thumping his head, and then ordering it burned to ashes and crashed in a box to be sent back to their country. The cadet who has signed the life and death agreement to go back alive from here can only return as a dead man, not a punk, or else only qualify to be bumped in a box and sent back. Seeing this scene, the crowd really collapsed. On the spot, there was no emotion either silent and persistent, or die on the spot. Being forced to such a point, many people will become a different kind of person. Chen Haonan looked over and was secretly staggered. At this moment, After watching a cadet buried in the snow off the field, all began to face with a deathly gray look, completely devoid of human feelings of joy, anger, sadness and happiness. That is to say, the emotions gradually solidified, disappeared, and instead, is a kind of essence of the spirit to one, the cohesion of the willpower, or you can say it is, numbness, but definitely not give up. After all, can go to this point, are not ordinary soldiers. This training, there's something to it, no wonder these instructor breaths are so terrifying. Chun Haonan came to a great interest. He is powerful, is from the system of skills, but the management of emotions, but really do not have this skill, such as a sudden burst of wealth. He is still beautiful for a long time. Anthony paid no attention to what the cadets were thinking as he gave the order for dozens of instructors to carry their guns and guard the perimeter of the buried soldiers, shooting anyone who broke the rules. Run me around the buried men for 2 hours, keeping your eyes on them the whole time. It was a rather perverse request. After all, staring at a fellow human being on the verge of death and not being able to come to the rescue was a rather strong feeling of blame, guilt, and more than anything else, a wake-up call. 2 hours passed, and under a pang of sadness, not a single participant made a mistake, nor did any of them fall again. Next, Anthony led them out of the playground, no longer caring about the cadets buried in the snow waiting to die. This is a staircase built of ice and snow. There are 100 steps. Your training is to climb up and come down the other side. This staircase has a nice name, the Ice Pyramid. Anthony introduces himself high and low, selling his Egyptian culture, but no one is sold. All the trainees just thought it was too sick. I've seen snowmen built, never a pyramid. The white building towering in front of the crowd does resemble the shape of a pyramid, with a flight of stairs going up, extending a white Egyptian pyramid. When the question is, it's ice and snow. How slippery this is. Can you climb up? According to this height, almost 10 floors. What a crazy decision to climb up 10 floors high, with your bare hands, in the cold and windy Siberia, is a date with God. There was no time for Sky Demon to despair. Everyone knew the rules of survival here. Out of the dry, nothing could be done. Soon, the crowd began to climb up one level at a time, almost going up 30 steps, accompanied by a miserable scream. A trainee slid down from midair, snapping and falling onto the hard and incomparable ice, dying a horrible death. There were also trainees who took advantage of the rules, crawling slowly on their hands and knees, and were instantly shot in the thigh by the instructor below, rolling down and falling to their deaths. Here, human life isn't worth anything at all. Some rules can change at any time, and the main one depends on the mood. The challenge of the Pyramid of Death was a journey of death for others, but for Chen Haonan, who possessed the skill of weaponry, it was similar to a date with the sky. From the time he stepped into the staircase made of ice and snow, he had already read all the information of the ice, and with the use of his center of gravity, his whole body seemed like a suction cup, letting the female soldiers step on his footprints, and idly walked to the tip of the highest tower, looking down at the monkey-like crowd. The people down there looked stunned. If you had guessed in the past that the infernals had poor information, but climbing ice like this, does it help if you have information? Rely on hard power. Damn, Casio is a liar. The fastest it can take to climb up the ice tower to come down is about 30 minutes, a record set by instructor Pupkin. Anthony was exchanging records with the instructors, and the Pugin instructor, as he called him, was a Mizuno, with a lean and slender figure, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and slimmer than the stout Anthony, as if he were a little girl. Pupkin nodded. Chief instructor, do you like the Inferno players? What do you have in mind? Anthony asked rhetorically. I don't think there should be feelings when we're both fighters coming out of the ring of life and death. That kid is a lot like me when I was a kid. Broke a lot of records. I do admire him. It has nothing to do with feelings. Let me ask you, are you privately in touch with those people at Casio? Pool speech blocked. Mute expression face flashed a trace of unnatural, but immediately replied back to the bashful. I'm the same as you. Only appreciate the strong players. I think Casio's team is a little better. Ha, children and women. Indeed more suitable for ice sports. And you allow them to replenish their physical strength. Deep squatting can naturally break the record. It does not mean that the inflammatory country people are much stronger. According to the principal's rule, one step ahead, just far ahead. Anthony was silent for a moment, looked up and said in a high, cold voice, the Yankees broke the record again. They're coming down. And what do you think? Upon hearing this, Poole looked up in surprise and saw that Chun Haonan had already come down with the female soldiers, and behind them, there was not a single cadet in sight. 20 minutes. Your record is broken. The corners of Anthony's hard-lined mouth grinned slightly. Poole looked at the timer and, a little affronted, spoke loudly. It's not over yet. 10 times back and forth. Keep climbing for me. Chen Haonan, who had just come down, pulled out ginseng in his pocket to replenish his strength, when he saw an instructor overstepping his bounds and shouting somewhere. Chen Haonan glanced at Anthony and saw his thick black brows furrowed, seeming to understand something. Shit, this one is crossing over the chief instructor to come over and pretend to be a bully? Anthony's the dad, right? Kind of interesting that there's a power struggle in a place like a concentration camp? These thoughts flashed by, and Chen Haonan paid no attention to anything, leading the female soldiers to continue climbing the ice. Possessing god-level weapon skills, coupled with a 10-attribute physique that broke through the human limit, it would not be a problem to dozens of times again. The female soldiers following him were a bit worse in terms of stamina, but for the time being it was not much of a problem, and by the time he had led the team to reach the apex once again, only Casio among the trainees from the other countries had climbed to the top. In other words, Chen Haonan's efficiency in leading the team was at least twice that of theirs. The summit meeting, always want to be the world's first Casio, suddenly remembered that Chen Haonan has gone a round trip. Suddenly heartbroken, cannot breathe. The thinking of the me people is that you are allowed to be strong in the yen country, but you can't surpass us in the me country, or else, I'll make things happen, and I'll do anything. That's a lose-lose situation. The instructor couldn't see it from up there anyway, and Casio wanted to make something happen, but the wind was just too strong, so he held back, only to see Chen Haonan raise his little middle finger with his back to him as he went down, slowly facing downwards, and digging in a little. Casio was so angry on the spot that his foot slipped and he almost fell. Chen Haonan naturally knows that the other party has moved bad thoughts. Damn, this rice captain often provokes the enemy, jealous of their own popularity. Strong, outrageous, right? Would show in the forest wind will destroy. This reasoning is the same everywhere. Unless, will the other party directly bright awake? Let the provocateur understand. Both sides are not a class of people. Will not move the heart. 10 of the dogskins are dead, killed by the instructor. If they die at my hands, it's enough to brighten up these guys. Must find an opportunity to make an example of them. Chen Haonan is not a good person. He just wants to get the other side dead. Come here. All signed a life and death agreement. When the good man is useless, reasoning is stupid. 3 hours passed. Chen Haonan completed 10 round trips to the pyramid, and after jumping off the ice and getting his feet on the ground, he looked up at the hazy piece of ice tower under the roiling snowflakes, and a blurry figure, walking through the ice flowers, was menacing to the extreme. Just now, there is a cadet did not stand firm, directly slipped down, snapped. A muffled sound fell into a snow cake. On the ground, lying 10 corpses, almost the body. No one at all pay attention to. This is the special training of the concentration camps, and the further back you go, the more brutal, ruthless, and sketchy it gets. Anthony walked to Chen Haonan's side, looked him up and down, thinking that this little guy is really a freak. Ice climbing for 3 hours. Actually no breath fluctuation. Physical strength is even more horrible than these instructors of theirs. Those who don't know, thought that he was just strolling around once, just as he was about to chat with him for a few moments. Suddenly, Anthony saw Chen Haonan violently rushing out, like a moose that suddenly takes off for a drink of water by the river, as fast as lightning, dodging the crocodile's sneak attack. Reflexes, speed are top-notch, great for a boxer. Not sure about his strength, Anthony turned his head and saw that Chen Haonan had already caught a female soldier who had fallen from the ice. What's the rush? What did I tell you? Seek stability first, then speed. The one who fell down was Shinlani, and Chen Haonan scolded her. At this moment, Shinlani also scared a half-dead. She and Yi Tsuanshin fight. Then who is faster? The results of Yi Tsuanshin simply did not accelerate. She was in a hurry to come down directly. People fell down. If not Chen Haonan with the help of her, the height of the second floor fall not dead. Injured is a problem for sure. Before Shinlani could apologize, footsteps sounded and Pupkin approached. She fell off. She's already considered eliminated. I'll take care of the people, said the cold tone of Pupkin. Expressionless pulled out the pistol inserted in the presumption, reached out to grab Shinlani, shoot Laney Shin on the spot, as he intended. After seeing the other party pulling and dragging Shinlani, Chen Haonan directly cursed. I'm grassing your grandma's ancestor. Try shooting her. She's my soldier. Unless she dies on her own, no one will be able to kill her. Chen Haonan bluffed his little face, his tone so cold that it seemed like ice and snow, and a murderous aura filled the air. That's the rule. Get out of the way or I have the right to shoot you too. Pool simply ignored Chen Haonan's threats and tried hard to pull Shinlani over, which knew that no matter how hard he tried, he actually couldn't tug on this female soldier, and was violently pulled over by the kid, who then turned that high-strung little face and stared at him with milky ferocity, and even lit up his little fists. I'm just following the chief instructor's orders. Where did you come from? Are you the chief instructor? Chen Haonan flashed his fists and glanced at Anthony next to him. with an air of "I'll fight for you." Anthony spoke blandly. He's the assistant instructor. No wonder. I'm number one in this program. And according to the rules, I'm making a small request. I'm going to challenge this instructor. Chen Haonan's voice was not loud, but the content was quite explosive, making the instructors around mute feelings, and their stoic faces came out with stunned micro-expressions. It was the first time since the camp that someone had challenged an instructor, and this was a cadet who had just arrived. Pujin thought he heard wrong, froze at this little child who did not even come to his chest, and felt that when he was an elementary school student, he warned his father fiercely, "If you are mean to mommy again, I will kill you." And then he was taught a hard lesson. Later, when he became a big man, he really killed his own father, and then escaped into a concentration camp. I hate my past. Therefore, I hate you. Little child of the Yankaku, you should not challenge adults. It will make you the devil. Pujin cursed while Anthony on the side revealed a hint of a smile and spoke to Chen Haonan. You're going to challenge this instructor. His name is Pujin, nicknamed the King of the Sidekick, coming out of the underground fighters, having killed 79 opponents. He does have the power to execute any trainee. However, according to the rules, you do get to challenge him as well, and I'll fulfill this small request of yours. Ha! Just as Anthony opened his mouth to speak, a fierce-looking Pujin, raising his gun, was about to aim it at Chen Haonan's small head, wanting to kill him with a single shot. He didn't like nonsense. Why use his fists and feet when he could use a gun? Swish! Before he could lock onto Chen Haonan's tiny figure, it was as if Pujin's eyes blossomed for a moment, and the pistol in his hand was kicked out a dozen meters. At once, the scene was quiet. All the instructors present, all know Pujin's power. He specializes in sidekicks, practiced tens of thousands of times a day, can kill a brown bear with one kick, and when he fights underground, he hasn't lost. And the most horrible thing is that he absorbed the lessons of a man called Tang Long, and not only learned his axe kicks, but also made up for the deficiency in physical strength. Even Anthony, whose fighting skills were so superior that he was known as the hexagonal fighter, didn't dare to challenge Pupkin so easily. Against a fighter like Pupkin, he can fail many times, but you fail once and the man is down. The king of sidekicks, specializing in exploding temples, lives up to its name. Using a gun, what kind of skill is that? Chen Haonan jumped a few times and touched his little nose, his face full of disdain. Let's compare fists and kicks. I once killed a man called Thomas. I heard. He came out of a concentration camp. You killed Thomas? You can kill Thomas? In the midst of his rage, Thomas's pupils constricted, sharp and bursting with anger and consternation. Thomas, one of his best disciples and one of the few fighters to leave the camp alive, would be killed by this little friend? The chances of them meeting wouldn't even exist. Thomas was General Arman's most favored henchman in Uruk, and held a high position of power. Later, don't you know, by the look on your face, are you his father, or his master? Chen Haonan's flirtatious words made the instructors of Mute's feelings. All of them smiled faintly very much, especially Anthony, who smiled with a kind of cracked feeling, which was very mismatched with his whole temperament. As for the news that Chen Haonan said he killed Thomas, Anthony will believe it, because he learned a news that Thomas died. Pupkin stared at Chen Haonan, wide-eyed, and at this moment, the female soldiers who walked off the ice, after Shinlani's relay, all stood beside each other full of worry looking at Chen Haonan. They were worried not about the question of whether they could fight or not, but whether these instructors would teach martial virtues, swarming, or directly using guns. And Ran also sniffs around and runs to chastise Anthony, saying that this is not in line with the rules. Chen Haonan is the best trainee. He didn't break any rules, only for Anthony to tell her that this is a challenge that Chen Haonan brought up on his own, and trusts him to solve the problem. Then you can't use your guns again, or I'll charge you with concentration camps through the international community, because it's a fair challenge, as stipulated by the principal. In the face of Enron's request, Anthony just smiled and said I see, without making any statement. On the contrary, there were quite a few onlookers. After seeing this scene, inwardly they were supporting Chen Haonan, who dared to challenge the instructors. Damn! These instructors grasped on them. It felt like they were just playing with them. It was rare to meet a handsome and explosive, or a Yenguo man who exploded into a powerful strength as soon as he came. It was too exciting. Beat him to death. There are also people who are sarcastically saying that Chen Haonan is too stupid and dead, and that clashing with the instructor is just too much for his own life. Bang bang bang. The gun sounded 3 times. Anthony lowered his basalt iron heavy gun and spoke indifferently. Cadets who haven't completed 10 round trips, continue to climb. Whoever stays here, I have the right to shoot you. Crawl, just crawl. A lot of people screamed inwardly, though, and honestly continued to climb the ice, like the commuter who thinks about the 1,000 ways to tomorrow before going to bed. and then continues to honestly shine his shoes at dawn. Pupkin made a strange kind of jerky sound and opened his mouth. You've succeeded in provoking, haven't you? And guessed right, Thomas is my disciple. You and all your female soldiers, come along. Pujin's tone, arrogant as hell, condescendingly looked down on Chun Haonan, stretching out his index finger and pointing at the child in vain. Against you, it's just me. Chen Haonan's tone, handsome explosion, his expression cool. Look at Pupkin, a look of nothing hanging, followed by an extended middle finger and a few ticks of the international pose. He spoke, come here you, arrogant, just too arrogant, enemy shooting art, invincible fighting art, 10-mile eagle eye, invincible sneaking art, invincible camouflage art, invincible weapon skills, invincible swimming dragon body technique, sky hunting. After making another invitation to one yang finger, Chen Haonan swept through all of his own skills plus 10 attributes of sinews and bones, 10 attributes of speed, plus 34 attributes of strength. Unless the other party uses a submachine gun sweep, he feels the pressure outside. He is not afraid of all the fighters here. All together, he is not too worried. Of course, Chen Haonan did not dare to be too careless. Damn the killing skills of these instructors. With the killing of more than 10 years of chicken and duck masters about the same, all do not talk about martial arts virtue. If careless, there is the possibility of a generation of Master Mabagwa and Mabagwa almost the same fate, and Pujin himself could not have dreamed that Chen Haonan, the pinnacle skill he had pursued all his life, was already standing directly at the end of the line. Just as both sides were about to make a move, the system's voice rang out. Junior King of Soldiers random mission, defeat the instructor and make a name for the country's martial arts, rewarded with 100 experience points. It's pretty cool. It feels like you're giving away experience before you even start the fight. Who do you watch? This kid says he killed Thomas? Thomas is Pupkin's favorite disciple and sends tens of millions of US dollars over every year. He must be furious. I heard that Thomas is really dead, and kicked alive, but I don't know who the killer is. The instructors started talking and even started placing bets. Day. Anren quickly walked to the little man's side. Concerned tone, why don't I strike out with you? Chun Haonan wanted to pat Anren's shoulder. The person is short, turned into pushing the other person's chest. High and cold, followed me for so long. Do not have confidence in me? Besides, the other party is a killer. More than one of you will not be useful. Instead of being in the way, watch from the side to see. I'll give you a show to play the game of monkeys. Hearing, Anren cool eyes, a little stifled. Hey, they are still too useless. In addition to sleeping with him, give him a massage, as if it cannot help anything, and the little man is shot. Dumped himself dozens of billions of dollars. That woman tops. Feel completely fallen, just afraid that he had an accident. Chun Haonan didn't bother to look at Pujin, but instead utilized his divine weapon skill to observe the surroundings. The training ground here is no longer just ice and snow. There are fine pieces of frozen sand around it, piled up ice. In addition to that, there are also bamboo piled up near the fence there, and I don't know what it's used for. The other party is an assassin. Killing skills and techniques must be very diverse. There is no need to fight hard. Direct seconds will do. Chen Haonan are not afraid of hard fighting. He still needs to train after all. Consume too much physical strength, or hurt where it will affect the back of the special training. Otherwise direct hard work is not a big problem. With that thought, he took a step toward the icy sand area, and just as he stepped onto the sandy, icy ground, a whole bunch of information flooded into his mind. Following that, he touched the ice to read about killing techniques. When Pujin saw Chen Haonan turning around on the side as if looking for a place to try to run, he sneered. What? Do you want to escape over the wall? I read your file yesterday and realized that you're nothing but a little brat. You Yengwa people actually recruit children as soldiers. Is this because your country has no one to use? Speaking of which, Pupkin licked his thin lips and hooked a cold smile. These female soldiers you brought with you, with their bodies and looks, are quite good, making me feel excited for a long time. Shut up. Chun Haonan held his anger. Damn, this thing looks like J-Ba, also qualified to be an instructor. His feet moved slightly, plunged into the ice and sand, and gestured at Pujin's middle eclipse with a hangdog look. Seeing this, where Pujin could not hold back, cold smile expression. Swish, the whole slender and powerful body, as if shot out of the sharp arrow, towards Chun Haonan running attack. The king of sidekicks is angry. In front of a boxer who has fought life and death, the consequences of angering him are no different from death. The instructors present all shook their heads, and Anthony also showed a serious expression. He likes Chen Haonan very much, feeling that the other party is cold and cool, and has a handsome look, and when he sees him, he sees himself when he was a child. Swish, Chen Haonan's feet moved, and his toes, which were plunged into the ground, picked up a large amount of icy sand, and after infusing it with ant power, he angrily shot it at Pujin, who was running over furiously. After possessing a strong power infusion, even if the volume of the ice sand was tiny, when it blew up, the effect of attacking a person was similar to the effect of a mothing zapping a person. Pujin simply ignored Chen Haonan's attack, which was the earth-spreading mode adopted by a child dry-humping, and he simply put his arm up and blocked his face for a moment. Relying on his powerful sixth sense, he locked Chen Haonan's position with ease. In the whistling sound, a flurry of shards of ice and sand crashed in unison on his arms, torso as well as his head and face, and wherever the skin was exposed, there was a feeling of having been bitten by a wasp, stinging and tingling, and the blood was wet and penetrating out of his skin. Bleeding? Pujin, who was running, felt his arm tingling, and looked down. It was actually densely packed with red dots, which made him a little turned around. His body, which was so strong, and he didn't even know how many times he had gone through the special training, couldn't actually block the ice sand? How fast is this? How much power does it take to add up to that kind of speed? And facing that little kid, who seemed to just kick the ground at random, that's a powerful fucking attack? Brush up. Another consecutive sidekick, each bringing a shower of icy sand, infused with tremendous power, like a swarm of bees whistling, the swish sound turning into a buzzing sound, as if inciting wings, covering Pupkin's entire body. The cold-proof clothes of Pupkin's whole body were pierced by the icy sand, and small holes appeared, and behind the holes was Pupkin's strong body, which was ruddy red, and even appeared to have drops of blood. Anthony and the other instructors who saw the scene were all surprised and expressed their incomprehension. This goddammit, this is a concealed weapon? What are you doing? Pujin did not understand the 4 words of not speaking martial virtue, full of scorn backed up a dozen steps, away from the kicking range of Chen Haonan, could not help but rage and roar low. Impotent rage. What do you want? Inferno. Can we have a fair fight? Pujin recently gained and lost the ability to fight in close combat. As long as he was close to Chen Haonan, he had 100 ways to kill this child in seconds, but now he had no chance to get close. He somehow broke his clothes, but also the whole body was wasp strong for 100 times the feeling of numbness all over the body. Not to mention him, those instructors who were familiar with Pupkin's combat power were also inwardly wondering. That little kid's foot, it couldn't have been installed with an engine. Otherwise, how could he have kicked the smoothie out with that kind of attack power? Look at Pupkin. His winter undershirt is ruptured, similar to a beggar. Interesting. Anthony muttered to himself, and on his stoic face, an expression of interest appeared, and his eyes were fully excited as he looked at Chen Haonan and grinned. Don't cheat on your toes or I'll use my gun, Pupkin warned. Yes. Chen Haonan backed up a few steps to the side of the bamboo poles piled up on the wall, and with a small hand, the method of use in question was instantly incorporated into his head. Shoo! In the next moment, the bamboo pole, which had transformed into Shaoli Fei Zhu, whistled and shot at Pujin. The sharp cracking sound made Pujin almost unable to react. He did a backflip, dodging the bamboo pole that was going to pierce him through, and with a carp, he just stabilized his body, and in the next moment, he directly burst out. Following the continuous flipping, he somersaulted like a monkey, fast and well, making full use of his waist and belly each time, full of the beauty of power. Brush up. A bamboo pole grazed his body and plunged into the hard snow, not long arranging itself into a spear. Bullish indeed. The special training in the concentration camp actually managed to turn a sea lion-like person into a flexible monkey. However, this is just the beginning. I'll see how many times you can dodge. Chen Haonan did not intend to fight hard, intending to develop obscenely and continue to use his divine weapon skills to attack his opponent. Shoo. Chen Haonan continuously flashed his small body, making a throwing motion with each flash. The bamboo poles used to give the trainees special training in the field, as if infused with life, full of spirituality. Precise and incomparable fly over to greet Pupkin's body. It did not take long. Hard to hit the scene with the attack power of the submachine gun sweeping wildly. After dodging for so long, the face of Pujin opposite Chen Haonan was shrouded in blackness. His eyes were crimson, and madness and fury had long since replaced composure and calmness. Fighters caught in a state of madness are so disorganized in their thinking that they tend to morph into beasts, letting their fighting instincts and emotions take control of their bodies. Such a metamorphosis can skyrocket its own combat power, but it will also bring very irrational behavior. Consume physical strength especially fast. Can kill the other party quickly is good. Cannot kill. The end will be very bad. Once ruled the underground boxing of Tanglong, is how to be killed. Now Pujin could not care. He had to be crazy. A cold light flashing bamboo pole. Seems to knife blade shooting. He is dodged, but inserted into the ground. Squeezed the space of his activities. He is no longer crazy. There is no chance to be crazy. Chen Haonan, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, seemed to have insight into everything, and kept laying out invisible prisons for him, and there was an inexhaustible amount of strength in his body, bursting out Pujin over and over again as if he had eaten Hyun Mai, and he simply couldn't stop. Soon, the bamboo poles were thrown. Hula! Chen Haonan's soles of his feet slipped, sliding deftly on the ice, his body paddling backward, his toes picking up a piece of solidified ice, holding it in his hand, weighing it for a few moments, and tossing it toward Pujin without panic, as if tossing a bowling ball. And across the room, Pupkin was just getting to his feet. Put! The ice crashed into his shoulder. The sharp pain made Pujin awake for a moment. His waist popped up, pulled up the bamboo pole stuck in the ground, and followed the example, threw it at Chen Haonan, but it was useless. He didn't have Chen Haonan's strength, nor the other party's skill. The bamboo pole flew out horizontally halfway, through a lonesome. Just like that counterattack, he was immediately at a disadvantage. Put! The ice exploded directly into his head, exploding into powder that flew in all directions, and Pupkin saw blood on the spot, blood soaring out furiously. With most of his stamina already expended, Pupkin simply fell straight to the ground in a smooth motion, gasping for air. Disgraceful, really disgraceful. Originally thought that he could end that child's life by lightning, but the result was that the person did not even come close. He was thrown all kinds of nonsense, and in the end, he directly exploded his head, and if not for his own resourcefulness to fall down, he would probably have been killed by the other party's various unbelievable attacks, and directly dried up. This was a scary kid. No wonder the Yen Kingdom dared to let him represent the country and made him captain. Pupkin, lying on the ground and calming down considerably, seemed to figure this out. Watching the strong Pupkin, with his limbs spread apart, lying flat on the ground and gasping for breath, the instructors around him had strange expressions, and no one could describe what it felt like. Pupkin was defeated. He couldn't even get close to the kid, and the king of sidekicks actually conceded defeat outright by playing it safe. This was indeed an admission of defeat, as Pupkin said nothing. That's funny. Anthony had a spoiled look on his face. This child has abundant means, so many that he is delighted. When he was a teenager, he also relied on toothbrushes, soap, and even a bubble of urine to kill people. And Chen Haonan relied on smoothies, bamboo poles, and ice cubes, and the reasoning is similar. They will all utilize the environment and use their own strengths. For the first time, I'm having thoughts of taking on an apprentice, so I hope he sticks around until the end. Anthony no longer paid attention to Pupkin and looked at Chen Haonan and spoke. Do you have anything to say? Chen Haonan wrapped his arms around himself with a lonely look of an expert. I haven't even put out my full strength yet and he fell. Pujin, who was lying on the ground, sniffed, and had an urge to climb up and challenge, but he suppressed his emotions well. Before figuring out Chen Haonan's length, he didn't want to make a rash move. This was a kid who didn't follow common sense. Anthony nodded and turned to Pupkin and spoke. He's been merciful, or you wouldn't have had a chance to lie down. Pupkin's pupils narrowed and he didn't say anything. Anthony had a sentence. Did not say it. If Chen Haonan really killed Pujin, the instructors present certainly do not follow the rules. Directly force Chen Haonan to kill. No one can challenge the dignity of the instructors here. But he is just a contest. That's a different matter. So it seems that this child is really very much like himself. Witty as hell. I'll punish you by cleaning up everything in here. After all, you threw it all out. Promise to get the job done. Chen Haonan didn't refuse. Damn it, eating and sleeping in other people's place. Sometimes you have to learn to give in. So he honestly ran to clean up the scene. Anrun also added in and helped clean up. It was looking at the bamboo pole that was deeply inserted into the ground and almost impossible to pull out. Anrun was in deep thought. Such strength, dislike in and can't be pulled out. Who can withstand it? This child grows up, shall not be bad. Surely a mighty man, loved by all. Anrun is looking forward to Chen Haonan when he grows up. What will be what majestic look? And I do not know how many girls will be fascinated. Now he is obviously quite a lot bigger than him. Followed for a long time. How do you feel that you have not grown up, girls? Just as Chen Haonan was cleaning up the scene, the system's voice rang out. The host completes the challenge mission. Yang art, and is rewarded with 100 experience points. Listening to the system's reward, Chen Haonan's small mouth almost crooked into a Dragon King. Score-giving boy. Score-giving boy. Ah, it seems like it's really fun to be a thorn in the side within the scope of the rules. Let the storm come more fiercely. It is worth mentioning that, after competing with Pujin, Chen Haonan also somewhat admired Pujin's fighting instincts, which could be said to have broken through the limits of human beings, and had it not been for his own perverted strength, as well as his pattern of fancy attacks, or else he would have to shed layers of skin in close combat. Thomas is just that grippy. How do you feel the gap is too far? He doesn't have too many women and overdrawn his body, does he? Chun Haonan also remembered the duel Thomas. He used a dragon stance, ding-tong wall lending strength, a breath of air to kick the other side. If Thomas has Pujin that kind of powerful burst and reaction ability, he can completely avoid for counterattack, but he did not, indicating that Pujin dumped Thomas a few streets off. And then according to Enron's intelligence, 100% sure, Thomas sleeps too many women. Will sleep himself to waste? He just think he is still very strong, just like a lot of men, always in front of the woman bragging about their own one night 7 times lang. The real sword will say that they are too tired to work overtime every day. So, Thomas is garbage. A concentration camp, something really. Chun Haonan gave a summary. Bang. Just then, gunshots rang out. The last cadet who hadn't finished climbing through the ice planted himself in the snow at the sound of the gunshot. It was a cadet from Sunset who couldn't crawl any further, just lay flat, and then a good man was just gone, shot in the head. Those Sunset cadets, once the world's most arrogant cadets, cannot be excellent, must be high, but at the moment they look at the dead companions with a stunned face, the brain does not seem to react. Anyway, no one said anything, as if they could not see the appearance. Condescension means shit when your life is at stake. Shooting Anthony, sophisticated to a force, tone calm and light, he was not killed by me. This is the death of nature's rules, the survival of the fittest, this is the inevitable law, the rules of the concentration camps. As long as someone can survive, it means that we are a success. He is not suitable, can only return to nature. The ice hiking program, it's over. You've been given half an hour to rest and have free time. After saying that, he walked towards the restroom in large strides, ignoring the trainees. The scene was silent for a long time. Some of these trainees sighed, some buried their heads into their knees, full of disheveled faces, struggling in a state of perseverance and renunciation. And those who had taken part in the wilderness solitude would be able to understand such a state of mind in particular. To be honest, although Chen Haonan had also been a soldier and a special forces soldier in the past, he had never really seen a special training method that was so indifferent to life. No wonder the concentration camps were cancelled and disappeared in the river of history. In peacetime, small-scale conflicts, so that the special forces became the new main force. The concentration camps used to cultivate the dead instead of the survival of the soil. This is also the inevitable choice of history. Good luck. Actually participated in the first session. Chun Haonan wore a bland smile. There was actually nothing to hang on to. He was interested instead. All around the trainees, many people's eyes fell on Chen Haonan's face. His kind of light-hearted, wind and waves casually dashing, bright and brilliant a lot of people's face. The original comparison. Damn himself, even a child is not as good as. It is really a disgrace to the international community. It can be imagined that if this little child is allowed to be born and leave this place, the news report is almost like this: a concentration camp where a child can survive. The world's strongest special military personnel, but they cannot hold on to such a psychological effect. A lot of people feel that if you let Chun Haonan survive, you must be very shameful. Look, the one who felt this most strongly was Cassio, who was currently discussing something with the Sunburst cadet captain, who had died a cadet, with a grim look in his eyes. Find a chance to finish that kid off, otherwise, we're all ashamed and he's a mirror. Cassio narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing. No need to cooperate, I'll find a way to finish him off. Good luck, tell us your plan. On the other side, Enron gave the female soldier a massage. Push points. At the same time, with amazing observation, speculated to the content of the conversation between the two. Cassio, she knows many countries, and proficient in lip sync, no matter what country's language is spoken. Enron did not reverse throat reaction. The main one professional. How? They're probably discussing how to finish you off. Chen Haonan was giving his cousin a massage and promised her that he would buy her a red sports car when he turned back if she could pass the test. And after hearing Enron's worried words, he responded without lifting his head. Be bold. It might be possible to go off. And it's not just them, all the trainees from all the countries want to finish me off. Enron paused in her movements and spoke. Is that such a stretch? All countries? Chen Haonan, even the small head did not lift. History as a mirror, can know the rise and fall. People mirror, can know the gains and losses. I am their mirror. Shine out their failure of the bear. If I live, but they failed. Surely be laughed to the whole world. Surely want to think of ways to take me out. But, nothing bird predicated on the fact that there are a lot of people wanting to take me out. Not less than a few of them. He always looks like a Tarzan in front of him without changing his color and has a strong confidence in everything. I love him. Enron stopped asking. He was really good at it. So handsome. And the tired women soldiers lying flat on their backs thought 2 words inside. Bull. Their own realm with the instructor. Or too far away. climbed the ice, as if the ant came for a month of bear. Look at the other instructor. The real steed in front of no gully. All things, are God's horse floating clouds, is really high. Rest in the room. Anthony from the tunnel slowly walked over. He is obviously 2 meters tall. All the muscles grave up. Majestic. Towering like a mountain. But the footsteps that fall. But it is as if mosquitoes and flies landed noiselessly. He walked to the front of the pukin who was consulting the computer. The other party did not even notice. Until Anthony spoke blandly. How about that? After all this time checking the files, you still don't know who he is? You, Chief Instructor Anthony. Can't you say hello? This isn't the ring. Habit makes you, as a boxer, keep fighting all the time, including eating and sleeping. Otherwise I would have been a frozen skeleton in Siberia by the time I was the age of that inferno child. Pumpkin, you can deal with anyone, within the rules, but I won't allow you to collude with the trainees of those countries, and don't collect favors that go against the rules, or else, I will be in the ring, to kill you with my own hands. Pumpkin frowned and hummed, suddenly angry. What do you take me for? I'm a fighter, not a businessman. That's good. Ha! Anthony spoke indifferently. Find out what you can and tell me about it. Pumpkin didn't hesitate. He knew what Anthony was. He might not be the person with the strongest combat attributes, but he was definitely the most well-rounded fighter. He didn't have any shortcomings. Hexagonal fighters, against such a person. It could be said that he wasn't half sure of himself. Even if he was the world's #1 with his close-quarters sidekicks, Anthony was able to rely on his familiar skills, as well as the most appropriate tactics, to wear him down and finish him off again. As for the gun, this damned Anthony had a basilisk suit that was invulnerable to knives and guns, unless one could do a shot to the head. Anyway, in the concentration camps, no one dared to confront Anthony and speak harshly, unless the principal, who preached elegance, did so. Found out, after my investigation, my disciple, Thomas, died at his hands, because more than a month ago, he appeared in Uruk, and saved dozens of people in the peacekeeping operation. With his world-famous strength and speed, I contacted that war correspondent, and the soldiers of the country of H, and determined that it was him, and I'm furious. Instructor Anthony. The more Pumpkin spoke, the angrier he became, but his expression froze when he saw the look on Anthony's face, as if he had eaten a disgusting fly. I can't believe he's smiling. Anthony is a killing machine. He shouldn't be smiling. He's so ugly when he smiles. You? What do you mean? You have a really nice smile. Pumpkin swallowed that word ugly. Just in time. Hey, interesting, really interesting, so it's been known all over the world for a long time. Anthony's cold, frosty smile collapsed into nothing, and he wore a goofy grin. His big mouth cracked open, and the pair of small eyes that tugged at Mulder's feelings were more than a little earthly and smoldering. Pumpkin swore that he had never seen Anthony look like such an ant. What made him angry was that he actually laughed like this after hearing that Thomas died at the hands of Chunhanan. He's targeting me, Pujin? I don't hold it against you. I just think that kid, he looks a lot like me when I was a kid. If I could walk the earth, I'd be known all over the world too. Don't you think so? Do we look alike? Except for height, nose, eyes, temperament. I even think that he's my illegitimate son. Hearing Anthony's magical smile, Pumpkin felt very sick and cursed dirty inside. Half an hour passed. Anthony, who had a sharpshooter expression on his face, walked in front of the crowd again, and after letting the crowd stand up, he blandly opened his mouth. The time for rest is always short, and it's time to start the next program of special training again. The tone was relaxed, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood, but stopping in the ears of these trainees, it seemed to knock the sound of hell. Ice hiking, 8 people died, not a bad result. I thought half would be eliminated again. The third special training next is the Real Death Journey special training. Hearing this, the crowd could hardly hide their consternation. It's only just begun. How many fucking times has this died? And it's only just begun? After seeing the large, dark desert eagle in Anthony's hand, the crowd calmed down a lot more. Can't afford to mess with it. Regardless of these mental thoughts, Anthony drew his massive desert eagle and led the group to another training ground. It didn't take long for Chen Haonan to see a lot of wooden stakes, one rooted into the hard ice and exposed to the ground, almost 30 inches thick. Some trainees speculate that it is walking on stakes, which is about a certain speed, and should not be a big problem. After all, the stakes seem to have a hard texture, and it is not a big problem to step and walk on them. This would be the plum pile special, which is kind of a harder obstacle course to cross country. That's not a big problem, as long as you don't fall off. Many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and there were only a few trainees, including Chen Haonan, who felt that things weren't that simple. but couldn't think of what kind of special training this would be for a moment. Anthony raised his right hand, looked at his wristwatch, and spoke. From now on, in 4 hours, each person will kick off a 30-inch stake. The stakes have been numbered. Right on the spot. I'll be coming by to check on them in 4 hours. And any trainee who can't kick off the stakes or cheats will be shot straight away. I don't like to hear people complaining. It's nature's choice. Follow your own death numbers and find your corresponding stake. It's ready to go. After yelling a few words, Anthony swept Chen Haonan a glance and showed a loving fatherly smile to the child before turning around and coldly walking away, quickly disappearing in front of the crowd. Wait until his figure disappeared. The crowd looked carefully at the thick dark with a metallic luster of the stake. Are quite stunned. This is too much. Right. Was frozen by the ice and snow stakes. Hard texture. It is difficult to rely on flesh and blood can be kicked off. This is simply let Wu Dailang go to Jingyangang to kill the big bugs. Shiman Sheng look at the difficulty of the wife of the king. Still, 4 hours is plenty of time. And a number of people began to wonder what the trick might be. For Chen Haonan, what skills not skills, nothing hanging predicate, relying on the divine weapon skills, he instantly will be able to stake to see light, from the volume to the weight, and then to the density, and then find the point of destruction can be everything. There is a G point. This G point is the point of destruction. Female soldiers all know 18 martial arts, know how to borrow strength and skill. It's a bit hard to find the balance, but they don't fight blindly, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Chen Haonan found the number 1 stake, touched the cold wood, really thick, dark color. If you do not use skills, it is not really flesh and blood can be kicked off. Generally speaking, in the troops kicked off the wood, only half the volume is only. The recent Uncle Sam also has the event of splitting firewood, but the people use an axe. Soon there were people on the scene who were starting to do it the hard way, hee-hawing and ha-ha-ha-haying all over the place, and there were others who were pressing their legs and moving that sinew, and surveying the stake with enthusiasm in their eyes, trying to figure out the trick, while some were kicking wildly already. Which of the cadets present was not a human being? Naturally, it was not brute force, it was knocking around the stake, trying to find the point of destruction, which was a very important thing. Slap. The sound of flesh hitting stakes was incessant, and the scene began to warm up. In the midst of these violent crashes, Chen Haonan, victorious as if he were strolling idly, boarded up his little arms with the appearance of a highborn man, walking back and forth, constantly caressing the thick black wood, touching it up and down, and sometimes striking it a few times, causing it to emit a dull reverberation. The divine weapon skill, when he started to touch the wood, had already started to decipher the information. Any dead thing that is interpreted by a weapon skill becomes a living thing, and anything soft can become hard with the right skill. The last thing Chen Haonan lacked was skill. Soon enough, he found the balance point of the stake. As long as he slammed into it from this position, through this G-point, he would spread his power throughout the stake's entire body, causing it to quickly disintegrate and crumble. On the side of Cassio, has urgently kicked more than 100 feet. His approach is to first kick the wood loose, and then find the texture of the crack, so as to determine a direction to exert force. This reasoning is in fact similar to Chen Haonan looking for G-points. The difference is that the scanning skills he does not have. After seeing Chen Haonan walking back and forth for more than 10 minutes without kicking out a single foot, Cassio laughed. That's right, after all, it's a child. How much strength can he have? Counting up, the ice layer cheating, deep squatting stone cheating, and confrontation with the instructor, are afraid to close combat, relying on playing small means only. Anyway, it is all kinds of underhanded tricks. The man is small and big, and now show the prototype, right? If this little kick goes through and the stake doesn't feel it, will he break his leg? Right at this moment, Chen Haonan's small mouth gave a ha, and he suddenly kicked out, slamming into the wooden stake, making a dull crashing sound that far exceeded that of the bystanders. The sound is really a little bit big. A lot of trainees looked over, and then together with Cassio watched the stake in front of Chen Haonan. In the sound of a dull click, under their horrified note, all of a sudden from the top 1/3 of the position, directly cracked, broken. Cassio and others, directly open mouth, half a day cannot close, subconsciously clamp their legs. My God, grandma, a kick broke? This is what people do. It can't be a piece of rotting steak, can it? How can this be broken with one kick? The sound is indeed particularly loud. The wood seems to be unable to withstand such an impact, and cracks directly. The sound is crisp. Go and look at the fracture. Is not cheating. It's scary when someone looks up and can see the cracked ports of the stakes with no signs of decay at all. This guy's leg, why is it like an invincible small steel gun? If it kicks on a person, who can withstand it? Strengthen the legs of Cassio, surprised to pick up the broken wood, carefully observed, and finally threw it on the ground with no expression. no longer look at Chun Haonan a glance. That is, his heart is very irritable for no reason. Stop looking and keep kicking. Someone rose up in the air and followed Chen Haonan's example, twisting his waist and body strength and crashing into the stake with a snap. There was a click. Fuck. Leg break. Office. A face of high-cold Anthony sat in front of the computer, drinking coffee. From time to time looked over the file of Chen Haonan. In fact, the information is not much. Mainly Uruk's side of the report. How he is very powerful. The courage to save the trapped victims, which also saved country peacekeepers, was reported by many countries, called him an angel descending, the little superhero, etc. The relevant comments are incredible. Bullish. Pugin stood right next to him. A helpless look at Anthony zoomed in on a computer screen. You can see on the screen, Chen Haonan holding a chainsaw. The expression of perseverance as if the iron blood soldier, the kind of forced flavor to break through the screen of the sense of vestigial vision, as a foil to the country soldiers, was pierced through the steel face like death. The expression of despair. Pumpkin, wasn't he there for peacekeeping? So what makes you say he took out Thomas? Thomas has sent me an email. He offended the Yenghua people. The other side will look for his trouble. Through Wang Dongya he learned from the Yenghua information. In Uruk Yenghua people do not have a peacekeeping force. That is a temporary appearance of the personnel. Even if I use the but to think, I also guessed that they are going to deal with Thomas. But I cannot figure out. How did they kill Thomas? Rely on the throwing of sand. The throwing rocks? Thomas's territory is a minefield. Don't underestimate the people I value. Just because someone doesn't fight you doesn't mean he's incapable. He's just conserving his strength. Oh, he has the ability to compete with me in legwork. If he can crush me head on, this account, a write-off. I just admire the strong. Anthony smiled indifferently and ignored him. This man Pupkin was a madman, but had a strong heart of a strong man. If you beat him into submission, he would really change some of his ideas. Just at this moment, the instructor staring at the training screen next to him suddenly lost his voice and called out, "Broken, broken." Anthony and Pupkin looked at the impudent guy with simultaneous displeasure. What was all this whimpering about when it should be cool and collected for a fighter? Instructor, look at this Yenghua kid. He broke the stake with one kick. Just one kick. The power of this kick is several decades of strength. Right. It's more powerful than Instructor Pujin's side kick. Look. The two immediately looked at the rewind video, and then really saw Chen Haonan ha sound. A side kick. The 30-inch stake directly shaved and broken. On the screen, the shocked clamor of the surrounding trainees could still be heard. Pupkin widened his small eyes. This is a sidekick. This is a sidekick. His most skillful attack. But he is not sure that he can break a 30-inch stake with one kick. That little kid actually did it? It's a bit ridiculously strong. A sidekick like that. It's like an axe. Underhanded kung fu. It's comparable to a professional boxer. Powerful. Fast. You guys, how did he kick it off? Relying on strength isn't enough. Right. Even if it's an axe, it can't be chopped off. Right? Instructor Pupkin. You're a pro at side kicks. What do you think? The dozen or so instructors present, including Anthony, stared at the king of side kicks. Pupkin was silent for a moment and spoke. The legwork is okay, but in a real duel, where the enemy isn't a stake, but is moving, stand where he can kick? An instructor nodded. That's right too. Anthony, however, shook his head. No, even if it was an enemy, he could kick it down. Just look at the way he attacked Pupkin. He's a flexible and resourceful kid. Very much my style. With that, he also licked his lips and continued to speak. He started high, several floors high, while, oh Pujin, your pattern is just on the first floor. Pupkin was silent, not answering, while his cold eyes burned with a frenzied wariness. And when he had the chance, he wanted to feel the boy out again, to see how hung he was. You've got a problem with stakes. The instructor sure is good to you, Cassio said aloud, attracting the attention of many people. Not to mention, this point of view won the approval of many people. Stepping on the horse, who can break a 30-inch stake with a kick? There was only one possibility. The instructor had done something. Whether it's true or not, it's suspicious first. In response to such a Sima Zhaosher, Chen Haonan spoke blandly. Why don't you bet on it? I'll help you break the stake with a kick. And when it's broken, I'll take your rice and call me dad. At those words, the originally smug Cassio, his expression stiffened, and after estimating in his mind, he actually realized that he couldn't afford to gamble. God, he had already been starving for a day and a night. What if he lost? He swore that he could never gamble with a little kid. It wasn't honorable to win, and it wasn't honorable to lose either. Cassio waved his hand in a patronizing manner. It's my stake. I kick it myself. It can't be used as a competition. Goon. Chun Haonan boarded his small hands and pointed. Casio held his face red, but held his tongue. I kick. I kick. I kick kick kick. On the other side, after seeing that the instructor had already completed the task, the female soldier also went into a nuclear explosion state, kicking the piles frantically, saying that there was no way she could drag her feet. It is worth mentioning that after being branded with the skill seed by Chen Haonan, although the female soldier did not have the ability to scan and read, she was proficient in all 18 martial arts, and she was able to do anything in any position, constantly attacking the thick and hard wooden stake. But the thing was really hard, and it was not something that could be attacked at a moment's notice. Don't be in a hurry. Find the point of destruction of the stake, then increase the force, and most importantly, tap. After seeing Chen Haonan walking over with a small hand with a high and cold face, Yi Tsuanshin immediately pulled him back and spoke. I helped you take the blame for the last time in the supermarket. Didn't you want to send me a sausage and 2 eggs? Tell me where the point of destruction is. This counts as a sausage. There's such a thing as a tart operation? It's worthy of being a senior student of Qing University. Chen Haonan touched the wooden stake that was mortared in front of his cousin and gently tapped a certain spot. Hit here. This is equal to 2 eggs. Next time I'll treat you to sausages. Counted as too clear. Yi Tsuanshin thought that her little cousin Gaolang would not help, and when she heard that, she was a bit flattered and was busy nodding her head. Following that, she continuously attacked her little cousin's G-spot, and it didn't take long for the stake to actually crack as it slammed a dozen or so times, opening up in all directions. This discovery made Yi Tsuanshin's spirit greatly shocked, as if he had eaten a vigorous pill, and after continuously kicking dozens of G-points furiously, finally clicked, accompanied by a wonderful sound, and the hard wooden stake broke open. Yi Tsuanshin bounced with excitement and tried to hug her little cousin on the spot, but the little man had idle baggage and pushed her away. Also, the status is different. He is an instructor, renowned all over the world. It seems that there is no longer anything difficult to defeat him. He himself is still a soldier. My mother, life is too disillusioned. Not to mention that Yi Tsuanshin felt disillusioned. The trainees around him who were struggling to chop firewood also looked like they had seen a ghost. Another Yankee, or a woman's. This is too much. Cheating again? Shit. This kid must be the chief instructor's family. Chen Haonan didn't care what these people thought at all. As if he was a high-ranking person in the game. When he passed by Tan Xiaolin and the others, he touched them one by one and then told them where the G-points were, and then went back to Anren's side with a light breeze, as if he was a high-ranking person who retreated from the Jianghu. The female soldiers who got his instructions could come to life, transforming into little yellow men who were frantically pounding piles, and it didn't take long for the sound of click, click, click to keep ringing out. There was another pause in the frenzy as the crowd looked on in awe at the female soldiers who were kicking off stakes one by one, regardless of whether it's cheating or not. It's the Yankees who are stealing the limelight. And Ran, who was eating and watching from the side, couldn't help but open his mouth to the little man. How did you manage to kick off the stake by reminding them? Chen Haonan spoke coolly. Having slept with me for so long, don't you know what strengths I have as a person? You have a lot of strengths. That is to feel clearly. Anren's small face slightly drunk. Every time, she always felt that she saw through Chen Haonan, but he was always able to show a stronger side. Time and time again. Let her surprise excitement. That woman can stand. If this went on, one was on the verge of becoming Chen Haonan's little fangirl, with one's entire being in the shape of him. It's so inscrutable. Growing up, that woman can stand it? That mustn't scream day after day? He's just too good. After the climax of this side of the piling, Enron felt his whole body relax. In the office, Anthony, who had been staring at Chen Haonan, also saw the scene where he was instructing the female soldiers, and grinned on the spot. This little guy is actually suitable to be an instructor as well, getting more and more my style. Pu Jin, you'd better not mess with this little guy. So far he hasn't shown all his strength. Pupkin grimaced, then felt his feet itch a little, but it had nothing to do with foot odor. The instructor next to him picked up. The little guy, indeed, is always a surprise. He has a high-strung expression, much the same as a boxer. That's a good one. I like it. Anthony, the instructor who spoke, gave a nod. On the other side, as time went on, almost 3 hours had passed like that. With a click, the powerful Casio kicked off the stake. Casio fell to his knees on the spot and couldn't help but raise his arms in the air, startling the entire room. But no one is talking about the clamor. After all, compared to Chen Haonan and his female soldiers, which has been delayed for 2 hours, what is there to gain? Casio had a feeling that something was missing. He looked at Chen Haonan, but he saw the little guy and that beautiful woman, chatting about something. One was high and cold. The other one was smiling with an open brow. And the bright and brilliant thing that made him look at him was the fact that the female soldier kept pitching in food, feeding whatever that Yenghua kid ate. How a good concentration camp becomes a kindergarten feeling. Casio shook his head. Just at this moment, a Germanic cadet next to him also kicked off the steak, kneeled down and let out a low roar. The kind of open expression that gave him a funny feeling, but then it felt like something was wrong. Damn, it seemed like he was doing the same action. Captain Day, get up and talk. Your actions are childish. De Gaulle, the captain of Germany. Casio remembered that the other was a godly shot, once broke the world record for shooting, and the two had a good personal relationship. God, I'm so excited. I think I broke another record by kicking a 30-inch steak. Calm down. We didn't break the record. Don't kneel. It's not graceful. God, your crotch is splitting up to your ass. Don't you know that? Casio, who spoke of elegance, looked at the white ass of Daigle's cracked crotch, the long, wobbly balls of two long, intensely black-haired legs, and felt a strong urge to spank him. This is too ungraceful. Was this the same action yourself just now? How ironic. Mr. Casio, we're half-assed, and your crotch is split. I even saw your legs. They're hairless and quite white. At that, Casio flew to cover his crotch, thinking, that's true. That's fucking inelegant. In fact, it's no wonder that the crowd couldn't care less about their blood-shimmering legs as time was running out. So how could they care if their pants were cracking? Except for Chen Haonan and the female soldiers. All the trainees present were open gear brothers. The two gearheads moved closer, and after covering each other's crotches, they began to lower their voices and communicate. When you get a chance, take advantage of the mistake to take out that kid from the inferno when you're shooting. I'll do that when I get the chance. But before we do that, shouldn't we change a jump in our pants? Makes sense. Two people rushed to change pants. The feeling of bare buttocks. Really bad. Foresighted leakage. Not to mention, there are those long-tongued women in the Yen state pointing out, clearly as a joke to see. Time is getting more and more urgent. Less than an hour. Those other open gear brother, naturally cannot care about what is decent or not. Cannot be completed. Sure to be perverted instructor shot on the spot. Anyway, are all dead birds, but also afraid of what the light buttocks action. The real manly thing to do is, as long as you're not embarrassed yourself, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. 3 hours and 30 minutes. The last half hour. There were 20 other open gear brothers on the scene flinging their thighs wildly, completely unconcerned about the flavor of the block or their already deformed legs, kicking and flinging wildly, while the stakes in front of them were beginning to crack under such an attack that disregarded any sense of decency. Cracks are cracks, and it's still hard to accomplish when you have to kick and break and can't do what Chen Haonan did to find the G-spot. The men were frantic. Some even stripped off their tired ruptured army pants on the spot and just wore triangular or quadrangular underwear and went on a pile driving spree. Female soldiers squatting on the side, covering their faces to communicate. There is nothing to see. Round ability than on Chen Hao male instructor. Round handsome more than Chen Hao male instructor. In addition to do not face. Nothing. Chen Haonan noticed this scene. However, the focus of his attention was not the ass balls, but the injuries of these trainees. All of them had swollen, bleeding, and even cracked bones. How to finish the back of the project next? Look at the end of the small day to know. Limbs do not know by that handsome man after the injury. The ice cannot pass. Directly the first level shot clean. The main hit a landing box. All hurt like that? Can't get through the back of the program? They won't all be shot on the spot, will they? Chen Haonan was a bit puzzled. And soon, the time was up. In the end, there were 5 trainees, lying on the ground on the spot, frantically gasping for breath, despair appearing on all of their faces. Watching this scene, Chen Haonan was also clear that these 5 trainees were definitely finished. Sure enough, it didn't take long for an instructor to walk out, his face expressionless as he dragged away the 5 trainees lying on the ground. In the process, the 5 kept letting out loud pleas for mercy, but to no avail. This was the law of survival. Survival of the fittest. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out and Anthony blew by, seemingly doing something more trivial than taking out a few more cadets with his own hands. Walking up to the crowd to walk away, he actually started clapping. Slap. Very good. I thought at least 10 people would be eliminated, but I didn't realize it was only half. It seems that there is an outstanding person that stimulates you guys, right? This is the herd effect. Stare at the standard of the strong and you will become strong too. If you stare at the weak, you will become goons. The crowd also knew that the excellent person in Anthony's mouth referred to that child in Yenghua. Damn, it was not easy to calm down. I did not expect to be bright and brilliant again by him. The original themselves to become stronger. Is the other party stimulated? Why does it feel like there's that kid everywhere? The feeling was like a statue in a pool, with little naked children holding up their jocks and brightening up their faces. Endlessly. Just as the crowd was being brightened up, Anthony did announce the good news that the last 5 cadets who hadn't kicked the steak didn't get to eat, that's all, instead of being dragged out and shot. Next, the trainees who completed the mission were given a meal. A very simple large Russian sausage with 2 eggs. No one gets enough to eat, but there's nothing to be done about it. After the meal, Anthony brought everyone to a pond that emitted a strong acidic aura and spoke. This is a medicinal wine pool for you. Highly concentrated medicinal wine that can effectively treat your injuries. You can call me the good guy. How shoots ah. Chun Haonan all silently covered his small face. He discovers that Anthony is actually a man of cold humor. And the more time he spends with him, the more he sees that underneath his cold and ascetic looks, he hides an interesting soul. This so-called medicinal wine pool, he didn't even need to guess. If anyone went down there, they would definitely let out a pig-killing howl. Such a strong flavor was much more stimulating than the pool of medicinal wine that Changwon had encountered. It was simply the end version of enhancement. The crowd at the scene was silent, inwardly greeting the female ancestors of the instructor. There's no bargaining. You can choose not to go down, but if the wounds can't heal and affect tomorrow's training, we can always shoot the unqualified trainees. This is nature's survival of the fittest. After Anthony finished, he added, this is the long-lost medicinal wine pool. There are dozens of ingredients in it. Only the dead soldiers have the chance to enjoy it. Chen Haonan opened his mouth. Instructor, I choose not to enjoy this dead soldier treatment. After all, I'm not injured, so I won't waste the medicinal wine. How about leaving it for someone else? He said it righteously, as if I had everyone's best interests at heart. Anthony's cold face, slightly related, opened his mouth. You don't have to soak the medicinal wine. Even, I'll give you a sweetheart. I'll take it as fulfilling your small request. Chen Haonan froze for a moment. Damn, the instructor really actually so used up my one request. Whatever, I am just a child, and no more small mind. Anyway, this medicine and wine pool said nothing to go down. Report, I don't need to go down there either. Leave it for those who need it. When Chen Haonan finished his request, the female soldiers followed suit. You are his soldiers. Naturally you can enjoy his benefits. I will treat you to refreshments. Anthony's rare kindness made the women soldiers all joyful. But the other cadets speculated maliciously. Sweetheart, it definitely doesn't look like a good thing to me. Maybe it's a more disgusting item. The Yankees are stupid. It wasn't long before the snacks were actually delivered. Not the sausage and eggs of lunch, but a Western meal, with steak, accompanied by a cake that was unimaginably rich. Looking at the stunned crowd, Anthony spoke in a high and cold voice. This is the difference between heaven and hell. If you can top it, it's heavenly treatment. If you can't walk through it, it's hell. Concentration camps only need humans at the top of the food chain. Go down. In the next moment, each of these trainees who had once again greeted Anthony's grandmother seemed like ducks as they were herded into the pool of medicinal wine that emitted strong acidity. It didn't take long for all sorts of national curses to ring out. It hurt. It really fucking hurt. The feeling was as if there were many bugs directly devouring their flesh and blood, bringing on bouts of wariness that overwhelmed their hearts. It didn't take long for the sourness to bubble up from his toes along his spine and into his heavenly soul. And it felt like he was cultivating immortality, and that he had already reached the realm where the Violet Mansion opened up and the first baby came out of his body. Anthony is a nutcase who doesn't do anything. In the side to enjoy the red wine sweetheart Chen Haonan and others. Looking at all joy, there is a kind of happiness, called built on the basis of other people's pain, is set off. Now is this kind of joy, especially strong. In the wine pool, Cassio gritted his teeth, bringing in the fact that he was up there drinking wine, eating bread, and then watching the people below get abused. And God, he felt suddenly good. Such torture continued into the night. To the end, someone straight fainted in the wine pool inside. Anthony did not call for someone to fish up, soaking. If not, someone pulled a hand, and even someone drowned in the wine pool. And Chen Haonan and the others enjoying the beautiful pool also continued into the night. The Maina wine pool and meat forest, depraved to the point of no return. The instructor is the devil, and the Yankees are no good. They actually make a nuisance sound when they eat. Oh, day goal. Let's take turns sleeping tonight. The instructor will surely still release the poison late at night. Not a bad idea. Wheeling this night together. Inside the tent, the crowd didn't dare to sleep at all, with the first day's late-night encounters still fresh in their minds, and began switching their stations. And on the other side, Chen Haonan and the female soldiers just said, eat and sleep. Don't grind so many things. There are things. I will wake you up. Anrun. You don't have to take off your clothes. This is not a white tiger base. How? I'm sorry. I'm so used to sleeping naked with you. The female soldiers covered their mouths and laughed, but they were so tired of eating that it didn't take long for one of them to start dreaming about the week. Sleeping tango. His mouth remained swallowing since the beginning, sometimes spitting and licking his mouth with a tongue so flexible that it was the soul of a foodie, comparing the trainees in the other tents as if they were on the verge of an attack. The atmosphere on Chen Haonan's side was simply that of a donkey traveler who would never come out until the sun was on his butt. The time came to the latter part of the night, almost 2:30. It was the most confused hour. Chen Haonan suddenly opened Anren and sat up, bringing Anren, who slept with him in his arms, to wake up as well. "What's wrong?" Enron's voice was soft, and in the cold night, it breathed a wifely allure. "The dog instructor is restless and has come back to put out poison. Wake them up and go for a walk." Anren hurriedly woke up all the female soldiers, and then, following Chen Haonan out of the tent, he was greeted by the bone-chilling Siberian cold wind, which was simply refreshing. Outside the tent, Chen Haonan actually saw a few old acquaintances, who had long stood outside, respectively, Cassio of the Rice, Degler of Germany, and what's her name of the Sunset, the name of which he couldn't remember. "The boulevard you've been longing for is actually full of people." Cassio swept Chen Haonan and the others a glance, not saying anything, but the knot in his throat rolled several times. God, when they were soaking in the wine pool today, these Yanhua trainees ate and ate, and then they kept swallowing their saliva, making it so that when they saw them now, their saliva automatically secreted. It's really hell. The crowd ignored each other, and it didn't take long to see the instructor carrying a gas bottle with a skull symbol painted on it, sneaking off to release the poison. How sick. After a few more moments, the sound of whips cracking, screams of misery, and the sound of breaking down and calling for his father rang out from inside the tent. The next day, at breakfast, Chen Haonan saw that there were a few more people missing. They should be the ones who couldn't get up at night. So far, the team of more than 100 people was left with the last 36 people. It was the third day spent at the camp, and Anthony didn't add a new program. Weighted deep squats, 100 level ice hikes, and back and forth. And in the midst of these projects, all the national trainees are dumbfounded to look at Chen Haonan. This child's performance is too heavenly. Fucking running, he can still look back at the moon. Weighted deep squatting, he can still jump in the air. The main thing is that there is no limit, and some people even suspect that in the child's small body, it's actually an adult soul. A week passed. Anthony stood in front of the crowd and spoke. "Great start. You guys held out for a week. But I'm responsible to tell you that this is actually the beginning of the end of despair because there is no turning back." With that, Anthony waved his hand back and a dozen or so instructors, armed with baseball bats, walked over. Each of these instructors was murderous, staring wistfully at all of them, and a few seemed to be in a sleepy state of tango, licking their lips. "It's about to get fucked up again." Sure enough, Anthony spoke blandly. "This is a new program, where trainees fight barehanded against stick-wielding instructors. 1-on-2. No rules." After saying that, all the trainees' heartbeats began to speed up. They all knew that these instructors came from underground fighters, and to be able to walk out of the ring alive, they were all masters, and to fight two fighters with bare hands? How can they fight? If there is a gun, they are not afraid of anyone, but unarmed. The instructors ignored it, each staring at the prey in front of them with a death stare. One of the instructors spoke up. "Pupkin, you're going to choose that Yanhua kid, aren't you?" Pujin, who was holding a club, laughed a little. He had long been staring at Chen Haonan. No, it could be said that his feet had been itching for a long time, and if he couldn't kick Chen Haonan to death, no medicine would be able to cure his foot odor. "Petrov, your codename Big Muscle Buster, don't you think this kid has threatened your position? A week has gone by and no one knows what his base is capable of. Even Instructor Anthony has given him the nickname, Devil Sinew Man." Petrov, codenamed Big Muscle Buster, frowned in consternation and asked, "What do you mean, Devil Sinew Man?" He was covered in dominant muscles in his mind, and his thoughts didn't turn as fast as Pupkin's, and for a moment he couldn't remember what Devil's Tendon Man meant. Pujin opened his mouth. "That is more than you, this domineering muscle, but also a terrible code name, describing him although small, but the whole body's sinews and bones have been exercised to become the devil. Invulnerable. You, this domineering muscle. I'm afraid I can't block his gently a punch. That's a big mouth, so I'll pick him and have a fight." Sure enough, Big Muscle Buster was furious, his nostrils spewing out hot air like a raging pit bull, and just at this moment, Anthony swept a glance at them, followed by turning to the trainees and speaking. "You may choose 2 instructors. Observation is also a strength. Start choosing from number 1. At that, Pupkin was a little annoyed. Actually letting this little kid get away with it like that. He certainly wouldn't have chosen himself as well as Big Muscle Buster. Anthony must have done it on purpose. Just when Pujin felt that Chen Haonan would definitely not choose himself, suddenly, that kid actually raised his hand and pointed directly at his nose. "I'll choose him." And this muscular-looking bully instructor, I'll beat them both. At that, Pumpkin was inwardly ecstatic, and locked eyes with the grinning big muscle buster, both of whom were inwardly rapturous and satisfied with each other. Too much luck. The prey came to me automatically. Anthony, also a bit surprised, pointed to Big Muscle Buster and said something very cryptic. His code name is Big Muscle Buster. He used to rip black bears apart and has a lot of strength. Chun Haonan grinned his little mouth and spoke calmly. Strong strength? Great. I just love guys with a lot of strength. Guy, the big muscle bully's nostrils came out and spoke loudly. You are really arrogant. I will tear you. A little guy. As if I were tearing a black bear. Upon hearing this, Chen Haonan revealed the smile of a crooked-mouthed dragon king, his little expression dangling with the arrogance of Yi Liangchen. Anthony liked Chun Haonan's dangling appearance. How do you look at it? It's like his own illegitimate son. It's not bad. He's already substituting for his father's role. At first, he was feeling like himself when he was a child, but now his preference has been advanced. He started to write a diary for Chen Haonan. If he can leave the concentration camp alive, he intends to send the diary to the other party, and then recognize him as his righteous son. Let me state the principle. If you hit the stick in the instructor's hand, you can pass. Otherwise, there is no time limit unless you knock out the opponent. The crowd almost choked as they listened. A boxer with a wooden stick was like a father teaching a minor child a lesson. Could the child break the stick in the father's hand? Just as the crowd was weighing the gap between each other's strengths, the system's voice rang out in Chen Haonan's ears. The host begins a 1-on-2 challenge, and also automatically selects the strongest instructor, completing the task and rewarding 200 experience points. Listening to Chen Haonan's eyes are shining brightly. The dog instructor is so valuable? And the sight of Pu Jin has been staring at Chen Haonan. Suddenly saw his little face inexplicably showed a smile. It feels a little evil. This kid is confident? He, Pumpkin, battle-hardened, having kicked 36 opponents to death in the ring, the king of the great side kick, and the big muscle man, the human tank, who can pin a man down for a cookie, and he's actually smiling? The rule this time, you have to break the stick, like last time, kicking around sand and rocks and stuff. It's useless. Wait for death. Kid, begin. With Anthony's choice, the cadets immediately stepped back to make way for an open space. On the open space, Chen Haonan turned to the two instructors and hooked his finger. You guys, come over. Greeting? Kinda know how to be polite. You can kneel down and kowtow and beg for forgiveness and I'll consider letting you go. Pumpkin, not knowing the significance of the finger, thought that the boy suddenly knew how to be polite. Chen Haonan suddenly spoke. I'll make a small request to check their weapons. What do you mean? It's just a regular stick. Anthony interrupted Pumpkin and spoke. Let him check. Pumpkin let out a deep breath, helplessly handed over the stick in his hand. The big muscle bully on the side said angrily, just do it, little kid. You wait to die immediately, but also so many things. Do not you think it is troublesome? Big Muscle Buster was cranky as hell, but he didn't dare to disobey Anthony, and had no choice but to hand the stick to Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan immediately used his weapon skill and started scanning the club in his hand.